I have a computer growing on my head. As long as I continuously provide it with energy, I can gain a variety of unexpected abilities. Using Virus T Kill, I can eliminate toxins from my body and become immune to all poisons. Using the word function, I can freely adjust the size, boldness, and so on. I have a mature and bold idea. Set a photo of Lu Ruyan as the background. This way, I can design its proportions at will. At this moment, I looked at the computer on my head, worried I might scare the kids when I go out. So I hid it inside my brain. Then I silently thought to turn it on. The computer screen entered the loading screen. Then a mouse icon appeared before my eyes. I instinctively wanted to move the mouse. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, I noticed the cursor wobbled a few times. So, I controlled the cursor to move next to the drink on my desk and then right-clicked. Immediately, several options appeared before me. These are the most common functions of a computer, but seeing them here is extraordinary. Thinking of this, my breathing became heavier and my eyes were glued to the drink on the table. With my mind, I controlled the mouse to click copy, then clicked paste. In the next moment, a bottle identical to the original appeared on the table. I'm amazing. I quickly picked up the newly appeared Coke bottle and found it was exactly the same. I opened the drink and took a sip, discovering the taste was identical as well. This function is like a little cow reaching Antarctica. As long as I want, I can infinitely copy drinks. I can copy treasures, the magical tools used by superhumans, and genius materials. Then I began to try other abilities, selecting cut on the drink. Then I moved the mouse to my bed and clicked paste again. In the next moment, the Coke on the table disappeared. And that bottle of Coke appeared on my bed. When I selected the delete button, the drink on the table completely vanished. Then I opened the recycled bin and clicked restore. It reappeared in the place where it had originally vanished. In addition to these functions, there are also Word, Excel, PPT, and so on the desktop. There are also some gray icons like QQ, PUBG, and Crossfire. Next, I opened the computer manager, which had 3 options: full scan, virus removal, and junk cleaning. I first chose the full scan. Soon, I felt something moving within my body. Before long, a message popped up on the screen: Destiny is incomplete, please repair it immediately. It seems this is the reason I have never awakened my superpowers. Without hesitation, I clicked the repair button. However, another message popped up on the screen: insufficient energy, please replenish it in time. Seeing this, I was taken aback. I thought having a golden finger would make me invincible, but it turns out there are still limitations. So, I called the system assistant to inquire, and it turned out I needed to supplement snacks to gain energy. Superhumans need to absorb snacks to enhance their strength, so it's understandable that the system has this requirement. Fortunately, as a traveler, I have written several popular novels based on my past life memories, and I still have quite a bit of savings. However, it takes 10,000 dragon coins to exchange for one snack, and all my savings can only buy a few hundred. I need to find a way to make money, so I asked the system assistant Xiaoyi again. What are the functions of the other 2 options? Virus removal can detect and expel toxins from the body, while junk cleaning can eliminate excess impurities. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, a glimmer of joy flashed in my eyes. For superhumans and dancers, cultivation is about constant effort, but now I can take a shortcut. So, I decisively clicked on junk cleaning. Soon, I felt as if there were countless little bugs inside me. This process was a bit painful, but I knew my body was undergoing transformation, so I gritted my teeth and persevered. 5 minutes later, the pain disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease, and there was a layer of black, smelly impurities on my skin. Feeling power filling my entire body, I swung my fists a couple of times, and the air made a whooshing sound. With my current strength, I would be able to hold my own against a bronze-ranked superhuman. The power of superhumans ranges from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Most superhumans only possess black iron strength when they first awaken. Only a few superhumans can reach bronze strength after awakening. It's unbelievable that someone like me, who just cleaned out some impurities, can possess bronze strength. Next, I discovered a magical thing. I could upload items as files to the cloud and download them directly when I needed them, which is equivalent to a spatial ring-type treasure. I was excited for a while before calming down. Although these functions are very powerful, they lack offensive skills. So I looked at the remaining icons on the screen. First, I opened Word and used the bold and font size increase functions on the drink bottle. In the next moment, it doubled in size. Continuing to click enlarge, in just a few seconds, the drink bottle reached the ceiling. If I had an iron rod, wouldn't that be akin to Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang? Thinking of this, I smiled mysteriously. I lowered my head to look at a certain important part of myself. Having this ability is even more satisfying than refining my essence, as it gives a man confidence. Next, I tried the background color fill, which allows an object to change into the color I want. When I changed my color to transparent, I became completely invisible. Just as I wanted to try other functions, I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. I hurriedly asked the system assistant Xiaoyi, "What's happening, Xiaoyi? The main body is operating at overload, please upgrade your hardware and software." The human body is equivalent to a computer's hardware, the soul is like its software, and the required snacks are akin to electricity and VIP membership fees. Through the system's explanation, I understood that my body and soul strength were insufficient, so it seems I need to get some body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid. Although I still lack offensive means, these skills at least allow me to protect myself among my peers. I am the only one in the entire school who has not awakened superpowers, so I can only choose to be a dancer. However, with the existence of the system, I believe that as long as I have enough resources, I can resolve the deficiencies in my body. At that moment, I heard Yu Qingqing's voice from the living room, "Dog, come out for dinner." When I stepped out of the bedroom, I found that Song Laosen had returned as well. 3 years ago, he was injured while saving me, and now he walks with a slight limp. Over these 3 years, he has been tirelessly working to restore my fate. When Nuan, since you haven't awakened your powers, have you thought about how you'll proceed from here? I've thought it through. There are 2 paths in total. The first is to become a dancer. The second is to work hard to earn money. I believe that's the way to connect with the divine. Since you have your own plans, I won't interfere. After all, you're now an adult. Then he took out a yellowed book and handed it to me. This dance manual was obtained by Dad from a friend. See if you can practice it. I picked up the book and glanced at it, only to find the words Sunflower Manual boldly written on it. Dad, are you serious? Song Laosen frowned slightly and asked, "Is there a problem with this manual?" "Let me take a look first," I said as I began to flip through it. This manual teaches how to absorb solar energy like a sunflower, and it does not have the requirement of self-castration. I wasn't familiar with the sunflower manual's quality, but it was better than nothing for me. After lunch, I left home for the exchange center and traded my dragon coins for over 300 snacks. Xiaoyi, can these 300 snacks repair my fate? It takes 1,000,000 snacks to repair your fate. These 300 snacks will allow you to use the basic functions of the system 50 times. For now, I need to enhance my physical and spiritual strength and then set aside some snacks to recharge the system. So I spent 100 snacks to buy a bottle of Black Iron Group's reinforcement liquid and a bottle of nourishing essence. Just as I was about to take the reinforcement liquid, a light bulb went off in my head. So I used the mouse to select the reinforcement liquid and click the copy and paste option. Consume 10 snacks. This copy is 0.16% complete, with an estimated remaining time of 9 minutes and 59 seconds. By spending 10 minutes and 10 snacks, I can get a bottle of reinforcement liquid worth 50 snacks. What a great deal. So for the next 3 hours, I kept copying and pasting. After consuming 200 snacks, I obtained 10 bottles of reinforcement liquid and 10 bottles of nourishing essence worth 1,000 snacks. However, I didn't rush to use them and instead took one of each first. Then I felt a surge of energy refining my body and soul. I then opened the attribute options. My name was Song Chen, age 18, physical strength 42, spiritual strength 83, power attribute none, overall combat power unknown. In these 3 years on Blue Star, I have been constantly training my body, but I didn't expect my spiritual strength to be so high. Could it be because I crossed over and my soul fused with the original owner? The overall combat power at the bottom is unknown. Although I have a cheat, I'm still a newbie, so it shouldn't be undetectable. It could be because I have too many unserious skills, resulting in various uncertainties. After absorbing both types of reinforcement liquids, I refreshed the attribute panel and saw that my physical and spiritual strength had both increased by 10 points. With my current physical strength, I wonder what level that would be. Thinking of this, I ran towards the school. By the time I arrived at class, it was almost time for school to end. At that moment, my good friend Yunda looked at me and asked, "Dog brother, why are you only just arriving? Lao Sha just notified us that there will be the final simulation test tomorrow." A test is just a test. It's not like we haven't done simulations before. I'm not worried about the academic subjects, those are my strong suit. This time, it's a power confrontation, and all the seniors have awakened their powers except for you. It is said that students who perform exceptionally well can be directly recommended to the 3 major academies. I replied dismissively, "Sounds good." The 3 major academies are like Tsinghua and Peking University from my past life, but they focus on powers. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter to me because I haven't awakened yet. Then I checked Yunda's attributes, and I was surprised to find that his were so much lower than mine, considering he is a 3S awakened and his power ranks 16th in the sequence. Thinking of this, I turned to look at the desk in front of me. Comparing the two, it was clear that Yunda was indeed much stronger than Wang Jelly. They are both currently at the Black Iron level, but there is a 9-point difference in overall combat power. Next, I checked the other classmates' attributes. Their overall combat power was all in the 20s. The strongest was still Yundi, so it seems my attributes have already surpassed my peers. Just then, the bell rang for class dismissal. This time, I didn't rush out of the classroom immediately. Instead, I took out a prepared loudspeaker and started selling the reinforcement and nourishing essence at a bargain. The noisy sound attracted everyone's attention in the class. Song Chen, what are you doing? Not 998, not 888, just 40 snacks to take home, genuine products, no cheating. At that moment, a classmate looked at me and asked, is this reinforcement liquid for real? Song Chen, may be a bit of a loser usually, but my credibility is always guaranteed. This reinforcement liquid, originally priced at 50 snacks, is now being sold at a loss. Soon, some classmates were tempted this was much cheaper than the specialty store. Dog brother, save me a bottle, and I'll go home to get the money. In an instant, the classmates in the class began to scramble for it. Before long, everything was sold out, bringing in 800 snacks, with a net profit of 600 after deducting costs. After selling these essences, I started copying and pasting my body again. After the enhancement, it now only takes 8 minutes to copy one bottle instead of 10. Yunda looked at me with envy and said, Dog brother, you've made money from writing novels again. Little brat, get going. Big brother will treat you to some skewers tonight. Sure. 7 brother just messaged me, we'll go together. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a tall beauty was looking around for something. At that moment, a burly man walked over and said, 7, let's have dinner together tonight. No, I have plans tonight. And don't call me Chi-Chi, we're not that close. I've already awakened, I have S-level attraction power. I'm sure I'll be admitted to the 3 major academies. I'm destined to become a powerful individual. Tang Chi-Chi said dismissively, impressive, impressive, very impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have found the person he was looking for. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he walked towards me. At that moment, Yunda spoke first, 7 brother, Dog brother has recently struck it rich, he's treating us to skewers tonight, so don't hold back. Tang Chi-Chi looked at me with curiosity and asked, Dog brother, have you encountered some good fortune? Nothing major, just made a bit of pocket money. Also, I need your help with something tomorrow. It must be quite a lot if you're describing it as pocket money. Be honest, how much did you make? I replied flatly, not much. If converted into dragon coins, it's 6 million. I must be hearing things. Did you just rob a bank? There are too many people here, let us talk about it later. Let us go eat. Just then, the burly man blocked our path and asked, who are they? Is the reason you rejected me because of those two? Yunda looked at the burly man and said, even we don't know, and you dare to pursue 7 brother? Little red guy, you're quite brave. We VE encountered many of Chi-Chi's suitors over the years, and we VE always acted as her protectors. Are you too famous or something? Why should you protect Chi-Chi? I'm an awakened from Shiman, I challenge you. Sorry, I won't accept. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, just make a move. Cowards with no guts are not men. Right, so what? I can make you unable to pursue Chi-Chi, yet you don't even dare to touch a hair on my head. We'll see. Tomorrow, I'll definitely make you kneel before me. He said this menacingly before turning to leave. Then we went to a barbecue restaurant and I turned to Tang Chi-Chi and asked, have you awakened your powers? Tang Chi-Chi replied quietly, I have awakened at sequence 10, the power of reincarnation. Wow, any power in the top 100 sequences has SSS level potential, and sequence 10 is certainly one of the most powerful abilities. I thought my awakening of sequence 16 was impressive, but 7 brother is even more impressive. It's like a little cow inviting a big cow for a sauna. At that moment, Tang Chi-Chi asked cautiously, Dog brother, you really haven't awakened your powers? Indeed not. After awakening, I'll have to rely on both of you to protect me. Then I took out a few bottles of enhancement liquid and placed them on the table. This is a small gift from your big brother to congratulate you on your awakening. Dog brother, this is too precious. These 2 bottles cost 1 million dragon coins. Take them, I have special channels. Each bottle only costs me 10 snacks. I'll cover your reinforcement liquid in nourishing essence from now on. Yunda looked somewhat incredulous. Really, Dog brother? You're not lying to us? I believe in Dog brother, he has never lied to me before. You'll gradually understand in the future. For now, focus on your training. Don't wait until your big brother becomes a god of wealth while you're still newbies. Okay, let's all work hard and meet at the top. Tang Chi-Chi said this while raising a glass of beer. See you at the top. Cheers. The next morning, I woke up at 5 a.m. to absorb the first ray of sunlight as recorded in the sunflower manual. Soon, I felt a warm current flowing into my body. I didn't expect to succeed on my first attempt at cultivation, and I owe it to the cleanup feature. Then I opened my attribute panel and found that my physical strength increases by 0.01 every minute. It seems small, but in 10 hours, it can increase by 6 points. Keep in mind that those who have just awakened their powers only have physical strength in the teens. The greatest gain from cultivating the sunflower manual is not just an increase in physical strength, but rather a new energy within me, which means I now have an additional means of attack. Before long, 2 hours had passed, during which I continued to copy and paste. Today, the school is holding a confrontation test, so I rode my beloved little motorcycle and headed out. Before 7 o'clock, he arrived at the school gate and set up his stall. Since the final mock test for the school started at 8, many students had already begun to arrive. Body refining liquid, cheap sale. Vitality liquid, cheap sale. Body refining liquid, 4 for 200 spirit stones, hee hee. With that, Song Chen began to shout. As he called out, more and more students gathered in front of his stall. "Dog brother, is the price the same as yesterday?" a student asked. After dinner last night, Song Chen, Yoondae, and Tang Chi-Chi had advertised extensively in various school groups. Although advertising was somewhat annoying, almost all the senior students at the school were aware of it now. Here, Song Chen could use 40 spirit stones to buy a bottle of body refining liquid or vitality liquid worth 50 spirit stones. That's right, 40 spirit stones a bottle. Genuine goods, no deception. Song Chen replied. "Dog brother, is your body refining liquid guaranteed to be effective?" Another classmate asked with a smile. The famous botanist Lu Huaxian once said, "When you doubt whether a melon is ripe, that melon is already not ripe in your heart. Once doubt arises, the crime is already established. In my business, I value the word integrity. Since I dare to sell the body refining liquid, it means it is genuine. On this point, you can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my credibility. After all, I am destined to become the richest person in Manhwa," Song Chen said with righteous indignation. "I trust Dog Brother's credibility. I bought a bottle of body refining liquid yesterday, and its effect is exactly the same as the one bought in the specialty store." "I'll take another bottle of vitality liquid," said one of Song Chen's classmates. "Hurry up, today there are only 40 bottles of vitality liquid and body refining liquid. First come, first served. If you don't buy, someone else will. Once others buy it and their strength increases, they will definitely rank high in this mock confrontation. By then, they might catch the attention of the teachers from the 3 major academies. If that happens, they could soar to great heights." Song Chen began to talk up his products. What he said wasn't wrong. As soon as the first person consumed the body refining liquid or vitality liquid, others would unconsciously follow suit. It was like a tutoring class. If everyone else is attending tutoring, and you don't, you'll fall behind. Reluctantly, you can only be forced to catch up. In this way, everyone would be back on the same starting line. It's not an exaggeration to say that wherever there are people, competition will always exist. For Song Chen at this moment, the more competitive the students were, the better his business would be. So, it didn't take long for him to sell out all 40 bottles of body refining liquid and 40 bottles of vitality liquid that he had replicated yesterday. In their school, there were over 1,000 senior students. On average, only a dozen people bought a bottle, which really wasn't much. However, some people couldn't afford the body refining liquid. After all, not all students came from well-off families. Moreover, some had already prepared these at home and didn't need to buy from Song Chen. For these students who had just awakened their abilities, the black iron level body refining liquid or vitality liquid could only be consumed once a month at most. Taking too much would harm their bodies. Therefore, Song Chen's business was basically at its limit in the 6th high school. However, Phoenix City had more than just one 6th high school. There were other schools as well. Moreover, the big event was the college entrance examination in a month. For these students who had awakened their abilities, the college entrance examination was the most important turning point in their lives. It was even more brutal than the college entrance examination on Earth. Because, even if one does poorly on the college entrance examination on Earth, there are still opportunities to succeed through other means in the future. For example, opening a restaurant, starting a studio, and if there's a favorable wind, taking off while standing in it. There are quite a few who have succeeded through these avenues. However, on Blue Star, supernatural abilities are everything. Once you fail the college entrance examination, it becomes very difficult to rise again. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always a few who have endured hardships and grown stronger. But the proportion is too small. A chance of 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Yesterday, I thought he was some impressive figure. I didn't expect him to be a waste who hasn't even awakened his abilities. He's destined to be a street vendor. Just as Song Chen was packing up his stall, a sarcastic voice rang out in front of him. He looked up and found that the speaker was the burly man who had pursued Tang Chi-Chi yesterday. After the burly man left yesterday, he had someone look into Yoondae and Song Chen's information. The results showed that Song Chen was indeed a prominent figure at 6th middle school, consistently ranking first in cultural subjects. Coupled with his notoriety, it could be said that he was known by all at 6th middle school. Unfortunately, at 18, he had not awakened any supernatural abilities. A person who hasn't awakened their abilities, no matter how good their academic performance, is still a waste. Dealing with such a person is as easy as stepping on an ant. I thought it was someone barking here, but it turns out to be you, idiot. May I ask, what are you barking about? Song Chen replied. However, at that moment, he was pondering. This burly man was a student from 1st middle school. What was he doing at their 6th middle school today? He guessed it was nothing good. Do you remember what I said yesterday? I will make you kneel before me today. I keep my word, the burly man said, staring at Song Chen. Although you're an idiot, you're also your mother's idiot. Be good and go home to drink milk. Let's see if some milk can cure your idiocy. However, in my opinion, curing it is impossible, but improvement is still hopeful. You need to have confidence in yourself, Song Chen said in an encouraging tone. After all, he had practiced the art of verbal sparring. When it came to banter, even 10 burly men wouldn't gain any advantage over him. Song Chen, you're just showing off your verbal skills. No matter how lively you jump now, I'll make you suffer later. We'll see, the burly man said, leaving with his companion and walking into the campus. I hope you don't provoke me, or you'll be in for a rough time. Song Chen said, then packed up his stall and walked into the school. To be honest, he didn't take a student with only S-level potential seriously at all. Soon, it was 8 o'clock. At this time, all the third-year students gathered around the playground. In the center of the playground, 10 arenas were set up. At this moment, many teachers were seated on the podium. Among them were school leaders, teachers from 1st middle school, and admissions teachers from the 3 major colleges. According to the instructions from the Education Bureau, this time we will have a joint simulation with 1st middle school. They have sent 10 outstanding students to join our competition. This is both a sparring session and a challenge. As students of 6th middle school, what you need to do is to find ways to defeat them. For the honor of 6th middle school, I ask you all. Without further ado, I announce that the third-year simulation competition officially begins. I hope all students can perform exceptionally. The school leader did not give a lengthy speech and directly announced the start. The rules of the competition were also very simple, 2 against 2. The winners advance to the next round, while the losers are eliminated. Old Shah, can I not participate? At this moment, Song Chen looked at his homeroom teacher and asked. No, the principal said that all students must participate. You can admit defeat directly when it's your turn, but the necessary process still has to be followed, Old Shah said, glancing at Song Chen. He knew that Song Chen had not awakened any special abilities, so it wasn't surprising that he had such thoughts. He didn't expect Song Chen to rank highly. Is there a reward for the first place? Song Chen asked. The reason he didn't want to participate wasn't because he was afraid of losing to others, but because this event held no significance for him. He would rather spend this time thinking about how to earn more spirit stones. Yes, this time the school has really invested a lot. The top 3 will receive rewards. The first place gets 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-level body refining liquid, Old Shah said. Hearing this, the students of Class 7 in their senior year were stunned. 100 spirit stones equate to 1 million dragon coins. A bottle of bronze-level body refining liquid would cost at least 200 spirit stones in a specialty store. So, you all need to fight well later and not let these rewards be taken by the students from the first high school, Old Shah said to the classmates. Old Shah, don't worry, we got this. I declare that the top 3 in this simulated competition will be taken by our 3 musketeers. Everyone, please take care. At this moment, Yoon-dae suddenly stood up and addressed the surrounding classmates. Little Jiajian, you really are something, as shameless as ever. If this competition were about thick skin, the champion would definitely be you, a classmate teased. Strong people are always misunderstood. It's lonely at the top, Yoon-dae pretended to say with a look of desolation. Whether you're strong or not, I don't know. But I do know that you must be very lonely and empty, another classmate said. The students in Class 7 had a good relationship and often teased each other. While everyone was joking, the school's loudspeaker rang out. The matchups were determined by drawing lots. Li Wei from Class 2, please come to the first ring. Song Chen from Class 7, Lu Mang from the first high school, please come to the second ring. Hearing the announcement, Song Chen was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to be called up so soon. Moreover, his opponent was from the first high school. Dog brother, beat him up. Yoon-dae patted Song Chen's shoulder and said, Old Shah, can weapons be used in the competition? Song Chen ignored Yoon-dae and instead asked his homeroom teacher. Yes, but for those with special abilities, it doesn't have much effect, Old Shah reminded. Those with special abilities typically used their powers as their means of attack, so weapons were not very useful to them. As long as I can use them, Songchen said as he walked towards the second ring. Yunde, is Songchen going the martial artist route? Looking at Songchen's confident back, Old Sha asked Yunde. Yes. Yunde nodded. What a pity, Old Sha muttered to himself. If Songchen could awaken his special abilities, his future achievements would be immeasurable. The upper limit for martial artists was simply too low. Soon, Songchen arrived at the second ring. It's you! When he saw his opponent clearly, he said in surprise. It's me, didn't expect that, did you? I told you, today I will make you kneel before me. Songchen's opponent was the burly man he had encountered before, named Lu Mang. Not bad, kid, relying on your family's connections to manipulate things behind the scenes. I take back what I said before, you're not an idiot, you're just a little better than an idiot. At most, you're just brainless, Songchen said with a smile. Everything I do is within the rules. Today, I will make you, this waste, pay a heavy price. I want you to know that there is a world of difference between us, Lu Mang said with a wild tone. I agree with that, there is indeed a world of difference between us. Only, I am the cloud, and you are the mud. As the saying goes, a name reflects the person, you are called a rogue, and I am called warmth. Just by hearing it, you know you are the villain, and I am the hero. Since ancient times, evil cannot triumph over good. As a villain, are you ready for defeat? Songchen asked. Hearing this, Lu Mang laughed. Arguing with a waste like you is a complete waste of breath. Kneel down. Lu Mang stopped wasting words with Songchen and charged at him. His awakened ability was power, excelling in close combat. As long as he hit, it would either be death or severe injury. Chi-Chi, why did you get on the stage? I can handle him alone, you don't need to get involved. At that moment, Songchen suddenly spoke behind Lu Mang. Hearing this, Lu Mang instinctively turned his head. However, at that moment, Songchen moved. He raised the brick he had just picked up and slammed it down on Lu Mang's head. Lu Mang felt the danger, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his head. Bang! Accompanied by a sound of collision. Bang! Immediately after, Lu Mang's body fell onto the stage, unconscious. Confucius said, in a fight, use bricks, hit the face, it shouldn't be chaotic, if it doesn't hit, then hit to death, hit until dead. Songchen looked at the brick in his hand and said, the winner is Songchen from class 37 of the third year. At this moment, the referee on the stage announced, is that it? I thought you were strong, spouting nonsense here. As Songchen said this, he jumped off the second stage and walked towards his class. Brother dog, impressive. Instant kill, just as expected from you. Seeing Songchen return, Yunde stepped forward and said, no matter how high the martial arts, one still fears a kitchen knife. No matter how good the ability, one brick can take you down. With such a character, I can take on 10. How lonely it is to be invincible. Songchen said, even singing the invincible song. Compared to Songchen's triumphant demeanor, the teachers from the first middle school looked as if they had eaten a fly. Although Lu Mang was not the strongest in their school, he was one of the seed players. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to spar with the 6th middle school. If he had gone through a tough battle and ultimately lost, they would have nothing to say. After all, there are always people stronger than you. But after getting on the stage, he didn't even fully showcase his ability before being knocked down by a brick. This was simply a disgrace. They wouldn't say Songchen was despicable because this was a battle. From the moment both sides stepped onto the stage, they were adversaries. If it were a life and death fight, Lu Mang would probably be dead by now. Therefore, they not only did not feel ashamed of Songchen's actions but even had a bit of admiration. Fighting is about using the simplest means to defeat the opponent. In this regard, Songchen did very well. What is this student's name? At this moment, one of the enrollment teachers from the 3 major academies pointed at Songchen and asked, his name is Songchen, the top student in our school for cultural subjects. However, according to what we know, he has not awakened any abilities due to a damaged fate. A teacher from the 6th middle school said. Hearing this, the 3 teachers from the enrollment office of the 3 major academies exchanged glances of regret. Without awakening abilities, the future path is completely blocked. Our school still has many good seedlings. The principal of the 6th middle school said. Are there any students with high potential for supernatural abilities currently known? Asked a beautiful teacher from the admissions office. We are afraid that our confidentiality measures are not good enough, so we simply haven't kept track. We'll just wait for them to make a stunning debut, said the principal of the 6th middle school. Long ago, all students awakened their supernatural abilities in a concentrated manner. It was clear who awakened what type and what potential of abilities. However, this made confidentiality very poor. Once a promising talent emerged, they could easily become a target. 10 years ago, 9 out of 10 prodigies with S-level potential in the Dragon Kingdom were assassinated. The Dragon Kingdom was furious, and all countries suspected of involvement were visited by powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom. In that battle, many strong individuals from various countries fell. It almost sparked a global war. Since then, awakenings of supernatural abilities in the Dragon Kingdom have taken place at home, without needing to be reported. Therefore, apart from close relatives, no one knows what abilities others have awakened. Otherwise, with Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi's SSS level potential abilities, the people from the 3 major academies would have already been fighting to get them. I hope some extraordinary prodigies will emerge, the beautiful teacher said. I would like to ask how the first middle school selected these 10 seed candidates. At this moment, the principal of the 6th middle school asked a teacher from the 1st middle school. We didn't deliberately select, we just informed them about the friendly exchange at the 6th middle school and let them volunteer to sign up. So, they came, said a teacher from the 1st middle school. In this simulated confrontation, the truly capable students will probably try to hide their strengths, while those of average ability will instead strive to show off. These little ones don't even know who they learned from, each one hides their abilities deeper than the last. To truly see their strength, we might have to wait until the college entrance examination, said an admissions teacher from the 3 major academies. Learning to hide one's strengths is a good thing, it just depends on whether they can deceive our eyes, said another teacher from the admissions office. The confrontation match was actually quite boring, because most people's strengths were not much different, and without systematic training, the confrontations resembled children fighting. The only highlight was being able to see various types of supernatural abilities. Of course, one could only see the types of abilities, not even the potential levels of those abilities. Class 7 of the 3rd year, Yunde. Class 10 of the 3rd year, Wang Shuiwu, please come to Arena No. 8. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, "Dog brother, watch me perform," Yunde said to Song Chen before turning and walking onto the stage. Song Chen was quite curious about Yunde's abilities. Yunde had awakened the sequence 16 ability of morality. Fire abilities and water abilities were easy to understand. It was hard to imagine what kind of ability morality was. Soon, Yunde arrived on the stage. "You might as well admit defeat, so I don't have to make a move," Yunde said to his opponent with a faint smile. At that moment, he wore a look of disdain, his words dripping with arrogance. "You think too highly of yourself." Wang Shuiwu ignored Yunde and waved his hand, sending several water arrows flying from his palm. He had awakened a water-type ability. Elemental abilities were the most common in daily life. Facing Wang Shuiwu's attack, Yunde showed no signs of retreat. He activated his own skill. Moral constraint. "This place should cherish peace," Yunde silently said in his heart. Instantly, a peculiar magnetic field appeared centered around him, enveloping Wang Shuiwu within it. As Yunde's words fell, the water arrows Wang Shuiwu had launched disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Wang Shuiwu felt as if his body was bound by something, unable to move. At that moment, Yunde walked up to Wang Shuiwu. "Look at my Kong Long Yu Hui," Yunde said, slapping his palm against his opponent's chest. Instantly, Wang Shuiwu flew off the stage. "Thank you for the match." Yunde clasped his hands in a fist, speaking with a calm expression. In reality, he was overjoyed inside. He knew his special ability was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. A single moral constraint had resolved the opponent. His moral kidnapping and moral judgment hadn't even been unleashed yet. How lonely it is to be invincible. Yunde mimicked Song Chen's earlier demeanor, singing as he walked off the stage. At that moment, everyone else was stunned. The previous battle between Song Chen and Lu Mang had ended so quickly due to Song Chen's unexpected move. However, in the recent fight, Wang Shuiwu had not been careless at all and had even launched the first attack. Yet he still lost the match so decisively. This led many to feel that the two were merely putting on a show in the ring. Did you see what special ability Yunde awakened? A teacher from one of the 3 major academies asked from the judges' stand. He was quite experienced but had completely failed to discern the technique Yunde had just displayed. "It looks a bit like object control." "It can't be object control. Object control wouldn't make the water arrow dissipate instantly, nor would it immobilize a person. It resembles gravity." Gravity isn't right either. While gravity abilities can make water arrows dissipate, his opponent should have knelt or fallen to the ground immediately. Then what could it be? It's still unclear. This is a promising talent. We just don't know how much potential his ability has. The teachers on the judges' stand whispered among themselves but never reached a conclusion. "Little Jiejie, what special ability did you awaken? It's so impressive." After returning to class, a classmate couldn't help but ask. My special ability is called the 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing, and what I just used was the first palm, Kong Long Yu Hui. There are also Fei Long Zai Tian, Zhen Long Zai Tian, and Shen Long Bai Wei among the rest, Yunde said seriously. However, no one believed what he said. They could tell Yunde was just talking nonsense. Nevertheless, they understood that one shouldn't casually share their special abilities with others. Not bad, you didn't embarrass me as the big brother, Song Chen said at that moment. Then everyone turned their attention to the sixth ring. Tang Qiqi had just stepped onto the sixth ring. Her opponent was a student from the first high school. Tang Qiqi, you will win. Go, Tang Qiqi. Even before the fight began, the students from the sixth high school spontaneously cheered. As the school beauty of the sixth high school, Tang Qiqi was quite popular for her willingness to help others. These guys who prioritize looks over friendship didn't cheer for me just now. Go, Shiga. Yunde glanced at his classmates and shouted loudly. Tang Qiqi, I didn't expect to meet you in the first round. The school beauty of the sixth high school is indeed very pretty. However, after awakening a special ability, looks don't matter anymore, strength is what counts. Tang Qiqi's opponent, also a girl, had a face full of freckles. At that moment, her eyes were filled with jealousy. Being a girl herself, she couldn't stand those who were prettier than her. Did you awaken the ability of verbal sparring? You talk so much, Tang Qiqi said expressionlessly. Under Song Chen's subtle influence, Tang Qiqi was also quite skilled at retorting. Alright, I'll see just how strong this school beauty is. I won't hesitate to tell you that I awakened an A-level potential wind ability. Endless wind blades. The freckled girl said, waving her hand, and 3 wind blades flew toward Tang Qiqi in a triangular formation. Watching the 3 wind blades flying towards her, Tang Qiqi waved her hand casually, and the wind blades stopped right in front of her. Reincarnation, the way of heaven rebounds in the next moment, the 3 wind blades returned along their original path, heading towards the freckled girl. This startled the freckled girl, who hurriedly formed a wind shield in front of her, trying to block the returning attack. Reincarnation, hungry ghost path absorption. Just then, Tang Qiqi launched another attack. The wind shield formed by the freckled girl was instantly dissipated. The 3 wind blades flying back were about to strike her. The freckled girl seemed stunned, completely unsure of what to do. She never expected that her proud attack would be so easily countered by Tang Qiqi. At that moment, the referee suddenly appeared in front of the freckled girl, blocking the returning attack for her. I announced that Tang Qiqi from Class 8 of Senior Year 3 is the winner, the referee declared. Tang Qiqi said nothing and turned to jump off the stage, glancing at Song Chen and Yunde as if to say, see, I didn't embarrass myself. Yunde and Song Chen understood the meaning in her eyes and both gave her a thumbs up. Tang Qiqi! Tang Qiqi! The people around shouted loudly. On the judges' platform, all the teachers exchanged glances, tacitly remaining silent. However, they were particularly excited inside. Although they couldn't yet discern what kind of ability Tang Qiqi had awakened, they could tell that her ability must be within the top 100. Any ability in the top 100 must have SSS level potential. They had to recruit this student. Students from the 3 major academies were contemplating what kind of conditions they could offer to bring Tang Qiqi to their school. The recruitment teachers from the 3 major academies were keeping quiet because they feared that those with ill intentions would learn about Tang Qiqi's potential and target her. Soon, 2 hours passed. At this point, the top 32 had emerged. The competition for the top 16 was about to begin. To be honest, Song Chen found this competition quite boring. If it weren't for the generous rewards for the first place, he would have slipped away long ago. He thought he should find something to pass the time. Song Chen! At that moment, an extremely furious voice suddenly rang out. Song Chen turned to see Lu Mang glaring at him with a murderous look. Grandpa is here! Song Chen shouted. He knew his fun was about to begin. Just a moment ago, Song Chen was considering whether to place a bet on the top 3 winners. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. He felt the school would definitely not allow him to do that. Unexpectedly, Lu Mang approached him at this moment, which would add a bit of fun to his otherwise dull life. You despicable, shameless, vile little man, how dare you sneak attack me? Do you dare to fight me openly? I will make you kneel and call me daddy, Lu Mang shouted. He had been trying hard to facilitate the exchange between the first high school and the sixth high school just to teach Song Chen a lesson openly. Who would have thought that Song Chen would resort to such underhanded tactics? This made him furious, wishing he could swallow Song Chen alive. A defeated general, what courage is there to speak of? If you want to fight me openly, you are not worthy, Song Chen said in a disdainful tone. Are you scared? You can only rely on sneak attacks. In a head-on confrontation, fighting you is as easy as beating our dog, Lu Mang continued to provoke him. If you want me to fight you openly, that's not impossible. Let's put something on the line, do you dare? Song Chen said, looking at Lu Mang. He suddenly thought that Lu Mang came from a good family and could just squeeze a bit of spirit stones out of him. How about this? If you can beat me, I'll give you 100 spirit stones. If you lose, I won't take your spirit stones. You just need to kneel and bow to me 3 times, calling me daddy. I submit. Do you dare? Lu Mang said. What do you want me to say 3 times? Song Chen asked. Daddy, I submit. Lu Mang said. Good son, as long as you submit, you can go play, Song Chen replied. Oh, I've seen many oddballs, but I didn't expect someone would rush to call me daddy. This kid must be lacking love, Yun De said at that moment. One word, do you dare? Lu Mang didn't engage in a war of words with Song Chen. He knew that in a battle of wits, he was at a disadvantage and wasn't good with words, so he definitely wasn't a match for Song Chen, the Dog King. He wanted to speak with strength. You have the nerve to put out 100 spirit stones? If I were you, I wouldn't be able to afford to lose face. Song Chen said. Although he's the young master of the Lu family, he might not be a biological son. Being able to take out 100 spirit stones is already the limit. Dog brother, don't make it hard for him, Yun De said from the side. He knew Song Chen too well. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, he knew what calculations were being made. So, he fanned the flames from the side. 500 spirit stones. Lu Mang shouted loudly. With a voice that loud, I thought it was 5,000 spirit stones. I didn't expect it to be just 500. What a waste of time. Song Chen said, stretching lazily. You poor thing, do you even have 500 spirit stones? Lu Mang said disdainfully. Sorry, I just received 3,200 spirit stones this morning. If you want to fight me fairly, bring out 3,200 spirit stones first. If you can't bring them out, just go cool off somewhere. Song Chen waved his hand. Alright, 3,200 spirit stones, I have. This is a spirit card from the exchange, it has 4,000 spirit stones in it. If you can defeat me, it's yours. Otherwise, you kneel and bow your head. Lu Mang said. In his view, the reason Song Chen could defeat him was that he had been unprepared and fell for his trick. Since you begged me so much, I'll reluctantly agree. I'll give you a chance to learn from me. Song Chen said, portraying himself as noble. Soon, the two arrived at a corner of the playground. Over 100 classmates gathered around. Do you think Dog Brother can still win? I think it's unlikely. He was able to knock Lu Mang out before because it was unexpected. In a direct confrontation, it's impossible to defeat Lu Mang. After all, Dog Brother hasn't awakened any special abilities. The classmates around chatted back and forth. Dog Brother, don't hold back for my sake. Beat him up. Yun De shouted at that moment. Are you ready? Song Chan asked Lu Mang. You still want to sneak attack? Do you think I'll give you that chance again? Lu Mang said, stomping 1 foot hard on the ground. Instantly, his body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Chi-Chi hit him on the back of the head. Song Chen suddenly said to Lu Mang, trying that trick again? Do you think I'll fall for it? Die. Lu Mang said without looking back, staring at Song Chen. Seeing that Lu Mang wasn't fooled, Song Chen quickly dodged to the side. With his physical strength, his speed was above Lu Mang's. For the next 20 seconds, Lu Mang kept attacking while Song Chen kept dodging. During this time, Song Chen's phone was knocked away. Useless, all you know is dodging. Do you dare to confront me head-on? Lu Mang suddenly stopped and looked at Song Chen. He wasn't good with speed and for a moment, he really couldn't do anything to Song Chen. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I received in return was disdain. No more pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table, I am a peerless master. Behold the first move of the Buddha's palm, the light of Buddha shines everywhere. At that moment, Song Chen shouted loudly. Immediately, a golden light appeared above his head. It was warm, like a small sun. Seeing this, Lu Mang hurriedly stepped back. He couldn't figure out what kind of trick this was. Dog brother, I'm here to help you. Just as he was retreating, suddenly Tang Chi-Chi's voice rang out behind him. Hearing this voice, Lu Mang quickly turned his head. However, after turning, he found no trace of Tang Chi-Chi. Not good, I've been tricked. In an instant, this thought popped into Lu Mang's mind. Just as this thought emerged, he felt a sharp pain in his head again. Then, everything went black, and he fainted. I, Song Chen, am willing to call you a good person, eagerly delivering me spirit stones. Since that's the case, I will accept this spirit storage card. At this moment, Song Chen stepped forward to pick up the spirit storage card that was placed aside, then looked at the fainted Lu Mang and said. After saying this, he walked behind Lu Mang and picked up his phone. This phone was one he had deliberately dropped earlier. Time to play the voice recording that Yun De had Tang Chi-Chi prepare. He had shouted the first move of the Buddha's palm on purpose to distract Lu Mang. When Tang Chi-Chi's voice appeared, Lu Mang indeed fell for it. Thus, Lu Mang was once again knocked out. How lonely it is to be invincible. Song Chen sang excitedly, then walked towards the location of the class. One of Lu Mang's small followers hurriedly stepped forward, carried him, and headed to the infirmary. Others did not expect that this battle would end so decisively once again. It took less than a minute. Soon, Song Chen broke into the top 8. During this time, he used various means to distract his opponents and then knocked them down with a brick. Others entered the top 8 based on their strength. Only he, in the eyes of outsiders, relied on opportunism. No one expected Song Chen to make it to the top 8. This was true for both the teachers from the 3 major college admissions offices and the head teacher of Class 7 in the 3rd year. Soon, the semi-final matches began. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. Students who made it to the top 8 were not to be underestimated in terms of strength and talent. Song Chen, your luck ends here. At this moment, Song Chen's opponent, Xiao Zhanghao from First High School, looked at Song Chen and said, he had awakened lightning-type abilities and was one of the 2 students from First High School to enter the top 8. If you want to say you're strong, just say it directly, why beat around the bush with me? I can't stand your kind of hypocrisy. Can't people be a little more sincere with each other? Song Chen said disdainfully. Less talk, let's fight. Thunder from the ground, Xiao Zhanghao said, lightning flashing in his palm. He then slammed his hands onto the arena. In an instant, bolts of lightning transformed into serpentine lightning, rushing towards Song Chen. Forget it, I'm really laying my cards on the table this time. I am the champion, Song Chen said, also making his move. Facing the lightning snakes coming from the ground, he did not retreat but charged directly into the midst of the lightning snakes. Is this kid out of his mind? Seeing Song Chen's actions, whether it was the students on the playground or the teachers on the podium, they all had this thought. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Because, under their watch, Song Chen's feet landed on those lightning snakes. Everyone initially thought that Song Chen would be stunned by these lightning snakes, but unexpectedly, he crushed them underfoot. It was as if he had stepped on a soap bubble. The lightning snakes vanished without a trace in an instant. His opponent was left dumbfounded by this action. He never expected Song Chen to resolve his attack in such a simple and brutal manner. Seizing the moment while his opponent was stunned, Song Chen approached him and swung the brick he held. Bang! In the next moment, without any surprise, the brick landed on his opponent's head. His opponent was knocked out cold, collapsing onto the arena. Is that it? All show and no substance, Song Chen remarked, turning to leave the arena. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and it wasn't until he stepped down that the audience below reacted. Dog brother, awesome. Voice cracking, someone shouted loudly. Song Chen's straightforward and brutal victory had a tremendous impact on the spectators. This was not a matter of taking advantage of a situation, it was his true strength. With just his physical strength, he could probably compete with a bronze-level ability user. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to have embarked on the path of a martial artist and has reached a certain level. At such a young age, having such powerful physical strength is truly rare. What a pity! The many teachers at the judges' table conversed among themselves. Their only regret was that Song Chen had not awakened any abilities. If he could awaken even an A-level potential, he would become a formidable force in the future. After stepping down, Song Chen turned his gaze to another arena. On that stage, Tang Chi-Chi was engaged in a battle with her opponent, who had awakened a fire-type ability. Starfire Blaze. Tang Chi-Chi's opponent waved his hand, and a powerful flame instantly engulfed the arena, swallowing Tang Chi-Chi's body. Just as the referee was contemplating whether to intervene, he suddenly noticed the flames rapidly converging towards the center. Soon, everyone saw that the flames were being absorbed by Tang Chi-Chi. Following that, she launched her counterattack. Reincarnation, a Juropath eruption. In the next moment, an extremely powerful energy pillar erupted from Tang Chi-Chi's hand, striking her opponent like a laser beam. Without any surprise, her opponent was knocked off the stage. Fortunately, Tang Chi-Chi had good control over her energy, and her opponent only sustained minor injuries. Impressive! Witnessing this scene, both the onlooking students and the teachers at the judges' table were in awe. Thank you, Tang Chi-Chi said, then turned to leave the arena. At the same time, she glanced at the adjacent stage. On that stage, Yunde was fighting. His opponent had awakened a gravity ability. Triple gravity, he shouted, attempting to crush Yunde with gravity. In response, Yunde remained expressionless and launched his own attack. Moral coercion, you should respect your elders and care for the young, allowing me to win the match, Yunde said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent uncontrollably jumped off the stage. Moral: ability was a rather peculiar ability. However, its power was undeniable. Seeing Yunde win in this manner, everyone furrowed their brows. Through their observations, they found that Yunde's victories were always inexplicable. What kind of ability is this? This was the question on everyone's mind. However, no one had an answer for them. Soon, another competitor in the semifinals also achieved victory. From first high school, Suhong. Oh my, I just realized that little Jejia and her trio have all made it to the top 4. Could it really be like what that little brat said before? The Three Musketeers are taking the top 3 spots. I don't want someone from our school to be the champion, but I also don't want the Three Musketeers to sweep the top 3. If they really take all 3 spots, we won't be able to hold our heads up anymore. For a moment, the students from the 6th school found themselves in a dilemma. Suhong, I have to say, you have some strength. We Three Musketeers don't bully people. We'll give you a chance. Just admit defeat, so we won't have to make a move. Yunde said to Suhong. Not admitting defeat is fine too. You can choose to face us 3 alone, or we can gang up on you. Song Chen said with a brilliant smile. This smile sent a chill down Suhong's back. Although Tang Chi didn't speak, it was clear that she supported Song Chen in Yunde's choice. The upcoming matches will be 2 against 2. Suhong said stubbornly. He naturally didn't want to admit defeat, but seeing the malicious glint in their eyes made him a bit timid. Kid, don't be too greedy, 4th place is already good. Any one of us 3 could easily take you on. In life, you should have some self-awareness. If you admit defeat, you can still gain our friendship. If you don't, think about the consequences. Song Chen said with a hint of threat. During the college entrance examination, I will definitely not lose to you. We'll see. Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Suhong's eyes twisted for a moment, then he dropped a harsh remark and chose to forfeit. From then on, only Song Chen and the other 2 remained. At this moment, the 3 stood in a triangle, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, none willing to back down. I want the championship. Do either of you have any objections? Song Chen said at this time. His tone was filled with undeniable confidence. If you want it, go ahead. Why don't you just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Yunde retorted defiantly. Ladies first, this championship should go to me. Tang Chi said at this moment. Alright, after more than a decade of brotherhood, you 2 won't even let me have a small championship. Do you 2 have any conscience? Forget who often takes care of you, plays with you, and treats you to big meals. Song Chen played the emotional card. How much is conscience worth? I, Yunde, don't even have quality, so where would I find conscience? Yunde asked nonchalantly. My conscience can't buy me a championship. Tang Chi said. Let the fight begin, let the fight begin. The onlooking classmates silently thought. To be honest, if these 3 fought, it would definitely be quite a spectacle. They wondered if, after today, the 3 musketeers from the 6th school would part ways over a championship. Since no one is willing to give in, let's do it the old way. Song Chen said. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Yunde quickly followed. Then let's do it the old way. Tang Chi had no objections either. Rock, paper, scissors. Then, the 3 simultaneously extended their hands. Tang Chi and Yunde both chose paper, while Song Chen chose scissors. Is there anyone else? Ha ha, do you 2 think you can compete with me? I declare that in the senior year mock competition, I, Song Chen, am the champion. Song Chen said in an extremely arrogant tone. A small person getting ahead. Yunde couldn't help but say. It's our turn now, rock, paper, scissors. Then, Yunde played rock, paper, scissors with Tang Chi. In the end, Yunde used rock to defeat Tang Chi's scissors. Ha ha ha. Chi, I concede. I declare that in the senior year mock competition, I, Yunde, am the runner-up. Yunde quickly added. You guys are just lucky. Tang Chi said with a hint of regret. And so, the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place were decided in such a playful manner. The school had no way to intervene. After all, who made these 3 reach the finals? As long as they are willing, they can freely decide the ranking. The friendship of these 3 is indeed enviable. A student muttered to himself. Everyone has friends to some extent from childhood to adulthood. However, relationships that can reach the level of the 3 musketeers are rare. In life, it is hard to find a confidant. Half an hour after the simulated competition ended, Song Chen and the others received the corresponding rewards for the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. As the champion, Song Chen received 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-level body refining liquid, just as he had known before. Yunde, as the runner-up, only received 100 spirit stones, and Tang Chi received 50 spirit stones. At this moment, the 3 were in the principal's office, facing the teachers from the admissions office of the 3 major academies. Tang Chi and Yunde, on behalf of Huadu Academy, I invite you to join us. As long as you are willing to come to our academy, we can not only offer you full scholarships, but we can also arrange a standalone villa as your dormitory, a beautiful teacher said, looking at Tang Chi and Yunde. As for Song Chen, she ignored him. Although Song Chen won the championship in this simulated competition, he had not awakened any special abilities and had chosen the path of a martial artist. The upper limit for martial artists is indeed too low. If you two are willing to come to our Modu Academy, we not only have full scholarships but also arrange for teachers at the king level for one-on-one teaching, a thin man in his 30s said. Similarly, he also overlooked Song Chen. Our Daidi University is not so wealthy, but if you two are willing to come, we can offer you both a spot to enter the secret realm, said a teacher from the admissions office of Daidi University. Hearing this, the other two academies' admissions teachers were all stunned. Both of their schools also had secret realms, but the competition for spots to enter was extremely fierce. They still did not know what special abilities Tang Chi and Yunde had, and offering such conditions was indeed a significant loss. However, whether it was Tang Chi or Yunde, they did not pay attention to the conditions offered by the three. My condition is very simple, whichever academy is willing to admit Dog Brother, I will join that academy, Yunde said at this moment. That's what I mean too, Tang Chi said. Upon hearing this, the three admissions teachers hesitated simultaneously. Since Song Chen had not awakened any special abilities, if he joined their academy, he would probably become the bottom of the class. In the future, he might even become a laughingstock for their school. Yunde, Chi, you two shouldn't mess around. Just join whichever academy you like, you don't have to include me. I told you before, the path I want to take is different from yours, Song Chen said. I don't care, the Three Musketeers are a whole, and we can't do without anyone, Yunde said. Right, we can't do without anyone. My condition is still the same as before, whichever academy wants Dog Brother, I will go to that academy, Tang Chi said firmly. How about this? If you two are willing to come to our academy, I can let Song Chen become an auditor, how about that? Said the teacher from Modu Academy. This was his bottom line. As for admitting Song Chen, that was absolutely impossible. Since the establishment of the three major academies, there has been a rule, better to have none than to have a poor one. If the talent is insufficient, even the children of the dean would not be admitted. Now, they certainly could not disregard this rule just because of one or two outstanding students. If every excellent student made such a request, their academy would have been filled with useless students long ago. For Song Chen, not having awakened any special abilities and entering Daidu Academy may not necessarily be a good thing for him, the teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy said. His thoughts were the same as those of the teacher from the Magic City Academy. Nothing is certain, rules are meant to be broken. If it hasn't been broken, then the stakes aren't high enough. At this point, I don't fear you knowing that Yunde said. Yunde, my matters don't need your decision. Sorry, three teachers, please wait a moment. I need to talk to them outside, Song Chen said, pulling Tang Chi with one hand and Yunde with the other, heading out of the office. If he hadn't intervened just now, Yunde would have probably revealed his awakened, moral, ability. Once such a thing is exposed, he would likely find himself in danger in the future. Even if he were within the three major academies, safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Song Chen led Tang Chi and Yunde to a secluded corner before releasing them. I know you two are looking out for me, but you both understand me. I, Song Chen, want to obtain something through my own abilities, not by relying on others please. I am also a proud person. Do you think I would accept a spot obtained in this way? Song Chen looked at the two. But, Tang Chi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song Chen. I know what you want to say, but it's completely unnecessary. Do you remember what we talked about last night? Work hard, and we'll meet at the peak. Even if we part for a while, we will eventually come together. I promise you, I will definitely go to one of the three major academies, and in the most dazzling way, Song Chen said firmly to the two. Dog Brother, you better keep your word, Yunde said, looking at Song Chen. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Song Chen replied. Dog Brother, this is the first time you've made such a serious promise to us. We are willing to believe you. If you can't do it, I will hate you for a lifetime. You know me, when I say I will hate you for a lifetime, I mean it. One less day, one less hour, one less minute, does not count as a lifetime, Tang Chi said with extreme determination. Alright, we'll meet at the three major academies. Song Chen said with a smile. See you at the three major academies. Tang Chi and Yunde echoed. Okay, now you two go in and quickly choose the academy you like, Song Chen said. This time, Tang Chi and Yunde didn't say anything else, just glanced at him and walked towards the principal's office. They did not choose the same academy. Yunde chose the Magic City Academy. Tang Chi chose the Flower City Academy. This left the admissions officer of the Imperial Capital Academy with a face full of confusion. The Imperial Capital Academy is the strongest in overall strength among the three major academies, and the conditions it offered were the most generous. Yet, neither of them chose the Imperial Capital Academy. He wasn't Li Jia. If he were to ask Yunde and Tang Chi, he would surely get the same answer. If Song Chen were to enter one of the three major academies in the future, he would definitely choose the Imperial Capital Academy. The two of them would sweep through the other academies, leaving the Imperial Capital Academy for Song Chen to deal with. Upon learning of the academies chosen by the two, Song Chen instantly understood their thoughts. He said nothing, just smiled. Since that was the case, he would choose the Imperial Capital Academy. After Tang Chi and Yunde were accepted, they naturally had to head to the academies they had chosen. In Long Country, there is no such thing as winter or summer vacation. The earlier one learns about abilities, the more security one can ensure for oneself. After bidding farewell to the two, Song Chen began to make his own plans. The path to wealth may be accessible, but even if he could replicate the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid, it wouldn't be easy. Earning small amounts of money was no problem, but to make a significant profit, one person simply couldn't manage alone. Therefore, he needed to cultivate some reliable hands. Over the next 2 days, he spent all the 3,200 spirit stones he earned to replicate the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid, then sold them to students from other high schools in Phoenix City. A bottle was priced at 10 spirit stones, and many students were willing to buy the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid from him. Soon, he earned 12,800 spirit stones. After that, he spent another week replicating 640 bottles of body refining liquid and 640 bottles of essence cultivation liquid, selling them off. This way, he made 51,200 spirit stones. Strictly speaking, this was his first pot of gold. His business with the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid had basically reached its limit. There were two reasons for this. First, the market had become saturated. Those who wanted to buy the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid from various high schools had already purchased them through various channels. Second, Song Chen discovered that he was being targeted. It was no surprise, someone was selling a bottle of body refining liquid for 50 spirit stones, while he was selling his for 40 spirit stones, and the quantity was enormous, inevitably drawing attention. As the saying goes, rivals are enemies. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents, so it was not strange for him to be targeted. That night, as Song Chen was walking home, he found a man blocking his way. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed another man had appeared behind him. Both men wore masks, obscuring their faces. "Do you two brothers have something to discuss?" Song Chen asked with a smile. "I just want to ask you one thing. Where did you get the body refining liquid and the essence cultivation liquid you were selling in various high schools?" The man in black asked. "Oh, so you two brothers are asking about this? I thought you were here to rob me. You scared me for a moment," Song Chen said, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Speak," the man in black said as he walked towards Song Chen. "It was a dark and windy night, and I was sitting on the roof absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. A golden door emerged from the vortex, and soon, the door opened. From the door floated a golden basin, descending towards the ground. Naturally, I couldn't just sit by and ignore such a treasure falling from the sky. I hurried over to pick it up and found that the basin was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, and it was engraved with 3 gilded characters, Treasure Basin. By chance, I discovered that as long as I placed something into the treasure basin, it would multiply dozens of times overnight. That's how I got my body refining liquid and essence cultivation liquid," Song Chen said earnestly. After hearing Song Chen's story, the two men in black naturally did not believe him. Their intelligence was not so low that they couldn't discern truth from falsehood. "Are you making up a story for me? Do you know the consequences of deceiving us?" the man in black said. "Don't waste time talking to him, just take him back first," the second man in black said. "Not bad, you actually figured out I was making up a story. Your intelligence is not low," Song Chen said in an appreciative tone. "Much better than my neighbor's dog. Looking for death," the man in black shouted as he charged at Song Chen. "Do you think I have no means to defend myself? Naive. First move of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's light shines everywhere." As Song Chen spoke, a golden light appeared in his palm. This was the energy contained within him after practicing the sunflower scripture. The black-clad man had never seen such an attack and dared not be reckless. He quickly retreated over 10 meters. However, he found that Song Chen's attack had not come down, it was merely a show of force. Little cutie, I was just teasing you, Song Chen joked. Die for me, the man in black said, charging at Song Chen again. Jinjia, kill them all, leave none alive. At that moment, Song Chen spoke in a tone filled with killing intent. Hearing Song Chen's voice, the man in black hurriedly looked around. Song Chen's earlier expression made one unconsciously believe he had some backing, causing them to be cautious. However, after looking around, the man in black saw no one. When he turned back to look at Song Chen, he found that Song Chen had already run far away. Fool, I was just tricking you again, came Song Chen's mocking voice from a distance. You're driving me crazy. I will definitely tear you to pieces. Chase him, the man in black said, rushing in the direction Song Chen had gone. Song Chen's speed was not slow, but the two men in black were even faster. It didn't take long before they caught up to him. Do you think you can escape? The man in black blocked Song Chen's path. Escape? Do you think I'm running? Why don't you realize that I intentionally lured you here? Song Chen looked at the two men in black. Even at death's door, you're still putting on a show. Song Chen, we've investigated you. You haven't awakened any special abilities, the man in black said. Indeed, I haven't awakened any special abilities, but that doesn't mean I have no means of resistance. Today is just the right time to test my golden finger on you too, Song Chen said, unfolding his word. In an instant, he felt a sense of control over the area within dozens of meters. However, the two men in black felt nothing. They only vaguely sensed that something had changed about Song Chen, but they couldn't articulate what exactly had changed. You can head to your next journey, color fill, black. At that moment, Song Chen said to the two. The next moment, the area around the two men instantly turned pitch black. This startled them greatly. However, before they could react, they felt a sense of crisis. They instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! The next moment, a crisp collision sound rang out, and they felt a cold airflow drop beside them. Quick reflexes, you actually dodged. Now let's see if you can dodge this move, Song Chen said, wielding a large knife. When he fought against his classmates, a brick was enough. But now facing enemies, he naturally needed a weapon. So, he had prepared a waste knife long ago, stored in his cloud drive. Enlarge, thicken. Bigger, thicker. Soon, under the function of enlarging and thickening, the waste knife in Song Chen's hand exceeded 20 meters in length. Watch me sweep through the army, Song Chen shouted, swinging the large knife horizontally. The two men in black felt danger again, but they had no idea from which direction it was coming. They were like headless flies, seeing nothing. So, they could only attack broadly. When the 20-meter-long knife swept towards them, both men retreated 2 meters simultaneously, trying to avoid it. However, a 20-meter-long knife was not so easy to evade. In an instant, the two were directly cut in half by the 20-meter-long knife. Silver Realm ability users seem to be nothing special. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already dead, Song Chen said. As he spoke, he returned the waste knife to its original form, then used the mouse to send the bodies of the two he had cut down, along with the blood on the ground, to the recycle bin and clicked to empty it. This series of actions could be considered as destroying the evidence, leaving no trace behind. After that, he closed word and walked home. To be honest, at this moment, Song Chen felt quite excited. Strictly speaking, this was his first life and death battle with a supernatural being. Moreover, these two men in black were silver-level supernatural beings, not weak at all. Yet, under his attack, they held on for less than 10 seconds. The most important thing was that he still had many skills he hadn't used. If I were to use all my skills, I wonder if I could win against a gold-level supernatural being, Song Chen thought to himself. He had not yet fought against a gold-level supernatural being, so he didn't know how strong they were. Therefore, it was hard to judge their strength. I'm looking forward to those gray icon software more and more. I wonder what kind of abilities they will have. I need to hurry up and enhance my physical and spiritual strength to unlock the gray icons sooner, Song Chen said again. During these 10 days, aside from copying body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid to earn spirit stones, he hadn't forgotten to practice the sunflower scripture. At the same time, he had consumed black iron level body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid twice. Object name, Song Chen. Age, 18. Physical strength, 132. Spiritual strength, 113. Supernatural attribute, none. Comprehensive combat power? Compared to 10 days ago, his physical and spiritual strength had greatly improved. Most importantly, his physical strength had already surpassed his spiritual strength. This was because practicing the sunflower scripture could increase physical strength by 0.6 per hour. If he practiced for 10 hours a day, his physical strength could increase by 6. Over 10 days, due to practicing the sunflower scripture, his physical strength had increased by 60. Thus, his physical strength had surpassed his spiritual strength. After all, the increase in spiritual strength could only rely on essence-nurturing liquid. For ordinary supernatural beings, they could only consume the same level of body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid once a month. For example, a black iron-level supernatural being could only consume black iron-level body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid. Consuming silver-level body-refining liquid would lead to explosive death. Moreover, consuming the same level of body-refining liquid multiple times would put a significant burden on the body. This is because both body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid contain impurities. It takes a month for the body to adjust. However, for Song Chen, this was not a problem. He possessed the skill waste clearance, and after consuming body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid, he only needed 3 to 4 days to completely expel the impurities from his body. Furthermore, as his physical and spiritual strength increased, this time was continuously shortening. Thus, he could consume 7 to 8 bottles of body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid in a month. Even more. The more body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid he consumed, the faster his physical and spiritual strength increased. This way, the time to expel impurities from his body would also decrease, allowing him to consume more body-refining liquid and essence-nurturing liquid. It was a virtuous cycle. Besides that, what Song Chen cared about more was when he could earn 1,000,000 spirit stones. With 1,000,000 spirit stones, he could repair his fate. At that time, he would be able to awaken his supernatural ability. To be honest, he was also quite curious about what supernatural ability he would awaken. After returning home, he did not tell his parents about his encounter that night. Although he had killed both men in black, he also felt a strong sense of crisis. This time, the adversaries were only silver level, he could handle them. But what if the next time they sent out gold level beings? Even if he could deal with gold level, what about platinum level, diamond level, king level? There would always be times he couldn't cope. So, he wanted to unlock as many icons as possible, keeping more trump cards in hand. The more trump cards he had, the safer he felt. It's time to take the body-tempering liquid and the essence-nurturing liquid of the Bronze Realm, Song Chen muttered to himself while sitting on the bed. Based on his research over the past few days, he discovered that a physical strength and soul strength below 50 belonged to the Black Iron Realm. Those between 50 and 250 were in the Bronze Realm. Between 250 and 1000 were in the Silver Realm. Between 1000 and 500 were in the Gold Realm. His current physical strength was 132, and his soul strength was 113, both reaching the Bronze Realm. Therefore, he could withstand the body-tempering liquid and essence-nurturing liquid of the Bronze Realm. Without hesitation, he took out the prepared body-tempering liquid and essence-nurturing liquid of the Bronze Realm and drank them. Immediately, he felt a wave of intense pain throughout his body. Song Chen had experienced this many times before, so he didn't pay it much mind. Time passed second by second. After about 10 minutes, the pain in his body finally disappeared completely. The pain from the black iron level body tempering liquid lasted only about 5 minutes. I didn't expect the pain from the bronze level body tempering liquid to last twice as long. I wonder how much my physical strength will increase, Song Chen said with anticipation. Saying this, he opened his attribute panel. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 152, soul strength, 133, ability attribute, none, comprehensive combat power? The bronze level body tempering liquid only increased my physical strength by 20, Song Chen said, a bit surprised. He had thought that the bronze level body tempering liquid would at least increase his physical strength by 40 or 50 points. It seems that the higher the physical strength, the harder it is to increase, Song Chen remarked. Now, the black iron level body tempering liquid had little effect on him. In the past, taking a bottle of black iron level body tempering liquid could increase his physical strength by 10 points. But now, it could at most increase it by 1 point. As his physical strength continued to increase, the effect of the black iron level body tempering liquid would diminish even further. However, Song Chen was not discouraged by this. If the black iron level body tempering liquid was ineffective, then he would just use the bronze level from now on. Early the next morning, Song Chen headed to the Four Seas Pavilion. The Four Seas Pavilion was one of the two major commercial giants in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Four Seas Pavilion, items were all-encompassing, everything one could need. Body tempering liquids and essence nurturing liquids were just the basics. There were also treasures, elemental stones, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as one could afford the price, anything available in the Dragon Kingdom could be bought here. Song Chen came here for two main reasons. First, he could not conduct business with body tempering liquids and essence nurturing liquids this month. he needed to buy some new items for replication. Second, he wanted to observe the reactions of the person in charge and the staff here. He suspected that the two men in black who wanted to harm him yesterday were sent by the Four Seas Pavilion. Many people in business were quite unscrupulous. No one knew what means they would resort to for profit. However, this was just a guess. He had no concrete evidence. "Hello, sir. What would you like?" When Song Chen walked into the Four Seas Pavilion, a staff member dressed in black silk and quite attractive approached him and asked, "I'll just take a look for now." Song Chen replied. In fact, he didn't know what he should buy, he could only see what items were popular in the store and buy those. "This is an elemental stone, which can be used to absorb and enhance the energy within an ability user," the staff member introduced. Song Chen knew that elemental stones were divided into 9 types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and thunder. These are the 9 basic elements, so the elemental stones are also divided into 9 types. "How much is an elemental stone?" Song Chen asked. He was definitely going to buy this, as 99% of ability users need elemental stones for their training. 10 spirit stones, the clerk replied. "Give me 10 of each type," Song Chen said grandly. These elemental stones are consumables, and unlike body refining liquid, which can only be taken once a month, this is a consumable that ability users need for the long term. 10 of each? "Sir, are you sure?" the clerk asked, puzzled. Normally, one would only use one type of elemental stone. Song Chen wanting all 9 at once seemed a bit unusual. "Can't I buy them?" Song Chen asked. "You can, I'll wrap them up for you right away," the clerk said. After that, Song Chen also purchased some treasures, such as weapons and armor. The armor could increase his defense, which he currently lacked. As for rare materials, Song Chen did not buy any. These items need to be preserved in a special way, otherwise, their medicinal properties would dissipate over time. He hadn't found a market for rare materials yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. During the purchase, Song Chen did not notice anything unusual. Of course, this still did not rule out the suspicion of the Four Seas Pavilion. Perhaps the other party was just hiding deeper. "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time," Song Chen said as he walked towards the exit of the Four Seas Pavilion. Just as he reached the door, he saw Lu Mang and a man who looked very similar to him walk in. "Song Chen, you're actually still alive?" Upon seeing Song Chen, Lu Mang said in disbelief. As soon as he said this, he quickly covered his mouth. However, Song Chen heard it very clearly. Such words are not said casually, there must be some basis for it. So, Song Chen narrowed his eyes, staring unblinkingly at Lu Mang. "Is he Song Chen?" At this moment, the man beside Lu Mang spoke. He was Lu Mang's second brother, Lu Jiao. "Second brother, it's him." Lu Mang nodded. "You're quite bold, using despicable means to cheat my brother out of 4,000 spirit stones. Our Lu family's spirit stones are not something anyone can take. Just afraid you might have the life to take them, but not the life to spend them." Lu Jiao turned to look at Song Chen and said, "Talking so arrogantly, you might not live to see tomorrow." Song Chen replied, "Good, very good. A waste who hasn't awakened any abilities dares to talk to me like this. While I, Lu Jiao, have been away from Phoenix City for 2 years, all sorts of riffraff have popped up. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Now kneel and bow 3 times to my brother, then obediently hand over the 4,000 spirit stones you cheated from him, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Lu Jiao said. "Such a big mouth, have you never brushed your teeth from childhood to now? You're so arrogant, does your dad know? If he knows, does he regret not flushing you down the toilet back then?" Song Chen retorted without backing down. When it comes to banter, he feared nothing. "Show off." At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Hearing the unexpected voice, Song Chen and the Lu brothers turned their heads simultaneously to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a man who looked about the same age as Song Chen, staring at him with admiration. When he saw Song Chen looking at him, the man hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Jin Zizai, and I want to recognize you as my big brother. If you're willing, I can also become your disciple," the man said as he approached. "I told you not to leave the hospital, look at you, you've gone crazy again," Song Chen glanced at him and said. The man in front of him was someone he didn't know at all and had never seen before. "Brother, your words are quite profound, almost as if you're saying I'm mentally ill. Impressive, cursing without using foul language. Such a good quote, I need to jot it down." Jeans, as I said, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and starting to write down what Song Chen had just said. "This guy seems a bit off, he might have just been released," Song Chen thought to himself. He then turned his gaze to the Lu brothers. Seeing Song Chen's look, Lu Jiao stopped talking, raised his hand, pointed at him, and made a throat-cutting gesture. Song Chen didn't retaliate further, just wore a faint cold smile. He then turned to leave. Brother, don't go. Do you have any more golden quotes? Say a few more, I want to learn. Seeing Song Chen about to leave, Jin Zizai hurriedly said, Be good, if you're sick, go see a doctor, don't waste time. Song Chen didn't want to deal with this lunatic, who he didn't even know where he came from. Brother, don't treat me like a madman, I genuinely want to learn how to curse without using foul language. I've always been bad with words since I was young, I can't speak when I argue with people. Sometimes when people curse at me, I don't even know how to retort. After every argument, I regret it, feeling like I didn't perform well. Brother, I watched you for a long time just now, your sharp way of hitting back is really refreshing. Brother, I'm begging you, please teach me. Jin Zizai quickly blocked Song Chen's path. If you want to learn to curse, go online and be a keyboard warrior, spray whoever you want. Then see how they spray you, just write it down. Song Chen explained. Stupidity is contagious, spending too much time with such a person will make you dull too. That's different, their cursing seems scripted, I can't apply it in real life. I've recorded a lot of golden quotes, but I don't know how to integrate them. Jin Zizai said, showing Song Chen various quotes he had written down in his notebook. Seeing this, Song Chen was speechless. It was the first time he had seen someone record these things in a notebook. Speaking is an art, if you want to curse, it's very simple. Take the opponent's mother as the center, direct relatives as the radius, physiological organs as the main weapon, and fantasy as the main skill, combined with unique verbs and nouns from fields like ethics, gender, livestock, pets, and the funeral industry. That's already half the battle. Song Chen said, Brother, I really didn't misjudge you, you are the person I've been desperately searching for. Brother, today you either take me as your disciple or recognize me as your little brother. Otherwise, I won't get up. Jin Zizai said, sitting directly on the ground and hugging one of Song Chen's legs. I'm a civilized person, I generally don't resort to violence. But when I do, even I am scared. Don't force me to take action. Song Chen said, As long as you don't kill me, I recognize you as my master and brother. No one else will do. Jin Zizai said, hugging tighter. Faced with Jin Zizai's behavior, Song Chen was helpless. He never expected to encounter such a stubborn person. I'm very busy, making hundreds of thousands a minute, where do I have time to play with you? There's a saying, blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. If you delay my earning, you're my enemy. If soft tactics didn't work, Song Chen planned to take a hard approach. Master brother, if it's for money, that's easy to say, I have money. Jin Zizai looked up at Song Chen and said, Do you think money can buy everything? Song Chen replied, It can indeed buy everything, if it can't, it just means you don't have enough money. Master brother, as long as you accept me, I'll give you 100 every day, Jin Zizai said. Do you think I like this 100 dragon coins? Song Chen replied. I'm not talking about dragon coins, I'm talking about spirit stones, Jin Zizai said. Cough cough. Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Song Chen almost choked on his own saliva. 100 spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. 1 million dragon coins a day is definitely an astronomical price. Although he was tempted, he still needed to maintain some decorum. Have you never heard the saying, poverty cannot change one's principles, and power cannot bend one's will? 500 spirit stones. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. 1,000 spirit stones. The ground is cold, get up quickly. Given your sincerity, I will reluctantly accept you as my little brother. Under Jin Zizai's financial prowess, Song Chen compromised. 1,000 spirit stones a day is indeed a sky-high price. Jin Zizai was right, there is nothing that money can't buy. If there is, it just means one isn't rich enough. Thank you, boss. Jin Zizai said excitedly. After saying this, he stood up, looking at Song Chen with eager anticipation. I must say, he is truly a person of wealth and charm, someone who can quickly gain Song Chen's approval. Boss, teach me how to retort to people now, Jin Zizai said earnestly. Little Jin, I just said that speaking is an art. Since it's an art, it can't be learned overnight. How about this, from now on, you follow me closely and pay attention to my words and actions. See if you can be influenced by the art. Only through this subtle influence can you gain something. Otherwise, it's no different from what you learned online, Song Chen said seriously. He swore he wasn't doing this just to collect more spirit stones from Jin Zizai. He was doing it to let Jin Zizai be influenced by the art. What the boss said makes sense, so please take care of me more in the future. Jin Zizai nodded in agreement with Song Chen's persuasion, or rather, suggestion. I have things to do today, so starting tomorrow, you can follow me, Song Chen said. Boss, I want to follow you starting now. Eat, sleep, and live together, never apart every day. I want to be influenced by you as much as possible, Jin Zizai said earnestly. I know I'm handsome, fit, and very charming. But I don't like men. Don't even think about eating, sleeping, and living together. Absolutely not, Song Chen said with righteous indignation. In the face of Song Chen's rejection, Jin Zizai still smiled. Add another 500 spirit stones. He then extended 5 fingers and said, Am I, Song Chen, someone who bends for 5 pecks of rice? I said, It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Chen raised his voice a notch. Add another 1,000. Jin Zizai extended another finger. Suddenly I remember, it seems I have a guest room at home. Welcome to stay. Song Chen's expression changed instantly, smiling as he said, Thank you, boss. Jin Zizai also smiled. But I really have things to do today. Here's my contact information, come find me tomorrow, Song Chen said, giving Jin Zizai his contact details before turning to leave. This time, Jin Zizai did not stop him but watched him leave. Second grandpa, help me check his information, the more detailed, the better. After Song Chen left, Jin Zizai whispered, Okay. Soon, a voice reached Jin Zizai's ears. The reason Song Chen was in such a hurry to leave was not to find an excuse to get rid of Jin Zizai. Rather, he needed to follow Lu Mang and his brother. The first thing Lu Mang said when he saw him was, You're still alive. This indicated that he must have taken some measures to deal with him. The 2 men in black from yesterday could very well have been sent by him. Even if they weren't, he was still someone who knew the inside story. Song Chen was not the type to only respond when danger struck. He preferred to nip threats in the bud and prevent problems before they arose. Therefore, he needed to find out who had sent those 2 men in black yesterday. Previously, he had suspected the Four Seas Pavilion. Since rivals are often enemies, the body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid he had brought out were too many and of unknown origin, which could easily provoke jealousy. As it stood, the biggest suspect was Lu Mang. After he found a secluded corner, he filled himself with color. He turned himself colorless, thus becoming invisible. Once invisible, he returned to the entrance of the Four Seas Pavilion and quietly waited for the Lu brothers to appear. Song Chen didn't wait long before the Lu brothers walked out of the Four Seas Pavilion. At that moment, a car stopped in front of them. If they left in the car, it would be difficult to follow them. Lu Jiao was a powerful ability user, and if he tracked them by car, he would easily be discovered. After a moment of thought, Song Chen selected himself with the mouse and used the shrink font button. Soon, his body began to shrink continuously until it was the size of a finger. This was the limit of his shrinking ability. Then, he jumped up and grabbed the hem of Lu Mang's pants, and together they got into the car. Fortunately, when his body shrank, his weight also decreased accordingly. Otherwise, with his weight, he would have surely torn Lu Mang's pants. Second brother, why did you suddenly come back and buy so many elemental stones? Lu Mang asked his brother while sitting in the car. Last time I went to the secret realm, I obtained a king-level dragon spirit mushroom. If we can fully activate its vitality, our Lu family will definitely have a king-level powerhouse. At that time, our Lu family will become one of the top families in Phoenix City. Lu Jiao said. That's great. This way, we won't have to look at the faces of those big families anymore. Lu Mang said excitedly. This matter concerns the rise and fall of our Lu family, it absolutely cannot be leaked. Lu Jiao instructed. Second brother, don't worry, I understand the importance of this matter. Once we get home, I'll stay inside and not go out. Lu Mang nodded. It's rare for you to have this mindset. If all goes well, with the elemental stones, we can fully activate the dragon spirit mushroom's vitality in an hour. At that time, as long as Grandpa takes it, there's a 98% chance he will break through to the king level. Lu Jiao said. Once Grandpa breaks through to the king level, I must capture that dog Song Chen. I've investigated him before, you don't know, second brother, this dog has sold a lot of black iron level body refining liquids and essence nurturing liquids, each bottle only selling for 40 spirit stones. But I couldn't find out where he got these things from. If we can grasp this channel, with our Lu family's resources, we could quickly dominate the market in Phoenix City. At that time, we would definitely be rolling in wealth. I sent 2 silver-level people to catch him yesterday, but there's been no news. I suspect those 2 might already be dead. It seems that Song Chen has some secrets, Lu Mang said. Hearing Lu Mang say this, Song Chen, who was hidden in the car, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Song Chen suddenly realized that in his eagerness to earn spirit stones, he had been too ostentatious, and indeed, he had drawn attention. Thinking of this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Not to mention the person who came to deal with him yesterday was indeed sent by Lu Mang. Just the fact that Lu Mang had begun to suspect him and was prying into his secrets meant that he had to die. To be honest, Song Chen had always thought that Lu Mang was the kind of reckless young master who relied on a bit of background. However, after hearing what he just said, he realized that Lu Mang's schemes were deep and far from being as simple as they appeared. What outsiders saw was probably just his disguise. Indeed, none of the children from these big families are simple, Song Chen silently thought. There's no rush with Song Chen, let him bounce around for a couple of days first. Our top priority is to ensure that Grandpa breaks through to the King realm, Lu Jiao said. I understand. Lu Mang nodded. After that, the two fell silent, and the car was enveloped in quiet. Song Chen turned his gaze to Lu Jiao and checked his attributes. Object name, Lu Jiao. Age, 24. Physical strength, 1241. Soul strength, 1138. Ability attribute, speed. Comprehensive combat power, 2379. Upon seeing Lu Jiao's attributes, Song Chen's eyes narrowed. From the perspective of physical strength, it was clear that Lu Jiao was an ability user at the Golden Realm. At just 24 years old, reaching the Golden Realm showed that Lu Jiao's talent was not weak. Moreover, with a comprehensive combat power of 2379, he was the strongest among his opponents. I wonder if I can take him down using all my trump cards, Song Chen silently thought. At that moment, Lu Jiao sensed a fleeting hint of killing intent, but he didn't pay it any mind. After all, there were only 3 people in the car, him, his brother, and the driver. His brother and the driver were both trustworthy. He thought that the killing intent he sensed earlier must have come from his brother due to Song Chen's demeanor. Before long, the car drove into the Lu family estate. The Lu family resided in a garden. The layout of the garden was primarily based on mountains, with yellow stones at the entrance, and a rockery interspersed with soil and stones. Ancient trees sprouted new branches on the mountain, vibrant and full of life, with green bamboos swaying in between, and vines hanging above, creating a wild charm of the mountains and forests. From a scenic perspective, such gardens were rare. After Lu Mang and Lu Jiao got out of the car, they hurriedly walked into the Lu family's secret chamber. Without a second thought, Song Chen followed them in. At this moment, the main core members of the Lu family were waiting in the secret chamber. An old man with a goatee and 2 middle-aged men who looked to be in their 40s. So, did you buy the elemental stones? At this time, the old man with the goatee looked at Lu Jiao and asked. He was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Wenshan, Lu Jiao's grandfather, possessing the strength of a perfected diamond realm. I bought them, Lu Jiao replied. Good, good, good. To avoid any long delays, let's quickly activate the vitality of the dragon spirit mushroom, Lu Wenshan said. As they spoke, everyone gathered around a jade basin. In the basin, there was a palm-sized, dragon-shaped spirit mushroom. However, at this moment, the dragon spirit mushroom looked dull and shriveled, like a dried ginger. Lu Jiao took out a cloth bag from his pocket, waved it, and immediately, thousands of elemental stones and spirit stones appeared on the ground. At this time, Lu Wenshan, the 2 middle-aged men, and Lu Jiao all sat cross-legged. Lu Wenshan and Lu Jiao refined the elemental stones, while the 2 middle-aged men refined the spirit stones. They infused the refined spiritual energy and elements into the dragon spirit mushroom. The dragon spirit mushroom greedily absorbed these spiritual energies and elements like a sponge. Lu Mang knew he couldn't be of any help, so he stood guard at the door of the secret room to prevent anyone from entering. Time passed second by second. Soon, an hour and a half had gone by. At this moment, Lu Jiao and the 2 middle-aged men were sweating profusely. It was clear they were nearing their limits, barely holding on by sheer willpower. Roar! Suddenly, a faint dragon's roar came from the dragon Lingji. This jolted everyone in the secret room. They saw a red dragon shadow burst forth from the dragon Lingji, swirling in the air a few times before returning to the dragon Lingji. At this point, the dragon Lingji had changed its appearance. From looking somewhat shriveled, it had become plump, appearing lifelike, as if it were truly a young dragon. It's activated. Seeing this scene, the people in the secret room exclaimed in joy simultaneously. Bang! At that moment, a loud collision sound came from the door of the secret room. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the door, silently questioning Lu Mang at the entrance. It wasn't me, Lu Mang said. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Lu Jiao asked. Not good. At this moment, the Lu family members hurriedly looked towards the location of the dragon Lingji. They discovered that the dragon Lingji had vanished right before their eyes. Where's the dragon Lingji? Lu Wenshan instantly stood up and said. However, there were only a few people in the secret room, and they all maintained their previous positions. Moreover, the people in the secret room were all core members of the Lu family. It was impossible for them to have taken the dragon Lingji. More importantly, Lu Wenshan was a fully realized diamond-level ability user, just a step away from the king level. The people in the secret room did not possess the strength to take the dragon Lingji right under his nose. Now that the dragon Lingji was missing, there was only one possibility. There were other people in the secret room. Be careful, there's an invisible ability user. Lu Wenshan, being an old hand at this, quickly reached the closest conclusion to the truth. In his view, the only people who could take the Dragon Lingji right under their noses were of two types. First, an ability user stronger than them, namely a king-level ability user. However, if it were truly a king-level ability user, there would be no need to use such a method. Their strength would be enough to easily crush them. They could simply take it directly. Second, it could be an invisible ability user with strength comparable to theirs. There were countless types of abilities in the Blue Star, and invisibility was not an overly rare ability. Hearing Lu Wenshan's words, the two middle-aged men moved, quickly blocking the entrance of the secret room. An invisible ability user could only become invisible, but could not walk through walls. To leave, they could only exit through the door of the secret room. Lu Wenshan immediately released his perception, sensing every corner of the secret room. Since the opponent's strength had not reached the king level, as long as he was careful, he would definitely be able to sense their presence. Meanwhile, Song Chen's heart raced. Although Song Chen had used color filling to create the illusion of invisibility, his body still existed, it was just not visible to the eye. If the opponents searched carefully, they could indeed sense his presence. However, he was not worried, as he had not reached a point of desperation. Hyperlink, activate. In the next moment, Song Chen's body completely vanished from the secret room. Not good, it's a spatial fluctuation. There's also a spatial ability user. Boss, seal off the entire Lu family as quickly as possible. Lu Wenshan urgently shouted. However, there was a hint of despair in his voice. Blocking the door of the secret room was useful against an invisible ability user. After all, an invisible ability user could not walk through walls. However, for space manipulators, it was of no use. Space manipulators could traverse space and easily leave the secret chamber. He knew that the Dragon Lingji was unlikely to be retrieved. However, the Dragon Lingji was the key to his breakthrough to the king level, so he naturally would not give up so easily. Thus, the people in the secret chamber hurriedly opened the door and rushed outside. Lu Wenshan even soared into the air, searching for spatial fluctuations and suspicious individuals. In an instant, everyone from the Lu family sprang into action, searching for suspicious persons. At that moment, Song Chen was hiding in an inconspicuous corner of the Lu family's garden. What he had just used was a skill from the PPT hyperlink. Once established in PPT, clicking on a hyperlink allows for a quick jump to another page. The hyperlink Song Chen had just used was to move from one place to another. Of course, there was a certain distance limitation. With Song Chen's current physical and spiritual strength, he could only perform hyperlink jumps within a radius of 100 meters centered on himself. This distance was enough for him to escape from the secret chamber to the outside. However, there was one point that was not restricted. Within a radius of 100 meters, there was no limit to the number of hyperlinks he could establish. As long as he wanted, he could create thousands of hyperlinks and transfer freely. The plan to steal the Dragon Lingji had already been made while he was in the car. So, when he first arrived at the Lu family's garden, he had established hyperlinks in several places throughout the garden. He had originally done this as a precaution, not expecting to actually use it. After arriving in the garden, he did not rush to leave but instead found a hidden spot to hide. This was because he still had some unfinished business. When he saw the Lu family members all moving to search for suspicious individuals, he stepped out from the corner and re-entered the secret chamber. He had only deleted the Dragon Lingji. There was no way to take it away. Because, whether cutting or uploading to the cloud, it was impossible to complete this operation in an instant. The Dragon Lingji contained a large amount of energy, which was equivalent to a file being too large. Uploading to the cloud or cutting it required sufficient time. However, Lu Wenshan and the others obviously could not give him that much time. Although he was hidden, his strength was too weak, and it was unlikely he could take the Dragon Lingji right under Lu Wenshan's nose. He would probably be discovered immediately. Therefore, deleting it on the spot was the best choice. After deletion, it was temporarily stored in the recycle bin. Once he confirmed that no one was in the secret chamber, Song Chen opened the recycle bin and clicked the restore option. The next moment, the previously vanished Dragon Lingji reappeared in its original position. Song Chen stepped forward, took it in his hand, and chose to upload it to the cloud. This was faster than cutting. The cut and upload to cloud abilities seemed similar at first glance, both involving storing an item. However, there was an essential difference. Cut could be operated over a distance, equivalent to transferring an item from one place to another using spatial manipulation, which took longer. Upload to cloud required holding the item in hand to operate, thus taking much less time. This operation has completed 1.6%, estimated remaining time 0.59. Soon, a prompt popped up on the display screen. Fortunately, it only takes a minute, Song Chen sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried that storing it in the cloud would take a long time. If that were the case, it was likely that the Lu family would return to the secret chamber. A minute passed quickly, and the dragon spirit herb disappeared from Song Chen's hand. During this time, the Lu family members did not appear. Lu Mang, it's time to settle our accounts, Song Chen said before leaving the secret chamber and returning to the Lu family's garden. Song Chen concealed himself, searching for Lu Mang's figure. Lu Mang had not left the Lu family's garden, so Song Chen quickly found him. At that moment, Lu Mang, accompanied by the Lu family's servants, was still searching for suspicious individuals. Unfortunately, they were destined to find nothing. Song Chen silently approached Lu Mang from behind. In the next moment, a cold glint flashed, and Lu Mang's head flew off. This scene stunned the Lu family's servants. However, before they could react, they noticed that Lu Mang's body and the severed head had vanished. This was because Song Chen had just clicked delete on both items. He then emptied the recycle bin, erasing all traces. Did I just hallucinate? I think I also hallucinated. I saw the third young master's head suddenly fly off, and then the body and head disappeared in the blink of an eye. Two of the Lu family's servants muttered to themselves. Everything that had just happened occurred in the blink of an eye, causing the Lu family's servants to doubt their own eyesight. No, it wasn't a hallucination. The third young master was really murdered. Master, sir, come quickly. The third young master has been killed. One of the servants finally reacted and shouted loudly. The servant's cries quickly attracted everyone from the Lu family, except for Lu Wenshan. What did you just say? The third young master has been killed? What happened? Lu Jiao asked. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's question, the servant who had shouted earlier recounted what he had seen. Who is so ruthless as to kill my son? I will make him suffer 1,000 deaths, said the older middle-aged man with a tone of hatred. At this moment, his heart was consumed by vengeance. He was Lu Mang's father, Lu Xinghan. The invisible ability user must still be in the garden. Everyone be careful. It can be confirmed that this person must have a deep grudge against our Lu family. Jiaoer, come to your second uncle. Lu Mang's second uncle, Lu Xinghe, who was Lu Xinghan's brother, said. He still maintained his composure. Lu Xinghe believed that the invisible ability user who stole the dragon spirit herb and killed Lu Mang was definitely seeking revenge. Unable to kill himself and his brother, they targeted the younger generation. Now that Lu Mang was dead, the next target could very well be Lu Jiao. It must be said that Lu Xinghe's guess was largely correct. Song Chen indeed had plans to eliminate Lu Jiao, but he didn't expect her to be protected so quickly. This made it difficult for him to act. However, Lu Jiao had to die because, during the car ride, he learned about the grievances between himself and Lu Mang. If he let her go, when she remembered these things, she might turn against him. At that time, he would be in the light while she would be in the dark. If, at that moment, his friends and family were harmed because of these matters, or if he were betrayed, it would be too late. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Jiao had to be eliminated today. Now that Lu Jiao was being protected by Lu Xinghe, he would hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity. As a qualified hunter, patience was essential. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. At the beginning, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan could still focus on protecting Lu Jiao while also extending their senses to search for unfamiliar presences. However, as time passed, their attention began to wane. The other party should have left. Father will be back soon. He can't still be hiding in the shadows, Lu Xinghe said at that moment. We can't be careless. Wanner has already been killed, and Jiaoer absolutely cannot be in danger again. Let's wait until father returns. Lu Xinghan had regained his composure by this time. Although his eyes were filled with hatred, he appeared calm on the surface. About 5 minutes later, Lu Wenshan descended from the sky. At that moment, his expression was extremely grim. During his earlier search, he had not detected any other spatial fluctuations or any suspicious individuals. This meant that his hopes of breaking through to the king level had been dashed. If wishes could come true, Song Chen would have been torn to shreds by now. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan could tell from Lu Wenshan's expression that he had not retrieved the dragon Lingji. Father, who do you think is behind this? Lu Xinghan stepped forward to ask. It's still unclear, but I can be certain that at least 2 people stole the dragon Lingji. One has the ability to become invisible, and the other has spatial abilities, Lu Wenshan said confidently. Hearing this, Lu Xinghan and Lu Xinghe both frowned. There aren't many people with the ability to become invisible, but there are still a few in the Dragon Kingdom. However, as far as I know, there is only one spatial ability user in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Spatial Saint. But he wouldn't do something like steal the Dragon Lingji. To put it bluntly, even if our Lu family were to offer it to him, he might not even want it, Lu Xinghan said. I know it can't be the Spatial Saint. there may be other unknown spatial ability users in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as we investigate slowly, we will surely find some useful information. This matter cannot just be left unresolved. Big Brother, give the order to use all our channels to investigate those with invisibility and spatial abilities, Lu Wenshan said. Yes, Lu Xinghan replied. After saying this, he turned and left. Father, there's one more thing. While you were searching for suspicious individuals, that invisible ability user killed Wanner. They didn't even leave a body. Lu Xingha said. What? Damn it. If I find out who is targeting our Lu family like this, I will definitely flay them alive and tear them to shreds, Lu Wenshan said in a voice filled with extreme anger. If he hadn't been suppressing the energy within him, it would have been enough to destroy everything within several hundred meters. A diamond-level ability user, when enraged, is truly terrifying. Investigate for me, see which ability users have enmity with our Lu family. Also, check where the news of the Dragon Lingji was leaked from. Once he calmed down, Lu Wenshan said to Lu Xingha. Yes. Lu Xingha nodded. Over the years, the Lu family had accumulated countless grudges to reach their current strength and status. It wouldn't be an easy task to investigate them all one by one. Song Chen did not stay in the Lu family's garden for long. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his body was nearing its limits. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his invisibility. Once his invisibility failed, he would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, he could leave temporarily and find another opportunity to eliminate Lu Jiao. He had established a hyperlink within the Lu family's garden, allowing him to enter easily whenever he wanted. Thus, Song Chen left the Lu family. After he had eaten and drunk enough, fully recovering from his exhaustion, he used the hyperlink to transfer and return to the Lu family once again. It was already midnight. The Lu family members had mostly gone to bed. If we search for Lu Jiao room by room, we might easily be discovered by the Lu family. I've got it, Song Chen said, heading into the garden and setting a fire. The flames quickly blazed up, fueled by the slight breeze that night, and within minutes, the garden was engulfed in roaring flames. Fire! Quick, put it out! Shouted one of the Lu family's servants. Soon, the members of the Lu family were awakened, rushing out of their rooms one by one. The water is flooding the Jinshan. At that moment, Su Xingha made his move. As a water element ability user, he waved his hand, and instantly, columns of water shot up into the sky, colliding in midair. The next moment, these colliding water columns transformed into a torrential downpour, falling down. In less than 10 seconds, the burning garden was extinguished. Song Chen's plan was not to burn down the entire Lu family's garden. Blue Star was not Earth, and here, ability users were everywhere, so there was no such thing as a fire disaster. As long as the fire was noticed, it could be quickly put out. Water element users, fire element users, earth element users, air element users, space element users. These ability users could easily extinguish a raging fire. Song Chen set the fire mainly to lure Lu Jiao out. His plan was successful. Shortly after the fire started, he noticed Lu Jiao appearing in the garden. Coincidentally, Lu Jiao was quite far from Lu Xingha and Lu Xingha. This gave Song Chen the opportunity to strike. Song Chen had previously checked Lu Jiao's attribute panel and knew he was already a Golden Realm ability user, awakened with speed abilities. He had only one chance to strike. If he missed, there would definitely not be a second opportunity. Song Chen quietly approached to within 10 meters behind Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, you're out of luck. If you were another type of ability user, I might not be able to kill you. Unfortunately, you are a speed type ability user. As Song Chen spoke, he opened Excel. Immediately, the space 20 meters in front of him was divided into small partitions. Each partition was small, accommodating at most 2 people. At that moment, Lu Jiao was in one of the partitions. Since he had been standing still, he had not noticed anything. How could it suddenly catch fire? This shouldn't be an accident. It could be man-made, Lu Meng muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and raised his head. At the same time, he sensed a crisis from behind. Without any hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit, intending to dash forward. However, just as he took a step forward, he felt as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. This was something he had never anticipated. The impact stunned him, and his body involuntarily rebounded backward. At the same time, a dagger appeared behind him, swinging toward his head. Without any surprise, the next moment, Lu Jiao's head flew off. The Golden Realm seemed powerful, but in reality, the physical body had not reached the point of being invulnerable to blades and bullets. A sneak attack could easily lead to death. Only upon entering the Platinum Realm could one barely be considered a strong fighter. Song Chen immediately closed the Excel spreadsheet and deleted Lu Jiao's body and the severed head. He then cleared the hyperlinks left at the scene and left the Lu family as quickly as possible. At that moment, the Lu family members suddenly realized that Lu Jiao had been killed. Jiao! Lu Xinghan cried out in a voice filled with unbearable grief. Unfortunately, Lu Jiao left no corpse behind, and he had no place to vent his sorrow. Ah! Who is it that wants to go against my Lu family? Let me know who killed my 2 sons, and I will make sure to tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes, Lu Xinghan roared. The 3 great tragedies of life: losing a father in childhood, losing a husband in middle age, losing a child in old age. Lu Xinghan lost 2 sons in a single day. One can imagine how heartbroken he is at this moment. Unfortunately, the deaths of Lu Jiao and Lu Mang are destined to remain a mystery. As long as Song Chen doesn't speak, no one will know it was him. After Song Chen left the Lu family's garden far behind, he turned back to look in the direction of the Lu family. You can't blame me, it was your Lu family that struck first. I was just acting in self-defense. If a child is not taught well, it's the father's fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not raising your sons properly. I hope in his next life he won't be so arrogant and can be a good person. After saying these words, Song Chen turned and returned home. It's quite interesting. Earlier at the entrance of the Sihai Pavilion, Song Chen had said to Lu Jiao, talking so arrogantly, "It's easy not to live until tomorrow." To be honest, when Song Chen said that, he only meant to retort Lu Jiao, never intending to kill him. Who would have thought that because of Lu Mang's incident, Lu Jiao was taken down by him and truly did not live to see the next day? This is what they call, those who are arrogant will meet disaster. Heaven will bring rain to the reckless. The cycle of heaven is just, and who can escape the judgment of the heavens? The next day when he woke up, Song Chen felt completely at ease. He had no guilt over killing. At this moment, he only felt joyful and comfortable, because he had resolved a concern. He no longer had to worry about Lu Mang causing him trouble. Waking up in the morning, embracing the sun, full of positive energy. Waking up in the morning, opening the window, feeling great. Song Chen hummed a little tune as he opened the window. The sunlight poured in, warming him all over. He realized that ever since he began practicing the sunflower scripture, he felt an inexplicable joy towards the sun. He felt as if he had truly become a sunflower, turning to follow the sun. Sister Qingcheng, good morning. After washing up and stepping out of his room, Song Chen greeted Yu Qingcheng, who had already prepared breakfast. Dog, you're in for a treat today. It's all your favorite food, Yu Qingcheng said, looking at Song Chen with a hint of surprise. She already knew that Yunde and Tang Chichi had been accepted into Huadu Academy and Modu Academy. She would have thought that Song Chen's mood would be a bit down. Although it wouldn't be to the point of despair, he should feel somewhat gloomy. After all, his childhood companions went to the 3 major academies, while he hadn't even awakened any abilities. Such a disparity is hard for most people to accept. But she found that Song Chen was actually in a very good mood. This was not an act, he genuinely felt great. As a mother, she could still see that. However, she did not press further. Dog, I told you before to win over Chi-Chi early and make her my daughter-in-law, but you just wouldn't. Now that she's gone to Huadu Academy, your chances are even slimmer, Yu Qingcheng said with a hint of regret. Sister Qingcheng, haven't I told you many times? Chi-Chi and I are brothers, the kind who would go through fire and water for each other. But there are no romantic feelings, we can't be husband and wife, Song Chen replied. You're still young and don't understand. Many couples, as they go along, end up becoming like brothers. It's not unusual for you two to go from brothers to husband and wife. Chi-Chi is so beautiful, and she's the school belle at your school. Don't you want to hold such a stunning beauty with a great figure and face every night when you sleep? Yu Qingcheng said. Cough cough. I'm still young, I'm just a kid, Song Chen said, caught off guard by Yu Qingcheng's bold tone. You're already 18, you're not a kid anymore. Your dad was already a seasoned driver when he was your age. Dog, tell me honestly, do you like boys? Yu Qingcheng suddenly stared at Song Chen and asked. Stop guessing, my orientation is perfectly normal, Song Chen hurriedly replied. You know your dad and I, we are very open-minded parents. If you really like boys, your dad and I wouldn't oppose it. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters, Yu Qingcheng said. Sister Qingcheng, I'll say it again, my orientation is very normal. Just wait, within a year, I will definitely find a stunning beauty to be my girlfriend. Is that okay? Song Chen looked at Yu Qingcheng and said. Faced with his mother's somewhat frantic urging to find a girlfriend, painting a big picture was a good way to cope. Hearing Song Chen's assurance, Yu Qingcheng stared at him and said, a real man must follow through on his words, a promise is as heavy as a mountain. Today, let's make a pact. If you can't find a girlfriend within a year, you have to listen to your dad and me. At that time, you can't refuse the girlfriend we arrange for you. If you dare to refuse, I will dare to drug you. Dog, you wouldn't want to lose your first time in such a situation, would you? When she said this, there was even a hint of excitement in her tone, which left Songchen speechless. Where has my dad been lately, disappearing without a trace? Songchen quickly changed the subject. If this topic continued, he didn't know what shocking things his fierce mother would say. He went on a business trip recently and won't be back for a while, Yu Qingqing said. Oh, I see. Songchen didn't think much of it. It's perfectly normal to go on a business trip while working. After breakfast, Songchen walked out of the house. I really should find a girlfriend. Sister Qingchang is right. Every night, hugging a beautiful girl with a good figure and face is so nice. But it seems I haven't met anyone suitable yet. Chi is pretty, but we're too familiar. There's really no feeling. Who else is there? I don't seem to know any other pretty girls. Forget it, let it happen naturally, Songchen said to himself after stretching. Then, he walked forward. Today, he planned to find a shop. Always setting up a stall wouldn't do. Business needs to grow and thrive, to create brilliance again. First put on socks, then shoes, first be a grandson, then a grandpa. What is a grandpa? Dad's dad is called. What the heck? Songchen muttered as he walked forward. However, just as he finished the last line, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He let out a beautiful greeting and nearly jumped up. People can scare people to death. Are you a bit sick? If you're ill, hurry up and see a doctor. Don't waste time, Songchen said, looking at the suddenly appearing Jin Zizai. Boss, you asked me to come find you today, Jin Zizai said nonchalantly. I asked you to find me, but I didn't ask you to hide at my door and scare me. If I weren't in a good mood today, I would definitely let you know why the flowers are so red. Songchen said angrily. Boss just said a golden saying, I have to write it down. Jin Zizai said, pulling out his little notebook again. You really are a little cutie. I truly admire you, you little rascal. Listen to me, thank you, because of you, I almost passed away. Songchen said. Boss, what does little rascal mean? Jin Zizai asked in confusion. This was the first time he had heard this term. This term comes from an ancient myth. In legend, there is a divine vine that bears 7 gourds. These 7 gourds absorb the essence of the sun and moon every day, and after 77 or 81 days, they give birth to 7 gourd babies with extraordinary powers. The eldest, the strong baby, can turn the world upside down, possessing immense strength and the ability to change size at will. The second, the baby with 1,000-mile eyes, has keen sight and hears from all directions. The third, the diamond baby, has a copper head and iron arms, impervious to blades and spears. The fourth, the fire baby, masters the flames, fierce and blazing. The fifth, the water baby, can create raging waves, swallowing mountains and rivers. The sixth, the invisible baby, comes without a trace and goes without a shadow, always appearing in places the enemy cannot imagine, causing endless trouble. Truly a rare find in 1,000 years. From then on, people referred to this rather peculiar sixth baby as Old Six, Songchen explained. Hearing Songchen's explanation, a faint smile appeared on Jin Zizai's face. The eldest is indeed knowledgeable. I've decided, I want to be an Old Six too. Come without a trace, go without a shadow. Jin Zizai said earnestly. Everyone hates Old Six, yet everyone wants to be Old Six. You must keep working hard to be a good Old Six, Songchen said, patting Jin Zizai's shoulder with a serious expression. Don't worry, eldest, from now on, Old Six is me, and I am Old Six, Jin Zizai nodded. Songchen said nothing more and turned to walk ahead. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would burst out laughing. Jin Zizai watched as Songchen walked away, glancing back at the spot where Songchen had just emerged, a flicker of something unexplainable in his eyes. Then, he turned to chase after Songchen's figure. However, after just a few steps, he noticed Songchen suddenly turn back to look at him. According to what we agreed upon, if you want to learn the art of speaking from me, it's 2,000 spirit stones a day, pay up front. Songchen extended his hand and said, Eldest, you can't do business like this, shouldn't it be monthly payments? Jin Zizai replied, Monthly payments? Are you kidding me? I don't care what the rules are elsewhere, but here, my rules are my rules. Pay first, then we do the work. Also, I don't accept transfers, I want cash. If you're unwilling to pay, then I'm afraid I can't accompany you, Songchen said. Paying up front is fine, eldest, I'll cover a month. Here are 60,000 spirit stones. Jin Zizai said, flipping his hand to reveal a cloth bag. Taking the bag Jin Zizai handed over, Songchen opened it to find that the spirit stones inside were significantly more than 60,000. At that moment, Songchen looked at Jin Zizai with deep meaning. Space storage items do exist in Blue Star. However, they are extremely precious and not something just anyone can possess. He had seen clearly that the bag of spirit stones Jin Zizai produced was taken from a ring on his hand. It must be a space ring. Moreover, someone who could take out 60,000 spirit stones at once was no ordinary person. To put it into perspective, after 3 years of ghostwriting, the fees he earned could only be exchanged for a few hundred spirit stones. Even after riding the wave of his awakened abilities and selling body refining and essence nurturing liquids for 10 days, he barely made over 50,000 spirit stones. That was all he had. He never expected Jean Zizai to casually pull out 60,000 spirit stones. Little Jean, your family is quite wealthy, Songchen said, looking at Jean Zizai. Hee, we don't have much else at home, just a lot of spirit stones. It's all small change, eldest, no need to mind, Jean Zizai replied with a smile. I understand you have no interest in money, Songchen said. Eldest truly understands me, my family is just an ordinary one, Jean Zizai laughed. What you just said shows you have the potential to become a big shot, Songchen also smiled. Jean Zizai's words reminded him of the 4 great tyrants back on Earth. Money can make the devil push the mill. With enough money provided by Song Chen, he quickly bought a shop of over 130 square meters from a single person. Boss, why are you buying a shop? Jean Zizai asked, confused. To make money. Song Chen replied. Make money? That's easy, you could just rent out the vacant properties at home. If that doesn't work, you could sell the treasures you've collected at home. Surely, each one could sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones, Jean Zizai said, looking at Song Chen with a serious expression. You're right, but mainly, I'm doing it to experience life. If I wanted to make money, it would be very simple for me. For example, if I want to earn 10,000 spirit stones a month, I just need to deposit 3 million spirit stones in the exchange. If I want to earn 100,000 spirit stones a month, I just need to deposit 30 million spirit stones. Isn't that simple? Song Chen asked with a smile. What the boss says makes sense. As expected of you. Hearing this, Jean Zizai's eyes widened in admiration. Little Jean, after you were born, did you ever test your IQ? I think with your IQ, you could definitely crush everyone else, Song Chen suddenly asked Jean Zizai. I tested it, my IQ is 89. Although it's not the highest, it has already left many people in the dust, Jean Zizai said proudly. Impressive. With that IQ, aside from my distant uncle's neighbor who had a stroke, no one else can match it. Song Chen said with a hint of sympathy. The average IQ of ordinary people is between 90 and 110. Most people's IQ is around 105, and if they awaken special abilities, their IQ generally increases by 5. So, Jean Zizai's IQ is quite peculiar. I know my IQ surpasses others, but I usually don't like to think too much. To me, if something can be solved with money, it's not a problem at all, there's no need to think. So far, I haven't encountered anything that money can't solve, Jean Zizai said, missing the deeper meaning in Song Chen's words, speaking rather boastfully. Your excellence is beyond doubt. If brains could be sold for money, others would sell for at most 100 spirit stones. And yours could sell for at least 1 million spirit stones, Song Chen said. Is it really that valuable? I really am excellent, as expected of you, boss, with your discerning eye. You immediately spotted my greatest shining point, Jean Zizai said excitedly. Your brain is very valuable, after all, it hasn't been used much, it's almost brand new. Such a brain is rare. While others' brains are practically worn out, they surely aren't worth much anymore, Song Chen said again. Boss, my mom said that we should try not to compare ourselves with others and to be a bit low-key. Otherwise, it might make others feel inferior, Jean Zizai said seriously. Your mom makes a good point. However, when you tell others about your mom's advice in the future, don't say, my mom said. People who are a bit jealous of you might think you're a mama's boy. Instead, say, it's a family tradition. That way, it sounds very classy. Song Chen said again. That makes sense, the boss is right, speaking is indeed an art. Hearing the boss say this, my classiness has instantly increased. I need to write this down, Jean Zizai said, pulling out his little notebook again. By the way, little Jean, how old are you? Have you awakened your special abilities? Song Chen casually asked. Boss, I'm already 18, and I have awakened my special abilities. I'll quietly tell you, my awakened ability is sequence 37, Freedom, with SSS level potential. Jean Zizai said softly. I wasn't called Jean Zizai before, I changed my name after awakening my ability. You guys and your abilities, each one more bizarre than the last, Song Chen said, somewhat speechless. Yunde had already awakened the morality ability, which was strange enough, and now Jean Zizai had awakened the freedom ability. What kind of ability was this? However, at least it was within the top 100 sequences, with SSS level potential, so it should have something extraordinary about it. Mr. Song, all the paperwork has been completed. Starting today, this shop is yours. A man walked into the shop and handed a stack of documents to Song Chen. Great, thank you. Song Chen glanced at the documents as he spoke. The shop didn't require much renovation, just a change in layout would suffice. Boss, what do you plan to sell in this shop? Jean Zizai asked curiously. Do you know what sells the best? Instead of answering Jin Zizai's question, Songchen looked at him and countered. Treasures, rare materials. Jin Zizai blurted out. These were the most commonly used items by ability users and could fetch high prices. Right, but not entirely right. Let me ask you, if two treasures have exactly the same function, valued at 500 spirit stones based on their function, but one is ordinary, and the other was used by a certain saint, if it were you, which one would you buy? Songchen asked. Of course, I'd buy the one used by the saint, Jin Zizai said without hesitation. Why? Even though the functions are the same, that one was used by a saint. What if the one used by the saint costs an extra 100 spirit stones? I'd still buy it, I'm not short on money. What if it costs an extra 1,000 spirit stones? I'd still buy it. What if it costs an extra 10,000 spirit stones? That I'd have to think about, it seems not worth it. Exactly. What truly holds value isn't the function of the treasure, but the story behind it. That's the core competitiveness and the biggest selling point. Hearing Songchen say this, Jin Zizai furrowed his brows. What do you mean? He asked, looking puzzled. With his intelligence, he couldn't quite grasp what Songchen was saying. Do you have any collectible items at home? Yes, quite a few. Some of them should be like this. They can't be eaten, can't be used to enhance strength, don't look good, and can't serve as decorations. But because of some remarkable person or a famous event, an otherwise common item suddenly skyrockets in value. Songchen remembered clearly that in his previous life on Earth, there were many bizarre collectibles. For example, a breath from the famous inventor Edison, or a chamber pot used by a certain emperor, a chair sat on by a great person, clothes worn by a certain celebrity. In terms of true value, these items didn't amount to much, yet, some people collected them. So, while Songchen was taking over the shop to sell some items, more importantly, he was selling stories. Or rather, using stories as a gimmick to attract others' attention. After arriving on Blue Star, Songchen had spent 3 years as a ghostwriter. Moreover, he had countless stories from Earth in his mind, not to mention the myths and legends, which alone provided him with endless material. Furthermore, he had read countless web novels, and those materials were even more numerous. He decided to write down these stories and attach them to the items for sale. This way, the items in the shop would have enough appeal. Moreover, regarding the stories of Earth, only he knows them, which is an advantage that others do not have. Thus, in the following days, Songchen adjusted the layout of the shop, designed the storefront, and replicated a large number of purchased magical artifacts and elemental stones. Besides that, he began writing stories. He started with the tale of Panga creating the world, followed by Manhwa molding humans from clay. Writing like this, even if I type 20,000 words a day, it will take a long time, Songchen said to himself after finishing the story of Manhwa. Xiaoyi, can we use Baidu? At that moment, he suddenly thought of the omnipotent Baidu. Baidu has not been unlocked. Xiaoyi replied. Is there any way to quickly organize the stories in my mind into text? Songchen asked, not willing to give up. You can use Bluetooth to connect the computer and the phone. Use brainwaves to convert the images in your mind into text, Xiaoyi answered. Ha ha ha. It really works. Xiaoyi, I love you. Songchen exclaimed, jumping up excitedly. He had only asked out of curiosity, not expecting to actually solve this major problem. Soon, he used Bluetooth to connect the computer in his mind to his phone. At that moment, he discovered that the images in his mind could not only be converted into text but also into pictures and videos. Of course, the speed of converting to pictures and videos couldn't compare to that of text. This is amazing, it's simply a divine skill, Songchen said excitedly. If he had this ability 3 years ago, he could have swept through the entire novel, comic, and video industries by himself. In the following period, Songchen transformed all the myths and legends of Earth from his memory into text, pictures, and videos. The videos were in anime form. Early the next morning, Songchen printed 5,000 flyers and had people distribute them in Phoenix City. The main content of the flyers contained only 2 sentences. The first floor, grand opening today. The second, anyone with this flyer can come to the store to receive a free spirit stone, limited to 1 per person, activity lasts for 2 days. It should be noted that a spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins. Such a gesture was not insignificant. When the people of Phoenix City saw this flyer, they thought the person who printed it was crazy, just playing with them. Therefore, many people directly threw the flyers they received into the trash. However, there were always some who, with a try-it-out attitude, came to the first floor based on the address on the flyer. At that moment, they found 2 large screens at the entrance of the first floor, playing stories they had never heard of, Panga creating the world. At first, they just stopped out of curiosity to take a look. But as they watched, they found themselves getting a bit absorbed. Many people fought for the first time, so this is how the world and everything in it came to be. So much so that many suddenly forgot the purpose of their visit. It is human nature to watch the excitement. Some passers-by, seeing so many people gathered at the entrance of the first floor, also came forward to join in. As time passed, the crowd at the entrance of the first floor grew larger and larger. When the story of Manga creating the world finished playing, the onlookers reluctantly withdrew their gazes. At that moment, they remembered they had come here to receive the spirit stones. So, they walked into the shop. When they entered the shop, they saw a young man sitting at the counter in the middle, smiling at everyone. Behind him, there was a shelf displaying goods. On the shelf, there were some elemental stones and magical artifacts. At the very top of the shelf, a huge banner hung, proclaiming 10% off store-wide. Below this massive banner, a smaller one read, "Spend 100 spirit stones and receive a copy of the Manga storybook. Spend 200 spirit stones and receive a comic book." These comic books and storybooks were all hastily produced by Song-chan overnight. This time, in order to make a name for the first building, he had really gone all out with the promotion. He couldn't believe that under such publicity, there would still be people in Phoenix City who didn't know about the first building. "Boss, can I really get a spirit stone with this flyer?" At that moment, someone holding a flyer looked at Song-chan and asked, "Of course. Can we exchange it on the spot? Hand over the flyer." Song-chan replied. The person who asked, still somewhat skeptical, handed the flyer to Song-chan. Without a second thought, Song-chan took out a spirit stone and handed it over. They really give out spirit stones. The person who received the spirit stone still found it hard to believe, feeling as if they were dreaming. Before this, no one would have thought that a flyer could be exchanged for a spirit stone. "Boss, I have a flyer too. I have one here. I have one as well." In an instant, others with flyers began to clamor. "Everyone, don't rush, line up to receive." "Xiao Jin, help me maintain order," Song-chan said. He sat at the counter, and as long as those in line presented their flyers, he would hand them a spirit stone without hesitation. Before long, he had distributed nearly 200 spirit stones. This meant that there were already 200 people who had received flyers. Compared to those exchanging for spirit stones, there were even more onlookers. After all, some people were just there to watch the excitement, they didn't have flyers. In no time, many turned around to search the streets for flyers. Meanwhile, those who had already received spirit stones did not leave. They all wanted to see what the first building was up to. "Boss, what does the 10% off store-wide on your banner mean?" At that moment, someone couldn't help but ask. "It's simple. Take elemental stones for example. In other places, an elemental stone sells for 10 spirit stones. Here, it only costs 9 spirit stones. Other treasures, body refining liquids, and so on, are also at a 10% discount. If you spend 100 spirit stones, you'll also receive a special Manga storybook. It contains a more detailed account of the story of Manga creating the world," Song-chan explained. Hearing this, the onlookers suddenly understood. Although an elemental stone was only 1 spirit stone cheaper, buying in bulk could save a lot of spirit stones. Song-chan didn't rush to promote the elemental stones but instead looked at the crowd and asked, "Do you know which part of Manga the elemental stones come from?" "I'd say it's from his hair." "How could it be hair? The video just said that Manga's hair turned into flowers, grass, and trees. I think it should be cells. It could also be dust from above." In an instant, the onlookers began to discuss vigorously due to Song-chan's question. Seeing this phenomenon, a smile crept onto Song-chan's face as he picked up a drink from the side and took a sip. The exact part of Manga that the elemental stones transformed from wasn't important. What mattered was the discussion among the onlookers. The more heated their discussion, the better the publicity for the first building. Customers wanting to purchase elemental stones, "Hurry up, first come, first served," Song-chan then said. "I'm a water-type ability user, give me 12 water attribute elemental stones, and remember to include the Manga storybook." A customer said. "Please wait a moment," Song-chan said, turning around on the shelf, took 12 water attribute elemental stones and handed them to the customer. Along with them, he also handed over a storybook about Manga. Each elemental stone was priced at 9 spirit stones, so these 12 elemental stones amounted to 108 spirit stones. The cost for Song-chan to replicate 1 elemental stone was 2 spirit stones. This meant that for every elemental stone sold, he made a net profit of 7 spirit stones. As for labor, water, electricity, rent, and printing storybooks, in the face of products priced in spirit stones, the costs could be completely ignored. "I want 5 metal attribute elemental stones, and a bronze-level big knife," another customer said. "Okay, that will be a total of 345 spirit stones, and I'll throw in a Manga comic book for you," Song-chan replied. Thus, as time passed, people continuously came to exchange spirit stones with promotional flyers. There were also constant purchases of elemental stones or magical artifacts. Song Chen was busy from morning till night. When night fell and he closed the shop's door, he let out a long sigh of relief. It had indeed been a tiring day. However, he felt excited inside. A shop that was so bustling on its first day of business was quite rare in the entire Phoenix City. Sitting in the shop, Song Chen began to tally up today's earnings. Throughout the day, he sold a total of 867 elemental stones, 32 black iron level magical artifacts, 11 bronze level magical artifacts, and 1 silver level magical artifact. He made a net profit of 7 spirit stones for each elemental stone. For a black iron magical artifact, he made a net profit of 80 spirit stones. For a bronze magical artifact, it was 250 spirit stones. For a silver magical artifact, it was 1,800 spirit stones. Today, he earned a total of 13,179 spirit stones. Converted to dragon coins, that was a small target achieved in just one day. And this was just the first day. As the fame of the first floor grew, the number of customers would increase daily. The spirit stones earned each day would also continue to grow. Now, Song Chen's only worry was supply not meeting demand. Because, with his current physical strength, he could replicate at most 1,440 elemental stones a day. For black iron magical artifacts, he could replicate 144, for bronze artifacts 28, and for silver artifacts 6. These were not parallel, it was a choice of 1 out of 4. For example, if he chose to replicate elemental stones, he could not replicate black iron artifacts. If he replicated black iron artifacts, he could not replicate bronze artifacts. The higher the level of the magical artifact, the longer it took to replicate one. As the number of customers continued to increase, these items would definitely not be enough to sell. Fortunately, he still had a little stock left. However, at most, it would last for 3 days. It seems I must find another way to enhance my physical strength and soul strength, Song Chen thought to himself. Only after improving the hardware and software can the replication speed increase. If my current physical strength or soul strength could reach 1,000, then I could replicate at least 50,000 elemental stones a day. He was currently relying on body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid, as well as practicing the sunflower manual to enhance his physical and soul strength. Although he could use the garbage clearance function to regularly expel impurities produced after taking the body refining liquid and essence nurturing liquid, for him, such improvements were still too slow. Xiaojin, do you know if there are any other methods besides essence nurturing liquid and body refining liquid to enhance physical strength and soul strength? At this moment, Song Chen asked Jin Zizai. Although Jin Zizai had never said it, he knew that Jin Zizai must come from some big family. While he lacked a bit in intelligence, his experience was far superior to his own. There are many methods, Jin Zizai replied casually. He didn't quite understand why Song Chen was so happy counting spirit stones just now. He just listened for a moment, and Song Chen had only earned a little over 10,000 spirit stones. Was this really something to be happy about? You tell me about it, Song Chen said hurriedly. The first method is to use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine the body. For example, the fire of the earth's core, thunder liquid, 1 yuan heavy water, and so on. These aren't expensive, just a little over 1,000,000 spirit stones each, Jin Zizai said with a smile. A little over 1,000,000 spirit stones each, that's really cheap, Song Chen said, his mouth twitching twice as he spoke. If he had over 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would directly use them to repair his fate. What about the other method? Song Chen asked next. There's another method, which is training in a gravity field. Depending on different strengths, you can choose different levels of gravity. For example, double gravity, triple gravity, tenfold gravity, and so on. However, this is quite strenuous, and I think it's not good, Jin Zizai added his opinion after finishing. How much does this cost? Song Chen asked. This is quite cheap. The double gravity field is 100 spirit stones per hour, the quadruple gravity field is 200 spirit stones, the octuple gravity field is 800 spirit stones, and the 16-fold gravity field is 1,600 spirit stones. At the highest, the 128-fold gravity field is only 6,400 spirit stones per hour, Jin Zizai said. You used the word cheap very well, highlighting both the affordability of the 128-fold gravity field and your disdain for it, Song Chen said to Jin Zizai. He realized that chatting with Jin Zizai required strong psychological resilience, otherwise, one could easily be severely injured. Perhaps it was because Jin Zizai's family background was so rich that he had no concept of spirit stones at all. If someone were unaware, they might think he was bragging. But Song Chen could see that what Jin Zizai spoke of was likely just ordinary matters to him. Deep down, he genuinely felt that a little over $1 million for heavenly materials and earthly treasures was cheap. More importantly, he aimed to create an illusion. He wanted others who were unaware to think that this shop had immense power and a profound background. That was why it dared to use such a name. This way, the shop could establish itself and not be coveted by others. Of course, during this time, he took advantage of Jin Zizai's identity. Although he didn't know which prominent family Jin Zizai came from, the forces behind him were undoubtedly formidable. This was beyond doubt. Today, Jin Zizai had been busy in his shop all day, and if someone were to investigate the person behind the shop, they would surely focus on Jin Zizai. With Jin Zizai's background, it was enough to intimidate all sorts of petty characters. Naturally, he didn't tell Jin Zizai about this, it was just a little scheme of his. However, he also knew that this alone was not enough. He was still quite interested in the gravity field that Jin Zizai mentioned. Although the price wasn't cheap, given his current rate of earning spirit stones, it was still acceptable. He planned to settle the first floor tomorrow and then head to the gravity field to see the effects. While Song Chen and Jin Zizai were discussing this, news about the first floor was quickly spreading throughout Phoenix City. The first floor, Pangu opening the sky, promotional flyers, receiving spirit stones, a 10% discount for the whole venue. These phrases caught the attention of many and were passed around by word of mouth. Those who casually threw away the first floor's promotional flyers would soon regret it. What they threw away was not a flyer, but a piece of spirit stone. For someone like Jin Zizai, a spirit stone was dispensable. However, for those living at the bottom of society, a spirit stone could represent several days or even more than 10 days' worth of wages. Thus, a phenomenon emerged in Phoenix City. Many people rummaged through trash bins, searching for the flyers they had discarded. Some found the flyers, but others did not. This caused them immense pain, making them feel as if they had lost a fortune. At the same time, the storybooks and comics sent out by Song Chen were spreading among many people. More and more individuals were learning about the story of Pangu creating the world. As the story circulated, it was natural to mention the first tower. Therefore, over time, the reputation of the first tower grew larger. Although it had not reached the level of being a household name, it could be said to have gained some fame. After all, it was only the first day. On a new day, Song Chen opened his eyes under the sunlight on the rooftop, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He noticed that his absorption of sunlight seemed to have increased. Previously, he could only enhance his physical strength by 0.01 points per minute. Now, he could increase it by 0.02 points per minute. This was because he had cultivated the Sunflower Manual to the second level. At this moment, there was a fiery energy mass in his dantian. Let's test my current attack power, Song Chen said, walking to the entrance of his home and striking the ground with his palm. Instantly, a large pit about 1 meter deep appeared on the ground, with scorch marks from flames on its surface. Relying solely on this energy mass, I can achieve the attack power of the Black Iron Realm, Song Chen muttered to himself. After such a long period of cultivation, he had finally reached the attack power of the Black Iron Realm, which was the result of his repeated refinement of his essence and marrow. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. This alone was enough to show that a martial artist's progress was indeed slow. However, Song Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he was exceptionally happy. Because this was an unexpected gain, his true means of attack were not these. Thinking of this, he glanced at his attribute panel. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 252, soul strength, 193, ability attribute, none, comprehensive combat power? I didn't expect my physical strength to have reached 252, meeting the standard for the Silver Realm. However, my soul strength is starting to lag behind the growth rate of my physical strength, Song Chen silently thought. The reason for such a large gap was that cultivating the Sunflower Manual could only enhance physical strength but could not increase soul strength. Or rather, the increase in soul strength was negligible. To improve a computer's performance, both software and hardware must be upgraded simultaneously, otherwise, it is prone to crashing. Therefore, Song Chen had to find a way to increase his soul strength. He would need to consult Jin Zizai about this. After leaving home, Song Chen did not head directly to the first tower. Instead, he went with Jin Zizai to the Ability User Guild. The Ability User Guild was established under the leadership of the 4 great saints of the Dragon Kingdom and had an official background. Anyone could hire ability users through the guild to do their bidding. However, due to its official background, these ability users could not be hired to commit murder, arson, or engage in activities that violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Other non-illegal tasks were permissible. For example, escorting something or someone to a specific location, or protecting the employer's safety, helping the employer find a designated item. In simpler terms, the ability user guild functioned like an intermediary. The employer posts tasks, and the members of the union receive them through this platform. The platform is responsible for assessing the difficulty of the tasks and supervising the union's superhumans, to prevent them from committing heinous acts for personal gain. Song Chen came here to hire some superhumans to protect the first building. If the trend from yesterday continues, it won't be long before the first building becomes a thorn in the side of certain forces. He is not afraid of competition in business, he fears underhanded tactics. A direct attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Having lived 2 lives, Song Chen understands this principle. Although he can deal with ordinary scoundrels, he does not want to expose himself. It is best for him to appear as a useless person without awakened powers or as a martial artist in the eyes of others. Soon, Song Chen and Jin Zizai arrived at the Superhuman Union. So this is the Superhuman Union? It looks so shabby, totally unworthy of its reputation, Jin Zizai muttered to himself while surveying the environment. What a big mouth. It's the first time someone has called our Superhuman Union shabby, a voice suddenly came from the side. It was clear that the tone was unfriendly. Hearing this voice, a hint of helplessness flashed in Song Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that Jin Zizai, this lively character, would stir up trouble with just one sentence. Jin Zizai, one sentence made 2 men fight to a bloody mess for me, doghead. At this moment, Song Chen turned around and saw a man in his mid-20s looking at them with an unfriendly expression. Did I say something wrong? The Superhuman Union is the largest union in Long Country. It should at least have a floor made of white jade, if not jade from Hutian. But instead, it's made of artificial marble. Even my dog's house is better than this. Jin Zizai was relentless with his words. His statement left everyone in the Superhuman Union dumbfounded. To suggest using white jade for flooring was truly absurd. Why not say they should use imperial green? Where did this ignorant kid come from, spouting nonsense here? The man in his mid-20s snorted coldly. Little Jin, shut up. Jin Zizai was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Song Chen. Although he knew that what Jin Zizai said might be true, such words should not be spoken in this situation. Saying that was equivalent to slapping them in the face in front of them. No one would take that lightly. I apologize, everyone. This is my brother. 3 years ago, to save me, he had a little kiss from a donkey's hoof. His intelligence is a bit touching now, so please bear with us. Song Chen said, folding his arms and addressing the others. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Superhuman Union members softened slightly. If Jin Zizai's intelligence was touching, they indeed shouldn't hold it against him too much. Boss, you've changed. You're not as clever as before, you actually said something like this now. What happened to your previous arrogance, your defiance against heaven and earth? Jin Zizai said, looking at Song Chen. Little Jin, I've told you many times that language is an art. Art is not just about confronting people. You should listen more and speak less while you're with me, Song Chen said. Understood, boss. Jin Zizai replied. Seeing that Jin Zizai had stopped talking, Song Chen walked towards the task window of the Superhuman Union. Hello, I would like to hire a few people to protect my shop and my safety. The stronger, the better. Please help me select suitable personnel, Song Chen said to the staff at the window. Sir, is this for the long term? Also, what price can you offer? We have individual ability users here, as well as ability user teams. Which one would you like to hire? The staff member asked. I want to hire an individual ability user, long term. Price is not an issue, the stronger the better. I will offer a corresponding price based on their strength, Song Chen replied. He needed to protect himself and the shop, so he didn't require too many people. He had some understanding of the ability user guild's situation. For 1,000 spirit stones a month, he could hire a gold-level ability user. For 10,000 spirit stones, he could hire a platinum-level ability user. That was already the highest price. For ordinary ability users, earning spirit stones was not that easy. Not everyone could have some bug skills like Song Chen. Alright, please wait a moment, the staff member said, starting to operate on the computer. At that moment, Song Chen noticed that many individual ability users in the guild had taken out their phones. This was because the staff member had posted Song Chen's hiring request as a task. Soon, many ability users came to the counter. Sir, I am a silver-level wind ability user, skilled in speed and attack. Do you think I meet your requirements? A man in his 30s said to Song Chen. At over 30 years old and still only at silver level, this person's talent was lacking, probably only D level, at most C level potential. Unless something unexpected happened, such a person was destined to be mediocre for life. In fact, such people were everywhere in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter which world, ordinary people always made up the majority. Sir, I am a silver level fire ability user. I am a silver level object control ability user. Soon, others began to introduce themselves to Song Chen. However, none of them met his requirements. Sorry everyone, I need at least a gold level ability user. Please help me raise the requirement to at least gold level. Song Chen apologized to the ability users in front of him, then turned to the staff member at the counter. Okay. The staff member nodded. With the staff member's condition set, all the silver level ability users around left. For a moment, there were no other ability users in front of Song Chen. Gold level ability users were already considered skilled. Although not the top tier, they were still above average. Anyone who could become a gold level ability user had some talent and a bit of backbone. Many would be recruited by the major forces in the Dragon Kingdom. Those unwilling to be recruited would form their own ability user teams and become small leaders. There weren't many who preferred to go solo. Is there no one? If it really doesn't work, I'll just hire an ability user team, Song Chen muttered to himself. Although hiring an ability user team was slightly more expensive, it would be better to respond to emergencies. I am a gold level ability user. Are you the employer? Why is it a kid who hasn't even grown up yet? At that moment, a man stepped forward, looking at Song Chen with a frown. His tone made Song Chen frown as well. This was certainly not the attitude of someone being hired. Strength was important, but attitude was equally important. Song Chen was hiring ability users to help him solve unnecessary troubles, not to add to his frustrations. Sorry, I feel that you don't quite meet my requirements. However, he still patiently said a word. Where do I not meet the requirements? Your task requirement is that the stronger, the better. Right now, I am the only gold level ability user in the guild. Are you trying to make fun of us? The man said to Song Chen with a somewhat unfriendly tone. What's wrong? You don't meet my requirements. Are you trying to force me to hire you? At this moment, Song Chen's tone turned cold. He wasn't keen on causing trouble, but when trouble came knocking, he wasn't afraid of it either. You say I don't meet your requirements, you should at least give me a clear explanation. I can't just come here for nothing, the middle-aged man said. Explanation? Is that a rule of your ability user association? At this point, Song Chen turned to look at the staff behind the counter and asked. Our ability user association has no such rule. Wang Jiang, watch your words and actions, don't tarnish the reputation of our ability user association. If you don't rein it in, you should know the consequences. The staff first shot an apologetic glance at Song Chen, then spoke to the middle-aged man. Wang Jiang, you're still so arrogant. Just then, a female voice came from the side. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a red qipao. She was stunningly beautiful, her eyes sparkling, and every smile and frown was filled with allure. She walked towards Song Chen like a model on a runway. As she moved, her long, fair legs peeked out from beneath the qipao, evoking a flurry of thoughts. A mature woman. A textbook example of a mature woman. This was Song Chen's first conclusion. To be honest, he had always thought he preferred girls who were a bit more innocent, but upon seeing this woman, he realized that a mature woman could also tug at his heartstrings. He admitted he was a bit fickle. What does fickle mean? It means seeing a beautiful opposite sex and wanting to move in with them. It's the poison rose. I didn't expect her to show up here today. Isn't she usually a lone wolf? How could she be here? What's she trying to do? Does she want to be hired? The people from the Ability User Association whispered among themselves. Even the previously arrogant man didn't say a word. This made Song Chen pay attention. The name Poison Rose was not something to be taken lightly. After all, the poison rose was not only beautiful but could also sting. Little brother, what do you think of your sister? Sister is a Golden Realm Fate ability user. She can see a person's fortune, which would be a great help to you. The woman in the qipao approached Song Chen, looking up at him as she spoke. The poison rose was 172 centimeters tall and wore high heels. If Song Chen weren't 185 centimeters tall, he might have felt a bit diminished in her presence. He didn't respond immediately but checked her attributes. Object name, Nangong Wei Yang age, 23 physical strength, 2863 soul strength, 4912 ability attribute, prophecy comprehensive combat power, 7775. When Song Chen saw her attributes, he was instantly stunned. A physical strength of 2800 wasn't surprising, after all, she was an ability user of the Golden Realm. He was shocked for 3 reasons. First, she was only 23 years old, yet she looked quite mature. To an uninformed observer, she appeared to be in her mid-20s. Second, he noticed that her soul strength exceeded her physical strength by 2,000 points. It's important to note that soul strength is the hardest to improve. Third, her ability attribute was actually prophecy. If he remembered correctly, the prophecy ability was ranked 35, with an SSS level potential. If her ability were to be exposed, she would definitely be protected by the Dragon Kingdom. She would receive the best resources to aid her growth. After all, the prophecy ability was unlike any other. Although he was only ranked 35, he was extremely special and incomparable to other abilities in many ways. He didn't understand why the other party claimed to be a Fate ability user. Was it that he hadn't discovered something, or was it a deliberate concealment? Moreover, he couldn't comprehend why Nangong Weiyan wanted to register as an individual ability user in the Ability User Association. Really? That would be a great help to me? Can you help me find a beautiful girlfriend? I don't have high demands, someone like you would be fine, Song Chen said with a smile. Little brother's demands are quite high, huh? Sister is the most beautiful in Blue Star. If you want to find someone like me, you might have to stay single for a lifetime. Hearing Song Chen's words, Nangong Weiyan was momentarily stunned before laughing. But it doesn't have to be that way, it would be great if you could be my girlfriend. Song Chen's words were actually filled with a sense of testing. He wanted to see if the other party was deliberately approaching him for some unknown reason. Little brother is so direct, sister is getting shy. However, if you want to be my boyfriend, you're still a bit lacking. If one day you become the strongest in Long Country, I might give you a chance to pursue me. But for now, sister is short on money and just wants to be employed to earn some pocket money. Do you think sister meets your requirements? Nangong Weiyang said. I want that spot. Just as Song Chen was about to speak, an undeniable voice suddenly came from the side. No one expected that someone would dare to speak up at this moment. The poison rose was not to be trifled with, snatching a spot from her usually didn't end well. The man from the Golden Realm had remained silent since the appearance of the poison rose. However, when everyone saw who had spoken, they were instantly stunned. How is it him? I didn't expect him to come and plan to be employed. Am I still asleep? Am I hallucinating? This world is too crazy. The surrounding ability users were buzzing with discussion, their voices even louder than when they saw the poison rose. Who is he? Song Chen looked at the person who had just spoken, puzzled, and asked Nangong Weiyang. The suddenly appearing man looked disheveled, unkempt, and reeked of alcohol. But the reaction from the crowd indicated he was no ordinary person. Dao Wuxin. Nangong Weiyang glanced at Song Chen, as if to say, how could you not know him? However, she still explained to Song Chen. Dao Wuxin? Who is that? Song Chen had never heard of this name. However, he checked the other party's attributes. Object name, Dao Wuxin, age, 48, physical strength, 78542, soul strength, 19369, ability attribute, sword, comprehensive combat power, 97911. When Song Chen saw Dao Wuxin's attributes, he was once again stunned. The other party's physical strength was nearly 80,000, but his soul strength was only 20,000. The difference was too great. He was originally the captain of the Phoenix team, which is the strongest ability user team in our Phoenix City. They once completed a 9-star mission, but later, something happened, and all the members of the Phoenix team, except for Dao Wuxin, died. And Dao Wuxin's realm also plummeted. Since then, he has lost his previous grandeur, becoming utterly dejected and drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day, Nangong Weiyang continued. Upon hearing Nangong Weiyang's words, Song Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Dao Wuxin's soul strength was several times lower than his physical strength, not even reaching 20,000. It must be due to past events that had wounded his soul, leading to the decrease in soul strength. The reduction in soul strength leads to a decrease in overall combat power. Naturally, this will also result in a significant drop in one's realm. Mr. Wuxin, what brings you here? If you're out of money for drinks, just say so, there's no need to be hired by someone. At this moment, a staff member behind the counter stood up and spoke. Facing the staff member's kindness, Dao Wuxin turned his head and coldly looked at him. Do I need others to pity me? I have hands and feet, Dao Wuxin said with a somewhat icy tone. After saying this, he swayed slightly and approached Song Chen. If you want to hire me, just give me the spirit stones. As long as there's enough alcohol, it's fine. How about it? Dao Wuxin asked Song Chen. No problem. Since Mr. Wuxin is willing to lower himself, alcohol is not an issue. Just tell me what you want to drink, Song Chen said politely. Although he was not familiar with Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang had just clearly spoken of his deeds. His experiences and strength were beyond doubt. Moreover, even the staff of the Ability User Association respected him, further indicating his extraordinary nature. Being able to hire such a big shot was definitely an unexpected delight. Hearing Song Chen say this, Dao Wuxin expressionlessly picked up a wine gourd and took a sip. To him, it seemed like a trivial matter. At this moment, Nangong Weiyang's expression changed slightly. Her brows furrowed, and her delicate willow-like eyebrows came together. She knew very well that she could not compete with Dao Wuxin. She never expected Dao Wuxin to appear at this time. "Sister, if you're willing, come with me. How about 1,000 spirit stones a month?" Just as Nangong Weiyang was pondering how to persuade Song Chen, he spoke to her. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Nangong Weiyang's eyes. She did not expect that after Dao Wuxin's appearance, Song Chen would still be willing to hire her. She was only slightly taken aback before a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Of course." Thus, Song Chen, along with Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang, walked towards the outside of the Ability User Association. "Sir," at that moment, the staff member suddenly called out to Song Chen. "Is there anything else?" Song Chen turned back to ask. "Please treat Mr. Wuxin well," the staff member said with a pleading look. "Mind your own business." Before Song Chen could speak, Dao Wuxin replied without looking back. Hearing what the staff member and Dao Wuxin said, Song Chen remained silent, raised his hand, and made an okay gesture to the staff member. Then, he left the Ability User Association with Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang, and Jin Zizai. He knew that Dao Wuxin must have many stories, but he didn't care. Older people, especially powerful ability users, all have untold stories. It was destined that what happened here today would spread throughout Phoenix City. The Poison Rose and Dao Wuxin being hired by the same person was big news. Some people said that Song Chen hired the Poison Rose because he was infatuated with her beauty. Otherwise, having already hired the powerful Dao Wuxin, why would he need to hire the Poison Rose? Song Chen was despicable, lusting after her body. In fact, Song Chen later hired Nangong Weiyang not because of her beauty. No matter the world, there has never been a shortage of beautiful women. A great mother once said, "The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be." Similarly, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. If Nangong Weiyang weren't dangerous, she wouldn't be called the Poison Rose. Although Song Chen liked beautiful women, he was not the kind of lecher who would throw his life away for a woman. The reason he hired Nangong Weiyang had two aspects. First, he had previously noticed that Nangong Weiyang seemed to be intentionally getting close to him. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but if it wasn't, it would be quite interesting. Nangong Weiyang approaching him must be for some undisclosed purpose. For someone who had such an interest in him, the best way to handle it was to keep her close. Once he refused, she would be in the dark while he was in the light. If Nangong Weiyang wanted to harm him, he would be somewhat defenseless. After all, it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden one. With Dao Wuxin by his side, she wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. If she had ulterior motives, he could give her the opportunity to expose herself. Second, if Nangong Weiyang had no hidden agenda and was simply, as she claimed, in need of money and looking for employment to earn some spirit stones, that would be even better. She possessed the prophetic ability of Sequence 35, which was extremely special and would definitely help him in the future. Moreover, having such a beautiful woman around as a decorative piece would also be quite nice. Scientific research shows that looking at beautiful women every day can improve one's mood, reduce the occurrence of diseases, and even extend lifespan. The benefits are numerous. Nangong Weiyang was unaware of Song Chen's thoughts. She was like most people, thinking that the reason Song Chen hired her was because of her appearance. However, she didn't mind. Her looks were indeed an advantage, and gaining employment through her strengths was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she wasn't selling her body. When Song Chen and his group arrived at the first floor, they found it surrounded by a crowd. Those who were unaware might have thought these people were gathering to cause trouble. "Boss, you finally made it." Upon seeing Song Chen, 3 young girls hurriedly approached him. These were the staff members Song Chen had specifically recruited yesterday, as he was a bit overwhelmed on his own. Hearing the staff speak, the others immediately turned their attention to Song Chen. "Do you have something to discuss?" Song Chen asked knowingly, looking at the onlookers. He knew that these people were mostly there to collect spirit stones. After all, his spirit stone distribution event had only been going on for 2 days. Today was the second and final day. Following yesterday's events, those who had received spirit stones would surely share their experiences with friends and family. The large turnout today was entirely expected. The human tendency to take advantage of free things is well known. If it's free, why not take it? Little did they know, the free stuff is often the most expensive. "We're here with flyers to collect spirit stones. I heard from a friend that this event is real. The boss wouldn't go back on his word, right?" one person asked. "This event is indeed real. Please wait a moment, I will exchange spirit stones once I open the door," Song Chen replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd at the entrance of the first floor very cooperatively made way for him. Song Chen didn't deliberately delay. After opening the door, he quickly arranged for Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin, and then began exchanging spirit stones with the 3 temporary staff. just like yesterday. Song Chen's actions left Nangong Weiyan dumbfounded. She completely failed to understand his purpose in doing this. What is the boss doing? Is he a fool with too much money? Nangong Weiyang said to Jin Zizai. She had been watching for a while and noticed that Song Chen had already exchanged several hundred spirit stones. At the current rate, by the end of the day, he might end up giving away several thousand spirit stones for free. Nangong Weiyang's monthly salary was only 1,000 spirit stones. In just one day, Song Chen would be giving away her salary for several months. Those with lower abilities might not even earn that much in 10 years. Perhaps the boss is in a good mood, experiencing the joy of giving spirit stones to others. He only printed 5,000 flyers in total, so these spirit stones aren't much, Jin Zizai said nonchalantly. With his intelligence, even after witnessing yesterday's scene, he still didn't understand Song Chen's actions. Of course, he didn't need to understand. When he was in a good mood, he would also reward others. He felt that it wasn't anything strange, as long as he was happy. Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Nangong Weiyan turned to look at Song Chen, still with a puzzled expression. She couldn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world. If Song Chen was really just giving out spirit stones, there was no need to hire her and Dao Wuxin to protect the shop. However, she didn't ask further, just looked at Song Chen with confusion, then glanced at the people queuing outside for spirit stones. As for Dao Wuxin, after arriving at the shop, he found a place to sit down and drank from his gourd, seemingly indifferent to everything outside. Just like yesterday, those who received spirit stones did not leave immediately. They stood at the door, eyeing the products in the shop. At the same time, some people began watching the video about Pangu opening the heavens on the big screen. Song Chen saw their behavior and didn't urge them, continuing to exchange spirit stones with the two temporary staff. Boss, give me 10 Earth Attribute Elemental Stones. Someone quickly started purchasing elemental stones. Today is the grand opening, everything is about to begin. Song Chen silently thought. With so many onlookers, once someone started, others would naturally follow suit. Next, more and more people would buy elemental stones or treasures. Indeed, as Song Chen expected, the number of people purchasing items on the first floor increased. People are like that. Sometimes, even if they don't need something, when they see certain items selling cheaper than usual, they can't help but buy. This is human purchasing desire. Song Chen had created so much hype for one purpose, to attract people to the first floor. Once they came, they were all potential customers for the first floor. Soon, a day passed. During this time, Song Chen discovered that the flyers he received over the past 2 days had exceeded 5,000, reaching 8,000. This indicated that some people had faked it. However, he didn't mind. This was a good thing for him, because he stipulated that each person could only receive one spirit stone. With 3,000 extra flyers, it meant that 3,000 more people came to the first floor. That was equivalent to having 3,000 people promoting him for free. He had only printed 5,000 flyers initially because he was too lazy to have people distribute them. Now that this situation had arisen, he couldn't have asked for more. After closing the door, Song Chen counted today's gains. The pure profit was nearly double that of yesterday. Today, he netted 21,524 spirit stones. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he earned 1,000,000 spirit stones. By then, he would be able to repair his fate. The first floor is just as you see it. If this continues, it will surely attract jealousy. What you two need to do is prevent those with ill intentions from damaging the first floor, Song Chen then said to Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin. With me here, those below the diamond realm will come and go without return, Dao Wuxin said to Song Chen at that moment. Thank you, Mr. Wuxin, Song Chen replied. Dao Wuxin had been a Diamond Realm ability user before, and although his realm had dropped due to certain circumstances, his combat experience and awareness remained intact. It is not an exaggeration to say that beneath the realm of diamonds, no ability user can threaten him. I will do my part as well. I will keep an eye on the fortunes of the first tower, said Nangong Weiyang. If there are any abnormalities, I will inform you in advance. At this moment, Nangong Weiyang spoke. That would be perfect, Song Chen replied. Soon after, Song Chen and his group left the shop and headed to the Old General Tower. The so-called Old General Tower is a force established by some retired military generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the Old General Tower has the support of the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities behind it. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Old General Tower is absolutely the strongest force among the civilians of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Ability User Guild cannot compare. Although the Ability User Guild is the largest guild in the Dragon Kingdom, that is only in terms of the number of members and their widespread distribution. However, in terms of combat power, the difference between the Ability User Guild and the Old General Tower is not trivial. The Ability User Guild mainly provides a platform for civilian ability users, acting as a kind of intermediary. The main currencies are dragon coins and spirit stones. However, the Old General Tower is different. It values military achievements the most. Military achievements are different from dragon coins and spirit stones. All military achievements can only be obtained through killing enemies, and they cannot be faked. In the Dragon Kingdom, military achievements are held in the highest regard. Many people do not care about having spirit stones. However, possessing military achievements will earn respect no matter where one is. Because of this, the Old General Tower is also an important platform for enhancing strength among the civilians of the Dragon Kingdom. Here, there are not only gravity fields but also opportunities for arena battles or simulated combat to improve fighting experience. If one wishes, they can also go to real battlefields through the Old General Tower. Although the Dragon Kingdom appears calm on the surface, battles have never ceased in many unseen places. There is no such thing as peaceful times, it is just that someone is bearing the burden for you. This saying may have been overused, but it is the truth. Song Chen and the others stood in front of the Old General Tower, looking up at it. It was an unremarkable building, and even the words Old General Tower at the entrance had become somewhat unclear due to the passage of time. However, they could sense a strong atmosphere of killing intent emanating from the building. Just as Song Chen and the others were about to enter the Old General Tower, they noticed a man and a woman walking out from inside. "What did you mean just now, flirting with other men while I was inside training? And you say I'm not your boyfriend? How come I never realized you were such a shameless person before?" At this moment, the man loudly questioned the woman. "Oh, there's gossip, quick, let's listen." Song Chan's eyes lit up at this scene. He pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere and handed some to Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyan, and Dao Wuxing, then began to crack the seeds while watching the man and woman in front of the Old General Tower. Jin Zizai imitated Song Chan and started cracking seeds as well. Meanwhile, Nangong Weiyan looked at the seeds in her hand, her expression blank. Who carries sunflower seeds with them? Is Song Chen so fond of eating seeds that he isn't afraid of getting beaten up? Previously, she thought Song Chen was very composed, especially when handling the business of the first tower, where he strategized confidently. Now, she realized she had misjudged him. He was just a childish fool. "Did I say something wrong? You are indeed not my boyfriend, you are my husband, and we are already married," the woman said loudly. "Then how did you just refer to me? You said we were just passing acquaintances. Isn't it inferior to the love at first sight you had with that man? If I hadn't come out, you two would probably have been burning with passion by now, right?" the man said angrily. "So, are you planning to divorce me now?" the woman asked. "You're already cheating, and if I don't divorce you, am I supposed to keep you around for the new year?" the man replied. "Wu Datong, are you even a man? You have no tolerance at all. Don't say that I didn't have a relationship with that man just now. Even if I did, so what? Our 6 years of love can't compete with a momentary physical impulse with a stranger? You'd rather divorce me than give a woman who has loved you for 6 years a chance. Don't you find that ridiculous?" The woman looked at the man with an expression that was hard to understand. "What a good punch! Xiao Jin, have you learned? This is the art of conversation. No matter whose fault it is, turn the tables and take the high ground in attitude first." If you hadn't heard the content of their conversation, you'd probably find it hard to believe that this woman was in the wrong, Song Chen said while munching on sunflower seeds, addressing Jin Zizai. I've learned. This is so classic, I need to highlight it in my notebook. Boss, to be honest, if it weren't for following you, I would have wanted to learn the art of conversation from that woman, Jin Zizai said while jotting down notes. You're right, I really couldn't think of such a novel angle. I feel inferior, Song Chen said with admiration. You. How can you be so shameless? Divorce immediately, the man shouted hysterically. If you want to leave, then leave. Who's afraid of whom? You should take a look at your pathetic self. After 6 years, you're still a soldier, not even a general. I was really blind back then to have followed you. I could have randomly pulled a man off the street and he would have been more successful than you, the woman said, now fully committed. Get lost. Get out. The man yelled at the woman. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over with anger. However, he only shouted in anger and did not lay a hand on the woman. The woman snorted coldly and turned to leave. It's just a general, I'll show you a breakthrough, the man said as he walked back into the old general's building. At that moment, he was filled with the spirit of if I don't succeed, I will die trying. The seeds are finished, there's always a lingering feeling, Song Chen said as he put away the sunflower seeds, talking to himself. Boss, this is the first time I've found eating seeds so interesting. I need to prepare a small stool next time, that way, eating seeds will feel better, Jin Zizai said. Not bad, Xiaojin, you've grasped the essence of eating seeds. A child can be taught. Song Chen looked at Jin's eye with appreciation. Alright, let's go in. Song Chen did not forget the purpose of his visit to the old general's building just because of the seeds. Boss, you all go in, I'll wait for you outside. Nothing dangerous will happen inside the old general's building. At that moment, Dao Wuxin said to Song Chen. Hearing Dao Wuxin say this, Song Chen glanced at him. Dao Wuxin was unwilling to enter the old general's building for his own reasons, and he did not insist. Okay, Mr. Wuxin will wait for us outside, Song Chen said, and he, along with Jin Zizai and Nangong Weiyang, walked towards the old general's building. Xiaojin, have you ever been to the old general's building? Song Chen asked. I've heard my family mention it, but I've never been, Jin Zizai replied. He was quite interested in the old general's building. Sister Nangong, what about you? Song Chen turned to look at Nangong Weiyang and asked. Nangong Weiyang did not hide her name, so Song Chen called her sister Nangong. I've been to the old general's tower many times. I am actually a member of the old general's tower, currently a 2-star battle spirit, Nangong Weiyang replied. What does 2-star battle spirit mean? And what do the two people before mean by battle soldier and battle master? Song Chen asked, confused. He had not encountered this knowledge before. In the Dragon Kingdom, the most valued thing is military merit. Battle soldier, battle master, and battle spirit are different honorary titles based on military merit, Nangong Weiyang explained. Can you elaborate a bit more? Song Chen asked. Having less than 1,000 points of military merit is called a battle soldier. Battle soldiers are further divided into 1-star, 2-star, up to 9-star based on their merit points. Having 1,000 to 10,000 points of military merit is called a battle master, and similarly, battle masters are also ranked from 1-star to 9-star. Having 10,000 to 100,000 points of military merit is called a battle spirit. Having 100,000 to 1,000,000 points of military merit is called a battle sect. Having 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 points of military merit is called a battle general. Having over 20 million points of military merit is called a battle god. The battle god is the highest honor in the Dragon Kingdom. Aside from the battle god, the others are divided into 1-star to 9-star, Nangong Weiyang explained. So how do you earn military merit? What are the standards for earning military merit? Song Chen asked again. Killing exotic beasts and enemies from other countries can earn military merit. As for the standards for earning military merit, it depends on the level of the exotic beast killed. Killing a black iron level exotic beast earns 1 to 5 points of military merit. Bronze exotic beasts earn 10 to 50 points. Silver earns 100 to 500 points, gold earns 1,000 to 5,000 points, platinum earns 10,000 to 50,000 points, diamond earns 100,000 to 500,000 points, and king earns 1,000,000 to 5,000,000 points. Nangong Weiyang was very familiar with these details and spoke effortlessly. She earned the title of battle spirit by killing many exotic beasts. The military merit earned from killing exotic beasts of the same level varies. Based on Song Chen's guess, this is because exotic beasts of the same level have different strengths. Whether it is an ability user or an exotic beast, aside from the division of major realms, each major realm is further divided into 5 minor realms. For example, the Black Iron realm is divided from low to high as Black Iron 5, Black Iron 4, Black Iron 1, abbreviated as Black Iron 5, Black Iron 4, Black Iron 1. The Bronze realm is similarly divided from low to high as Bronze 5, Bronze 4, Bronze 1. The other realms are the same. After Song Chen and the others entered the old general's tower, the first thing they saw was a hall. By Song Chen's estimation, this hall was at least the size of a football field. Like an exchange office, there were multiple windows in the hall. Each window had corresponding staff. Just like the exchange office, one needed to queue and draw a number. Why do we have to queue? I hate queuing the most. Is there no VIP channel? Jin Zizai asked Nangong Weiyang. There is, but you must have the title of battle sect to skip the queue, Nangong Weiyang replied. Do I really need the title of battle sect? If I give more spirit stones, can I cut in line? Jin Zizai asked. For him, anything that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem. In the old general's tower, spirit stones are the least valuable. Here, military merit is everything. Without military merit, even if you have trillions of spirit stones, it is useless, Nangong Weiyang said. Forget it, I'm tired, just destroy it, Jin Zizai said, lying down directly on the chair. After all these years, it was the first time he encountered something that could not be solved with spirit stones. This dealt a devastating blow to his spirit stone-centric mindset, because his previous motto was that there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was simply because one wasn't rich enough. But now he realized he was wrong. The beliefs he held for the first half of his life had collapsed. Xiao Jin, although you have no military achievements, but you can hire a powerful warrior with military achievements. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, even a war god might be willing to help you. At this moment, Song Chen said. He had softened, unwilling to see Jin Zizai's beliefs shatter. Hearing Song Chen say this, Jin Zizai instantly sat up from his chair. It was as if he had come back to life in an instant, his face filled with excitement. The boss is right. I may not have military achievements, but I have spirit stones. This is what people often say, wealth can connect with the divine. Jin Zizai said a bit excitedly. Seeing Jin Zizai come back to life, Song Chen walked towards the window. His number had already been called. Hello, I would like to use the gravity field, Song Chen said. Please show your honor wristband, the staff member replied. What is an honor wristband? Song Chen asked, puzzled. He hadn't heard Nan Gongwei Yang mention this. This is your first time at the Veterans Tower, right? If you want to use the gravity field, you must register as a warrior. Pay 100 spirit stones, and we will give you 10 points of military achievement, and you will become a 1-star warrior. The honor wristband is a symbol of your identity. From now on, if you kill alien beasts or enemy countries' ability users, the honor wristband will automatically record your military achievements. The staff member explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Chen understood. So if I pay 1,000 spirit stones, can I get 100 points of military achievement? Song Chen asked. No, sir, anyone can only be given 10 points of military achievement at the start. If you want more military achievements, you need to kill alien beasts. The more military achievements you accumulate, the greater the benefits you will receive in the Veterans Tower. For example, for the gravity field you want to use, warriors pay the full price. War masters get a 10% discount. War spirits get a 30% discount. Warzone gets a 50% discount. War generals get a 70% discount. 9-star war generals get a 90% discount. The staff member said. What about war gods? Song Chen asked curiously. War gods can use any channel, any venue, and any facility in the Veterans Tower for free. As long as the war god needs it, we at the Veterans Tower will do our utmost to assist him. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Song Chen's eyes. The purpose of the Veterans Tower might be to encourage the ability users of the Dragon Kingdom to accumulate military achievements as much as possible. Then help me register as a warrior, Song Chen said, handing over 100 spirit stones. Sir, we need a drop of your blood for authentication. After authentication, this honor wristband can only be used by you, the staff member said. To this, Song Chen had no doubts and used the tool provided by the staff to prick his finger. In no time, Song Chen had completed everything. He held the honor wristband and studied it, discovering it contained 4 pieces of information: 10, warrior, a string of numbers, and 0. The 10 represented military achievement points. A string of numbers represented the serial number of the honor wristband. 0 represented the pre-deposited spirit stones in the Veterans Tower. Song Chen couldn't recognize what material the honor wristband was made of, but it looked very ancient. I want to use 100,000 military achievements to use the information system of the Veterans Tower to inquire about the murderer of my 2 brothers. Just as Song Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice full of rage from the nearby window. Hearing this voice, Song Chen immediately turned his head and looked towards the window beside him. He noticed a man, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, sitting gloomily in front of the window. The moment he saw this person, Song Chen's pupils quickly constricted. He realized that this man bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jiao and Lu Mang, each sharing about 40 to 50% of their features. Coupled with what he had just said, Song Chen instantly guessed the man's identity. Lu Jiao and Lu Mang's older brother, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Long. When Song Chen decided to kill Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, he had researched information about the Lu family. He knew that among the younger generation of the Lu family, there were 3 children, all boys. Although he couldn't find a photo of the eldest son, he did find out his name, Lu Long. Without hesitation, Song Chen immediately checked the man's attributes. Object name, Lu Long, age, 28, physical strength, 10251, soul strength, 8500, ability attribute, water, comprehensive combat power, 18,751. Lu Long is already a platinum level ability user, and he has the strength of platinum 4, Song Chen thought to himself. Lu Long was the most talented among the 3 brothers of the Lu family. Song Chen had not been able to find out where he had been previously. He just didn't expect to encounter Lu Long here. Moreover, hearing Lu Long just say that he wanted to use 100,000 military merits to investigate the murderer of his 2 younger brothers made Song Chen a bit nervous. Although Song Chen's previous actions were flawless, leaving no evidence behind, and with him not having awakened any abilities, the Lu family would have no reason to suspect him. However, if the old general's tower took action, it would be another story. He didn't know how many methods the old general's tower had and whether they would trace back to him. Excuse me, I would like to ask, can the intelligence system of the old general's tower find out anything? Song Chen then turned to the staff at the window and asked. As long as there are enough military merits, there is almost nothing that the old general's tower cannot find out within the borders of Long Country. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always some matters that even the old general's tower cannot handle. However, such cases are very rare, the staff member replied. The staff member's answer made Song Chen's heart sink. Although he was confident in his own methods, he was not afraid of 1,000, just of the unexpected. During this period, I must keep a low profile. If I can avoid showing my face, I will, until the college entrance examination is over, Song Chen silently thought to himself. After coming to this conclusion, he returned to the hall. At this time, Jin Zizai had also registered as a soldier. Sister Nangong, can you help me check my fortune for the next 10 days? Song Chen said to Nangong Weiyang. The reason for only checking 10 days was that there were only 10 days left until the college entrance examination. If he could achieve a good ranking during the exam, he would naturally receive the protection of the 3 major academies. By then, even if the Lu family found out that he was the one who killed Lu Jiao and Lu Mang, it wouldn't matter. The greater the potential he displayed, the more secure he would be. Wait a moment, Nangong Weiyang said, then began to calculate Song Chen's fortune for the next 10 days. Her ability was not fate, but rather prophecy, of sequence 35. Prophecy, in essence, is seeing a glimpse of the future through existing information. This is more insightful than the fate ability. Before long, Nangong Weiyang opened her eyes and looked back at Song Chen. Your fortune for the next 10 days is stable, with no significant fluctuations, Nangong Weiyang replied. That's good. In 10 days, I will have the college entrance examination, so I have decided to stay in the old general's tower for the next 10 days and find ways to enhance my strength. So the business of the first floor will be temporarily handed over to you. Every morning, you come to me to get the products you need to sell. Sell as much as you can, no pressure, Song Chen said to Jin Zizai and Nangong Weiyang. Boss, for the next 10 days, you have to stay in the old general's building. Does that mean I won't be able to follow you to learn for 10 days? Jin Zizai said. Don't worry, I'll refund your spirit stones. Of course, if you want, you can also stay with me in the old general's building, Song Chen said, looking at Jin Zizai. I don't want to stay in the old general's building like I'm in prison. I like to be free. You don't need to refund the spirit stones, we'll talk about it later. Jin Zizai didn't care about the spirit stones. You haven't taken the college entrance exam? At this moment, Nangong Weiyang looked at Song Chen in shock and asked. She had just met Song Chen today, so she didn't know much about him, including his age or that he hadn't awakened any abilities. Do I look like a young man who hasn't taken the college entrance exam? Song Chen said. In terms of appearance, you do look like it. No wonder you were so immature before, Nangong Weiyang said softly. Please speak ill of people behind their backs. I can hear you, Song Chen said with a dark expression. Soon, Song Chen and Jin Zizai parted ways and headed to the gravity field. The reason he planned to stay in the old general's building was not only because of the Lu family's matters. Part of the reason was that he needed to quickly enhance his physical and spiritual strength. This way, the means he could exert during the college entrance exam would be greater. First, Song Chen went to the double gravity field. The double gravity field costs 100 spirit stones per hour. Song Chen directly recharged 10,000 spirit stones in the old general's building, so his expenses there could be deducted directly from the honor bracelet, making it more convenient. Is this the double gravity field? It looks quite ordinary, Song Chen muttered to himself. In front of him was a space resembling a basement, looking rather plain. Let's get started, Song Chen said, placing a stone given to him by the staff on a circular platform in the center of the basement. This was the control center of the gravity field. Once the stone was placed, the gravity field would activate. The moment the gravity field was activated, Song Chen felt as if he was carrying a person on his back, nearly kneeling down. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit uncomfortable when the gravity field appeared. Fortunately, his physical strength had already been enhanced many times, and he quickly adjusted his state. For a period of time afterward, Song Chen ran, did push-ups, and sit-ups in the gravity field. These actions were quite simple under normal circumstances, but in the gravity field, they became significantly more challenging. When the hour ended, Song Chen had completely adapted to the double gravity. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to enter the quadruple gravity field. The so-called quadruple gravity field refers to a maximum of 4 times, not that it is 4 times as soon as you enter. It can be adjusted level by level. This way, the body has an adaptation process. Having already adapted to the double gravity, Songchen first tried the triple gravity in the quadruple gravity field. Cultivation is a very tedious task, regardless of the method used. In the triple gravity field, Songchen did push-ups while refreshing his attribute panel. He wanted to see how long he could exercise and how much his physical strength could increase. This conclusion came quickly. He discovered that for every 100 push-ups he did, his physical strength could increase by 1 point. This discovery energized him. In the triple gravity field, he could do 1 push-up every 3 seconds. Doing 100 push-ups takes 5 minutes. Converted, this means that for every 5 minutes of exercise, his physical strength increases a little. Thus, in 1 hour, he can increase his physical strength by 12 points. A moment of exercise brings a moment of strength. Continuous exercise brings continuous strength. If I keep this up during my workouts, doesn't that mean I'll constantly break through my limits? The final result would be becoming Saitama. Songchen said, somewhat incredulously. Saitama was a character from the two-dimensional world on Earth, and no one knew just how strong he was. He trained for 3 years and reached the peak of combat power. Songchen began to calculate how strong he could become if his physical strength continued to grow at this rate over 3 years. Increasing by 12 points per hour, if he trained for 10 hours a day, that would be 120 points. Training for 360 days a year would amount to 43,200 points. Over 3 years, that would be 129,600 points. This level of physical strength would already reach the realm of kings. If he added external aids like body refining liquids, reaching 200,000 points would be completely feasible. Thinking of this, Songchen felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Although he didn't know if this method of training would allow him to continuously break through his limits, he now had a visible motivation pushing him, and he was unwilling to stop. However, after just over 3 hours of training, Songchen felt his stamina had reached its limit. He lay on the ground in a shape, gasping for breath. Training for 10 hours a day was a bit presumptuous. Human stamina has its limits. Looking up at the ceiling of the gravity chamber, Songchen suddenly thought of something and opened the computer assistant. He then clicked on Comprehensive Health Check. Before long, 2 prompts popped up in front of him. Fate damaged, would you like to repair it? Abnormal state, would you like to clear it? Upon seeing these 2 prompts, Songchen's face lit up. He already knew about the damaged fate. Repairing it would require 1,000,000 spirit stones. He was currently working hard for those 1,000,000 spirit stones. The abnormal state prompt was a first for him. Without much thought, he chose yes. This time, clearing the abnormal state will consume a total of 100 spirit stones. Soon, another prompt appeared. Then, Songchen felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. Under the nourishment of this energy, his stamina quickly recovered. In just about 30 seconds, he felt the fatigue in his body completely dissipate. This is a bit magical. I wonder if this skill only eliminates physical fatigue or if it can also clear other bodily abnormalities, Songchen said excitedly. After saying this, he pondered for about 5 seconds, then flipped his hand and took out a dagger. Without hesitation, he stabbed it into his thigh. Hiss! He winced in pain. If he were accidentally stabbed, he wouldn't feel much pain. But intentionally stabbing himself magnified the suffering. If this doesn't turn out as I imagine, then I'll be at a loss. Songchen muttered to himself. Without further ado, he pulled out the dagger and performed another comprehensive health check. After a few seconds, the previous 2 prompts appeared again. Songchen chose to clear the abnormal state. This time, clearing the abnormal state will consume a total of 1,000 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. It really works. The wound has completely healed, Songchen said, laughing heartily. This skill was simply a lifesaver for him. As long as he didn't die instantly, he would remain in an invincible state. However, the only downside is that it consumes a large amount of spirit stones. Just a small wound consumed 1,000 spirit stones. If he were seriously injured, it would probably cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Of course, if tens of thousands of spirit stones could buy back a life, it would definitely be worth it. A horse won't thrive without wild grass, and a person won't get rich without windfall. I really want to go rob someone, Songchen said. Although he could earn 10,000 to 20,000 spirit stones every day now, he always felt that this amount was simply not enough for him to squander. Although the first tower earns a lot every day, it's all from the ordinary people's spirit stones, just small change. After the college entrance examination, I want to go to the imperial capital and earn those rich people's spirit stones, Songchen said, making up his mind. he began to think about how to swindle those rich people's spirit stones into his hands. To make big money, one must achieve one thing. What others don't have, you have. What others have, you excel in. What others excel in, you refine. The imperial capital is the center of the Dragon Kingdom, and achieving this is not an easy task. However, where there's a will, there's a way, and there's still some time before the college entrance examination. Songchen felt he would definitely think of a way. After coming to this realization, he began to train again. Hardware must be improved for performance to enhance. For the next 9 days, Songchen stayed in the old general's tower as he had said before. During the day, he stayed in the gravity field, training his body. He trained for 10 hours a day. At night, he would soak in the soul spring. The soul spring could enhance soul strength. One could only soak in the soul spring for 5 hours a day, increasing soul strength by 30 points per hour. However, soaking in the soul spring costs 1,000 spirit stones per hour, which most people simply cannot afford. It is said that the poor are cultured while the rich are martial. Without the support of spirit stones, even with decent talent, cultivation is very slow. Strong individuals are built up with resources. This statement is absolutely true. The reason why everyone is eager to enter the 3 major academies is not only because the mentors there are rare strong individuals but also because the resources provided to students by the 3 major academies are the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is something that many prominent families cannot compare to. If Songchen cannot earn so many spirit stones, entering the 3 major academies would be his best choice. During these 10 days, besides enhancing his physical and soul strength, Songchen also went to the arena in the old general's tower to spar, simulating battles against exotic beasts. Although this wouldn't improve his physical and soul strength, it would increase his combat experience. He had many unorthodox skills, but his experience in direct combat was severely lacking. The arena and the exotic beast simulation battlefield were just what he needed to fill this gap. During these 10 days in the old general's tower, Songchen hardly considered himself human. Aside from squeezing out 4 hours a day for sleep, he spent all his other time thinking of ways to enhance his strength. His progress over these 10 days was also very significant. Object name, Songchen, age, 18, physical strength, 1542, originally 252 plus 120 from the gravity field for 10 days plus 90 from body tempering liquid, soul strength, 1783, originally 193 plus 150 from soaking in the soul spring for 10 days plus 90 from essence nurturing liquid. Ability attribute, none, comprehensive combat power? Compared to 10 days ago, Songchen's physical and soul strength had made a qualitative leap. Now, in terms of physical strength alone, he was no weaker than a level 5 ability user. Moreover, his soul strength had finally surpassed his physical strength again. However, the spirit stones consumed over these 10 days amounted to an astronomical figure. Songchen roughly calculated that in 10 days, he had spent over 120,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for the first tower making profits every day, he really couldn't afford this cost. The good news is that the net profit from the first floor over the past 10 days has reached 250,000. Calculating this, he has saved 130,000 spirit stones. He is one step closer to the goal of 1 million spirit stones. Stepping out of the old general's building, Songchen took a deep breath and then stretched lazily. I'm out, oh ho ho. In the next moment, Songchen ran wildly like the monkey trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the old general's building, Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyang, and Dao Wuxin all silently turned their heads, pretending not to recognize him. 10 days ago, Songchen was a bit childish, but quite normal. Staying in the old general's building for 10 days had driven the kid crazy. Life is precious, love is even more valuable. If it's for freedom, both can be sacrificed. After running a lap in front of the old general's building, Songchen came before Nangong Weiyang and the others, feeling a bit sentimental. Hearing Songchen recite this poem, a hint of surprise flashed in Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin's eyes. They didn't expect Songchen to be quite literary. No wonder he had maintained the top spot in cultural subjects at 6th high school for 3 years. Let's go! Songchen then said to the 3 of them. Their next destination was the college entrance examination venue. The college entrance examination for ability users is completely different from that on Earth. Boss, are you confident about the exam? Jin Zizai looked at Songchen and asked. He knew that Songchen had not awakened any abilities. For someone like him, standing out in the exam would be extremely difficult. The college entrance examination would determine the honor and disgrace of the latter half of one's life, and every candidate would do their utmost. Therefore, it was destined that the college entrance examination for ability users would be fiercely competitive. This is a war without gunpowder. Just sprinkle some water. Aren't you taking the exam? Song Chen suddenly asked. No, I've already been admitted to the Imperial Capital University, Jeans' eye replied. Don't talk to me, you privileged one. When Song Chen arrived outside the examination venue, he found it bustling with drums and gongs, firecrackers ringing, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Dog, over here. When Song Chen appeared, his mother, Yu Qingcheng, hurriedly waved at him. Sister Qingcheng, Big Dad, Second Dad, you two are here too, Song Chen said, a bit surprised as he looked at the three of them. The Big Dad he referred to was the father of the mischievous Yunda, named Yun Dashin. The second dad was Tang Qiqi's father, Tang Zio. Both of these men were sworn brothers of his father, Song Laosan, and had a very good relationship. The reason Song Chen, Yunda, and Tang Qiqi got along well was not only because they were innocent children together but also because their personalities were somewhat similar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called themselves the Three Musketeers. However, Yun Dashin, Tang Zio, and Song Laosan had completely different personalities. Yun Dashin was honest and simple, usually not fond of talking, appearing somewhat timid. Tang Zio was a scholar, very refined, and looked gentle and cultured. Song Laosan's personality was basically just like Song Chen's, very playful and not very serious. All along, Song Chen had been puzzled about how these three people became good friends. Moreover, there was unconditional trust between them. Song Laosan had told Song Chen more than once that no matter what happened, if he wasn't around, he could trust Yun Dashin and Tang Zio 100%. Yun Dashin and Tang Zio had also said similar things about Yun De and Tang Qiqi. Your dad has something urgent and can't come today, so I and your big brother are here to cheer you on, Tang Zio said. Eldest son, this is a bun specially made for you by Big Dad. Remember, don't force yourself, just do your best. Yun Dashin handed over a paper box containing 3 buns. Thank you, uncle. Song Chen said with a smile to Yun Dashin. Dog, your uncle is right, just do your best and don't push yourself too hard, Yu Qingcheng said. Sister Qingcheng, uncle, second uncle, look over there. Song Chen suddenly pointed at a huge screen in the distance. What are we looking at? Yu Qingcheng asked, puzzled. The screen was blank. It won't be long before my name appears at the top of that screen. This time, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Phoenix City is none other than me. Just wait for my good news, Song Chen said, finishing his words while eating a bun and turning to walk into the examination hall. My eldest son has ambition, uncle believes in you. Yun Dashin shouted at Song Chen's back. It wasn't until Song Chen entered the examination hall that everyone withdrew their gazes. Then, Yu Qingqing turned her attention to Nangong Weiyang and the other two. Weiyang, I've met your second aunt. Suddenly, Nangong Weiyang spoke respectfully to Yu Qingqing. No wonder you look a bit familiar, you are the eldest sister's daughter. I didn't expect you to grow up so much in the blink of an eye, and you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? How did you meet my warmth? Let me tell you, my warmth may be a bit unruly at times, but she's very reliable and quite handsome. Although she's a bit younger than you, there are benefits to being younger, Yu Qingcheng said as she pulled Nangong Weiyang closer. Her demeanor was as if she was directly treating Nangong Weiyang as a daughter-in-law. Second aunt, I just found out that Song Chen is your son. Nangong Weiyang hurriedly changed the subject, not daring to continue the conversation. It's hard for an ordinary person to withstand a woman who is wholeheartedly looking for a daughter-in-law for her son. Sister-in-law is at it again, Tang Zio said, taking 2 steps back to speak to Yun Dashin. Actually, I think Qiqi and Warmth are quite a match. The third couple also likes her a lot. You also quite like that little brat Warmth. I think you two could become in-laws. It would be a case of keeping the good stuff in the family, Yun Dashin said, looking at Tang Zio. I have no objections. The key is that the 2 kids don't have chemistry. I can't do anything about that, Tang Zio said. Song Chen was still unaware that his mother was trying to match him with Nangong Weiyang. He never expected that Nangong Weiyang would refer to his mother as second aunt. However, judging from Yu Qingqing's attitude, there should be no blood relation between him and Nangong Weiyang. After entering the examination hall, Song Chen began the identity verification process. The college entrance examination for ability users is taken very seriously in Manhwa, so the identity of each candidate must be verified. The entire process is extremely cumbersome. Moreover, during the identity verification, candidates must strip down completely. Only after the identity verification is completed can they choose clothes and their commonly used weapons in a designated room. This is because no external items are allowed during the examination. To ensure fairness in the college entrance examination for ability users, no external assistance is permitted. Therefore, during the examination, a thorough check is conducted from top to bottom to prevent anyone from bringing in treasures or rare materials. Storage-type treasures, although extremely rare, can still be possessed by some students from affluent families. During the college entrance examination check, storage-type treasures will also be temporarily confiscated. After completing a series of checks, Songchen walked towards a specific room. To be precise, this is a small secret realm. This secret realm is not naturally formed but is crafted by the strong of Manhwa, specifically for the college entrance examination. Inside, one can get injured but not die. Because if a fatal attack occurs, the protective measures on the body will be triggered, transporting the person out of the secret realm. Being teleported out of the secret realm meant that the college entrance examination had come to an end. The exam was divided into 3 stages. The first stage, searching for items. The second stage, defeating exotic beasts. The third stage, clearing the challenges. Based on the time taken to complete all 3 stages, different scores would be awarded. The large screen outside the examination hall would rank each candidate according to their scores. The more points earned, the higher the ranking. Soon, Songchen found himself in the first stage. It was a wild area filled with jagged rocks and overgrown weeds. Although there were no fierce exotic beasts or other people around, traps were everywhere, and one misstep could lead to being ensnared. Once caught in a trap, a significant amount of time would be wasted trying to escape. In this stage, time was of the essence, so getting trapped was absolutely not an option. The task at hand was to find 3 hidden key fragments tucked away in some corner. Only by gathering all 3 fragments and assembling them into a complete key could one proceed to the next stage. Of course, these key fragments weren't just buried in random holes. That would make it far too difficult. In this secret realm, various clues regarding the key fragments existed. Candidates could use these clues to locate the 3 fragments. On the surface, this stage tested the ability to search for items, but in reality, it tested one's wisdom. I have the wisdom, but I won't use it. I'm just playing, Songchen muttered to himself as he stood still, surveying his surroundings. Everyone, align to the right. Suddenly, he shouted. Instantly, all objects in the secret realm, be it stones, trees, traps, or other miscellaneous items, moved into neat rows in the blink of an eye. All key fragments, step forward. Songchen called out again. As before, after his words fell, 3 spots in the secret realm erupted with red light. These 3 spots were precisely where the key fragments were located. Not bad, come to me. In the next moment, the 3 key fragments vanished. With a stretch of his hand, the fragments suddenly appeared in his grasp. He walked with a leisurely pace toward the door to the second stage. The reason Songchen could find the key fragments so easily was not because he possessed the ability of words become law. The truth was simple. He had activated his golden finger. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he opened a word processor, selected all the items in the realm, and aligned them to the right, what he referred to as align to the right. Next, he used the find function in the word processor to locate the key fragments. Then, he applied the background color fill function to highlight the locations of the keys in the most conspicuous red. Finally, he used cut to paste the key fragments into his hand. Just like that, he stood still and found the key fragments. This was why he had previously said, I have the wisdom, but I won't use it. I'm just playing. With such a bug-like golden finger, there was indeed no need to think like others. The entire process took about a minute. If it weren't for the sake of playing, he would have taken even less time. Songchen placed the key fragments on the door leading to the second stage and then used the undo function to restore all objects in the secret realm to their original state. When the door to the second level opened, he stepped in without any hesitation. However, what Songchen did not know was that outside the examination hall, a commotion had begun. Everyone had seen that just 1 minute into the exam, and likely many had not yet adapted to the environment of the secret realm, Songchen's name had already appeared on the big screen. Songchen, time taken for the first level, 059, points earned, 200. The full score for the first level was 200, and Songchen had achieved the highest score. How is this possible? He found the key fragment in less than a minute. This must be cheating. It has to be cheating. There's no way someone could find the key fragment in such a short time. In previous years, the shortest record holder took 9 minutes and 55 seconds. To find the key within 10 minutes is already rare. Under a minute is absolutely impossible. Exactly, he must have colluded with the examiner or prepared a complete key in advance. Let's go demand an explanation from the examiner. The parents of the students outside the examination hall were all discussing fervently. Soon, a group rushed towards the location of the invigilators, demanding answers. However, what they did not know was that at that moment, the expressions of the invigilators were even more incredulous than theirs. They were very clear about whether Songchen had cheated. Do you think this guy's awakened ability is related to finding things? One invigilator couldn't help but say. Is there such an ability? Hard to say, there are countless types of abilities, and anything could be awakened. Do you think it's possible that Songchen has awakened the ability of words become law? As soon as this statement was made by the invigilator, everyone's gaze momentarily froze. It's possible, very possible. Only the words become law ability could find the key fragment in such a short time. The first invigilator spoke with certainty. If that's the case, then Phoenix City has produced an extraordinary talent this time. The words become law ability is ranked 21st. Regardless of whether it's the words become law ability, to pass the first level in under a minute is definitely extraordinary. Notify the higher-ups. At this moment, the chief examiner made a decision. Yes. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, Yu Qingcheng and the others were also dumbfounded. In less than a minute, my son is truly impressive. Yun Dashan said excitedly. This time is just too shocking. Is this really possible? That brat didn't use some underhanded means, did he? Tang Zio said with a tone of suspicion. Second brother, can you have a little faith in our eldest son? That brat has been smart since he was little, you know that. Yun Dashan had unconditional trust in Song Chen. He didn't embarrass your dad or your mom. Yu Qingcheng said, revealing a genuinely proud smile. Speaking of which, this might be the first time she referred to herself as mom. Although she had always told Song Chen that as long as he lived a safe and happy life, it didn't matter whether he was an ability user or not. But seeing her son's achievements, she felt a deep sense of pride and joy. He truly is the one I chose. But what secrets are hidden within you? This thought was left unspoken by Nangong Weiyang, silently pondering in her heart. Jin Zizai felt no particular emotion regarding Song Chen's results, because he had no idea what this achievement meant. A few minutes later, within the secret realm, a long-haired man broke into a smile. He held 3 key fragments in his hand, his face filled with excitement. 7 minutes and 28 seconds, breaking the record that has stood for years, 200 points in hand. I am the most dazzling one in Phoenix City, and even in the entire Dragon Country. After today, the whole Phoenix City will remember the name Feng Xiaoxiao. To make a stunning debut, I held back for 2 whole months. Looking back now, it was all worth it. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoxiao shouted in a manic tone. After shouting for a while, he finally walked through the gate to the second level. At this moment, Song Chen looked expressionlessly at the secret realm of the second level. The secret realm of the second level was very simple, consisting of 300 simulated exotic beasts. Although these simulated exotic beasts were not real, they were not much different from the real ones. These exotic beasts varied in size and strength. Song Chen immediately checked their attributes. Object name, exotic beast, age, uncalculable, physical strength, 228, soul strength, 108, ability attribute, strength, comprehensive combat power, 336. According to the information displayed by these exotic beasts, their strength was equivalent to that of human bronze-level ability users. Among them, there were also a few silver-level ones, but they were very few, only 1 out of 50. For the vast majority of candidates, if they faced only 1 or 2 exotic beasts at a time, they could easily win. However, the number of exotic beasts in the secret realm was simply too many, a full 300. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. If 300 exotic beasts rushed at them, they would be powerless to resist. This level tested the candidates' combat ability, adaptability, and positioning. If one could not confront 300 exotic beasts at once, they had to learn to maneuver and use the environment of the secret realm to restrain or kill the beasts. Each time an exotic beast was killed, 1 point could be earned. When the number of killed exotic beasts exceeded 200, the gate to the third level would open. Song Chen did not act immediately. He held a large knife provided by the examination room, looking at the exotic beasts ahead, his face full of contemplation. He was not worried about being unable to kill these 300 exotic beasts. Instead, he was thinking about how to kill them in the simplest and most effortless way. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work, Song Chen muttered to himself. After saying that, he opened an Excel spreadsheet. Instantly, the 300 exotic beasts in the secret realm were divided into 300 different cells. The exotic beasts could not see the spreadsheet, they could only feel that there were many invisible walls surrounding them, isolating them. In this situation, the numerical advantage of the exotic beasts was nullified for Song Chen. As long as he wanted, he could engage in 301 vs 1 battles. However, he had thought for so long not to use such a physically exhausting method. Great Dark God, grant me strength. Clear contents. As Song Chen spoke, he used the mouse to select 10 cells containing exotic beasts, then chose the Clear Contents option. There were 2 similar functions, one was delete, and the other was clear contents. The final effects of these 2 seemed similar, but in reality, they were completely different. One deleted the entire cell, while the other only cleared the contents inside the cell. In terms of operation, clearing contents was simpler. It was like cleaning out the trash in a trash can. Delete meant taking the entire trash can away, while clear contents only meant dumping the trash out of the can, but the can remained. Song Chen chose to start with 10 cells because he wanted to see if this method would actually work. Too many, and he feared exceeding his limits, overloading his body all at once. When the clear content option was clicked, Song Chen clearly felt the 10 selected cells' strange beasts trembling violently. In the next moment, their bodies transformed into starlight and disappeared without a trace. It really works. Incredible, it seems I've gained another stealthy attack method, Song Chen said with a smile. He realized that his golden finger was a vast treasure, and with his research and exploration, he could continuously discover new skills. This time, I want to clear 100. Without any hesitation, Song Chen directly selected 100 strange beasts and then chose clear content. Just like before, the strange beasts' bodies trembled violently for a while before turning into starlight and vanishing. However, this time, the time taken was twice as long as the last. This isn't my limit, let me try again, Song Chen said, directly selecting all the remaining strange beasts. This time, after all the strange beasts disappeared, Song Chen was gasping for breath. His body had consumed a lot of energy, nearly reaching its limit. It can be roughly estimated that with my current physical strength, the limit should be clearing 200 cells at once. This move is powerful, but it seems not powerful enough, Song Chen muttered to himself. Most of these strange beasts were equivalent to human bronze-level ability users. His current physical and spiritual strength had already reached the golden level. With golden-level strength, dealing with 300 bronze-level strange beasts was not difficult. For now, the only good thing was that it saved time. Plus, it was stealthy and undetectable. As my overall strength increases, if one day I can clear all the creatures in the entire Excel spreadsheet, even if they are just black iron level, my power will be invincible in the world, Song Chen suddenly said. The entire Excel spreadsheet contained a total of 256 columns and 65,535 rows, which amounted to 17,032,960 cells. To kill over 17 million black iron level strange beasts at once was not something just anyone could do. According to the merit exchange, one black iron level strange beast equaled 1 merit point. Over 17 million black iron level strange beasts would equal over 17 million merit points. Thus, he would instantly achieve the honor of a 9-star general, just one step away from becoming a war god. Of course, Song Chen was still far from that realm. But in the future, how far he would grow was still an unknown. After clearing all the strange beasts in the secret realm, Song Chen walked toward the door of the 3rd level. He took 48 seconds to kill the strange beasts in this level. When Song Chen entered the 3rd level, the people outside the examination room were once again stunned. Song Chen, time for the 2nd level, 0:48 seconds, score plus 300. If passing the 1st level involved a certain element of luck, then passing the 2nd level was absolute strength. Because in the 2nd level, there was no external help, and the strange beasts had no other natural enemies. The only thing he could rely on was himself. So, when Song Chen's name appeared on the big screen again, everyone was left speechless. Many people didn't even have a clue in the 1st level, yet he had already passed the 2nd level, and with a perfect score. The most incredible part was that he took 11 seconds less than in the 1st level. He must have cheated, right? Cheating might be possible in the 1st level, but there's no way to cheat in the 2nd level. Unless a saint intervenes, but is that even possible? Who exactly is this Song Chen? I know him, he is in the same class as my son and has been the top student in cultural subjects at 6th high school for 3 years. But I heard he hasn't awakened any abilities. Didn't awaken any abilities? How the hell can someone do this without awakening abilities? Sister-in-law, is it true that Wen Nuan really hasn't awakened any abilities? At this moment, Tang Ziyou looked at Yu Qingqing and asked. Even he was uncertain now. Because Song Chen's performance was simply too dazzling, it was hard to believe he hadn't awakened any abilities. With his current results, even if he had awakened an ability in the top 100 of the sequence, it would be difficult to achieve. The dog's fate has been damaged. You and Brother Dashin both know this well. He can't possibly awaken any abilities, Yu Qingqing said. She was also puzzled about how Song Chen managed to kill 300 beasts in just 48 seconds. It seems that our eldest son has other secrets. This brat is hiding things so deeply that even we are kept in the dark, Yun Dashin said. Although he said this, his words were filled with excitement. He had previously worried that after Yun De and Tang Qiqi awakened their SSS-level potential abilities, the gap between them and Song Chen would only widen. But now it seemed that the ones who should be worried were Yun De and Tang Qiqi. At least, from what he knew about the two, if they participated in the college entrance examination, they would definitely not achieve such results. No awakened abilities? How is that possible? Song Chen, What secrets are you hiding? What made me choose you among millions? Is the person I saw in a glimpse of the future really you? Nangong Weiyang murmured as she looked at the big screen. Songchen was unaware of the thoughts of those outside. At this moment, he furrowed his brows, looking at the scene before him, caught in a dilemma. Because entering the third level would mean facing a choice. The third level has 3 modes: normal mode, hard mode, and hell mode. The difficulty varies between modes, and the points earned are also different. Points earned in hard mode are double those in normal mode. Points earned in hell mode are triple those in normal mode. Similarly, the difficulty increases geometrically. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well break the record. I promised Chao Jianjian and Chi-Chi that I would enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the most dazzling manner. A promise is a promise, Songchen said, and without any hesitation, he chose hell mode. Once the mode was selected, Songchen found himself on a small island. Rather than an island, it was more like a giant rock, no more than 3 or 4 square meters. Surrounding the giant rock was a small lake. Songchen clearly saw water-type beasts swimming back and forth in the lake. The next moment, a 2-meter-long beast with sharp teeth opened its bloody maw and lunged at Songchen on the rock. Songchen could even distinctly smell the fishy odor emanating from it. Without any hesitation, he swung the large knife in his hand. Songchen's physical strength was now no weaker than that of an average Golden Realm ability user. His strike was powerful, instantly cleaving the fish-shaped beast in half. However, this attack acted like a fuse, instantly driving the other water-type beasts in the lake into a frenzy. In an instant, all kinds of beasts surged toward Songchen. Looking out, there were at least 30 or 40 of them. As expected of hell-level difficulty, this is quite interesting, Songchen muttered to himself. If an ordinary ability user faced such a situation, they would basically just be on the receiving end of the beating. After all, if one didn't have water or lightning abilities, it would be impossible to attack the beasts in the lake through the water. Without any hesitation, Songchen immediately used enlarge and thicken on the giant rock beneath his feet. In an instant, the originally 3 or 4 square meters of giant rock suddenly expanded more than 10 times. The water-based beasts rushing in did not expect that Songchen had such a trick. Immediately, more than a dozen beasts fell directly onto the giant rock, awkwardly wriggling their bodies. Generally, water-based beasts lose a lot of combat power once they leave the water. Therefore, those water-based beasts that landed on the giant rock were basically lambs to the slaughter for Songchen. He was not polite and quickly dealt with the more than 10 water-based beasts on the rock. Afterwards, he began to think about how to kill the beasts in the water. Songchen knew very well that using the clear contents skill in Excel would definitely not work. Because there was water in the lake, and the resistance of water was 800 times that of air. The beasts in the lake did not give him much time to think of a strategy. They could not come ashore, but they could attack the giant rock beneath Songchen's feet. It wouldn't be long before the rock would be shattered. Although Songchen could still enlarge the rock, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. Place on top layer. With a flick of his hand, Songchen opened Word, selected himself, and placed himself on the upper layer of the object. This way, he could float above the object. In the next moment, he moved and began to run directly on the surface of the lake. His running was no different from running on land. In fact, even his shoes were not wet from the lake water. The beasts in the lake saw Songchen running on the water's surface and hurriedly waved their tails, chasing after him. While running, Songchen noticed a huge crab claw suddenly thrusting up from below the lake's surface. He quickly dodged. Then he discovered a giant crab over 2 meters long appearing on the lake's surface. I wonder if this giant crab is edible. If it is, eating so much crab meat would definitely be enjoyable, Songchen muttered to himself. After his words fell, other water-based beasts began to appear one after another on the lake's surface. They could not run on the water's surface like Songchen, but they could poke their heads out of the water. I originally wanted to play with you a bit longer, but it seems unnecessary now. I'm serious. Count the numbers. Songchen began to calculate the number of beasts in the lake. Soon, the computer screen in his mind displayed the number of beasts in the lake. 86. Previously, Songchen had killed 14, indicating that there were a total of 100 water-based beasts in the lake. Insert border. With a loud shout from Songchen, a series of black cage-like borders appeared around the 86 beasts he had counted, sealing them in. Insert internal vertical lines. Before the beasts in the lake could react, Songchen activated his skill again. This time, long spear-like objects continuously fell from the sky, stabbing towards the beasts in the lake. The beasts in the lake sensed danger and tried to dodge. However, they were firmly fixed by the black cages and had nowhere to escape. They could only watch helplessly as the spears fell from the sky and pierced into their bodies. Is that it? Too easy to defeat, Songchen said with a hint of pride. When he first obtained this golden finger, he always thought it was just a set of auxiliary skills. However, as he studied the golden finger more thoroughly, he found that there were simply too many offensive skills. All seemingly plain skills could potentially be divine techniques. After killing the beasts in the lake, Song Chen's body did not leave the secret realm of the third level. Soon, the scene before him changed. This time, he found himself in a forest. At a glance, various exotic beasts in the forest surrounded him once again. In the first moment, Song Chen quickly counted their numbers. Not more, not less, exactly 100. Before Song Chen could make a move, the beasts in the forest attacked first. In an instant, all kinds of attacks came crashing toward him from all directions: wind blades, flames, water arrows, giant rocks, vines, and lightning. Faced with such an onslaught, Song Chen showed no signs of panic. "I've been relying on my golden finger all this time. This time, I'll depend on my own strength and fight a fair battle." As he spoke, he swung the large knife in his hand. Instantly, a burst of scorching and blinding light erupted from the blade. This was the energy accumulated from his long practice of the Sunflower Manual. When this energy fused with the large knife, it formed waves of knife energy. The attacks flying toward Song Chen were directly shattered by the knife energy. In the next moment, Song Chen's body transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting through the woods. Previously, he had experienced simulated battlefields in the Veterans Tower, so he was no stranger to such combat. In fact, at that moment, he felt as if he were in his element. Wherever he went, exotic beasts fell to his blade. The physical strength of his Golden Realm body crushed these beasts, which were at most Silver Realm. Before long, all 100 exotic beasts in the forest were slain by Song Chen. Even without using his golden finger, his combat power was still formidable. Soon, the scene before him changed again. He stood atop a mountain peak, with various flying beasts circling above his head. Not more, not less, still 100. Before, they were swimming in the water and running on the ground. Now they've come flying in the sky. They really have a lot of tricks. Let you taste my 40-meter-long knife. As Song Chen spoke, he enlarged and thickened the knife in his hand. Instantly, a knife several dozen meters long shot up into the sky. With a sweeping strike, he slashed at the flying beasts above. Those flying beasts never expected Song Chen could launch such an attack. A significant number of them, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the 40-meter knife. Immediately, their bodies plummeted to the ground. However, before they hit the ground, they vanished without a trace. Because the beasts here did not truly exist, they were specially created by the powerful beings of the Dragon Kingdom for the college entrance examination. Those flying beasts that managed to evade Song Chen's attack hurriedly launched their own counterattacks. Countless feathers transformed into sharp arrows, raining down like a storm. Among these arrows were also wind blades, lightning, and various other mixed attacks. Insert frame. Song Chen quickly inserted 2 black frames around himself, protecting him within. This skill not only trapped opponents but also served as a defense. It's no exaggeration to say that Song Chen had an abundance of defensive methods at his disposal. This frame was merely the most basic one. When the attacks from the flying beast struck the black frame, the outermost frame trembled slightly but did not shatter. Although the number of falling attacks was large, each individual attack was not strong enough to damage the black frame. Insert table. Song Chen executed another maneuver. In the next second, a giant net over 100 meters wide appeared in the sky, enveloping all the exotic beasts within. Once those flying beasts were caught in the giant net, they were destined to become lambs to the slaughter. Soon, they fell beneath Song Chen's large knife. Is the 4th checkpoint next? Song Chen silently thought to himself. Everything that swims in the water, runs on the ground, and flies in the sky has already come by. What else could there be? To be honest, he was quite looking forward to it. A few seconds later, Song Chen knew what the 4th checkpoint was. Before him appeared a vast expanse of yellow sand. This sea of sand seemed endless, and looking into the distance made him feel so small. Shortly after Song Chen appeared, a fierce wind suddenly arose around him. Soon, a devastating sandstorm began. The sudden sandstorm made it difficult for Song Chen to open his eyes. However, he clearly saw that within this sandstorm, there were some extremely tiny yellow insects hidden. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to notice their existence. This was the real danger. For the first time, Song Chen felt a threat. In the face of nature, humans are utterly vulnerable. The power of nature is terrifying. Just like a drop of water, or a basin of water, it does not harm anyone. But when countless drops of water gather together to form an ocean, creating towering waves, it can destroy everything. The wind and yellow sand are the same. A wisp of wind, a grain of sand, when taken alone, are easily defeated. But when they come together, they can also destroy everything. I admit you have some strength, But in front of me, you are utterly weak. Cell, divide. Songchen said as he opened an Excel spreadsheet. Immediately, the once ferocious sandstorm in the sky was divided into countless small pieces. A sandstorm that could not gather together was easily defeated. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing and oppressive sandstorm vanished without a trace. However, soon Songchen discovered that something was moving beneath the sand at his feet. He guessed that this must be the strange beasts living in the sand. A pincer attack. The designer of this checkpoint is a bit perverse. No wonder it's hell mode. Songchen thought silently. If it were other candidates, just facing the sandstorm would have been overwhelming. Not to mention having to guard against the strange beasts in the sand. The strange beasts in the sand had no idea what Songchen was thinking and directly launched an attack on him. Insert bar chart. Songchen used this skill. Soon, several square stone pillars rose up beneath his feet, and his body was instantly lifted off the ground. In this way, the strange beasts in the yellow sand could not attack him. If you want to hide in the yellow sand and refuse to come out, then I'll help you out. Insert bar chart. Soon, various stone pillars continuously rose from the yellow sand, each topped with one or two yellow strange beasts. Without any hesitation, Songchen quickly eliminated them. Just like that, he easily passed the fourth checkpoint. Next, it should be the last checkpoint. I wonder what it will be. Examiner, how many more tricks do you have? Songchen said. A few seconds later, he found himself in a pitch-black environment. Here, he could not see his hand in front of his face. He had no idea what the surroundings were like. Such an environment renders a person's vision useless. For an ordinary person, if they can't see, their combat power will indeed be greatly reduced. Moreover, a strange black environment amplifies a person's inner fears. The examiner is indeed perverse. But unfortunately, the color of the environment is what I fear the least. Background color fill white. Songchen said, turning his surroundings white. In a white environment, other colors had nowhere to hide. He discovered that there were over 100 black-bodied strange beasts hidden around him, already launching an attack on him. If he hadn't turned the background white, he might not have noticed these black beasts even if they came right in front of him. Unfortunately, now these black beasts had all become live targets. In just a few minutes, Songchen had eliminated all the beasts around him. Not more, not less, exactly 100. Congratulations on perfectly clearing hell mode and receiving the hidden reward, the War God token, a mechanical voice announced at that moment. At the same time, a token radiating a purple-gold hue appeared before Songchen. The War God token, it's actually the War God token, this reward is too generous, Songchen said in disbelief. During the 10 days he spent in the Veterans Tower, he had heard of the War God token. One must achieve a military merit of over 20 million to be called a War God. It was said that there were only 8 War Gods in the entire Dragon Kingdom. A War God could mobilize the resources of the entire Veterans Tower if needed. The so-called War God token naturally symbolized the authority of a War God. With the War God token, one could exercise the rights of a War God once. In other words, after obtaining this War God token, Songchen could make a request to the Veterans Tower. As long as the Veterans Tower could fulfill it, they could not refuse. For many, this was something they dreamed of but could not attain. Songchen never expected that after just taking a college entrance exam, he would receive the War God token. Although it could only be used once, it was still a rare treasure for him. Thinking of this, he reached out and held the War God token in his hand. The words Eastern were engraved on the token. Just as Songchen obtained the War God token, the scene changed, and he found himself back at the entrance of the secret realm. This meant that his college entrance exam had ended. At this moment, in a secret chamber in the imperial capital, an elderly man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. How is this possible? How can it be that someone actually took the War God token? No, I must see this for myself. If this person truly exists, I must have him. The old man said, and with a flash, he left the secret chamber. He was one of the designers of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam. On a whim, he had used one of his War God tokens as a reward, placing it at the final checkpoint. However, in his view, obtaining the War God token was nearly impossible. He knew just how twisted the exam's challenges were. To obtain the War God token, one had to achieve a perfect clearance. And to achieve a perfect clearance, one had to score full marks in every level. Moreover, when choosing the mode in the 3rd level, one had to select Hell mode. Similarly, in Hell mode, one also had to score full marks. Only then could one obtain the War God token. To be honest, when he designed the levels, he never thought anyone could clear them perfectly. As the designer, he was well aware of how twisted the levels were. He never expected that after all these years, such a prodigy would actually appear. Such a person absolutely could not be obtained by others. Such a person could only be his. No one could stand in his way. Thus, with a flash, he disappeared from the secret chamber. Meanwhile, on the large screen outside the examination hall, another message was displayed. Song Chen, 3rd level time, 57 minutes and 42 seconds, points plus 1,500. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Because the full score for the college entrance exam was only 1,000 points, and Song Chen had directly added 1,500 points in the 3rd level. How is that possible? If you add the points from the first 2 rounds, his final score is 2,000 points. This is impossible. How could anyone get 1,500 points in the 3rd round? Cheating! Cheating! We must demand an explanation for our children. Exactly, the examiner this time must have been bribed. Not necessarily, your talents are average, you probably didn't even make it to the 3rd round in the college entrance exam back then. Or, during the 3rd round, you didn't choose the hell mode. I can clearly tell you that the points earned in hell mode are 3 times that of normal mode. So, theoretically, it is entirely possible to score 1,500 points in the 3rd round. When this voice, different from the others, rang out in the crowd, everyone fell silent instantly. In just a few sentences, their hearts were pierced again and again. What you said is theoretical. I don't believe that anyone could perfectly pass hell mode. We must find the invigilator and demand an explanation. After a moment of shock, the crowd spoke loudly again. Just as he was speaking, the chief examiner of Phoenix City walked out from the examination room. Instantly, a powerful aura surged from him, enveloping the parents of the candidates outside. The previously somewhat noisy environment became utterly silent. This is the pressure of a king, someone silently thought. Only those at the king level could possess such an aura. This was normal. The chief examiner of each city was a strong individual at the king level. Otherwise, in case of any accidents, those below the king level would not be able to resist. Let me introduce myself. I am Duan Fa, the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination in Phoenix City, responsible for all matters regarding the examination. I can clearly tell you that all of Song Chen's scores are based on his own efforts. Our invigilators have not engaged in any favoritism or cheating, nor would they help him cheat. Perhaps some might say, how could Song Chen pass all the levels without losing a single point? To this, I have only one thing to say: what you cannot achieve does not mean others cannot. Just like some people have awakened SSS level potential abilities, while you have not. The Dragon Country has never lacked geniuses. You should be happy that such a peerless talent has emerged in the Dragon Country. Because this signifies that our Dragon Country will soon have an unparalleled powerhouse, and at that time, the overall strength of the Dragon Country will be even stronger. That's all I have to say. You should take care of yourselves. After Duan Fa finished speaking, he turned and walked back into the examination room. Given the situation, he felt it necessary to explain a bit, but it was just a brief explanation. At that moment, Song Chen happened to walk out of the examination room. Duan Fa glanced at Song Chen and continued into the examination room, as he did not know Song Chen. Although Song Chen recognized Duan Fa and knew he was the chief examiner for this college entrance exam, they were not familiar, so he did not speak to him. Song Chen's appearance did not attract the attention of other parents either, as he was not the first to come out of the examination room. Some students with mediocre talents had already perished at the hands of the beasts during the 2nd round. Once dead, it meant the end of the college entrance exam for them. Therefore, they came out a bit earlier. With such a lousy question, do they think they can stop me from earning spirit stones? Song Chen stood outside the examination room, looked up at the sun overhead, stretched, and said. After that, he walked towards Yu Qingqing and the others. At that moment, he noticed that Yu Qingqing and the others were joyfully approaching him. Just as Song Chen was about to say something, Yu Qingqing suddenly hugged him tightly. "Doggy, you truly are my son, your mom is proud of you," Yu Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. Song Chen being able to score 2,000 points was something they had never anticipated. Big son, awesome. Yin Dashan looked at Song Chen and said just one sentence, while giving a thumbs up. To break through 3 levels in 1 hour and score 2,000 points. This achievement not only shattered all previous records but also erected an insurmountable mountain for the candidates that follow. Big son, incredible. Tang Zio quickly chimed in. I said long ago that my name would appear at the top of the big screen. I naturally keep my word. Song Chen struggled out of Yu Qingqing's embrace and said, "From now on, whatever you say, I believe." At this moment, Yu Qingqing transformed into Song Chen's diehard fan. If Song Chen claimed to be invincible, Yu Qingqing would probably believe it without hesitation. Nangong Wei Yang said nothing, but her expression was extremely complex. There was 3 parts surprise, 3 parts disbelief, 3 parts acceptance, and 1 part admiration. As expected of the person I saw in the prophecy, Nangong Wei Yang said. Big son, how did you do it? Yun Dashin couldn't help but ask at this moment. He had also experienced the college entrance examination back in the day and naturally knew how difficult it was. Therefore, he was even more curious. Isn't it just about having hands? Song Chen turned his head and looked at Yun Dashin innocently. Everyone, damn, he got us. Enough of this, let's go celebrate. Yu Qingqing said at this moment. She could also see that her son was hiding some unknown secret. This was not the time to discuss such things. Moreover, since her son chose not to tell them, there must be a reason for it, and there was no need to pry. Hearing Yu Qingqing say this, Yun Dashin also reacted. You're right, let's go celebrate. Yun Dashin said immediately. Thus, Song Chen and the others headed towards the best restaurant in Phoenix City. However, they had not walked far when a powerful aura suddenly appeared ahead. The sudden emergence of this strong aura caused everyone's expressions to change instantly. Yun Dashin, Tang Zio, and Yu Qingqing formed a triangle, quickly shielding Song Chen and Nangong Weiyang within. In this world where everyone awakened their abilities, they were naturally all ability users. They felt the powerful aura of the newcomer and their expressions were particularly tense. Sister-in-law, prepare to call for help. Tang Zio hurriedly said to Yu Qingqing. The enemy country of Longhua always tried every means to kill the talents of Longhua. Song Chen's score of 2,000 points in the college entrance examination was enough to attract everyone's attention. It was not surprising that the enemy country could find Song Chen in such a short time. At this moment, Song Chen's expression also became tense. He didn't know if his skills would still be useful in front of a super strong opponent. Little ones, don't be nervous, it's just me, the old man. At that moment, a voice came, and a figure appeared before everyone. The Eastern War God. As soon as they recognized the face of the newcomer, Yu Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. We greet the Eastern War God. They then said respectfully. No need to be polite. The elder, referred to as the Eastern War God, waved his hand and said, Eastern War God, how come you are here? Yun Dashin asked curiously. I happened to pass by and saw you little ones here, so I came over to say hello. Who among you is his junior? The Eastern War God asked. This is my son. Yu Qingqing stepped forward and said. No wonder. Little one, you have an aura on you that I am very familiar with? The Eastern War God looked at Song Chen and asked. Hearing the Eastern War God ask this, Yu Qingqing and the others all turned their gaze towards Song Chen. The aura that could make the Eastern War God feel familiar must be something extraordinary. Song Chen was also taken aback, and immediately thought of the War God token. However, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. What familiar aura? He asked with a puzzled expression. He was unclear about the Eastern War God's intentions and knew nothing about him, so he began to play dumb. Have you seen a purple token? The Eastern War God asked. I haven't seen one, Song Chen pretended to think for a moment before replying. If nothing unexpected happened, the Eastern War God was indeed referring to the War God token. However, he had already transferred the War God token to the cloud storage, and he didn't believe the other party could find it. Upon hearing Song Chen's response, the Eastern War God frowned. He could sense that although there was an aura of the War God token around Song Chen, he indeed did not feel the presence of the token itself. Little ones, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After saying this, the Eastern War God vanished in a flash. He was in a hurry to reach the examination site to find the person who had obtained the War God token, so he had no time to chat with everyone. Dog, tell me honestly, is the War God token with you? After the Eastern War God left, Yu Qingqing looked at Song Chen and asked. Yes. Song Chen nodded slightly. Then why did you deny it when the Eastern War God asked you? Yu Qingqing inquired. I don't know him, and I have no idea what kind of person he is. He just came up and questioned me. Do you think I could trust him? What if he wants to kill and steal? Song Chen said. You could have asked us first. The Eastern War God is actually quite a decent person, Yu Qingqing said somewhat helplessly. Song Chen was fine in every way, except sometimes he was too naive. When would I have the chance to ask you? Come on, let's go to Phoenix Tower for a big meal. It's on me. By the way, where's Xiao Jin? Song Chen suddenly turned to Nangong Weiyang and asked. That guy said he's used to being free and doesn't like waiting for others, so he went off to play by himself, Nangong Weiyang replied. Oh, right, Weiyang is my elder sister's daughter. She's older than you, so you should call her sister from now on, Yu Qingqing suddenly said to Song Chen. What? Your elder sister's daughter? Sister Qingqing, aren't you an only child? Where did the elder sister come from? Song Chen asked, puzzled. In the time it took to take an exam, a subordinate had turned into an elder sister. My relationship with my elder sister is like your dad's with your uncle. We were the best of friends in school, but after we each got married, we lost touch, Nangong Weiyang explained. Little warmth, call her sister. At this moment, Nan Gong Wei Yang said to Song Chen. Although Song Chen had previously called her sister Nan Gong, she knew that was just because of her age, a title he used for her. But now, with Yu Qingqing's relationship, this sister title was well deserved. Since you're my aunt's daughter, then you're my godsister. Godsister, nice to meet you. Song Chen elongated his voice. The adults present instantly understood the double meaning behind Song Chen's words. Nan Gongwei Yang naturally understood as well, a hint of blush flashing across her face before she kicked out directly. Song Chen had long anticipated this scene, so he hurriedly dodged. You brat, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll make you into a panda. I believe my second aunt won't help you, Nan Gongwei Yang said, somewhat angrily. Wei Yang, feel free to hit him, just like you would your own husband, no need to hold back. Yu Qingqing quickly stated her position. Second aunt, you're bullying me too, Nan Gongwei Yang said. This brat won't learn unless he gets beaten for 3 days straight. Wei Yang, if you want to hit him in the future, just tell your uncle. Your uncle and your second uncle will help you deal with him. Yun Dashan laughed heartily. He and Nan Gongwei Yang had nothing to do with each other. Now that he was acting like a big brother, it was clear he was standing from Song Chen's perspective. Uncle Yun, Uncle Tang, you two are bullying me too. I'm going home to tell my mom. I once heard my mom say that both of you have been beaten by her. Not just once. Nan Gongwei Yang suddenly looked at Yun Dashan and Tang Zio and said. Upon hearing this, Yun Dashan and Tang Zio's mouths twitched slightly, as if recalling past events. Niece Wei Yan, Uncle Tang didn't say anything just now. I'm not very familiar with your Uncle Yun. What he said has nothing to do with me. Without a second thought, Tang Zio sold out Yunda. Brothers are meant to be sold out. There's a saying, a dead friend is better than a dead monk. It was clear he had some fear of Nan Gongwei Yang's mother. So what I said is true. What's wrong with that? If you have the guts, let your mom come and beat me. Do you think I'm still the Yun Dashan of back then? Yun Dashan gritted his teeth in anger at Tang Zio's betrayal. But to save face, he spoke with righteous indignation. After all, Nan Gongwei Yang's mother wasn't here. Mom, Uncle Yun was just joking, don't take it seriously. At that moment, Nan Gongwei Yang suddenly looked behind Yun Dashan. Hearing her say this, Yun Dashan's body stiffened. Yes, I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously. We can talk it out. Then, a flattering smile appeared on Yun Dashan's face as he spoke and turned around. At that moment, he realized there was no one behind him. Big brother, can you not be so foolish? You actually believed that. Tang Zio said, somewhat speechless. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at this scene. At this moment, Song Chen became interested in Nan Gongwei Yang's mother, his so-called aunt. What kind of woman could make his two godfathers so fearful? Second brother, are you laughing at me? Back then, you were the one who got beaten the most. If it were you, you'd probably run away as soon as you heard her voice. Yun Dashan said defiantly. I was just a good man who wouldn't fight with a woman. If she dares to show up in front of me now, I'll settle old and new scores together. Let her know why the flowers are so red. Tang Zio said loudly. Second dad, you really are something. You're directly challenging Auntie. I recorded everything you just said. When I get the chance to see Auntie, I'll show it to her. Let's see if she dares to accept your challenge. As Song Chen spoke, he put away his phone. Eldest son, challenges like this should be said face to face for it to feel right. You better delete that video. When second dad sees your aunt, he should tell her in person. Tang Zio hurriedly came to Song Chen's side and said. Oh, my mind is all muddled, I forgot where the delete button is. Second dad, what should we do? Song Chen said dramatically. It's a small matter, let's go to Phoenix Tower. Order whatever you want, second dad is treating today. To celebrate my eldest son, who has outshone everyone and claimed the top spot in the college entrance examination. Tang Zio said generously. Thus, Song Chen and his group headed towards Phoenix Tower. Phoenix Tower was the best restaurant in Phoenix City, a gathering place for the wealthy. It's no exaggeration to say that a casual meal here could equal several years' worth of income for an ordinary family. It was also Song Chen's first time at Phoenix Tower. During the journey, Song Chen finally figured out the relationship between his two godfathers and his aunt. Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, Song Chen's father, Yu Qingchang, Nan Gongwei Yang's mother, Wu Yining, and another girl named by Zier were all alumni. Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, and Song Laosen form an iron triangle. Yu Qingchang, Wu Yining, and Bai Zier are sister flowers. Initially, there wasn't much intersection between the two groups, but by chance, Song Laosan and Yu Qingcheng got involved with each other. Thus, the iron triangle and the sister flowers gradually became acquainted. Yun Dashan seems honest and loyal, but in reality, he is just as shameless as Yunda. Tang Zio is similar, he appears refined but is actually full of mischief. The two often come up with crooked ideas to tease Wu Yinyin and Bai Zier. Little did they know, Wu Yinyin is a violent girl, and with her exceptional talent, after being teased, she would beat them up. After getting beaten, Yun Dashan and Tang Zio were unwilling to accept defeat and continued to find ways to prank each other. Then Wu Yinyin would beat them up again. Thus, both sides fell into a vicious cycle. In the end, it was Yun Dashan and Tang Zio who surrendered. This was because they had developed psychological trauma from being beaten by Wu Yinyin. That's also why, when they heard Nangong Weiyang mention her mother, they were quite timid. There was no other reason, they were just scared of being beaten. After Song Chen learned about the situation, he became even more curious about Wu Yinyin. The meal at Phoenix Tower was extremely satisfying for Song Chen. The flavors here were definitely worth the price. The meal cost Tang Zio over 100 spirit stones. Converted to dragon coins, that would be over 1 million, which is definitely a significant expense. It seems that eating the meat here has some benefits. Song Chen suddenly felt that his physical strength had increased a little, and he asked, "The meat at Phoenix Tower is all from exotic beasts. And the meat of exotic beasts contains spiritual energy. The higher the level of the beast, the denser the spiritual energy within. What we ate today was just from a bronze-level beast, nothing special," Tang Zio said. "What a good thing." Hearing Tang Zio's words, Song Chen's eyes lit up. He had always felt that relying on the gravity field, body-refining liquid, and practicing the Kuaishua Sutra wasn't fast enough to enhance his physical body. He was just thinking about whether there were other ways when exotic beast meat appeared before him. "It seems that I will need to spend spirit stones in another area in the future," Song Chen silently thought. What they had just eaten was all small plates of exotic beast meat, and they were all from bronze-level beasts. Even this cost over 100 spirit stones. If it were silver-level, gold-level, or platinum-level exotic beast meat, it would surely be even more expensive. The more spirit stones I earn, the less I have to spend. At this rate, when will I ever save up 1 million spirit stones? If I really run out of money, I might secretly sell the War God token, Song Chen suddenly thought. The War God token, which could make the old general's building take action once, would definitely sell for a good price. By then, whether for restoring fate or future expenses, it would surely be enough. "Little brat, lying is not a good habit. You made this old man run quite a distance." Just as Song Chen was contemplating whether to sell the War God token, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Song Chen quickly turned his head to look beside him. He found that the Eastern War God had appeared before him, looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. It was obvious that the Eastern War God already knew he scored 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. He should also know that he had obtained the War God token. "This old guy is not easy to fool. He found me so quickly," Song Chen muttered to himself. "So it's the Eastern War God. Please, have a seat. I've been listening to your stories since I was a child. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Like the waters of the Milky Way, once it starts, it cannot be contained. Please, take a seat. I'll ask the waiter to bring us a few more dishes," Song Chen said, hurriedly standing up and helping the Eastern War God to sit in his own seat. Then, he turned and walked towards the outside of the private room, as if he really was going to find a waiter. "Stop!" the Eastern War God shouted at Song Chen. "Do you have any instructions? If you have any instructions, just say it. You are my mother's elder, which makes you my elder. I'll have Phoenix Tower serve you a few hearty dishes. Please don't be polite, today is all on my second uncle." Song Chen appeared generous. Those who didn't know would think he was the one treating. "You little brat, you're having a great time fooling this old man. Do you think I'm particularly foolish and easy to fool?" the Eastern War God asked Song Chen. "Senior, what are you talking about? You are the War God, how could I dare to fool you?" Song Chen said sincerely. Everyone knew he was acting. Yu Qingqing turned her face away, pretending not to know Song Chen. This shamelessness made her reluctant to admit that Song Chen was her son. "Kid, keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep it up." The Eastern War God looked at Song Chen. Just thinking about how he had been deceived by a teenager made his old face feel a bit embarrassed. After he had separated from Song Chen and the others, he specifically went to the examination site to have the chief examiner check all the information of the person who passed perfectly. At that moment, he confirmed that the one who took his War God token was indeed Song Chen. Although he didn't know where Song Chen had hidden the War God token, it made him even more certain. If he didn't have some hidden strength, it would be impossible to pass the challenges he had set perfectly. "Oh, I understand. Does Senior Eastern want to drink? I'll have the waiter bring you a few bottles of good wine right away." As Song Chen spoke, he hurried towards the outside of the private room. However, just as he reached the door, he felt a powerful force restraining him. Then his body involuntarily retreated, ultimately coming back in front of the Eastern War God. If you have something to say, please just say it. Why scare a young kid like me? Song Chen said pitifully. Little guy, there's no need to be so wary, I mean you no harm. The War God token is with you, right? I'm not here to take back the War God token today. I'm here for one thing only. I want you to be my disciple. The Eastern War God said directly without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room widened their eyes. Senior, it's not quite appropriate for Wen Nuan to be your disciple, is it? There's a generation gap. At this moment, Yu Qingqing turned her head to speak. If they were to talk about seniority, she would have to call the Eastern War God Grandpa. If Song Chen became his disciple, wouldn't that mean she would be of the same generation as the Eastern War God? You young people are more feudal than this old man. I don't care about seniority. Why do you care about it? From now on, we'll each have our own. The Eastern War God said. His words made Yu Qingqing feel a headache. If they each had their own, how could that work? Once Song Chen became the Eastern War God's disciple, he would become their uncle generation. Would she have to call Song Chen uncle while he called her mom? Senior, we've just met. You might not know me well. I'm a one-track-minded person, not very flexible, just a stubborn kid. Being your disciple would be the biggest shame of your life. How about you find someone else? At this moment, Song Chen spoke up. You little brat, do you know how many people in Dragon Country are fighting to be my disciple? And you still don't want to be? The Eastern War God looked at Song Chen and said, I really have your best interests at heart. I'm not just a reckless youth, I'm also greedy and lustful, and I don't adhere to martial ethics. If I become your disciple, I estimate you'll live 5 years less, Song Chen said. In truth, he thought being a disciple of the Eastern War God was quite good. After all, it was a strong backing. He could even gain a significant advantage. However, he still had concerns, fearing that his golden finger would be discovered. Once I set my mind on something, no one can change it. I have decided you will be my disciple, and that's final, the Eastern War God asserted, showing his tough side. If you want me to be your disciple, it's not impossible, but you need to pay more? Pay more? You want me to be your disciple without giving me money, and you still dare to ask for money? Do you know that as long as I say the word, there are people willing to be my disciples lined up from Phoenix City to the imperial capital? The Eastern War God said. Then go find them, why come to me? At this moment, Song Chen decided to be bold and let the other party have a worse impression of him. His words left the Eastern War God momentarily speechless. There were indeed many who wanted to be his disciple, but he looked down on them all. After all these years, only Song Chen's talent had caught his interest. How much do you want? The Eastern War God asked. If Song Chen became his disciple, it was only right for him to pamper him a bit and give him some pocket money. For now, it was like an advance. How many spirit stones do you have? Song Chen asked. He quickly changed the word money to spirit stones as he spoke. He was worried that after all this talk, he would end up with dragon coins, which would be a huge loss for him. After all, it took 10,000 dragon coins to exchange for one spirit stone. If you become my disciple now, I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones, the Eastern War God said. 10,000 spirit stones? Song Chan's eyes widened instantly. So, are you tempted? The Eastern War God smiled as he saw the look in Song Chan's eyes. 10,000 spirit stones was indeed an astronomical figure for a child of around 10 years old. You're such a great war god, and you dare to offer just 10,000 spirit stones? If I were you, I wouldn't even want to lose face over that. So stingy. It seems there's no future in becoming your disciple. Let's end the matter of accepting disciples here, Song Chen said with a look of disdain. Kid, you still think 10,000 spirit stones is too little? How long would it take you to earn 10,000 spirit stones on your own? The Eastern War God said. Sister Nangon, tell this stingy old man how much spirit stones my first tower can earn in a day. Song Chen turned to Nangon Weiyang and said. Eastern great-grandfather, the net profit of the first tower that warmth runs is over 20,000 spirit stones every day, Nangon Weiyang said. What? What? How much? As soon as Nangon Weiyang finished speaking, everyone in the private room was stunned. Especially Yun Dashan and Tang Zio. Yu Qingchang was no exception. They all knew that Song Chen had opened a shop called the First Tower, which had made quite a stir in Phoenix City. However, they never expected it could earn over 20,000 spirit stones in a single day. Upon hearing Nangon Weiyang's words, the Eastern War God's face instantly flushed. If what Nangon Weiyang said was true, then his earlier offer of 10,000 spirit stones did seem a bit petty. He never imagined that a young lad who had just come of age could earn so many spirit stones in a day. I didn't bring too many spirit stones, but if you become my disciple, I can give you a diamond-grade treasure. How about that? The Eastern War God said. He also knew that it would be difficult to impress Song Chen with spirit stones, especially since this kid could earn 20,000 spirit stones a day. So, he had to find another way. A diamond-grade treasure was priceless and hard to come by. Even if one had spirit stones, they might not be able to buy it. What kind of treasure is it? Show it to me first. If it's too shabby, I don't want it, Song Chen said. Although he spoke like this, he was overjoyed inside. He had only said it casually before, but he didn't expect to actually draw out a diamond-level treasure. The Eastern War God didn't hesitate, flipping his palm to reveal a white vest in his hand. Is this it? Song Chen's face showed disdain when he saw the vest. It was almost the same as the one he bought for dozens of dragon coins at a street stall. You little brat, don't be unappreciative. This is made from the ice silk of a king-level exotic beast, the ice silkworm. It is impervious to water and fire, and sharp weapons cannot harm it. An ability user below the king level cannot damage it at all. You could say it is the pinnacle among diamond-level treasures. Seeing Song Chen's disdainful expression, Tang Zio hurriedly said, "Thank you, master." Hearing his second uncle say this, Song Chen swiftly snatched the ice silkworm vest from the Eastern War God's hand. He didn't want to become a disciple, but the other party was giving too much. A master is not to be called so casually. The Eastern War God took on a serious demeanor at this moment. Kid, since Senior Eastern has agreed to take you as a disciple, you also agreed. Now kneel and bow to the senior while offering tea. Yu Qingcheng stepped forward with a cup of tea. Song Chen didn't hesitate and directly knelt in front of the Eastern War God, respectfully bowing 3 times. Disciple pays respects to master. After bowing, he said respectfully, Good, obedient disciple, get up. Hearing Song Chen say this, a smile appeared on the Eastern War God's face, and he said happily, Master, is there no initiation gift? Song Chen stood up and extended his hand towards the Eastern War God. You little brat, even at this time, you don't forget to take advantage. Didn't I just give you the ice silkworm vest? The Eastern War God immediately retracted the smile from his face. That was for the initiation, the gift you received. What I want now is the initiation gift. It's not the same. Just say it, will you give it or not? Song Chen asked. This is for you. Inside is a fragment of my consciousness, sealing 1/10 of my strength. If you encounter danger, just crush it. The Eastern War God took out a sealing stone and handed it to Song Chen. Thank you, Master, you are definitely the best master in the world. Wishing you endless blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. Song Chen happily accepted the sealing stone and flattered him. 1/10 of a war god's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. With this, his life gained another layer of protection. You little brat, you're even more shameless than your shameless old man. The Eastern War God said irritably. Thank you for the compliment, Master, this is one of my many virtues. Song Chen didn't care about it at all. Shamelessness, to him, had always been a compliment. Now tell me, what ability have you awakened? How could you perfectly pass the challenges I set? Is it a top 10 sequence? The Eastern War God asked curiously. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but his previous identity was not suitable. Ability? What ability? I haven't awakened any ability, Song Chen said. Hearing this, the Eastern War God was taken aback. Disciple, don't joke around, you're still keeping secrets from your master. Don't worry, with your master here, no one can harm you, the Eastern War God said. He had noticed earlier that Song Chen was very guarded, so when he heard him say this, he thought he was just being secretive. Senior, it's true that his fate was damaged 3 years ago, so he really can't awaken any abilities. At this moment, Yu Qingqing spoke up. How is that possible? If you haven't awakened any abilities, how did you perfectly pass all the challenges? The Eastern War God asked. Song Chen might be lying to him, after all, this kid hadn't spoken many truths since they met. But Yu Qingqing had no reason to lie to him. Perfect clearance? I do this first, then that, and finally look back and dig. And that's it. It's very simple, as long as you have hands, Song Chen said. Hearing him say this, the Eastern War God pressed his palm against his heart. He wanted to personally check if Song Chen's fate was truly damaged. Soon, he had his answer. Song Chen's fate was indeed damaged, and the damage was quite severe. How is this possible? The Eastern War God still couldn't understand how someone with a damaged fate and no awakened abilities could achieve a perfect clearance. He was the designer of the high-level exam, and he knew better than anyone that there were no shortcuts to a perfect clearance. It could only be achieved through strength. There were only 2 possibilities for Song Chen to achieve a perfect clearance. First, he colluded with all the invigilators and the chief examiner, having someone else take the exam for him. In his view, this was impossible, because if the invigilators did that and were discovered, it would be a dead end. Moreover, even if they colluded, they wouldn't be foolish enough to pull off a perfect clearance, because if such a candidate appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. Once investigated, everything would be exposed. So, there was only the second possibility. Song Chen was hiding other unknown secrets. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If Song Chen was truly someone who had not awakened any abilities and had no skills, he couldn't be so calm in front of him. He even dared to take advantage of him. He had lived for nearly 100 years and had seen countless people. Anyone like Song Chen, who remained shameless in front of a strong person, was undoubtedly a peerless genius. The more shameless a person was, the more confident they were deep down. About your secret, you don't speak, and I won't ask. I have only one requirement of you. After entering the Imperial Capital University, you must win first place in the freshman competition. Can you do it? The Eastern War God looked at Song Chen and asked. He was from the Imperial Capital, so he didn't give Song Chen any other options. Song Chen had to enter the Imperial Capital University, and with his college entrance examination results, it would be easy for him. Is there a reward for first place? Song Chen asked. No reward, the Eastern War God said irritably. Then I can't do it. I haven't awakened any abilities, I'm a waste, I'm in last place, Song Chen said without thinking. Without a reward, what was the point of competing for first place? Hearing Song Chen say this, the Eastern War God almost couldn't help but kick him. What on earth had he taken in? He suddenly had a feeling that if Song Chen stayed by his side every day, he would lose 10 years off his life. What if there is a reward? The Eastern War God then patiently asked again. That depends on what the reward is, Song Chen said. First place in the freshman competition, a reward of 1,000 credits, a spot to enter the secret realm. Also, a standalone villa and the qualification to use all the facilities of the Imperial Capital Academy for free. In short, as long as you can take first place, the benefits are numerous, the Eastern War God said. Are credits valuable? How many spirit stones can 1,000 credits be sold for? Song Chen stepped forward and asked. You little brat, are you just focused on money? The Eastern War God said as he reached out his hand to pat Song Chen's head. Song Chen quickly dodged without thinking. This kid's speed isn't slow, his physical strength has already reached the Golden Realm, the Eastern War God silently thought. Master, you don't know. Your disciple is poor, every day I rack my brains trying to earn more spirit stones. My hair is almost falling out, Song Chen said with a miserable expression. You little brat are still poor? Earning 20,000 spirit stones a day. I don't even have that many spirit stones, the Eastern War God said irritably. His words were not untrue, although he had a significant reputation and various resources at his disposal, he truly did not possess many spirit stones. This was because the resources he needed for his cultivation and other necessities were mostly provided for free by the Dragon Kingdom, leaving him with few opportunities to use spirit stones. The more you earn, the more you spend. And I have no one to rely on but myself. If I don't find a way to save some spirit stones, I'll end up starving on the streets, Song Chen said. Doesn't your dad help you? Asked the Eastern War God. Don't even mention him, that guy is even less reliable than I am and always finds ways to swindle my money, Song Chen replied pitifully. Hearing this, the Eastern War God looked at Yu Qingcheng, only to find a hint of embarrassment on her face, as what Song Chen said was indeed the truth. At the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 credit is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. 1,000 credits equate to 100,000 spirit stones. Adding in other resources, the total value is no less than 10 million spirit stones, the Eastern War God stated. 10 million spirit stones. I declare that I, Song Chen, have reserved the top spot for new students at the Imperial Capital University. Upon hearing the figure of 10 million spirit stones, his eyes widened, and he spoke with an undeniable tone. So confident? The Imperial Capital University is a gathering place for the talented, right? There are probably at least a dozen SSS-level potential ability users, the Eastern War God asked. That's just how confident I am. When I say I've reserved it, I've reserved it. Not even Jesus could change that, Song Chen said, running his fingers through his hair with full confidence. Good, ambitious. As your master, I promise you that if you can secure first place in the new student competition, I will reward you with an additional 100,000 spirit stones. Although the Eastern War God did not know who Jesus was, he could see Song Chen's confidence. Master, I am very simple-minded. Whatever you say, I will believe, Song Chen replied. My word is my bond, I will never go back on it, the Eastern War God assured. Then I will also make a military pledge to you, if I don't get first place, feel free to slap me as much as you want. No complaints, Song Chen said confidently. As they spoke, the two clapped their hands in a vow. I will wait for you at the Imperial Capital Academy. the Eastern War God said, and with a flash, he turned and left. Eldest son, are you really confident about securing first place? After the Eastern War God left, Yun Dashan approached Song Chen and asked. Absolutely. Good, as expected of my eldest son. I just told the third one about your apprenticeship, and he said he would come back before you head to the imperial capital. He has something to say to you, Yun Dashan said. What's with the mystery? What can't be said over the phone? Song Chen asked. You'll know when the time comes, Yun Dashan replied with a smile. It was destined that Song Chen's score of 2000 in the college entrance examination shocked the entire Phoenix City and even the whole Dragon Kingdom. In no time, major online platforms and information channels spread the news. After all, since the college entrance examination was introduced in the Dragon Kingdom, no one had ever achieved such a high score. Others scored 7 or 800, or even 8 or 900, because that was all they could achieve. But Song Chen scored 2000 because that was the maximum score possible. Soon, the three major academies of the Dragon Kingdom extended an olive branch to him. Without any hesitation, Song Chen chose the Imperial Capital Academy. This was the agreement he made with Yun De and Tang Chi-Chi. At night, Song Chen ended the video call with Yun De and Tang Chi-Chi. Both of them were congratulating him. With a perfect score of 2000 in the college entrance examination, Song Chen was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence. He had fulfilled the promise he made to Yun De and Tang Chi-Chi. After hanging up the video call, Song Chen took a bottle of Golden Grade Body Refining Liquid and a bottle of Golden Grade Essence Nurturing Liquid. Although he achieved the top score of 2000 in the college entrance examination, Song Chen did not relax his standards for himself. He made a military pledge to the Eastern War God to secure first place in the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital University. Although he spoke with full confidence, he wasn't entirely sure of himself. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his skills, but rather that he knew too little about SSS-level potential ability users. He had quite a few SSS-level potential ability users around him, such as Yunde, Tang Chi-Chi, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Wei Yang. However, he had never formally sparred with any of them. He didn't know if his skills could counter those abilities ranked in the top 100. After all, none of the abilities that made it into the top 100 were simple. Therefore, he needed to take advantage of this time before school officially started to find ways to enhance his strength. Tactically, he needed to respect his enemies, while strategically, he should look down on them. After taking the Golden Grade Body Refining Liquid and Essence Nurturing Liquid, his physical strength and soul strength each increased by 100 points. At this moment, he checked his attributes. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 1642, soul strength, 1883, ability attribute, none, comprehensive combat power? There are still over 3,000 points to reach the platinum level. If I continue using the gravity field, body refining liquid, and practice the sunflower scripture, it will take about half a month. Song Chen silently calculated in his heart. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a sound similar to an alarm suddenly came from the display screen in his mind. This was the first time the computer made such a sound since he merged with it. Fearing that something unexpected might happen to his golden finger, he quickly focused all his attention in his mind. At this time, he saw a small pop-up window appear on the computer display screen in his mind. The small pop-up displayed a sentence. When he saw this sentence, a brilliant smile involuntarily appeared on Song Chen's face. Because since he merged with the computer, it was the first time he had unlocked new software. He naturally knew what PS was, but he didn't know what it would become after merging with him. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. Waiting was torturous. Those 10 minutes felt longer than an hour for Song Chen. Finally, 10 minutes passed. PS had finally completed all unlocks. Song Chen couldn't wait to open it and began to study it. When he selected himself with the mouse, a large number of character models and various facial features suddenly appeared on the display interface. For example, the eyes included almond eyes, phoenix eyes, upward slanting eyes, narrow eyes, round eyes, and squinting eyes. The eyebrows included sword eyebrows, dragon eyebrows, lion eyebrows, tiger eyebrows, straight eyebrows, and broken eyebrows. The mouths included square mouths, crescent mouths, overturned boat mouths, flat mouths, and round mouths. Other features, like noses, ears, and hairstyles, also had many variations. He could freely combine these facial features to create an entirely new character. In addition to facial features, he could also adjust body shape and leg length. Most importantly, it was suitable for both genders. This is equivalent to a transformation technique. Song Chen looked at the face he had casually created in the mirror, shocked as he spoke. With this ability, he could disguise himself as anyone, regardless of age, gender, height, or weight. Divine skill, yet another divine skill. If I want to deceive someone in the future, it will be much easier. He. As Song Chen said this, a malicious smile suddenly appeared on his face. In that moment, many people in the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill run down their spines. However, they had no idea what was happening. But their instincts told them that something bad seemed to be about to occur. Song Chen did not exit Photoshop, instead, he continued to study it. A new software required thorough research. Soon, he had a new idea. Just now, he had selected himself with the mouse, able to change his appearance at will. He was a living being. What would happen if he selected an inanimate object instead? With this thought, he began to experiment. He selected a cup on the table and transformed it into a human figure. It looks lifelike, but it's an inanimate object, so it can't move. This ability doesn't seem to have much practical use, Song Chen muttered to himself. He could use this ability to become a master sculptor. After studying for a while longer and not discovering any new capabilities in Photoshop, Song Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the admission letter from the Imperial Capital University was already in Song Chen's hands. By noon, his father, Song Laosan, returned home. He asked Yu Qingqing to stir-fry a few dishes and then brought out a bottle of old wine. "Come on, son, let's have a couple of drinks," Song Laosan said. At that moment, he was no longer his usual frivolous self, he looked very much like a father. Naturally, Song Chen would not refuse. In his previous life, he had drunk quite a bit, but since coming to Blue Star, he had not touched a drop. He could tell that Song Laosan had something to say to him. Many things are hard to express between men in everyday life, but they come naturally at the dinner table. "Come on, son, first of all, congratulations on scoring 2,000 points in the college entrance examination, becoming the top student in Phoenix City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom," Song Laosan said. Song Chen raised his glass, clinked it with his father's, and then drank it all in one go. "How does it feel to drink for the first time?" Song Laosan asked. "This wine is a bit strong," Song Chen replied with a smile. "No matter how strong the wine, it can't compare to life. Because of what happened 3 years ago, your fate was damaged. I've tried everything over the years, but I couldn't repair your fate. Later, I came to understand that perhaps everything is predestined. Being an ordinary person is also quite good, at least you won't have to worry about food and drink, and when the Dragon Kingdom is in trouble, you won't need to rush to the front lines. So, your mother and I have raised you in a free-range manner over the past 3 years to cultivate your survival skills. You are excellent. Without any help from me or your mother, you can still live better than many others. I originally thought your future days would be plain and uneventful, but unexpectedly, you surprised me by perfectly passing the college entrance examination. I know you have some hidden secrets. You are unwilling to share this secret, and I won't ask. However, you should also be aware that when you pass the college entrance examination in a way that shocks the world, you are destined not to live a plain and uneventful life anymore. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just a change in lifestyle. As your father, there are a few things I want to remind you. The world is perilous, and human hearts are even more treacherous. Spring ice is thin, and human feelings are even thinner. If someone praises you, don't believe it. If someone scolds you, don't listen. People around you casually flatter or criticize, do not associate with them, for they lack sincerity. Remember, when words are repeated, beware of deception, forgetting gratitude and focusing on minor faults will surely lead to betrayal. Speaking of great righteousness, one will surely change sides in times of great difficulty. Calling someone brother upon meeting is just a common form of deep friendship. When Song Laosan said this, he paused and took a sip of wine. I remember. Song Chen nodded and said, this was a father's expression of love for his son. The capital, as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, is filled with strong individuals, and the great families are countless. And those so-called great families love nothing more than to bully others with their power. What they dislike the most is reasoning. They might see you as a thorn in their side simply because of your talent. Or they might bully you because you are more attractive than them, more popular with girls, or simply because they don't like you. Such things are commonplace for the children of those great families. So, reasoning with them is completely useless, Song Laosan said to Song Chen. At that moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with stories. I understand, Dad. When I get to the capital, I will act low-key. I won't get myself into trouble, Song Chen hurriedly said. However, upon hearing this, Song Laosan shook his head. I didn't tell you all this so you could act low-key and keep your tail between your legs. What I mean is, when you encounter such people, there is only one way to deal with them, and that is to fight. If they won't reason, then beat them until they do. If they still won't reason, then beat them to death. Once they're dead, you won't have to worry about whether they reason or not. Song Laosan's words were shocking. This statement completely overturned Song Chen's perception of him. Song Chen had never thought that his somewhat unreliable father could say such domineering words. If they won't reason, beat them until they do. If they still won't reason, beat them to death. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that after you beat them to death, their family will come after you. You don't need to worry about this. As long as you are in the right, these are not big issues. Let me tell you something today. After you go to the capital, don't be timid. Use whatever strength you have. Even if you break the heavens, your dad will help you bear the brunt. Song Laosen said. Dad, are you really that impressive? Dad, honestly tell me, is our Song family one of the oldest and most powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom, with a rich heritage? And you are the legitimate eldest son of the Song family, with a single command, all will come to pay their respects. Song Chen asked with an expectant look. I wish I could, but unfortunately, I never had that opportunity. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I grew up eating the food of many families. Later, after awakening my abilities, I was admitted to the Capital Academy and carved out a path with my own fists. Not to brag, but now in the capital, those with some strength and around my age, I have fought them all back in the day, Song Laosen said. You still have the nerve to talk about back then. You were like a mad dog. Anyone who showed you a hint of hostility, you would go off like a firecracker. A single disagreement would lead to a big fight, Yu Qingqing said with a smile as she sat down. I was just defending myself. They usually struck first, and then I retaliated, Song Laosen said somewhat shyly. That was not retaliation, that was you risking your life to fight. But your dad was really impressive back then. With his own strength, he made the entire younger generation of the capital unable to hold their heads high. Many people would take a detour upon seeing him. He was quite the sensation back then, Yu Qingqing said. When she said this, a hint of nostalgia and a touch of admiration flickered in her eyes. You must have liked Dad for the same reason, right? Song Chen asked. He truly hadn't expected that his father had been so impressive back in the day. Not exactly. The reason I liked your dad was because of a hero saving a beauty. It sounds cliché, but for the one being saved, it's really easy to be moved. Your dad was very brave in battle, but when it came to girls, he was as timid as could be. Actually, I was the one who pursued him, Yu Qingqing said. Why are you saying this in front of your son? Son, the reason I mentioned this is just to tell you. When you get to the capital, you don't have to be as cautious as you were in Phoenix City. In the capital, if anyone from the younger generation dares to bully you because of their status, just fight back. If their family causes you trouble, I'll handle it myself. At worst, it'll be like back in the day, when I fought my way through the entire capital. However, if you get bullied by the younger generation, even if you get beaten to death, I won't care. That's your own lack of ability, you can't blame others, Song Laosen said with authority. Dad, with you saying that, I feel relieved, Song Chen replied with a smile. He had thought he was just clinging to the leg of the Eastern war god, but it turned out his father's leg was quite sturdy as well. With that, he could open a shop in the capital and make spirit stones, allowing him to fully unleash his potential. Originally, not having a background was his biggest problem, but now it seemed that problem had been resolved. Dad, what exactly happened 3 years ago? Song Chen suddenly asked. Although he had inherited the memories of the original owner, he didn't know what had specifically happened 3 years ago. He didn't know if it was due to a damaged fate or some other reason. That segment of memory from 3 years ago was blank. This matter, I should indeed tell you, he said. According to human research, those with stronger potential for abilities tend to have offspring who awaken with even stronger potential. While this isn't absolute, investigations show that it holds true over 80% of the time. However, this conclusion wasn't first reached by the Dragon Kingdom. 3 years ago, those who opposed the Dragon Kingdom, based on this conclusion, carried out assassinations against the offspring of the strong in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom only protected children who had already awakened their abilities and had good talent. They never expected they would target children who had yet to awaken their abilities, so they suffered a huge loss. That time, the targeted children numbered over 100. And you were among them. At that time, I wasn't in Phoenix City due to some matters. I failed to protect you, which led to your fate being damaged. I hope you won't blame your dad. Song Laosen spoke lightly, but Song Chen could hear the lingering self-reproach in his words. This isn't your dad's fault. He never expected those countries to be so ruthless. When your dad found out this was the doing of the beautiful country, he went there alone. In that battle, the beautiful country suffered countless casualties. He wouldn't say how many of their ability users he killed. He was gravely injured in that battle, nearly dying. I had never seen him so badly hurt, Yu Qingqing said. Was Dad's leg like this because of that incident? Song Chen asked. No, he broke that leg himself. He felt that your fate was damaged because he hadn't protected you well, that he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a father. So he broke his own leg to punish himself, as well as to remind himself. He must never let such a thing happen again. Yu Qingqing said, "Why are you telling these things to your son?" Song Laosan replied, "As your son, Wen Muan has the right to know how much his father has sacrificed for him." Yu Qingqing said loudly, although a father's love is as solid as a mountain and often silent, she did not want to see her husband burdened by the events of 3 years ago, unable to reconcile with himself. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. To resolve Song Laosan's heartache, it had to be Song Chen. Hearing his mother say this, Song Chen realized how much his seemingly unreliable father had given for him over the years. "Dad, let the past be the past. I hope that the next time I see you, I can see a complete you, not one who is still limping. I believe you should have a way to heal your limp," Song Chen said to his father. In response, Song Laosan remained silent. His heartache could not be resolved with just a few words. "Well, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but it seems I have to tell you this surprise in advance. I have found a way to repair the fate, but it will take a little more time," Song Chen said. "Really?" Hearing this, both Song Laosan and Yu Qingqing asked in disbelief. "Really, I wouldn't lie to you about something like this," Song Chen replied. "What secret are you hiding, dog? Can't you even tell your dad and me?" Yu Qingqing suddenly asked. Over the years, Song Chen had lived under their watchful eyes, and they knew exactly who he had interacted with. She simply couldn't understand why her son would suddenly hide an unknown secret. Her husband had tried every means to find a way to repair fate, yet Song Chen's secret could achieve that. What kind of secret could possess such incredible power? "One day you will know, but I can't say anything right now," Song Chen said. Mainly because he didn't know how to explain. Should he say that he wasn't actually their biological son? Their biological son had already died, and he had crossed over from a place called Earth. Then, upon crossing over, he had merged with his previous computer. If you don't want to say it, then don't. However, I must remind you of one thing. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Don't say you haven't awakened any abilities to outsiders. If anyone asks, just say I helped you repair your fate. You have awakened other abilities. As for which specific ability you awakened, you can make it up based on your own capabilities, Song Laosan said. With him around, although he could intimidate some petty criminals, if someone with ulterior motives took an interest in Song Chen's secret, it could lead to dangerous situations. If something were to happen to Song Chen, even if he could kill the other party, it would be of no use. I understand. Song Chen nodded seriously. Hearing his father's words, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. All along, he had claimed he had not awakened any abilities. Saying this made him seem useless, but the abilities he displayed were anything but. If someone with ulterior motives connected the dots, they might suspect that he was hiding other secrets. If someone became overly curious and wanted to investigate, he would be in danger. After all, he was still young. This world was more treacherous than he had imagined. Song Chen stayed in Phoenix City for another 2 days before setting off for the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital Academy was about to start classes. In Manhwa, students do not have a summer vacation after the college entrance examination, they only have 2 days to prepare. During this time, Song Chen closed the first building. Because he was not there, the first floor had no products, and naturally, it could not open. However, although the first floor in Phoenix City was closed, it would not be long before the first floor appeared in the Imperial Capital. On the third day, the Imperial Capital Academy specifically dispatched several mentors to escort the students admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy to the academy. The students who could be admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy were all exceptional talents, and their safety could not be compromised, especially with the presence of Song Chen, a perfect anomaly who had aced the college entrance examination. Therefore, this time, the Imperial Capital Academy sent 3 powerful warriors to escort Song Chen and the others. This time, over 1.3 million students from Phoenix City participated in the college entrance examination, but only 30 were admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. This ratio is quite low. The Imperial Capital Academy is one of the 3 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom and has always adhered to the principle of preferring to have none rather than having too many. The students they recruit are all top-tier talents. A city only recruiting 30 students seems to be one in tens of thousands, but in reality, it is not insignificant. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are more than 30 cities like Phoenix City. Therefore, this time, about 1,000 students were admitted. In addition to them, there were also those who did not take the college entrance examination but were admitted through special recommendations. Calculating this way, the number of new students admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy is no less than 2,000. At this moment, Song Chen and his group were sitting on the unique flying boat of the Imperial Capital Academy, racing towards the Imperial Capital. Song Chen noticed that many people were secretly sizing him up. Among them, one person was gritting his teeth at him. Those who did not know would think that Song Chen had a grudge against him over a woman. "What are you looking at?" Finally, Song Chen couldn't help but ask the person who had been gritting his teeth at him. The other party did not speak, still glaring at Song Chen with a sidelong glance. This left Song Chen feeling perplexed. He was sure he did not know the person at all. "I know I look handsome, my figure is good, and I exude male charm. But I'm sorry, I'm not into guys. No matter how much you look, I won't let you succeed." Song Chen suddenly raised his voice. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the flying boat. He didn't believe that after saying this, the other party could still hold back. "Pa, who wants to get with you? Song Chen, you pervert, beast, freak, non-human." The other party finally spoke. However, what he said were not kind words. "Isn't it just that I didn't agree to your advances? You don't have to be so humiliated and angry. If you really like that, when we get to the Imperial Capital Academy, I'll introduce you to some strong men." Song Chen said again. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Song Chen, this college entrance examination has made me a mere backdrop. When we get to the Imperial Capital University, I will definitely step on you." The other party said resentfully. "Who exactly is this?" Song Chen turned his head and asked a man sitting next to him. "His name is Feng Xiaoxiao, and he is the second place in this college entrance examination from Phoenix City. He scored 985, breaking the historical record of Phoenix City in the college entrance examination. If it weren't for you, this big pervert, he would have been the top scorer from Phoenix City." The man next to Song Chen said, "You scored 985 because your ability is only 985. I scored 2000 because the highest score in the college entrance examination is only 2000. Feng, have you ever thought that perhaps this college entrance examination is the closest you will ever be to me? In the future, you might not even see my shadow." Song Chen turned to Feng Xiaoxiao and said. This was confidence, and of course, he had the backing for it. Hearing Song Chen say this, Feng Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced. "My name is Feng Xiaoxiao, not Feng. I just come from a family with fewer resources than yours, so I don't have much to use for cultivation. Once we get to the Imperial Capital University, our resources will be the same. By then, I will easily catch up to you," Feng Xiaoxiao said confidently. In fact, he held no malice towards Song Chen, he simply hated to lose. "Naive, it's clear you haven't experienced the harshness of society. With your understanding, it's hard for you to know just how formidable your opponent is. How about this? After school starts, there will be a freshman competition. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. If you can defeat me, you can set the terms. If you lose, you'll be my little follower, serving me tea, massaging my shoulders, and cleaning the toilet. Do you dare?" Song Chen asked. "That's not fair. In the freshman competition after school starts, I won't have used the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy. My strength hasn't improved much compared to now. If you really have the guts, do you dare to give me half a year? After half a year, I will challenge you. If I lose then, I'll be your little follower," Feng Xiaoxiao said. "After half a year, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to challenge me. But I'll give you this opportunity," Song Chen said. He was just bored and wanted to have some fun with Feng Xiaoxiao. The three king-level mentors on the flying boat smiled as they listened to Song Chen and the others' conversation. This is youth. They're all young, inevitably impetuous, and proud. And this is just the freshmen from Phoenix City. There have already been quite a few frictions. When all the freshmen gather together, it will probably spark even greater clashes. That's what makes it interesting. We all went through this back in the day. The three of them reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from outside the flying boat. The expressions of the three mentors changed instantly. "Not good, enemy attack," one of the teachers shouted. As he spoke, he reacted extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, the three teachers formed a triangle, shielding all the students on the flying boat within. Each of them took out a triangular-shaped treasure that emitted a blinding light, forming an energy shield that enveloped all the students. Boom! The next second, the flying boat that Song Chen and the others were on exploded. However, thanks to the quick reactions of the three teachers, none of the students were harmed. "Who dares to show themselves? Come out!" At that moment, one teacher roared. With his shout, countless sound waves spread outwards. The space within a radius of several thousand meters trembled. Soon after, a dozen black-clad figures appeared around them, floating in the air and watching everyone. All are at the king level. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the three teachers constricted sharply. The ability to fly was a hallmark of the king level. They never expected that to kill the students of Phoenix City, so many king-level experts would be dispatched at once. Whoosh! Bang! At that moment, an arrow appeared in one teacher's hand, exploding in the air. The Tenjio arrow was specially developed by the Dragon Kingdom after many of its prodigies were ambushed years ago. The appearance of the Tenjio arrow signified that the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom were under attack. Any ability user who saw the Tenjio arrow had to provide support immediately. The black-clad figures seemed to have anticipated that the three teachers would act this way, rushing towards them at the fastest speed. Every three of them attacked the same teacher, while the remaining black-clad figures targeted the energy shield protecting Song Chen and the others. Although the three teachers were all powerful beings at the king level, they appeared flustered when facing the attacks from the three other powerful beings. At this moment, they were struggling to hold on, knowing that as long as they could endure a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. After all, this was still within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom boom boom. Just then, the energy shield protecting Song Chen and the others shattered. In an instant, all the students, including Song Chen, began to fall towards the ground. They still couldn't fly, and if they fell like this, even if they didn't die, they would likely be seriously injured. The three king-level teachers desperately wanted to catch Song Chen and the others. Unfortunately, they were powerless and couldn't break free at that moment. Faced with this situation, Song Chen quickly opened Word, then used the mouse to select all the falling individuals, and activated the place on top skill. When the many students hit the ground, there were no injuries. They could clearly feel a powerful energy supporting them. Seeing this scene, both the three teachers and the numerous black-clad individuals were stunned. A group of kids actually had such means. The key was that they couldn't figure out who had used the skill to catch these students. In the end, they all believed it was the work of the Imperial Capital Academy. Fortunately, they had prepared multiple contingencies. Immediately, several black-clad individuals charged towards Song Chen and the others. Faced with this situation, the students were all paralyzed with fear. They were just students who had recently taken their college entrance exams, and their opponents were a group of king-level powerful beings. They stood no chance. Song Chen looked at the black-clad individuals flying towards them, flipped his palm, and a sealing stone appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he crushed the sealing stone. Soon, a figure radiating a powerful aura appeared before him. It was the Eastern War God. This was a gift from the Eastern War God to Song Chen as a token of apprenticeship, and Song Chen hadn't expected to use it so soon. "Master, someone wants to kill your beloved disciple, help!" Song Chen shouted loudly. At the same time, he took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to his master's phantom to quickly retreat, then used the color fill skill to make himself invisible. Immediately after, he continuously established hyperlinks around himself, just in case. "Who dares to touch my disciple?" After the Eastern War God appeared, he looked around and shouted in a domineering and furious voice, "Dongfang Xiao." Upon seeing the figure, the faces of the black-clad individuals changed in unison. As the oldest among the many war gods, Dongfang Zhao's name was known far and wide across the Blue Star. The black-clad individuals never expected Dongfang Zhao to appear here. This is just a spirit form of his. With only 1/10 of his combat power, there's no need to fear. We three will hold him off, the rest go take care of those kids. At that moment, one of the black-clad individuals said loudly. The saying goes, a person's name carries weight. Dongfang Zhao had slain countless powerful beings over the years, and still held a certain deterrent effect. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for someone to realize he was not his true self. If he were in his true form, those black-clad individuals would probably turn and run. Soon, 3 black-clad individuals engaged Dongfang Zhao's spirit form, while the remaining 2 king-level black-clad individuals charged towards Song Chen and the others. Where's Song Chen? When the black-clad individuals looked at the many students on the ground, they frowned. The invisible Song Chen's eyes turned cold upon hearing the black-clad individuals' words. From their remarks, it was easy to conclude that this time, they were most likely coming for him. Otherwise, with more than 30 students, it would be impossible for them to realize at a glance that they were not present. Rabade, search for Song Chen. At this moment, another man in black said. Soon, a burly man in black closed his eyes and began to search for Song Chen. Over there. In less than 2 seconds, the burly man pointed in the direction where Song Chen was located. Everyone looked over but did not see Song Chen's figure. Invisible? Quickly, everyone reached a conclusion. This startled Song Chen. He had used color filling to make himself invisible in terms of sight. However, his aura was still present, and for those with special abilities, finding him was not particularly difficult. Thinking of this, he hesitated not at all and hurriedly used hyperlink to leave the spot. As for the lives of the other students, he couldn't care less. A dead friend is better than a living one. He had previously used the skill, placed at the top, to ensure they wouldn't fall to their deaths, and he had already done enough. Spatial fluctuations. The men in black sensed the spatial fluctuations and widened their eyes. No wonder this Song Chen could score 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. He has awakened 2 types of abilities. We chase him, no matter the cost. We must kill him today. We cannot let him grow. At this moment, the man in black who had given the orders shouted loudly. Thus, these men in black began to chase in the direction Song Chen had left. In this way, the other students would be safe. At this time, Song Chen had pushed his speed to the limit, running quickly while using hyperlink for spatial transfer. However, his hyperlink could only be used within a range of 300 meters, and each move had a limited distance. For a king-level ability user, 300 meters could be covered in an instant. The only thing that annoyed the 2 king-level men in black was that Song Chen's direction was uncertain. One moment he was to the east, the next to the west. Thus, the 2 king-level ability users began to chase after Song Chen. Song Chen was rapidly thinking of countermeasures, considering how to evade the attacks of these 2 king-level ability users. After using hyperlink for another spatial jump, Song Chen arrived at another location and quickly used PS. He transformed a stone into his likeness at the fastest speed and hid it in the grass. It is not an exaggeration to say that this stone, aside from being unable to move, was indistinguishable from Song Chen. Then, he quickly shrank and used the skill, placed at the bottom. His body slowly descended, eventually entering the earth. Song Chen found that he was hidden within the earth, but his breathing was unaffected. To prevent his aura from leaking, he inserted cells around himself. Each cell was a small space that could block the aura. Of course, Song Chen did not have absolute confidence that this would fool the king-level ability users. Soon, the 2 king-level ability users arrived above Song Chen. They merely glanced around and discovered the stone sculpture of Song Chen in the grass. Die for me! At that moment, the burly man in black waved his hand, and the stone sculpture uncontrollably flew out from the grass. Boom! The next moment, the stone sculpture exploded into pieces as if it had been hit by a missile. The stone turned to dust and scattered in the air. A dummy? Seeing this scene, the 2 king-level men in black were completely stunned. Although they couldn't see Song Chen, they had followed his aura to this place. They had no idea when Song Chen had created the dummy, and it was so lifelike. The most important thing was that this dummy carried Song Chen's aura. Where had the real Song Chen gone? Thinking of this, the burly man quickly released his perception, searching the air for Song Chen's trace. But this time, they sensed nothing. It was as if Song Chen had vanished into thin air, completely undetectable. There were 2 possibilities. First, Song Chen had left the range they could sense. Second, Song Chen's ability to conceal his aura was incredibly powerful, allowing him to evade their perception. However, they directly dismissed this second possibility. They acknowledged that Song Chen's talent was remarkable, perhaps even stronger than many prodigies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scored 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. They wouldn't have come specifically to kill Song Chen otherwise. But after all, he had not yet fully grown. It was nearly impossible for him to hide from them. Therefore, they believed there was only one possibility. Song Chen had used some means to leave their sensing range. They had clearly seen Song Chen take out the spirit sealing stone of Dongfang Zhao and refer to him as master. As Dongfang Zhao's disciple, having a life-saving trump card was not surprising. Thus, the 2 turned and left, heading elsewhere to search for Song Chen's trace. Song Chen heard the sound of their departure but did not emerge from underground immediately. Instead, he waited quietly. He didn't know if the 2 had truly left. Meanwhile, in the sky, the battle between both sides had reached a fever pitch. Dongfang Zhao's spirit body had been battered and was on the verge of dissipating. The 3 teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy were also retreating step by step. After all, they were outnumbered. However, at this moment, reinforcements from Long Country had not yet arrived. It wasn't that no strong individuals had seen the prodigy arrow, it was just that less than 3 minutes had passed since the battle began. The reinforcements from Long Country were still on their way. Boom! At that moment, Dongfang Zhao's spirit body was completely shattered. Simultaneously, far away in the Imperial capital, Dongfang Zhao seemed to sense something and instantly vanished from his spot. Soon, another minute passed. At this moment, the 3 teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy were already covered in injuries. It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. At this time, many men in black seemed to have sensed that the reinforcements from Long Country were approaching. So, 12 men in black simultaneously launched an attack, aiming to kill them in one fell swoop. Puff puff puff! The 3 mentors simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood and began to fall towards the ground. Fire dance assassination. Earth explosion flame. Earth-shattering kill. As the 3 mentors fell towards the ground, they were instantly met with various attacks. They wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Judgment. In my name, I declare your deaths." At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, a yellow river descended from the sky, instantly engulfing many men in black. Huang Quan War God? How could he arrive so quickly? One man in black said in disbelief as he looked at the descending yellow river. Unfortunately, before he could say much more, the yellow river had completely enveloped them. Dozens of king-level men in black had no power to resist against this yellow river. Ah! Ah! Amidst the cries of despair, the bodies of the many men in black were assimilated by the yellow river, ultimately disappearing without a trace. However, amidst the yellow river, there was a man in black. He appeared to be relatively unscathed. The yellow river carried him to the front of a man. The man reached out and directly grabbed the neck of the surviving man in black. His survival was not due to any extraordinary strength. Rather, it was because the master of the Yellow River, the god of war of the Yellow Springs, had deliberately spared his life. "Where is Song Chen?" the god of war of the Yellow Springs asked coldly, gripping the man in black's neck. If one looked closely, they would notice the raging fury suppressed deep within his eyes. "He is already dead," the man in black replied. In truth, he was unsure whether Song Chen was alive or dead. He had only seen Song Chen being chased by his two companions. To him, it seemed easy for two king-level ability users to hunt down an untrained Song Chen. "You are dead. I, Song Huangquan, swear in the name of my ancestors that from today onwards, I will eradicate all potential ability users above S rank in your beautiful country. I will make your entire beautiful country live in fear," the god of war of the Yellow Springs said, his voice chilling to the bone. "We are not from the beautiful country," the man in black hurriedly replied upon hearing the god of war's words. "Whether you are or not, I will hold this account against the beautiful country," the god of war of the Yellow Springs said, and with a forceful grip, he instantly snapped the man in black's neck. He then turned his gaze to the three mentors from the Imperial Capital Academy. "We pay our respects to the god of war of the Yellow Springs." The three mentors, enduring their physical injuries, bowed to the god of war. Every god of war in the Dragon Kingdom symbolizes military achievements, honors built upon the corpses of exotic beasts or enemies. The god of war of the Yellow Springs holds the highest military achievements among the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom, deserving of everyone's respect. "Where is Song Chen?" the god of war of the Yellow Springs asked, suppressing his inner anger as he inquired of the three mentors. "He was chased by 2 king-level men in black earlier. We are not sure where he is now," one mentor replied. Knowing that such a thing could happen, the Imperial Capital Academy sent 3 king-level ability users to protect the students? Isn't the lesson from over a decade ago enough? The Imperial Capital Academy really has no memory. "If anything happens to Song Chen, I will raise the entire Imperial Capital Academy." The god of war of the Yellow Springs said this and then headed off into the distance. Few in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to say such a thing, but the god of war of the Yellow Springs was certainly one of them. What is the relationship between the god of war of the Yellow Springs and Song Chen? Song Chen's master is clearly the Eastern god of war, one teacher said, puzzled after seeing the god of war leave. "Haven't you figured it out yet? The god of war of the Yellow Springs is named Song Huangquan, and he shares the same surname as Song Chen." "No way, I heard that the god of war of the Yellow Springs' son suffered a fate injury 3 years ago and has not awakened his abilities." Not having awakened before does not mean he will never awaken. Think about it, besides the god of war of the Yellow Springs' son, who else could have such high talent to perfectly pass the college entrance examination with a score of 2,000 points? If anything were to happen to Song Chen, given the god of war of the Yellow Springs' temperament, he would really dare to raise the Imperial Capital Academy. "I hope nothing happens to Song Chen," the 3 mentors discussed among themselves, sincerely praying in their hearts. "Dog, Dad is here, can you hear me?" Song Huangquan said in a cautious tone. Although he could sense that the protective mechanism he left on Song Chen had not been triggered, he still worried. At that moment, hiding beneath the ground, Song Chen heard his father's voice. He thought he was imagining it. However, soon, he heard a second voice. He cautiously emerged from the ground, then concealed himself and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he quickly spotted his father's figure. To be honest, if he hadn't heard his father's voice, he had planned to stay underground for 3 days. He needed to ensure his safety. "I'm here!" Song Chen shouted loudly. Upon hearing Song Chen's voice, Song Huangquan instantly appeared before him. At that moment, Song Huangquan wore a look of surprise, mixed with a sense of having survived a disaster. "Good kid, you really have some tricks up your sleeve, you know how to hide. I didn't even notice," Song Huangquan said, lightly punching Song Chen's chest in amazement. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in his tone. After all, his son had survived the pursuit of 2 king-level ability users. Moreover, he had hidden so well that he hadn't been discovered. "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. It's just a little trick. Song Chen raised his hand and said nonchalantly. But in reality, his face was full of pride. In front of his father, he didn't need to hold back. I didn't embarrass you, Dad. Come on, this time, I'll personally take you to the capital. Let's see who dares to cause trouble, Song Huangquan said in a domineering tone. Dad, you've grown too. In Phoenix City, you were so submissive, but when it comes to the capital, you strike hard. I really like this domineering version of you, Song Chen said. Neither Song Chen nor Song Huangquan noticed that, not far from them, a glowing green ability user was hiding in a tree. At that moment, he threw a transparent cube-shaped object at Song Chen. This thing was silent, and even Song Huangquan didn't notice it. In an instant, it struck Song Chen. Immediately after, a transparent bubble enveloped Song Chen. The next second, Song Chen disappeared. The sudden disappearance of Song Chen startled Song Huangquan. After seeing that his son was safe, he relaxed. He had no idea that other enemies were still lurking in the shadows. As a result, Song Chen was ambushed by the hidden enemy. End of the earth. Song Huangquan recognized the treasure that had just made Song Chen disappear. The so-called end of the earth was a spatial treasure. Normally, it was used for self-preservation and had no offensive power. It could teleport a living being to a certain place on Blue Star. As for where it would be teleported, no one could say for sure. Because of this, Song Huangquan had not detected the existence of the end of the earth. Who would have thought that a treasure meant for self-preservation could also be used to ambush someone? You are going too far. At that moment, Song Huangquan shouted in a voice filled with extreme indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow river surged out from behind him. Instantly, this river formed towering waves that swept around. In an instant, all objects within a radius of several thousand meters were destroyed, including the ability user who had just ambushed Song Chen. What happened, Huangquan? At that moment, an elderly figure appeared before Song Huangquan. It was Song Chen's master, the Eastern War God. I was careless when Nuan was teleported away by them using the end of the earth. I don't know where she was sent, Song Huangquan said, suppressing his anger as he spoke to the Eastern War God. End of the earth? If she was teleported within the borders of Long Country, everything would be fine. But if she was sent to another country, when Nuan would be in danger, the Eastern War God said. It was clear that he was also very familiar with the end of the earth treasure. Senior Dongfang, I'll leave the search for Wen Nuan to you. I need to make a trip to beautiful country, Song Huangquan said, looking at Dongfang with a smile. Huangquan, don't do anything reckless. 3 years ago, you killed countless people in the beautiful country, have you forgotten? Now, the beautiful country has listed you as their #1 enemy. If you show up, what awaits you will be the siege of countless strong warriors. Although when Nuan was transported away to the ends of the earth, if luck is on our side, he might just be within the borders of the Dragon Country. As long as he is within the Dragon Country, finding him will be a piece of cake. Our top priority is not revenge, but to find Wen Nuan, said the Eastern War God. Although Song Huangquan was extremely powerful, one of the 8 war gods of the Dragon Country, his strength was not invincible. Once he went to the beautiful country, the strong warriors there would definitely spare no effort to find a way to kill him. 3 years ago, Song Huangquan was able to return because the beautiful country did not expect someone would dare to rampage alone in their territory. Even then, he was severely injured, nearly dying. This time, if Song Huangquan went again, it could very well be a one-way trip. After all, having learned from the lessons of 3 years ago, the beautiful country was now prepared. It's true that everything is easy to say if Wen Nuan is within the Dragon Country, but what if he is transported out of the Dragon Country? At that time, the dangers he would face would be unimaginable. As his father, how can I gamble on such uncertainty? I said 3 years ago, whoever dares to touch a hair on my son, I will make sure to wipe out their entire family. This time, the beautiful country has plotted this matter, and I will make them pay a heavy price, Song Huangquan said angrily. Whether this matter is behind the beautiful country is still uncertain. It could be other countries framing them, we need to investigate thoroughly first, said the Eastern War God. Song Huangquan was the war god of the Dragon Country, and every move he made represented the will of the Dragon Country. A careless mistake could provoke a war between 2 nations. Although the strength of the Dragon Country was not weak, it was far from being able to crush other countries. Therefore, caution was necessary. Whether or not this matter is behind the beautiful country is irrelevant. If it is, the people I kill deserve it. If it isn't, then consider it revenge for the injuries they inflicted on me 3 years ago, ruining my son's fate. I have never said that the matter from 3 years ago is over, Song Huangquan said. Besides that, he had another reason. His appearance would definitely attract a lot of attention. The bigger the commotion he caused, the safer Song Chen would be. Moreover, other countries needed to weigh whether they could bear his wrath if they really killed Song Chen. This was a warning to others, a deterrent against other countries. After finishing, Song Huangquan did not wait for the Eastern War God to say anything else and turned to leave. This mad dog, still the same as 20 years ago, cannot be provoked at all. This time, who knows how big the trouble will be. Seeing Song Huanquan's departing figure, the Eastern War God said with a hint of helplessness. In fact, his heart was also filled with anger. No matter what, Song Chen was the only disciple he had taken in all these years. These foreign forces coming into the Dragon Country and killing at will, did they really think the Dragon Country had no temper at all? You all immediately informed that group of old fellows at the Imperial Capital Academy about Song Chen. Let's see what their attitudes are. By the way, tell them that Song Chen is my disciple and the son of Song Huangquan. At this moment, the Eastern War God turned to the 3 teachers of the Imperial Capital Academy. Yes, Eastern War God. The 3 teachers hurriedly replied respectfully. After the Eastern War God finished speaking, he also left, as he needed to make some preparations. After the Eastern War God left, many reinforcements gradually arrived. It wasn't that they were slow to respond, but the black-clad men had chosen a location that was too remote to act. They are not the Eastern War God and Song Huangquan, who could quickly arrive here. Please, everyone, take these new students to the Imperial Capital Academy, a teacher said. In an instant, the entire Dragon Country was bustling because of Song Chen. After all, Song Chen was not only a peerless genius who had perfectly passed the college entrance examination with 2,000 points. More importantly, he was the disciple of the Eastern War God and the son of the Huangquan War God. Meanwhile, Song Chen was covering his nose, walking helplessly in a cave. The cave was filled with excrement. After walking for a while, he finally exited the cave. At that moment, he realized that the cave was situated halfway up a mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay an endless expanse of primitive forest. He took out his phone to check and found there was no signal at all. His phone could only tell the time. Oh my, where have I been teleported to? Song Chen muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Immediately after, a massive creature swooped down. Seeing this, Song Chen was startled. Without any hesitation, he leaped down from the mountainside. He had discovered that the creature that had just cried out was actually a king-level flying beast, a golden scale eagle. The golden scale eagle, seeing Song Chen leap down from the mountainside, quickly flapped its wings and flew towards him. This big guy thinks I'm food, Song Chen thought silently as he felt the presence behind him. After saying that, he immediately made himself invisible and shrank in size. Song Chen's sudden disappearance left the golden scale eagle bewildered. It flapped its wings and flew towards the cave halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, Song Chen was rapidly falling towards the ground, and during the fall, he hurriedly used the skill placed at the top. This skill had previously proven that after using it, one would not be injured from falling from a height. However, what Song Chen did not expect was that he did not land on the ground. Instead, he landed on the treetop of a tree. The most amazing part was that he did not bend the treetop even a little. Placed at the top, allowed him to position himself on the highest object in this space. I suddenly realized this skill seems quite impressive. If I can maintain this skill, wouldn't I be almost invulnerable? Song Chen said to himself while standing on the treetop. With this skill, he could burrow underground or dive into water. This way, he could evade many attacks. I can't check the latitude and longitude. I have no idea where this place is. The urgent task is to find a way to leave here and hurry back. Big big big. At that moment, Song Chen suddenly shouted loudly. Then, he used the skill, enlarge, and in an instant, his body rapidly grew taller. In just a few seconds, his body had inflated tenfold. He fixed his gaze in one direction and quickly began to run along the treetops. Although his body had grown larger, because the skill, placed at the top, was still active, he did not feel clumsy at all. On the contrary, his body felt very light, like a nimble monkey. Thus, Song Chen continued to dash forward for 20 minutes. His body had grown 10 times larger, so his speed had also increased tenfold. In just 20 minutes, he had sprinted a full 50 to 60 kilometers. However, before him still lay an endless expanse of primitive forest. Could this be the Bermuda Forest? Song Chen thought to himself at that moment. The Bermuda Forest is the largest primitive forest on Blue Star, covering tens of millions of hectares and connecting 9 countries. Of course, Song Chen was still uncertain at this point. Just as he was about to continue racing forward, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over his body. Not good, I've overexerted myself, Song Chen said, as his body quickly shrank, and the ground fell away beneath him. Fortunately, his physical strength had already reached the golden realm. Just before he was about to hit the ground, he flipped over and landed steadily. At that moment, all the skills he had activated had dissipated. His body had grown 10 times larger, and correspondingly, the energy consumption was also 10 times greater. It seems these skills have their limits. They're not as overpowered as I imagined, Song Chen remarked, opening a comprehensive health check. Soon, apart from a pop-up indicating damage to his life force, another window appeared. Abnormal body condition, would you like to repair it? Without hesitation, Song Chen chose yes. Repairing this abnormality will cost 2,000 spirit stones and take 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, all aspects of Song Chen's condition returned to peak status. Compared to before, I've spent an extra 1,000 spirit stones. It seems that as my physical strength increases, the cost of repairing abnormalities will also rise, Song Chen thought to himself. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Song Chen suddenly heard a sound coming from the bushes. This instantly sharpened his focus. In the Bermuda forest, the most terrifying aspect was not the harsh environment, but the strange beasts that lived within. It is no exaggeration to say that the Bermuda forest is a paradise for these creatures. Countless strange beasts inhabit this place, and their variety could fill an encyclopedia of exotic creatures from all the countries of Blue Star. At the same time, this is also a forbidden area for ability users. Very few ability users from all of Blue Star dare to venture alone into the depths of the Bermuda forest. The swishing sound grew closer, and his premonition worsened. Soon, Song Chen saw something in the thicket. It was a white ant the size of a human foot. Its body was pure white, resembling a translucent work of art. The most notable features were its long antennae and jet-black teeth. Its teeth glimmered with a black sheen, giving off a very sharp impression. This is a soldier ant. Upon seeing this ant, Song Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. He had studied this type of strange beast in his textbooks. A single soldier ant is usually easy to defeat, possessing only black iron-level strength. However, soldier ants never act alone. Whenever they appear, they come in billions. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever soldier ants go, all other strange beasts will retreat. Soldier ants are the common enemy of all strange beasts, yet no one can do anything about them. One could say that soldier ants are the street thugs of the Bermuda forest. Song Chen did not expect to encounter soldier ants here. Without any hesitation, he quickly stood up. He knew very well that the appearance of a single soldier ant meant that behind it, there were countless more. In short, this was not a place to linger. He needed to run as far as possible. However, just as Song Chen stood up, he discovered that he was already surrounded by a dense swarm of white soldier ants. He was trapped. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. In a hurry, he inserted several barriers around himself, attempting to block the soldier ants. However, Song Chen realized that these barriers would only hold off the soldier ants for 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, the soldier ants would devour these barriers clean. Although Song Chen could continue to insert barriers, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. I need to use some tactics. Today, I'll use you to rack up my battle achievements. With that, Song Chen opened Excel. In an instant, countless cells appeared before him. These cells enveloped many of the army ants around him. Cell clear. Song Chen shouted. In an instant, hundreds of army ants completely vanished. With the casting of this skill, all the army ants within a radius of several dozen meters disappeared. However, soon after, more army ants surged forward towards him. At this moment, Song Chen lowered his head to glance at his honor bracelet. He had a vague feeling that something had entered his honor bracelet. The number of achievements on his honor bracelet changed from 0 to 210. The army ants were all black iron-level beasts, and he could only gain a single achievement point for each one he killed. This meant that Song Chen had just used the Cell Clear skill to kill 210 army ants. Compared to the billions of army ants, this was just a drop in the bucket. Come on, let's have a good fight this time, Song Chen said as he took out his waist knife from the storage. In the next moment, he enhanced the knife with enlarge and thicken. In the blink of an eye, a more than 20-meter-long blade was swung by him. With each swing, dozens of army ants were slain. At this moment, Song Chen was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, conducting a one-sided massacre against the army ants. His physical strength had already reached the golden realm, making those black iron-level army ants seem like weeds in a field to him. He felt an overwhelming confidence, as if he could hold back 1,000 men. As time passed, with one slash after another, army ants fell one by one. Song Chen's honor bracelet showed that his achievements had reached 10,000. At this point, he was panting, drenched in sweat. Although the army ants were not strong, they were endless. And Song Chen's stamina was continuously depleting. After killing over 10,000 army ants, he was nearly exhausted. Yet the army ants continued to surge towards him like before. This was the most terrifying aspect of the army ants. They were inexhaustible. As long as a non-flying beast or ability user encountered army ants, they usually faced only one outcome: exhaustion and death. However, Song Chen was not among them. Just as he was about to reach his limit, he hurriedly spent 2,000 spirit stones to restore his abnormal state. Thus, a new round of battle began. This time, Song Chen did not use the 20-meter-long knife. Instead, he inserted it into the left and right frames. In an instant, countless long spikes fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the space within several dozen meters around Song Chen was filled with dense black spikes. However, the army ants directly devoured the corpses of their companions and continued to rush towards Song Chen. Song Chen picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground and then copied and pasted it. He then threw all these stones out. While in the air, he enhanced these stones with enlarge and thicken. So, when they were about to hit the ground, the originally palm-sized stones had transformed into massive boulders. Countless boulders fell to the ground, smashing many army ants into a pulp. Seeing this, Song Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that he had found the best way to attack the army ants. So, he hurriedly inserted a stone pillar to propel himself into the air. Next, he continuously took stones and smashed them down at the army ants on the ground. The casualties among the army ants kept increasing, and Song Chen's achievements continued to accumulate. Soon, over an hour had passed. At this point, the number of army ants that had died at Song Chen's hands was nearing 100,000. However, Song Chen frowned at this moment, because in the past hour or so, he had used spirit stones to fix abnormalities 4 times. Adding the previous one, that made it 5 times. In other words, he had already consumed 10,000 spirit stones. However, the army ants still seemed endless. At this rate, even if he waited until all the spirit stones were used up, he might not be able to kill all the army ants. Once the spirit stones were completely exhausted, he would be in danger. Therefore, he had to find a way to quickly escape the encirclement of the army ants. For a while, Song Chen cleared the path ahead with enlarged boulders while inserting stone pillars, racing forward rapidly. He charged forward with all his might for several dozen minutes but still couldn't break free from the army ants' encirclement. Suddenly, Song Chen's body stiffened as he stood on top of a stone pillar, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked ahead. He wasn't in this state because he saw something terrifying. Instead, it was because a beeping sound suddenly echoed in his mind. He remembered this sound very clearly. It was the sound that had appeared when he first unlocked new software. Now, with this sound ringing again, it indicated that new software had been activated. Penguin chat is unlocking, currently unlocked 0.1%, remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. What the hell, it's actually Penguin chat. When he heard the computer's notification sound, Song Chen was stunned. Penguin chat was the software he had been looking forward to the most. This software had accompanied him throughout his youth, carrying too many of his memories. At this moment, he was very eager to see what eye-catching features Penguin Chat would have. The 10 minutes felt long, and Song Chen felt like he was living a year in a day. After 10 minutes, when Penguin Chat was fully unlocked, he hurriedly inserted dozens of stone pillars beneath his feet. Then he began to explore the new features of Penguin Chat. The most basic was, of course, the chat list. Currently, there were only 4 people on his list: his dad, his mom, Xiao Jian Jian Yungda, and Tang Qiqi. Xiaoyi, why are there only 4 people on the list? Song Chen asked curiously. Only those with a favorability rating of 90 or above can automatically join the friend list, Xiaoyi replied. I see. Song Chen nodded. The friends on the list were indeed the people he trusted the most in Blue Star. His big dad, second dad, and the Eastern War God, his chief master, didn't have such a high favorability rating in his heart. As for other acquaintances, there was no need to mention them. So how can I chat with them? Song Chen asked curiously. Click on their avatar to start a conversation with them, Xiaoyi said. Is it really that magical? Just click the avatar to talk? Like crossing thousands of miles? Song Chen asked. Yes, Xiaoyi affirmed. Awesome! Song Chen exclaimed loudly. This was another amazing skill. Now he could talk to his dad. However, Song Chen forgot to message his dad to report his safety right away and instead became obsessed with exploring this software. If he could post on Moments, he would definitely say a few words. Surrounded by billions of army ants, what should he do? Waiting online, quite urgent. He would also attach a selfie with the army ants. No way? No way? Penguin Farm? And Penguin Ranch? Suddenly, Song Chen saw 2 icons that he found hard to believe. They were the familiar farm and ranch that everyone on Earth knew. These 2 features had also accompanied many people's youth. In their 20s or 30s, who hadn't stolen vegetables at least once? Song Chen glanced at the army ants beneath the stone pillar and realized that it would take them some time to destroy these pillars. So, he opened the farm. In the next moment, his consciousness appeared in a piece of land that wasn't very large. The land was reddish-brown and looked extremely fertile. If I plant here, could I harvest like I do with vegetables in a short time? Song Chen thought to himself. As soon as he had the thought, he began searching in the cloud storage for things he could plant. He had plenty of food and water stored up, but it seemed there was nothing he could plant. Right, the dragon Ganoderma. Suddenly, Song Chen remembered the dragon Ganoderma he had stolen from the Lu family. This thing was of a very high level, and with his current physical strength, it would take him 3 months to replicate it. He didn't have that much time to waste on duplicating the dragon Ganoderma, so he had kept it stored in the cloud. Moreover, the vitality of this dragon Ganoderma had already been activated by the Lu family, so he could plant it directly. With that thought, he took out the dragon Ganoderma and planted it in the land beneath his feet. As soon as the dragon Ganoderma touched the ground, its roots burrowed deep into the soil. Immediately, it began to grow rapidly, becoming even more vibrant than before. If the previous dragon Ganoderma resembled a sickly person, now it was fully revitalized. Soon, Song Chen saw a faint glow emanating from the dragon Ganoderma. Following that, a small dragon shadow circled above it. 5 minutes until maturity, please prepare for harvest. At that moment, Song Chen saw this prompt appear above the dragon Ganoderma. 5 minutes, I can wait, he said, starting to reinforce the stone pillars beneath him. Until he thoroughly understood all the functions of the penguin chat, he had no mind for other tasks. This was a habit he had developed during his time as a programmer. When faced with new software, he always wanted to understand all its functions at the first opportunity. Fortunately, although the army ants were numerous, their individual attack power was very low. 5 minutes passed quickly. The dragon Ganoderma finally reached maturity. Song Chen clicked to harvest with his mouse at the first opportunity. Soon, another dragon Ganoderma appeared in the storage room of the farm. Its effects were much stronger than the one he had planted before. Then, Song Chen turned his gaze to the spot where he had planted the previous dragon Ganoderma. He discovered that another dragon Ganoderma was growing in that place. 10 days until maturity, please prepare for harvest. When he saw this prompt, Song Chen's face lit up with excitement. This meant that every 10 days, he would be able to harvest a dragon Ganoderma. This thing was highly sought after. This farm is about an acre, and I can plant many things here. After I go out, I'll search carefully in the Bermuda forest to see if I can find other rare treasures. Song Chen thought to himself. The Bermuda forest was not only a paradise for exotic beasts but also a paradise for rare treasures. It was no exaggeration to say that rare treasures could be found everywhere here. Since he had come this far, Song Chen didn't want to leave empty-handed. He had roughly figured out the functions of the farm. Next up was the ranch. In the next moment, he switched from the farm to the ranch. The ranch was about 10 times larger than the farm, and the things inside were different. In the farm, there are various terrains, mountains, rivers, forests, bushes, and ponds. It feels like I can control everything, Song Chen said to himself as he looked at the different landscapes in the pasture. However, it was currently empty, with no strange beasts in sight. How about I catch a few army ants to experiment with? After saying this, Song Chen focused on the army ants at his feet. Insert the net. Soon, at Song Chen's command, a large net descended from the sky, trapping dozens of army ants. He then transported these army ants into the pasture. Once the army ants appeared in the pasture, they seemed to lose their purpose, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds of standing still, they instinctively began to build nests in the bushes of the pasture. Come here. At this moment, Song Chen said to the army ants that were building nests. As soon as he finished speaking, a few army ants were controlled by an invisible force and brought to Song Chen's side. Go, throw them into the pond. Immediately, Song Chen commanded again. In the blink of an eye, those army ants flew into the pond. If the army ants could talk, they would surely say, I am not human, but you are definitely a dog. Ha! The feeling was right. In this pasture, I am the master. My little treasures, Daddy is here. Seeing this phenomenon, Song Chen said excitedly. He then withdrew his consciousness from the pasture and looked down at the army ants. At this moment, his expression was not one of fear, but rather like he was gazing at a rare treasure. If he could tame these army ants, who would dare to act recklessly in the future? He could simply open the door and release the ants. With this thought, he jumped down from the stone pillar beneath him and landed among the army ants. He then opened a gap in the pasture and stood in the middle, using his body as bait, waiting for the army ants to come. The army ants, lacking much intelligence, surged directly towards Song Chen. However, once they entered the pasture, they were no longer in control of their actions. Thus, more and more army ants entered the pasture, where Song Chen began to raise them. Come on, my little treasures, More of you. Even more. The more, the better. I'm a tiger, Song Chen said in a rather annoying tone. He might be the first person in history to show such an expression in front of army ants. Puff! At that moment, a sudden jet of water sprayed onto Song Chen's face. This startled him, and he looked around warily. The sudden jet of water left Song Chen in a daze. He had not sensed the presence of any other strange beasts around him. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was currently in his own pasture. Here, he was the master. At least, he had always thought so. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing. What could it be? It doesn't seem to have any malice, Song Chen thought silently. The water jet only wet his face and did not cause him any harm. From this perspective, it indeed seemed to have no ill intent. Puff! Soon, another jet of water shot towards Song Chen. This time, he was on guard, so he tilted his head and dodged the water jet. He turned around as quickly as possible and saw a black and white figure flash and disappear. However, he couldn't see exactly what it was because the figure moved too fast. Can this guy traverse through the void? Song Chen's eyes widened at that moment. The feeling he had just received was like someone diving into the water. Then it disappeared. Puff! Soon after, another column of water shot up. This time, Song Chen did not dodge, allowing the water to splash onto his face. Come out! He did not turn around but directly used his control over the ranch to pull the white figure out of the void. When he saw what it was, his expression was one of disbelief, because the one who had just ambushed him with the water column was a penguin. This penguin looked quite ordinary, just like the most common penguins he had seen in aquariums back on Earth. Its legs were short, giving it a silly appearance. At that moment, after being caught by Song Chen, it showed no panic. Instead, it stared at him with wide eyes, looking very curious. Your pet thanks you for playing hide and seek with it, increasing its affection for you by 10 points, current affection 10. When Song Chen saw this prompt, a flash of realization crossed his eyes. The penguin chatting app was bound to the penguin pet. However, he did not expect that this penguin pet had actually materialized. Moreover, it seemed to possess some remarkable abilities, able to traverse through the void. In his ranch, he was the master, and without permission, ordinary beings could not enter. He never expected that this penguin could come and go freely. Since you are my pet, let me give you a name, Song Chen said to his penguin pet. To be honest, he was a bit hopeless at naming things. When it came to giving nicknames to people, he was quick-witted and had a rich vocabulary. For example, the nickname Little Jiajian was one he came up with, and he was very satisfied with it. It perfectly encapsulated Yunda's personality. But when it came to giving a proper name, he suddenly found his mind a bit blank. You have a round belly and look a bit silly, how about I call you Chio-Chio? Song Chen tentatively suggested to the penguin. However, the penguin in front of him continued to stare with wide eyes, looking at him with a silly expression. Can't you be a bit smarter? You're so silly, like a fool. As he spoke, Song Chen reached out and patted the penguin's head. Your pet felt your loving touch, affection plus 10, current affection 20. Alright, no matter what, you are my first pet. As the saying goes, a dog doesn't mind. No, that's not right, a child doesn't mind. Also not right. A master doesn't mind if a pet is ugly. Chio-Chio, you just stay by my side from now on, Song Chen said, patting Chio-Chio's head again. The name Chio-Chio was thus settled. Your pet thanks you for giving it a name, affection plus 10, current affection 30. Xiaoyi, what's the use of Chio-Chio's affection? Song Chen asked in confusion. Different levels of affection mean different dependencies of the pet on the master. The higher the affection, the greater the dependency, and the more things it can do for the master. When the affection reaches 100, the pet will never betray, and there will be opportunities for unexpected benefits, Xiaoyi replied. Unexpected benefits? Then I look forward to that day, Song Chen said. As for what Xiaoyi said about higher affection allowing the pet to do more for the master, he directly ignored it. With Chio-Chio's silly appearance, what could it possibly do for him? He hoped it wouldn't be like the penguin he had seen in an animated show that often caused trouble. Your pet is hungry, please feed it in time. Soon, another prompt appeared before Song Chen. You're such a foodie, naming you Chio-Chio was definitely the right choice. If you keep eating like this, one day you'll end up looking like a ball, Song Chen said. However, he was not a stingy master, his cloud storage was filled with snacks, because he was also a foodie. It is estimated that no one knows that the snack he stores the most is sunflower seeds. As a professional melon eater, sunflower seeds are essential. Song Chen took out a bag of potato chips, opened it, and handed a chip to Chio-Chio's mouth. As far as he knew, ordinary penguins eat fish, but it was hard to say what his pet would eat. Chio-Chio sniffed the chip that was brought to his mouth, then opened his mouth and took a bite. The next moment, his eyes sparkled with stars, and he looked utterly delighted. After finishing one chip, he flapped his little short arms, as if saying, I want more, I want more. Songchen was not stingy and directly handed the chips to Cho Cho. Cho Cho took the chip and began to munch on it. Your pet thanks you for feeding him delicious food, affection plus 10, current affection 40. Since your pet's affection for you has reached 40, intelligence plus 5. This sudden prompt brightened Songchen's eyes. He hurriedly looked at Cho Cho, who was eating the chips, and found that although there was no change in his appearance, there was an extra spark of intelligence in his eyes. At that moment, he didn't look so silly anymore. As long as it can increase intelligence, it's fine. I, such a clever and resourceful master, can't raise a silly pet, Songchen said with a smile. He then turned his gaze to the army ants. At this moment, the army ants were still rushing into the pasture like before. Songchen clearly sensed that as the number of army ants increased, the pasture was slowly expanding. With so many army ants, the previous little thicket was definitely not enough for their survival. Fortunately, this pasture was very intelligent and could expand on its own. After a long time, Songchen had collected more than half of the army ants, exceeding 50 million. The other army ants seemed to have suddenly received some kind of order and began to slowly retreat. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the queen ant issuing the command, Songchen said softly, watching the retreating army ants. He was contemplating whether he should find a way to capture the queen ant as well. However, after thinking about it, he abandoned that idea. The reason he was able to capture so many army ants was entirely due to the advantages of the pasture. But the pasture couldn't take the initiative to attack. If he took the risk to capture the queen ant, unexpected dangers could arise. He, such a cautious person, would not actively put himself in danger. Better safe than sorry. If something went wrong, he would have nowhere to cry. Xiao Qiu, stop eating. Follow me to pick up treasures, Songchen said to his pet after closing the pasture. He noticed that after he closed the pasture, Xiao Qiu did not disappear from his sight. It seemed that wherever he went, Xiao Qiu could follow, completely unaffected by the environment. It was unclear whether Xiao Qiu heard what Songchen said, as he continued to munch on the chips, seemingly more attracted to them than anything else. Songchen ignored him and hurriedly dashed forward. The army ants had retreated, so all the exotic beasts in the area where the army ants had appeared had left. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if there were any treasures in the areas where these exotic beasts lived. If there were, then sorry, they would belong to him. As Songchen rushed forward, Xiao Qiu wobbled his little short legs, following behind him. He looked as if he were swimming in water, completely unaffected by gravity. After rushing a distance, Songchen suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the penguin chat. He had previously said he would inform his dad, but out of curiosity about the penguin chat's features, he had forgotten. So, he clicked on Song Huanchuan's avatar. Dad, don't be too shocked to hear my voice, it's me, your handsome and clever son. I'm safe right now and not being chased, so I wanted to report to you. From my judgment, I should be in the Bermuda forest. I'm not quite sure of the exact location. Currently, I'm living happily, having found quite a few treasures, so don't worry about me. You don't need to come looking for me, just wait for me to come back peacefully. That's basically the situation, report complete. Whoosh. Finally, Songchen added a sound prompt for sending a voice message. Xiaoyi, can my dad reply to the message I sent? Songchen suddenly thought. No, this kind of message is one-sided. Xiaoyi replied. This function isn't great, it's just like sending a text message. Songchen said with a bit of disdain. However, he didn't dwell on it and began to excitedly scour the area. Because, in just this short time, he had already seen quite a few treasures. Spirit-absorbing leaves, cloud grass, earth fruit, thick earth fungus, blue flame grass, black heavenly hemp, wood spirit three-needle flower, heavenly jade fruit, heart-eating mushroom, thousand gold vine, illusion heart grass. In the past, there would always be exotic beasts guarding these treasures. But now, the exotic beasts were not home. What Songchen didn't know was that at this moment, in the beautiful country, Song Huangquan was confronting many powerful king-level beings of the beautiful country all by himself. Song Huangquan, how dare you act so dishonorably, killing hundreds of our country's prodigies. This time, no matter what price we have to pay, we will kill you here. A man with a hawk-like nose looked at Song Huangquan with anger. Beside him were dozens of king-level superhumans. At this moment, all of them were watching Song Huangquan warily. They all knew very well that even if they could really kill Song Huangquan today, it would likely come at a great cost. A considerable number of them would fall here. We have a saying in our dragon country, those who love others will be loved in return. Those who kill will be killed in return. You beautiful country attacked our dragon country's prodigies, I'm just returning the favor. I can clearly tell you that this matter is not over. As long as I, Song Hwangkwan, am alive for a day, your beautiful country will forever live in fear. Facing dozens of king-level superhumans, Song Hwangkwan appeared unafraid. He had killed many king-level superhumans, so these people couldn't intimidate him. Just as his words fell, suddenly, he heard Song Chen's voice in his mind. This left him both shocked and delighted. Although he didn't know how Song Chen managed to do it, he was certain that the one speaking was definitely his son. Others could imitate Song Chen's voice, but they couldn't mimic his cheeky tone. Only he would speak to himself in such a manner. He hadn't expected that his son had been transported to the Bermuda Forest. That place was a forbidden zone for superhumans, a paradise for exotic beasts. However, from what he could tell, Song Chen's current situation should be quite good. With that, he felt relieved. Song Hwangkwan, die. At that moment, a king-level superhuman from the beautiful country shouted and launched an attack at him. Facing such an attack, a smile appeared on Song Hwangchuan's face. He flipped his palm, and a bottle of erguotu appeared in his hand. Those who knew Song Hwangkwan understood that before he went on a killing spree, he always liked to drink a bottle of erguotu. His catchphrase, "I advise you to drink a cup of wine, sending you off to the Yellow Springs." Soon, a cup of erguotu was downed. The next moment, a yellow river appeared behind him. Be careful, this is Song Hwangchuan's ability, Hwangkwan. Although not in the top 100 of the rankings, it should not be underestimated, the man with the hawk nose reminded. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Song Hwangchuan's face. Hwangkwan, raging tides. He then shouted loudly, and the yellow river behind him suddenly surged, forming towering waves that crashed toward the crowd. The beautiful nation naturally had its share of strong individuals, and immediately 3 ability users formed a triangle, surrounding him and working together to block his attack. As for the other ability users, taking advantage of the moment when Song Hwangchuan's attack was obstructed, they hurriedly launched their own assaults against him. Ice shackles, fire rain meteor, desolate stone thicket. In an instant, a variety of attacks swept towards Song Hwangkwan like a tidal wave, completely sealing off all his escape routes. Faced with these overwhelming attacks, a cold smile crept onto Song Hwangchuan's lips. I declare, you are all guilty. Judgment! Song Hwangkwan roared. The next moment, the original towering waves instantly transformed into countless bolts of yellow lightning, sweeping outward. In an instant, much of the sky over the beautiful nation was shrouded in thunder. The people living in the beautiful nation looked up in fear. Many rushed into their homes, too afraid to show themselves. The 3 ability users who had blocked Song Hwangchuan's attack were left stunned. No one had expected that the original towering waves would suddenly turn into lightning. These two were completely different entities. Likewise, they were not the same type of ability. Was there no reason left? Puff, puff, puff. Those unprepared king-level ability users were instantly struck by the lightning. Nearly half of them spat out a mouthful of blood, while the other half suffered serious injuries. Your ability is not Hwangkwan, but the judgment of Sequence 48. After all these years, we never discovered it. At this moment, the man with the hawk nose looked at Song Hwangkwan in disbelief. It is no exaggeration to say that the intelligence collected about Song Hwangkwan and the beautiful nation, if printed on A4 paper, would stack up to a meter high. Yet all the information indicated that Song Hwangchuan's ability was Hwangkwan. After all, his name was just that, and he was also known as the god of Hwangkwan. Who would have thought that the god of Hwangkwan, called that for so many years, actually had the ability of Sequence 48's judgment? This was simply outrageous. If you knew everything, then I, Song Hwangkwan, would have been dead long ago. Judgment! With Song Hwangchuan's furious roar, the yellow lightning transformed into yellow thunder dragons, beginning to frantically devour the ability users of the beautiful nation around him. Quick, call for help from District 13. The man with the hawk nose shouted urgently upon seeing the situation. They had underestimated Song Hwangkwan, thinking that deploying dozens of king-level ability users to kill him would be enough. They never expected that Song Hwangkwan had hidden himself too deeply. Want to call for help? Too late. Song Hwangkwan sneered, controlling the yellow thunder dragons as they continued to harvest the ability users of the beautiful nation. In less than 10 seconds, all those dozens of king-level ability users were killed by him. Listen up, you little scraps of the beautiful nation. If you dare to touch even a hair on the proud sons of Dragon Country, today is just the beginning. I will make the entire beautiful nation live in fear. I will become your eternal nightmare. I, Song Hwangkwan, keep my word. After saying this, Song Hwangkwan vanished. He had done this earlier only to prevent Song Chen from being targeted outside of Dragon Country. Thus, he had planned to start with the beautiful nation, using blood to nourish Song Chen's growth. He also wanted them to understand the cost of targeting Song Chen. However, now that it is known that Song Chen is in the Bermuda Forest, there is no need to act that way. By the time the people of the beautiful country realized what was happening, Song Hwangkwan had already vanished. Despite the imposing words of Song Hwangkwan, he was actually quite cautious inside. After all, the beautiful country is one of the 5 great powers of Blue Star, and there are saints among them. Generally, saints do not intervene. If a saint truly decided to target him, he would be in grave danger. A careless mistake could leave him trapped in the beautiful country forever. Therefore, while the other powerful beings and saints of the beautiful country had not yet appeared, it was wise to slip away. He was now heading to the Bermuda Forest to bring his son back home. Song Hwangkwan arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. Silently, he departed, just as he had come. With a wave of his sleeve, he left behind a field of corpses. It was destined that today's events would attract the attention of all countries on Blue Star. The name Song Hwangkwan once again left everyone in awe. The youngest god of war from the Dragon Country had killed a triple-digit number of king-level ability users. More importantly, he had rampaged through the beautiful country twice and managed to retreat unscathed both times. Although he had been severely injured last time, nearly dying, he ultimately survived. At the same time that Song Hwangkwan was wreaking havoc, Songchen was in the Bermuda Forest, wearing a foolish grin. During this time, he had gathered countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Bermuda Forest. His entire farm was now filled. The farm was slowly expanding, but it required time. If he continued to gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there would be no more space to plant them. Thus, Song Chen turned his attention to the exotic beasts within the Bermuda Forest. Currently, his ranch only had millions of army ants, which was too monotonous. It was time to add some variety with different exotic beasts. However, Song Chen did not plan to capture the already grown exotic beasts. Any beast that was somewhat powerful had a considerable level of intelligence, making them particularly difficult to tame. A careless mistake could lead to injury, but the real fear was being killed outright. The risk was too great and not worth it. Therefore, Song Chen's plan was to steal their young or exotic beast eggs. By raising these young or eggs in the ranch, he could significantly shorten their growth time. Xiao, do you see that? The egg of the blue flame phoenix on that big tree. Steal it for me and put it in the ranch. I'll give you 2 bags of chips, Song Chen said to Xiao. After spending time with Xiao, he discovered that Xiao could easily traverse through the void. So, sending it to steal the eggs was the best option. Upon hearing the mention of 2 bags of chips, Xiao eagerly nodded. To be honest, he didn't want to go, but Song Chen was offering too much. After all, it was 2 bags of chips. Thus, Xiao leaped as if jumping into water from the shore, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song Chen had a strange feeling that the space in front of him seemed to ripple. He used the skill, Color Fill, to conceal his form, isolating his aura with cells around him, quietly waiting. Time passed second by second. Soon, 20 minutes had gone by. This silly thing didn't misunderstand what I meant, did it? It's been so long and still hasn't returned, Song Chen said with some concern. He had sent Xiao to steal the exotic beast eggs, but he didn't want anything to happen to it. Chirp! Just then, an angry cry suddenly echoed through the Bermuda Forest. Accompanying it was a powerful aura of a king-level being in countless blue flames. These blue flames rapidly swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. This startled Song Chen greatly, and he turned to run. Whether the cells he had set up around himself could block these blue flames was still an unknown. If they couldn't hold them back, he would be finished. What on earth did this fool do to make the blue flame phoenix so angry? Song Chen thought to himself as he ran forward with all his might. The blue flame phoenix gave him the impression of being furious to the extreme, having lost all reason. At that moment, it seemed like it wanted to destroy everything. Song Chen ran nearly 20 miles before he finally stopped. Leaning against the trunk of a large tree, he gasped for breath, looking quite shaken. Just now, he had clearly felt a strong threat. Those blue flames were extremely hot. Suddenly, Xiao's head popped out from the void in front of Song Chen. This startled him, and he almost instinctively attacked. So, did you get the blue flame phoenix's egg? Song Chen hurriedly asked as he looked at the appearing Xiao. Xiao nodded and then pointed at Song Chen's body. Song Chen understood what Xiao meant. It had placed the stolen bird egg in the ranch. So, Song Chen set up a protective frame around himself and focused his consciousness on the ranch. Soon, he discovered that on a large tree in the ranch, there was an extra bird's nest. Inside the nest were 3 bird eggs. You fool, you even stole their nest? No wonder the blue flame phoenix is so angry, Song Chen said. He had only intended for Xiao to steal 1 egg, but he forgot to specify, and Xiao silently went ahead and did such a big thing. However, since it had already been stolen, he naturally wouldn't return it. Thus, he focused his attention on the bird's nest. 3 days until hatching. 3 days to hatch. I wonder how long it will take to grow to maturity, Song Chen thought silently. To know this time, he would have to wait for the egg to hatch into a strange beast before he could get a prompt. Xiao Qiu, let's continue, Song Chen said to Xiao Qiu. Just having the blue flame phoenix was still too monotonous. Other strange beasts were also needed. Hearing Song Chen say this, Xiao Qiu quickly pointed at him and then mimicked the action of eating. It seemed to be saying, I brought you the bird egg, you should give me some chips. Xiao Qiu, you need to broaden your perspective a bit, don't just focus on small favors in front of you. I can still spare you 2 bags of chips. If you help me steal some other strange beast eggs or young strange beasts, I'll give you a whole box of spicy strips. You little guy probably haven't had spicy strips before, they're the most delicious thing in the dragon country, Song Chen said. However, Xiao Qiu did not show any interest and continued to gesture. He seemed a bit stubborn, if he didn't get the chips, he wouldn't give up. Xiao Qiu, the path is getting narrow. You need to learn to trust your master. As Song Chen spoke, he took out 2 bags of chips and handed them to Xiao Qiu. The moment Xiao Qiu saw the chips, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he quickly caught them. Then, he stuffed the chips into his little arms, and they disappeared. You have gained Xiao Qiu's trust, affection plus 10, current affection 50, Xiao Qiu, where did you put the chips? Song Chen didn't pay attention to the prompt but grabbed Xiao Qiu and felt around carefully. He observed for a while but found no place on Xiao Qiu's body where he could store things. Seeing Song Chen's curious expression, Xiao Qiu pressed his little hand against his belly, then pulled it outwards, and the chips appeared. As if to say, see, this is how I take them out. You fool, you don't have a storage space hidden in your belly, do you? Song Chen said curiously. Xiao Qiu didn't know if he heard Song Chen's words. After pressing the potato chips against his stomach, the chips disappeared again. Song Chen didn't dwell on it. This was Xiao Qiu's ability. The stronger Xiao Qiu's ability, the happier he was. For a while, Song Chen followed the same method. He used snacks as payment and sent Xiao Qiu to steal the young beasts and beast eggs from the Bermuda forest. Xiao Qiu never disappointed him. Every time he went out, he would steal away all the young of a certain beast or beast eggs. When Xiao Qiu set out, not a blade of grass was left. Moreover, Xiao Qiu seemed to have a good eye. Every young beast or beast egg he stole was of high quality. Most were descendants of the Diamond Realm, but there were also quite a few from the King Realm. In just one day, there were no fewer than 500 various beasts in Song Chen's ranch. As more and more descendants of beasts went missing from the Bermuda forest, chaos ensued. Many beasts suspected that their offspring had been taken by other beasts. After all, beasts could enhance their strength by devouring one another. Thus, many skirmishes broke out in the Bermuda forest, creating a tremendous uproar, devastating everything. Xiao Qiu, let's stop playing and hurry up. Time to go home, Song Chen said to Xiao Qiu. He then sped off in one direction. As for the rare materials and other beast descendants he encountered along the way, he completely ignored them. This time, the harvest from the Bermuda forest was already substantial. One shouldn't be too greedy in life. The things I harvested this time, if I sell some casually, I can gather 1,000,000 spirit stones. Then my fate can be restored. As Song Chen sped forward, he muttered to himself. In fact, Song Chen hadn't realized that he had been stuck in a rut all along. Ever since he arrived on Blue Star, he had gotten used to relying on himself for everything. He always subconsciously regarded his father as that crippled Song Lao San, who often tricked him out of money and was a bit timid. He always forgot that his father was the youngest war god in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, he only learned this right before being ambushed by Tianya Haijiao. If Song Huangquan knew that only 1,000,000 spirit stones were needed to restore Song Chen's fate, he would definitely deliver the spirit stones to Song Chen in the shortest time possible. Whether it was 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 100,000,000, he would find a way to get them. Additionally, there was the fact that with the golden finger in hand, awakening a supernatural ability was merely a bonus for him, not a necessity. It would be great to awaken, but if not, it wouldn't matter. I wonder what kind of supernatural ability I will awaken, Song Chen said with a hint of anticipation. According to what Song Huangquan had told him before, the more outstanding the parents, the more outstanding their offspring would be. Song Huangquan possessed the judgment ability ranked 48th and had become the youngest war god in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Logically speaking, once he awakened a supernatural ability, it should surpass that of his father. From any perspective, the supernatural ability I awaken shouldn't be worse than that of Xiao Jianjian. If he can awaken the moral ability ranked 16th, I should at least awaken an ability in the top 10. After all, the genes are there. Unknowingly, Song Chen began to fantasize. He currently had many means at his disposal, whether for defense, attack, or survival, they were already sufficient. However, he always felt that he lacked a flashy, powerful attack method. Fortunately, he hadn't seen the battle scenes of Song Hwangkwan before, otherwise, he would definitely think it was extremely imposing, because that was the kind of supernatural ability he desired in his heart. For a while, Song Chen pushed his speed to the limit and began his journey. When his physical strength was almost exhausted, he spent spirit stones to repair the anomalies. He had been teleported to the Bermuda Forest from the ends of the earth for almost 2 days now. His gains had been substantial, and what he needed to do now was to leave this place and return to the Dragon Kingdom. The Bermuda Forest was indeed vast. Song Chen ran at full speed for 2 hours and still hadn't managed to get out. By the time I return to the Dragon Kingdom, it will take quite a while. I'm afraid I'll miss the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital Academy. I promised my master that I would take first place in the freshman competition. If I miss it this way, that would be a huge loss. I didn't want to trouble my dad, but it seems I'll have to in the end, Song Chen said with a hint of helplessness. After saying this, he opened the penguin chat list and found his dad. Dad, come quickly and take me away. I was fine when I came, but now I can't get back. In half an hour, I will light a signal fire in the Bermuda Forest. If you see the smoke, it means I'm nearby. Whoosh! Song Chen sent the message to his dad. Xiaoyi, when can we have two-way communication? This one-sided texting feels so inefficient, Song Chen couldn't help but complain. Once the computer's configuration and operating system are fully upgraded to the second generation, it will be possible, Xiaoyi replied. It can still be upgraded to the second generation? Song Chen asked, a bit surprised. He had always thought that his continuous enhancement of physical and spiritual strength was what improved the computer's configuration. He didn't expect it could be upgraded to the second generation. It's known that between generations, many functions undergo tremendous changes. As long as the upgrade conditions are met, not only can it be upgraded to the second generation, but also to the third, fourth generation, Xiaoyi answered. What conditions must be met to upgrade to the second generation? Song Chen asked curiously. Physical strength and spiritual strength must exceed 100,000, and military achievements must exceed 1 million, Xiaoyi replied. Is it also related to military achievements? Is the unlocking of Penguin Chat also related to military achievements? Song Chen inquired. He suddenly remembered that the Penguin Chat had inexplicably unlocked before. At that time, his physical and spiritual strength hadn't increased much. Yes, when you reach 100,000 military achievements, you meet the unlocking conditions for Penguin Chat, Xiaoyi confirmed. One more question, after upgrading to the second generation, will the performance in all aspects be significantly improved? For example, the skill, copy, can currently only copy some physical objects, it cannot copy conceptual objects. Like someone else's supernatural abilities, Song Chen asked. When he first obtained the e-copy skill, he had wondered if he could copy someone else's supernatural abilities. However, he found that he could only copy things after locking them with the mouse. He couldn't lock onto someone else's supernatural abilities. Yes. At this moment, Xiaoyi gave a definite answer. Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Song Chen's face. He suddenly felt that if his golden finger could be upgraded to the second generation, it wouldn't matter whether he repaired his fate or not. He didn't believe there was any supernatural ability that could compare to the divine skill of copy. With a satisfied mood, Song Chen began to insert stone pillars, isolating a vacuum zone within the Bermuda Forest. This way, if he set a fire, it wouldn't spread throughout the entire Bermuda Forest. Of course, even if it did spread, it wouldn't be a big deal. Blue Star was not like Earth. The creatures living in the Bermuda Forest were all extraordinary beasts. They could easily extinguish flames. Otherwise, if those fire attribute beasts engage in battle, it will cause a forest fire. Meanwhile, Song Hwangkwan had already arrived in the Bermuda Forest. However, the Bermuda Forest was simply too vast, and he had no idea where Song Chen was. Moreover, he didn't dare to shout loudly. In the Bermuda Forest, there were far more king-level beasts than the king-level ability users from the beautiful country. If he shouted loudly and attracted the many king-level beasts in the Bermuda Forest, he would be in serious trouble. So, he could only observe little by little, searching for Song Chen. While looking for Song Chen, he noticed that many places in the Bermuda Forest were experiencing intense battles. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening, his intuition told him there was an 80% chance it was related to Song Chen. Because, in his heart, Song Chen was not someone who would stay put. After wandering for a while, suddenly, he heard Song Chen's voice in his mind. This brat, he can't get back on his own and only then remembers me. If he could get back by himself, I guess I would have made a wasted trip. Song Hwangkwan said somewhat helplessly. Although he said that, he felt more joy. The fact that Song Chen could send him a message through means he didn't understand indicated that Song Chen was safe. That was enough for him. Half an hour quickly passed. Song Huanquan searched seriously for the place where the smoke signal rose. This time, without much effort, he found the smoke. However, he did not see Song Chen's figure. This brat is still as much of a dog as ever. It's a good habit. Being a bit of a dog means living longer. Doggy, Daddy is here to pick you up, Song Huanquan said, lowering his voice. Through his deliberate control, his voice could only be heard within a mile radius of the smoke signal. If Song Chen was nearby, he would definitely be able to hear it. Sure enough, not long after Song Huanquan's words fell, Song Chen appeared. Dad, over here. Song Chen waved to his father. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Song Huanquan was about to fly over to Song Chen, he suddenly heard several angry roars from the surrounding beasts. A large number of beasts rushed towards the direction of the smoke signal, including some king-level beasts. At that moment, Song Huanquan's expression changed drastically. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Song Huanquan quickly flashed and hurried to Song Chen's side. Run! In the next moment, he grabbed Song Chen's arm and left at the fastest speed. Even facing so many beasts alone, he didn't have absolute confidence in escaping, let alone with Song Chen, which would distract him. However, Song Huanquan's speed was not slow, but there were simply too many beasts in the Bermuda forest. After flying a short distance with Song Chen, they were surrounded by numerous flying beasts and some king-level beasts. Looking around, the number of beasts surrounding them was no less than 1,000. What exactly did you do to make these beasts so crazy? Song Huanquan turned to look at Song Chen and asked. I didn't do anything, just wholesale a few small goods. Their craziness shouldn't have much to do with me. When I was hiding before, no beasts chased me. Dad, it wouldn't be that you attracted the beasts here, would it? Song Chen said. Stop with the nonsense, do you have a way to get out? Song Huanquan didn't dwell on why these strange beasts were so frenzied. The urgent matter was to find a way to leave this place first. He asked Song Chen because he knew this kid was hiding a big secret. Perhaps he had some unknown means, like the previous long-distance communication. With his experience, he still couldn't figure out how Song Chen did it. He was certain that among the people he knew, no one could achieve that. I don't know if it will work, but I'll give it a try, Song Chen said, taking out 2 stones. Then, using PS technology, he quickly transformed these 2 stones into the likeness of him and his dad. Dad, success or failure hinges on this one move. When I say run, just take me away at the fastest speed, Song Chen hurriedly said. After saying that, he first used the color fill skill to make him and Song Huanquan invisible. Then, using the enlarge and bold skills, he made the 2 little figures in his hands quickly grow to their size. Finally, he made those 2 stone figures that resembled them fall rapidly towards the ground. During the fall, he also applied the place and lower layer skill to the 2 stone figures. This was the first time Song Chen used so many skills at once. Run! After finishing all this, Song Chen said to his dad. Song Huanquan had unconditional trust in Song Chen, and upon hearing his voice, he immediately took him away at the fastest speed, racing into the distance. All of this seemed long, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. When Song Huanquan took Song Chen away, it was precisely the moment the 2 stone figures were falling to the ground. Therefore, all the strange beasts in the sky pounced towards those 2 stone figures. Soon, the 2 stone figures landed on the ground. However, just as they touched the ground, they disappeared. This was the effect of the place and lower layer skill that Song Chen had cast. The strange beasts were a bit bewildered upon seeing this scene. They had all witnessed these 2 figures fall to the ground, so how could they vanish? Thus, the many strange beasts began to frantically attack the ground. In just a few seconds, the ground where the stone figures had fallen was riddled with holes. Finally, after attacking for a while, they finally saw the 2 stone figures hidden underground. It was at this moment they realized that these were actually decoys. Roar! Awah! Hiss! In an instant, the strange beasts let out angry roars. They wanted to find Song Chen and Song Huanquan and tear them apart. But by this time, the 2 had already vanished without a trace. With their anger having no outlet, they gathered their companions, planning to launch an attack on the human world. Song Chen was unaware that shortly after they left, the 9 countries bordering the Bermuda forest were all attacked by strange beasts. The people of these 9 countries had no idea what had provoked these beasts to act so crazily. They could only defend themselves helplessly. Later, many people referred to this episode of the beast's madness as the Day of Beast Agitation. Some experts pointed out that strange beasts are like women, having a few days each month when they are particularly restless. It's just that the intervals of the beast's agitation might be a bit longer. After Song Huanquan and Song Chen flew a long distance forward at high speed and found that no strange beasts were chasing them, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. It truly was a thrilling experience. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Song Chen. His son was truly too mysterious. Being transported to the forbidden land of the supernatural beings, not only did he survive effortlessly, but he even managed to incite a riot among all the exotic beasts in the Bermuda forest. To provoke a riot among the exotic beasts of the entire Bermuda forest is no simple feat. It's not something just any supernatural being can achieve. Even a king-level supernatural being lacks this ability. He had reason to suspect that if Song Chen could fly, he wouldn't need to be rescued at all. Perhaps the Bermuda forest would become his backyard. Dad, ugh. Just as Song Chen was about to say something, he suddenly couldn't hold back and started to vomit. Flying through the air at such high speed was a bit too exhilarating. It was countless times more thrilling than a roller coaster. This was Song Chen's first time flying in the air, and he wasn't quite accustomed to such a wonderful experience. So, he got dizzy. Without any hesitation, Song Chen immediately spent 100 spirit stones to restore his body. Since it was just a minor issue, the cost in spirit stones wasn't much. Only then did he regain his composure. Alright, Dad, let's go. We need to hurry. I still have to return to participate in the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital Academy, Song Chen said to his father. According to what his master had said before, the first prize for the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital Academy was worth no less than 10 million spirit stones. This was a significant sum for anyone. Naturally, Song Chen didn't want to miss out. The Bermuda forest was quite far from the Imperial capital. By the time Song Huanquan brought Song Chen back to the Imperial capital, several hours had already passed. It was now deep into the night. Song Chen didn't head straight to the Imperial Capital Academy. Instead, he found a hotel to stay in. After spending 2 days in the Bermuda forest, he was already filthy. So, he needed to take a good shower and rest. Early the next morning, Song Chen set off alone for the Imperial Capital Academy. Today was the official start of the new semester for freshmen. When he arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy, he was stopped by the security personnel at the gate. Imperial Capital Academy, no unauthorized entry. The security personnel at the entrance looked at Song Chen warily. Hey, I'm also a student of the Imperial Capital Academy. I was delayed by some matters a couple of days ago, so I'm here to report today. If you don't believe me, you can check. My name is Song Chen, from Phoenix City, Song Chen said to the security personnel at the entrance. At that moment, he was astonished because he realized that the security personnel at the Imperial Capital Academy were all king-level beings. King-level beings were the pinnacle of existence in Phoenix City. A king-level supernatural being could uphold the facade of a large family. He never expected that king-level supernatural beings would be guarding the gate at the Imperial Capital Academy. You are Song Chen? Upon hearing Song Chen's words, the security personnel who had stopped him began to scrutinize him with a shocked expression. His gaze was as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Have I become that famous? Song Chen asked, bewildered. This was his first time in the Imperial capital, and he didn't expect the security personnel at the Imperial Capital Academy to have heard of him. The disciple of the Eastern War God, the son of the Huanquan War God, who perfectly passed the college entrance examination with a score of 2,000. We are indeed well aware of your name, the security personnel said. The main reason was that in the past 2 days, the Imperial Capital Academy had been turned upside down because of him. In an attempt to eliminate him, some foreign forces had dispatched over a dozen king-level supernatural beings. They even used life-saving treasures like the Tianya Haijiao. Many teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy had mobilized to search for him throughout the Dragon Kingdom. However, after 2 days, there had been no news about him. Many people believed he had met with an accident. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he had actually returned alive to the Imperial Capital. Moreover, he had reported to the Imperial Capital Academy. Though I am not in the martial world, legends of me circulate within it. This is not good, not good. Brothers, since you know me, I will go in and report. We'll talk later, Song Chen said to the security personnel. Wait, we need to verify your identity. At this moment, one of the security personnel said, how do you verify? Do you need to see my ID? Or my admission notice? Song Chen said as he took out his ID and admission notice. These 2 items are external and cannot fully prove your identity. I see you wearing an honor wristband, so you must have been to the old general's building. We need to use the honor wristband to verify your identity, the security personnel said. The honor wristband is activated by the owner's blood and contains the owner's genes. This cannot be faked. Alright, please hurry, I'm in a rush. The freshman competition is about to start, and I can't miss it, Song Chen said. The verification of the honor wristband was completed quickly. However, when the security personnel at the entrance saw the military achievements displayed on Song Chen's honor wristband, they were all stunned. 108,562. Over 100,000 military achievements, that's already a one-star battle sect. Several security personnel exclaimed in shock. They had seen over 100,000 military achievements before. They themselves had survived countless battles, earning no less than 1 million achievements. But Song Chen was only 18 years old and had already amassed 100,000 military achievements. Moreover, if they were not mistaken, this 100,000 was earned in just the past 2 days. Can I go in now? Song Chen asked. Yes, the freshmen are all on the playground right now. You can go directly there, the security personnel replied. Thank you for the information, brother. After saying this, Song Chen quickly ran forward. No wonder he is the son of the god of the underworld. A tiger father does not raise a dog. Our dragon country is about to produce an extraordinary figure. Watching Song Chen's departing figure, one of the security personnel said. At just 18 years old, he has earned 100,000 military achievements in just 2 days. He must have experienced life and death battles that others cannot imagine. Most importantly, he survived, another security personnel said. If Song Chen had heard their conversation, he would have laughed heartily. Life and death battles that are unimaginable? Did he have any? He merely went to the Bermuda forest to procure goods. Moreover, if he had killed all the marching ants in the ranch, that would have earned him at least 50 million military achievements. Then he could be directly promoted to a battle god, on the same level as his father. At this moment, on the playground of the Imperial Capital Academy, over 2,000 students and more than 100 teachers were standing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the grandstand ahead. On the grandstand stood an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, speaking about something. He was the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy and also one of the 8 battle gods of the Dragon Country, the god of White Cut. It is rumored outside that once you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you will soar to great heights, destined to become someone extraordinary, living a life of luxury and wealth. What I want to say is, this is simply nonsense. Your ability to enter the Imperial Capital Academy is determined by the talent given to you by heaven. However, whether you can graduate is determined by your own efforts. Do not think that once you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you can rest easy. What I want to tell you is that entering the Imperial Capital Academy is just the beginning. Everything here will be countless times more brutal than you can imagine. Here, your proud talents will be of no value. Because the Imperial Capital Academy is a gathering place for the talented, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Also, some of you take pride in your family backgrounds, but they are equally insignificant. No family can interfere with the decisions of the Imperial Capital Academy. At the Imperial Capital Academy, the only thing you can rely on is your own effort. The next 3 days will be your first lesson in entering the Imperial Capital Academy. All you have to do is one thing, strive to survive. Bai Zhan looked at the students below the stands and said loudly. He was not the kind of refined and elegant principal. On the contrary, he was a bit rough. A person who has experienced the baptism of war is not that refined. What does it mean to strive to survive? Is the academy going to hunt us down? It sounds like that's what the principal means. No way, how could we survive facing the hunt of the Imperial Capital Academy? This is a joke. This is the new student competition, and also the first lesson of enrollment. Although you won't really die, if you don't perform well, it will be worse than death. You'll know the specifics soon. After Bai Zhan's words fell, the students on the playground began to discuss among themselves. Some informed students had heard their elders mention this matter and only gave a rough explanation, but it wasn't very clear. More students looked confused, not understanding what the principal meant. In short, they had a bad premonition. Now I announce that the 10-minute countdown for the new student competition begins. All mentors, distribute the student cards. Little ones, enjoy yourselves, and good luck to you, Bai Zhan said before turning to leave. However, before he left, a hint of malicious smile lingered on his face. To be precise, there was more of a gloating smile on his face. This guy didn't seem like a good person. There were more than 2,000 freshmen in total. Among them, some were directly recommended, while others were admitted through the college entrance examination. At this moment, these students were divided into 100 classes, with more than 20 students in each class. Each class was assigned a teacher at the king level. Considering the foundation of the Imperial Capital Academy, it was indeed very frightening. King-level ability users, who are rarely seen elsewhere, were everywhere here. Just the 100 class mentors alone accounted for 100 king-level ability users, not counting other teachers. If Song Chen were to appear here now, he would find people he knew among these students. For example, Jin Zizai. At this moment, Jin Zizai looked around at the students with a face full of despair. The thing he disliked the most was restraint. He liked to be free and unrestrained. But at the Imperial Capital Academy, he had no way to act willfully, because he learned from many sources that being reckless here would lead to being beaten. Getting beaten here would definitely be a pointless beating. No one would stand up for him. Most importantly, at the Imperial Capital Academy, his cash ability could not be utilized at all. Without the ability to use cash, he felt uncomfortable all over. If only the boss were here, it would definitely be fun to play with him, Jin Zizai muttered to himself. After he spoke, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure appear in front of him. I must be hallucinating from missing the boss. Jin Zizai shook his head and said, Report, Class 1 Song Chen requests to regroup. At this moment, a familiar voice reached Jin Zizai's ears. Hearing this voice, the originally despairing Jin Zizai quickly raised his head and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Sure enough, he saw that familiar figure again. It's really the boss. This isn't a hallucination. Now we can have some fun, Jin Zizai said excitedly. At the same time, many people heard Song Chen's voice. They all turned their gazes in his direction, curiously sizing him up. Among them were some teachers at the king level. Like the security personnel at the school gate, they had heard the name Song Chen echoing in their ears these past few days. This time, they finally saw the real person. Is he really Song Chen? So handsome. These were two different voices. The latter was mostly from the girls. Wow, I can't believe there's someone who can compete with me in looks. If you look closely, I might even have to avoid his brilliance. At that moment, a man in front of Jin Zizai exclaimed. Hearing this, Jin Zizai rolled his eyes. The speaker looked stout and nearly 2 meters tall. From a distance, one might mistake him for a brown bear. He couldn't understand why the other person had the courage to say such a thing. At this time, the class teacher Eugene raised his head to look at Song Chen, his face filled with surprise. Like most people, he had thought that Song Chen had probably met with misfortune. He didn't expect him to return alive. He had been curious about Song Chen for a long time. After all, there were many rumors about him. Return to your teams, Eugene said loudly. Here, boss. As soon as Eugene's words fell, Jin Zizai hurriedly waved at Song Chen. Song Chen was just thinking about where he should stand when he saw Jin Zizai, which brightened his eyes. After all, encountering an acquaintance was always a happy thing. Little Jin, don't you like being free and easy? Why did you come to the Imperial Capital Academy? Song Chen asked curiously. He had just made a trip to the Academic Affairs office to check on his class, which was why he was late. It's a long story. I didn't want to come, but my grandfather forced me to. He even threatened me, saying that if I didn't come, I could forget about getting a spirit stone from home in the future. Boss, you know me, without spirit stones, I can't survive. Jin Zizai said with a look of grievance. Silence. At that moment, Eugene shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, the classmates in the class instantly quieted down. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Eugene, and I will be your instructor at the Imperial Capital Academy for the next few years. In the next 10 minutes, we have 3 things to do. First, collect your student ID cards. This student ID will be one of the most important things for you in the coming years. It serves as proof of your identity and is also your all-in-one card on campus. You will need it for cultivation, entering various places, and making purchases. You will naturally understand this later. Next, let's talk about the second matter. Our class needs to select a particularly capable student to be the class monitor. Song Chen, you will be the class monitor for our class. Do you have any objections? Eugene said directly, looking at Song Chen. Song Chen clearly did not expect that Eugene, who was speaking so well, would suddenly call his name. However, his reaction was quick. Report, instructor, I have social anxiety and can't communicate with others, so I can't take on the role of class monitor. I asked the teacher to choose someone else. Song Chen said loudly. He came to the Imperial Capital Academy not just to study, he had many important things to do. Being the class monitor would inevitably lead to constant troubles. Jin Zizai almost couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing Song Chen's words. If someone else had social anxiety, he would believe it. But to say that Song Chen had social anxiety was simply absurd. He preferred to believe that what Song Chen meant was that social anxiety was not social phobia but rather social horror. Seeing that Song Chen was unwilling to take on the role of class monitor, Eugene did not insist. Is there anyone willing to be the class monitor? Eugene turned to look at the others and asked. I am willing. As soon as Eugene's voice fell, a classmate dressed in a red top and denim shorts, with a stunning figure, stepped forward and spoke. She was exceptionally beautiful, although her face still bore a hint of youth. She already had the makings of a mature woman. In 5 or 6 years, she would undoubtedly become a breathtaking beauty. Wow, a mature woman. That's my type. At that moment, Jean's eye, the big bear in front, said with a foolish expression. Even Song Chen frowned, staring at that female classmate. The reason he was fixated on the girl in red was not just her beauty. It was because he noticed that she resembled someone he knew very well. Xiao Jin, don't you think this girl looks a lot like Nangong Weiyang? Song Chen turned to Jean's eye and asked. She is Nangong Weiyang's younger sister, Nangong Xiaomei, Jean's eye replied. Wow, you know this? Your intel is impressive, Song Chen said, turning back to Jean's eye. In the capital, I know almost everyone who has a bit of fame. Nangong Xiaomei is the little princess of the Nangong family. In the capital, she is known by everyone. Jean's eye continued. Nangong Weiyang's sister, the little princess of the Nangong family? Does that mean Nangong Weiyang is the big princess of the Nangong family? Nangong Xiaomei is the daughter of my long-lost aunt, Song Chen thought silently. However, he was pondering why Nangong Weiyang had approached her back in Phoenix City at the Ability User Association. Boss, I advise you to keep your distance from her. Although Nangong Weiyang and Nangong Xiaomei look very similar, their personalities are completely different. Nangong Weiyang is gentle and somewhat enchanting, but she can be considered a refined lady. But Nangong Xiaomei is different. She has a fiery personality and is fiercely against evil, just like her mother. It's not an exaggeration to say that the entire younger generation in the capital avoids her like the plague, Jean's eye hurriedly said, thinking Song Chen was interested in Nangong Xiaomei. Just like her mother? Hearing this, Song Chen became intrigued. He had been curious about his long-lost aunt for a long time. After all, she had once subdued both his big and second uncles. Such a remarkable woman must be met. Xiao Jin, how come I feel like your IQ has improved quite a bit? Your expression and logic are like night and day compared to before. Song Chen suddenly turned to Jean's eye and asked. I possess the ability of Zizai, which not only grants me physical freedom but also intellectual freedom. My IQ increases as my strength grows. Just the other day, I had a breakthrough in my abilities, so my IQ has risen. I specifically tested it, and now my IQ has reached 102. Jean's eye said. This IQ isn't particularly high, but it has reached the level of an average person. For Jean's eye, this was a monumental change. After all, his IQ was only 89 before. Alright, starting today, Nangong Xiaomei will be the class monitor of our freshman class. Eugene wasted no time and directly announced the result. Next, we will discuss the last matter. In a few minutes, all of our freshman students will be teleported into the Shumi Mirror. Inside the Shumi Mirror, you will participate in this new student competition, which will also serve as your first lesson in entering the Imperial Capital Academy. I believe the experiences you have in the Shumi Mirror will be unforgettable for a lifetime. You will face all kinds of encounters within the Shumi Mirror. Remember, you have only one goal, do not get caught, and then leave the Shumi Mirror alive. Once caught, it will be a terrifying experience. Good luck to you, Eugene said. Instructor, you've talked for a long time, but you still haven't made it clear what we will encounter in the Shumi Mirror. At this moment, a student couldn't help but ask. You will naturally know once you enter. Now everyone come forward to collect your student ID, Eugene said. There were only 22 people in the class, so soon everyone had received their own student ID. Song Chen examined his student ID repeatedly and found that although it was called a student ID, it resembled a token more. The material of this token was the same as that of the honor bracelet and also needed to be bound with blood. Xiao Jin, how much do you know about the Shumi Mirror? At this moment, Song Chen looked at Jean's eye and asked. When the time comes, we will be teleported to a certain place in the Shumi Mirror through the student token. The dangers in the Shumi Mirror mainly come from the second-year students of the Imperial Capital Academy. In other words, our seniors. However, don't think they will go easy on us. They were also bullied by the third-year seniors back in the day, and their methods will be harsher than we can imagine. Moreover, the academy is very twisted. They will determine that the harsher the seniors torment us, the more credits they earn. So, this only stimulates them further. In any case, our days won't be easy. Besides avoiding the seniors, we also need to find the score orbs in the Shumi Mirror. The final ranking of the freshman competition is based on the accumulated points from the score orbs. Jean's eye said. He was very knowledgeable about everything in the Shumi Mirror. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light suddenly erupted from all the student IDs of the students on the playground. Immediately after, all the students on the playground disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, Song Chen opened his eyes. Oh no, not another forest. Once he saw the scene before him, Song Chen felt helpless. He had just come out of the Bermuda forest and hadn't even recovered yet, and now he was in another forest. He looked around and found the surroundings desolate and eerily quiet. Not far away, on a tree trunk, there was a red orb. The orb had the number 1 written on it. This should be the score orb Xiao Jin mentioned. Song Chen said softly. After carefully observing and ensuring there were no other people around, he quickly approached and took the score orb in his hand, then ran far away. It wasn't that he was timid, he was afraid of being ambushed. There are always some people who like to fish. This score orb was a very tempting bait. Holding the score orb and observing it for a while, Song Chen did not find anything special about it. Although the material was uncommon, it did not contain any energy. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Song Chen's face. He selected the score orb with his mouse and then chose to copy it. The rating of this book suddenly dropped inexplicably from 8.4 to 6.8, which was quite frustrating. For those who like this book, please give it a 5-star review to help raise the rating. Thank you. The estimated time for this copy is 10 seconds, countdown 10, 9. Soon, a prompt popped up in front of Song Chen. Copying once takes 10 seconds, so in a minute, you can copy 6 times. That means in an hour, it's 360 times, in a day it's 8,640 times, and in 3 days it's 25,920 times. That is to say, if I hide here and copy the scoreballs from now on, I can earn more than 25,000 points in 3 days. I wonder if such a score can secure the first place in the freshman competition, Song Chen thought to himself. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to ask Jin Zizai about how many points the first place usually earned in previous year's competitions. Having that information would have provided a reference point. Xiao, come out. Song Chen called out. Soon, a penguin appeared in front of him. Xiao, go help me find scoreballs like this, all kinds of numbers and colors, just bring me anything that looks similar. 10 packs of spicy dried fish. Song Chen patted Xiao's head and said to him. Upon hearing the words spicy dried fish, Xiao's eyes instantly widened. Although potato chips were tasty, they paled in comparison to spicy dried fish. Song Chen had given him a pack before, and the flavor was unforgettable. Which penguin could resist the temptation of spicy dried fish? So, Xiao nodded and then vanished in a flash. Seeing Xiao leave, Song Chen smiled. Without the points from last year's first place as a reference, he could only collect as many scoreballs as possible. With Xiao's help, he didn't have to work hard himself. Thus, he found a comfortable tree fork, concealed his presence, and lay down. Although it was his first time participating in the freshman competition, he knew very well that a competition lasting 3 days would be quite boring at first, with many people constantly searching for scoreballs. The real excitement would come halfway through. That is to say, a day and a half later. Even if the freshman competition was a bit different, it would still be a day later at the earliest. So for now, he could just sleep peacefully. Coincidentally, he had returned to the capital late yesterday and hadn't slept much, so it was just the right time to catch up on some rest. After waking up, he would start making moves. With Song Chen's personality, nearly securing first place in the freshman competition was far too unchallenging. He felt he could take the opportunity to make a little profit. Lying on the tree fork, Song Chen comfortably stretched. He didn't fall asleep immediately, instead, he opened the computer assistant. At that moment, a small pop-up appeared on the interface of the computer assistant. Fate repair in progress, estimated time 10 days, countdown 9 days 16 hours 43 minutes 26 seconds. Seeing this prompt, a satisfied smile appeared on Song Chen's face. He had originally planned to find a time to exchange the gains from this Bermuda forest for spirit stones to repair his fate. However, last night, his father had directly given him 5 million spirit stones. He still remembered the scene from last night. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Song Huangquan walked in and tossed him a Qiankuan bag. This contains 5 million spirit stones, use it first. If it's not enough, let me know, and I'll find a way. Your old man is still alive, you don't have to push yourself too hard. If there's anything, just tell your dad, you don't have to bear it all alone, Song Huangquan said earnestly. In that moment, he genuinely expressed a father's concern for his son. 3 years ago, he had vowed never to let Song Chen suffer any harm. But now, it seemed those words had come back to bite him. This time, Song Chen had been transported away right under his nose. No one knew how he felt at that moment. Aside from anger and self-blame, there was an indescribable guilt. This time, Song Chen was not harmed, but that was because he had many means at his disposal. If it had been someone else, transported to the Bermuda forest, even a king-level ability user would undoubtedly perish. Over the past 3 years, he had allowed Song Chen to grow wildly. Although his concern for Song Chen had not diminished in the slightest, to be specific, he had not done much for his son. Song Chen was always cheerful, as if he had no worries at all. However, he saw everything Song Chen did. Opening the first building, trying every means to earn spirit stones, practicing desperately in the veteran building, scheming to trick the Eastern War God out of spirit stones when he apprenticed, and even rushing back from the Bermuda Forest to participate in the freshman competition for first place to gain rewards. He was not foolish, he could naturally see that Song Chen did all this for spirit stones. Although he still did not know what Song Chen needed so many spirit stones for, the fact that he was working so hard to earn them clearly indicated that he was in great need. He understood Song Chen and knew he was not a greedy person. If it weren't for a special need, he wouldn't do these things. Since that was the case, as a father, he naturally had to provide support. The reason he had been practicing so hard over the years was to ensure a better life for his wife and son. Having lost his parents at a young age and grown up eating from the homes of others, he had truly suffered. He did not want his son to go through the same hardships he had endured. If Song Chen still had to suffer like he did to grow, then what was the point of his years of hard work in becoming a war god? If Song Chen was no different from an orphan, relying solely on himself, that would be the greatest failure of his role as a father. If anything happens in the future, just tell Dad directly. Dad still has some influence in the capital. Remember, no matter what happens, Dad will be there to support you. Alright, you've been tired for 2 days, get some good rest. After saying this, Song Huanquan did not wait for Song Chen to respond and turned to leave. Song Chen picked up the Qiankuan bag that Song Huanquan had thrown over, a warmth flashing through his heart. In any world, a father's love is as solid as a mountain. However, soon after, an excited smile appeared on his face. With these 5 million spirit stones, he could repair his fate. So, without any hesitation, he hurriedly opened the computer manager and began the repair of his fate. After testing, it would take a total of 10 days to repair his fate. Now there are just over 9 days left. I can hardly wait. At this moment, Song Chen lay on a tree branch, turned off the computer manager, and muttered to himself. He was incredibly curious about what abilities he would awaken after his fate was repaired, a prize-guessing game. Who will be the next prophet? In his fantasies, Song Chen slowly fell asleep. During the time Song Chen was sleeping, the entire Shumi mirror was in chaos. Among the first-year students, many had good talents. However, aside from the college entrance examination, where they barely experienced a bit of combat, at other times, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. When they were suddenly transported to this unfamiliar environment, they showed a strong sense of discomfort. The Shumi mirror contained not only forests but also plains, deserts, swamps, and graveyards. The environment here was complex and harsh. At this moment, in the Shumi mirror, besides the many first-year freshmen who had been transported in, there were also some black-clad individuals wearing evil ghost masks. They moved through the Shumi mirror, searching for the traces of the new students. At this moment, on a mountaintop, 4 or 5 people wearing evil ghost masks gathered together. Every year, it's a similar punishment. It's meaningless. Should we play a little bigger this year and stimulate their spirits? At that moment, a tall, thin man spoke up. Isn't that unnecessary? The normal punishments are already severe enough. Do we really need to provoke them? A woman with a graceful figure said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Donger, you're just too soft-hearted. Think about it, when we first entered school, did that group of perverts in their 3rd year ever treat us kindly? We were almost played to death by them back then. Now it's our turn to show our strength. I've already thought of many ways to punish them, said a chubby man. Although he wore a mask that obscured his features, those around him could sense that he seemed to wear an extremely twisted smile. We only have this one chance. We won't get another opportunity later. According to the Academy's rules, the bigger the game, the higher our credits. Don't you all want credits? The tall, thin man asked. Upon hearing the words credits, all the masked individuals fell silent. This was an irresistible temptation for them. Alright, I'm all in, let's play them to death. At that moment, the graceful woman made the first decision. Mega, what plans do you have? Just say it. We can start like this. And so, the tall, thin man shared his thoughts with the others. Mega, if we're talking about ruthlessness, you're the most ruthless. Your twisted plan is so extreme that even I, a twisted person, find it shocking, the chubby man exclaimed. However, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Since no one has any objections, let's get started. My target is Song Chen. Don't you dare steal him from me. I want to see how many sounds. No, how much weight the disciple of the Eastern War God and the son of the Underworld War God, who scored 2,000 credits and passed the college entrance examination perfectly, really has. The tall, thin man said. I was going to say I wanted to meet this Song Chen. Since you mentioned it first, he's yours. Among the rookies, I heard there are several SSS level potential ability users hidden. it would be fun to play with them too, the chubby man said. Be careful, you might capsize in the gutter. None of the SSS level potential ability users are simple, Donger couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I've weathered many storms, I won't capsize in this little ditch. I just hope these rookies can last a bit longer, they better not be eliminated too soon. Otherwise, the fun will be greatly reduced, the chubby man said. With that, everyone finished discussing their strategies and went their separate ways. Soon after, they and their respective teams began to take action. A few minutes later, the chubby man, along with his 10 team members, was weaving through the woods. Their speed was not fast, as they had relaxed their senses, searching for the rookie's traces. Oh no, I really messed up. I shouldn't have agreed to my grandfather from the start. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have entered the Imperial Capital Academy. If I hadn't entered the Imperial Capital Academy, I wouldn't have fallen to this sad place. Just as the chubby man and his team were searching, they suddenly heard a string of murmurs. The voice seemed filled with resentment. Oh, the little master of the Gene family. I wonder what ability this kid has awakened. Come on, let's go play with him, the chubby man said to his team. Before long, they surrounded the murmuring person. This person was none other than Gene Zizai. When he suddenly saw himself surrounded, he was momentarily stunned. However, his reaction was very quick. Hello everyone, my name is Gene Zizai, he introduced himself. I'm sure some of you know me, while others do not. That's fine, our meeting is fate, Gene Zizai said. Are you performing a comedy skit with me? Not bad, keep going, the fat man said with a laugh upon seeing Gene Zizai's demeanor. If you know me, you should know what the Gene family does. I understand all about this new student competition. So, what's your price? How many spirit stones will it take to let me go? As long as you can state a price, I won't haggle. Of course, if you can provide me with scoreballs, I'm willing to pay a high price. 1 scoreball for 1 point, 1,000 spirit stones. How about that? Gene Zizai directly showcased his financial prowess. For him, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. The young master of the Gene family is indeed wealthy. To be honest, your price is quite tempting. However, in this Shumi mirror, we have no other choice. Young master, sorry. Take him down. At that moment, the fat man commanded his team. If the academy found out they were cheating for spirit stones in the Shumi mirror, they would be finished. So, they could only deal with Gene Zizai. With the fat man's order, 3 men in black immediately lunged at Gene Zizai. Wait! Seeing this situation, Gene Zizai hurriedly shouted. Young master, if you still want to buy us off, give up on that thought, the fat man said to Gene Zizai. If the deal doesn't go through, at least we part on good terms. I'm not saying you, but you all are just not cut out for business. Forget it, our agreement ends here. No more pretending, I'm laying it all out. Gene Zizai, want to leave, and you bunch of trash can't catch me. By the way, I'm not targeting any one of you, I'm saying you're all trash. Goodbye. After Gene Zizai finished speaking, his body directly vanished from the spot. Seeing Gene Zizai suddenly disappear before their eyes, the fat man and the others changed their expressions. Not good. It seems like he has an invisibility ability. Quick, seal off the space. The fat man shouted urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, his team quickly spread out to seal off the area within 1,000 meters. With Gene Zizai's speed, it was impossible for him to run 1,000 meters away in such a short time. As long as they could seal him within the space, even if he had invisibility, they could easily find him. You think sealing off the space will keep me here? You're dreaming. I'm leaving, farewell. At that moment, Gene Zizai's voice came from a distance. It seems he didn't awaken an invisibility ability, the fat man said with a grim expression. He could sense that Gene Zizai had indeed left their sealed area. They hadn't expected that their first move after entering the Shumi mirror would end in failure. This made them feel a bit embarrassed. Captain, what should we do now? Should we chase him? One team member asked. Chase? Where do we chase? Do you know which direction he ran? The bamboo stick is right, this group of rookies is not simple. We need to be careful, we don't want to capsize in the gutter. Next time we see a rookie, don't say a word, just take them down first, the fat man said. He had originally thought that the young master of the Gene family was someone who only knew how to solve problems with spirit stones. Without spirit stones, he was nothing. But now he realized he was completely wrong. The offspring of these major powers were not simple at all. He hadn't noticed at all how Gene Zizai had left just now. Awesome! Gene Zizai, having escaped the encirclement, let out a loud shout and then revealed his form. His excitement wasn't because he had escaped the encirclement of the second-year seniors. That was something he had anticipated from the very beginning. He was thrilled because of the words he had just spoken. The domineering words he had just uttered were something he would never have said in the past. The 60,000 spirit stones spent before were worth it. I've only been following the boss for a few days, and I've already said something so impressive. Incredible. Jin Zizai said. I, Huang Tianba, am never weaker than anyone in my life. Who dares to come forward and fight me? At that moment, Jin Zizai suddenly heard a roar. The sound was deafening, echoing for hundreds of meters around. Jin Zizai looked in the direction of the sound and found that the big black bear, who had stood in front of him during the lineup, was now engaged in a fierce battle with 4 men in black. However, despite his thunderous voice, after a few exchanges, he was knocked back. Yet, in the next moment, Huang Badian instantly stood up from the ground. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible under heaven, victorious in every battle. He roared again and charged at the men in black. At this moment, his momentum was even stronger than before, and his strength had surged significantly. This big black bear is quite interesting. His ability is very similar to the belief of Sequence 57. Jin Zizai, hidden in the shadows, observed while silently thinking. The so-called belief ability means that the stronger one's conviction in oneself, the more powerful one becomes. During battle, the combat power displayed is also more astonishing. Of course, there is a limit. For example, at the bronze level, no matter how strong the belief, one cannot exhibit the strength of a king level. It can only be said that within the same realm, the stronger the belief, the greater the combat power that can be unleashed. Bang! Soon, Huang Tianba was knocked back again. Although his opponent was not as talented as him, he had trained at the Imperial Capital Academy for a year, and with the advantage in numbers, his combat power was naturally strong. The knocked back Huang Tianba spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up again. I, Huang Tianba, am undefeated in battle, suppressing all enemies in the world. Huang Tianba shouted loudly and charged at the men in black once more. As before, his momentum had increased significantly. Seeing this scene, Jin Zizai, who was hiding nearby, shook his head. He really is a big fool, single-minded, and completely unable to change direction. Jin Zizai said. Knowing he couldn't win yet still rushing in to take a beating, his mind was clearly rusty. If he faced a real enemy in the future, with this personality, he would undoubtedly die. At this moment, he thought of Song Chen. With Song Chen's personality, if he encountered such a situation, he would definitely be as dogged as possible. Charging in to fight with a heated head would seem foolish to Song Chen. Should I help him a bit? Jin Zizai instinctively began to weigh the pros and cons. Coming from a business family, influenced by his family, he would always weigh the pros and cons whenever he encountered something and needed to make a decision. In his view, he would only act when the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Even if I get caught in this freshman competition, at most, I'll just suffer a bit. It's nothing. And even if I can escape now, once those top-notch second-year talents make their move, the chances of getting caught are extremely high. Since there's a possibility of being caught anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the ranking in the freshman competition. But if I help Huang Tianba, I should be able to gain his friendship. Having the friendship of an SSS-level potential ability user is definitely worth having. Weighing the pros and cons, Jin Zizai made his decision. He decided to help Huang Tianba, because in his view, this was an endeavor where the returns far outweighed the investment. It must be said that after Jin Zizai's ability breakthrough, his intelligence had indeed greatly improved. At the same time, the black-clad attackers targeting Huang Tianba were all looking at him with admiration. Is this guy a cockroach? How can he not be killed? One of the black-clad men said. Don't hold back, use all your strength, hit him to death. The leader of the black-clad men commanded. I wanted to throw this big guy into the prepared mud pit. It would be a pity to eliminate him directly, another black-clad man remarked. Alright, since we're all prepared, we can't waste it. Let's all attack together and take him down, the leader of the black-clad men said. Thus, the 4 black-clad men launched their attacks simultaneously. Triple gravity, earth binding, wood vines entangle, endless wind blades. The 4 attacks came at Huang Tianba from different angles. I, Huang Tianba, am born invincible. With one punch, I can shatter the heavens. Huang Tianba, as before, faced the attacks of the 4 black-clad men, raising his fist and swinging it recklessly. However, just as his attack was launched, the numerous attacks from the black-clad men struck him. Huang Tianba, who had been charging forward, suddenly felt a massive gravitational force descend upon him. This made his body stagger for a moment, nearly causing him to fall, but fortunately, he steadied himself in time. Although his talent was not weak, his combat experience and awareness were far too lacking. Compared to the experienced veterans in their second year, he was nothing but a stubborn brute. Moreover, the enemy's attacks were not over. After the triple gravity fell on Huang Tianba, the ground beneath him sank, binding his legs. Then, vines appeared behind him, instantly wrapping around his body. Above him, several wind blades descended. At that moment, two bang-bang sounds suddenly echoed. The black-clad men turned to see that two of their companions had been ambushed and were now lying on the ground. Immediately, the wind blades in the sky dissipated. The gravity on Huang Tianba also vanished. An invisible ability user? Or a telekinesis ability user? Seeing this situation, the commanding black-clad man quickly backed up against his companion, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. However, they found nothing. Boom! Without the enemy's deliberate control, Huang Tianba broke free from his restraints and leaped out from the ground. In the next second, he maximized his speed and turned to run. What the hell, this big dumb bear doesn't care about martial ethics and just runs away. Seeing Huang Tianba turn and flee, Jin Zizai, who was hiding nearby, was dumbfounded. He had been worried that this big oaf would recklessly charge at the black-clad men after breaking free. Who would have thought he would make such a move? I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Who dares to fight me? At that moment, from the opposite direction of Huang Tianba, a flamboyant voice echoed. This left the two black-clad men bewildered. Huang Tianba had already run away. How could his voice come from another direction? Could it be a clone ability? The leader of the black-clad men speculated. He thought this guess was quite possible, as he had not noticed anyone else's presence during their battle. So, it was likely that Huang Tianba had secretly created another clone to ambush them. However, what they did not know was that the flamboyant voice just now was Jin Zizai imitating Huang Tianba's voice. After making that sound, he hurriedly chased after the direction where the real Huang Tianba had left. For this ungrateful guy, he definitely needed to get an explanation. Thus, under Jin Zizai's cover, Huang Badian left. That was careless. The two men in black carefully sensed their surroundings and found no other ability users, which suddenly brought them back to their senses. The voice that appeared behind them was definitely meant to give Huang Tianba a chance to escape. They had just been caught off guard by the ambush and hadn't reacted in time. Brother Chang, should we chase them? One of the men in black asked. I can be sure that there was indeed an ability user who could turn invisible here just now. If we can't crack his ability, even if we catch up to Huang Tianba, it will be of no use. First, wake those two up, then regroup with the others, the leader of the men in black said. Those who managed to escape from the hands of the men in black were ultimately just a minority. The majority of the new students had been captured. The captured new students were not eliminated but began various paths of punishment. Some male students were stripped of their clothes and hung in a large X shape from trees, in extremely humiliating positions. Some were directly thrown into mud pits, with only their heads sticking out, including female students. Others were submerged in water pits, drowning every couple of minutes. Some were placed in pots and stewed. Even worse, some were injured and thrown into the desert to await death. Of course, to increase the fun of the game, their guards did not keep a tight watch on them, giving them opportunities to escape. If a cat plays with a mouse and kills it too quickly, it wouldn't be fun anymore. In short, the lives of most new students were very difficult. Despite cursing the men in black countless times in their hearts, it was all in vain. They finally understood why the principal had told them to enjoy themselves earlier. The reason the Imperial Capital Academy did this was to give them a clear understanding of their own strength, so that none of them would feel overly proud just because they could enter the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, it made them genuinely desire power, because weakness is the original sin. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't be tormented. Moreover, this approach more easily stimulated a person's survival instinct and aroused their self-esteem, allowing them to unleash powerful strength. The Imperial Capital Academy had indeed put in a lot of effort. After Huang Tianba had run far away, he finally stopped. At that moment, he sat on a rock, gasping for breath, his face showing lingering fear. Big stupid bear, you don't follow the rules of martial arts, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. This startled him greatly, and he instantly stood up, ready to attack, thinking that the men in black had caught up. However, when he looked in the direction of the voice, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He recognized the person. It was his classmate. The newcomer was Jin Zizai. Was it you who saved me just now? Thanks, brother. Huang Tianba said to Jin Zizai. I saved you, and you turned around and ran. You're really something, Jin Zizai replied. I had no choice, they were too strong, and I couldn't fight back. Since you dared to provoke them, you must have a way to escape. Of course, that's not a reason for me to abandon my brother. After the new student competition ends, I'll treat you to a drink to apologize, Huang Tianba hurriedly said. I find that you, big stupid bear, seem simple on the surface but are actually full of tricks. You're incredibly scheming inside, Jin Zizai said. Not at all, I'm just a bit slow to think. By the way, how should I address you, brother? Huang Tianba chuckled. He didn't take Jin Zizai's teasing to heart at all. Jean Zizai, you can call me Xiao Jean or just Zizai. Jean Zizai said politely. My name is Huang Tianba, you can call me by my nickname, Baba. Huang Tianba said with a serious expression. Damn, you're taking advantage of me. Am I giving you face? Just because others aren't getting angry, do you think you can treat them like fools? If I don't show you some color today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Jean Zizai immediately got angry, turned around to look at Huang Tianba, and recited a famous line he learned from Song Chen. Put. As soon as Jean Zizai finished speaking, a sudden burst of laughter came from above their heads. This unexpected laughter startled both Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba. They hadn't expected that there would be other people in this place. So, the two hurriedly looked up and found Song Chen sitting on a tree branch, happily eating sunflower seeds. Song Chen, boss. When the two saw Song Chen, they both exclaimed in disbelief. Neither of them had expected Song Chen to appear here. You two continue, pretend I'm not here, Song Chen said while munching on seeds. He had been sleeping here until Chiu Chiu came back and woke him up. He discovered that Chiu Chiu had brought back over 100 scoreballs. There were 1 point, 2 point, 5 point, and 10-point ones. Song Chen didn't know what the highest value scoreball in the Shumi mirror was, but the highest one Chiu Chiu brought back was only 10. Just after he finished organizing the scoreballs, he heard someone arrive. When he saw the faces of the newcomers, he realized it was Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba. However, he didn't make a sound and quietly became a bystander. When Jean Zizai said, just because others aren't getting angry, do you think you can treat them like fools? Song Chen finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. This was what exposed him. Boss, come down quickly, we need to discuss what to do next. These second-year veterans are a bit scary, Jean Zizai hurriedly said. What's the situation outside now? Song Chen asked. Since he arrived here, he had been sleeping and really didn't know what was happening outside. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I've seen many classmates being caught. The students who haven't been caught yet are probably less than 1/10, Jean Zizai said. 1/10? It seems there are still quite a few powerful people in our class, Song Chen said. There were over 2,000 people in their class, and if 1/10 hadn't been caught, that meant about 200 people. 200 was actually quite a lot. Those who hadn't been caught by now either had special abilities, like Jean Zizai, or were extremely lucky. Either way, it was enough to show that the remaining people were not weak. So, the real game had just begun. Previously, it could only be considered a warm-up. Stretching, Song Chen jumped down from the tree branch. He had slept enough, and it was time to stir things up. Do you know about infernal affairs? Song Chen asked Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba. Infernal affairs? What does that mean? The two looked at each other. It doesn't matter if you don't know now, you'll find out soon enough. By the way, Xiao Jin, how many points can the first place in the freshman competition generally get at most? Song Chen asked. According to historical records, the first place in the freshman competition usually gets between 300 to 500 points. Currently, the highest record at the Imperial Capital Academy is 6,988 points. This record is held by the Space Saint, and it has yet to be broken. Jean Zizai said. Oh. The highest record over the years is only over 6,000 points? Hearing this, a strange smile appeared on Song Chen's face. He had tried it before, even just copying a 1-point scoreball, he could replicate over 20,000 points in 3 days. He just tested it, copying a scoreball with a value of 10 and a scoreball with a value of 1, and the time taken was the same. This meant that within the same time frame, the points he could replicate would increase tenfold. You too, are you up for something big? Then, Song Chen looked at Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba and asked, something big? How do we play? Huang Tianba asked. He didn't know much about Song Chen, so he didn't understand what he meant. Boss, just say it directly. What do we need to do? You know me, I don't really like to think too much, Jean Zizai said, showing unconditional trust in Song Chen. This was not only because of their previous interactions but also because he had investigated Song Chen. The academy hasn't told us any rules about entering the Shumi mirror, which means there are no rules here. If the second-year veterans can deal with us, then we can deal with them too. So, why don't we just take them down? Song Chen said. Take down the second-year veterans? We want to, but our strength doesn't allow it, Huang Tianba said. He had just fought with a few black-clad second-year students and had used all his strength, yet he was still no match for them. In a direct confrontation, we are definitely not their opponents. But we don't need to confront them head-on. As long as we can take them down, we can use any means necessary, Song Chen said meaningfully. Boss, are you suggesting an ambush? Jean Zizai asked. An ambush is just one method. We can gang up on them, frame them, set traps. At that time, we will use different methods based on the situation, Song Chen said. Let's do it. Huang Tianba said straightforwardly upon hearing Song Chen. He felt a sense of relief. Who said only the second-year veterans could bully them? They could do the same to each other. To coordinate better, let's each share our abilities, Song Chen said. Boss, you know my ability, the Zizai ability. Zizai means not being bound by any object. I can penetrate everything, including light, barriers, space, and others' attacks. When I penetrate light, I achieve invisibility. Although the effect is similar to that of an invisibility ability, the principle is completely different. However, my attack power isn't very strong. Currently, I can only attack at close range, Jin Zizai said directly. Normally, one wouldn't easily reveal their abilities to others, but Jin Zizai shared his so readily. This indicated that he regarded Song Chen and Huang Tianba as extremely trustworthy people. Song Chen was understandable, as they had known each other for a while. But Huang Tianba was someone he had just met, yet he could do this. It was hard to tell if he was foolish or sincere. Seeing Jin Zizai's honesty, Song Chen looked at him meaningfully. He knew that Jin Zizai was not foolish. However, he didn't say much and turned to Huang Tianba. My ability is faith. The stronger the faith, the greater the power I can exert. My ability is only suitable for direct combat, not for ambushes, Huang Tianba said. After he finished speaking, he and Jin Zizai both looked at Song Chen. They were both curious about what ability Song Chen had awakened to be able to pass the college entrance examination perfectly with 2,000 points. Seeing their gazes, Song Chen slowly began to speak. P.S. I promised to make up for yesterday's chapter. I will, but it will be a bit later. The book's rating is from 6. The rating has risen to 7.5, thanks to the 5-star review from my brother yesterday. I hope the other brothers who haven't given a 5-star review but enjoy this book will also give it a 5-star rating to boost its score. Thank you. My ability is disguise, Song Chen said in the gaze of the two. Of course, he wasn't telling the truth, but at that moment, he couldn't say that he hadn't awakened any abilities. If he hadn't awakened, it would easily lead people to think that he harbored a great secret. Disguise? What kind of ability is that? Huang Tianba looked confused. As far as I know, there is no disguise ability among the top 100 in the sequence. According to the genes of the Huangquan war god, the boss shouldn't have awakened an ability that isn't in the top 100, Jin Zizai said. It is well known that the stronger the parents' genes, the higher the potential level of abilities their children can awaken. Yunda and Tang Qiqi's father can't compare to Song Huangquan. Yet, one of them awakened the sequence 16 ability, morality, and the other awakened the sequence 10 ability, reincarnation. Song Chen had no reason to be worse than them. Strong parental genes only increase the possibility of children awakening higher potential abilities. Although the probability of this outcome is high, it is not 100%. There are plenty of examples of heroes having children who are failures. It's not surprising that I haven't awakened an ability in the top 100, Song Chen explained. This was both his explanation to Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba and a statement to the outside world. Could it be because the boss's fate was once damaged? Jin Zizai speculated. Perhaps, the fate was damaged before, and although it has been repaired now, it's still not as good as the original, Song Chen said with a smile. By saying this, he also revealed some information to the two. His fate had been damaged before, but it had now been repaired. This was yet another lie. When one lie appears, it inevitably requires more lies to cover it up. However, in just over 9 days, his fate would be completely restored. Boss, what abilities does this disguise ability have? Jin Zizai asked. The so-called disguise ability is the ability to disguise any character. It can also use all kinds of disguises, Song Chen explained. However, his explanation did not help Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba understand. For example, Song Chen said, using PS software to scan Jin Zizai. In the next moment, he transformed himself into Jin Zizai's appearance. From his looks to his body shape, even the clothes were exactly the same. What the hell? No way! Seeing this scene, both Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba were stunned. Song Chen had changed right under their noses, and they hadn't noticed how he did it. In the blink of an eye, another Jin Zizai appeared. TSK TSK TSK. In this form, even my mom probably wouldn't recognize me. Boss, we're good brothers, you can't go around looking like me and doing bad things, Jin Zizai suddenly said to Song Chen. Am I that kind of person? Song Chen shot Jin Zizai a glance. Yes. Jin Zizai replied confidently. Ha ha ha. You really hit the nail on the head. I am that kind of person, Song Chen said with a smile. His words suddenly made Jin Zizai feel a bit uneasy. You and Zizai have similar body shapes, so it's easy to disguise as him. But our body shapes are so different, it should be quite impossible to disguise as me. Huang Tianba said at this moment. Are you talking about something impossible? As Song Chen spoke, he instantly transformed into Huang Tianba's appearance. Issues like physique and height had never been a problem. Awesome! Jin Zizai exclaimed. Dad, I give up. Please show mercy in the future. When he saw another person who looked exactly like him appear, Huang Tianba immediately softened without any dignity. Perhaps the disguise ability wasn't very powerful in terms of attack, but it was incredibly hard to guard against. The person closest to you could very well be someone in disguise. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Boss, can your ability disguise you as a woman? Jin Zizai suddenly asked. Guess, Song Chen replied with a smile. Boss, just by looking at your smug smile, I know you definitely can, Jin Zizai said. He just said that his ability can disguise as any character. The key is in any, so women are naturally not a problem, Huang Tianba said. Can it disguise as a mythical beast? Jin Zizai asked curiously. That won't work. Song Chen shook his head. When he was in the Bermuda forest, he had thought about transforming into a flying mythical beast, but he found it was impossible. Perhaps when the computer upgrades to the second generation, the PS ability will also upgrade. By then, it might be possible. If the second generation doesn't work, the third generation definitely will. But the boss also said it can disguise as anything. What does that mean? Jin Zizai asked curiously. Seeing Jin Zizai's curious expression, Song Chen casually picked up a stone from the ground and then transformed it into his own appearance. Then he used the font enlargement skill to make it the same size as himself. This scene once again left Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba in awe. They realized that Song Chen's disguise skill was truly extravagant. The two of them, with their SSS potential abilities, suddenly felt less impressive. Let's go, we should get back to business, Song Chen said to the two. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba didn't say anything and followed behind Song Chen. Unknowingly, the two had started to follow Song Chen as their leader. Old Huang, can your ability only be used for combat? During their swift advance, Song Chen turned his head to look at Huang Tianba and asked, What do you mean? Can it be used in other areas? Huang Tianba asked. Besides combat, he had never thought about other aspects. Your perspective is too narrow. Belief is a kind of power, a power of unwavering conviction in oneself. Since it's power, it can be applied in various areas. When you broaden your perspective, you'll find that your ability is even more powerful than you imagined, Song Chen said. I still don't quite understand. Huang Tianba felt something flash through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Let me give you an example. For instance, if you firmly believe you are a cunning person, then you can become the most insidious person in the world. If you believe your intelligence is exceptionally high, you can outsmart others. If you believe you are invincible, you can have a night of 13 times, Song Chen explained. Is that really possible? Jin Zizai said with wide eyes. And Huang Tianba finally grasped the fleeting inspiration that had crossed his mind earlier. At that moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. All along, Huang Tianba had thought that his ability was to make him believe he was invincible, so he always faced things head-on. But he had never thought that his ability could be used this way. Believing in being invincible could lead to a night of 13 times. A new door opened before him, and he seemed to see his future self. Seeing Huang Tianba lost in thought, looking as if he had come to a realization, Song Chen said nothing more. Sometimes, it's not a matter of ability, but rather the limitations of thought. When you let go of yourself, you will find that your abilities are far stronger than you imagined. Boss, can you give me some pointers too? How do you think I can improve my ability? Jin Zizai hurriedly said from the side. Yours is the freedom ability, unbound by any constraints. It can penetrate others' attacks, barriers, seals, and even light. You say your attack is relatively weak, but with such an ability, there are many times when you don't need to put yourself in danger. You can act as bait and rely on the environment to defeat your enemies, Song Chen said. He hadn't thought too much about Jin Zizai's ability. Boss, is there more? Jin Zizai asked again. Does your penetrating ability only work on yourself, or can it also affect objects you come into contact with? Song Chen inquired. My ability can affect objects I touch, otherwise, wouldn't I be naked every time I used it? Jin Zizai replied. In that case, your ability is even more powerful. Think about it, when you hold a knife and penetrate an enemy's body, halfway through, you release your ability. Letting the knife remain in the enemy's body is equivalent to giving them a stab. What if that stab is in the heart? Wouldn't the enemy be doomed? Song Chen said. That makes sense. Jin Zizai nodded. He suddenly discovered a new door, feeling a bit enlightened. There's one more thing you can try. See if you can project the objects you touch over a distance, keeping their penetrating ability while being able to release the ability at any time. If you can achieve this, your strength will undergo a tremendous change, Song Chen said again. Jeans' eye remained silent, gently nodding, looking as if he was still immersed in thought. Be careful, there are people ahead. At that moment, Huang Tianba suddenly said to Song Chen in Jeans' eye. His perception was slightly stronger than the other two. If you can sense them, they can probably sense us too. We've likely been exposed. Song Chen said at this time. So what do we do? Turn and run, or fight? Huang Tianba asked. Being exposed now isn't necessarily a bad thing. We can turn the tables and use a fishing law enforcement tactic, Song Chen said, picking up 3 stones from the ground. He then shaped the stones into the likeness of the 3 of them, using the skills, enlarge, and thicken, to make the stone figures life-sized. After that, he hid the stone figures in the grass, disguising them as the hidden 3 of them. Finally, he used color fill on the 3, making them invisible. He also used a cell to isolate their presence. Wow, boss, you can also turn invisible? And make us invisible too? Jeans' eye looked at Song Chen in disbelief. This is also a disguise, camouflaged as colorless light, achieving a similar effect to invisibility. It's somewhat similar to your penetrating light, Song Chen replied. Your disguise ability is even more powerful than I imagined. Boss, this must also be SSS level potential, right? Jeans' eye asked. Yes. Song Chen pondered for a moment before giving an affirmative answer. Many of his abilities had already been revealed. If he downplayed his talent, others would find it hard to believe. Shoo, the old birds are coming. At this moment, Huang Tianba hurriedly whispered. Not long after he finished speaking, 6 men in black appeared at the hiding place of the group. They wasted no time and directly pounced on the dummy in the grass. Insert the table. Seeing this situation, Song Chen did not hesitate and immediately took action. A large net descended from the sky, directly enveloping the 6 men. Be careful. The men in black were not weak. They quickly noticed the large net above them. One of them waved his hand, and a fire dragon made of flames roared upward. However, what they did not expect was that the fire dragon did not break the net, which continued to fall toward them. Earth Pillar. In response to this situation, the men in black remained calm. One of them pressed his hands against the ground, and instantly, dozens of earth pillars sprouted up, blocking the net. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than others in my life, invincible in battle. At that moment, Huang Tianba suddenly appeared, shouting loudly as he launched an attack on the nearest man in black. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to him. This rookie has some brains, he knows how to use a chain tactic. It's just a pity his strength is a bit lacking. Immediately, a man in black, radiating a silvery light, stepped forward to confront Huang Tianba. He possessed steel-like abilities, his body comparable to iron. Bang! Bang! Just as everyone was captivated by the battle between these two, a cold light suddenly flashed, and the heads of 2 men in black flew up. At the same time, 2 knives appeared in the hearts of 2 other men in black. In an instant, 4 men in black fell. Their bodies transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. The attackers were Song Chen and Jeans' eye. In the Shumi mirror, death was not real death. Therefore, when the two acted, they showed no mercy. This sudden scene left the 2 remaining men stunned. How did their group of 6 get taken down by 4 in the blink of an eye? However, the remaining 2 reacted quickly. They knew there must be invisible ability users nearby. Ice Crystal Snow Dance. The man in black who had been standing aside and not moving quickly waved his hands. Instantly, countless snowflakes appeared in his hands. These snowflakes formed a violent tornado, sweeping outwards. In no time, the area within hundreds of meters was enveloped in snowflakes. These snowflakes acted like sharp arrows, continuously causing various kinds of destruction around. The ground, stones, and tree trunks were riddled with holes. It looked as if they had been swept by a Gatling gun. If there were indeed invisible ability users nearby, facing such an attack, they might not necessarily be injured, but they would definitely reveal their presence. However, when the attacking man in black looked around, he did not see anyone. This puzzled him greatly. According to normal logic, the thoughts of the men in black were not unfounded. But unfortunately, the 2 who ambushed them were not true invisible ability users. When the attack from the man in black fell, Song Chen used the skill, placed below, to hide underground. Meanwhile, Jeans' eye used his free ability to traverse through the snowflakes. The next second, a large knife pierced the heart of the man in black. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the man in black looked incredulously at the knife in his heart. He could not understand how the opponent had managed to attack him. However, whether he could understand or not, he had no time to think. Soon, his body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Should I also make the knife colorless? Suddenly, such a thought surged into Song Chen's mind. However, he quickly dismissed it. When facing an attack, ability users generally do not rely on their eyes but on their perception. Therefore, whether the knife can be seen is not very important. With the death of this black-clad man, only one remained out of the 6. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. His companions were not weak, yet they had been killed so easily. He probably wasn't a match either. Thinking of this, he began to entertain the idea of retreating to join the main force. Be careful, he's planning to escape. Song Chen shouted loudly. Don't worry, he can't get away. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible among my peers, suppressing all petty villains. As Huang Tianba spoke, he jumped up, raised his fist, and swung it with all his might. Seeing Huang Tianba's attack, the remaining black-clad man hurriedly threw a punch in response. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and Huang Tianba was forced back over 10 meters. The remaining black-clad man was directly sent flying this time. His attack was too hasty, and he hadn't been able to unleash his full strength. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chan and Jin Zizai quickly dodged, each holding a knife against the black-clad man's neck. Senior, sorry, but you've been captured. Then, Song Chen slashed off the evil ghost mask from the man's face and smiled at him. However, to the black-clad man, his smile seemed slightly eerie. Junior, let's talk this over. We were also forced by the academy. I ask you, juniors, to show mercy. The black-clad man wore a fawning smile. He understood his situation very well. A careless move could lead to him being tortured, just as they had tortured those freshmen. So, he was quite perceptive and didn't make any threats, directly admitting defeat. At that moment, he suddenly envied those teammates who had been killed. Although they would earn very few credits, at least they wouldn't have to suffer. Showing mercy is not out of the question, but we need to know some information. If you cooperate, everything can be discussed. However, if you don't cooperate, I can't say what will happen. To be honest, I actually hope you don't cooperate. That way, we can experience the joy of being second-year seniors a bit earlier. Song Chen continued to smile. However, his smile sent chills down the black-clad man's spine. To him, it was the smile of a demon. Junior, you're joking. As a senior, it's my duty to help you. Just ask whatever you want to know. I guarantee I will tell you everything, the black-clad man said. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tianba rushed up and started giving him a beating. Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to say anything? Huang Tianba shouted loudly while hitting him. Why don't you ask? The black-clad man curled up his body, rolling left and right to dodge Huang Tianba's attacks. At that moment, he felt extremely wronged. Hearing the black-clad man say this, Huang Tianba stopped his assault. Then he turned to look at Song Chen and Jin Zizai and said, Haven't you two asked yet? Not yet, Jin Zizai replied, somewhat speechless. No matter how he looked at it, he felt Huang Tianba was doing it on purpose. Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Huang Tianba showed no embarrassment. Instead, he turned back with a sinister look at the black-clad man. The next moment, he started beating the black-clad man again. We haven't asked. Don't you know to say it yourself? You want us to ask everything. Are you talking to yourself or to us? Do you know that if you waste each of us a minute, that's a total of 3 minutes wasted for the 3 of us? Huang Tianba said while throwing punches. Do you know how many people can be eliminated in 3 minutes during the college entrance exam? The man in black could see that Huang Tianba was deliberately looking for trouble. If you want to hit me, just do it. Why make so many excuses? Do I need a reason to hit you? Huang Tianba replied. He had been chased and beaten by these men in black before, and now he was venting his anger, feeling much better. Alright, are you done venting? We need to get down to business. Get up, senior. Now, whatever we ask, you better answer honestly, or you should know what the consequences will be, Song Chen said to Huang Tianba and the man in black. Hearing Song Chen's voice, Huang Tianba stopped beating, and the man in black sat up from the ground. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning what had just happened, because when Huang Tianba was hitting the man in black, he hadn't used his abilities. So, the man in black only suffered minor injuries and didn't have any serious internal damage. He knew very well that he had taken that beating for nothing. Of course, if it were just that, he wouldn't have cared. Compared to the torment they inflicted on the freshman, taking such a beating was light. He just hoped that after he finished saying what he needed to say, Song Chen and the others wouldn't torment him anymore. If that were the case, he would be grateful to the ancestors of the 3 for 8 generations. Ask whatever you want, the man in black said. Tell us how many of you are in your second year in the Shumi Mirror, and who among you is particularly strong? Where are you mainly concentrated now? Also, is there anyone you particularly want to deal with? Song Chen fired off a series of questions. These were all crucial pieces of information. There aren't many second-year students, only about 200. Most of them are at the Golden 5 or Golden 4 level, and a few team leaders are at the Golden 1 level. They are mainly concentrated around the peaks about 10 kilometers ahead, that's our base. These team leaders all want to deal with Song Chen. They want to see what makes the disciple of the Eastern War God, the son of the Underworld War God, who can perfectly pass the college entrance exam with 2,000 points, so special, the man in black replied. Hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Song Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected these people were actually thinking of dealing with him. This made things quite interesting. Suddenly, he had a plan in mind. What realm is the strongest student in the second year currently at? Song Chen asked. The second-year students had only been at the Imperial Capital University for a year, so having the strength of the Golden Realm was indeed considered quite a talent. After all, the average age of the second-year students was only 19. The strongest students in our second year have all broken through to the Platinum Realm. As for which level of Platinum, I can't say. The man in black replied. How many students are there in the Platinum Realm, and what are their names? Song Chen asked. As far as I know, there are a total of 4, Dongfang Sueki, Tang Fei Hong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun, the man in black answered. Is Dongfang Sueki related to the Eastern War God? Song Chen suddenly made a connection upon seeing that unique surname. Dongfang Sueki is the youngest granddaughter of the Eastern War God, the man in black said. So she's my niece. Is she also in the Shumi mirror? Song Chen asked curiously. He wasn't wrong in saying that, even though he should be younger than Dongfang Sueki. But as the disciple of the Eastern War God, he was indeed her uncle by generation. She shouldn't be. Those who come to the Shumi mirror are all ability users at the Golden Realm. If the ability users from the Platinum Realm deal with the newcomers, the situation will be one-sided, and the newcomers will have no power to resist, said the man in black. One last question, what is your name? I am Lu Meng Meng. Lu Meng Meng? Are you kidding me? A burly man with steel abilities named Lu Meng Meng, does that make sense? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? I really am called Lu Meng Meng. My parents named me that when I was born, because everyone thought I was a girl at the time, but when I was born, they found out I was a boy. They were too lazy to come up with another name, so they just kept calling me Lu Meng Meng. I've been called Lu Meng Meng for almost 20 years, the man in black hurriedly explained. He was afraid that if he took too long to explain, Song Chen and the others would do something to him. He had been laughed at for his name throughout his life, and he never expected Song Chen to ask him about it so casually. I'll trust you this once, Xiao Jin, take the senior back to the city, Song Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin's eye plunged the knife he was holding into Lu Meng Meng's heart. To this, Lu Meng Meng not only bore no grudge against Song Chen and the others but actually let out a long sigh of relief. Going back to the city was fine, at least he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. In the next moment, Lu Meng Meng's body transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Boss, what do we do next? Jin's eyes said excitedly. He suddenly realized he was starting to enjoy the feeling of being a hunter. More thrilling than the spirit flower stone. Next, the roles of cat and mouse will be reversed. We're going to play a game of undercover with them, Song Chen said, and as he spoke, his appearance changed to that of Lu Meng Meng. Boss, you're going to infiltrate their ranks. Boss, can you help me disguise as well? Jin's eyes said eagerly. He didn't want to miss out on such an exciting game. Song Chen was generous and transformed Huang Tianba and Jin's eye into the appearances of 2 other men in black. He hadn't scanned the faces of those 2, so they didn't look exactly the same. Fortunately, all the men in black wore ghost masks. As long as they wore the masks, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell. Exciting! Seeing the 3 completely transformed, Jin's eye exclaimed. Boss, we can disguise our appearances, but what about our voices? Huang Tianba said at that moment. He also started calling Song Chen boss, mimicking Jin's eye. For a while, you 2 should try not to speak, just cooperate with me. As for my voice, I can disguise it. Hello, junior brothers, I am Lu Meng Meng, Song Chen said in a voice mimicking Lu Meng Meng's. At the same time, he made the 3 of them look ragged, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Boss, how did you do that? Your voice is exactly like Lu Meng Meng's, Jin's eye marveled. That's my talent, it's called ventriloquism. Alright, let's go. Target, the old bird's base. As Song Chen spoke, he also put on a ghost mask and walked forward. The reason he could produce a voice identical to Lu Meng Meng's was not due to any ventriloquism. Instead, he had recorded Lu Meng Meng's voice with a recorder and then used a voice changer in the Penguin chat app to analyze it. This way, he could use the voice changer to produce a voice exactly like Lu Meng Meng's. This was a function Song Chen had only discovered not long ago. As long as he wanted, he could use the voice changer to mimic any voice he had heard. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of a mountain 10 kilometers away. Just as Lu Mengmeng had said, many second-year veterans were gathered here. What happened to you? You look so disheveled? A man in black stepped forward and asked shortly after they arrived. We found nearly 100 rookies gathered together about 20 kilometers in that direction. Among them, a few are quite strong, and their abilities are very strange. We accidentally fell into a trap. Out of our group of 6, 3 were taken down, and only the 3 of us managed to escape in a sorry state, Songchen said, looking at the man in black. Nearly 100 rookies? So that's where a lot of rookies have been hiding. It turns out they all gathered together. It's good that they're gathered. It saves us the trouble of searching one by one. You all rest for a bit. I'll go inform a few team leaders to catch them all at once, the man in black said, turning to leave. Seeing him turn away, Songchen exchanged glances with Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, and the 3 found a clear spot to sit down. At this moment, they surveyed their surroundings. They discovered that many new students had been captured on this peak, currently being tormented in various ways by those twisted veterans. To be honest, even the somewhat thick-skinned Songchen couldn't help but frown, because these new students were truly suffering. Dozens of boys had their clothes stripped off, tied face to face with vines and pears. There were also hundreds thrown into mud pits, with only their heads sticking out. Whenever someone attempted to escape, the black-clad men would use their abilities to push them back into the mud. Some were being flown like kites, while others were tied into balls and used as bowling balls. There were even more outrageous scenes that Songchen couldn't bear to look at. Although these actions wouldn't cause significant harm, they were extremely humiliating. It was as if the new students' self-esteem was being rubbed into the ground. This scene was destined to become a nightmare for many. Fortunately, we weren't caught. This is too tragic, Jin Zizai said quietly, looking pale at the sight. I'd rather die than endure such humiliation, Huang Tianba said beside him. Once their main force leaves, we can implement our plan, Songchen said, then lay down directly. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a few team leaders, leading 50 or 60 people, arrived in front of Songchen and the others. Did you really find nearly 100 rookies hiding 20 kilometers in that direction? The chubby team leader pointed in a direction and hurriedly asked Songchen. Upon seeing this chubby leader, Jin Zizai's eyes narrowed. This chubby leader was one of those who wanted to keep him back then. They just didn't know what his ability was, so he managed to escape. It's true, we even fought with them. One of them has the ability to become invisible and has been lurking in the shadows to ambush us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state, Songchen said. An invisible ability user? Our team encountered one before, but we couldn't catch him, a man in black said. An invisible ability user? That must be the young master of the Jin family. That kid slipped away from me last time. This time, I must catch him. Once I catch him, I will definitely make him suffer. Last time he escaped from me, he even mocked me, the chubby leader said through gritted teeth. Jin Zizai glanced at him. You better pray you don't fall into my hands, otherwise, you'll find out why your father's father is called Grandpa, Jin Zizai silently thought. Have you seen Songchen? At this moment, a tall, thin team leader stepped forward to ask. No. Songchen shook his head. Has this kid vanished into thin air? Forget it, let's catch those rookies first. The tall, thin leader said a few words and left with the others. Once they were gone, over 50 old birds remained atop the peak. As for the remaining old birds, they were elsewhere in the Shumi mirror, capturing other rookies. Boss, should we take action? Jin Zizai asked. Wait a bit, having over 50 old birds is still a bit much. If we're not careful, we might get surrounded. First, let's find a way to rescue as many of our classmates as we can, then create some chaos. We'll fish in troubled waters. You two stay put for now, act according to the situation, and see if you can stir things up, Songchen said. Understood, boss, just call us if you need anything, Jin Zizai replied. After nodding to the two, Songchen walked towards the cesspool. In front of the cesspool stood 5 men in black, arranged in a star formation. Songchen glanced at them from a distance, then, taking advantage of their inattention, concealed his figure and approached the cesspool. He first selected the people in the mud pit with his mouse, then used the skill, place on top. In the next moment, dozens of freshmen in the mud pit suddenly appeared above it, unable to fall back down. Run! Someone shouted, reacting very quickly. This shout alerted the others, and without hesitation, they all maximized their speed and ran in different directions. The 5 old birds guarding the edge of the mud pit never expected the rookies to suddenly appear above it. Just as they were about to launch an attack, they suddenly found countless black spears falling from above. Reluctantly, they had to abandon their attack on the rookies and go on the defensive. However, in just a few seconds, all the rookies in the mud pit had escaped. The rookies have run away, quickly catch them. At that moment, Songchen, hiding in the shadows, shouted loudly. With his shout, all the old birds hurriedly turned to look at the fleeing rookies. Immediately, many began to pursue them. Taking advantage of this time, Song Chen moved through the peaks, rescuing all the other freshmen. Before they could catch all the freshmen who had escaped from the mud pit, more freshmen had fled. In an instant, the entire peak was in chaos. Let's go, it's our turn to act. Pick off the straggling old birds, show no mercy, and take them down as quickly as possible, Song Chen said as he returned to Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. After saying this, he rendered the two colorless. Thus, the three of them, like ghosts, began to ambush the old birds caught in the melee. As a result, the number of old birds dwindled. After a while, finally, an old bird sensed something was wrong. Everyone, gather. The leader known as Donger suddenly shouted. With her command, the other old birds who had been capturing freshmen began to converge. All present, report your numbers. Donger called out loudly. 1, 2, 3, 26. When the count reached 26, the voices abruptly stopped. Seeing this, the faces of all the old birds turned grim. Under their very noses, half of their companions had been taken down. All evil spirits, listen up, from now on, show no mercy to any rookie. Kill them on sight, Donger ordered. She was a very decisive person. Although the old birds were not weak, their numbers were only 1/10 of the rookies. Lacking an advantage in numbers and unable to directly kill the rookies, they found themselves in a passive position, sometimes overwhelmed. Thus, she made this decision. First, eliminate a portion of the rookies completely. As for the rest, they can take their time. Only those who survive the onslaught are the true experts. It's only interesting when experts play. P.S. Brothers, the rating of this book has risen to 8.1, thanks to all the supportive brothers. For those who haven't rated yet, remember to give a 5-star review and see if we can push the rating to 9, thank you. Many freshmen in their first year are unaware that, at this moment, outside the Shumi mirror, there is a huge screen. On the screen, there are two colors of light dots. One is white, numerous, probably over 2,000. They represent the freshmen, like little white rabbits. The other is black, now only about 160 left. They represent the seasoned sophomores who have struggled for a year, the so-called evil spirits in some people's mouths. This year's freshmen are much stronger than previous years. The first day isn't even over, and over 40 evil spirits have already been eliminated, said a teacher. That's good, I suppose the sophomores have realized this by now. What follows will be a real battle. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Do you think it's possible for the rookies to eliminate all the evil spirits this time? A teacher asked. Absolutely impossible. Don't be fooled by the fact that 1/5 of the evil spirits have been eliminated. That's because those evil spirits were holding back to torment the rookies. Now the evil spirits have probably woken up. From now on, they won't show any mercy. Once the evil spirits get serious, the rookies won't gain any advantage, another teacher said. That's true, today is just the first day, and the evil spirits are still playing with the rookies. Once the cat gets serious, the mice will suffer. By the way, what do you all think about the previous proposal from those evil spirits? Shall we play around? I think it's a good idea. Let's stimulate these rookies' mentality and help them grow. I agree. In that case, let's prepare. Let Dongfang Sueki and the others take action. Let's have some fun with the rookies. At this moment, inside the Shumi mirror, Song Chen, Jin Zizai, and Huang Tianba are hiding among the group of seasoned players, acting as evil spirits. When Donger called all the evil spirits together, they followed along. During the roll call, they were among the 26 people. All present, follow me to kill, leave no rookies alive. Donger, the team leader, shouted loudly. With Donger's command, all the evil spirits charged like madmen towards the fleeing rookies down the mountain. Song Chen and the other two pushed their speed to the limit just to barely keep up with the main force. Their strength caused them to lag a bit. At this moment, they were behind all the evil spirits. Why are you three so slow? Donger, the team leader, came to their side and asked. Report, we just had a fierce battle, and our energy hasn't fully recovered yet, Song Chen hurriedly replied. Hearing this, Donger glanced at their tattered clothes and seemed to acknowledge their words. Hurry up and recover, Donger said and quickly ran ahead. Phew, that woman is very strong, the pressure she gives is immense. After Donger left, Huang Tianba let out a long sigh. To become the leader among the seasoned players, her strength is naturally not weak. Her strength has already reached Gold 1, just a step away from Platinum. Enough of that, keep an eye out. If you find any promising new students, pull them into our team. The three of us are still too weak, Song Chen said. Understood. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba nodded in unison. In the following period, although the rookies had fled with all their might, many were still caught by the evil spirits and eliminated without a word. The vast majority of rookies, when faced with the attacks of the evil spirits, could only hold on for 1 or 2 moves at most, because most of the new students were only at the bronze level. Facing evil spirits that were 2 major realms above them, being able to last 1 or 2 moves was already quite good. Of course, among the new students, there were also some exceptional individuals. A few rookies who had improved quickly had already reached the silver level. Although they were still no match for the veterans, they could hold on a little longer. In just half an hour, over 300 new students had been eliminated. Song Chen and his 2 companions had been slacking off, appearing to engage in battle, but in reality, they were just coasting along. Each one was putting in minimal effort. "Boss, look over there." At that moment, Jin Zizai pointed at a rookie. Song Chen looked up and saw a rookie actually exchanging blows with an evil spirit. The rookie waved his hand, and the giant rocks and trees on the ground flew up and smashed toward the evil spirit. However, in response to such an attack, the evil spirit raised its fist and struck out. Instantly, a red fireball erupted from its fist. The fireball exploded in mid-air. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. A wave of scorching flames spread outwards. Seeing this, the rookie was taken aback, but his reaction was quick. He reached out with both hands toward a distant boulder. The next moment, he flew toward the boulder, awkwardly dodging the flames. "Did you figure out what ability he used?" Song Chen asked Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. "It should be the object control ability, right?" Huang Tianba said. "No, if I'm not mistaken, his ability should be gravity," Jin Zizai said at that moment. "Gravity and object control seem similar," Huang Tianba remarked. "The attack methods may seem similar, but they are completely different. Object control ability uses mental power to control the object that needs to be manipulated for attack. It's like an invisible hand moving the object that needs to be controlled. But gravity ability is different. Everything has gravity. The gravity ability can control the gravitational pull between objects and then use those objects to attack. To you, it may seem similar. In the early stages, it indeed is, but in the later stages, they grow completely differently. Just think, if one could control the gravity between planets, how powerful would that be?" Jin Zizai explained. "How do you know so much?" Huang Tianba asked Jin Zizai. "Our Jin family is in business. Do you know what is most important in business?" Jin Zizai countered. "Of course, it's good products," Huang Tianba replied without hesitation. "Good products are important, but they are not the most important. In business, the most important thing is information. Sometimes, just one useful piece of information can make you a fortune," Jin Zizai said. After Jin Zizai said this, Song Chen looked at him with newfound respect. Song Chen still remembered the scene when Jin Zizai first met him. He was completely a fool with too much money, looking like the foolish son of a landlord no matter how you viewed it. After a while of not seeing him, his abilities had broken through, and his IQ had significantly increased. At this point, he began to show a side different from the typical children of poor families. This indicated that the Jin family had never neglected Jin Zizai's education. It was just that in the past, with Jin Zizai's IQ, he couldn't handle these things at all. Now that his IQ had improved, he was increasingly able to grasp these matters. What our Jin family deals in, besides ordinary goods, is also intelligence. Big Fool Bear, if you ever need anything, just mention my name, and I'll give you a 20% discount. Unknowingly, Jin Zizai revealed his merchant nature. "Alright, enough of this nonsense. We want this person. Let's go, follow my lead and act accordingly." After Song Chen said this, he headed towards the rookie with the Yi gravity ability. "Feng Xiao, it's you." When they reached the rookie, Song Chen shouted loudly. Coincidentally, this person with the Yi gravity ability was someone he knew. He was the one who had been staring at him on the airship to the capital and scored 985 points. His name was Feng Xiao, and Song Chen called him Fenger. Back then, Feng Xiao had boasted that with the resources of the Capital Academy, he would definitely defeat Song Chen within 6 months. If he couldn't defeat him, he would serve tea, clean toilets, and give massages without complaint. Now it seemed that scoring 985 points did indicate some strength. "Who are you?" Feng Xiao asked, looking at Song Chen, who was wearing a ghost mask. "Back in Phoenix City, you and my sister were sweet on each other, and you promised her you would marry no one but her in this life. But now that you've gotten into the Capital Academy, you've turned your back on her. You scumbag, do you really think my sister has no one to back her up?" The more Song Chen spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice barely containing his anger. "No wonder you're the boss. If I hadn't investigated your information, I might have believed you. I wonder if this peak acting skill of yours is also due to the disguise ability?" Jin Zizai silently thought to himself. "You're talking nonsense. I never said any of that," Feng Xiao shouted loudly. "Brother, this guy has a grudge against me. Can you let me handle him?" Songchen said to the ghost who had previously fought Feng Xiaoxiao. Sure, this kind of scumbag needs to be taught a lesson. The masked ghost chose to believe Song Chen's words. Feng Xiaoxiao, tell me, how do you want to die? Today, I will make you wish you were dead and unable to die. And don't say I'm taking personal revenge. According to the Academy's rules, no matter how I torment you, the Academy won't interfere. Song Chen said loudly. He mainly said this for the benefit of the ghost who had not yet walked far away. Who are you? I never did any of the things you mentioned, Feng Xiaoxiao said, frowning. If he thought the other party had mistaken him for someone else, it would be one thing, but the other party had immediately called out his name and mentioned that he was from Phoenix City. However, if he said the other party hadn't made a mistake, then he would be too wronged. Fenger, I'm Song Chen, don't ask anything, just cooperate with me, Song Chen said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that Song Chen had become a ghost and infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Once he realized it was Song Chen, he said nothing more and did not resist. He allowed Song Chen to grab him and lead him towards the small grove. A few minutes later, Song Chen and his group emerged. However, their group, which originally had 3 members, had now turned into 4. Just now in the small grove, Song Chen had shared his plan with Feng Xiaoxiao. The wind howled without any hesitation, and Feng Xiaoxiao agreed immediately. He knew very well that relying on himself would easily lead to being caught and eliminated by the season's second-year students. Disguising himself as a malevolent spirit was his only option at the moment. Thus, Song Chen and the others began their elusive activities once again. Bro, have you seen Song Chen? When he spotted a lone malevolent spirit, Song Chen hurriedly approached and asked. No, many of us are looking for Song Chen, but so far, no one has seen him. This kid seems to have evaporated into thin air. Even if Song Chen has the ability to become invisible, it shouldn't be that no one has seen him. Wasn't the young master of the Jin family also able to become invisible? We saw him before. He just managed to escape. The malevolent spirit that Song Chen had approached immediately began to complain. Does that person look like Song Chen? Song Chen suddenly pointed ahead. Hearing this, the malevolent spirit quickly turned to look. However, he only saw Jin Zizai making a throat-slitting gesture at him. Before he could figure out what Jin Zizai meant, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The next moment, his head flew off. Following that, his body turned into a streak of light and vanished. Got another one. At that moment, Jin Zizai came to Song Chen's side, excitedly saying, these people's strength isn't very strong, most are at the Golden 5 or Golden 4 level. So, ambushing them is quite easy. If it were those few team leaders, even if we ambushed them, it would be difficult for us to succeed, Song Chen said. He would always check the attributes of the lone malevolent spirits before deciding to ambush them. He would only take action if their strength wasn't very strong. He called this being cautious. Bro, we found a trace of Song Chen over there. He is the disciple of the Eastern War God and the son of the Yellow Spring War God. He must be extraordinary. We're not sure we can take him down, so you should come with us. Bro, there's a brother being attacked by rookies up ahead, let's go support him. Bro, I heard the first beauty among the freshmen has been captured, should we go take a look? For a while, Song Chen and his group used various reasons to deceive those lone malevolent spirits. No one suspected that Song Chen and his companions had transformed into the appearance of their comrades. Thus, everyone fell for it. Each deceived malevolent spirit was ambushed and killed by Song Chen and his group, sent back to the city. In addition, Song Chen and his group recruited several capable freshmen to join their ranks. By the time night fully descended, their team had expanded to 15 members. The Imperial Capital Academy was quite humane, knowing not to push the freshmen too hard. After all, many freshmen were experiencing this for the first time and needed a process of adaptation and easing. The night within the Shumi mirror provided them with that time to adjust. According to the rules, when night fell, all malevolent spirits ceased their pursuit. At this time, all malevolent spirits returned to their base. Among them was Song Chen. As for Jin Zizai and the others, they had been sent out by Song Chen to look for other freshmen. The second-year students were certainly very familiar with their classmates. If all 15 of Jin Zizai's group came to the malevolent spirit's base, it would be easy to spot flaws. Moreover, Song Chen had some plans that required communication with Jin Zizai and the other freshmen. He stayed behind to see if he could gather any internal information. At this moment, the second-year students gathered together, and the expressions of several team leaders were not very pleasant. They had just finished counting their companions and found that there were only 101 of them. In other words, in just one day, they had lost nearly half of their people. On the first day, losing half of our people is simply embarrassing to the extreme. I'm afraid there has never been a more disgraceful group of evil spirits in the history of the Imperial Capital Academy. It's simply a humiliation. If we continue like this tomorrow, we will definitely be hung on the shame pillar of the Imperial Capital Academy. The tall, thin leader looked at the many evil spirits and said. Songwon had checked his attributes and knew his name was Ho Junlai, with a strength of gold 1. He was just a step away from reaching the platinum realm. That is the disgrace of the shame pillar. This was said by Song Chen. However, he did not voice it out loud, only silently thought it in his heart. The others did not refute Ho Junlai's words at all, because during their freshman year, the group of upperclassmen now in their third year had thoroughly toyed with them. By the end of the third day, they had been played with to the point of being unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the third-year upperclassmen had lost only about 20 people. In comparison, they were simply pathetic. They had previously been so excited, thinking it was finally their turn to act as evil spirits. Who could have imagined such consequences? Monkey, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's discuss what we should do next, said the chubby leader. I have to admit, among these rookies, there are some very strong and strangely powerful ability users. So, we can no longer treat them as rookies. We must regard them as equals. In terms of both action and tactics, we need to take them seriously. Starting tomorrow, we will do as Donger did today, and directly eliminate any new students we encounter, Ho Junlai said. At this point, he had already changed his reference for Song Chen and the others from rookies to new students. From this perspective, he indeed began to take them seriously. But if we kill all the new students, how can we proceed with our previous plan? Donger asked. We can't worry about that right now. We need to ensure that we don't get eliminated ourselves. If I'm not mistaken, the new students should be divided into 2 groups. One group consists of those we have previously captured. They are likely so scared that they won't dare to act against us, quietly hiding in the shadows, praying for the end of the new student competition. The other group has never been caught by us. This group of new students is not weak and has extraordinary means. Such people are very confident in themselves and will definitely find ways to earn more points. In that case, we will use the points balls as bait, set up an ambush, and wait for them to walk into our trap. As long as we deal with this group of strong new students, the remaining ones will be no threat. After all, if we could catch them the first time, we can easily catch them the second time, Ho Junlai said. I agree with Monkey's plan, the chubby leader said. So how do we use the points balls as bait and set up an ambush? Donger asked at that moment. Well done. Upon hearing Donger ask this, Song Chen silently thought to himself. He also wanted to know this question. The reason he had been hiding was to hear some useful plans. Unexpectedly, Donger asked it for him. It's very simple. We will use a strategy of an empty city, Ho Junlai said. Empty city strategy? Explain it clearly, Donger asked. First, we will scatter the points balls in the most conspicuous places in the woods. Seeing so many points balls at once, as long as they aren't fools, they will guess that this is a trap. If they realize it's a trap, they won't easily fall for it. But we won't set an ambush around those score balls. We'll split into 2 groups and set up an ambush at the sides of the score balls. If they notice a trap ahead, they'll definitely take a detour around us. That way, they'll run right into us. At that time, escaping won't be so easy for them, Ho Junlai said. Isn't that a bit too risky? What if we encounter some reckless people or those with invisibility powers? They either won't think that much, or they'll be overly confident in their invisibility abilities. If that happens, we might end up losing both the lady and the soldiers, the fat guy said. I thought of that too. Among the newcomers, there are indeed those with invisibility powers. Faced with such temptation, they'll definitely approach with a let's give it a try mindset to grab the scoreballs. What if they succeed? They could become the first in the newcomer competition. So, we need to keep perception-type ability users around the scoreballs. This way, we can sense the presence of invisibility users and handle any unexpected situations. We can also prevent those single-minded individuals from rushing in to grab the scoreballs. If a conflict occurs, it will further prove that we set an ambush there. This way, our argument will be even more convincing, Ho Junlai said. Hearing this, the fat leader and Donger all nodded in agreement. One must say, Ho Junlai's thinking was very thorough. If you all agree to this plan, we'll proceed accordingly, Ho Junlai said. Agreed. I agree too. Seeing both of them in agreement, Ho Junlai began to gather the scoreballs in everyone's hands. Before dawn tomorrow, they would hang these scoreballs in the woods, and their plan could be executed. This time, they would definitely catch all the newcomers in one go. These scoreballs are mine for now, I'll let you keep them for a while. Song Chen glanced at the scoreballs gathering together and then turned to leave silently. Now that he knew the other party's plan, he naturally had to make some preparations. Since he had heard the plan of the second-year veterans, Song Chen decided to turn the tables on them. Thus, during his departure, he kept picking up stones and wood. Then he shaped them into lifelike figures. He would need these tomorrow. It's a pity they're all inanimate. If I could turn static objects into dynamic ones, my plan would be even more perfect, Songchen silently thought. If he could make these crafted figures move, even if just for a short minute each time, it would be enough for him to accomplish many things. However, this ability was not something he could currently unlock with his software. So, while picking up stones and wood, Songchen kept shaping them into figures. By the time he met Jin Zizai and the others, he had already created several hundred figures. These figures were temporarily stored in his cloud drive. Boss, the surviving newcomers are basically all here now. There are about 800 of them, Jin Zizai said to Song Chen. At that moment, Song Chen glanced at the others and noticed Nangong Xiaomei among them. Song Chen, what exactly is your plan? Nangong Xiaomei asked at this time. She came not because of Song Chen's reputation, but because she chose to trust Jin Zizai. They had known each other before and were somewhat familiar. It's like this. So, Song Chen recounted the plan he had heard from the second-year students to everyone. Using the scoreballs as bait and setting up an empty city strategy, that's really quite insidious, Nangong Xiaomei said, glancing at Song Chen. If Song Chen hadn't discovered their plan, they might have really fallen for it tomorrow. Song Chen, do you have any strategies? Just say it, Nangong Xiaomei continued. What we need to do now is not to get those scoreballs that serve as bait. What we need to do is find a way to kick all those old birds from the second year out of the game. Once that's done, it will be a contest between us. No matter how we compete, it will be an internal contest, and there won't be any torturous situations. Since they plan to split into two and ambush us from both sides, we can take advantage of the chaos, Song Chen said. How do we take advantage? At that moment, a man with a rather gloomy expression asked. We can first break them into smaller groups, disperse, and then. Song Chen began to explain the strategy he had thought of earlier. Everyone nodded in agreement. The night quickly passed, and the next day, as the sun rose, Song Chen and his group set out. Soon, they arrived at a grove not far from the peak. Sure enough, they saw many scoreballs that seemed hidden but were actually quite obvious among the trees. Xiao Jin, go and stir up the snakes, Song Chen said to Jin Zizai. Hearing this, Jin Zizai flashed and disappeared, rushing into the grove. This was the first step of their plan from yesterday, to stir up the snakes. Although Jin Zizai had concealed himself, the area around the scoreballs was filled with perceptive ability users, so they quickly detected his presence. The next moment, someone launched an attack on him. A net of flames filled the sky, heading straight for him. However, facing the attack, Jin Zizai didn't care at all. Instead, he revealed himself and continued charging toward the scoreballs. In an instant, he pierced through the net made of flames. This scene stunned the old birds hiding in the shadows. They had thought that after launching such an attack, Jin Zizai would retreat. Who would have thought that Jin Zizai was not just a simple invisibility user, he could penetrate attacks. No matter what, we can't let him get the scoreballs that serve as bait. Thus, the old birds hiding in the shadows all revealed themselves, starting to block the space where Jin Zizai could evade. There were not many of them, only 6, arranged in a hexagonal formation. This should be all the members of the old birds hiding here. Let's take them out, Song Chen said to Huang Tianba and Nangong Xiaomei behind him. After saying that, he used the skill, Color Fill, to turn several of them colorless. The next moment, everyone launched an attack on the 6 who had revealed themselves. This was the first step of their plan, to lure them out of hiding and ambush them. With about 100 old birds remaining, taking out 6 would reduce their threat. Song Chen used the hyperlink he had established in the grove yesterday to perform a spatial transfer. Soon, he ambushed and took out 2 of the 6. The remaining 4 were taken out by the others. What astonished Song Chen the most was a little girl with a bit of baby fat who had been following Nangong Xiaomei. She looked to be about 1.55 meters tall, with 2 small dimples, appearing very shy and easily embarrassed. But when she attacked, she was terrifying. She wielded 2 massive bronze hammers. The ground shook with her swings. What great strength! Song Chen silently thought. Out of curiosity, he checked her attributes. Object name, Dai Ruoro, age, 18, physical strength, 524, soul strength, 314, ability attribute, great strength, SS level potential, comprehensive combat power, 838. There really is an ability focused purely on strength, Song Chen said, a bit surprised. However, the combination of the great strength ability with Dai Ruoro's seemingly delicate appearance created a significant sense of incongruity. Ambush, it's an ambush, run. At that moment, several people shouted loudly. This was also part of Song Chen's plan. After eliminating those hidden around the score orbs, they would shout loudly. This was mainly to convey information to the veteran players hiding on the sides, making them think their plan had succeeded. Next, they would wait for the newcomers to walk into their trap. However, at that moment, among the group of newcomers, a few figures flashed and headed directly for the score orbs in the trees. They participated in the newcomer competition to achieve a good ranking. Those ranked at the front could receive extremely generous rewards. There were quite a few score orbs in the forest, with at least a few thousand points. As long as they could obtain them, it wouldn't matter if they were eliminated immediately. These score orbs were enough for them to secure a good ranking. The sudden scene of these few people was unexpected for many. They hadn't even eliminated the second-year veterans yet, and unexpectedly, there was infighting among the newcomers. However, what surprised everyone was that when those few people reached out to grab the score orbs, they did not catch them. Their hands passed right through the score orbs. They didn't believe it and reached out again towards the score orbs. Naive, since the other side is acting as bait, do you think they would use real score orbs? At this moment, Song Chen stepped forward and said to the few. In fact, he was almost laughing out loud inside. The score orbs used by the veterans were indeed real, but long before everyone acted, he had already performed a cut on the score orbs in the forest. He had taken the score orbs into his hands. At the same time, he used the create shortcut skill to leave behind a phantom. Since these score orbs did not contain energy, it was extremely easy for him to manipulate them. For him, the more energy an object contained, the more difficult it was to operate. For example, he could replicate an ordinary drink in the blink of an eye. However, replicating a dragon spirit mushroom took him 3 months. Deleting a piece of paper was also done in the blink of an eye. But deleting a superhuman could potentially drain him. Because the more energy contained, the larger the file's memory. A 1 KB file and a 1 GB file take completely different amounts of time to manipulate. For these special materials that did not contain energy, the cut and create shortcut were almost completed in the blink of an eye. The few newcomers who had just tried to snatch the score orbs, upon hearing Song Chen's words, did not show any guilt on their faces. Instead, a hint of unwillingness and regret flashed across them. They did not regret their actions but regretted not judging the situation clearly. These few people are not to be deeply trusted, Song Chen thought to himself as he looked at them. He did not take this matter to heart. In fact, he had known before the action that in any team, there are always a few bad apples. Many people are always driven by self-interest, and facing so many score orbs, it was impossible not to be tempted. He also wanted to see clearly who could be trusted and who could not. As classmates, they would have to get along well for several years at the Imperial Capital Academy, so it was natural to have an understanding of each other's character. We will proceed with the next step of the plan, Song Chen said, and took out the dummies he had made yesterday from the cloud drive. These dummies were similar in height and weight to the others. At first glance, one might really think they were real people. Xin Hui, Xiaofei, you two control these dummies and head to the left. Just like we discussed, no need to be fast, just buy us some time. At this moment, Song Chen spoke to a dark-skinned man and another man with pierced ears. These were the ability users he had asked Jean Zizai to find yesterday, capable of manipulating objects. So far, only object manipulators could make these dummies move in the air. What he needed to do was confuse the opponent, making them think that all of them were heading to the left. Understood, don't worry, leave it to us, Xin Hui and Xiaofei said in unison. The next moment, the two activated their object manipulation abilities, controlling the dummies as they weaved to the left. Let's go, we head to the right, Song Chen said to the crowd. Thus, many newcomers rushed to the right. After rushing forward for a distance, everyone stopped. Because next, they were going to implement the second step of the plan. Invite the guest into the urn, then catch the turtle in the urn. Sister Nangong, this is up to you. I'll go lure them over, Song Chen said. Don't worry, we'll set up the traps here, Sister Nangong replied. When she said this, there was a hint of admiration in her gaze towards Song Chen. To be honest, she had been somewhat unconvinced that Song Chen could perfectly pass the college entrance examination with 2,000 points. However, through this period of contact, she found that although Song Chen did not display strong offensive power, the methods and wisdom he showed were extraordinary. However, this did not mean she would admit she was inferior to Song Chen. Everyone has their strengths, hers was fighting, not these flashy plans. After eliminating all the veterans, she would definitely have a fair contest with Song Chen. Black-clad people, gather. Song Chen didn't know what Sister Nangong was thinking and shouted loudly. With his call, more than 40 people walked towards him. He quickly used his PS skill to transform them all into the appearance of evil spirits. His plan was not just to invite the guest into the urn and then catch the turtle in the urn. His plan also involved making it hard to distinguish between true and false, using the fake to confuse the real. After making these preparations, he continued to rush forward alone. Soon, he arrived at the place where the second-year veterans were ambushed on the right. Fat brother, Song-chan shouted loudly. He had just used the word count skill to tally the hidden people around. A total of 47 people, with the leader being the fat team leader. Song-chan had heard someone call him fat brother before, so he shouted the same. What's up? At this moment, the fat team leader appeared in front of Song-chan and asked, Fat brother, according to our previous plan, the rookies have discovered the empty city strategy we set up. As we expected, they chose to bypass us from both sides. But they went to the left. Monkey brother asked me to come and tell you to join in, so we can attack from both sides. This way, we can catch them all in one net. Song-chan said. No problem. The fat team leader did not hesitate at all. He had heard the sounds of battle ahead and guessed that the newcomers had discovered the trap. He was a bit worried that if the newcomers didn't fall for it, it would be a disaster. Now, hearing Song-chan's words, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Brothers, it's time for revenge. Follow me. The chubby team leader spoke, waving to the others before speeding ahead. Are we avenging the snow? Then I wish you good luck. Song-chan watched the seasoned sophomore rush forward, then said meaningfully. After that, he moved and quickened his pace, hurriedly running ahead to lead the way. He needed to ensure that these people would enter the encirclement set by Nangong Xiaomei and her group. The chubby team leader and the others had no doubts about Song-chan's actions. After all, he had come from the other side. He was well aware of the freshman's movements and the ambush locations of other evil spirits. Thus, Song-chan led everyone slowly into the trap laid by Nangong Xiaomei and her group. They're coming, get ready. All ranged ability users, take advantage of the old birds being dazzled, don't hold back on your abilities. Aim to take out half of the old birds in the first round of attacks. The rest of the close combat ability users, follow my command and charge in. Hit them hard and finish quickly, Nangong Xiaomei whispered to everyone. Although the physical strength of ability users increases with their ability level, most ability users are much weaker in physical strength compared to close combat ability users. As long as the difference in ability levels isn't too great, they can be easily defeated after being attacked up close. Especially when caught off guard, they are even more vulnerable. This is also why Song-chan and the others were able to successfully eliminate so many season-old birds in the Golden Realm through ambushes before. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei's words, all the freshmen prepared themselves. Wait! After rushing forward for a while, Song-chan suddenly stopped and said, What's wrong? The chubby team leader asked as he stepped forward. Fat brother, look at that. Song-chan said, raising a hand and pointing to the sky above. When the sophomores looked up, Song-chan lightly waved his finger. In the next moment, he vanished in a flash. As the chubby team leader and the others looked up, the ground suddenly sank, and countless spikes and vines surged from below, starting to attack them. At that moment, everyone realized they were under attack. Damn it, we were tricked, the chubby team leader said angrily. As he spoke, he quickly punched the ground. Instantly, stones flew, and the ground collapsed layer by layer. However, not everyone reacted as quickly as he did. Many were stunned for a moment and didn't have time to respond. As a result, many were directly hit. Those who avoided the attack managed to dodge the ground's assault. But soon, more attacks fell from above them. Each attack wasn't very strong, but they were coordinated and numerous, causing great trouble for the seasoned sophomores. The first round of attacks took out 25 old birds. Close combat ability users, charge with me. Seeing the timing was right, Nangong Xiaomei shouted loudly, then rushed first into the ambush circle filled with ability users. I, Huang Tianba, will never be weaker than anyone. Charge, let's take down those old birds. You scoundrels, Grandpa is here. In an instant, other close combat ability users followed Nangong Xiaomei, rushing forward. The sudden appearance of close combat ability users once again disrupted the rhythm that the old birds had finally managed to adjust. Among these people was also Jin Zizai, the sixth old bird. He relied on his own ability of freedom, fearlessly weaving through the crowd. When he encountered second-year students, he would silently ambush them from behind. One could say he was fully embodying the role of the trickster. I am the trickster, soaring to new heights. Jin Zizai shouted excitedly after taking down another veteran. As time passed, more and more veterans were eliminated. 10 minutes later, only the chubby team leader remained. Bro, what do we do? It's just the two of us left. At that moment, Song-chan disguised himself as a ghost from the chubby team leader's side and approached him, saying, Damn it, I didn't expect to be outsmarted by a bunch of rookies today. The guide who led us at the start wasn't even one of us, he was a disguise by the rookies. We have to inform the monkeys, they need to be wary of spies. They can't afford to have any more incidents. Otherwise, we'll be completely wiped out, and that would be a real embarrassment. the chubby team leader said. Bro, I'll clear a path for you, you go tell the monkeys about the spies. Song Chen pretended to be righteous. No way, they'll definitely keep a close eye on me, I can't leave that easily. I'll attack with all my strength and help you carve out a bloody path, you go tell the monkeys in Donger about this. Whether we can save our second-year reputation depends on you, the chubby team leader said. Alright, hang in there, bro, I'll find the monkeys and come to support you as quickly as possible. Song Chen said seriously. I'm about to attack, look for your chance. Rock explosion, the chubby guy shouted. After saying that, he roared, and his body quickly expanded. Puff! At that moment, suddenly, a dagger pierced into his heart. His body, which had just expanded, instantly shriveled. He turned his head, looking at Song Chen with an expression of disbelief. You are, the chubby team leader stammered. Sorry, I'm an undercover, Song Chen said with a smile. After saying that, he pulled the dagger out of the chubby team leader's body. In the next moment, the chubby team leader's body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Black-clad people, prepare. At this moment, Song Chen shouted loudly. Soon, 20 people appeared in front of him. He quickly transformed a dozen of them to look like the chubby team leader's group. The remaining people pretended to fight alongside them. This way, it indicated that they were all still alive, just trapped. Sister Nandong, we will proceed according to the original plan. You all continue to set up an ambush here. The rest of us are about to carry out the final step of the plan. Song Chen said to the other 5 black-clad individuals. The final step of the plan was to create confusion. Boss, this is so thrilling. It's like watching a blockbuster. I'm so excited I don't even know how to describe my feelings. Jean Zizai said. Throughout his life, he had always solved problems with money. This thrilling experience was a first for him. He felt exhilarated. If they succeeded in eliminating all the second-year veterans under the guise of freshmen, their cohort would surely become legendary. And it was all because of Song Chen. In the future, when mentioned, Song Chen would become a legend among legends. Thinking of this, he looked at Song Chen with a different kind of emotion. It wasn't infatuation, but admiration. The more we reach this point, the more we can't let our guard down. Historically, many plans have failed at the final step, so we must be careful, and even more careful at this moment. Once we fail, all our previous efforts will be in vain. They won't give us another chance. Song Chen said. I understand, don't worry, I won't show any flaws. Jean Zizai replied, slowly calming his emotions. At the same time, he put on an injured look. It seemed he had already gotten into character. Soon, Song Chen, along with a few others, staggered to a spot not far from where Ho Junlai and Donger were lying in ambush. The number of people here was the same as that of the Fat Leaders group, also 47. At that moment, they heard various explosions coming from ahead. Song Chen and the others looked up and saw that Ho Junlai and the others were attacking the dummies controlled by Xin Hui and Xiao Fei. Under their assault, the dummies burst one after another. This made Ho Junlai and the others' faces turn extremely ugly. They had been lying in ambush for so long, only to find a group of dummies waiting for them. It was no wonder they hadn't noticed. The dummies made by Song Chen were too lifelike. Hidden in the shadows, Xin Hui and Xiao Fei, seeing their controlled dummies all blown up, quickly left. Their objective had been achieved, and there was no need to stay any longer. Damn it, we were actually tricked. Ho Junlai and Donger looked at the exploded dummies and realized they had been deceived. They hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the Fat Leader. On their way, they happened to encounter the staggering 5 from Song Chen's group. What happened to you? Ho Junlai asked as he stepped forward. Monkey brother, we don't know how our plan was exposed. Those new students didn't act as we expected. They directly snatched the score balls in the woods, eliminating those guarding the score balls. Then, they launched a surprise attack on us. We were caught off guard, and the casualties were quite severe. Now only a little over 20 of us are left. Moreover, as time goes on, the casualties keep increasing. Fat brother and the others covered our escape, allowing us to seek your help. Please, monkey brother and sister Donger, act quickly. If we delay any longer, Fat brother and the others might be completely wiped out. Song Chen said in an angry tone. How could our plan be exposed? It shouldn't be. Hearing Song Chen's words, Ho Junlai frowned. Monkey brother, sister Donger, you two don't know. That group of new students is so treacherous, cunning, and despicable. Especially that one named Song Chen, he's utterly shameless, his methods are downright dirty. If I get the chance, I must torture him well, so he knows our strength. When Song Chen mentioned his own name, he gritted his teeth. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Those who didn't know would think he had a vendetta against Song Chen. The boss is indeed the boss. When he gets ruthless, he even scolds himself. I thought I was getting infinitely closer to the boss. But now it seems, I still have a long way to go compared to the boss. I need to keep learning. Jin Zizai silently thought to himself. As for the others who came with Song Chen, they all rolled their eyes inwardly. This isn't the time to talk about that. The urgent matter is that we need to hurry and save Fatty and the others. Donger said at that moment. Right. Ho Junlai exclaimed, then hurriedly rushed with the others towards where Fatty was. If the Fatty and his group were completely defeated, it would be a huge loss for their side. Thus, all the remaining veterans from the second year headed towards the encirclement of Nangong Xiaomei and her group. As for Song Chen and Jin Zizai, they were racing at the back of the team. The few of them exchanged glances, and Song Chen nodded, then pointed to himself. His meaning was clear. Watch me, if I make a move, you all act immediately. Jin Zizai and the others silently nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, Ho Junlai and his group spotted the Fatty being besieged. Fatty, don't be afraid, your monkey brother is here. Ho Junlai shouted and rushed forward. Divine light shooting the sun. In an instant, countless rays of light erupted from Ho Junlai's body. These rays transformed into arrows of light, flying towards the freshmen who were attacking the Fatty. Not good, retreat quickly. At that moment, Nangong Xiaomei, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, the freshmen attacking the Fatty hurriedly retreated as fast as they could. However, 5 or 6 of them were hit by the flying light arrows because they retreated too slowly. In the next moment, their bodies turned into streaks of light and vanished. As the team leader, Ho Junlai possessed the strength of a gold one. His full power explosion was still exceptionally strong. At this time, Nangong Xiaomei and her group also stopped their attacks, but hundreds of people surrounded Ho Junlai and his group from a distance. Thus, Ho Junlai's group and the Fatty's group came together. Are you okay? Ho Junlai asked as he supported the Fatty. The Fatty, lacking a voice changer and unable to mimic sounds, would definitely expose himself if he spoke. So he remained silent and simply waved his hand gently. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chen stepped forward and supported the Fatty from the other side. Fatty used rock explosion to help us escape. It must have taken a toll on him, Song Chen said. The term rock explosion was something he had heard from the real Fatty leader before. Unfortunately, after shouting those 2 words, he hadn't had the chance to unleash his ultimate move before being ambushed by Song Chen. Upon hearing rock explosion, a look of realization flashed across Ho Junlai's face. No wonder the Fatty looked so weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. You all rest for a bit, the next part is up to us, Ho Junlai said to Song Chen. After saying this, he began to assess the current strength of both sides. Their group had 47 people, plus the 5 who sought their help, and the 16 from the Fatty's group, totaling 68 people. The freshmen from the first year numbered around 600 to 700. Given their strength, even if the Fatty's group was somewhat depleted, on average, they could easily handle 10 to 1. So overall, they still had a greater chance of winning. However, he felt that this outcome was filled with irony. As second-year bullies, they should have been able to toy with the first-year rookies at will. Yet now they had to calculate their chances of winning. It was truly embarrassment to the extreme. Nevertheless, no matter what, this time, they had to eliminate all the first-year freshmen. Only then could they barely save some face. Donger, Fatty, at this point, there's no other way, Ho Junlai said to the 2. Let's fight, it's the only way, Donger said from the side. The Fatty didn't speak but nodded. Brothers, follow me and kill. Seeing Donger and the Fatty agree, Ho Junlai shouted loudly. Hearing this, all the veterans began to gather their strength, preparing to launch their attacks. In the next moment, as Ho Junlai and his group's attacks headed towards Nangong Xiaomei and her group, the Fatty and Song Chen's attacks fell upon their nearby companions. At that moment, Ho Junlai and his group, which consisted of more than 20 people, were suddenly kicked out like a flash of light. This unexpected turn of events left Ho Junlai and his companions stunned. Fatty, what are you doing? Ho Junlai turned his head and questioned Fatty. It seems they have been controlled, Song Chen said as he approached Ho Junlai. At that moment, he had already used his PS skill to transform into the person he had just killed. All of this happened without anyone noticing, not even Nangong Xiaomei and the others. Controlled? I don't think so, Donger said from the side, keeping a wary eye on Fatty and his group. I understand now, they aren't controlled, but the real Fatty and the others have probably been eliminated. They disguised themselves as us. It seems that someone disguised themselves as us last night, which is why our plan was exposed, Ho Junlai said. One had to admit, his mind was working quickly. He figured out the truth in no time. That's right, we are disguised. But can you be sure there are no more of us among you? Jin Zizai said at that moment. Hearing this, the remaining veterans immediately distanced themselves from their companions, cautiously guarding against each other. Seeing Ho Junlai and the others like this, a faint smile appeared on Jeans' eyes face. One sentence, and all the veterans are on edge. I just want to ask, who else is there? Jeans' eyes silently thought. If it weren't too childish to shout it out, he would have said it out loud. Everyone, don't be provoked by him. Listen to my command and take off your masks, Ho Junlai said at that moment. His action was indeed clever. After all, they had lived together for a year, and it was hard to recognize each other while wearing masks. If they took off their masks, it would be clear at a glance. This guy is really smart, Songchen silently thought. He had just transformed into the person he killed, but only in shape. Because the other party was wearing a mask, he couldn't scan their appearance. At this moment, he could only take a gamble. During the process of taking off the mask, he transformed himself into Lu Mengmeng's appearance again. Lu Mengmeng played a crucial role in this incident, because the source of the disguise started with Lu Mengmeng. It was also she who informed Songchen about various information regarding the veterans. During the disguise process, Songchen was able to gain the trust of other sophomores because he imitated Lu Mengmeng's voice. After everyone took off their masks, Ho Junlai looked at the familiar faces one by one and let out a long sigh of relief. Monkey brother, I think just taking off the masks isn't enough to prove whether there are any outsiders among us. We should ask a few simple questions that only we know, which the freshman wouldn't. Songchen stepped forward at this moment. What questions do you want to ask? Ho Junlai initially wanted to deny it, but after thinking, he felt that Songchen made a good point. Since the other party could disguise themselves as their companions, it was naturally possible that they also disguised their appearance. Relying solely on appearance to judge whether they were companions was indeed a bit hasty. We will randomly designate someone from left to right and have them say another person's name. If they can say it, then that person is our companion. If they can't, then they are the imposter, Songchen proposed. The reason he dared to suggest such a solution was that he had the skill, view attributes, which allowed him to easily know everyone's names. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could eliminate a few more veterans. If he could eliminate them, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't matter. Okay. Ho Junlai agreed. This is the simplest, yet most effective method. So, he started from the beginning, asking one by one. At this moment, Nangdon's little sister and the others chose not to attack, quietly watching Ho Junlai and their performance. Despite having the numerical advantage, facing a group of Golden Realm ability users, there was no guarantee of victory. So, it was better to let them exhaust each other first. She scanned the area but did not find Songchen's trace. Then, she turned her gaze to the person who had proposed this idea. Her intuition told her that this person should be Songchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stirring things up like this. During the process of asking for names, the first 5 people had no issues and smoothly stated the names of their designated companions. When it came to the 6th person, he suddenly froze. Monkey brother, I'm not really good with names. I can't quite remember this classmate's name, said the 6th student. However, his answer made everyone frown. At that moment, a fist suddenly exploded the 6th student's heart. It was none other than Songchen. What are you doing? Ho Junlai shouted at Songchen. Monkey brother, we are about to fight to the death. We need to trust our backs to our companions. He can't recall a classmate's name. The suspicion is too great. It's better to mistakenly kill than to let someone go. Better safe than sorry, Songchen hurriedly said. Hearing this, Ho Junlai chose not to believe him. Instead, he stared at him without blinking. He admitted that Songchen had a point, but killing a suspect like this was too hasty. What if the person really couldn't remember a classmate's name? After all, some people indeed have this issue. They are not very sensitive to others' names. And some people look too ordinary, blending into the crowd, making it hard to remember their names. He originally wanted to ask some other questions to verify the person's identity. However, Songchen killed him without a word. Now, he began to doubt Songchen's identity. Facing Ho Junlai's unwavering gaze, Songchen showed no signs of retreat, instead filled with determination. What is my name? Ho Junlai asked Songchen. Ho Junlai. Songchen replied loudly. And him? Ho Junlai pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous person next to him. Fong Weifeng. Songchen answered again. Seeing that Songchen had answered his questions twice, Ho Junlai finally shifted his gaze away from him. Being able to answer the names of companions twice could not be someone new. It wasn't that Ho Junlai was lacking in intelligence, he simply couldn't think that Songchen had a skill that allowed him to see others' attributes. So, he looked at the next person. What is his name? At this moment, Ho Junlai pointed at Lu Mengmeng, whom Songchen was disguised as, and asked a man with straight eyebrows. The man glanced at Songchen, was about to say something, but suddenly realized that his mouth was open, yet no sound came out. Cough cough. He thought it was because he hadn't spoken for too long, and his throat was a bit dry, so he coughed a couple of times. When he finished coughing and wanted to continue speaking, he found he still couldn't make any sound. Seeing the straight-browed man like this, Ho Junlai's brows furrowed again. He recognized this person. He was his classmate. He knew that the other party was not mute. "If you don't speak, I'll take you for a spy," Ho Junlai said to the straight-browed man. The straight-browed man opened his mouth again but still made no sound. In desperation, he hurriedly pointed to his throat. In such a situation, Ho Junlai's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Song Chen remained silent, merely looking expressionlessly at Ez-Mei, then glancing at Ho Junlai. It was likely that only he knew that Ez-Mei was unable to speak because he had just locked onto him with the mouse and clicked mute. A muted person naturally could not make any sound. "In that case, I can only say I'm sorry," Ho Junlai said, waving his hand, and a light arrow flew from his palm, piercing Ez-Mei's heart. In the next moment, Ez-Mei transformed into a stream of light and vanished. After that, Song Chen did not continue to use the mute skill, because using the same skill too many times would raise suspicion. However, after Ho Junlai asked a question to a square-faced man, Song Chen suddenly used the tilt skill on him. This caused the already tense Ho Junlai to reflexively attack, thinking that the other party knew he had been exposed and was trying to ambush him first. After all the veterans had been questioned, Ho Junlai finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he could feel at ease. Although the number of people was small, at least those present were completely trustworthy partners. Next, they could fight without distraction, no longer worrying about their companions suddenly turning against them. However, their numbers had dwindled to just 24 people, including the deeply hidden Song Chen. "Kill!" Ho Junlai shouted and charged towards the many newcomers. Silver light 1,000 feet. He was filled with rage, and his attack power was terrifying. He raised both hands, and instantly, countless dazzling lights appeared in his grasp. These blinding lights transformed into numerous densely packed sharp swords, heading towards the many newcomers ahead. The other veterans, seeing Ho Junlai's attack, also held nothing back. Dark Binding, Crimson Lotus Hellfire, Flame of the Dancing Fan, Illusion Sound Technique. Various powerful attacks continuously surged towards the newcomers. Their attacks were extremely fearsome, overwhelming in an instant. Each strike seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Faced with such attacks, the newcomers did not retreat. They understood clearly that this was their decisive battle against the veterans. If they won, their cohort would be recorded in the annals of the Imperial Capital Academy. If they lost, they had nothing to say, because Song Chen's plan had already weakened the second-year seniors to this extent. If they still could not achieve victory, it would mean they were outmatched. Moreover, in such a direct confrontation, even if they lost, they had nothing to say. It was far better than being captured, thrown into a mud pit, or stripped naked and bound together with male classmates. Thus, a great melee unfolded. The newcomers knew their individual strength was too low, so they always surrounded one person with 30 or 40 of them. While this might not defeat the opponent, their cooperation could at least hold them back. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba continued as before, one constantly ambushing while the other faced head-on. Huang Tianba also wanted to be like Jin Zizai, able to ignore attacks and move freely, but unfortunately, his belief could only enhance his own combat power and could not change the type of ability. He could only face it head-on. Fortunately, he was accustomed to this style of attack. Among them, the most astonishing attack came from Nangong Xiaomei. At this moment, her eyes were blood-red, as if possessed. An eerie aura radiated from her entire being. Even from a distance, one could smell the blood scent emanating from her. When she fought, there would be no companions within a 10-meter radius, because her companions would also fear her state. This is also why, before, Nangong Xiaomei was able to command other freshmen. Once this state, akin to madness, was unleashed, who would dare to act recklessly? Song Chen also saw Nangong Xiaomei's condition. To be honest, he was taken aback by her state. So, he checked Nangong Xiaomei's attributes. Object name, Nangong Xiaomei. Age, 18. Physical strength, 623. Soul strength, 1140. Ability attribute, bloodthirsty. SSS level potential, comprehensive combat power, 1763. When Song Chen saw Nangong Xiaomei's attributes, he was instantly stunned. Since merging with the computer, he had checked the attributes of many ability users. However, it was the first time he saw an ability user's soul strength surpassing their physical strength by a significant margin. Nangong Xiaomei's current strength was already comparable to that of an average Golden 5 ability user. No wonder she dared to charge and recklessly against the seasoned second-year students all by herself. The bloodthirsty ability, sequence 33, far ahead of Huang Tianba's belief in Jin Zizai's freedom. The potential of the Nangong sisters is stronger than the other. Song Chen silently thought. At that moment, he suddenly became curious about Nangong Xiaomei's parents. What kind of parents could give birth to two daughters with such extraordinary talents? At this time, Song Chen suddenly remembered something. When he first met Nangong Weiyang in Phoenix City, he had checked her attributes. At that time, Nangong Weiyang was at the golden level. Back then, due to his low strength and the fact that he hadn't seen many strong individuals in that small place, he thought golden level ability users were already very powerful. But now it seemed that golden level ability users were just that. Of course, the most important thing was that Nangong Weiyang possessed the Sequence 35 prophecy ability, which should have allowed her to break through to the golden level, or even the platinum level, by her second year. Why, at 23 years old, was she still at the golden level? This was clearly unscientific. There must be some unknown hidden truth behind it. Next time I meet Nangong Weiyang, I'll ask her directly. Song Chen shook his head and refocused his attention back on the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between both sides had completely entered a heated phase. It's time to end the fight, Song Chen said. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Ho Junlai. Among those fighting, Ho Junlai was the key figure. As long as he was taken down, this chaotic battle would essentially come to an end. So, while Ho Junlai was launching an attack, Song Chen created a circle of hyperlinks behind him. In the next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. Then, he appeared behind Ho Junlai, without any hesitation, swinging his waist knife towards Ho Junlai's head. However, Ho Junlai was not weak. He sensed the sneak attack from behind. His body twisted forward at an incredible angle, dodging Song Chen's attack. He had awakened a light-type ability, which was the fastest in terms of speed. However, since Song Chen had made a move to ambush him, he was naturally well prepared. In the next moment, countless dummies flew towards Ho Junlai. In a panic, Ho Junlai couldn't tell whether the attackers were real or dummies. He could only launch an attack at the first opportunity. Bang bang bang, soon, the dummies were blown apart by Ho Junlai, turning into a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. At the same time, an ominous premonition surged within him. However, before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart as a dagger pierced through it. He reluctantly turned his head and discovered Song Chen, who had Lu Mengming's face. So it's you? You're a spy? Ho Junlai looked at Song Chen in disbelief. He had clearly verified Song Chen's identity before, but he never expected to still be unable to uncover the truth. Surprised? Unexpected? Remember, my name is Jin Zizai, Song Chen said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he pulled the dagger out from Ho Junlai's heart. Just now, he had used several hyperlink jumps in succession while also isolating his aura with a cell. That was how he was able to silently approach Ho Junlai from behind and attack him. Ho Junlai is dead. You all should surrender quickly. At that moment, Song Chen shouted loudly. As his voice echoed out, all the season's second-year students heard it. They were startled, and the rhythm of their attacks was instantly disrupted. The new students seized the opportunity and hurriedly launched their attacks. Soon, several more were eliminated. Before long, only Donger and 3 other seasoned students remained in battle against the new students. At this moment, they were surrounded by Nangong Xiaomei and her group. Senior sister, surrender, Song Chen said to Donger. At this point, it was best to avoid fighting if possible. After all, fighting would lead to casualties. He wanted to win without a fight. Surrender, surrender, surrender. Following that, the other new students began to shout as well. Their voices were deafening, echoing throughout the space. Hearing the crowd's voices, Donger turned to look at the surviving members on their side, revealing a bitter smile. They had basically suffered a total defeat. Even if they fought to the end, they would only eliminate a few more new students, unable to take down all of them. This time, the second-year students had lost face. I only have one question. Who is the leader of your actions? Donger asked the crowd. At first, these rookies were easily captured by them. But later, some of these rookies were suddenly rescued. Following that, all the captured rookies went into a frenzy. Since then, the rookies' attacks had become orderly and elusive. If she were to say there wasn't a leader among them, she wouldn't believe it. Then let me introduce you properly to our big sister, Nangong Xiaomei. She is the leader of our operation, responsible for everything from ambush to attack, Song Chen hurriedly said. The reason he brought up Nangong Xiaomei was to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. The one who had completed the task was already done, and this credit, which brought no benefit to him, he handed over to Nangong Xiaomei. Hearing Song Chen say this, Nangong Xiaomei shot him a glare. Although she led the new students in ambushing the seasoned ones and organized the attack, the one who devised the plan behind the scenes was Song Chen. She could only be considered an executor. Donger suddenly realized and glanced at Nangong Xiaomei, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Having been in the capital for over a year, she had heard of Nangong Xiaomei. No wonder she's the little princess of the Nangong family, she truly is exceptional. We lost without injustice. If there's a chance in the future, I'll seek advice from all the junior students, Donger said, then ended her own life. The remaining seasoned students, seeing Donger take her own life, said nothing more and made the same move. Watching the few who turned into streams of light, everyone finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although they had only spent a day and a half in the Shumi mirror, they felt as if they had experienced a long passage of time. During this period, they had not only suffered physically but, more importantly, undergone a tremendous transformation spiritually. Immediately, some people sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. After being so tense for so long, they could finally take a good rest. Seeing everyone relax, a signature smile appeared on Song Chen's face. If Yunden and Tang Chi were here, they would definitely know that when Song Chen showed such a smile, it meant he was about to start scheming. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the second-year veterans have all been eliminated. Now it's time for us to compete among ourselves, Song Chen said, looking at everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. They suddenly realized that the battle in the Shumi mirror was not over. They were participating in the freshman competition. Since it was a freshman competition, there had to be a ranking. In other words, the real battle was just beginning. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm not saying this to make you fight to the death. The world is so wonderful, fighting and killing is not good. You all know the Academy's rules. The rankings in this freshman competition are not determined by individual combat power, but by the points each of us earns in the Shumi mirror. Now, I'll ask you one question. You probably haven't earned many points, right? Song Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had been chased by the second-year veterans and had no time to collect points. Only a small number of lucky individuals had found a few points shortly after entering the Shumi mirror. But it wasn't much. Song Chen, what exactly do you want to say? At this moment, Nangong Xiaomei looked at Song Chen and asked. She always felt that Song Chen had ulterior motives. My meaning is very simple. Although you haven't obtained any points, I have, Song Chen said, pulling out a large handful from his storage and displaying it in front of everyone. Some of these points were collected by Chiu during this time. Some were copied by him. And some were obtained when the veterans set up an empty city strategy. It's no exaggeration to say that 90% of the points in the Shumi mirror are in his hands. Even if he didn't use the G-copy skill, he would still be the first in this freshman competition. However, his goal was not just to take first place in the freshman competition, he also wanted to make a little profit. Seeing the points in Song Chen's hands, many people's breathing became heavier, because points not only represented scores but also the Academy's rewards. If you want to snatch points from me, don't even think about it. I may not be a match for all of you, but if I want to escape or hide, you won't be able to find me at all, Song Chen said. Hearing this, although everyone was unwilling, they had to admit that Song Chen's disguise ability was indeed too strange. In terms of disguise and hiding, no one could match him. If he really wanted to hide, it would be very difficult for them to find him. As everyone knows, I'm someone who enjoys helping others and is quite warm-hearted. Regarding the points, we can resolve this in a more peaceful way. How about this? We use the fairest and most traditional method, setting up a stall. Song Chen said, and he really took out a stall and set it up. This was the stall he used when selling body refining liquid and essence liquid in Phoenix City. He never expected to use it again at this time. 1,100 spirit stones. Those who spend over 10,000 spirit stones can enjoy a 2% discount. Don't just sit there, take action. What are you waiting for? Song Chen shouted loudly. Boss, I'll take all the points. As soon as Song Chen finished speaking, Jin Zizai hurriedly stepped forward. Problems that can be solved with spirit stones have never been a problem for him. He hadn't paid much attention to the rankings in the new student competition. After all, it required exhausting efforts to scrape and snatch. But now, it could be solved with spirit stones. He decided to give it a try. Don't mess around, you've bought them all, how can others buy? Hearing Jin Zizai's words, Song Chen's face stiffened. He had forgotten about this foolish son of a landlord. What he wanted to do was help more people. He couldn't let Jin Zizai monopolize it. But, boss, you said 1 point is 100 spirit stones. I have money, I have plenty of money, why can't I take it all? Jin Zizai looked at Song Chen and asked. I want to share the benefits equally, I can't just favor you alone. Forget it, I'll change my approach. I'll take the first place in the new student competition without hesitation. Now we are auctioning the second place in the new student competition, starting price is 10,000, and each bid must not be lower than 5,000 spirit stones, Songchen said. Naturally, he wouldn't be stumped by Jin Zizai's participation in earning spirit stones, and immediately changed his method. 1 million spirit stones. As soon as Song Chen's words fell, Jin Zizai said without thinking. As soon as he said this, everyone's face flashed with black lines. Starting with 1 million spirit stones, how could they play this game? They simply couldn't afford it. Compared to the young master of the Jin family, they were truly like Guangong wielding a big knife in front of a crowd overestimating their own abilities. 1 million for the first time. 1 million for the second time. 1 million for the third time, sold. Songchen said loudly. Although he knew no one would bid higher than Jin Zizai, the necessary ceremony couldn't be skipped. Thus, Jin Zizai obtained the second place in the new student competition. This made him extremely excited. Not to mention the rewards from the academy. If his family found out he got second place in the new student competition, he would receive even more spirit stones. So, no matter how you looked at it, it was worth it. Next, we will auction the third place in the new student competition, Songchen said loudly. He was also quite excited inside. The auction had just started, and he had already earned 1 million spirit stones. If he had had such an opportunity earlier, his fate would have been repaired long ago. Song Chen, is it too unfair for us commoners to determine the outcome of the new student competition in this auction manner? At this moment, a female classmate with fox-like eyes spoke up. What nonsense are you spouting? Fairness? When has there ever been fairness in this world? If I don't use the auction method, what should I use? Should I just give you the points I worked hard to earn for free? Even if I gave it to you for free, with so many people, who should I give it to? You? Why should I? Because you're pretty? Or because you're strong? Song Chen fired back with a series of questions. This female classmate's question suddenly reminded him of a term. Saintly bitch. What is a saintly bitch? It refers to someone who appears kind on the surface but has a dark heart. Such people are usually hypocritical. Song Chen remembered a saying that circulated on Earth, when the apocalypse comes, kill the saintly bitch first. People like the saintly bitch don't cause much harm to enemies, but to teammates, to those around them, the harm is tons and tons. Sometimes, it's simply a pitfall that could cost lives. Right now, it's just the freshman competition, a game among the students of the Imperial Capital Academy. If it were a real battle against true enemies, Song Chen would definitely be the first to eliminate this kind of saintly hypocrite. People like her should die early and be reborn, saving those around her from being dragged down one by one. Upon hearing Song Chen's words, the girl with fox-like eyes fell silent. She had already sensed the malice in his tone. If she spoke again, he might just take action against her. Come on, let's continue. The starting bid for third place is 8,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be lower than 2,000 spirit stones. Song Chen's expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile as he addressed the crowd. The reward for third place, of course, couldn't compare to that of second place, so the starting price had to be lower. 100,000. As soon as Song Chen finished speaking, Nangong Xiaomei said calmly. She knew she couldn't compete with the Jin family's young master in terms of financial power, so she had no intention of vying for second place. However, third place was undoubtedly hers. 100,000 spirit stones was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family, and most students simply couldn't afford to bid. Those who could afford it were unwilling to offend Nangong Xiaomei. Thus, third place was undoubtedly secured by her. Next is fourth place, with a starting price of 5,000, and each bid must not be lower than 1,000. For those who currently don't have spirit stones, it's okay. You can buy on credit. Song Chen said. This was the first time he had ever offered credit. He wasn't afraid of people not paying him back, he was just worried they wouldn't bid at all. If they didn't pay him back, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. Since there were rewards for the top 10 in the freshman competition, Song Chen could keep auctioning until the 10th place. The competition would become much fiercer from here on out, as the rankings dwindled, and some of the remaining participants, while not as wealthy as Jin Zizai and Nangong Xiaomei, came from relatively well-off families. Coupled with Song Chen's offer of credit, many people began to place bids directly. The teachers outside would never have imagined that the freshman competition would be determined in such a highest bidder wins manner. At this moment, their faces were all extremely grim. Embarrassing, simply embarrassing. A group of second-year students has been completely eliminated by some rookies who just entered school and haven't even started cultivating. A bunch of second-year demons? I see a group of doughballs. All second-year instructors deduct 2 months' salary from me, and have every mentor write a 10,000-word work report. Tell me in detail how they taught their students? At this time, the vice principal looked at the many teachers and said, the results in the Xiumi mirror were something no one had anticipated. Vice principal, please calm down. I just asked those second-year students. It's not that they are weak. It's just that some of the freshmen have abilities that are simply too bizarre. They were completely caught off guard. At this moment, a teacher stepped forward and said, Vice Principal, there's still a day and a half left until the 3-day mark? Should we directly announce the end of the freshman competition, or make some other arrangements? Another teacher asked. If we announce the end of the freshman competition now, won't those little brats in the first year go wild? They will think that the second-year seniors are nothing special. They might even think that our Imperial Capital Academy is nothing special. How can that be? What about Dongfang Sweki, Tang Fei Hong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun? The vice principal asked the teachers. They are still preparing for tomorrow's plan. If today is gone, what's left for tomorrow? Go call those 4 to me, the vice principal said. In less than 10 minutes, Dongfang Sweki and the other 3 stood before the vice principal. You must have heard the news that the entire sophomore class has been wiped out. Some say there are strange abilities among the freshmen that are hard to guard against. I don't care what kind of earth-shattering powers they possess, that is not a reason for the sophomores to be completely defeated. I didn't bring you 4 here to be nice. You need to restore the honor of the entire sophomore class. Even if the freshmen have the power to destroy the world, you must treat them like little chicks and take them down one by one. How you do it is up to you. I only care about the results. The vice principal shouted loudly. Yes. Dongfang Sweki and the others replied in unison. Vice principal, isn't it a bit unfair to send us to take action? Qin Mo asked quietly at that moment. There's no other way. The first lesson of the semester is to let the freshmen know that there are always stronger people out there. Now that they have eliminated all the sophomores, if we don't suppress them, won't they become too arrogant? If their mentality gets out of hand, it will be hard to rein them back in, which is not beneficial for their future growth. Besides, you 4 are also sophomores, so it can't be considered unfair, said the vice principal. Understood, Qin Mo said, enlightened. Then, the 4 of them entered the Shumi mirror. When the auction ended, Songchen had obtained a total of 248 million spirit stones. To be honest, this income was double what he had expected. This was mainly because Jin Zizai had given too much. At this moment, the smile on Song Chen's face was as bright as it could be, and he looked extremely smug. Song Chen, I want to challenge you, Nangong Xiaomei said, looking at Song Chen. Challenge me? Miss Nangong is powerful. I, a mere trash, am definitely not your opponent. I am self-aware enough to admit defeat, Song Chen said nonchalantly. Accepting Nangong Xiaomei's challenge would bring no benefits. He wouldn't do such a thankless task. Do you have no dignity as a strong person? If you're a man, fight me, Nangong Xiaomei said loudly. Among the freshmen, there were quite a few with strong abilities and talents, such as Huang Tianba, Jin Zizai, Dai Ruoro, and Feng Xiaoxiao. She had a rough understanding of their strengths and felt confident of victory. But when it came to Song Chen, she felt uncertain. Because in previous battles, Song Chen had relied on various flashy tactics to ambush others and had never fought someone head-on. Therefore, she couldn't gauge his true strength. She wanted to know Song Chen's abilities, so she had to take action herself. Dignity of a strong person? How much spirit stones per pound? Song Chen retorted. Like the little rascal Yunda, he had no dignity to speak of. If dignity could be sold, he would have sold it long ago to repair his fate. Today you must fight me. If you refuse my challenge, I will take action directly, Nangong Xiaomei said. Want to fight me? No problem. I'll fight you after the dog finishes licking the plate, the chicken pecks the rice, and the fire burns the lock, Song Chen said. Nangong Xiaomei didn't understand this reference at all and was left confused. What do you mean by that? Nangong Xiaomei asked Song Chen. Look at you, you don't even understand the reference I made, yet you want to fight me. You might as well kneel down and be at peace. Song Chen waved his hand. Just as Nangong Xiaomei was about to say something else, suddenly, several extremely powerful auras appeared above them. These auras were far beyond what the previous sophomores could compare to. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction from which the aura had appeared. 4 figures descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Among these 4, 3 were men and 1 was a woman, all silent and looking incredibly cold. Haven't all the seniors from the second year been eliminated? Why are there still people? This was the common thought among everyone. Song Chen quickly checked the attributes of the only female among them. Object name, Dongfang Sweki, age, 19, physical strength, 5623, soul strength, 6140, ability attribute, vitality, SSS level potential, comprehensive combat power, 11,763 Itzer. Song Chen was taken aback and hurriedly said. He had heard from Lu Mengmeng that among the second-year students, 4 had already broken through to the Platinum Realm. If she is Dongfang Sueki, then the remaining 3 are Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun. Aren't they supposed to be in the Shumi mirror? Could it be that they came to take revenge because we eliminated the other members of the second year? They don't come with good intentions. As Songchen spoke, he slowly retreated towards the back of the crowd, then concealed his presence. He then used the skill, as for the bottom layer, and utilized a cell to suppress his aura. He knew very well that using some schemes against Golden Realm ability users still had its uses. After all, there were many Golden Realm ability users who could disguise themselves and blend in for a surprise attack. But with only 4 of Dongfang Sueki's group, that tactic wouldn't work at all. It was like what Song Chen had seen in an anime back on Earth, a mere ghost valley, with only 3 members, yet they couldn't even infiltrate the net. For these freshmen, dealing with Platinum Realm ability users was akin to striking a stone with an egg. So, hiding and not being discovered by these people was the wisest choice. As for whether the other freshmen would be beaten or toyed with, that was not his concern. After all, better a dead friend than a dead monk. We 4 represent the seniors of the second year and propose a sparring session with all the juniors. Everyone, please give us your guidance, Dongfang Sueki said at that moment. They did not hide their identities at all. As soon as her words fell, the 4 turned into shadows and pounced towards the first-year students. Everyone, cooperate with each other, Nangong Xiaomei shouted loudly. However, facing the 4 Platinum Realm ability users, their cooperation proved futile. Soon, the first-year students witnessed what it meant for a tiger to enter a flock of sheep. Moreover, the main point was that they were not there to kill Nangong Xiaomei and the others, but simply to knock them out. If they had intended to kill, with one powerful move each, the freshmen would have been utterly defenseless. I, Huang Tianba, am never weaker than anyone, invincible under heaven, Huang Tianba shouted and charged towards Dongfang Sueki. However, facing the fierce Huang Tianba, Dongfang Sueki casually waved her hand, and he was sent flying backward, landing half-dead on the ground. Jin Zizai, seeing this situation, turned and ran without a second thought. However, as he attempted to escape, Dongfang Sueki merely made a grabbing motion towards him. In the next moment, Jin Zizai's body flew backward uncontrollably, ultimately being caught by Dongfang Sueki by the neck, like catching a small cat. Jin Zizai did not expect that his invincible ability would now fail. Sister Dongfang, please show mercy. He turned his head and said to Dongfang Sueki with a flattering expression. His ability was sequence 37's, freedom, but Dongfang Sueki's ability was sequence 14's, vitality. Moreover, he was only at the Silver Realm, while Dongfang Sueki had already reached the Platinum Realm. In every aspect, Dongfang Sueki completely outmatched him. So, when Dongfang Sueki hit him, it was no different from hitting a child. As the saying goes, those who know the times are heroes. Admitting defeat is not shameful at all. I heard you and Song Chen are good buddies. Where is he? Dongfang Sueki asked Jin Zizai. She was quite displeased with Song Chen. It wasn't because he had done anything to annoy her, but because he had become her grandfather's disciple. She suddenly had an uncle younger than her, and she couldn't argue against it because of the generational hierarchy. She had originally planned to take this opportunity during the freshman competition to teach Song Chen a good lesson. However, at the beginning, because she was already a platinum-level ability user, she was not allowed to become a demon, to avoid a disparity in strength between the two sides. At that time, she felt a bit unwilling. Unexpectedly, all those useless sophomores were eliminated. Later, it just so happened that they needed the few platinum-level ability users to take action. This way, she could finally get her wish. Thinking of this made her a little happy. I don't know where the boss is hiding, but based on my understanding of the boss, since he's hiding, you definitely won't find him. When it comes to survival, my boss is invincible. Jin Zizai had unconditional trust in Song Chen. Talkative. Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Dongfang Sueki slapped him, and he fainted. After that, she stopped attacking other freshmen and specifically searched for Song Chen. However, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find Song Chen's trace. This made her frown. She finally had a legitimate opportunity to teach Song Chen a lesson, yet she couldn't find him. She knew very well that if she missed this chance, it would be wrong for her to trouble Song Chen again, both emotionally and logically. Therefore, no matter what, she had to find Song Chen this time. At this moment, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun had already knocked out all the other freshmen, including Nangong Xiaomei. Qin Mo had both hands on the ground, and the next moment, the ground rolled up, swallowing all the knocked-out freshmen, leaving only their heads above the surface. All done. After finishing this, Qin Mo said with a smile. Yi Baiyun, help me wake them up. I have some questions for them, Dongfang Sueki said. Yi Baiyun was still willing to give Dongfang Sueki this favor. So, he waved his hand, and immediately, moisture in the air condensed. Soon, it started to rain from the sky, drenching the freshmen. The freshmen instantly woke up. Looking at the now awake freshman, Dongfang Sweki stepped forward a few paces. She was about to start interrogating them about Song Chen's whereabouts. Wishing all the students who took the exam yesterday could achieve their ideal scores, Dongfang Sweki looked at the many freshmen buried in the ground, with only their heads exposed. You should be very clear about the gap in strength between us. Any little tricks or schemes you have will seem flashy in the face of absolute strength. I don't want to say anything unnecessary. I only have one question for you now. Where is Song Chen? Dongfang Sweki asked. Hearing her question, the other freshmen looked at each other, searching for Song Chen. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find him. Sister Dongfang, give up. You will never find my boss. Jin Zizai said with a smile at this moment. In his heart, he was calling Song Chen amazing. Dongfang Sweki didn't really want to pay attention to Jin Zizai, but after looking around several times, she indeed didn't find Song Chen's trace. What ability did Song Chen awaken? Dongfang Sweki asked. By understanding the awakened ability, she could determine how Song Chen might be hiding. My boss's awakened ability is called the 72 transformations. He can grow big or small, turn into a tree or a rock. Maybe the little grass under your feet is transformed by him, Jin Zizai said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell he was talking nonsense. Upon hearing Jin Zizai's words, Dongfang Sweki suddenly broke into a faint smile. In the next moment, she waved her hand and reached out towards Jin Zizai's location. Then, Jin Zizai's body uncontrollably flew towards her. Crack! The next second, one of Jin Zizai's arms was directly broken by her. It was swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. This made all the new students feel a chill run down their spines, breaking out in cold sweat. Others feared the young master of the Jin family, but she was not afraid. As long as she didn't kill Jin Zizai, the Jin family wouldn't say a word against her. Moreover, if Jin Zizai reported her to the Jin family, they wouldn't stand up for him. Instead, they would give him a good beating, because she and Jin Zizai were peers. In the eyes of these aristocratic families, being beaten by a peer and then seeking help from elders was a disgrace. Besides, this was a new student competition, and her current status was that of a seasoned sophomore. Have you forgotten my methods because I haven't beaten you for a while, brother? Dongfang Sweki asked Jin Zizai. Sister Dongfang, I was wrong, let's talk it out, Jin Zizai hurriedly replied. He had lived a life of luxury and had never suffered such humiliation. It was not shameful to admit defeat when necessary. After all, it wasn't the first time. The crowd didn't notice that at this moment, Nangong Xiaomei was looking at Dongfang Sweki with admiration. She had always wanted to be such a heroic woman. Meanwhile, Tang Feihong and the others, seeing Dongfang Sweki's actions, all smirked and looked at Jin Zizai with a bit of sympathy. Why provoke anyone, but specifically this female tyrant? Dongfang Sweki was notorious in their sophomore year for being someone you couldn't mess with. The kid was still too young. I'll ask you one more time. What ability did Song Chen awaken? Dongfang Sweki asked. My boss's awakened ability is called disguise. He can disguise himself as anyone. No matter if the person is male or female, tall or short, fat or thin, Jin Zizai said obediently, not daring to defy her again. What to do if the child doesn't listen? A beating would suffice. If he still didn't listen, then beat him twice. Is that so? Dongfang Sweki turned to the others and asked. We are not sure if it's specifically the disguise ability. But Song Chen can indeed take on the appearance of anyone. He can not only disguise himself but can also make us look like other people. It is precisely because of this skill that we were able to infiltrate the seniors and launch a surprise attack on them, the one with fox-like eyes hurriedly said. Hearing this, Dongfang Sweki frowned slightly. She could tell that both Jin Zizai and the one with fox-like eyes were likely not lying. This meant that Song Chen could possibly be hiding among the crowd. However, he had disguised himself as someone else. Therefore, every single person among the new students could potentially be a disguise created by Song Chen. If that were the case, finding Song Chen would not be an easy task. After all, they were unfamiliar with both Song Chen and these new students. Song Chen, you should reveal yourself. Don't drag other classmates into this, Dongfang Sweki said as she healed Jin Zizai's arm, then looked at the other new students. However, after she said this, no one spoke. Not to mention, Song Chen was not among these people to begin with. Even if he were, he couldn't possibly reveal himself. Coming out at this time would be seeking death. Forget it, since we can't tell which one is Song Chen, let's punish everyone together. You all can play as you like. Dongfang Sweki turned to Tang Feihong and the others and said, Sorry, junior brothers and sisters. The senior has wanted to be a villain for a long time, but hasn't found the opportunity. Now the chance has finally come, ha ha ha, Tang Fei Hong said, revealing a creepy and twisted smile. After saying this, he placed his hands on the ground. In the next moment, lightning crackled and flashed above his hands. Just a few minutes ago, many of the new students had been doused with water. And since water conducts electricity, the lightning in Tang Fei Hong's hands instantly flowed into each person's body. Ah, ah, ah. In an instant, the new students all let out miserable cries. At the same time, their hair stood on end. This is a basic electric charge. Next, we'll increase the voltage a bit. I guarantee you'll be thrilled, Tang Fei Hong said, starting the electric shocks again. Once more, the new students let out heart-wrenching screams. Can you not be so twisted? You look like a creepy uncle, Dongfang Sueki said to Tang Fei Hong at that moment. I don't want to, but I can't help it. This is the art of electricity. Look at their expressions, how entranced they are, how stylish their poses. Tisk tsk tsk. Simply perfect, Tang Fei Hong said excitedly. Damn, Lao Tang, I knew you were a bit twisted before, but I didn't expect you to be this twisted, and have such a hobby. Looks like I need to keep my distance from you in the future, Shin Mo said at that time. They had been classmates for a year, and he had never realized Tang Fei Hong was such a person. You bunch of ordinary folks don't understand art, Tang Fei Hong said disdainfully. Alright, Lao Tang, let's play for a while. We sophomores have already been eliminated. It's unfair for us platinum-level ability users to take action. If we keep playing, it really will be big bullying small. Yi Baiyun also stepped forward and said at that moment. Fine. Hearing Yi Baiyun say this, Tang Fei Hong said regretfully. Seeing Tang Fei Hong agree, Yi Baiyun turned around and looked at the new students, saying, Are you convinced? Convinced, convinced. The new students hurriedly nodded. Could they be convinced? Anyone being tortured like this wouldn't be willing. But what could they do? They couldn't fight back. At this moment, if they didn't admit defeat, they would face even greater torment. They could only concede for now, waiting for a chance to deal with these veterans later. A gentleman does not hold a grudge. They would find the right opportunity to take down these veterans. Since that's the case, let's send you off, Yi Baiyun said, waving his hands. Instantly, countless water arrows appeared in the sky. The next second, these water arrows pierced into everyone's bodies. At this moment, everyone experienced the feeling of death. Let's go too. Seeing the many new students turn into streams of light and disappear, Yi Baiyun said to the other three. They actually knew that this was too underhanded. But this was what the school teachers required. What could they do? They could only accept it. If they were to blame, they could only blame the shameless teachers of the school. Dongfang Sueki and the others nodded, then crushed a piece of jade slip in their hands. After that, they disappeared. When the four returned to the outside world, they found many teachers frowning at the screen. Because on the screen, a white dot of light was still flickering. Is there still someone in the Shumi mirror? This was the first reaction of the four. Impossible, we have already taken out all the new students? Yi Baiyun said with a puzzled expression. It's Song Chen. At this moment, Dongfang Sueki realized and hurriedly spoke up. Previously, they had only suspected that Song Chen might be disguised as someone else, blending into the crowd. But they couldn't be 100% sure. Now it seemed that Song Chen wasn't hiding among the crowd but had found a little-known place to conceal himself. I'll go to the Shumi mirror again. Song Chen, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame my grandfather, Dongfang Sueki muttered to herself. Soon, Dongfang Sueki returned to the Shumi mirror once more. She had been careless before and hadn't searched thoroughly. The Shumi mirror was neither too big nor too small. If a person deliberately hid, it wasn't easy for another to find them. However, for Dongfang Sueki, it was not a difficult task. Because she possessed the ability of vitality at sequence 14. She flipped her palm and took out countless densely packed seeds. Then, she infused her ability's energy into these seeds. In the next moment, she jumped forcefully, scattering all the seeds in her hand. She repeated this several times until the seeds were spread throughout the entire Shumi mirror. Grant vitality, let all things grow. Dongfang Sueki began to activate the energy left in the seeds. Soon, all the seeds started to take root and sprout, growing rapidly. In just a few seconds, the entire Shumi mirror, including some desert terrain, was covered with a peculiar wild grass. This wild grass grew increasingly lush, quickly spreading to every corner of the Shumi mirror. At this moment, Dongfang Sueki closed her eyes, carefully sensing the presence of humans through the wild grass. However, as time passed, her brows furrowed tighter. Because she had searched every corner of the Shumi mirror and found no trace of human presence. Could it be that the Shumi mirror has malfunctioned? That's why there's still a white dot on the monitoring screen, Dongfang Sueki thought silently. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed. The Shumi mirror had never malfunctioned in all these years. But if it wasn't a malfunction, then where was Song-Chen hiding? How could a newcomer possibly evade her search? She possessed the vitality ability, which allowed her to sense the life force of any being very clearly. Yet through her earlier exploration, she indeed found no other life force in the Shumi mirror. Song-Chen, come out, the newcomer competition has already ended. Now there's only you left, I'll take you out of the Shumi mirror. In desperation, Dongfang Sueki had no choice but to use the most primitive method of communication. Roar! Hiding in the underground cell, Song-Chen was munching on sunflower seeds, drinking his favorite soda, looking quite relaxed. He heard Dongfang Sueki's voice but chose to ignore it. He absolutely wouldn't come out until the third day was over. He felt that Dongfang Sueki was definitely trying to trick him into coming out, saying that on purpose. After all, it was quite nice hiding here, he had food and drink and could play around with Qiuqiu. Just now, after playing with Qiuqiu, his favorability rating had increased by another 10 points. Now, Qiuqiu's favorability towards him had reached 60. Only half of the target of 100 remained. With the favorability reached, Qiuqiu's intelligence had also increased a bit, and it could now communicate with Song-Chen telepathically. Dongfang Sueki had been calling for a long time, yet still saw no sign of Song-Chen. Is this kid a donkey? He won't budge an inch, Dongfang Sueki said, a bit angrily, and left the Shumi mirror. She had used all the means at her disposal, but she still couldn't find Song-Chen. Not long after Dongfang Sueki left, Tang Feiyu, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun appeared again. Like Dongfang Sueki, they employed various methods to search for Song-Chen's figure. However, without exception, they all failed. They didn't intend to confront Song-Chen, they just wanted to announce the end of the new student competition to him. But he was too elusive, and they simply couldn't find him. After they left, a few teachers soon appeared. They couldn't believe that Song-Chen was truly hiding so well, without any trace. So, they also used their methods to look for Song-Chen. After a while, the teachers looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. Could it be that this kid has already left? He's not in the Shumi mirror at all. The white dot we saw must have been a malfunction of the Shumi mirror, one teacher thought, having the same idea as Dongfang Sueki. I just went to the new student's location to inquire, and Song-Chen is indeed not there. So, he must still be in the Shumi mirror. I just didn't expect this kid to have such means that even we can't detect his presence. Another teacher said, feeling a bit emotional and somewhat defeated. They were all ability users at the king level, and their perception abilities were far superior to those of Dongfang Sueki and the others. They never expected that even they couldn't sense Song-Chen's existence. If they had known that when Song-Chen hid, even his father, the god of war Huangquan, couldn't find him, they probably wouldn't feel so defeated. At this point, we can only use the Shumi mirror to forcibly kick him out. After all, the new student opening ceremony is waiting for him. Although it will consume some energy, it's the only way. Otherwise, this kid might really hide indefinitely. As the teachers spoke, they left the Shumi mirror. A few minutes later, Song-Chen, hidden underground, suddenly felt that the cells he had set up around him seemed to be expelled. The next moment, the cells he had set up, along with him, disappeared underground. When Song-Chen was forcibly teleported out of the Shumi mirror, he was still munching on sunflower seeds and drinking soda. When he suddenly saw the changed environment, he looked completely bewildered. However, his reaction was quick. When he recognized the teachers in front of him and the surrounding environment, he could roughly guess what had just happened. Do you want some? Song-Chen said, offering the sunflower seeds in his hand to the teachers. You little rascal, you really know how to hide. It seems like you've been living quite well since you hid away, said the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, looking at Song-Chen. You don't know, teacher, I'm naturally timid. Seeing 4 seniors at the platinum level scared me to death. My heart was pounding, so I quickly hid away, just eating some snacks and drinking some drinks to calm my nerves. You don't believe me? Feel it, my heart is still racing, Song-Chen said with a wronged expression. Of course, if your heart isn't beating, you'd be dead. At that moment, a voice filled with resentment came from the side. Song-Chen turned to look and found that the speaker was Dongfang Sueki. At this moment, Dongfang Sueki was glaring at him fiercely. If it weren't for the teachers being present, she might have already taken action against Song-Chen. Who is this? Song-Chen pretended to be puzzled and asked. Although he already knew Dongfang Sueki's identity, he couldn't just say it outright. This is your senior, Dongfang Sueki. A teacher explained at that moment. Oh, so it's my big niece. Hello, I'm your uncle Song-Chen. Nice to meet you for the first time. I don't have anything to give you. I'll just give you 2 bags of sunflower seeds. I'll tell you, these sunflower seeds are 5 spice flavored, really delicious. Song-Chen elongated his voice as he spoke. After saying that, he actually took out 2 bags of 5-spice sunflower seeds and stuffed them into Dongfang Sweki's hands. This made Dongfang Sweki grit her teeth in anger. You are a freshman in your first year, and I am your senior. From now on, when we meet, please be polite and call me senior. Dongfang Sweki suppressed her inner fury as she said this. It's fine, let's each stick to our own terms. I'll call you senior, and you can call me uncle. Senior, uncle is new here and unfamiliar with the capital. You must show some hospitality, Songchen said. As your senior, I will definitely take good care of you, uncle. Dongfang Sweki emphasized the word care with a heavy bite. Only she understood what kind of care she was referring to. My dear niece is so well behaved. If I didn't see you've grown into a young lady, I would definitely reward you with a couple of kisses. Songchen caught the underlying meaning in Dongfang Sweki's words but didn't mind. No wonder you are Song Huanshuan's son. Compared to your shameless old man, you are even better, the vice principal said at that moment. This is called the student surpasses the master. By the way, who are you? Song Chan asked with a smile. I am Chen Bo, the vice principal of the Capital Academy, and also your father's former advisor, the vice principal replied. Hearing this, Song Chen's eyes lit up. This was a big leg to hug. Although he already had enough big legs to hug, the more, the better. He knew that a college president was usually an honorary position and didn't really manage things. The real power lay with the vice principal. Moreover, he was his father's former advisor, so he must know a lot about Song Huanshuan's past. This was a perfect opportunity to inquire about how impressive his father was back in the capital. Since you are my father's advisor, I should call you master. Song Chen began to get close. Don't do that. In terms of seniority, I am a junior of the Eastern War God. If you call me master, the Eastern War God will probably come and tear me apart tomorrow. You can call me Vice Principal Chen or Teacher Chen. Chen Bo quickly waved his hand. Oh, calling you Vice Principal or Teacher Chen feels too formal. If we think about it, we are not outsiders. Let's not get hung up on seniority. I'll just call you Old Chen, and you can call me Warmth. That feels much closer, Song Chen said with a smile. I take back what I said before. You are completely different from your father back then. Your father was a bit like a mad dog, but he still had some decency. Looking at you, it seems like you don't even have that decency, Chen Bo said with a helpless smile. Old Chen, good eyesight. No wonder you are the vice principal of the Capital Academy. You immediately spotted my greatest shining point. As long as I have no morals, morals can't hold me hostage. I will keep working hard, Song Chen said proudly, without shame. You, kid, I really don't know what to say about you. Alright, enough of the banter, it's time to attend the freshman opening ceremony, Chen Bo said. Yes, sir. Song Chen replied and walked outside. After the freshman competition, all first-year students had to attend the opening ceremony. At the ceremony, not only would the school leaders give speeches, but they would also award prizes to the top 10 in the freshman competition. For the new student orientation ceremony, no student is allowed to be absent. The other students have long been eliminated and have adjusted their states. Now, they are just waiting for Song Chen. With Song Chen's current state, there is no need for adjustment at all. Thus, the new student orientation ceremony officially begins. When Song Chen arrives at Class 1, everyone's gaze towards him changes. It is a look of admiration. To be able to completely hide himself under the watchful eyes of 4 platinum-level ability users is simply incredible. Boss, no other words, just 2, really ing awesome. Jean Zizai gives a thumbs up. Boss, from today on, I will be your most loyal fan. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Huang Tianba steps forward at this moment. Big Bear, those are my words, Jean Zizai replies. He suddenly feels that his position as Song Chen's #1 subordinate is threatened. This is something he cannot tolerate. Whoever says it first owns it, Huang Tianba says nonchalantly. Teachers here. At that moment, someone shouts. The class, which had been a bit noisy, instantly quiets down. I didn't expect that even in college, this phrase still works so well, Song Chen silently thinks. This is a phrase that will always catch someone off guard. However, the teacher really has arrived. Not only are there the instructors from the freshman classes, but also Vice President Chen Bo, whom Song Chen met earlier. Soon, Chen Bo steps onto the stage, looking at the freshmen below. Congratulations on completing the first lesson of the Imperial Capital Academy. I know that among you, there are definitely many, if not all, who are cursing the academy in your hearts, saying the academy is perverse, making you suffer in the Shumi mirror. What I want to say is, it's not that the academy is perverse, trying to find ways to torment you. Rather, you are all sheltered flowers, having never experienced the cruelty of this world. This world is far more brutal than you can imagine, tenfold, 100-fold. Compared to the experiences of many ability users in reality, the torment you endure in the Shumi mirror is like a child's play. At least, your seniors in their second year still have a certain bottom line. However, in future battles, once you are captured by the enemy, you will face unimaginable experiences, tenfold, 100-fold of what you faced in the Shumi mirror. That said, you are still a group of newly adult children, but I must say this. This world is not as glamorous as you imagine. Many corners of this world are filled with filth, where inhumane things happen. Since you have come to the Imperial Capital Academy, you are destined not to live an ordinary life like regular ability users. There is a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. You are all the cream of the crop in the Dragon Kingdom, so when the Dragon Kingdom and its people need you, you must stand up. This has always been the fate of the Imperial Capital Academy, and it will also be your fate in the future. Because, in many places you cannot see, there are many people silently protecting you, protecting the Dragon Kingdom. The enemy nation's desire to destroy us will never cease. We must never relax. Classmates, I hope you will fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Bo says passionately. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, many students below the stage of the Imperial Capital Academy all shout out. Their voices are deafening, rising, and falling. Being in the midst of it, it is easy to be infected by the fervor. Even Song Chen feels his blood boiling at this moment. After Chen Bo finished his speech, it was time for the awards ceremony for the top 10 in the freshman competition, along with the distribution of prizes. The 10th to 4th places received 10 credits, 20 credits, up to 70 credits. For each rank gained, an additional 10 credits were awarded. In addition, there were standalone villas and discount cards for the school's training resources. As for the rewards for the top 3, they were quite generous. The 3rd place, Nangong Xiaomei, received 200 credits, a standalone villa, and a free training card for all training locations at the Imperial Capital Academy for the next month. The 2nd place, Jin Zizai, received 500 credits, a standalone villa, a free training card for all training locations at the Imperial Capital Academy for the next 6 months, and a spot to enter the secret realm. The 1st place, Song Chen, received 1,000 credits, a standalone villa, a free training card for all training locations at the Imperial Capital Academy for the entire year, a spot to enter the secret realm, and a set of diamond-level weapons and armor, along with a Tianya Haijiao. Looking at the rewards in his hands, Song Chen frowned slightly. When the Eastern War God told him that the 1st place in the freshman competition could receive rewards worth 10 million spirit stones, he had expected something more impressive. However, none of these items seemed to reflect that value. The only thing that caught his eye was the free training card for the entire year at the Imperial Capital Academy. The other rewards were mediocre. Of course, Tianya Haijiao could be considered half a good item. Although it was meant for life-saving purposes, its randomness was too strong. For instance, the last time, he was teleported to the Bermuda Forest. If he hadn't had some means, he would have surely died. He didn't know if it was his luck that was too good or if Tianya Haijiao was just a scam. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. After the award ceremony, the welcome party followed. The performers were second-year students. At that moment, they couldn't be more frustrated. They had initially thought they could dominate in the Shumi mirror, and all the other second-year students had practiced hard during rehearsals. However, their classmates were killed in the Shumi mirror, making their cohort the laughingstock of the Imperial Capital University. As if that wasn't enough, they now had to perform for the freshmen. However, the show had to go on, as it was a task assigned by the school. The freshmen were quite engrossed in the performances. They watched the shows while discussing which performance was the most popular or which senior sister was the prettiest. Although they were all exceptional talents, for the freshmen, beautiful senior sisters were always a hot topic. As they chatted, they began to talk about Dongfang Sueki. Dongfang Sueki's looks were beyond doubt. If not the most stunning, she was certainly among the top. However, everyone spoke of her with trepidation. They all remembered how, during the Shumi mirror, Dongfang Sueki expressionlessly broke Jin Zizai's arm right in front of them. Although he was treated afterward, that scene was unforgettable. After the welcome party ended, everyone walked back to their dorms, still feeling unsatisfied. From this day on, they were officially members of the Imperial Capital Academy. They had heard many people say that university life was great, so they were quite looking forward to their own university experience. At this moment, Song Chen was searching for another person's figure in the crowd. "Boss, who are you looking for? Nangong Xiaomei?" Huang Tianba asked curiously upon seeing Song Chen's actions. Among the freshmen, the only one Song Chen was familiar with were him and Jin Zizai. But at this moment, both he and Jin Zizai were right there. After thinking it over, the only person Song Chen could be looking for was probably Nangong Xiaomei. After all, her beauty among the freshmen was absolutely stunning, a goddess-level figure. Is there anything in your head besides women? Song Chen turned his head to glance at Huang Tianba and asked, if I don't have women in my head, am I supposed to have men? Boss, you don't have any special preferences, do you? Huang Tianba suddenly took a step back, looking at Song Chen with a wary expression. Get lost. My orientation is perfectly normal. Help me find Zhonghang, Song Chen said. Who is Zhonghang? Huang Tianba asked, a bit confused. He's the one who came in 6th in the freshman competition, Song Chen replied. Boss, what do you want with him? Huang Tianba asked, puzzled. To get money. Earlier, during the auction for the rankings in the Xiumi Mirror, Zhonghang had chosen to buy on credit because he didn't have any spirit stones. Now that the awards ceremony was over and the prizes were in hand, it was time to pay back the spirit stones he owed. It wasn't much, just 12,000 spirit stones. Boss, wasn't he rewarded with a standalone villa by the academy? We could just wait for him at the villa, Huang Tianba suggested. You make a good point, Song Chen said, slapping his forehead in realization. He might have spent too much time with Jin Zizai and caught some of his foolishness. His brain wasn't working as quickly as it should. Of course, Song Chen didn't head straight to Zhonghang's villa. Instead, he went to his own residence. After all, he would be staying at the Imperial Capital Academy for 4 years, so he needed to check on his living situation. Jin Zizai said goodbye to Song Chen and headed to his own villa. Upon arriving at his villa, Song Chen found that his standalone villa wasn't very large, consisting of 2 floors. The total area was only about 200 square meters. However, it was enough for him to live alone. Boss, Just as Song Chen finished surveying the upstairs bedrooms and came downstairs, Huang Tianba suddenly elongated his voice and called out. Hiss. Can you speak properly? Do you know how disgusting it is for a grown man to act spoiled? Song Chen gritted his teeth, looking disdainful. At the same time, he rubbed his arms, trying to get rid of the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. Just imagine, a man about 2 meters tall, looking like a big black bear, gazing at you with longing while acting spoiled. Who could bear to look at that? Boss, look at your standalone villa, it's decorated so luxuriously. If you're living alone, it feels a bit empty. Sometimes, there's not even anyone to talk to. How lonely is that? I'm willing to sacrifice myself to stay and keep you company. Boss, what do you think? Huang Tianba asked Song Chen, revealing his true intention. You want to live in a villa, huh? Are you obedient? Song Chen asked. Of course. I'm your most loyal little fan. If the boss tells me to go east, I won't go west. If the boss tells me to chase dogs, I won't catch chickens. Huang Tianba patted his chest, looking as loyal as could be. If you behave, then no, we won't live here. Go back and stay in the dormitory, Song Chen said. Boss, no way. Hearing Song Chen's refusal, Huang Tianba once again resorted to his trump card and began to act spoiled. He didn't believe that Song Chen wouldn't be disgusted by him. Do you think I won't dare to hit you? Song Chen asked. Boss, I admit, your disguise ability is indeed very powerful. If I were to fish in troubled waters, I could easily fall for it. But right now, it's just the 2 of us in the villa. Your disguise is completely useless against me, Huang Tianba said nonchalantly, even provoking Song Chen a little with his words. Fine, today I'll let you know why you call me boss and not the other way around. Mommy, Ultraman, transform, Song Chen said, slowly raising his hands. Huang Tianba stared intently at Song Chen, wanting to see how he would transform. Slap. At that moment, Huang Tianba suddenly felt a crisp sound of a slap above his head. It didn't hurt much, but it left him dazed. He had been focused on Song Chen, who was still standing in front of him, hands raised, making the transformation gesture. A big watermelon, cut in half. Casually, Song Chen slowly lowered his hands and began to practice Tai Chi. Seeing this, Huang Tianba quickly turned around, but found nothing. Huang, are you convinced? Song Chen asked while practicing Tai Chi. Try slapping me again and see? Huang Tianba said, stepping back 2 paces to create distance, his eyes fixed on him. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, another crisp slap echoed above his head. This time, he turned around immediately. But again, he found nothing. Jin Zizai, come out. I know it's you. At this moment, Huang Tianba seemed to realize something and hurriedly said, because Jin Zizai could penetrate light, achieving invisibility. He was sure that the one who just slapped him was definitely not Song Chen, so it could only be Jin Zizai. They were playing tricks together. Big silly bear, it's only been a few minutes and you already miss me? Coincidentally, at that moment, Jin Zizai walked in from outside the villa. Jin Zizai, What are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know. You secretly slapped me twice and then passed through the villa wall. Now pretending to just arrive? You think your little tricks can fool me? Huang Tianba said disdainfully. Boss, what is he talking about? Jin's eye looked confused by Huang Tianba's words and turned to Song Chen. He probably forgot to take his medicine and is now rambling, Song Chen said, sitting down on the stairs leading to the second floor and taking out a bag of sunflower seeds to eat. If you forgot to take your medicine, then hurry up and take it. If you don't have money to buy medicine, just tell me, and I'll reward you with some spirit stones, Jin's eye said, walking towards Song Chen. Slap! Just as Jin's eye approached Song Chen, another crisp slap echoed above Huang Tianba's head. Not taking medicine, already starting self-harm? Did I just hear the sound of Big Silly Bear slapping himself? Am I hallucinating? Jin's eye turned to Huang Tianba, looking puzzled. Not you? Huang Tianba looked at Jin's eye in disbelief. He had seen clearly that Jin's eye was right in front of him. What do you mean not me? Jin's eye still didn't understand what Huang Tianba was talking about. Come on, little Jin, don't mind him. Eat sunflower seeds, Song Chen said. Hearing this, Jin's eye said nothing and sat down at the stairs, taking sunflower seeds from Song Chen. Ah Huang, are you convinced? Song Chen then asked Huang Tianba. I'm not convinced, I didn't see anything, Huang Tianba shouted. If Song Chen had defeated him with absolute power, he would have nothing to say. But being slapped a few times, though not very harmful, was extremely humiliating. How could he accept that? Seeing Huang Tianba's unconvinced expression, Song Chen handed all the sunflower seeds in his hand to Jin's eye and stood up. Since Huang Tianba was not convinced, he would have to be knocked down to accept it. I'll ask you one more time, are you really not convinced? Song Chen looked at Huang Tianba and said, I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. If you say I'm not convinced, then I'm not convinced, Huang Tianba said arrogantly. You still have time to regret it now, Song Chen kindly reminded him. Come on, if you have the guts, make me submit today, Huang Tianba provoked. Since that's the case, let me show you the great competition do technique that I have practiced for many years. As soon as Song Chen's words fell, the living room suddenly turned pitch black. This was his use of the color fill skill to fill the space with darkness. Longing for you in Changsha, endless longing. First move, longing. In the darkness, a shadow flashed by. Smack! The shadow struck Huang Tianba's left cheek. This slap showed no mercy. In an instant, Huang Tianba felt a fiery pain on his face. For someone as stubborn as Huang Tianba, hitting him meant hitting his face. How much longing can one feel in a night? The ends of the earth are not far. Second move, heartbreak. Smack! Another shadow flashed by, hitting Huang Tianba's right cheek. What is seen is false, what is heard is real. Third move, blind dragon. Bang! A fist landed on Huang Tianba's stomach, making him double over in pain. The universe roams the world, the moon like a hook, heart to part. Fourth move, flirtation. Bang! A fist struck Huang Tianba's back, causing him to fall to the ground. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone, invincible in the world. After being hit repeatedly, Huang Tianba roared in anger, wanting to fight back. How many flavors of literary fragrance are there? Who in the world is worthy of white clothes? Fifth move, peerless. Bang! A fist landed on his left leg. A spear like a swimming dragon, life like the yellow springs, never looking back. Sixth move, white dragon. Bang! A fist struck his right leg. At this moment, Huang Tianba felt pain all over his body. Boss, I give up, Huang Tianba hurriedly said. However, Song Chen did not stop. If one wishes to cultivate Buddhism, one must first cultivate the heart. A spear of wind and snow, a spear of ice. Seventh move, piercing gaze. Bang! A fist landed on Huang Tianba's left arm. Boss. Huang Tianba wanted to say something, but before he could speak, another fist came down. Clouds rise and fog hides murderous intent, sweeping across thousands of troops for miles. Eighth move, Kuanping. Bang! A fist struck Huang Tianba's right arm. Boss, I give up. I really give up. At this moment, Huang Tianba shouted with all his strength. In the darkness, his visibility was zero. With no power to resist, he could only endure the beating. He felt as small as a chick. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Song Chen restored the originally black room to its normal state. At this time, Huang Tianba lay on the ground with a face full of despair, his body twitching from time to time. He looked extremely miserable, as if he had just been beaten by 500 strong men in a poker game. Boss, what did you do to him? Why does he look like this? Jin's eye asked Song Chen. I didn't do anything, just let him experience what it means to be in a colorful blackness. Don't worry, his physical injuries are not serious, Songchen said, taking the sunflower seeds that Jin Zizai had handed him earlier and starting to eat again. Huang Tianba's physical injuries were indeed not serious, but the psychological shadow he bore was incalculable. Boss, what was that move you just used to turn the space dark? Jin Zizai asked curiously. The darkness just now was the ultimate darkness. Although Songchen hadn't targeted him, he felt extremely insecure. If faced with someone who was afraid of the dark, this move would greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. This is also a disguise. I can disguise myself as light to achieve invisibility. At the same time, I can also disguise the space I occupy. I have disguised it as black, Songchen explained. The reason he filled the space with black was mainly to prevent Cho Cho's presence from being exposed to Jin Zizai. It was Cho Cho who had just attacked Huang Tianba, capable of traversing the void. Ever since Cho Cho's favorability towards him reached 60, it was previously written as 50 in the earlier chapters, now corrected, he could communicate telepathically and give orders to Cho Cho. This was their first collaboration. It turned out that they worked together quite harmoniously. Boss, impressive. Your disguise ability is too powerful, Jin Zizai said sincerely. Just a little trick to scare people. If you encounter your freedom ability, it would be useless. You could just traverse out of this space and escape, Songchen said. However, he was also quite curious whether his cell, borders, and such could restrain Jin Zizai's freedom ability. Although the freedom ability was powerful, it was not invincible. Back then, in Dongfang Sueki's hands, Jin Zizai was like a little chick. Boss, you hit me, and I can't move. I won't eat, I won't drink, I just want to live in a villa. At that moment, Huang Tianba stood up from the ground and lay on the living room sofa, speaking loudly. He had always thought that Songchen was just flashy with more tricks. He didn't expect his attack power to be so strong. Fortunately, Songchen had no malicious intent towards him. If he did, he wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Not only had he underestimated Songchen, but everyone had underestimated him. Who will sweep the floor in the villa from now on? Seeing Huang Tianba like this, Songchen asked. I'll sweep. Huang Tianba immediately stood up from the sofa and hurriedly replied. Who will take out the trash? I'll take it out. Who will clean the toilet? I'll clean it. No matter what Songchen said, Huang Tianba agreed without hesitation. In that case, I'll give you a 7-day trial period. If you don't perform well, I'll kick you out, Songchen said. Don't worry, boss. Huang Tianba replied. This matter ends here. Next, we should go collect the debt. As Songchen spoke, he walked towards the villa's exit. He always kept in mind the spirit stones owed to him. If they didn't come back, he felt they weren't his. Thus, Songchen, along with his two little brothers, headed towards Zhonghang's villa. Soon, the three arrived at the entrance of Zhonghang's villa. Knock, knock, knock. He politely knocked on the villa's door. Who is it? Zhonghang's voice came from inside. It's me, the Academy Property Management, here to bring you warmth, Songchen said. When Zhonghang opened the villa's door and saw Songchen, he was taken aback. It really was Songchen. Is there something you need? Zhonghang asked, looking at Songchen. I'm here to collect a debt, 12,000 spirit stones, Songchen said directly. What spirit stones? Do I owe you spirit stones? Classmate, although we know each other, you can't just slander me. I never borrow spirit stones from others, Zhonghang said with an innocent look. Why should he repay the debt he owed based on his own ability? Oh, are you playing dumb with me? What, planning to owe spirit stones and not pay them back? Songchen asked with interest. I'll say it again, I don't owe you spirit stones. You say I owe you spirit stones, do you have any evidence? Show me the IOU, Zhonghang said. He was determined not to repay the spirit stones. Kid, think carefully before you answer. Some things only come with one chance. Once you miss this opportunity, you'll pay a heavy price. At this moment, Jin Zizai and Huang Badian stepped forward to look at Zhonghang. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, in the academy, attacking a classmate for no reason will result in very serious punishment. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you're dead, Zhonghang said. If it really came to blows, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the three of them. But he wasn't afraid. Oh, threatening me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be threatened? You should ask around, in the entire imperial capital, who the hell dares to threaten me, Jin Zizai? You're quite brave, huh? Jin Zizai said. Xiaojin, don't get angry. If you get sick, no one will take your place. It's not worth getting angry with someone like this. At this moment, Songchen turned around and patted Jin Zizai on the shoulder. After saying this, he turned to look at Zhonghang. Playing the rogue with me? You can try. You might not know, but when it comes to being a rogue, I'm the ancestor. Originally, you only needed to pay me back 12,000 spirit stones, but now I'm telling you, when you want to return it, please be ready with 120,000 spirit stones. No other meaning, and it's not a threat. I'm just purely curious to see how many days you can hold out without coming to find me. After saying this, Song Chen turned and left. This left Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba a bit puzzled. Song Chen just gave up like that. The two exchanged glances and then chased after him. No one has been born who can make Zhong Hang pay back money voluntarily. Looking at Song Chen's departing figure, Zhong Hang said disdainfully. Then he closed the villa's door. Boss, are you just going to leave like this? Huang Tianba asked. The good show has just begun. In this world, no one can owe me spirit stones without paying them back. Unless that person is my dad. Song Chen said. The two didn't know what Song Chen was planning, but they unconditionally chose to believe him. Night quietly descended. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Song Chen lay on his bed and opened his attribute panel. Speaking of which, he hadn't properly cultivated for several days due to various matters. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 1684, gold 5, soul strength, 1902, gold 5, ability attribute, none, combat power? The levels of cultivators, from low to high, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king. Seeing some reader comments saying the combat power description isn't detailed enough, so I'm adding this. The following 500 words do not count towards the total word count of this chapter. Each major realm is divided into 5 minor realms. For example, in the gold realm, from low to high, they are gold 5, gold 4, gold 3, gold 2, gold 1. Each realm corresponds to the value of physical strength or soul strength, with each realm calculated based on the lower of the two values. Black Iron Realm, 1 to 50, Black Iron 5's minimum is 1, every 10 points raised increases strength by 1 minor realm. Bronze Level, 51 to 250, Bronze 5's minimum is 50, every 50 points raised increases strength by 1 minor realm. Silver Realm, 251-1000, Silver 5's minimum is 251, every 187. 5 points raised increases strength by 1 minor realm. Gold Realm, 1001 to 5000, Gold 5's minimum is 1001, every 1000 points raised increases strength by 1 minor realm. Platinum Realm, 5001 to 25000, Platinum 5's minimum is 5001, every 5000 points raised increases strength by 1 minor realm. Diamond Realm, 25001 to 100,000, Diamond 5 starts at 25001. And for every increase of 18,750 points, one ascends to a minor realm. King, 100000 plus, for every increase of 200,000 in physical strength and soul strength, one ascends to a minor realm. Song Chen's current physical strength is 1684, and his soul strength is 1902, taking the minimum of the two, which is the physical strength value of 1684. Therefore, he is equivalent to Golden 5. The combat power of a supernatural being is the sum of physical strength and soul strength. Combat power can change based on the current physical condition of the supernatural being, the strength of the abilities used, and the enhancement from magical artifacts. It is not fixed. Song Chen currently has too many skills, making it impossible to calculate his combat power. His situation is that if he uses his skills correctly, he can become extraordinary. Without using skills, he is just an ordinary Golden 5. After closing his attribute panel, Song Chen descended his consciousness into the ranch. The first thing he noticed was the egg of the blue flame phoenix that Chiao Chiao had stolen. He found that the egg had already hatched. In the nest of the blue flame phoenix, 3 little creatures were quietly sleeping. Countdown to maturity, 31 days 18 hours 24 minutes 36 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Song Chen was a bit stunned. As far as he knew, under natural conditions, it would take at least 3 years for a blue flame phoenix to grow to maturity. Unexpectedly, in the ranch, this time had been shortened by nearly 40 times. After careful observation, he found that other supernatural beasts in the ranch were the same. The growth cycle had all been shortened by 40 times. It seems there is a force in the ranch that is constantly urging their growth, Song Chen said to himself after observing for a while. Xiaoyi, where does the energy they absorb come from? Song Chen asked in confusion. It comes from spirit stones, Xiaoyi replied. What? The energy they absorb is my spirit stones? As he spoke, Song Chen opened his C drive. The 5 million spirit stones his father had given him were all stored in the C drive for daily skill consumption. Among them, 1 million spirit stones were used to repair his fate. However, now he found that out of the remaining 4 million spirit stones, only 2 million were left. In just 3 short days, 2 million spirit stones had disappeared. He had originally thought that with the 5 million spirit stones his father had given him, he would be considered quite wealthy. But at the current consumption rate, all his assets would only last a little over 5 days. This was still while the little creatures in the ranch were in their juvenile stage. In the future, as they grew larger, the energy consumption would increase even more. Oh my, this is too scary. It seems the reopening of the first tower cannot be delayed any longer, Songchen said to himself. He had initially planned to wait a while before opening the first tower in the imperial capital. Now it seemed that if he delayed any longer, it would be too late. With this in mind, he sent a message to Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang, asking them to come to the imperial capital tomorrow. A few seconds later, Dao Wuxin replied with a simple okay. Although the reply was a bit brief, it was at least a response. However, Nangong Weiyang remained silent for a long time. Forget it, with Dao Wuxin here, that's enough, Songchen said. Nangong Weiyang was the young lady of the Nangong family. After coming to the imperial capital, whether she would still manage the store like she did in Phoenix City was truly uncertain. So, her coming or not didn't really matter much. Then, Songchen used the computer assistant to check his body. Fate is being repaired, countdown. 7 days 2 hours 15 minutes 37 seconds. There are still 7 days left, Songchen said as he got out of bed and left the villa. Zhongheng had not repaid his debts, and it was time for him to take some action. Otherwise, Zhongheng might think that Songchen had simply swallowed this bitter loss. Soon, Songchen arrived outside Zhongheng's villa. Of course, to avoid being caught on surveillance, he had come invisibly. Are you ready to accept your punishment? Songchen said, looking at the villa, then used his shrink skill to make himself smaller and slipped through the crack of the door. Once inside the villa, Songchen found that Zhongheng was already resting. The villa was eerily quiet, as if it were about to be haunted. Upon entering Zhongheng's room, he discovered that Zhongheng was sleeping particularly soundly. It seemed he was dreaming of something, as his mouth moved a few times. Songchen also noticed that one of Zhongheng's hands was resting on a rather inappropriate part of his body. This seemed to be a common issue among many male classmates. This was the horn he had used to shout while setting up a stall in Phoenix City, and he never expected to use it in such a situation. He first made the horn colorless, then took it to Zhongheng's bedside and gently began to sing into his ear. Listen to me, thank you, because of you, the seasons are warm. The sudden sound jolted Zhongheng awake. He instantly sat up in bed and looked around. At that moment, Songchen had stopped singing and was quietly watching him. Since both Songchen and the horn were invisible, after looking around, Zhongheng saw nothing. Ha! Did I have a nightmare? Or am I hearing things? Zhongheng muttered to himself. After saying this, he went back to sleep. However, less than 2 minutes later, the song "Listen to Me, Thank You" echoed in his ears again. He sat up once more and turned on the light. Seeing Zhongheng turn on the light, Songchen smiled slightly and put away the horn. He opened Word, and instantly the word space enveloped Zhongheng's entire bedroom. Then, he used his mind to control the mouse, selecting all the items in the bedroom except for Zhongheng. He then right-aligned them. In an instant, the previously haphazardly placed objects began to move on their own, neatly arranging themselves into several rows. The sudden change in the bedroom's items made Zhongheng explode with anger. He jumped up from the bed, looking around warily. Who's playing tricks? Show yourself. Don't think you can scare me just because you can control objects, Zhongheng shouted. However, in the large room, only his voice echoed back. He scanned every corner of the room without finding anything. Seeing Zhongheng's nervous demeanor, Songchen aligned the items to the left again. The next moment, the objects moved once more. Who the hell is it? Show yourself, Zhongheng shouted. But there was no sound in the room except for him. Songchen stood in the corner, having fun. He aligned the items left, then right, then center. Occasionally, he would indent the first line. Every few seconds, he would fill the colors of these items, including the overhead light. Thus, a very bizarre scene unfolded in the room. All the items seemed to come to life, jumping around and constantly changing colors. Most importantly, the lights above constantly changed colors, creating an exceptionally eerie atmosphere in the room. Faced with such a scene, Zhongheng felt like he was going insane. Ah! He shouted, running out of his room. After Zhongheng left his room, Songchen used the skill, Undo, to restore everything to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Then, he flashed and appeared in the living room. At that moment, Zhongheng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a cushion and fearfully surveying his surroundings. Seeing Zhongheng like this, Songchen smiled again. He hadn't had enough fun yet, so he decided to play in a different way. Zhongheng sat on the sofa, cautiously watching his surroundings. The next second, everything in front of him suddenly went pitch black, and he could see nothing. He was taken aback and hurriedly ran towards the villa's front door, relying on his memory from just moments ago. However, after just a few steps, he felt as if he had collided with something, instantly making him dizzy. After regaining a bit of composure, he ran forward again. But soon, he bumped into something else. He felt as if there was an invisible wall in front of him. Wherever he went, this wall followed. At that moment, Jonghang seemed to finally remember that he was a supernatural being. So, he launched an attack. Ice Storm. Ice blue blades of ice appeared in his hands, spreading outwards. Clang, clang, clang. As the ice blades flew out, they seemed to collide with something, producing a crisp sound. Then, all the ice blades fell to the ground. Why is every attack useless? Jonghang said incredulously upon hearing the sound of the ice blades hitting the ground. Smack! At that moment, a sudden slap landed hard on the back of his head. It made him dizzy, stars dancing in his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. I love you walking alone in dark alleys. I love your unyielding stance. I love how you faced despair without shedding a tear. At that moment, a hurried song suddenly echoed from above his head. If it were any other time, he would have appreciated such a song. But now, the suddenness of it was too jarring, too chilling. Please stop singing, I beg you, don't sing anymore, Jonghang said, his voice trembling. He had already been tormented enough. Back when he was stripped of his clothes in the Shumi mirror and tied up with a male classmate, he had never felt such despair. He could see nothing, only hear that eerie song. At that moment, he really wanted to die. Spit out what you took from me, return what you borrowed. Suddenly, another song came from the darkness. Hearing this song, Jonghang seemed to suddenly remember something. He wanted to stand up and say something. However, as soon as he got up, another slap landed on the back of his head. He fell to the ground again. Song Chen, it's you, right? It must be you. I'm willing to return the spirit stones, just let me go, I know I was wrong. Jonghang didn't get up, he just lay on the ground and shouted loudly. As soon as Jonghang's voice rang out, the darkness disappeared, and he could see again. But Song Chen was not in the living room. Jonghang looked around the living room but saw no one. Then, he hurriedly looked down at the ground and saw none of the ice blades he had dropped during his attack. It was as if nothing had happened, as if he had just had a dream. Was it a dream? This can't be a dream, otherwise, I wouldn't be in the living room, Jonghang said firmly. Then, he hurriedly ran towards his bedroom. He found that his bedroom had not changed at all. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Jonghang's mental state was such that he could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality. He did not know whether what he had just experienced was real or not. With a heart full of doubt, he slowly walked towards his bed. Then, he hurriedly jumped onto the bed, burrowed under the covers, and buried his head inside. As long as he stayed under the covers, no monsters could harm him. Amidst his fear and anxiety, he finally slowly drifted off to sleep. Thank you for your warmth through the seasons. Just 5 minutes after Jonghang fell asleep, the song that drove him to despair echoed in his ears once again. He suddenly woke up with a start, alertly looking around his room. At that moment, the singing had already stopped. Who on earth is it? Jonghang shouted in despair. He could no longer find the words to describe his feelings. After thinking for a while, he felt that this matter was related to Song Chen. After all, he owed Song Chen 12,000 spirit stones, and the last thing Song Chen said when he left his villa was very strange. How many days can you last without coming to find me? Those were Song Chen's exact words. It's just 12,000 spirit stones, can't I just pay it back? Jonghang said, preparing to set off immediately to find Song Chen. However, just as he reached the doorway of his bedroom, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then everything went black as he fainted. When Jonghang woke up again, he found himself in complete darkness. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you not kneeling. Accompanying this was that familiar song. Thus, what had happened in the living room occurred once more. When he mentioned the name Song Chen again, the darkness vanished. However, before he could get up, he suddenly felt another wave of intense pain in the back of his head. He fainted once more. At that moment, Song Chen appeared from the living room, grabbed him by the collar, took him upstairs, and laid him on the bed, tucking him in. After a few minutes, Song Chen took out a speaker and began to sing Thank You Again. The next moment, Jonghang was jolted awake. Am I stuck in a loop? Jonghang said, feeling a bit desperate. In his 18 years, he had never felt as helpless as he did today. Dad, Grandpa, ancestors, spare me, I know I was wrong. Jonghang knelt directly on the bed, repeatedly bowing his head to the surroundings. Seeing Jonghang like this, Song Chen turned and left. The game for tonight ended here. After all, he still needed to go back to sleep. As for whether to continue tomorrow night, it would depend on Jonghang's performance. When the next day came and he arrived in class, Song Chen saw Jonghang with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, looking extremely haggard. Boss, what's wrong with Jonghang? You didn't do anything to him last night, did you? Seeing Zhong Hang's condition, Jin's eye immediately turned to look at Song Chen and asked, "Don't wrongfully accuse me. I'm a warm-hearted person, I would never do anything unethical. You can doubt your wallet, but don't doubt my morals," Song Chen said with a righteous expression. Zhong Hang also saw Song Chen. He held out a spirit stone exchange card in front of him. "This is to return your 12,000 spirit stones," Zhong Hang said. Seeing this scene, both Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba turned to look at Song Chen. Song Chen had claimed he hadn't done anything to Zhong Hang, but if he hadn't done anything, why would Zhong Hang obediently return the spirit stones? They both had witnessed how arrogant this kid had been yesterday. What Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba did not expect was that Song Chen pushed the temporary exchange card back. "This classmate, are you mistaken? You don't owe me 12,000 spirit stones." Song Chen emphasized the words 12,000 spirit stones particularly heavily, because yesterday he had said that if Zhong Hang proactively repaid the money, he should prepare 120,000 spirit stones. For people who don't repay their debts, it is necessary to double the effort to get it back. If it were really just for 12,000 spirit stones, then what he did last night would have been in vain. Seeing Song Chen push the spirit stone exchange card back, Zhong Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. After Song Chen left last night, he couldn't fall asleep, because as soon as he lay down, the song "Thank You" would involuntarily echo in his mind. Now he was almost obsessed with that song. So he hadn't slept at all last night, which was why he was sporting two huge dark circles under his eyes this morning. "I, Song Chen, am a person of great virtue. If I say you don't owe me 12,000 spirit stones, then you don't owe me 12,000 spirit stones. You can't just slander me," Song Chen said. Upon hearing his words, the people in the classroom were left speechless. They had never thought that slander could be used in such a situation. However, Zhong Hang realized that this was Song Chen reflecting on what he had said yesterday. Because when Song Chen came to ask him for spirit stones, he had said something similar. "You mustn't slander me. Take it or leave it," Zhong Hang said, directly taking back the spirit stone exchange card. "I knew Zhong Hang was a good person who wouldn't falsely accuse my virtue. How about this? I'll sing you a song to express my gratitude. Listen to me. Thank you, because of you, you warmed the 4 seasons," Song Chen said, and began to sing to himself. To the other students, this song seemed perfectly fine. They found the melody catchy and quite interesting. But to Zhong Hang's ears, the song was like a haunting melody, instantly pulling him back to the scene he had encountered last night. In an instant, he had a physiological reaction. "Stop singing," Zhong Hang shouted loudly. His reaction left all the classmates puzzled. It was just an ordinary song. They didn't understand why Zhong Hang was reacting so strongly. "This classmate doesn't like this song? Then shall I change to another one?" Song Chen smiled at Zhong Hang and said, "Shut up, shut up." Zhong Hang shouted again. If he guessed correctly, Song Chen would definitely sing "Loving You Alone in the Dark Alley" next. Last night, Zhong Hang hadn't suffered any serious physical harm, but the emotional trauma he experienced would probably never heal in this lifetime. After this incident, he was now 100% sure that it was Song Chen who had set him up last night. However, he had no evidence to prove that it was Song Chen. This was a silent loss he had to accept. No one could help him. The world is so wonderful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good, not good. Zhong Hang's condition is so poor, why not go back to sleep? Maybe you'll have some sweet dreams, Song Chen said with a smile. Others didn't think much of this, but to Zhong Hang's ears, it sounded different. Because he felt that Song Chen was reminding him not to forget what happened last night. "Song Chen, what exactly do you want?" Zhong Hang asked. He couldn't fight back against Song Chen, and with his shameless demeanor, he certainly couldn't win an argument. Plus, they were at the Imperial Capital Academy, and he couldn't call his family to teach Song Chen a lesson, so he could only concede. "I told you yesterday, I was just simply curious to see how many days you could go without looking for me. Today is only the first day. We have a long time ahead of us as classmates, let's slowly build our relationship," Song Chen replied. His words reminded Zhong Hang of what Song Chen had said to him when he left yesterday. Song Chen had mentioned that if he took the initiative to ask for repayment, he should prepare 120,000 spirit stones. In other words, to settle this matter, he had to come up with 120,000 spirit stones. Given the strength of the Zhong family, they could easily produce that amount without suffering too much. However, giving it to Song Chen so easily left him feeling unwilling. If he were the kind of person who could easily part with money, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But if this matter remained unresolved, his days ahead would likely be difficult. "Give me some time, I'll gather the spirit stones," Zhong Hang said. "I'm not in a hurry, really, not at all." "You can take your time," Song Chen replied. Zhong Hang fell silent and casually found a desk in the classroom to sit down. Boss, tell me, what exactly did you do to Zhonghang? Did he really back down just like that? Seeing Zhonghang leave, Jin Zizai hurriedly asked. What are you talking about? We're all grown men, what could I possibly do to him? I merely touched his heart with love, winning him over with virtue, Song Chen said. Boss, give us the details, I want to know too, Huang Tianba chimed in. Just as Song Chen was about to quietly share what he had done the previous night, their instructor, Eugene, walked in. Behind him was someone no freshman wanted to see, Dongfang Sueki. When everyone saw Dongfang Sueki, they all frowned, including Song Chen. Previously, while hidden in the Shumi mirror, Song Chen had concealed himself early on and was unaware of what had transpired afterward. However, later, he heard Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai recount the events after he had hidden away. After listening, his impression of Dongfang Sueki was quite poor, even bordering on dislike. Dislike is a peculiar emotion. Throughout his life, there were very few people who could make Song Chen feel this way. For him, there were generally only two types of people, those he had a good relationship with and those he felt indifferent towards. To be honest, he didn't really dislike those who committed heinous acts. To him, they were simply defined as bad people, as criminals. He felt a bit of fear towards them at most. Thinking carefully, there were actually very few people he truly disliked throughout his life. For most people, he could only say he felt indifferent. Starting today, classmate Dongfang Sueki will be our class's teaching assistant. Classmate Dongfang Sueki is the strongest in her second year, you should be able to learn a lot from her. Let's give her a warm welcome, Eugene announced loudly. When Dongfang Sueki approached him that morning, expressing her desire to become his teaching assistant, he was taken aback. Given her excellence, he did not refuse. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the students in Class 1 clapped reluctantly. If it had been someone else, they would have welcomed them enthusiastically. But with Dongfang Sueki, they thought otherwise, this witch was too terrifying, and they didn't want to provoke her. I am Dongfang Sueki, and I will assist teacher you with his teaching work. I hope everyone will cooperate with me in the future, Dongfang Sueki said, her gaze sweeping around the room. Ultimately, her eyes landed on Song Chen. This startled him. If he guessed correctly, Dongfang Sueki was likely targeting him. He had heard from Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba about the events in the Shumi mirror and knew that she was deliberately going after him. He had thought it was over, but now it seemed that Dongfang Sueki did not intend to let him off the hook. I hope you really just came to be a teaching assistant. If you do something annoying, don't blame me for not considering your master's face, Song Chen silently thought as he looked at Dongfang Sueki. To be fair, Dongfang Sueki was indeed very outstanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the top student in her sophomore year. Her many study methods and insights into cultivation were very helpful for many freshmen. The university courses are divided into two parts. One part is theory. The so-called theory involves analyzing various combat methods of supernatural abilities, countermeasures, and the exploration of one's own abilities, as well as the coordination between different powers. Future battles will rely on the unity and cooperation of a group rather than the solitary struggle of an individual. The other part is practical combat. No matter how much theory one learns, it is all for the sake of practical application in the end. High theory without practical skills is worthless. The theory classes quickly passed, and many students felt a sense of enlightenment after attending a few sessions. For many freshmen, it was their first encounter with such courses. Previously, many only knew that when facing an enemy, they should just fight. Even if there was coordination, it was merely the most basic understanding developed among themselves. But real combat was far from as easy as they imagined. At first, Song Chen was quite engaged in these classes. However, as time went on, he began to feel a bit drowsy. After listening for a while, he realized that much of what the teacher was teaching could be summed up in one word: dog, go. Dog refers to obtaining the greatest rewards with the least cost. Go means seeking ways to achieve victory while being cautious. This had always been his advocated approach. There was no need for the teacher to teach this, it was self-taught. So, while others were studying theoretical knowledge, Song Chen drifted off. At this moment, he was contemplating what he needed to do in the upcoming period. Today, Dao Wuxin would arrive in the capital, so the first tower would likely reopen by tomorrow at the latest. Besides earning spirit stones, he also needed to cultivate. He had won first place in the freshman competition, so for the next year, he could use various cultivation resources at the Capital Academy for free. This would save him a considerable amount of spirit stones. Speaking of which, he had been at the Capital Academy for several days and had not yet gone to cultivate. Therefore, when the morning theory class ended, Song Chen approached their instructor, Eugene. Instructor, what are the requirements to exempt me from the theory class? Song Chen asked straightforwardly. Exempt from the theory class? Eugene paused for a moment after hearing Song Chen's words. There has never been such a precedent at the Capital Academy. No precedent? Have students at the Capital Academy never graduated early? Song Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. To be honest, he had always known that the Capital Academy was one of the 3 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom and the one with the strongest overall strength. However, he didn't know much about other aspects. That is true, the Space Saint from back in the day graduated a year early from the Capital Academy. However, that was only when he reached his senior year. In the first 3 years of university, he studied the same knowledge as other students without missing anything, Eugene replied. Then I am now requesting to be exempt from the theory class. Please communicate this with the school. Because with my learning efficiency, the teaching speed in class is too slow. It's wasting my time, Song Chen said again. Okay, I'll let you know the result after I report this matter. However, to be exempt from the theory class, at the very least, you must thoroughly master the knowledge in the textbook. Otherwise, you definitely cannot be exempted, Eugene replied. That goes without saying. Soon after, Song Chen returned to his villa and began to browse through the textbooks provided by the school. There weren't many textbooks for the first year, only 4. However, each one contained over 1,000 pages. Mastering all the knowledge in these 4 textbooks was not an easy task. Many concepts were difficult to understand just by reading the words. They had to be combined with practical experience or explored through real-world application. Achieving this required time for accumulation. This was also why, over the years, no one had proposed to waive theoretical classes. No one could completely integrate theoretical knowledge with practical experience in a short time. Let's not worry about practical experience for now. I'll memorize all the theoretical knowledge first, Song Chen muttered to himself. After saying this, he sat down in front of the books. Then, using his mind, he controlled the mouse and selected a textbook titled Encyclopedia of Abilities. He then chose to export the text from this book. Soon, the exported text automatically generated a Word document. This document was very conventional, with no special abilities. However, for Song Chen, it was more than enough. This was exactly what he needed. He dragged the document into the C drive and proceeded to read it. Reading this document will consume 1 spirit stone. Do you wish to proceed? Looking at the prompt on the computer, Song Chen chose yes without hesitation. Spending just 1 spirit stone to read a book was completely worth it. As he confirmed, he felt a massive influx of information rushing into his brain. He instinctively closed his eyes. It took him a full 5 minutes to read through all the content in the document. Very good, excellent, I'm very satisfied. After opening his eyes, Song Chen revealed a smile. Regardless of whether he had fully digested and understood the knowledge in the textbook, he had memorized everything. As long as he wanted, he could recite all the content from the book word for word. He then repeated the process, exporting and reading the content from the remaining 3 books. In this way, Song Chen managed to memorize all the textbooks for the entire first year in just 20 minutes. I feel like I'm missing a kind of binding agent. There's no way to integrate all this knowledge, Song Chen said softly, frowning. His current situation felt like he had sand, gravel, cement, water, and steel bars. But these were all existing independently, lacking a force to mix them together into concrete. Only by becoming concrete could they be unbreakable. What exactly am I missing? Song Chen silently asked himself. However, this question had no answer for now. The afternoon was for practical classes. To be honest, Song Chen was quite troubled by the practical classes because he was unwilling to expose some of his skills in front of everyone. Only skills that were unknown to others could catch them off guard. At this moment, the classmates in Class 1 stood in 2 rows on a training ground. The purpose of practical training is simple: to use the most straightforward and effective methods to defeat or kill your opponent. During this process, there's no need for flashy moves. The focus is on a single, decisive strike. Many of our first-year classmates, during their attacks, seem to unleash tremendous power, but in reality, much of that energy is wasted. The energy that can truly hit the enemy may not even be half of what they expended. In such cases, if you encounter an opponent with rich combat experience, even if their strength is slightly lower than yours, it will ultimately be you who falls. Next, your senior will guide you. Eugene looked at the many classmates and said, no matter how rich the language, it is not as persuasive as action. You all come at me one by one, and I will suppress my strength to the same realm as yours to battle with you. Who will come first? At this moment, Dongfang Sueki looked at the many classmates in the class and said, I'll go. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Xiaomei stood up, looking excitedly at Dongfang Sueki. Previously, when she was in the Shumi mirror, she was captured because her opponent's strength overwhelmed her. But now that Dongfang Sueki was suppressing her strength to the same realm, she believed she was not inferior to anyone in the same realm. Nangong Xiaomei, Realm Silver 3, please guide me, Senior. Nangong Xiaomei said. Junior, please. Dongfang Sueki extended her hand and made a gesture of invitation. After she finished speaking, she suppressed her own realm to Silver 3. Thus, a great battle began. Nangong Xiaomei knew Dongfang Sueki's strength, so without any hesitation, she immediately entered a bloodthirsty state. Her eyes turned blood red, and a strong smell of blood emanated from her. In the next moment, she moved. Nangong Xiaomei's figure flashed and rushed towards Dongfang Sueki. Her speed was so fast that many people only saw a blood-red afterimage. Hell's Whale. As Nangong Xiaomei reached Dongfang Sueki's side, several red phantoms suddenly appeared around her body. These phantoms flew towards Dongfang Sueki from different directions like ghosts. Your attack power is indeed strong in the same realm, but your intent is too strong, Dongfang Sueki said, twisting her body slightly, then sliding past the red phantoms and launching an attack at Nangong Xiaomei's main body. However, upon Dongfang Sueki's sudden arrival, Nangong Xiaomei showed no signs of retreat. She directly swung her fist, and a burst of red light surged towards her opponent. In the face of such an attack from Nangong Xiaomei, Dongfang Sueki casually threw out a few seeds. In the next moment, these seeds took root and sprouted, forming vines. The vines began to wrap around Nangong Xiaomei. Although Dongfang Sueki was not a wood-type ability user, her ability was Vitality, which could grant life to plants, making them obey her commands. Seeing this, Nangong Xiaomei threw a punch, directly shattering the vines that were wrapping around her. But at that moment, she realized that Dongfang Sueki's figure had already disappeared. Vitality deprivation. Just then, she suddenly heard a cold voice ringing in her ear. Immediately after, she felt the vitality within her body rapidly draining away. At this rate, in just a few seconds, her vitality would be completely severed. Bloodthirst. Faced with such a scene, Nangong Xiaomei let out a furious roar. Instantly, the blood throughout her body began to boil. Then, an extremely powerful devouring force emerged from her hands, starting to pull the blood from Dongfang Sueki's body. Dongfang Sueki felt that the blood within her body was already out of control, as if it would burst from her veins at any moment. She did not pay it any mind, instead using the energy of her ability to suppress the restless blood throughout her body. Subsequently, a large number of vines grew from beneath her feet. These vines coalesced in front of her into a wooden dragon. The wooden dragon opened its mouth wide and bit towards Nangong Xiaomei. Seeing this, Nangong Xiaomei was taken aback, and a burst of red light erupted from her body. This red light formed a shockwave that spread outward. Soon, the wooden dragon was bisected by the red light. Vitality isolation. At that moment, she felt a strong sense of crisis above her head. She wanted to escape from the spot, but it was already too late. She felt herself being trapped by a force, as if the vitality within her was isolated from her, and she instantly became incredibly weak. She wanted to resist, but had no strength left. Just when she thought she was about to die, the force that had confined her disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Let's end the sparring here. At that moment, Dongfang Sueki said. Nangong Xiaomei glanced at Dongfang Sueki, her face filled with dejection. She had thought that even if she couldn't win against someone of the same realm, she could at least remain undefeated. But she realized that she hadn't lasted more than a few moves against Dongfang Sueki. Can you all see any shortcomings in Nangong Xiaomei's attack? Dongfang Sueki asked the crowd. Her combat awareness and positioning are a bit lacking, making it easy for others to predict her next move, Wang Tianba said at that moment. That's right, making it obvious what you're going to do next in a fight is a major taboo, because it's easy to be targeted. When the strength is similar, the more unexpected the attack, the easier it is to achieve victory, Dongfang Sueki said loudly. I have to say, her teaching skills were quite impressive. Her words made many students start to ponder. Those who were admitted to the Imperial Capital University were all exceptional talents, with good comprehension. They quickly understood this point. However, understanding didn't mean they could do it. Brain, I get it. Body, don't drag me into your nonsense. So, for a while afterward, Dongfang Sueki sparred one-on-one with each student in Class 1. While sparring, she pointed out their existing problems. She held nothing back, appearing diligent and responsible. This changed the impression that Song Chen and the other students had of her quite a bit. However, it soon came to his turn. At that moment, he noticed Dongfang Sueki looking at him with a half-smile, her gaze carrying a playful mockery, like a cat teasing a mouse. Song Chen, it's your turn. Dongfang Sueki spoke. Senior Dongfang, I'm not good at fighting. And I think fighting and killing is not good. How about we change to a different method? Song Chen said. Without revealing many of his skills, he was definitely not a match for Dongfang Sueki. Fighting her would be like seeking punishment. Moreover, he already knew that Dongfang Sueki was eager to give him a good beating. Last time in the Shumi mirror, she couldn't find him, so she missed the chance. This time, as a teaching assistant, she could openly beat him up. He had reason to suspect that part of the reason Dongfang Sueki became a teaching assistant for Class 1 was so she could beat him up openly. What method do you want to use? Dongfang Sueki asked. We can play chess. If the senior agrees to this method, I can let you have a rook and a knight, Songchen said. As soon as he said this, a hint of disdain flashed across many faces, especially Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chess was a relatively niche game in Manhwa, and Dongfang Sueki might not have even encountered it. Song Chen's suggestion to use this method was indeed a bit shameless. What do you think? Dongfang Sueki asked. If chess doesn't work, we can play Gamoku. I can let you have 3 pieces in Gamoku, Song Chen said generously. When you encounter an enemy in the future, will you also play Gamoku with them? Dongfang Sueki asked. Who knows, maybe that day will come, Song Chen said. He was thinking that as more and more software was unlocked in the future, he could return to his old profession and become a programmer again. However, at that time, what he was crafting was no longer code, but some kind of rule. At that moment, he would establish a rule in a certain place. Both sides would play chess, whoever won would live. He considered himself to have a certain level of skill in chess and Gamoku. With such a rule in place, he could effortlessly eliminate his opponent. In dreams, there is everything. However, such sweet dreams should be saved for the night. For now, let's spar a bit, Dongfang Sueki said to Song Chen. Since senior wants to play, then uncle will accompany you for a while. Please make your move, senior. Song Chen said to Dongfang Sueki. He had originally planned to play defensively, to hide first, and then use the skill, placed at the bottom, to conceal himself, making it impossible for Dongfang Sueki to find him. In that case, it would be a draw. However, just a few seconds before he did that, he changed his mind. He suddenly felt that this was a great opportunity to test his strength. He had many skills and had once relied on ambushes to kill an ability user at the Golden Realm. But he had never fought head-on against an ability user above the Golden Realm, so he couldn't say for sure how strong his current combat power was. Now, it was just right to experiment with Dongfang Sueki. He wanted to see how strong his combat power could be after using those commonly used skills. I will suppress my strength to silver 3, Dongfang Sueki said to Song Chen. No need, feel free to use any means you have. Song Chen replied. Hearing this, Dongfang Sueki looked at him in surprise. Since you request it yourself, then don't blame me for bullying the weak. I'll let you strike first, Dongfang Sueki said afterward. The reason she had been so targeted towards Song Chen was that she wanted to see what abilities he had that could make her grandfather take him as a disciple. If Song Chen's talent and strength were average, she would look down on him completely. If Song Chen was powerful, then she would naturally show him respect. This was a world where strength was paramount. She only respected the strong. The weak had no right to engage in equal conversation with her. She didn't know whether Song Chen's first place in the new student competition was due to the opportunistic use of the disguise ability or if he truly had the strength. Previously, Song Chen had always avoided battle. Now it seemed he intended to take it seriously. This was exactly what she wanted. She would see just how capable Song Chen was. Then uncle won't hold back, Song Chen said, immediately opening word, enveloping a space of 300 meters. Then he filled himself with colorless energy. As a result, Song Chen disappeared from everyone's sight, disguising as light to achieve invisibility. Dongfang Sueki was somewhat aware of Song Chen's ability, so she wasn't too shocked. She didn't rush to attack Song Chen. Instead, she waved her hand, scattering a large number of seeds around her. However, just as she scattered the seeds, she found that her surroundings instantly turned pitch black. This took her by surprise because it was the first time she had seen this technique of Song Chen's. However, she was not flustered at all. A mere darkness had little effect on her. She quickly urged the seeds she had just scattered, hoping to use them to locate Song Chen's figure. But the next moment, her brows furrowed tightly, because she could no longer sense the presence of those seeds. What she didn't know was that the moment Song Chen filled the background with black, he had deleted the seeds scattered on the ground. Therefore, Dongfang Sueki naturally could not sense the presence of the seeds. However, with her rich combat experience, she faced the scene without the slightest panic. She flipped her palm and took out several seeds. Just as she was about to activate them, she felt a danger coming from above. Long spears were continuously stabbing down at her. She moved her body, dodging at the fastest speed. Insert cell. Seeing Dongfang Sueki dodge so quickly, Song Chen's mind stirred, and a super large net descended upon her. In an instant, it enveloped Dongfang Sueki. Then, several long spears stabbed toward her. 10 years to grow trees. Dongfang Sueki stood still, not moving. At this moment, 4 seeds in her hand quickly took root and sprouted. Then, these sprouting seeds began to grow at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 4 towering trees. These 4 towering trees not only blocked the spears falling from the sky but also propped up the large net that had trapped Dongfang Sueki. At this moment, Dongfang Sueki regained her freedom. The top student of the second year really has some skill, Song Chen thought to himself upon seeing this scene. Let's try out a skill I've been looking forward to. Delete. As Song Chen spoke, he selected Dongfang Sueki with the mouse. This was actually the first time he had used the delete skill on a superpowered individual. Delete target, remaining time required 14 minutes 59 seconds. When Song Chen saw this prompt, he was instantly stunned. He did not expect that he could really delete a superpowered person. However, the time required was a bit long, needing 15 minutes. This meant that as long as he could hold Dongfang Sueki for 15 minutes, preventing her from leaving the word's spatial range, she could be deleted after that time. Song Chen did not know that once Dongfang Sueki was deleted, she would no longer exist in this world. Or would she, like other things, be placed in the recycle bin? Next time, I'll try it on an enemy, Song Chen silently thought. He then cancelled the deletion. Although he found Dongfang Sueki's targeting of him somewhat annoying, he did not have any deep-seated hatred towards her and could not use her for an experiment. What if something unexpected happened? He would have no face to see his master. After Song Chen cancelled the deletion, Dongfang Sueki let out a long sigh of relief. She had just felt an extremely strong danger, but she had never discovered where this danger was coming from. It seemed to come from all directions, or perhaps from her own body. She had never encountered such a situation before. This black space is too strange, I can't stay here any longer. I must leave here as soon as possible, Dongfang Sueki thought to herself. Then, she moved and rushed toward the distance. Seeing Dongfang Sueki like this, Song Chen hurriedly inserted a cell. Bang! The next moment, Dongfang Sueki crashed into the cell. Her body flipped, and then she landed steadily on the ground. Without any pause, she raised her fist and punched the spot where she had just collided. Boom! In an instant, the border of a cell shattered. The border of this cell is surprisingly fragile, easily broken by a platinum-level superpowered individual. Xiaoyi, how can we increase the hardness of the cell border? Song Chen asked. Please upgrade the version of Excel, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing Xiaoyi's response, a glimmer of realization flashed in Song Chen's eyes. It was quite ridiculous, he had actually forgotten that as software, it could be upgraded. All along, he had only focused on enhancing the strength of his body and soul. This was akin to a computer where he only upgraded the hardware and operating system. However, he forgot that the software installed in the operating system could also be upgraded. He remembered that when he was on Earth, Word had gone through many versions, such as Word 2003, Word 2007, and so on. Therefore, the Word he was using now could naturally be upgraded as well. Xiaoyi, what are the conditions for upgrading software like Word and Excel? Song Chen asked. A complete fate is required, Xiaoyi replied. This statement left Song Chen momentarily speechless. He also wanted to repair his fate as soon as possible, but that required a process. However, now it was just a little over 6 days away. By then, he would not only be able to awaken his abilities but also upgrade these software to version 2.0. Song Chen saw that the cell borders could not withstand Dongfang Sueki's attacks. So, he inserted a text box. The text box was slightly sturdier than the cell, but it still couldn't stop Dongfang Sueki. Let's create a combination nesting doll. Thus, Song Chen inserted a series of text boxes, borders, and cells around Dongfang Sueki. This time, it took Dongfang Sueki a great deal of effort to destroy them. By using this method, delaying her for 15 minutes was more than enough. After proving this point, Song Chen closed the word space. He and Dongfang Sueki reappeared in front of everyone. However, at this moment, Song Chen was sitting on the ground, looking pale, gasping for breath, and his hair was completely soaked. Senior sister is indeed formidable, uncle admires you, Song Chen said, panting. Of course, all of this was an act. He had already proven that he had the ability to kill a platinum-level ability user, so there was no need to continue fighting. To make it more convincing, he had poured a bottle of water over his head just before closing word, to show that he had exhausted himself. No wonder Grandpa took you as a disciple, you are truly extraordinary. Song Chen, you have my recognition. I hope your future growth won't disappoint me or Grandpa. However, you can forget about me calling you uncle, Dongfang Sueki said seriously. She was a straightforward person, always speaking her mind. Once she said something, she would follow through. Song Chen, barely an adult, could withstand her for so long and made her feel a strong sense of danger. If Song Chen had trained for as long as she would definitely not be his match. The others were puzzled by the conversation between the two, as they had seen nothing of the earlier battle. They only noticed that Song Chen and Dongfang Sueki had suddenly disappeared from their sight before the fight. However, from Dongfang Sueki's words, they could tell that Song Chen must have displayed powerful strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned her recognition. Today's practical class ends here. All of you should go back and digest what you've learned today, Dongfang Sueki said before turning to leave. Before she left, she gave Song Chen a meaningful glance. Boss, impressive. You actually caused a lot of trouble for that witch, Jin Zizai said as he stepped forward to help Song Chen up. He had just seen that Dongfang Sueki's clothes were disheveled. This indicated that Song Chen's attack had landed on her clothing. Boss, as expected of you. You managed to hold out for so long under the witch's hands. Boss, did you also let the witch experience a bit of the colorful black? Huang Tianba asked as he stepped forward. The colorful black, he had a deep experience of it yesterday. I let her have a taste of it, but her performance was far better than yours, Song Chen said. She is at the platinum level. Once I reach the platinum level, I will definitely be stronger than her, Huang Tianba said confidently. He possessed the ability of belief, so naturally, he was incredibly self-assured. If there was one thing Huang Tianba was most powerful at, it was his mouth. Because even if one day he was beaten to death, he would still shout, I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life, invincible under heaven. After standing up from the ground, Song Chen dusted off the dirt from his butt. Boss, do you have any plans for tonight? If there are no plans, I'll take you to the imperial capital to relax. You and Big Fool Bear are both visiting the imperial capital for the first time. As your host, I'll show you the splendor of the city, Jin Zizai said, raising an eyebrow at Song Chen. Then he revealed a smile that all men understood. When I was a child, I heard my neighbor say that dragons exist in this world, but I have never truly seen one. I wonder if I can catch a glimpse tonight, Huang Tianba said meaningfully. I can say with certainty that dragons do exist in this world. Not long ago, I was served by a dragon multiple times, Jin Zizai said. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life, and that includes dragons. Today, I will have a good fight with this dragon. Let's make it a life and death struggle, Huang Tianba declared. Sigh. At that moment, Song Chen sighed and shook his head, wearing an expression of a child who cannot be taught. Boss, why are you sighing? Jin Zizai asked. What do you think is the purpose of life? Song Chen inquired. To eat, drink, and have fun. Jin Zizai replied as if it were obvious. Vulgar. People should live to establish their hearts for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to bring peace to all generations, Song Chen said with righteous fervor. Not good, the boss might have been impersonated, this is definitely not him, Huang Tianba pointed at Song Chen. Boss, don't worry, no matter how much it costs tonight, it's on me. Jin Zizai glanced at Song Chen and hurriedly said. You understand me. One dragon is too small, bring me two. Today, I will be a dragon-slaying youth, Song Chen declared with great righteousness. This is the Song Chen I know, Huang Tianba said. Thus, the three of them walked towards the school gate. When they reached the entrance, the security personnel stopped them. At the Imperial Capital University, people cannot enter or exit freely. Identity verification is required. Naturally, the three did not dare to voice any objections. After all, the security personnel at the Imperial Capital Academy were all at the king level. After Song Chen verified his identity, he suddenly thought of something. Deleting the platinum level Dongfang Sueki took 15 minutes. How long would it take to delete someone at the king level? So, he used the delete skill on one of the security personnel. Delete target, remaining time required, 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When Song Chen saw this prompt, his eyes widened in shock. Deleting a platinum level ability user only took 15 minutes, but deleting a king level ability user actually required 100 days. Song Chen did not notice that as soon as he locked onto the target, the security personnel felt a sense of crisis. The next moment, an extremely violent aura erupted from him. Accompanying it was an intense smell of blood. This aura enveloped the three of them. Instantly, the three felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies freezing cold. It was as if they could see countless white bones. Under the overwhelming aura of the king's realm, the three of them felt incredibly small. It was as if they were a small boat adrift in the vast ocean, swaying on the waves. It seemed that with just one big wave, they would be shattered. This frightened Song Chen, prompting him to hastily cancel the deletion. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the other party. Old Han, At that moment, someone nearby shouted, bringing the imposing security personnel back to his senses, who quickly retracted his aura. Be careful, the enemy is launching another sneak attack. The security personnel known as Old Han said with a serious expression. Wake up, we are no longer at the Ninefold Pass. At this time, another security personnel spoke up. Hearing his companion say this, Old Han was momentarily stunned, as if he suddenly remembered something, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Sorry, I just zoned out for a moment and felt a sense of crisis. Old Han hurriedly said. What is the Ninefold Pass? Song Chen asked. It was the first time he had heard this term. As he spoke, he carefully observed the two security personnel in front of him. They appeared to be over 60 years old, with a few black hairs mixed in their white beards. The security personnel known as Old Han had a scar on his face, making him look somewhat fierce. He was certain that these two security personnel were definitely not ordinary people. The aura that Old Han had just unleashed, along with the smell of blood, was certainly not something an ordinary King's Realm ability user could possess. You don't need to know, don't ask foolish questions. Upon hearing Song Chen inquire about the Ninefold Pass, Old Han's companion waved his hand dismissively. Alright, you three little ones, hurry up and get out. Old Han opened the school gate and said. Thus, Song Chen and the others left the school gate. Little Jean, do you know what the Ninefold Pass is? After exiting the school gate, Song Chen curiously asked. I have indeed heard of those three characters, but I don't know exactly what it is. I once specifically asked someone about this place, but those who knew all kept their mouths shut. Sometimes, even if I accidentally overhear someone mention it, once they sense someone else approaching, they immediately stop talking. So, up until now, I still don't know what the Ninefold Pass really is. Jean Zizai said. Doesn't your family sell information too? You couldn't find out anything? Song Chen asked curiously. It's not that my family doesn't know about the Ninefold Pass, but the old folks in my family don't allow me to know anything about it. As if knowing would make me spill it. Jean Zizai said somewhat dejectedly. It's still a family, yet there's no trust between people. While they were talking, a super luxurious convoy rushed in from a distance and stopped in front of them. Then, several men in uniform with the character Jean printed on their chests got out of the luxury cars. Young master. These men respectfully addressed Jean Zizai. At this moment, the status of the Jean family's young master was evident. When Song Chen met Jean Zizai, he was always alone. Some of the things he did were like the foolish son of a landlord. If he didn't speak, others would find it hard to think of him as the young master of the Jean family. Moreover, when Jean Zizai interacted with him, he didn't have the arrogance typical of a noble scion. So all along, although Song Chen knew that Jean Zizai's family had immense power, he never regarded him as a noble heir. Jean Zizai called him boss, and he treated the other as a little brother. But now, seeing this scene, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. I shouldn't feel guilty. My dad is the god of the underworld, and my master is the god of the east. When it comes to status, I'm definitely not inferior to him. As Song Chen thought of this, he suddenly perked up. In the past, he always believed that his parents were ordinary people. Therefore, he felt that his background had always been his shortcoming. He had also gotten used to relying on himself for many things. Now, his identity had changed, but he just hadn't gotten used to it yet. Boss, let's go. At this moment, Jean Zizai turned his head and said to Song Chen and Huang Tianba. He didn't change his attitude towards Song Chen just because the Jean family had arrived. After getting into the car, Song Chen looked at the calm Jean Zizai. Little Jean, I've always heard people say you're the young master of the Jean family. What exactly does your family do? Song Chen asked curiously. Just doing a bit of small business, selling some information. I don't know if the boss has heard of the Four Seas Pavilion. It's run by my family, Jean Zizai said casually. What? No way. Upon hearing this, both Song Chen and Huang Tianba exclaimed in surprise. Of course, they knew about the Four Seas Pavilion, which had thousands of stores throughout the Dragon Kingdom. 1,000 stores might not sound like a lot, but it was almost monopolistic. One could say that the Four Seas Pavilion was definitely one of the most profitable businesses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Little Jean, I already knew you were wealthy, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. With your family's assets, you should be in the top 5 in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Song Chen asked again. Barely making it to first place, Jean Zizai replied. I don't really know the specifics, I just heard it from others. I only handle spending money and don't pay much attention to these matters, Jean Zizai said. Barely first place? That's quite a stretch. I was too conservative in what I just said. From now on, it shouldn't be you, young Master Jean, footing the bill. That wouldn't make sense, Song Chen said. If he had as much money as Jean Zizai, he wouldn't be working so hard to run a top establishment. He would just lie flat. He had previously tried using the Yi copy skill to duplicate a spirit stone, which required consuming one spirit stone and took 1 second. To put it another way, if duplicating spirit stones didn't require consumption, he could get 1 spirit stone every second. That would mean he could earn over 5.48 million spirit stones in a year. This definitely wouldn't compare to the Jin family's annual profit. At that moment, Songchen suddenly recalled that someone had calculated back on Earth. If one won 5 million every day without paying taxes, it would take 76 consecutive years to catch up to a certain Mr. Ma, who was uninterested in money. He didn't know if the Jin family's assets were also that much. At this point, he suddenly felt that having a god of war for a dad wasn't as appealing anymore. He really wanted his dad and master to go and rob the Jin family. He wondered if the combined power of 2 gods of war could achieve that. Soon, the convoy arrived at a bustling street in the imperial capital. Tall buildings stood everywhere, and even before it was completely dark, the lights were dazzling. At this moment, in front of a bathing center called East Sea Dragon Palace, 2 rows of women in red kipayos stood waiting. These women were exceptionally beautiful, each one a rare gem. Unexpectedly, they were just there to greet guests. "Young master, hello." After Jin Zizai and the others got out of the car, the 2 rows of welcoming women hurriedly called out in delicate voices. It was clear that Jin Zizai had been here before. Of course, that was normal. After all, he had mentioned that he had once been served by a dragon. "Boss, Big Silly Bear, let's relax today, the services here are all top-notch. I guarantee you'll feel like you're in heaven," Jin Zizai said. Die in the right place," Song Chen suddenly said. After finishing, he turned his gaze to Huang Tianba. So powerful." Huang Tianba thought for a moment and hurriedly replied. "Why are we playing idiom solitaire?" Jin Zizai asked in confusion. "Yeah, I don't know either, why suddenly idiom solitaire?" Huang Tianba looked at Song Chen and said, "Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching?" Song Chen asked the 2. "Why?" the 2 asked in puzzlement. "Because Laozi wanted to." After saying this, Song Chen was the first to walk into the East Sea Dragon Palace. "I shouldn't have asked," Huang Tianba said. As expected of the boss, still as much of a dog as ever. Jin Zizai said, and then he and Huang Tianba walked in. For a while, Song Chen and Huang Tianba experienced what it meant to be in a dragon of the imperial capital. Once they entered, they were surrounded by various beautiful women. Of course, the 2 did not start excavators for construction. They were simply enjoying massages. The service at the East Sea Dragon Palace was indeed attentive, especially when facing a top-rich kid like Jin Zizai. Each of the 3 had 6 women in Qipao attending to them. Take Huang Tianba for example. At this moment, his head was resting on a beautiful woman's thigh, and she was gently massaging his head. At his feet sat another beauty, massaging his feet. 4 beauties knelt beside him, 2 massaging his arms, 1 feeding him food. The last one wiped the food residue from the corners of his mouth. This kind of royal treatment was simply delightful. Huang Tianba looked utterly satisfied, resembling a man who had just been fulfilled. Song Chen and Jin Zizai were in a similar situation. However, although their expressions were relaxed, they were not as exaggerated as Huang Tianba's. This was the maximum enjoyment they could currently experience. It wasn't that there weren't other activities, but because Jin Zizai couldn't partake in them. The Jin family allowed him to spend money lavishly and indulge in pleasures, but they absolutely forbade him from engaging in chaotic romantic relationships. It wasn't that they feared he would be taken advantage of, but rather that they were concerned about potential fatalities. Once a child was involved, would the Jin family acknowledge it or not? If they acknowledged it, the origins would be questionable. After all, this would be a result of Jin Zizai's flirtations. Moreover, it could potentially be the outcome of being used by some scheming individuals. If they did not acknowledge it, it would still be the Jin family's bloodline. Thus, for the Jin family, this was not a good thing. Therefore, to eliminate such troubles, the Jin family's rules strictly prohibited their descendants from engaging in chaotic romantic affairs outside. If someone truly fell in love at first sight or was unable to extricate themselves from love, they should bring the person back to the Jin family. Jin Zizai enjoyed his freedom and would not bind himself because of a woman or a child. Thus, he, like Song Chen and Huang Tianba, remained a virgin to this day. Many might not believe this if told, but it was the truth. After experiencing the full service at the East Sea Dragon Palace, Huang Tianba felt as if he was walking on air, as if he might fly at any moment. "I declare, starting today, I will have nothing to do with gambling and drugs," Huang Tianba said with righteous indignation. "You didn't mention the Huang character at all," Song Chen said with a smile. "I, Huang, will have nothing to do with gambling and drugs," Huang Tianba said again. Big silly bear, you're like this just from one massage. If you really found a few ladies to play poker with, wouldn't you be soaring to the heavens? Jin's eye looked at Huang Tianba and said, that's unnecessary, my first time should naturally be reserved for the girl I love. Old Jin, what are we going to do next? Huang Tianba asked impatiently. We've relaxed our bodies, now let's relax our minds a bit. Let's go, I'll take you to eat, drink, and have fun. Jin's eye said. Eating, drinking, and having fun sounds great, I love it. Huang Tianba replied. Let's go underground. At this moment, Jin's eye spoke to a staff member from the East Sea Dragon Palace nearby. So, the three of them took a special elevator down to the third underground level. Then, in an underground passage, they boarded a rail car. They passed through layers of tunnels and finally arrived at a huge estate. This estate covered nearly 1,000 acres. In the imperial capital, every inch of land is precious, and even the remote suburbs are no exception. To own such a vast estate in the imperial capital, one can imagine how powerful the owner must be. There are countless things to do in this estate. A gladiatorial arena, a gambling house, a restaurant, a theater, a challenge arena, a stone gambling ground. Jin's eye said. His words made both Jin's eye and Song Chen widen their eyes. They had originally thought that the East Sea Dragon Palace was just a place for massage and relaxation, not realizing it was an entire industry chain. Doesn't the government of the Dragon Kingdom care about this? Song Chen suddenly asked. All of this is legal, why should they care? Jin's eye replied. Legal? Hearing Jin's eye say this, a hint of surprise flashed across Song Chen's face. He didn't expect that all these things could actually be legal. Not only is it all legal, but there are also officials behind this estate. This estate makes a fortune every day. Before Jin's eye could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Huang Tianba. Which gold? The spirit gold? Huang Tianba asked curiously. Big silly bear, have you unlocked some new buff? How could you think of it that way? Song Chen looked at Huang Tianba in disbelief. What Jin's eye had just said was perfectly normal. He didn't expect Huang Tianba to take it the wrong way. Ha ha. Just a casual remark, go on, old Jin, Huang Tianba chuckled, realizing he had misunderstood. This estate makes. It's a money-making machine, the amount of spirit stones earned daily is astronomical. I'm afraid even our Sea-High Pavilion can't compare. However, there are many big shots behind the estate, and the forces inside are complex. Very few people know exactly whose pockets these spirit stones end up in. There are many big shots in the imperial capital, but not all families will run businesses like our Jin family. To maintain their household expenses, many big shots choose to support such places from behind the scenes, Jin's eye explained. This estate is like a hen that lays golden eggs. Didn't your Jin family get involved? Song Chen asked. For such a profitable business, it was unreasonable for the Jin family not to participate. Because our Jin family already makes enough spirit stones, the people behind the estate won't let us have a share. After all, the bigger the cake, the more people involved, and the less each person gets. So, if we can avoid letting others participate, we will. Jin's eye said. Hearing this, Song Chen understood. The Jin family already had a big enough cake. If they went to eat someone else's cake, others would naturally guard their food. Boss, big silly bear, where do you want to play first? Jin's eye asked the two. We're not familiar with this place either. You can arrange it, Song Chen said. In that case, I will arrange everything for the next itinerary. Let's go to the stone gambling ground first. Every time I come here, I try my luck. Jin's eye said. Gambling stones? What do you use to gamble on stones? What can be found inside? Song Chen asked in confusion. He had heard about gambling stones when he was on Earth. When jadeite is mined, it is wrapped in a layer of weathered skin, making it impossible to determine its quality until it is cut. The so-called gambling on stones involves purchasing raw stones and then revealing their contents. Sometimes, one can cut and find a tenfold or even 100-fold profit. However, at other times, one may end up with a loss. In such cases, raw stones bought for hundreds of thousands or even millions can become worthless. This is what many people often refer to as one cut to heaven, one cut to hell. What surprised Song Chen was that there was actually such a thing as gambling on stones in Blue Star. He was certain that the stones cut here would definitely not be jadeite. Because in this world, jadeite could be said to be virtually worthless, at most slightly better than the common stones found everywhere. In Blue Star, many people use jadeite to make decorative items, including some extremely rare imperial green that is very scarce on Earth. Blue Star is a world filled with ability users, where practicality is the key consideration for all items. The raw stones here are all mined from elemental stone mines. They may contain elemental hearts, Jin's eye explained. What is an elemental heart? I've never heard of it, Huang Tianba asked at that moment. You should all know about elemental stones. They are resources used by elemental ability users for cultivation. An elemental heart is a kind of essence formed from elemental stones after a long period of condensation. A fist-sized elemental heart is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones, Jin Zizai explained. Song Chen and Huang Tianba were not very familiar with the concept of elemental hearts, but upon hearing that a fist-sized elemental heart was worth 100,000 spirit stones, they instantly understood its preciousness. What if an ability user with the awakened ability of X-ray vision comes here to gamble on stones? Wouldn't that be like restocking? Song Chen thought of the key point at that moment. This is a world of ability users, and it's possible that there exists some ability that can reveal the conditions inside the raw stones. The raw stones are wrapped in a large amount of elements, and these elements have no rules. They can block perception and abilities like X-ray vision. To put it bluntly, unless one is a saint, no ability user can check the conditions inside the raw stones, Jeans as I said. What if a saint comes? Wouldn't that be equivalent to restocking? Huang Tianba asked at that moment. Saints possess extraordinary strength and hold a transcendent status. If they truly want an elemental heart or spirit stones, they only need to say a word, and someone will rush to deliver it to them. There is absolutely no need to use such a devalued method. Even if a saint were to lower themselves and come to such a place, the owner behind the manor would definitely be willing to gift all the raw stones to them without charge, Jin Zizai continued. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba nodded in realization. There are indeed such extremely special people in the world. These people may seem inconspicuous, and their family assets may not be much. However, when they need something, they only need to say a word, and someone will rush to bring it to them. Such people have a higher status than those with trillions in assets who can buy whatever they want. Boss, Big Bear, you too should also pick a raw stone. Let's see how lucky we are. After arriving at the gambling stone venue, Jin Zizai said to the two. Then I won't be polite. Huang Tianba replied and began to wander among the many raw stones. He didn't know how to select raw stones, nor did he know which type of raw stone had a higher possibility of revealing an elemental heart. However, wandering around made him seem a bit more professional. Song Chen also didn't hold back and started to examine the numerous raw stones. Is there really no way to see the conditions inside the raw stones? He silently wondered. As Song Chen was talking to himself, he was sifting through the skills he currently possessed, one by one. Among his many skills, there seemed to be none similar to X-ray vision. I wonder if the color fill skill can make the outer layer of the raw stone transparent, Song Chen said, glancing around. When he noticed that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly selected the most inconspicuous raw stone and used the color fill skill to fill it with a colorless hue. However, as he used the color fill skill, that raw stone completely vanished, disappearing from his sight. This skill won't work, it can't select the surface. Why am I so fixated on whether I can see what's inside the raw stone? I'm overthinking it. Suddenly, Song Chen seemed to have thought of something and slapped his forehead. Sometimes, that's just how people are. No matter how smart they are, they can occasionally walk into a dead end and get stuck on trivial matters. Song Chen wanted to know if these raw stones contained elemental hearts, and there was no need to see the scenes inside, because every elemental heart is the essence condensed from elemental stones. This means that any raw stone with an elemental heart contains immense energy. So, as long as he could determine which raw stone contained more energy, it would indicate that the elemental heart within that raw stone was larger. Other ability users wanted to probe the energy contained within the raw stones, but aside from the Holy Master, no one could do it. But he could, because he had a unique advantage. Thus, Song Chen manipulated the mouse with his mind, randomly selecting a raw stone and using the copy skill. This copy will consume 10 spirit stones, estimated time cost 2 minutes, continue? Seeing this prompt, a satisfied smile appeared on Song Chen's face. The rule of copying was that the more energy contained, the longer the time spent and the more spirit stones consumed. Using this skill, he began to copy one raw stone after another. The longer the time spent copying a particular raw stone, the more energy it contained, and the larger the elemental heart within it. In this way, Song Chen began the process of copying and checking. This copy will consume 9 spirit stones, estimated time cost 1 minute 40 seconds, continue? This copy will consume 16 spirit stones, estimated time cost 3 minutes 20 seconds, continue? Different prompts kept appearing before Song Chen. However, he still hadn't found a raw stone that caught his eye. At this moment, Huang Tianba had already made his selection. He knew nothing about raw stones, so he chose the largest one. To him, bigger was better. Jin Zizai had also made his choice by this time. Now, only Song Chen was left. Song Chen did not give up and continued to search. This copy will consume 99 spirit stones, estimated time cost 15 minutes, continue? When Songchen saw this prompt, his eyes finally lit up. He stepped forward, intending to pick up that raw stone. However, just as his hands grasped the raw stone, another pair of hands also wrapped around it. He looked up and found a young rich heir, who appeared to be in his 20s. His eyes were not very big, his eye sockets were slightly sunken, and he had dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he had indulged excessively. Let go! How dare you snatch something that this young master has set his sights on? Who gave you the guts? At this moment, the wealthy young man spoke to Song Chen. Among the younger generation in the capital, he knew everyone with a bit of fame. However, Song Chen looked unfamiliar and dressed in a rustic manner. Therefore, he didn't take him seriously at all. Your dad is calling for you. Hearing this, Song Chen suddenly looked at him and said, the rich young man might be somewhat afraid of his own father. Upon hearing Song Chen's words, he hurriedly turned his head to look, but saw nothing. At that moment, Song Chen exerted force and took the raw stone into his hands. Kid, are you like an old immortal eating arsenic, tired of living? Dare to use my dad to trick me? The wealthy young man turned his head and said to Song Chen, idiot. Song Chen glanced at him and casually replied. He really didn't want to deal with this kind of rich kid. He always felt that these people were somewhat mentally ill. Their thought processes were particularly strange, and spending too much time with them could infect one with foolishness. He had read quite a few books, whether on Earth or Blue Star. Cursing without using foul language was not difficult for him. However, in this situation, he felt that using the term idiot was simply too satisfying. No matter what the other party said, he could retaliate with those two words. You're the first to dare to curse me to my face. Kid, who are you? This wealthy young man did not rashly attack Song Chen. Instead, he inquired about his background. Not all second-generation rich kids are brainless. They are also aware that there are some people in this world they cannot provoke. Therefore, according to the capital's rules, he asked about Song Chen's origins. If Song Chen revealed a name he couldn't afford to offend, then he deserved to be cursed. Even if he got slapped twice, he would have nothing to say. However, if Song Chen's background was inferior to his, then sorry, he was definitely going to bully him today. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. This has been the rule in the capital since ancient times. However, Song Chen was not from the capital and naturally did not know what the rules were. But even if he did know, he probably wouldn't care. He had never been someone who followed the rules. Want to know who I am? Do you think you're qualified? You can ask the steward of the manor and see if he will tell you. Song Chen turned his head and looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. After saying this, he turned and left. It was his first time at the manor, so the steward naturally wouldn't know who he was. Even if this wealthy young man asked, he would know nothing. What he just said was merely to show off. It was just to see if he could intimidate the other party. If he couldn't intimidate him, then he would let Jeans' eye in. If Jeans' eye couldn't hold up, then he would call for his master to save him. With the face of the Eastern war god, he would definitely hold up. Sure enough, as soon as Song Chen said this, the wealthy young man's brows furrowed. Since Song Chen dared to say such arrogant words, he should not be an ordinary person. Thus, he began to speculate about Song Chen's identity. However, after filtering through the prominent young generation of Long Country in his mind, he found no one that matched. Could he be a descendant of some saint? The wealthy young man silently thought. But soon, he dismissed this idea. Because if Song Chen were a descendant of some saint, he would never come here. Could it be that this kid is just pretending to be something he's not? Thinking he's a big shot, but in reality, he's just a nobody showing off. After realizing this, the wealthy young man took a couple of steps forward and blocked Song Chen. Kid, you came here to show off in front of me? Do you want to dance? The wealthy young man looked at Song Chen with a cold gaze. He hated it the most when others pretended to be impressive in front of him. Your condition just got better, hurry back and take your medicine. If you have an episode later and start biting, that wouldn't be good. The rabies vaccine is quite expensive now. Song Chen patted the other person's shoulder and said, You're looking for death. The rich kid said, preparing to take action against Song Chen. Son brat, why don't you try moving a muscle? At that moment, an excited voice came through. The only one who could address Song Chen like that, and with such arrogance, was Jeans' eye. Song Chen and the rich kid turned their heads simultaneously to look in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw Jeans' eye and Huang Tianba walking over. Jean, big fool? I thought who was giving this kid the courage, turns out it was you. When the rich kid turned to see Jeans' eye, a look of realization flashed in his eyes. His words carried little fear towards Jeans' eye, instead, they were filled with provocation. Son brat, I was just thinking if I would run into you here. Didn't expect you really would be here. I've been thinking about you for a long time, Jin Zizai said to the rich kid. At that moment, he felt a sense of animosity, as if seeing an old enemy. Jin, big fool, you've made something of yourself. You're speaking so fluently, did Wei Gu eat too much? The rich kid looked at Jin Zizai and said, son brat, today I'll let you know what it means when heaven has a path you don't take, and hell has no door but you barge in. As Jin Zizai said this, he reached into his pocket. Under the gaze of several people, he pulled out a small notebook. Then, he opened the notebook, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. He had prepared for this day for over 3 months. Shen Yang Lai, you lacked a cover as a child, lacked love as you grew up, tied with a hemp rope, and wearing a pot lid on your head. You were born to be a cucumber, deserving a slap. In the next life, you'll be a walnut, deserving a hit. For your whole life, you'll be a broken motorcycle, deserving a kick. Finding a wife, you'll be a screw, deserving a twist. Seeing your cunning and sly face, I wanted to slap you to death. But getting closer and seeing your greasy face, I really couldn't bring myself to do it. Your innate flamboyant aura determines that you can only be a lowly person for your entire life. Jin Zizai held the notebook and unleashed a barrage of insults at the rich kid. He didn't give the other party a chance to retort. Song Chen watched the scene, nearly laughing out loud. It was the first time he saw someone arguing while reading from a notebook. He had always known that Jin Zizai had a little notebook where he recorded what he considered classic lines. He didn't expect him to use it in such a situation. He had a feeling that Jin Zizai had recorded so much in that notebook just for this rich kid. Just like that, 3 minutes passed quickly. Jin Zizai kept flipping through the notebook, cursing with various unique insults. His expression grew more excited as he cursed, and his speed increased. At that moment, it was as if he had activated a cultural buff. The rich kid tried several times to interrupt, but Jin Zizai was like a machine gun, giving him no chance to speak. After another 2 minutes, Jin Zizai seemed to tire from cursing and finally stopped. How's the set meal I prepared for you? If you haven't heard enough, that's fine, I have plenty more, Jin Zizai said to the rich kid. You. At this moment, the rich kid wanted to say something, but he couldn't get a word in, leaving him momentarily speechless. What you? You can't even speak clearly, yet you want to act tough. Quick, go home and find your mom to nurse you. Mommy, I want a nurse. Eat the melamine made ones. Jin Zizai continued with the last 2 lines. This nearly made Song Chen laugh out loud again. I have to say, Jin Zizai's expressive ability has improved tremendously since the first time I met him. Seeing Jin Zizai's proud demeanor, the rich kid took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. It was the first time he had been put in his place by Jin Zizai, and it felt as uncomfortable as eating something bitter. Jin Zizai, do you still have any shame? You're actually taking notes, the rich kid said through gritted teeth, raising his voice. Who would have thought of such a bold move? Do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching? Jin Zizai suddenly asked the rich kid. Put. Upon hearing this, Song Chen couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He hadn't expected that right after he had said something similar, Jin Zizai would use it. I have to say, Jin Zizai's learning ability in this regard is really impressive. However, he also knew it wasn't good to laugh, so he quickly turned around, presenting his back to the crowd. But from his shaking shoulders, it was clear he was still laughing. He had practiced not laughing, but sometimes he just couldn't help it. Why? Without a doubt, the rich kid asked. Because I want to. If I want to take notes, I will. I just insulted you less than 1/10 of the time. Do you want to hear the rest? Jin Zizai said in a cocky tone. Jin Dasha, since we've met today, do you dare to play a big game with me? The rich kid said, looking at Jin Zizai. What do you want to play? I'm here for the long haul today. If you're afraid, then you're not your father's son, Jin Zizai replied. Jin Dasha, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make it so your mother won't recognize you. At this point, the rich kid didn't know how to retort Jin Zizai anymore. His usual sharp tongue couldn't find a way to counter Jin Zizai's shameless actions. I have a question, do you know that Jin Zizai is your father? At this moment, Song Chen finally stopped laughing, turned around, and asked the rich kid. I don't know. The rich kid was momentarily taken aback and answered. Well, now you know, quickly call him dad. If he's your dad, then I'm your uncle. I'm really happy for you to have such an outstanding uncle, Song Chen said. From the earlier conversation, he could tell that Jin Zizai and the other party were at odds. Since that was the case, he would naturally stand unconditionally on Jin Zizai's side. As a good brother, he had to lend a hand. Then I'm your third uncle, but having a nephew like you, I feel very unfortunate. You should let your dad kick you out of the house to save face, Wang Tianba stepped forward and said. With Jin Zizai and Song Chen both taking action, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Sorry to make you two laugh. I should have shot him in the toilet back then, Jin Zizai said. Song Chen found this line familiar. When he first met Jin Zizai, he had been cursing Lu Jiao and had said something similar. He didn't expect Jin Zizai to have learned it. It's been a few months, and your tongue has indeed become quite sharp. I won't waste words with you. Do you dare to bet with me using raw stones? The rich kid said, looking at Jin Zizai. I just said, whatever you want to play, I'm here for the long haul, Jin Zizai replied. Hearing Jin Zizai say this again, a sly smile crept onto the rich kid's lips. If you really have guts, wait for me here for a few minutes, and see if I don't play you to death today, the rich kid said, then turned and left. Old Jin, who is this hollow pickled vegetable? So arrogant? Song Chen asked at this moment. He referred to the other party as a hollow pickled vegetable because he could tell at a glance that the other was drained by wine and lust. On the surface, it seemed like there was no major issue, but in reality, things were already quite dire. His name is Qian Yonglai, the second young master of Longting Wanli. Longting Wanli is the second largest business alliance in the Dragon Kingdom, second only to our Sihai Pavilion. However, they have always been suppressed by our Sihai Pavilion, forced to remain a perennial second. Thus, the Qian family and our Jin family have never really gotten along. Both Sihai Pavilion and Longting Wanli are prominent entities in the Dragon Kingdom, so they cannot engage in open conflict like underground forces. They also cannot secretly attack each other's people, as neither side can afford the other's reckless retaliation. Once one side decides to retaliate, the only outcome is mutual destruction. This is like the clam and the snipe fighting, while the fisherman benefits. Therefore, both sides have tacitly established a rule. Competition can use any commercial means, but no underhanded tactics. However, Longting Wanli has always been one step behind in business tactics, firmly suppressed by our Sihai Pavilion. So the Qian family has been looking to suppress me and regain some face. Over 3 months ago, when I was arguing with Qian Yonglai, I lost the upper hand because I was tongue-tied. He said a lot of unpleasant things at that time. Boss, you know me, I definitely can't tolerate this. So, I left the capital and traveled around the Dragon Kingdom, seeking out skilled debaters to learn from. I then recorded some clever lines in a little notebook, thinking that when I encountered Qian Yonglai again, I would reclaim my dignity. Later, I met you in Phoenix City, so I have been following you to learn. I didn't expect to run into Qian Yonglai here today and finally vent my frustrations. That long string of words I just unleashed felt incredibly satisfying. Even being served by a dragon wouldn't feel this good. To be honest, I don't even know how to describe my current feelings. In summary, it feels damn great. Jin Zizai became more and more excited as he spoke. It was clear that he was genuinely happy. You are all young masters of business tycoons, so why do many people call you Little Young Master while he doesn't have this title? Huang Tianba asked, puzzled. It's not because of that. Although Sihai Pavilion is slightly stronger than Longting Wanli, the difference isn't overwhelming. The reason outsiders call me Little Young Master is that in my generation of the Jin family, I am the only male heir. I have absolute inheritance rights. In contrast, Longting Wanli has quite a few male heirs of the same generation as Qian Yonglai. Since he is the second in his family, many people refer to him as Qian heir Xiaoye. Jin Zizai explained. Little Jin, I realize you've been in a misunderstanding all along. You are the Little Young Master of the Jin family, the only heir, with absolute say. While Qian Yonglai is just a young master of the Qian family, your statuses are not equal. There are second young masters everywhere. In the capital, there are at least 80 of them, but there is only one Little Young Master. When you encounter Qian Yonglai or other members of the Qian family, you don't need to argue with them, just use your status to overpower them. Simply state that, given their status, they are unworthy to speak with you. Once you say this, you will have them firmly in your grasp. From then on, no matter how they attack, you will remain invincible. Song Chen said at that moment. Boss, that's brilliant. Right to the point. Why didn't I think of that? You're absolutely right, their status is not equal to mine. Thank you for your guidance, boss, Jin Zizai said with a look of sudden realization. While a few of them were talking, Qian Yonglai finally returned. Along with him was an old man with a handlebar mustache. Jin Dasha, I'm back? We're just going to casually pick a piece of raw stone here. Whoever extracts the larger elemental heart wins. The loser will pay the other 1 million spirit stones, Qian Yonglai said arrogantly, looking at Jin Zizai. The reason he kept calling Jin Zizai Jin Dasha was that in the past, Jin Zizai's behavior resembled that of a foolish son from a wealthy family. Trash, just 1 million spirit stones, and you dare to bring it up. Indeed, your status is on a completely different level from mine. Compared to a poor loser like you, it's an insult to my identity. Jin Zizai instantly put to use the reminder from Song Chen earlier. However, his words not only made Qian Yanglai's expression sour but also caused Huang Tianba's mouth to twitch. Although he knew Jin Zizai wasn't referring to him, the words sounded particularly harsh, because he wasn't even considered a poor loser. Let alone 1 million spirit stones, he would need a long time to gather even 100 spirit stones. Then how much do you say? Qian Yonglai asked. Hollow pickled vegetables, how about this? If you can come up with 5 million spirit stones, I'll play with you. If you can't, hurry back home to drink your mother's milk, Jin Zizai said. He thought the nickname Song Chen gave Qian Yonglai was quite fitting, so he used it. Upon hearing Jin Zizai say this, a hint of concern flashed in Qian Yonglai's eyes. He was different from Jin Zizai. Jin Zizai could freely squander the Jin family's spirit stones, but he could not. Because there were other male heirs in the Qian family, losing 5 million spirit stones would be enough to cause him pain for a long time. However, when he saw the old man with the handlebar mustache behind him, his confidence surged. Just 5 million spirit stones, this young master doesn't take it seriously. Go call your manager over here to witness for us, Qian Yonglai said to a staff member of the estate. Please wait a moment, young masters, the staff member replied before turning to leave. Such matters were not uncommon in the imperial capital. In fact, they were quite frequent. Because in the imperial capital, everyone was someone of importance, and it was impossible to resolve conflicts by fighting like ruffians as in other places. Therefore, betting on certain matters often occurred. And since betting requires witnesses, someone had to be there to testify. In this estate, the manager was the most suitable person to serve as a witness. Soon, a burly man, looking to be in his 40s, arrived in front of the group, accompanied by the estate staff. Song Chen looked at the burly man and immediately checked his attributes. Object name, Zhang Qi, age, 48, physical strength, 161884, king level 5, soul strength, 149002, king level 5, ability attribute, object control, combat power, 310886. Looking at the manager's attributes, Song Chen frowned. He suddenly thought of something. Although Phoenix City was a small place and couldn't be compared to the imperial capital, a king-level ability user in Phoenix City could almost walk around freely, belonging to the top tier of strong individuals. However, in the imperial capital, king-level ability users were far too common. Just the teachers at the Imperial Capital Academy numbered in the hundreds. Now, even a random estate manager turned out to be at the king level. Although he was only king level 5, he was still a king-level existence. These were just the ones he could see. He believed there were many more king-level individuals hidden from view. Were king-level ability users becoming a bit too common? As the top extraordinary ability user of a nation, shouldn't the king's realm be a rare existence like a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn? How could there be so many? This is unscientific. I am Zhang Qi, pleased to meet the two guests. The two guests wish to bet against each other and have asked me to be the notary, so please present your respective betting items. Zhang Qi said, looking at Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai. He actually knew both of them and was aware of their identities. However, he would not flatter or curry favor with them. He was representing the estate now. For him, every guest here would be treated equally. Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai each brought out 5 million spirit stones. However, what Qian Yonglai presented was a spirit stone exchange card, while Jin Zizai brought out a Qiankuan bag filled with spirit stones. In that case, please begin selecting the raw stones, guests. After receiving their betting items, Zhang Qi said to them, Master Hu, I'll leave the rest to you. Qian Yonglai said to the mustached man behind him. Don't worry, second young master, I've been in this business for decades. I still have a certain level of insight, the mustached man said confidently as he walked toward the pile of raw stones. At this moment, Qian Yonglai turned to look at Jin Zizai and followed him. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes as he turned. Little Jin, what do you plan to do? Song Chen asked at that moment. At this point, I can only try my luck. I have always believed that invincible strength cannot compare to heaven-defying luck. Just like playing do di ju, no matter how well you play or how good you are at counting cards, it can't compare to me having 2 kings and 4 bombs. Jin Zizai said. Then go ahead and choose freely, I'll be your strongest support. Song Chen patted Jin Zizai's shoulder and said. Jin Zizai didn't know if he had heaven-defying luck, but with himself around, he could help him cheat. No matter how invincible the strength, could it compare to a cheat? Soon, both sides had chosen their raw stones. Song Chen immediately copied the raw stone chosen by the mustached man. This copy will consume 39 spirit stones, estimated time cost 7 minutes, continue? Seeing the prompt, Song Chen couldn't help but take another look at the mustached man. It must be said that the mustached man indeed had a certain skill in selecting raw stones. The raw stone he chose was definitely among the best among the many. Then, he copied the raw stone chosen by Jin Zizai. Copy completed. However, before Song Chen had time to check the time, the copy was already finished. What does this indicate? This indicates that the raw stone chosen by Jin Zizai was just an ordinary stone. It contained no energy at all, so the copy was completed in the blink of an eye. Little Jin, with your luck, I don't even know what to say. If you weren't the young master of the Jin family, you would probably have starved to death by now, Song Chen said with a bit of amusement. There were at least 1,000 raw stones here, and most of them contained some elemental essence to varying degrees. He had copied so many raw stones before, and none had been completed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Jin Zizai had picked out this one-in-a-million treasure from among so many raw stones. Boss, do you also think I've already won? I think so too. Hollow pickled vegetables, come on, step up and fight me. Jin Zizai shouted loudly at Qian Yonglai at that moment. At this moment, a surge of heroic spirit erupted from him. This left Song Chen feeling helpless. However, as a good brother, he naturally couldn't just watch Jin Zizai lose like this. He brought the raw stone he had previously selected in front of Jin Zizai. Use this, Song Chen said. Why? Boss, didn't you just think I was sure to win? Jin Zizai asked, puzzled. Just use this, why are you asking so much? Do you think I would harm you? Song Chen replied irritably. He couldn't explain the situation, so he resorted to anger to make Jin Zizai stop questioning. Alright, boss, I trust you. Jin Zizai glanced at Song Chen and then took the raw stone from his hand. After settling the accounts, the raw stones chosen by Jin Zizai and Song Chen cost a total of 2,200 spirit stones. The raw stone chosen by Qian Yonglai for the mustached man cost 1,800 spirit stones. Since you've chosen the raw stone, shall we start the reveal? At this moment, Qian Yonglai looked at Jin Zizai and said, wait. At that moment, Song Chen suddenly spoke up. This left both Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai confused, not knowing what he was up to. Jin Dasha, keep your lackey in check. When the master is speaking, how can a lackey interrupt? Qian Yonglai shot a glance at Song Chen and then said to Jin Zizai, shut your mouth, this is my boss. If he is talking to you, that is your honor. Jin Zizai immediately stood up to defend Song Chen. Boss? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the little master of the Tang family to become someone else's little brother. Jin Dasha, you really are regressing. Qian Yonglai laughed heartily. However, he was guessing Song Chen's identity in his heart. With Jin Zizai's status, he would never acknowledge an ordinary person as his boss. I want to, can you control me? Boss, what were you going to say just now? Speak, Jin Zizai said. You bet 5 million spirit stones, I find it quite amusing. I happen to have 3 million spirit stones here, so I want to raise the stakes. Hollow pickled vegetables, do you dare? Song Chen looked at Qian Yonglai and said. The reason Song Chen did this was because he felt sour. He knew very well that this was a sure win bet. In other words, once both sides' raw stones were revealed, Jin Zizai would get 5 million spirit stones. In just a short while, he would earn 5 million spirit stones. No one would envy such a speed of making money. He had worked himself to the bone in Phoenix City and only earned over 200,000. In the Shumi Mirror, he only made over $1 million from the auction of the new life competition, and that $1 million was contributed by Jin Zizai, the local tycoon. Now that there was an opportunity to make quick money, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Raise the stakes? You really trust this Jin Dasha? Qian Yonglai asked. Of course, if my boss doesn't trust me, would he trust you? So, will you take this bet or not? If you're scared, just say so, and I'll quickly think about how to mock you appropriately, Jin Zizai said. His words sounded like a provocation, but for Qian Yonglai, it was very effective. Master Hu, are you confident? Qian Yonglai asked. Naturally, I've been in the raw stone business for decades, how could I be worse than others' luck? The mustached man said confidently. Seeing the mustached man's demeanor, Qian Yonglai also gained confidence. Since you want to raise the stakes, then I will accompany you to the end. I'll bet 3 million spirit stones with you. Zhang Guanshi, you will witness this. Qian Yonglai turned to the steward of the manor and said. No problem. Jiang Qi replied. When Song Chen and Qian Yonglai handed over the 3 million spirit stones to Jiang Qi, a smile appeared on Song Chen's face. Earning 3 million spirit stones so easily was almost faster than robbing. Song Chen was thinking that he might as well stop opening a shop and come here to find someone to gamble with. Without unexpected wealth, one cannot become rich. Without wild grass, a horse cannot grow fat. If he wanted to get rich quickly, he had to find another way. The stone master was right here in this gambling stone field, so he quickly began to analyze the stones. The first one to be analyzed was the rough stone selected by the man with the mustache. This rough stone was very hard, and to open it, specialized personnel were needed. Moreover, one had to have the strength of a diamond master. Soon, Qian Yanglai's rough stone was completely opened. It has risen, greatly risen. At this moment, the stone master shouted loudly. Then, he handed the open rough stone to Qian Yanglai. This elemental heart is no less than 50 cubic centimeters, worth at least 50,000 spirit stones, said a knowledgeable staff member nearby. This rough stone was bought for only 1,800 spirit stones, and it has skyrocketed nearly 30 times. It really counts as a big rise. The other personnel began to discuss among themselves. Master Hu, you really are something impressive. At this moment, Qian Yanglai praised the man with the mustache. It was completely within my expectations. When the man with the mustache said this, he let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he had no confidence before the rough stone was fully opened. He only made a rough judgment based on his past experience that there was a high possibility that this rough stone contained a sizable elemental heart. However, he was not 100% sure. Now that the result was out, he naturally wanted to show off a bit. Jin Dashin, it's your turn. Qian Yanglai turned to Jin Zizai and said. At this moment, his eyes were filled with pride. Boss, what should we do? Jin Zizai turned to Song Chen and asked. He didn't care about the mere 5 million spirit stones. He really didn't want to lose face in front of Qian Yanglai. He also didn't want to see him bloating. This rough stone was picked by me, and I even placed a bet on it. I've had particularly good luck since I was a child. I always find money on the road, and during high school exams, I could just scribble and still get first in the grade. So, you should have confidence in my luck, Song Chen said. He knew this gamble was a sure win, so fabricating some stories was completely fine. Alright, I believe you. Jin Zizai said, handing the rough stone that Song Chen had previously given him to the stone master. Still confident in your luck? Let's see if your face hurts when the rough stone is fully opened, Qian Yanglai said disdainfully. I don't know if my face will hurt, but I know your heart will, Song Chen retorted, turning to look at Qian Yanglai. Who can't show off? Let's wait and see, Qian Yanglai said, then turned to look at the stone master. Soon, with the stone master's efforts, the rough stone that Jin Zizai had handed over was opened. It has risen, it has risen. The stone master shouted excitedly. He was thrilled because, in this short time, he had opened 2 rough stones that had greatly risen. This volume is no less than 120 cubic centimeters, a huge explosion, absolutely a huge explosion. Worth at least 120,000 spirit stones, shouted a staff member nearby. 120 cubic centimeters, how? How is that possible? Qian Yanglai said in a tone of disbelief. The mention of 120 cubic centimeters meant that he would lose a total of 8 million spirit stones to Jin Zizai and Song Chen. 8 million spirit stones were enough to make even him feel a deep pain. Just as Song Chen had said earlier, Qian Yanglai's heart was aching at this moment. Ha ha ha. 120 cubic centimeters. Is there anyone else? Jin Zizai stepped forward and took the raw stone from Master Xieshi's hands, raising it above his head and speaking in an extremely arrogant tone. At that moment, his expression was even happier than if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. What mattered to him was not that he had won 5 million spirit stones, but that he had thoroughly slapped Qian Yanglai's face. This was the first time he had achieved victory after years of rivalry with Qian Yanglai. At this time, Song Chen was also very happy, but his joy did not stem from slapping Qian Yanglai's face. Instead, it was because he had pocketed 3 million spirit stones. Hollow pickled vegetables, I'll take these spirit stones. If there are more good things like this, keep calling me. Jin Zizai took the bets from the estate manager's hands and addressed Qian Yanglai. Qian Yanglai glared at Jin Zizai with a fierce look, not saying a word, but his face was extremely dark. If looks could kill, Jin Zizai would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by now. Boss, big dumb bear, we made a big profit today, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal at the estate's restaurant. Not the best, but the most expensive. No other reason, just because I have money, just because I'm willful, Jin Zizai said loudly. Wait. Seeing that Jin Zizai and the others were about to leave, Qian Yanglai shouted loudly. Hearing Qian Yanglai's shout, Jin Zizai turned around to look at him. Hollow pickled vegetables? What, you're not convinced? Do you want to get your spirit stones back? Jin Zizai asked. I, Qian Yanglai, am not that despicable. A mere 8 million spirit stones, I can afford to lose. Do you dare to bet with me again? Qian Yanglai said. Bet again? Do you still have spirit stones? Jin Zizai replied. I don't have spirit stones, but I still have a shop under my name, Longting Wanli. Valued at 10 million spirit stones, I'll calculate it as 8 million spirit stones. Let's bet again, Qian Yanglai said. At this moment, he was like a gambler who had lost his mind, willing to do anything to win. If he lost to someone else, he might accept it. But losing to Jin Zizai, he was unwilling and unconvinced. Because in the past years, apart from his status, he had suppressed Jin Zizai in every other aspect. Jin Zizai had suffered countless setbacks at his hands. Now that Jin Zizai had risen above him, how could he accept it? Hearing Qian Yonglai say this, Jin Zizai did not respond immediately but turned to look at Song Chen. He was no longer the Jin Zizai of the past. If it had been the old him, he would have immediately agreed without a second thought after being provoked by Qian Yonglai. But now, his IQ had reached 102, and he was no longer so reckless. Winning a round by luck was enough to keep him happy for a while. If he lost the second round, it wouldn't just be spirit stones, he would also lose the face he had worked so hard to regain. Anyway, our money is all free money, if we lose, we lose. Besides, I have great confidence in my luck, Song Chen said. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. They're practically giving you money, why not take it? Who wouldn't want free money? Then let's do it, I'm not afraid of you. Go ahead, let your master Hu pick another raw stone for you. Seeing that Song Chen had agreed, Jin Zizai did not hesitate. In this round, we won't bet on raw stones. We'll bet on beast fights, Qian Yonglai said. What does beast fighting mean? Song Chen asked Jin Zizai. Since it wasn't betting on raw stones, he wouldn't be able to cheat. Beast fighting means going to the beast fighting arena to find two beasts of comparable strength. Then let them fight in the arena. Others can bet on which of these two exotic beasts will achieve the final victory, Jin Zizai explained. Do we choose the exotic beasts ourselves, or does the manor select them for us to choose from? Song Chen asked. They are selected by the manor for us to choose from. That way, it prevents the possibility of cheating. In the manor, fairness is what matters most, Jin Zizai replied. Alright, then let's play. Song Chen suddenly thought that he could use his skill to check attributes to know the combat power of the exotic beasts. Once he knew their combat power, it would basically be certain which exotic beast would win. Pickled cabbage, then we'll play with you. I hope you won't cry later, Jin Zizai said. Thus, Song Chen and his group arrived at the beast fighting arena. At that moment, a beast fight was underway. It was a battle between two silver-ranked exotic beasts, the Berserk King Kong and the Iron-tailed monkey. As they entered, they saw the Berserk King Kong grabbing the iron-tailed monkey's tail and pulling hard. Instantly, the iron-tailed monkey lost control of its body and flew backward. Seizing the opportunity, the Berserk King Kong grabbed the iron-tailed monkey's legs and tore it apart. Good! At that moment, those who had bet on the Berserk King Kong's victory cheered excitedly. However, the Berserk King Kong was also covered in injuries, panting heavily. Its strength was on par with the iron-tailed monkey, and this time it had only narrowly won. Just in time, the next beast fight is about to begin, Zhang Qi said at that moment. He had also come to the arena with the two, as he would continue to act as a witness. Soon, a three-tailed night wolf and a purple lightning spirit cat were brought out. Like the previous Berserk King Kong, they were also silver-ranked exotic beasts. However, at that moment, both exotic beasts were locked in cages. Jin Dasha, these two exotic beasts are both silver 3, with comparable strength. Then I'll choose first, Qian Yonglai said. Why do you get to choose first? Jin Zizai asked. Then you choose first? Why should I choose first? Then who do you think should choose first? Why should I decide who chooses first? Jin Zizai, can you not be so shameless? Qian Yonglai said angrily. He realized that after not seeing the other for more than 3 months, Jin Zizai seemed like a different person, not only with an increased IQ but also becoming eloquent. Most importantly, he had now become extremely shameless, making him very difficult to deal with. When a person has no bottom line, they are unstoppable. This is what people often say, a tree without bark will surely die. A person without shame is invincible. Boss, which one should we choose? Jin Zizai turned to Song Chen and asked. Let's choose the purple lightning spirit cat, Song Chen said at that moment. Earlier, when the two exotic beasts were brought out, he had checked their attributes. Object name, three-tailed night wolf, age, 5, physical strength, 701, silver 3, soul strength, 618, silver 3, ability attribute, steel body, combat power, 1319. Song Chen did not expect that the silver-ranked exotic beasts were only 5 years old. At 5 years old, a human is still a child. Many people only awaken their abilities when they are close to adulthood. Object name, purple lightning spirit cat, age, 5, physical strength, 607, silver 3, soul strength, 715, silver 3, ability attribute, lightning, combat power, 1322. Comparing the two, the purple lightning spirit cat had 3 more points in combat power. The difference between them was indeed very small. To be honest, a difference of 3 points in combat power is basically negligible when dealing with exotic beasts with combat power exceeding 1,000. Therefore, even if the combat power of the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat is 3 points higher than that of the three-tailed Nightwolf, it does not mean that the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat will definitely achieve victory. Song-chun chose the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat not only because its combat power was slightly stronger, but more importantly, the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat possessed lightning abilities. The lightning abilities somewhat restrained the steel abilities of the three-tailed Nightwolf. However, what Song-chun did not notice was that when he made this choice, Xian Yanglai's lips curled up slightly, and he felt a sense of relief inside. After both sides had chosen their beasts, the two beasts locked in cages in the arena were released. As soon as the three-tailed Nightwolf and the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat emerged from their cages, they glared at each other fiercely. They were both beasts that had survived through brutal battles, and they understood very well that there was only one way to continue living, to eliminate the other. Even ants are greedy for life, let alone beasts that have already gained intelligence. Oh whoa! The three-tailed Nightwolf howled as it appeared. Roar! Although the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat was a cat, at this moment it let out a sound similar to that of a tiger. However, its roar was not as deep as a tiger's, sounding somewhat juvenile. In the next moment, the three-tailed Nightwolf and the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat moved simultaneously. The three-tailed Nightwolf's body erupted with a metallic sheen, and then its body became as tough as steel, especially its three tails. The three tails swung back and forth like three giant steel blades. As it moved its limbs, it left several deep scratch marks on the ground of the arena and pounced towards the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat. The Thunderbolt Spirit Cat was named for its exceptional agility. It moved swiftly, transforming into a purple lightning bolt, disappearing before the three-tailed Nightwolf. In the next moment, it appeared behind the three-tailed Nightwolf, swinging its claws. Its claws crackled with purple lightning, making a popping sound. Immediately, these purple lightning bolts transformed into two arrow-like feathers, shooting towards the three-tailed Nightwolf. The three-tailed Nightwolf sensed the danger and swung its steel-like tail. When its tail collided with the two lightning arrows, it produced two loud booming sounds. In that instant, the arrows exploded, dissipating into the air. The three-tailed Nightwolf's body also retreated several meters. However, it did not sustain any injuries. The combat power of these two beasts was comparable, and it was not an easy task to determine a winner in a short time. As time passed, both the three-tailed Nightwolf and the Thunderbolt Spirit Cat bore some wounds. After such a long battle, their combat power had decreased significantly. However, the fighting spirit within them had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, it had grown stronger than before. Everyone was focused intently on the arena, not noticing that not far away in the stands, Xian Yanglai flipped his palm and took out several Silver Moon Nan flowers. The Silver Moon Nan flower is a peculiar flower that has no effect on the vast majority of ability users or beasts. However, for the three-tailed Nightwolf, it acted like a stimulant. Upon smelling the Silver Moon Nan flower, the three-tailed Nightwolf became agitated, and its blood began to boil. Before long, its body would undergo a transformation. Sure enough, the three-tailed Nightwolf in the arena began to grow restless. Its originally brown eyes slowly turned red, and as time passed, its eyes became increasingly red, as if they were about to bleed. Its aura also gradually became more violent. The Thunderbolt Spirit Cat clearly sensed the danger and kept retreating. Oh whoa! In the next moment, the three-tailed Nightwolf let out a long howl, its body rapidly growing larger. Moreover, another tail sprouted from behind it. The strength of the three-tailed Nightwolf was directly proportional to the number of its tails. At this moment, the three-tailed Nightwolf had transformed into a four-tailed Nightwolf, and its power had undergone a tremendous change. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. Song-chun also quickly checked the attributes of the three-tailed Nightwolf again. Object name, four-tailed Nightwolf, age, 5, physical strength, 999, silver eye, soul strength, 618, silver 3, ability attribute, steel body, combat power, 1617. Seeing the change in the attributes of the three-tailed Nightwolf, Song-chun's expression became serious. With the current strength of the four-tailed Nightwolf, the purple lightning spirit cat was definitely no match for it. This meant that, unless a miracle occurred, the bet between Jin Zizai and Xian Yanglai was bound to be lost. When he had presented the betting items earlier, Song-chun had also put forward 3 million. This meant that if the purple lightning spirit cat lost, he would also lose 3 million. The spirit stones were already in his hands. He absolutely could not part with them again. He could afford to lose emotionally, but he could not afford to lose spirit stones. Not even if the King of Heaven himself came. The three-tailed Nightwolf wouldn't change like this for no reason. I remember there was an explanation about exotic beasts in the textbooks we had before the first year of college, Song-chun thought silently to himself. At the same time, he began to search his mind for knowledge related to the three-tailed Nightwolf. Soon, he found everything about the three-tailed Nightwolf. It's the Silver Moon Nan flower. In an instant, he understood the reason for the three-tailed night wolf's transformation. Normally, silver moon nanflowers would not appear in the beast arena unless someone deliberately brought them in. Thinking of this possibility, Song Chen immediately looked towards Qian Yonglai. Sure enough, he saw Qian Yonglai holding several silver moon nanflowers in his hand. Manager Jiang, is it allowed to use silver moon nanflowers to stimulate the three-tailed night wolf to transform in the beast arena? Song Chen asked Zhang Qi. Hearing this, Zhang Qi frowned. Such a thing had indeed never happened in the beast arena before. After all, the forces behind the manor were formidable, and no one dared to act recklessly here. Therefore, there had been no regulations regarding this in the beast arena. Unexpectedly, someone had found a loophole today. However, to do this, one must know that the three-tailed night wolf was present among the exotic beasts today. This required insider information. What, does the beast arena have to control what people eat? I'm hungry, so what if I take out something to eat? Qian Yonglai heard what Song Chen said and, without waiting for Zhang Qi to respond, directly stuffed the silver moon nanflowers into his mouth. This thing was not toxic to humans and tasted sweet, so, eating it posed no harm to him. Although Zhang Qi had not yet expressed his stance, if it came to an investigation, it would be troublesome, so he acted preemptively. He had received insider information earlier and knew that the three-tailed night wolf would appear in today's beast arena. Therefore, he had prepared the silver moon nanflowers in advance, planning to take advantage of the situation to make a profit in the beast arena. Who would have thought that he would run into Jin Zizai and the others today? That was why he proposed the bet in the beast arena. To be honest, when Jin Zizai and the others were making their choices earlier, he had been on edge, fearing they would choose the three-tailed night wolf. If they had chosen the three-tailed night wolf, he would have truly had to rely on luck. In that case, whether he won or lost would have been uncertain. Qian Yanglai's actions caught Song Chen off guard. The man had directly eaten the silver moon nanflowers. What could he say? At this moment, questioning whether humans can eat this thing, or whether it should be brought out in this occasion in Heyang, is already pointless. No matter how much one tries to control the heavens and the earth, one cannot control others eating and farting. Let alone that they eat silver moon nanflowers. Even if they eat Oreos, it is their freedom. Moreover, right now, it is no longer about whether Qian Yanglai's actions comply with the arena regulations. The urgent matter is to find a way for the purple lightning spirit cat to win the match. Thus, Song Chen began to think of strategies. Unfortunately, there were too many people around the arena, and he couldn't use the color fill skill to turn the background black. If he could do that, he would have many means to help the purple lightning spirit cat win the match. For example, letting Qiu take action. Qiu could traverse through the void and easily defeat the four-tailed night wolf. However, now, in front of a large crowd, with hundreds of eyes fixed on the arena, doing so would easily expose Qiu. Therefore, this method was definitely not feasible. The remaining skills, such as inserting tables, enlarging, or bolding, could not be used either. While Song Chen was deep in thought, the purple lightning spirit cat in the arena was already covered in wounds. It was facing off against the four-tailed night wolf and was clearly no match for it. At this moment, it could only rely on its agile speed to barely hold on. However, its defeat was only a matter of time. Jin Zizai's expression also turned grim, his eyes glaring fiercely at Qian Yanglai. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to block this guy and give him a good beating after leaving the manor. With his status, as long as he didn't kill or severely injure the guy, he wouldn't face any consequences. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He had already started planning whether to use a sack to cover his head or a brick. If that didn't work, he could use a trash can filled with garbage to stuff him in. Even if he didn't beat him, it would still disgust him. Lost in thought, Jin Zizai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Jin Zizai's laughter, Song Chen turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Even when about to lose, he could still laugh. This kid must be out of his mind. It seemed this matter could only be handled by him. 3 million spirit stones, he certainly didn't want to lose them for nothing. So, he used the mouse to select the four-tailed night wolf in the arena and used the delete skill on it. Deleting target, remaining time 10 seconds. When Song Chen saw this prompt, his eyes lit up. A silver realm beast, and it only took 10 seconds to delete it. This amount of time was basically just a blink of an eye for him. The four-tailed night wolf in the arena instinctively sensed the crisis. However, it didn't know where the threat was coming from. Thus, it began to run wildly in the arena, trying to escape the danger. But no matter how it ran, that sense of crisis followed it like a shadow, like maggots clinging to bone. The crowd outside the arena was also confused by the sudden scene of the four-tailed night wolf. What's wrong with this three-tailed night wolf? Is it suffering backlash from transforming? Huang Tianba said at this moment. Has something unexpected happened? Oh, not bad. Boss, we still have a chance to win, Jin Zizai said excitedly as he looked at Song Chen. Meanwhile, Qian Yonglai became increasingly anxious. He didn't expect that even at this point, an accident could still occur. The purple lightning spirit cat in the arena naturally noticed the change in the four-tailed night wolf, and it seized the opportunity to launch an attack. It gathered all its lightning and attacked the four-tailed night wolf. 100,000 volts. This voice was what Song Chen shouted in his heart, because he felt that the purple lightning spirit cat at this moment resembled that little yellow mouse. Soon, the lightning emitted by the purple lightning spirit cat struck the four-tailed night wolf. Boom! With a loud bang, the arena erupted in chaos, stones flying and dust rising. At that moment, the 10 seconds required for Song Chen to delete the four-tailed night wolf had already passed. Thus, the figure of the four-tailed night wolf completely vanished from the arena. Once the arena returned to calm, no one in the stands noticed the trace of the four-tailed night wolf. Could it be? The three-tailed night wolf was blown to ashes? Someone couldn't help but say. Since the three-tailed night wolf had been referred to as such before, many continued to use the same name even after it transformed into the four-tailed night wolf. Is the purple lightning spirit cat really that powerful? If you ask me, it must be that the three-tailed night wolf had some issues. The purple lightning spirit cat was just checking for leaks. I agree, the three-tailed night wolf's condition was indeed off just now. I bet on the three-tailed night wolf to win. This is the end. The crowd in the stands buzzed with discussion. Jin Zizai was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Boss, we won, ha ha ha, we won! Jin Zizai exclaimed excitedly. This scene had long been anticipated by Song Chen. After all, this whole affair was his masterpiece from start to finish. I told you, my luck has always been good. Song Chen pretended to be happy as he spoke. At this moment, his attention was not on the arena but on his recycle bin, searching for the figure of the four-tailed night wolf. He wanted to see where the beast he had forcibly deleted had gone. He searched the recycle bin for a long time but found no trace of the four-tailed night wolf. Could it be that after being forcibly deleted, it is completely erased? Song Chen thought silently. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Because whether it was the previous Dongfang Sweki, Old Han at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, or the recent four-tailed night wolf, all had shown extreme panic after being locked by his delete key. This indicated that they truly felt the breath of death. If they were merely stored in the recycle bin, they shouldn't have reacted so strongly. What would it feel like if I selected myself for deletion? Suddenly, Song Chen had a bizarre thought. He was very curious to experiment with this idea, but he also felt that doing so was somewhat crazy. This thought was akin to someone wondering if they could save themselves by doing pull-ups while hanging. Better safe than sorry. If he couldn't cancel the deletion in time, or for some reason couldn't cancel it, that would be a tragedy. It was better not to court death. Generally, those who liked to court death didn't end up well. Just like when he was on Earth, some people from certain countries always enjoyed extreme sports, courting death in various ways. As a result, the population of their country showed negative growth every year. Having won the match, Song Chen and Jin Zizai almost simultaneously turned their gaze to Qian Yonglai, who was slumped in the stands, his eyes vacant, mumbling to himself like Xiang Lin's wife. How could I lose? Why did I lose? This shouldn't be happening. He looked as if he had been beaten at poker by 800 strong men all night long, experiencing multiple rounds of torment in the process. Seeing Qian Yonglai like this made Jin Zizai happy. Thanks to young Master Qian for the dragon soaring 10,000 miles shop. To show my gratitude, let me sing a song for young Master Qian. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warm. Jin Zizai began to sing. His singing left Song Chen speechless. He realized that Jin Zizai was almost learning all of his quirks and behaviors. If this continued, he would be completely emptied out as the boss. After that, the few of them took various documents for the shop under Qian Yonglai from the steward of the manor and turned to leave. Only Qian Yonglai was left, slumped on the viewing platform, devoid of any desire for life. Boss, here's everything for you. After exiting the arena, Jin Zizai handed all the documents for Qian Yonglai's shop to Song Chen. You won this, why are you giving it to me? Song Chen asked. This shop was won by both of us, and the exotic beast just now was also your choice. If it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have been able to win against Qian Yonglai. At that time, we would have been ridiculed by him. To be honest, I had already thought about it. If we really lost, I would have resorted to underhanded means and beaten him up. For me, just seeing Qian Yonglai embarrassed is enough. Money is not important. Besides, this shop is useless to me. I can't possibly manage it. Boss, weren't you planning to reopen the first floor? Perfect, no need to look for a shop now, Jin Zizai said. Alright, then I'll accept it. I'll give you a 10% share. Song Chen thought for a moment and said, the 10% share of the future first floor would definitely be worth more than these few million spirit stones. What he valued was the sea-high pavilion behind Jean's eye. Although he had access to goods, he was still a novice in business. Giving Jean's eye a 10% share was equivalent to branding the first floor with the label of the Jean family's young master, making many things much easier in the future. I can do that. Jean's eye did not refuse either. For a while, the three of them went to the Manners restaurant and had a big meal. They ate exotic beast meat, which was not only delicious but also enhanced physical strength after consumption. Many exotic beasts died in the arena every day, and these dead beasts would be sent to the restaurant as ingredients. This was an industrial chain. When leaving, Song Chen suddenly thought of Dao Wuxin and took a few jars of fine wine brewed by the restaurant, named Baiyu. He discovered that this Baiyu wine also contained a large amount of energy. To replicate a jar, it actually required 100 spirit stones. The selling price was even more outrageous, at 10,000 spirit stones per jar. Xiaoyi, this Baiyu wine and the previous raw stone replication both require 100 spirit stones. Why does Baiyu wine sell for 10,000 spirit stones while the elemental heart can sell for 120,000 spirit stones? Song Chen asked in confusion. The replication process only considers the amount of energy contained in the object, unrelated to its function, Xiaoyi explained. With this explanation, Song Chen understood. The energy contained in the elemental heart was limited, it just had other functions, which is why it was sold at a higher price. It was like the same potato, buying it at the supermarket costs about 1 yuan. If it's stir-fried into shredded potatoes and sold in an ordinary restaurant, a plate could sell for 10 to 20 yuan. But if it's placed in a 5-star hotel and made into a dish, a plate could cost several hundred. When leaving the manor, Song Chen and the others took the rail car back to the East Sea Dragon Palace, just as they had arrived. Then, Song Chen called Dao Wuxin, asking him to come to the new shop he had acquired. Yesterday, Song Chen had sent a message to Dao Wuxin, so he had already arrived in the imperial capital today. Senior Wuxin, I still have to go to school and don't have much time to manage the shop, so I'll leave this shop to you for now. Starting tomorrow, first close the shop, and arrange the shelves inside according to how we did in the first floor of Phoenix City. At the same time, hang a banner outside, thriving shop for transfer at 100 million spirit stones. Song Chen said, 100 million spirit stones? Boss, you must be mistaken? This shop is worth at most 10 million spirit stones. Who would be foolish enough to want 100 million spirit stones? Jean's eye asked in confusion from the side. I certainly know no one would want it. I'm doing this to create momentum. Think about it, if I set a transfer fee of 100 million spirit stones, wouldn't everyone think like you? Which fool would want it? Such news will probably spread throughout the imperial capital in no time. If a fool really comes to transfer, then we sell it. In that case, we would make 90 million spirit stones in profit. If no one comes to buy, then after a few days, when the first building officially opens, it will definitely attract attention. Because many people will see the first building as the fool who spent 100 million spirit stones. By then, there will surely be many curious about what the first building actually does. This way, the reputation of the first building will spread. Then, combined with our unique promotion, the first building will become well known in the imperial capital in a very short time. The most important thing in business is reputation. Once the reputation of the first building is out, who would worry about not having business? Song Chen said, Boss, you really are a genius. You can come up with such an idea? If you were solely focused on doing business, what would we at the Four Seas Pavilion do? Jean's eye exclaimed. Boss, when it comes to being crafty, you truly are unmatched. Impressive, impressive. Huang Tianba also looked at Song Chen with admiration. Even Dao Wuxin, who usually showed little interest in the outside world, nodded repeatedly. In business, one must find alternative paths. Senior Wuxin, let's do as I said and close the doors for 3 days. During these 3 days, you should familiarize yourself with the imperial capital. Little Jean, regarding the information on the major families in the imperial capital, how much does your Jean family sell it for? Get me a copy. Song Chen said. Boss, saying that is like slapping my face. How can I charge you? If you want it, I'll have someone deliver a copy to you tomorrow. Jean's eye said with an unhappy expression. Brothers are brothers, business is business, these are two different matters. Song Chen didn't want to take advantage of Jean's eye in this regard. I am the young master of the Jean family, I have the final say. Besides, I also have a 10% stake in the first building. I should contribute something too. Jean's eye said. Hearing this, Song Chen didn't say anything further. He gave Dao Wuxin a few instructions, left a few jars of white jade wine, and then returned to school with Jin Zizai and the others. When Song Chen returned to the villa at the Imperial Capital Academy, he found Zhong Heng standing at the villa's entrance. It was already past 11 at night, and he didn't expect Zhong Heng to still be awake, waiting for him alone. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged in Song Chen's heart, and he felt like singing a song of thank you to express his gratitude to Zhong Heng. Here are 120,000 spirit stones. From now on, we are clear. Don't talk to me about anything, whether it's important or not. After seeing Song Chen, Zhong Heng hurriedly shoved a spirit stone exchange card into his hand and said, the reason he hadn't rested so late was that he was worried about experiencing what happened last night again after falling asleep. He had already been on the verge of collapse all night yesterday and didn't want to go through that again today. Zhong Heng, you're a good person. Let me sing a song to express my gratitude. Song Chen said, looking at Zhong Heng. Shut up. If you ever mention singing in front of me again, I will make sure we don't end well. After saying this, Zhong Heng hurriedly left as fast as he could. He was afraid that if he moved slowly, he would hear those sounds that drove him to despair. Collecting debts isn't that hard, you see, just reason with him, and he pays back tenfold. Song Chen turned to Huang Tianbai and said. Jin Zizai had already returned to his own villa by this time. Boss, you really can't be too crafty. If you keep this up, one day you'll get beaten. Huang Tianbai couldn't help but say, looking at Song Chen's smug expression. Looking across the entire imperial capital, who the hell dares to touch me, Song Chen? Let's go, it's time to sleep. I've played all day and I'm tired. Good night, Igu Begu. Good night, damn it. Song Chen said, then went upstairs to rest. Lying in bed, he reflected on his gains from today. 3,120,000 spirit stones, a shop worth 10 million spirit stones, and a heart of elements worth 120,000. I must say, it was truly a fruitful day. Then, he glanced at his fate restoration prompt. Fate is being restored. Countdown 6 days 1 hour 45 minutes 53 seconds. Only 6 days left. Song Chen muttered to himself. He was already a bit impatient. 6 days felt too long. Every day I reflect on myself. First reflection, am I more knowledgeable today than yesterday? No. Second reflection, am I stronger today than yesterday? A little stronger. Third reflection, am I richer today than yesterday? Absolutely. Alright, I can sleep soundly now. Good night, readers in front of the screen. The next day, Song Chen went to find his instructor to inquire about the exemption from theoretical classes. Eugene also provided feedback to the school. The school's opinion is that it's possible to be exempt from theoretical classes, but during the final exam, the theoretical score must reach 450 points or above. If not, you will be held back a year, Eugene said to Song Chen. The full score for the final exam at the Imperial Capital University is 480. Achieving over 450 is definitely not an easy task. No problem, Song Chen replied. Without a second thought, he agreed. He had already read all the knowledge from the 4 textbooks, he just needed to verify it. With that, Song Chen left the classroom. He didn't need to spend time studying theoretical knowledge, but he absolutely couldn't slack off in his cultivation. So, Song Chen went to find his chief master. As his master, he couldn't just hold a title, he had to guide him in his cultivation. Dongfang Xiao was an advisor at the Imperial Capital Academy and also lived there. However, he usually didn't show up. Besides his own cultivation, he researched some strange objects. For example, the various college entrance examination checkpoints over the years or some objects and places used to assist training. After finding out Dongfang Zhao's residence, Song Chen walked in. Dear, respected, beloved, most cherished master, I am your lovely, beloved, deeply loved disciple, Song Chen, here to see you. Before Song Chen even entered, his voice had already arrived. The door's not locked, come in yourself. Not long after Song Chen's voice sounded, Dongfang Zhao's voice came back. Hearing Dongfang Zhao's voice, Song Chen chuckled and pushed the door open to enter. Once inside, he saw Dongfang Zhao holding an unknown stone, studying it. Master, I brought you a gift, Song Chen said, placing the 2 jars of wine he was carrying on a table in the room. Buy you wine? You little brat actually have some thought. The moment he saw the Baiyu wine, Dongfang Zhao instinctively swallowed. He had been busy with research lately and hadn't had time to drink. He had just been thinking about it not long ago. He didn't expect Song Chen to understand him so well and bring him 2 jars. So, he put down the stone in his hand and walked towards the wine jars. As a disciple, it's only right to honor my master. My teacher taught me from a young age to respect the elderly and love the young, to be honest and kind, Song Chen said with a smile. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he spoke. When Dongfang Zhao heard this, he suddenly put down the Baiyu wine and stared at Song Chen without blinking. To be precise, this was only the second time he had met Song Chen. However, he had already gained some understanding of Song Chen's character. He was in existence even more dog-like than his father, Song Huangquan. He would never casually speak of respecting the elderly and loving the young, or of honesty and kindness. In summary, Song Chen definitely had something going on. This wine, while good, was probably not so easy to drink. If you have something to say, just say it, Dongfang Xiao said, looking at Song Chen with a smile. What do you mean? What could I possibly have? Just yesterday, I suddenly came across a few phrases. It said that a person should be based on sincerity and live by trust. Even the slightest matter concerning integrity, a small issue, or an unintentional breach of trust could ruin our reputation for a lifetime. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that my master had promised me, if I could win first place in the freshman competition, he would reward me with 100,000 spirit stones. I believe that with my master's esteemed character, integrity, and talent, he wouldn't go back on his word, right? After saying this, Song Chen looked at Dongfang Xiao with a very innocent expression. You little brat, coming to the Imperial Capital Academy to meet your master for the first time and already asking for payment. I, an old man of my word, could I possibly owe you spirit stones? Dongfang Xiao said, tossing a Qiankuan bag to Song Chen. He had already heard from his granddaughter about Song Chen winning first place in the freshman competition. So, he had long prepared the spirit stones. I knew my master would keep his word, Song Chen said, quickly opening the Qiankuan bag to take a look. It wasn't that he didn't trust his master, he just had a habit of doing this. He needed to know how much he had so that he could feel secure when doing things. You're so dog-like, who do you take after? Although your father, Song Huangquan, was called a mad dog, he was more mad than dog. Why are you more dog-like? Dongfang Xiao took a sip of the white jade wine, watching Song Chen's actions with curiosity. Maybe it's a genetic mutation. Master, I came to find you today to seek your guidance on my cultivation. You can't just be a master for nothing, Song Chen said. You should indeed guide your cultivation. I heard you've repaired your fate and awakened the disguise ability? What capabilities does this disguise ability have? At this moment, Dongfang Xiao stopped joking with Song Chen and spoke very seriously. My disguise ability allows me to take on the appearance of anyone, regardless of their height, weight, gender, or age, Song Chen said, transforming into Dongfang Xiao's likeness under his gaze. Dongfang Xiao looked at the other version of himself that had suddenly appeared before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even he couldn't detect any flaws. Those who were not very familiar with him would be even less able to discern it. In addition, I can also disguise myself as light, achieving an invisibility effect, Song Chen said, using the color fill skill to fill himself with a colorless appearance. His secret, which he hadn't even told his father, of course, would not be revealed to Dongfang Xiao either. So, he could only carry this lie through to the end. Your disguise ability is even more powerful than I imagined. Now you can disguise yourself as light. In the future, as your strength increases, will you be able to disguise everything? Dongfang Xiao pondered for a moment and said. He had just carefully sensed it and could still perceive Song Chen's presence. For him, Song Chen's invisibility was merely visual. What he valued more was the potential of this ability. What he didn't know was that Song Chen had not used the cell to isolate his aura, which was why he could perceive it. I have a feeling that if my strength continues to break through, I could disguise myself as a beast, Song Chen replied. So, your ability indeed extends towards the direction of disguising all things. In the early stages, it can disguise itself as concrete objects. I wonder if in the later stages, it can disguise itself as abstract or conceptual things. For example, disguising as time, disguising as causality, Dongfang Xiao speculated. Upon hearing Dongfang Xiao say this, Song Chen's eyes widened. Xiao Yi had mentioned before that software could be continuously upgraded. He didn't know if PS, after continuous upgrades, could derive extraordinary abilities. For instance, creating things out of thin air, PA space, or even PA world. If that were possible, then this skill of PS would be equivalent to the ability of creation. Master, what is your ability? Song Chen suddenly asked curiously. He only knew that his master was a war god, but beyond that, he knew almost nothing. My ability is Sequence 53's, War, Dongfang Xiao replied. At his current strength, he was not afraid of others knowing his ability. Sequence 53. Song Chen repeated softly. He realized that those who could become top-tier powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom almost all had abilities ranked within the top 100. Master, how is this top 100 ability sequence ranked? And does an ability with a lower sequence necessarily have less potential than one with a higher sequence? Song Chen asked in confusion. Let me first explain how the top 100 ability sequences came to be. This is not something imagined out of thin air by a single person or organization. Rather, it is arranged based on the abilities awakened by strong individuals throughout human history, and the strength they exhibited after growing. They refined the strength shown by the strong throughout human history and scored them item by item. The highest score is Sequence 1, followed by Sequence 2, Sequence 3. Of course, this ranking is not set in stone, it refreshes and re-ranks according to the changes in the strength of the ability owner. For example, the Yefir ability of Sequence 54 was not initially ranked in the top 100. Over 300 years ago, an ability user who awakened the Yefir ability exhibited astonishing strength that amazed the world. Thus, the ranking of the Yefir ability rose from outside the top 100 to Sequence 54, Dongfang Xiao explained. So that means, an ability of Sequence 100 is not necessarily weaker than one of Sequence 1. It just depends on the owner's development of the ability and the height they have reached, Song Chen said. That is indeed the case. However, through countless proofs, abilities ranked higher do tend to have greater potential. Abilities like fear that rise significantly are just a minority, Dongfang Xiao replied. Are there any abilities that have never appeared in history? Song Chan asked again. Naturally, there are. Some abilities with great potential may have appeared, but because their owners did not grow, they were cut short, so their abilities could not be recorded. There are also some abilities that have truly never appeared. For example, your disguise ability. There are many abilities that can change appearance, and there are also many that can make one invisible. But as far as I know, there is no ability that can change one's appearance, become invisible, and disguise itself as other objects. So, your ability might be a newly emerged one. You named this ability Disguise, didn't you? Dongfang Xiao asked, looking at Song Chen with a smile. Yes, after I awakened my ability, I couldn't find any corresponding ability, so I named it Disguise myself, Song Chen replied. That is indeed fitting. Then what is the secret you desperately hid before awakening your ability? At that moment, Dongfang Xiao suddenly looked at Song Chen and asked. Hearing this, Song Chen showed no panic but smiled and said, Master, you want to know my secret? That's easy, just pay more. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xiao kicked out. Song Chen seemed to have anticipated this move, so he quickly dodged. You little brat, are you obsessed with money? Dongfang Xiao said angrily. Forget it, who told you to be my master? Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Song Chen suddenly said, glancing at Dongfang Xiao. He had actually rehearsed this scene countless times in his mind. His father had once pointed out that he had been too showy during that time, making it easy for others to guess that he had other secrets. At that time, he broke out in a cold sweat. So, from then on, he began to think about how to fabricate a secret that others would easily believe. After such a long time of contemplation, he decided to share 1/10,000th of his secret. Some things are easier to believe when stated as facts. The things he had been hiding would instead arouse others' suspicions. Just like his ability. Ever since he mentioned that he had the disguise ability, no one had brought up his fate anymore. Hearing Song Chen say this, Dongfang Xiao stopped drinking and turned his gaze towards him. Curiosity is something everyone possesses. Sometimes, when curiosity is not satisfied, it can even ignite a person's desire to explore. The more Song Chen concealed his secret, the more curious Dongfang Xiao became about it. It's like this, my physique is different from others. The energy I can absorb and the speed at which my body purifies impurities is 5 to 6 times that of an average person. For example, the cultivation liquid and body refining liquid. An average person can only take it once a month because if taken too much, it will accumulate as impurities in the body, which is harmful. But because my physique is different, I can take it 5 to 6 times. Because of this, my physical strength and soul strength are significantly stronger than other ability users of the same age. That's because I consume much more cultivation liquid and body refining liquid than they do, Song Chen said seriously. Hearing this, a look of realization flashed in Dongfang Zhao's eyes. He had sensed that Song Chen's physical and soul strength had already reached the golden 5. Besides this, what other special aspects does your physique have? Dongfang Xiao continued to ask. Also, my recovery ability is extremely strong. For example, when others have exhausted their internal energy, it takes them 5 hours to fully recover. But I only need 1 hour. Song Chen replied. He was being very conservative in what he said. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could fully recover in a very short time. Is there anything else? Dongfang Xiao asked again. Also, the speed at which I spend spirit stones is 5 to 6 times that of others. Even 10 times. Song Chen said with a smile. You little brat, as you keep talking, you're losing your composure. At this moment, Dongfang Xiao finally understood why Song Chen was so fond of gathering spirit stones. Cultivation cannot proceed without resources. The spirit stones he consumed during his training were many times more than what others used. With money in your pocket, you can stay calm. The more spirit stones, the better. You never know when you might need a large sum, Song Chen said. He had previously discovered a law. Whenever he saved up some money, something would suddenly happen that would deplete his savings. This had happened more than once or twice. You have won first place in the New Life competition and can use the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for free for a year. This will save you a significant amount of expenses. In the future, I will also prepare various items you need for cultivation, so you won't have to spend your own money, Dongfang Xiao said. Thank you, Master. For a period afterward, Dongfang Xiao began to guide Song Chen in his cultivation. Cultivation is divided into two parts. One part is the tempering of physical strength and soul strength. The other part is enhancing practical combat experience. Both of these were areas where Song Chen was lacking. With the guidance of Dongfang Xiao, the god of war, his progress was astonishingly rapid. Soon, 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, aside from having Dongfang Xiao guide his cultivation, Song Chen also went to the first building. 3 days ago, the first building finally opened. Due to the hype of a 100 million spirit stone transfer fee in Song Chen's promotion from Phoenix City, the opening of the first building was exceptionally lively. It was truly a scene of drums beating, firecrackers exploding, red flags waving, and crowds of people. According to Song Chen's rough estimate, the foot traffic that day exceeded 10,000. At first glance, 10,000 might not seem like a lot, but one must remember that the first building was just a shop. Although it had several floors, Song Chen mainly sold elemental stones, various grades of body-tempering liquids, elemental hearts, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and exotic beast cubs. Among these, the exotic beast cubs were the most expensive. This was because the cubs that Song Chen had stolen with Chiu Chiu from the Bermuda Forest were all descendants of king-level exotic beasts. Their bloodlines and potential were unmatched by other exotic beasts. On the first day of opening, although the foot traffic was considerable, the revenue was not high, totaling less than 200,000 spirit stones. Many people were unaware of what the first building was about and simply came in out of curiosity. However, after the first day's fermentation and Song Chen's promotion through various channels, the reputation of the first building was firmly established. By the second day, the revenue doubled, reaching 500,000 spirit stones. On the third day, it doubled again, reaching 1 million spirit stones. Song Chen roughly calculated the cost of the items he sold. It was about 1/5 of the revenue. In other words, with a revenue of 1 million, he could net 800,000. That night, as Song Chen lay in bed, counting the gains from the third day, a smile appeared on his face. The daily consumption of the farm and ranch is about 670,000 spirit stones. Now I can net 800,000 daily, minus the consumption of the farm and ranch, as well as some other expenses. I can still save 100,000 spirit stones every day. The future looks promising, Song Chen said happily. In the previous 5 days, he had almost depleted all the spirit stones he had gathered, because the farm and ranch consumed spirit stones excessively. Fortunately, he could finally have a surplus now. Moreover, as time went on, the business of the first building would only get better. At this moment, Song Chen lay in bed, eagerly starting the countdown. Because, after a long wait, his fate was finally about to be completely restored. P.S. Some people always say I'm dragging things out. The next chapter will be about fate restoration and the awakening of abilities, so get ready to applaud. In the last few minutes before the complete restoration of his fate, Song Chen felt an immense torment. He thought that the longest time in life was nothing compared to this. Fate restoration complete. Finally, a prompt appeared before Song Chen. With the appearance of this prompt, Song Chen suddenly felt an extremely powerful devouring force emerging within his body, consuming the spiritual energy around him. However, this devouring force was too strong, and the surrounding spiritual energy was clearly insufficient. Before Song Chen could take any measures, he suddenly discovered that a massive energy surged into his body, allowing the devouring force to feast freely. Song Chen knew that this sudden influx of energy must be the spiritual stones he had stored in his C drive. At this moment, it was not the time to feel sorry for the spiritual stones. He worried that the spiritual stones in the C drive were not enough and hurriedly transferred all the spiritual stones he had stored in his cloud drive into the C drive. He understood that the reason for this devouring force was that he was currently awakening his abilities. The more energy he absorbed, the stronger his awakened abilities would be. Time passed second by second, and Song Chen felt that every inch of his muscles was filled with power. He didn't know how long it had been when a loud rumble suddenly echoed within his body. Puff! In an instant, Song Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Huang Tianba, who was sleeping downstairs, was so deeply asleep that he had no idea what was happening to Song Chen. Thus, Song Chen remained unconscious for the entire night. The next day, it wasn't until 10 in the morning that Song Chen slowly woke up. What the hell, it's already 10 o'clock. Song Chen glanced at his phone, instantly stunned. He had never slept until 10 o'clock in all these years. Especially in the past few days, he had been getting up at 5. Because he was still insisting on practicing the sunflower scripture every day, absorbing the first ray of sunlight in the morning. Although the solar energy he absorbed now was of little help to him, he felt it was a good habit. So, he persisted. In the past, after absorbing the first ray of sunlight, he would go find Dongfang Xiao to guide him in his training. Unexpectedly, today he had slept until 10 o'clock. However, he quickly remembered that he had fainted yesterday after restoring his fate and awakening his abilities. His heart trembled instantly, and he opened his attribute panel. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 3146, gold 3, soul strength, 3521, gold 3, ability attribute, strength, potential plus infinity, combat power? The first thing Song Chen noticed was that his physical and soul strength had increased significantly compared to before, reaching the gold 3 level. However, when he saw his ability attribute, he was instantly stunned. Ha? Strength? What the hell? Are you kidding me? I've taken off my pants, and you let me awaken such an ability? Song Chen said, feeling a bit broken. He had thought about the abilities he might awaken, and his lowest expectation was that even if it couldn't compare to Xiao Jianjian's morality or Tang Qiqi's reincarnation, it should at least be within the top 100. Unexpectedly, he awakened a strength ability. What kind of situation was this? It was like knowing he had married the most beautiful woman in the world, only to find that when he entered the bridal chamber, his wife had turned into Zhong Wuyan. His mindset completely collapsed. Song Chen admitted that he had never felt so speechless in his life. At this moment, 1,000 grass mud horses roared through his mind. At hashtag Yuan hashtag percent hashtag at hashtag Yuan at hashtag, in the next second, countless brilliant traditional phrases erupted from his mouth. If Jeans' eye were here, he would definitely be jotting down many golden quotes in his little notebook. Song Chen pointed at the sky and then at the ground, resembling a furious person. Fortunately, there was no one in the villa at this time, otherwise, it would have been easy for him to be mistaken for a madman. After venting for a while, Song Chen finally calmed his emotions. He then redirected his gaze to the attribute panel. How he wished that what he had just experienced was merely a dream. However, when he looked again, he found that his ability was still as he had seen before. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the potential behind his strength ability was actually displayed as positive infinity. Could it be that this strength is not what I imagined? Song Chen suddenly felt as if he had been revitalized, instantly full of energy. The strength he envisioned was the literal meaning, a manifestation of force, similar to Dai Ruoro's great strength ability. But if that were the case, then the potential displayed afterward shouldn't be positive infinity. Thus, Song Chen began to pace on the ground, pondering the meaning of the word strength. What is strength? A question popped into his mind. Unity is strength. While thinking, Song Chen couldn't help but sing it out loud. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing that thought, and began to think seriously. What exactly is strength? Language is a form of strength. A gaze is a form of strength. Belief is a form of strength. Courage is a form of strength. Hatred is a form of strength. Knowledge is also a form of strength. It can be said that everything in the world, whether concrete, abstract, or conceptual, has the potential to be a form of strength. Take his father, the god of war Huang Quan, for example. The judgment ability he uses is also a form of strength, right? Similarly, the morality ability of the little brat Yundi and the reincarnation ability of Tang Qiqi are also forms of strength for them, aren't they? No way, could it really be as I imagined? At this moment, Song Chen's heart began to race violently. If it really is as he imagined, then his ability is simply incredibly cool, beyond comparison. However, whether it is truly as he imagined still needs to be verified. So, Song Chen made an effort to calm himself down. He looked around the room and finally set his gaze on a beautifully crafted vase placed in the room. Vase sister, don't be afraid, brother is going to use you for an experiment. Song Chen said a bit nervously. After saying that, he remained still, staring at the vase with his eyes. At the same time, the energy within his body began to slowly circulate. Bang! In the next second, the exquisite vase exploded into pieces. Seeing the vase suddenly shatter, Song Chen immediately jumped up in excitement. It really works. This is the power of the gaze. In other words, as long as I want, my gaze can also kill. Song Chen said loudly. In the past, many people would say that if looks could kill, so-and-so would have died countless times. Now, Song Chen could truly kill with his gaze. Then, Song Chen turned his attention to another vase. Your mother exploded. Bang! As soon as his words fell, the vase he targeted instantly shattered into fragments. What the hell? Awesome, voice cracking. This is the power of language. Song Chen exclaimed loudly. This unpredictable power is hard to guard against. It's simply the best ability for sneaky tricks and helping others. Ha ha ha. Who else is there? Song Chen said loudly. But at that moment, he was the only one in the villa, and no one saw his successful display of bravado. Let's test the power of belief. I, Song Chen, am never weaker than others, invincible in the world. Song Chen shouted. Instantly, he felt a surge of power filling his body. This power flowed continuously into his limbs, and at that moment, he had a confidence that he could conquer the blue star. No wonder Ah Huan usually shouts, it really does strengthen belief. Shouting like this is equivalent to self-hypnosis, giving oneself absolute confidence. I believe I can, so I can. Song Chen muttered to himself. Thus, he was excited for a while before finally calming down. He lay on the bed, looking quite satisfied. How can I be so outstanding? I shouldn't be called Song Chen, I should be called Song the Excellent, Song the Flower of Talent, or Song the Marvel of Creation. From now on, the world has lost an ordinary handsome man and gained an extraordinary, outstanding, intelligent, and brave man, unparalleled in beauty. I wonder how many people will envy me, unable to sleep at night from jealousy. If being excellent is a crime, then I am truly guilty. Song Chen said narcissistically. Ding-dling. Just as he was indulging in his self-love, suddenly, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was his master, Dongfang Xiao. Hello, master, what can I do for you? Alright, I'm on my way. I will definitely appear before you within 5 minutes, Song Chen said, jumping out of bed and starting to put on his shoes. He had gotten a bit carried away and forgotten about his appointment with his master. Dongfang Xiao thought something had happened to him since he hadn't arrived for so long. After hanging up the phone, Song Chen quickly deleted the shattered pieces of the vases he had broken. Then, he ran outside. Although his supernatural ability had awakened, he only understood the surface of his power ability. So, he still needed to delve deeper. However, he was certain that his supernatural ability had not yet reached the level of being invincible. It was like he and Jean Zizai and the others were all elementary school students, and each of them only studied one subject. Some studied language, some studied math. Only Song Chen studied multiple subjects. But that didn't mean he had reached the level of a middle school student. He was just more resourceful than his peers. In other words, although he had awakened an incredible power ability, it didn't mean he could defeat a king-level supernatural being. To continue improving his strength, he had to work hard on his training. While running, Song Chen suddenly thought that knowledge is a form of power, so if he kept reading, could it enhance his strength? Similarly, money is also a form of power. If he continued to earn money, could it strengthen his abilities? Can you withstand a punch worth 10 million spirit stones? Thinking of this, Song Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he opened his C drive to check how many spirit stones he had left. Am I seeing this right? 150 pieces? Not 5 million? Song Chen rubbed his eyes and said, damn, my spirit stones. After confirming the balance of spirit stones in the C drive, Song Chen let out a heart-wrenching scream. It should be known that yesterday, to awaken his supernatural ability, he had deposited all the spirit stones he had into the C drive. He remembered the amount of spirit stones he had very clearly. After deducting the expenses of the past few days, he should have around 4.03 million left. But now, there were only 150 pieces left. He spends 670,000 spirit stones every day on the farm, not to mention that copying items also costs spirit stones. Just last night, he went from being a millionaire to a pauper. I told you, every time I save a little money, something always happens that drains it all away. Just as I expected, Song Chen said with a hint of helplessness. Fortunately, the first floor has already opened, and he can still earn 1.8 million spirit stones a day. Otherwise, he would really have to borrow money to get by. Soon, Song Chen arrived at Dongfang Xiao's residence. Why are you so late today? Did something happen? Dongfang Xiao asked with concern, noticing Song Chen's unhappy face. Master, your disciple has become a pauper again. I only have 150 spirit stones left on me. How am I supposed to live like this? Master, could you give me some pocket money? Song Chen looked at Dongfang Xiao and said, Poor? How dare you come to me crying about being poor? I've heard about your first floor, it's always packed. I imagine the business isn't bad, so how can you still be poor? Where's the spirit stones you've earned? Dongfang Xiao asked. The more I earn, the more I spend. I stocked up on some goods and practiced a bit, and just like that, millions of spirit stones are gone. Master, if you don't sponsor me a little, your beloved and adorable disciple will starve to death on the streets, Song Chen said with a pitiful expression. At that moment, he was a mess, tears, and snot everywhere. He even tried to rub against Dongfang Xiao. Get away from me, I just changed this outfit today. Here, just 10,000 spirit stones, take it or leave it, Dongfang Xiao said, tossing over a bag. I'll take it, of course. Song Chen quickly caught the bag thrown by his master, smiling widely. For him right now, 10,000 spirit stones was a fortune. And it was free, why not take it? Alright, I made a new training plan for you yesterday. You should follow this plan for your training today, Dongfang Xiao said, handing Song Chen a piece of paper. Song Chen took a look and found that this training plan, while different from the previous one, was still aimed at enhancing physical and spiritual strength. It was just more detailed. However, he felt that he shouldn't focus solely on physical and spiritual strength at this moment. So, he placed the plan on the table. Master, my current physical and spiritual strength is sufficient for now. I accidentally consumed some rare materials yesterday and have already broken through to golden level 3. I think what I need to focus on now is enhancing my combat experience. Master, is there a place similar to the Shumi Mirror where I can practice fighting without the risk of real death? Song Chen asked Dongfang Xiao. Didn't you just break through to golden level 4 yesterday morning? How did you break through to golden level 3 so quickly? Didn't I tell you? Rare materials shouldn't be consumed frequently. It can destabilize your foundation, Dongfang Xiao said seriously. I know, Master, I only did it by accident yesterday. So now I want to consolidate my realm, Song Chen said. His breakthrough yesterday was due to the awakening of his special abilities. You really should consolidate it. There are indeed places similar to the Shumi Mirror, but they won't open until your second semester of freshman year. If you want to hone your skills through combat, you'll have to join the sophomore students, Dongfang Xiao said. Joining the sophomore students is fine, I have no problem with that, Song Chen replied. Now that you are at golden level 3, you can keep up with the sophomore students in battle. In that case, follow me, Dongfang Xiao said, leading Song Chen away. Thus, Dongfang Xiao took Song Chen to the place where the second-year students were located. Dongfang War God. I've met the Dongfang War God. Along the way, all the teachers at the school who saw Dongfang Xiao greeted him respectfully. The War God was not only a symbol of strength but also a symbol of military achievements. It was because of the struggles of these people that the Dragon Kingdom was stable today. Such individuals deserve respect wherever they go. Soon, Dongfang Xiao brought Song Chen to the foot of a mountain at the Imperial Capital Academy. To be precise, they arrived at a stone gate at the foot of the mountain. Master, what is this place? Song Chen asked curiously. This is the Shumi Abyss. It is similar to the scenes you experienced during your college entrance examination. However, compared to the scenes during the exam, it is much more complex and vast. Inside, there are not only exotic beasts but also various levels and types of ability users. Of course, they are all created using sealing stones and do not truly exist. However, it is already infinitely close to the outside world. Except for the fact that you won't die, pain and injury are all real. So, when you enter, you must be careful. Don't get injured and leave behind any aftereffects, Dongfang Xiao advised. This was developed by the Imperial Capital University to help students adapt to future battles and enhance their combat experience. The amount of spirit stones spent on this each year is definitely astronomical. However, it is all worth it. With the training in the Shumi Abyss, the mortality rate of students from the Imperial Capital Academy when they go to the battlefield in the future will greatly decrease. Compared to spirit stones, the talents of the Imperial Capital Academy are priceless treasures. Every talent that grows up will become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Don't worry, Master, I know what I'm doing, Song Chen said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the stone gate. Just as he reached the entrance, the stone gate opened automatically, and Dongfang Xueki walked out from inside. Big niece, what a coincidence, Song Chen greeted. However, Dongfang Xueki ignored him and walked past him directly. My big niece is rude. When Uncle Song has time, I'll teach you how to respect your elders and love the young, Song Chen said before entering the stone gate. Grandpa, why did you bring Song Chen to the second-year Shumi Abyss? Dongfang Xueki asked Dongfang Xiao in confusion. A freshman who had only been cultivating for a few days was coming to the second-year area to fight. Wasn't that asking for trouble? He has already broken through to Golden 3, while many of you in the second year are still hovering around Golden 4 and Golden 5, right? Dongfang Xiao asked. Upon hearing her grandfather say this, Dongfang Xueki's eyes widened in surprise. Although she had noticed during their previous battle that Song Chen's strength was not low, she never expected that within less than 10 days of the new semester, Song Chen had already broken through to Golden 3. In terms of realm alone, he had already surpassed 50% of the second-year students. Grandpa, did you give him special training? Dongfang Sueki asked. I just formulated some training plans for him. His current strength is mainly due to his own efforts. His physique is quite special, so his realm improves a bit faster. Dongfang Xiao recalled what Song Chen had said about how, in the same amount of time, he could absorb the same quantity of cultivation liquid in body refining liquid, and his recovery speed was 5 to 6 times that of his peers. Therefore, his training speed was naturally 5 to 6 times that of his peers as well. Is that why you took him as your disciple back then? Dongfang Sueki asked again. Sort of, Dongfang Xiao replied. In fact, he took Song Chen as his disciple simply because he had perfectly cleared all the levels of the college entrance examination. At that time, he did not know the special nature of Song Chen. By the way, how many levels have you cleared in the Shumi Abyss? Dongfang Xiao immediately asked. I've cleared up to the 13th level, but I can't get past the 13th level no matter what, Dongfang Sueki replied. There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. You're only in your second year, reaching the 13th level is already quite impressive. Your goal is to clear 15 levels before the end of your second year, Dongfang Xiao said. I will work hard. Grandpa, how many levels do you think Song Chen can clear this time? Suddenly, Dongfang Sueki asked. Although Song Chen's current realm was much lower than hers, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. She had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before Song Chen caught up to her. Clearing the 8th level is a certainty, he might even reach the 10th level, Dongfang Xiao pondered. Grandpa, you think so highly of him? You should know that, under normal circumstances, to reach the 10th level, one must at least possess the strength of a gold one. If you say he can cross a small realm to reach the 9th level, I would still believe it. But crossing 2 small realms is too difficult, Dongfang Sueki said. She had failed when trying to cross 2 small realms herself. So, she understood very well how challenging it was to fight while crossing 2 small realms. This brat seems careless, but in reality, his mind is much more mature than his peers. You can't measure him by common sense. His disguise ability is very strange. I can tell he must have some abilities that even I am unaware of. Perhaps due to some past experiences, this brat has a particularly strong sense of vigilance. Even I don't fully trust him, Dongfang Xiao said with a hint of helplessness. The old man had become astute. Although Song Chen usually concealed himself well, he still noticed that Song Chen was holding back from him. However, he didn't mind this. If a young person had no secrets, were they still a young person? He was the same when he was young. There were some things he didn't want his elders to know completely. As for fully gaining Song Chen's trust, that could only be left to time. After all, the distance reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. To be precise, he and Song Chen had only been together for less than 7 days. It was understandable that Song Chen did not fully trust him. In his view, not easily trusting someone was actually a good thing, because being too trusting could easily lead to being taken advantage of. After Song Chen walked through the stone door, he experienced a situation similar to that during the college entrance examination. A teleportation bracelet appeared on his wrist. Once he received a fatal attack, the bracelet would teleport him out. With everything prepared, Song Chen stepped into the first level. Having participated in the college entrance examination, he was somewhat familiar with this kind of scene. When he arrived at the first level, he saw several silver level 5 exotic beasts. As soon as these exotic beasts saw him, they charged towards him. Silver level 5 exotic beasts posed no threat to Song Chen anymore. However, his main purpose for coming here today was not to clear how many levels, but to explore and develop his power ability. The power of the gaze. He stood still, fixing his eyes on the exotic beast charging towards him. At that moment, his gaze was filled with killing intent. Soon, he felt a surge of energy within him quietly dissipate. Bang! The next moment, the silver level 5 exotic beast he was staring at exploded. This feeling is very peculiar. Even from Song Chen's perspective, he couldn't perceive how the attack occurred. The power of his gaze did not emanate an attack from his own eyes. Instead, a portion of the energy within him vanished, and then the attack naturally manifested. Even if the Eastern War God stood here, he probably wouldn't be able to discern that the death of the strange beast was related to Song Chen. At that moment, Song Chen felt as if he had transmitted some energy into something, and then that something launched an attack, killing the strange beast. It was akin to him handing over money, energy, to a shopkeeper, an unknown entity, and the shopkeeper providing him with the purchased item, the attack. However, this process was extremely brief, completed in an instant. Thus, it felt to him as if he had directly attacked the strange beast. I wonder if the power of the gaze is a single target attack or a group attack, Song Chen thought to himself. He then began to conduct an experiment. He focused on two strange beasts that were relatively close to each other. However, a long time passed, and nothing happened. It seems I can only lock onto one target at a time. Thus, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of his gaze. Let's try the power of language. This should be a group attack, right? Song Chen muttered to himself. I say, you all have pus on your heads, sores on your feet, and you trip and fall like a dog eating shit, Song Chen shouted loudly. As soon as he spoke, the energy within him sharply decreased. The next moment, the numerous strange beasts that had been charging towards him all fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, their bodies began to rot. Isn't this power of language just an alternative version of words become law? Song Chen suddenly remarked upon witnessing this phenomenon. He didn't know if words become law could also work this way, but the abilities of the two were indeed quite similar. With this move, all the strange beasts in the first level were directly taken down. Song Chen easily advanced to the second level. What should I verify next? Song Chen silently asked himself as he looked at the strange beasts in the second level. There were so many things he wanted to verify, but for a moment, he didn't know which ones to choose. Let's verify the power of knowledge. Question: if an electric eel shocks an electric eel, will the electric eel be electrocuted by its own shock? Song Chen asked the strange beasts. Upon hearing his question, those strange beasts instantly exploded. Ha! Why did they die so easily? I haven't done anything yet? This sudden scene left Song Chen bewildered, because even he hadn't figured out what was going on, and these strange beasts had already died. Their deaths were quite bizarre. So, Song Chen began to ponder. Why did these strange beasts die immediately after he posed the question? After thinking it over, he felt there was only one possibility. These strange beasts were made from sealing stones and were not true strange beasts. They did not have flesh and blood, nor did they have brains. Without brains, they naturally couldn't think. Without the ability to think, they couldn't answer the questions he posed. Therefore, they were killed by their own ignorance. This is the power of knowledge. Of course, this was just Song Chen's speculation. He wasn't sure if it was true. He simply hadn't thought of any other possibilities at the moment. He planned to verify it later when he encountered real strange beasts or ability users. However, even if the truth was indeed as he speculated, he still had one uncertainty. What is the highest realm of strange beasts or ability users that this question can affect? If it were just ordinary Silver Realm beings, it would be completely meaningless, because he could easily kill Silver Realm strange beasts or ability users. This point still needed verification. In the following period, Song Chen hurriedly began to pass the levels at the fastest speed. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about verifying his various powers again. He could only continue to verify after passing the Silver Realms level. In less than half an hour, Song Chen arrived at the 8th level. The 8th level corresponded to Golden 3, which was his current realm. He wanted to see if his flashy maneuvers had any effect on the exotic beasts of Golden 3. However, what Song Chen did not expect was that there were no exotic beasts in the 8th level. There were only 2 ability users. Upon closer inspection, these 2 ability users bore a slight resemblance to him. Looking at the 2 ability users who looked somewhat like him, Song Chen thought, is it that in the depths of the Shumi abyss, there will always appear ability users close to one's own strength? Is it a mirror copy of myself, or an image left by previous prodigies? For example, since Song Chen had the strength of Golden 3, he would replicate ability users of Golden 3. If he had the strength of Golden 2, then Golden 2 ability users would appear. Of course, he didn't know for sure. In the next moment, the 2 ability users moved. One came from the left and the other from the right, attacking him. One of them waved his hand, summoning a sky full of ice arrows. The other waved his hand, summoning a sky full of fire arrows. This was truly a clash of ice and fire. I say, your attacks will immediately fail. Song Chen used the power of language. As soon as he spoke, the energy within him sharply decreased, and then the sky full of ice arrows and fire arrows slowly dissipated. This process took about 3 seconds. To be honest, this time felt a bit long. For many strong individuals, 3 seconds is enough to accomplish many things. For instance, some men can create a new life in just 3 seconds. It seems that the stronger the opponent, the less effective the power of language is against them, Song Chen silently thought. This was also within his expectations. After all, he only had the realm of Golden 3 at the moment, and it was impossible for him to exert super powerful strength. However, in the next moment, Song Chen simultaneously used the power of his gaze and the power of language. He stared at one of the ability users while saying, "Your body is weak." As soon as Song Chen's words fell, the ability user he was staring at did not immediately collapse to the ground but trembled violently. It looked as if he was resisting something. No need to ask, he was naturally resisting the power of language. However, at that moment, the power of Song Chen's gaze had also landed on him. With two powers overlapping on him, he finally couldn't bear it any longer, and his body exploded. However, his shattered body was far from being as thoroughly destroyed as the exotic beast from the Silver Realm. This is just the overlap of two powers. What if I use three powers? Song Chen thought to himself. Question: if an oyster is cooked, is it still called an oyster? Besides posing the question, he continued to use the power of language and the power of his gaze against the other ability user. This time, the ability user did not last 2 seconds before completely exploding. When the powers he used overlapped, the force the opponent needed to endure naturally also accumulated. This is also an extremely bugged ability. When one power can't kill the opponent, I can stack 2, 3, 4, 10, 20 powers. I feel like I'm going to be invincible, Song Chen said excitedly. However, he realized that as he stacked his powers, the energy he consumed was also continuously accumulating. Therefore, continuously using the power ability, with the energy he currently had within him, he couldn't hold out for long. Fortunately, he still had the existence of the golden finger. So, when he reached the 9th level and the energy within him was about to be completely exhausted, he used the computer assistant. It repaired the abnormal state of his body. However, this time, repairing the abnormal state of his body cost him a full 5,000 spirit stones. The 10,000 spirit stones he borrowed from Dongfang Xiao were only enough for him to repair the abnormalities twice. As his strength increased, the spirit stones required for repairs also grew more and more. If he reached the king level, wouldn't it cost him hundreds of thousands, or even more, to repair an abnormality? He had long heard that fighting was expensive, but he never expected it to be this costly. In the following period, Song Chen continuously challenged the levels. The power of vision, the power of language, the power of knowledge, the power of money, the power of belief. All the powers he could think of, or rather, could understand, were constantly being unleashed by him. He only stopped after reaching the 14th level. If he had enough spirit stones, he could continue challenging. Unfortunately, the 10,000 spirit stones given to him by Dongfang Xiao had already been spent. He had no choice but to give up. However, he also roughly understood his own strength. Below Platinum 1, he should be invincible. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could also take down a Platinum 1 ability user. However, above Platinum 1, that is, Diamond level ability users, he should not be their match at the moment. But for self-preservation, there was still no problem. If he couldn't win, he had plenty of means to escape. Thus, without injury or death, Song Chen teleported himself out of the Shumi Abyss. When Song Chen walked out of the Shumi Abyss, he found that Dongfang Xiao had not left and was still waiting for him at the entrance. Your time in the challenge was a bit shorter than I expected. Which level did you reach? Dongfang Xiao asked Song Chen. With my strength, of course, I cleared the levels. Song Chen said proudly. You wouldn't be bragging, would you? I'd say you only made it to the 10th level. Dongfang Xiao looked at Song Chen and said, Master, did you install surveillance on me? Song Chen did not directly answer Dongfang Xiao's question but began searching himself. For a first-time challenger, reaching the 10th level is already quite impressive. I hope you can clear the levels by the time you graduate from your first year. Dongfang Xiao said. The Shumi Abyss in the second year only had 15 levels, corresponding to the highest realm of Platinum 1. Because once one's strength exceeds Platinum 1, reaching the Diamond realm, they would have to engage in real combat. It wouldn't be simulated battles in such an environment. No matter how good simulated battles are, they are ultimately just simulations, far inferior to real combat. To grow into a strong person, one must undergo the baptism of blood. After you go back, take some time to reflect on today's battle. I believe you will gain a lot. You should rest when you go back. I'm leaving. After Dongfang Xiao finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Watching Dongfang Xiao leave, a warm current flashed through Song Chen's heart. Although he was someone who found it hard to trust others, he was someone who knew right from wrong. He could naturally see that Dongfang Xiao's concern for him came from the heart. One can feel whether someone treats them well or not. After leaving the Shumi Abyss, Song Chen did not immediately return to his villa. Instead, he headed to the library of the Imperial Capital Academy. Because he could utilize the power of knowledge as a means of attack, he wanted to see if studying knowledge could enhance his strength. Soon, Song Chen arrived at the entrance of the library of the Imperial Capital Academy. Just as he was about to enter the library, an elderly man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s suddenly extended his cane to block him. Please show your student ID. The old man held a book in his hands, not lifting his head as he spoke. The student ID was an essential item for students of the Imperial Capital Academy to access various places. Songchen flipped his palm and took out his student ID, respectfully swiping it on a machine in front of the old man. In the next second, all his information appeared on the electronic screen before the old man. A freshman? What type of books are you looking to borrow? The old man asked Songchen. It's my first time here, so I'll just take a look around, Songchen replied. He was only here to conduct an experiment today and truly didn't know what kind of books he should borrow. Go on in. If you can't find what you want, feel free to ask me anytime, the old man said. Thank you, Grandpa, Songchen said politely. Although the old man looked quite ordinary from head to toe, even a bit shaky, Songchen dared not show any negligence towards him. Based on his previous experience reading novels on Earth, the old men in libraries often had unfathomable depths. Being polite could leave a good impression. If this old man turned out to be exceptionally powerful, he might provide significant help. Even if he wasn't, it didn't matter. Being polite wouldn't cost him anything. As Songchen walked through the library of the Imperial Capital Academy, he was filled with awe. According to his understanding, the library housed over 10 million volumes. Among them were not only the history of the Dragon Kingdom spanning thousands of years but also biographies of historical figures and various folktales. Additionally, there were countless books on supernatural abilities, each offering different interpretations and applications of the same type of ability by different authors. However, there weren't many purely academic books. There were some on physics, chemistry, and biology, but they only scratched the surface. In this world dominated by supernatural powers, it was unlikely anyone would take the time to study such things. Most people here focused on how to enhance their strength and develop their abilities. Moreover, in many aspects, supernatural powers could replace science. This wasn't something Songchen needed to worry about. He casually picked up a book on ability development and began to read. As he read, he paid attention to the energy within his body. This is too slow. I can't observe the changes in my internal energy at all, Songchen thought to himself. He then took several books from the shelf, selected them with the mouse, and began the import process. Just like he had done before with his freshman textbooks, he started importing the selected books into his computer and reading them from the C drive. Soon, he finished reading all the books he had imported. At that moment, he clearly felt a surge of power flowing into him. This power was small but undeniably new. In other words, Songchen could enhance his strength by absorbing new knowledge. This discovery thrilled him. Not only could reading enhance his strength, but he could also cheat during the process. This left no room for others to compete. Thus, for the next period, Songchen stayed in the library and began his sweeping endeavor. Just a moment ago, he set a small goal in his mind, to read all the millions of books in the library. Normally, that would be impossible. But he could cheat. Of course, even with cheating, it was still quite challenging. Each book took about 3 minutes to import and read. This meant he could read 20 books in an hour. If he spent 10 hours in the library, that would only be 200 books. To read all 10 million volumes, it would take at least 50,000 days, which is over 160 years. At this time, it felt like an eternity for Songchen. He was now praying that with the enhancement of his abilities or the upgrade of the software, he could perform batch operations. Currently, the computer was working in a single-threaded manner. If it could become dual-threaded, quad-threaded, octa-threaded, 128 threads, 256 threads, then his efficiency in all aspects would greatly improve. Soon, several hours passed. It was now 11:30 at night, and Songchen had to go back. When he returned to the villa, he found that Huang Tianba had not yet rested. At that moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking deep in thought. "What's wrong, Huang? Why are you acting like a philosopher?" Songchen asked curiously. "Boss, what do you think is the purpose of life?" Huang Tianba turned to look at Songchen and asked. This question was all too familiar to Songchen. "Oh, I don't have any money," he quickly replied. His voice instantly transformed from that of a rugged man to that of an elderly woman, becoming sharp. He remembered clearly that before he and Jean Zizai went to experience a dragon at the East Sea Dragon Palace, he had asked Jean Zizai the same question. Huang Tianba wanted to use this question to trap him. That was impossible. If he could be trapped by a tactic he had used himself, he wouldn't be Songchen. It wasn't that he was stingy and unwilling to treat Huang Tianba to another top-notch experience. The truth was, he really had no money right now. He only had 150 spirit stones left on him. The 10,000 spirit stones he had painstakingly borrowed from Dongfang Xiao had already been spent in the Shumi Abyss. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his pockets were cleaner than his face. "Boss, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who would betray my brothers? Seeing Song Chen's strong reaction, Huang Tianba spoke in a tone that suggested he was hurt. Yes. Song Chen nodded seriously. From what he knew about Huang Tianba, this guy had no moral bottom line. He would do anything to get something for free. He could use his face as a shoe sole. He hadn't forgotten how this guy had used various means to move into his villa. At that time, he even resorted to the tactic of a tough guy acting cute. Boss, you don't understand me, and I don't blame you. But through my contemplation, I have finally figured out what life is really about, Huang Tianba said with a serious expression. Then tell me, what is the purpose of life? As for what I said before, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a people for the populace, you can forget about that, Song Chen asked. Life is all about getting yellow. Huang Tianba elongated his voice and said in a decisive tone, Put. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Song Chen sprayed out the water he had just drunk. He saw Huang Tianba's serious expression and thought this guy would say something thought-provoking. He didn't expect that after holding it in for so long, he would come out with this. Truly, he wouldn't stop until he shocked people. Boss, I'm serious, listen carefully to what I have to say. From the moment a person is born, the ali they produce is yellow. The urine they excrete is yellow. If fruits are left out for too long, their surface will turn yellow. Clothes that are worn infrequently will gradually turn yellow if piled up for a long time. When a person dies, they will turn into a handful of yellow earth. So, from birth to death, we are all about yellow, Huang Tianba said word by word. Ah Huang, you truly live up to your name. You can come up with such a theory. Your surname is not in vain. Song Chen showed an admiring expression. I've said it long ago, I, Huang, have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. In order to carry this viewpoint through, boss, arrange for the East Sea Dragon Palace tomorrow night. Is it good? Huang Tianba finally revealed his true purpose at this moment. Hey, what did you say? I've got my ears on the second floor, can't hear too clearly. Wait for me to go up and take a look. I'll be right down, Song Chen said as he walked towards the second floor. Boss, why save so much money without spending it? Are you saving it for offspring? No matter how much you save in the end, when you die, you'll just have 2 boards. We're good brothers, let me help you spend a bit. Look at you, it's not good. You're really too stingy. Huang Tianba stood up from the sofa and shouted loudly towards the stairs to the second floor. Forget it, I'll just go find old Jean tomorrow. Old Jean has money and isn't stingy, Huang Tianba said and walked towards his room. After Song Chen returned to his room on the second floor, he didn't rest immediately but sat in a chair, looking at the screen in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he noticed that behind the software like Word and Excel, the word upgrade was written. This meant that these software could finally upgrade from version 1.0 to 2.0. Previously, version 1.0 couldn't withstand the Platinum 5's Dongfang Sweki. After the upgrade, the performance in all aspects would surely see a significant improvement. Xiaoyi, do these software upgrades require spirit stones? Song Chen asked. No need, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing the 3 words no need, Song Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He was really worried that upgrading these software would require a large amount of spirit stones. He was already broke. If he needed spirit stones again, he would have to sell himself. However, if he really had to sell himself, with his looks and physique, he should be able to fetch a good price. If only there was a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged rich woman to support me, I don't want to work hard anymore, Song Chen said softly. While he was speaking, he upgraded those basic software. The upgrade didn't take too long. It was completed in less than 10 minutes. These 3 software have merged. After carefully feeling the upgraded software, a hint of surprise flashed across Song Chen's face. In the past, when he used Word, he had to open Word first. Then, if he wanted to use Excel, he had to close Word before he could open Excel. Because, within the same area, only one software was allowed to cover a certain range. The coverage range of Word was 300 meters, and Excel was the same. Within this 300 meters, the 2 were like 2 tigers, unable to coexist. Now, after the upgrade, Word, Excel, and PPT had merged into one software. Their coverage range had changed from over 300 meters to 1,000 meters. Within this 1,000 meters, Song Chen could use the functions of any software. This was definitely a qualitative leap. Even if Song Chen hadn't repaired his fate or awakened any abilities, just relying on this point could easily crush many ability users. Finally merged, turned into concrete. So the missing element was fate. Song Chen suddenly said inexplicably. In the past, he thought he had many abilities, but these abilities were like sand, gravel, rebar, cement, and water. Each was essential, but they existed independently, lacking a certain force to merge these materials together. Only by merging could they become solid concrete. Previously, he had been pondering what this missing force was. Now he realized that the missing element was his fate. He had previously thought that since he had a golden finger, it didn't matter whether his fate could be repaired or not. Now it seems that destiny is essential. A person without destiny is incomplete. An incomplete person cannot reach the peak. After the software integration, Song Chen's strength will surge dramatically once again. If he establishes a hyperlink, he can move freely within a radius of 1,000 meters. In this way, once he engages in battle with an enemy, the enemy can only passively endure the blows, unless the enemy possesses the speed or skill to appear 1,000 meters away in an instant. Logically speaking, my golden finger is also a form of power, so I should be able to integrate my golden finger into my abilities. Suddenly, such a thought popped into Song Chen's mind. Once this thought emerged, it spread like bamboo shoots after a rain, impossible to suppress. So, without further thought, he began to experiment. He directed the energy within his body towards his brain. Puff! The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. When he tried to wrap the energy around the computer in his mind, the moment the energy touched the computer, it retreated at the fastest speed, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. During the retreat, he suffered a backlash from the energy, resulting in his injury. If you don't court death, you won't die. Song Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said somewhat helplessly. He had only wanted to try, but he didn't expect such a strong reaction. Repairing this anomaly requires 3,000 spirit stones. Do you wish to repair? Looking at the prompt on the computer, Song Chen's mouth twitched. His spirit stones were already spent, and he couldn't use them to repair his bodily anomaly now. He never thought that one day, he, Song Chen, would be troubled by a mere 3,000 spirit stones. Let's first repair with 150 spirit stones, and we'll talk about the rest later. After thinking for a moment, Song Chen said. Just like that, the remaining 150 spirit stones he had were gone. The repair with 150 spirit stones made his body feel slightly better. However, he was still injured. Can I use the power of repair? Song Chen said as he began to heal himself. However, things did not develop as he had imagined, and his body did not heal. This left him puzzled. Previously, the power of gaze, the power of language, and even the power of belief could all be used. Why could he not use the power of repair now? Since the abilities have awakened, can't there be a manual? Do I have to research it myself? It's not enough to be user-friendly. I want to give a bad review, Song Chen said somewhat angrily. So, he sat in the chair and thought again about his so-called power ability. After a long time, Song Chen finally found an answer he felt was correct. Whether it's gaze, language, knowledge, or belief, these are all things I possess. But the ability to repair is something I do not have. Although I can use the computer assistant for repairs, that belongs to the power of the golden finger. In a sense, while I can use the golden finger, the power of the golden finger does not belong to me. Song Chen made his own conjecture. He didn't know how accurate his conjecture was, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So, he began another experiment. The power of flames. He extended his hand and tried. However, several seconds passed, and nothing appeared in his hand. Fire is the most common power in everyday life, but now Song Chen could not manifest it. This indicated that his previous conjecture was indeed correct. Let me try the power I possess. The power of anger. Song Chen roared in his heart. At the same time, he recalled the past events that had made him angry. Sure enough, soon a massive power surged within his body. At that moment, his eyes turned blood red, as if boundless anger was about to erupt. He wanted to destroy everything. So, Song Chen quickly calmed his emotions. Only then did the power within him gradually recede. Just as I thought. This once again confirmed Song Chen's speculation. Anger was something he inherently possessed. Therefore, to develop the power ability, one must first have a clear understanding of oneself. In that case, this power ability doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined, Song Chen muttered to himself. Previously, he thought his power ability was limitless, but now it seemed otherwise. However, he soon seemed to think of something. Xiaoyi, I remember you said before that when the computer upgrades to the second generation, it can replicate some abstract things. For example, other people's abilities. Isn't that right? Song Chen asked. Yes, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing Xiaoyi's affirmative answer, Song Chen became excited. If he could replicate other people's abilities, then these abilities would transform into his own power. His power ability would continuously grow, encompassing everything. He suddenly realized that his ability and his golden finger complemented each other. Moreover, his golden finger was constantly making him stronger. Xiaoyi, you said before that to upgrade to the second generation, the physical strength and soul strength must reach 100,000. I can understand that. But why does the military merit need to reach 1 million? Song Chen asked. This was something he didn't quite understand. After all, military merit seemed unrelated to computer upgrades. Military merit does not represent achievements, nor is it just a number. It represents the number of enemies or exotic beasts you have killed. For example, for every Black Iron level 5 exotic beast you kill, you gain 1 point of military merit. But in reality, what you gain is a bit of blood energy from that exotic beast. Why can you only gain a bit of blood energy from killing a Black Iron level 5 exotic beast? That's because they are weak, and the blood energy contained within them can only be extracted a little. And the computer needs to supplement at least 1 million blood energy to upgrade to the second generation, Xiaoyi explained. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's explanation, he suddenly looked at the honor bracelet on his wrist. If what Xiaoyi said was true, then this honor bracelet was not simple. Xiaoyi, will this honor bracelet have any effect on me? Song Chen suddenly asked. The computer butler can repair all abnormalities in the body, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing this, Song Chen let out a long sigh of relief, but remained cautious. The goal for the next year is to reach 100,000 in physical strength and soul strength. 1 million in military merit. Song Chen set a small goal for himself. Reaching 100,000 in both physical strength and soul strength would already meet the minimum requirement for the King Realm. In other words, Song Chen aimed to reach the King Realm within a year. This was not an easy task. Soon, he lay down on the bed. Daily self-reflection. First reflection, am I more knowledgeable today than yesterday? Of course. Second reflection, am I stronger today than yesterday? Of course. Third reflection, am I richer today than yesterday? No. What if not? That's okay, sleep soundly, tomorrow will be better. Early the next morning, Song Chen went to the library. He didn't stay in the library for long. After borrowing 200 books, he headed to the first floor. Yesterday, he had had enough of a day without spirit stones. So, he decided to go to the first building to get some spirit stones. At the same time, he would put some items from the farm and ranch into the first building. Fortunately, he had stored quite a bit of inventory before the first building opened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to open at all. Hello, boss. When Song Chen arrived at the first building, a woman dressed in red respectfully greeted him. Nangong Weiyang, what brings you here? Song Chen asked, a bit surprised. He had tried to contact Nangong Weiyang before but had been unable to reach her. Of course, I'm here to help the boss manage the store. Back in Phoenix City, the boss paid me a month's salary. But the first building in Phoenix City opened for less than a month, and I can't just take a month's salary without working, Nangong Weiyang said, looking at Song Chen. Come to the office with me, Song Chen said. Is there something going on? Nangong Weiyang replied. I'm the boss, you're the employee. When I call you to the office, it's obviously for some unspoken rules, Song Chen teased. Are you ready? Song Chen joked. His invitation for Nangong Weiyang to the office was not for any unspoken rules but to lay everything on the table. When he was in Phoenix City, his understanding of Nangong Weiyang was very limited. He had hired her for 1,000 spirit stones a month. For a normal Gold Realm ability user, 1,000 spirit stones a month was not a small amount. However, after arriving in the imperial capital, he learned more about Nangong Weiyang. She was the older sister of Nangong Xiaomei, the young lady of the Nangong family. Back then, Nangong Xiaomei casually took out 100,000 spirit stones for the third place in the new student competition. He didn't believe that Nangong Weiyang would be short on money. So, from this point, it was clear that Nangong Weiyang's approach to him must have some ulterior motive. Since he could now be 100% sure of this, he naturally had to confront her. Unspoken rules for me? You little brat, you've only been in the imperial capital for a few days, and you've already learned to be bad? Nangong Weiyang said, but still followed Song Chen to the office. She could guess what Song Chen wanted to talk about. Coincidentally, her return to the imperial capital and her visit to the first building were also for a confrontation. Once they arrived at the office, Song Chen naturally sat down in his boss's chair without any hesitation. You're my aunt's daughter, so I won't beat around the bush. Tell me, what is your purpose in getting close to me? Song Chen asked directly. To find an answer, Nangong Weiyang replied. What answer are you looking for? Song Chen frowned. When 10 becomes 9, are you the one that is missing? Nangong Weiyang said. Her answer left Song Chen completely confused. Can you speak plainly? Song Chen said irritably. He could understand every word she said, but together, it made no sense. My ability is not about fate, but a prophecy of sequence 35. Originally, my strength had already broken through to the diamond realm, but then by chance, I saw the past and the future. In the images of the past, there were 10 bright jade plates in a space. Suddenly, one shattered, leaving only 9 jade plates, and the shattered plate merged into the darkness. The future image showed a world engulfed in extreme darkness, where people lost their light. At that moment, a small jade plate slowly rose into the air, illuminating the surroundings. I looked closely and found that it was a man holding the small jade plate. However, all I could see was his back. Nangong Wei Yang said, "You can determine that I am the man holding the jade plate just by seeing his back? Isn't that nonsense?" Song Chen replied, "Not really. After seeing those 2 images, I used my abilities to look at other scenes. I saw that years later, the sky of Blue Star collapsed. A large number of invaders appeared, and our Blue Star people rose up to resist. Among them, one person stood out remarkably, killing countless enemies. That person's back was the same as the man I saw before. I used all my cultivation to try to see that man's appearance clearly. In the end, I locked onto you. Later, through my deductions, I discovered that you are from Phoenix City. Eventually, we will meet at the Ability User Guild in Phoenix City, so I specifically went to wait for you there. You could say our meeting has been long planned by me." Nangong Wei Yang said, "Let's not even discuss whether what you just said is true. Even if that man really is me, what use is it for you to follow me? What's meant to happen will still happen. I have no ability to stop it all," Song Chen said. At that moment, he felt speechless, wondering how they suddenly got into a savior narrative. "I know you may not have the ability to stop all of this from happening, but that doesn't mean you don't have the ability to end it all." Nangong Weiyan looked at Song Chen with a determined gaze. "Then can you see that I have ended it all?" Song Chen asked. "I haven't seen that. But when disaster strikes, you are the one who shines the brightest. If anyone can end it all, it's highly likely to be you. Just like I saw at the beginning, you held the jade plate, illuminating the darkness." Nangong Weiyang said. "You've said so much, yet you still haven't made it clear why you want to follow me?" Song Chan asked again. "I want to lend you a helping hand. If disaster really comes, I hope to share a bit of the pressure with you, even if it's just a little. There's a saying, those who gather firewood for the many cannot be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow, nor can they be trapped in thorns. I can do very little, but I will do my best. Even a little is better than nothing." Nangong Weiyang said with a firm gaze. "What do you seek by doing this?" Song Chen asked. "There are people I care about in this world, my parents, my sister, my friends. This is the world that gave me life and raised me. I don't want to see it invaded. I must do something." Nangong Weiyang said slowly. "Even knowing it's like a moth to a flame, leading to self-destruction, you still want to do this?" Song Chen asked. "If I don't fight this battle, my loved ones will have to. So, even knowing it's like an ant trying to shake a tree, I have no regrets," Nangong Weiyang said. Hearing her say this, a sense of admiration suddenly arose in Song Chen's heart. Compared to Nangong Weiyang, he felt that his moral cultivation was far inferior to hers. He was a rather selfish person, far from possessing such a spirit of dedication. However, there are two types of people who can say such things. The first type is the saintly person, and the second type is the hypocritical saint. The hypocritical saint speaks with righteous indignation, but when it comes time to act, they rely on others to step up. But the saintly person is different. They can truly sacrifice themselves for many unrelated people. They are genuinely kind-hearted individuals. Song Chen could not determine which type Nangong Weiyang belonged to. However, since Nangong Weiyang intended to stay by his side, he would secretly observe her every move to draw a conclusion. If he discovered that Nangong Weiyang was a saintly hypocrite, when disaster truly struck, he would not hesitate to kill her by any means necessary. The danger of a saintly hypocrite was unimaginable. "I have a question for you. There is a train running normally, and you notice that there are 5 children playing on the track where the train is running. On an abandoned track, there is one child playing. Next to you is a switch to change the track. If you do not pull it, the train will crash into the 5 children playing on the normal track. If you pull it, the train will switch to the abandoned track, and that child will die. If it were you, what would you do?" Song Chen was unsure if Nangong Weiyang was a saintly hypocrite, so he posed this moral dilemma. This question was quite famous back on Earth. "You can only pull the switch and cannot use any supernatural abilities, right?" Nangong Weiyang asked. Although she did not understand why Song Chen suddenly asked her such a nonsensical question, she felt that he would not ask without reason. There must be a deeper meaning. Perhaps this question was the key to whether she could ultimately stay by Song Chen's side. "Yes, you have 2 choices, do nothing or pull the switch," Song Chen said, staring intently at Nangong Weiyang. "I choose to do nothing," Nangong Weiyang replied. "Reason. The mistake of 5 people should not be borne by one. I have no right to take a life. Moreover, once the switch is pulled and the train enters the abandoned track, not to mention that the child on the abandoned track will die, if that track cannot be used normally, other passengers on the train could also be harmed. One cannot disregard the safety of others because of the mistakes of 5 children, Nan Gongwei Yang answered. Hearing this, Song Chen stood up suddenly. Are you sure you want to do this? That's 5 lives. Just sacrificing one person to save 5. How can that not be worth it? Song Chen said seriously. Life is never measured by quantity. Every life is unique. No one stipulates that the lives of 5 people are more precious than that of one. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. If those 5 children die as a result, that is what they deserve. This cannot be blamed on others, it is all cause and effect, Nan Gongwei Yang replied firmly. Song Chen was actually quite satisfied with her answer. This proved that Nan Gongwei Yang was likely not a saintly hypocrite. But what if it were not 5 people, but 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000? How would you choose then? Song Chen asked again. My choice would still be the same, Nan Gongwei Yang said. What if it were everyone in that world? If one of those 5 was Nan Gong Xiaomei, how would you choose? Song Chen continued to ask. At this point, the questions he posed had become supplementary. Hearing these 2 questions, Nan Gongwei Yang hesitated, because she also did not know how she should decide. Seeing her hesitation, a smile appeared on Song Chen's face. The fact that Nan Gongwei Yang could hesitate indicated that she still had her own small selfishness within. Song Chen had always believed that a slightly selfish person was not necessarily a bad thing. A somewhat selfish person indicates that there are still things he cares about. If Nan Gongwei Yang were to choose to do nothing as she did before, then he would have to worry. A person who only distinguishes right from wrong, without regard for feelings, is quite terrifying. Just like when we were in Phoenix City, 1,000 spirit stones a month. What you need to do is organize the shelves and sell the goods according to the pricing. Song Chen said this and then turned to leave the office. Nan Gongwei Yang, who was still pondering, smiled upon hearing this. At that moment, she suddenly realized that during her conversation with Song Chen, she had been outmaneuvered. It should be noted that Song Chen was 5 years younger than her. After Song Chen left the office, he arrived in the hall. He noticed that there weren't many people in the shop at the moment, but it wasn't too few either. He saw some people moving around in the area for exotic beast cubs, admiring those little creatures. Next to them were the new employees that Song Chen had hired. This shop originally belonged to Qian Yonglai, so the previous employees naturally couldn't stay. Therefore, Song Chen had completely overhauled the staff. This must be a blue flame phoenix chick, right? At that moment, a chubby man and a noble woman spoke to the employee. Sir, you have a good eye. This is indeed a blue flame phoenix chick, the employee replied. How much for this one? The noble woman asked. 1,080,000 spirit stones, the employee said with a smile. So expensive? The noble woman exclaimed in surprise. Its bloodline is extremely pure, brought out from the Bermuda forest. If it continues to grow, it will definitely become a king-level exotic beast. A king-level exotic beast only costs 1,080,000. Do you still think it's expensive, madam? The employee smiled at the noble woman. My son is about to awaken his abilities, and if he doesn't awaken a strong talent, letting him raise a beast with great potential is also a good choice. The chubby middle-aged man spoke up. I'll take this blue flame phoenix chick. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. Hearing this unexpected voice, both the chubby middle-aged man and the employee, along with Song Chen, turned to look at the speaker. To their surprise, the speaker was a young and beautiful girl. She had dyed blue hair and wore a JK skirt. Behind her were several young men. I saw this blue flame phoenix chick first. Miss, one should respect the order of things, the chubby middle-aged man said lightly. So what if you saw it first? Have you paid for it? I understand the order of things, the first to see it can step back. So, this blue flame phoenix is mine, the JK girl said in a very arrogant tone. What kind of reasoning is that? A mere 1,080,000 spirit stones, I can still afford it. However, the middle-aged man stood his ground against the JK girl's claim. Today, this blue flame phoenix chick is reserved for me. I have never failed to get what I want. If you dare to compete with me, I'll have someone take care of you. The JK girl directly began to threaten. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at the employee. There were too many strong individuals in the imperial capital, and the offspring of great families were countless. The middle-aged man was just a slightly wealthy small business owner, and there were too many people he couldn't afford to offend. The JK girl looked like someone not to be trifled with. She was definitely a descendant of a prominent family. However, he had finally set his sights on the blue flame phoenix chick to buy for his son, and now he was being threatened. Faced with the gaze of the middle-aged man, the shop assistant didn't know what to do. After all, she had only just started working a few days ago. At this moment, Song Chin could no longer stand by and watch. "You take this gentleman to the side to pay, and leave the rest to me," Song Chin said as he stepped forward to the shop assistant. "Yes, boss." Hearing Song Chen say this, the shop assistant let out a long sigh of relief. Upon hearing the shop assistant, everyone turned their attention to Song Chen. They hadn't expected the owner of the first floor to be so young. "This way, please," the shop assistant said to the middle-aged man and the noblewoman. "I'll make it clear here, if you dare to buy this blue flame phoenix today, you won't see tomorrow's sun," the JK girl said, looking at the middle-aged man. As soon as she said this, the middle-aged man hesitated. He really wanted to buy the blue flame phoenix, but he didn't want to put himself at risk. "You go check out, I'll handle everything," Song Chen said to the middle-aged man. "Threatening my customers in my shop," he continued, turning to the JK girl. "You're quite the charmer, are you seeing anyone?" However, in response to Song Chen's question, the JK girl gazed at him with infatuation and said, "Qian Shutao, the youngest daughter of the Qian family, seemingly mischievous but actually incredibly smart." "Did I say anything wrong?" Song Chen said slowly, looking at the JK girl. From the moment he saw her, he recognized her. This shop belonged to Qian Yanlai, and he and Jin Zizai had won it over, so the Qian family would definitely not let it go easily. After all, this was a shop worth 10 million spirit stones. Therefore, he had asked Jin Zizai for information on everyone in the Qian family. To be honest, he had been waiting for someone from the Qian family to come for the past few days. He didn't expect that the one who came would be Qian Shutao. In the capital, there are 3 young women you cannot provoke. The first is Nangong Xiaomei. She is the most beloved girl of the Nangong family. The Nangong family is one of the top families in the capital, and no one wants to provoke them. Nangong Xiaomei has 4 cousins, each exceptionally talented. She has been showered with love since childhood, especially doted on by her 4 cousins. Thus, her name is quite peculiar, named after the affectionate nicknames given to her by her cousins. If that were all, it would be fine, but she has a fiery temperament and despises evil. If she disagrees with someone, she will fight. If she can't win, she goes home to call her cousins. If her cousins can't win, she calls her mother. Her mother, who is also Song Chen's curious aunt, has a bad temper and is quite unreasonable. She is exceptionally protective and often stands up for Nangong Xiaomei. Over time, no one in the younger generation of the capital dares to provoke her. The second person you cannot provoke is Dongfang Sueki. She is the granddaughter of the war god Dongfang, and with his status and lineage, people in the capital almost have to give her some respect. Although Dongfang Sueki is not as vengeful as Nangong Xiaomei, she is quite stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, she must see it through. If there's someone she wants to teach a lesson to, she will do so no matter what. Sometimes, she doesn't even care about her parents' feelings. Only the war god Dongfang can keep her in check, others have no effect. The third person you cannot provoke is the little princess of the Qian family, Qian Shutao. People in the capital refer to Nangong Xiaomei as the violent girl, Dongfang Sueki as the witch, and Qian Shutao as the enchantress. The reasons for these titles are mainly twofold. First, she never cares about worldly rules, never plays by common sense, and enjoys causing trouble. Second, she is incredibly clever, almost to the point of being uncanny. These two somewhat contradictory points appeared simultaneously in her, making her seem quite illogical. But precisely, she was that kind of person. Many people in the imperial capital only knew that he acted unpredictably and often caused trouble. However, few were aware of her intelligence that bordered on the supernatural. Many regarded her as a spoiled and brainless young lady. If it weren't for the exceptional intelligence network of the Four Seas Pavilion, Song Chen probably wouldn't have known this. When Qian Shutao heard Song Chen directly reveal her identity, she was momentarily taken aback. However, her reaction was quick. "You're really clever, little brother. It must have been that big fool Jin Zizai who told you." Qian Shutao thought of the reason Song Chen could recognize her at a glance. "You came for Qian Yonglai?" Song Chen asked Qian Shutao. "What are you talking about, brother Wen Nuan? You're so handsome, you're exactly the type I like." "I came specifically for you," Qian Shutao said, staring at Song Chen with her innocent big eyes. "Really?" Song Chen said, a bit surprised. "Of course it's true, I really like you a lot," Qian Shutao said meaningfully. "Since you like me so much, let's go, let's have a child right now. Next year, I'll give your dad a huge surprise." As Song Chen spoke, he directly grabbed Qian Shutao's wrist and walked toward his office. Qian Shutao didn't play by the rules, and neither did Song Chen. He was not someone who followed the norm either. This sudden scene from Song Chen left everyone who noticed it completely stunned, especially Qian Shutao. She had thought about various reactions from Song Chen after saying those words, such as him directly scolding her for being reckless or calling her a seductress, or perhaps various sarcastic remarks. After all, Song Chen already knew she was from the Qian family, and their relationship was clearly antagonistic. However, she never expected that Song Chen would pull her along without a word to have a child. Yet, she felt no panic because there were others following behind her. Song Chen, let go of Shu Tao, a man jumped out, pointing at Song Chen. Hearing this voice, Song Chen stopped, but he did not release Qian Shu Tao's wrist. Who do you think you are? Why are you barking like a dog? Song Chen asked the other person. I'm Shu Tao's friend, let her go, the man who stepped forward said. You're so arrogant, I thought you were her father. You all heard it, this Miss Xiao said herself that she likes me a lot. What a coincidence, I also fell in love with her at first sight. I'm going to have a deep emotional exchange with her now. What does that have to do with you? If you keep yapping, I'll knock your teeth out, Song Chen said mercilessly. After saying this, he continued to pull Qian Shu Tao toward the office. Song Chen knew very well that since he had become friends with Jin Zizai, he was destined to stand against the Chen family. This world was like that, filled with various interests. Becoming friends with some people meant you couldn't be friends with others. Since both sides were destined to be antagonistic, Song Chen didn't need to be polite. Song Chen, we are guests, guests are like gods. How dare you treat us like this? How dare you treat Shu Tao like this? The man who stepped forward shouted at Song Chen. Some guests are indeed guests, but some guests are just rogues. If a rogue pretends to be a god here, I'll let him know what the twilight of the gods means. Dao Wuxin, if they bark again, just throw them out. Whatever the consequences, I'll bear them, Song Chen said. Yes, boss. At that moment, a deep voice came from the corner. At the same time, the person who had just spoken felt as if he was locked onto by a certain aura. He had no doubt that if he spoke again, someone would likely take action against him. Now that no one is bothering us, let's go, Song Chen said to Qian Shu Tao, pulling her forward. Qian Shu Tao remained completely calm, showing no signs of panic or resistance. On the contrary, a hint of an amused smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Soon, a man dressed entirely in black suddenly appeared in front of Song Chen, blocking his path. On the chest of the black-clad man, the character Qian was printed. Let go of my young lady. The man in black spoke. The shadow guard of the Qian family. Song Chen looked up and said upon seeing the sudden appearance of the black-clad man. The shadow guard of the Qian family was specifically tasked with protecting important figures of the Qian family. As the young lady of the Qian family, Qian Shu Tao could not possibly be without the presence of the shadow guard. Song Chen naturally knew this, and the reason he was pulling Qian Shu Tao toward the office was to draw out the opponent. He quickly checked the opponent's attributes. Name, Zhenba, age, 69, physical strength, 126323, king level 5, soul strength, 115744, king level 5, ability attribute, shadow, S-class potential, combat power, 242,167 indeed, a king level ability user. For these big families, king level ability users are really as common as cabbages, Song Chen thought to himself. However, most of the king level ability users he had encountered were mostly at king level 5. There were very few at king level 4. This indicated that breaking through from king level 5 to king level 4 was not an easy task. What if I don't let go? Song Chen looked at Qianba and asked. He did not back down in the face of a king level ability user. If you don't let go, you'll die, Qianba said in a tone filled with killing intent. Ha ha ha, if I don't let go, I'll die? My master is Dongfang Xiao, do you dare to kill me? Song Chen replied, looking at him. Although he said this, he remained vigilant in his heart. Even though he had backing now, he couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't go crazy. If the other party acted without regard for martial ethics and directly attacked him, it would be a tragedy. So, it was wise to be on guard. If he sensed something was wrong, it would be best to slip away first. He didn't dare to mention his father's name because he remembered his father saying that in the imperial capital, ability users of similar age and considerable strength had almost all been beaten by him. If he revealed his father's name and it led to targeting because of it, he would have nowhere to cry. After thinking it over, he decided that mentioning his master's name was more reliable. After all, his master, the god of war Dongfang, was the oldest among the 8 war gods and held a high status in the imperial capital. There were very few who dared to disrespect his master. Of course, he had also planned ahead. If his master couldn't intimidate the other party, it wouldn't be too late to mention his father's name. You are the disciple of the god of war Dongfang? Qianba glanced at Qian Shu Tao and then looked at Song Chen. He was unaware of this. Qian Shu Tao knew, which was why she had come to the first building in person. She wanted to see what kind of person the disciple of the god of war Dongfang was. At that time, when Qian Yong learned that Jin Zizai referred to Song Chen as boss, he specifically investigated Song Chen's information. It was then that he discovered that Song Chen was actually the son of Song Huanquan and the disciple of the god of war Dongfang. Although the Qian family members were not completely afraid of this background, they knew it was not to be trifled with. This was also why, after Song Chen had been in the first building for so long, the Qian family members had only just come to find him. If it weren't for Qian Shutao wanting to see what kind of person Song Chen was, the Chen family might have decided not to pursue the matter. After all, the Jin family had already overshadowed them, and if they also provoked Song Huanquan and the Eastern War God at the same time, the Chen family would be in danger. "It seems you don't dare to kill me," Song Chen said, looking at Qian Ba. Upon hearing this, Qian Ba did not act. He truly did not dare to make a move against Song Chen, but he also couldn't just stand by and watch his family's young lady be taken into the office by him. "Although I don't dare to kill you, I must take my young lady away. If you obstruct me, don't blame me for being rude," Qian Ba said after a moment of thought. "Rude? Let me see how you can be rude to me. If I suffer even a little harm today, I will bring my master to the Qian family tomorrow to demand an explanation," Song Chen said. "The Eastern War God is powerful, but my Qian family is not necessarily afraid of him," Qian Ba suddenly shouted. Research shows that suddenly raising one's voice while speaking is a sign of insecurity. "You may not fear my master, but what about my father, Song Huanquan? Are you afraid of him? If you're not afraid, that's fine too. Let me introduce you, Nangong Weiyang, the young lady of the Nangong family. Her mother is my aunt. You should be familiar with Jin Zizai, the young master of the Jin family. He is my brother. Chen Bo, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, is my old friend. Tell me, if these people all come to the Qian family to demand an explanation for me, how will your Qian family respond?" Song Chen looked at Qian Ba. At that moment, he brought out everyone who had any connection to him. Unfortunately, he knew too few people in the imperial capital, and he felt that the number he brought out was still not enough. However, what he said made Qian Ba break out in a cold sweat, because any one of the people Song Chen mentioned could make the Qian family feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Not to mention, if all these people came together. For a moment, Qian Ba found himself in a dilemma. P.S. Today is a holiday, so there will only be 3 chapters. I wish my fellow compatriots a happy Eid al-Adha. In the past, it was always the Qian family using their power to oppress others, but today they were also pressured for once. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute it. "What exactly do you want?" Qian Ba asked Song Chen. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Song Chen's face. He had said so much before, waiting for this moment. He was not really pulling Qian Shutao along to have a child with her, but to negotiate terms. "It's simple. Qian Shutao threatened the guests of my first floor, which damaged the reputation of the first floor. If word gets out that I can't guarantee the safety of my guests on the first floor, how am I supposed to do business in the future? Therefore, the compensation for the loss of reputation of the first floor must be paid by you," Song Chen said. He did not care much about other forms of compensation. For him, spirit stones were more practical. "How many spirit stones do you want?" Qian Ba was not foolish and naturally picked up on the underlying meaning in Song Chen's words. "Not much, 1,080,000. This matter started with the 1,080,000 beast cubs, so it should end with 1,080,000, Song Chen said lightly. "This is extortion," Qian Ba said. Although 1,080,000 spirit stones was not much for the Qian family, they could not just give it to Song Chen for free. "You can choose not to pay. Either you directly injure me and forcibly take Qian Shutao away, or you leave Qian Shutao here and let her have a child for me. With my genes, I believe this child will be very outstanding in the future. You have 2 choices, pick one," Song Chen said, looking at Qian Ba. Qian Ba, a person who prioritizes family interests, is easily manipulated by him. After all, today's incident was initiated by Qian Shutao's rudeness. As long as he is in the right, the Chen family has no way to deal with him. After all, the Qian family wouldn't dare to send someone to eliminate him. They cannot afford the consequences of eliminating their own. "There's another option. I won't injure you, and I can still take the young lady away," Qian Ba spoke at this moment. He felt that with his king-level strength, it shouldn't be difficult to save Qian Shutao without hurting Song Chen. "Let's not even discuss whether you can do it or not, even if you really can. Then guess, will I injure myself and say you did it? Do you think my master and the others would believe what I say or what your Qian family says?" Song Chen retorted. "Shameless." Hearing Song Chen say this, Qian Ba replied angrily. "Thank you for the compliment. Shamelessness is one of my few virtues." Song Chen didn't take Qian Ba's insults to heart at all. At this moment, Qian Ba felt helpless. He had encountered someone who wouldn't yield to threats or persuasion. Not only could he not win the argument, but he also couldn't take action. This left him extremely frustrated. 1,080,000 spirit stones, I'll give it. At that moment, Qian Shutao spoke. Throughout the confrontation between Song Chen and Chen Ba, she had remained silent, just staring intently at Song Chen. Of course, it wasn't because she was infatuated. It was because she was observing Song Chen up close. Only through such close observation could she gain a deeper understanding of him in the shortest time. Hearing Qian Shutao say this, Song Chen released her wrist and placed his hand in front of her. Qian Shutao didn't play tricks. She took the Spirit Stone exchange card and went to the front desk of the first floor to swipe for 1,080,000 Spirit Stones. Song Chen, you've successfully piqued my interest. I previously said there were no rivals in the imperial capital, and it was a bit lonely. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise today. I, Qian Shutao, acknowledge you. However, my money isn't so easy to take. Be careful not to get burned. After swiping for 1,080,000 Spirit Stones, Qian Shutao issued a stern warning to Song Chen. What a coincidence. I'm naturally tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. The more Spirit Stones, the better for me. I'm not afraid of getting burned at all. You're welcome to visit again, but be sure to prepare more Spirit Stones, Song Chen said with a smile. He didn't take Qian Shutao's threat to heart at all. After all, there was really nothing that the Qian family could use to threaten him. Generally, what can threaten a person are their parents, friends, career, and personal safety. His father is Song Huangquan. It's already good that the Qian family doesn't threaten them, and they wouldn't be able to. Among his friends, Yunde and Tang Qiqi are the two he is closest to. However, after learning about some past events involving Yun Dashan and Tang Zio, Song Chen couldn't foolishly think that these two were ordinary. Using Yunde and Tang Qiqi to threaten him would only provoke his big and second uncles to explode in anger. As for Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, they could also be considered his friends now. But Jin Zizai is the young master of the Jin family. If the Qian family could use him to threaten, they would have long become the richest family in Longhua. As for Huang Tianba, he is a student of the Imperial Capital Academy. If he were harmed, the academy would never let it go. The only thing that could be threatened is the first floor. However, he didn't need to source goods from elsewhere, and the Qian family couldn't rely on connections to cut off his supply channels. As for smashing or destroying the first floor, Song Chen would welcome it. This way, he would have a large income again. Therefore, in summary, the Qian family has no way to deal with him. Qianba, help me find out the supply channels for all the goods on the first floor. At the same time, investigate the background of all employees in the first building. After leaving the first building, Qian Shutao's expression darkened as she spoke to Qianba. She had grown up and faced setbacks, but never had she felt as powerless as today. Observing Song Chen up close, she found him to be like a rubber ball, seemingly full of flaws at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, this ball was spinning, and any external force that approached would be bounced away. Song Chen was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, indifferent to pressure. Most importantly, he was shameless and had no limits. You could never predict what he would do next. Such a person was the hardest to deal with. However, this also ignited Qian Shutao's competitive spirit. All along, she believed that among the younger generation in the capital, many had strong talents, but they were merely a group of simple-minded, physically strong brutes. There was no one who could match wits with her. This time, she saw a mind in Song Chen that warranted her attention. Therefore, she decided to have some fun. Yes, Qianba said respectfully at that moment. He was also displeased with Song Chen, but he knew he had no way to deal with him. So, he could only place his hopes on his young lady. I haven't had to think for a long time, Song Chen. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying this, Qian Shutao looked up at the sign of the first building and turned to leave. What Song Chen did not expect was that after Qian Shutao left, another unexpected guest soon arrived. Lu Long. He was the eldest son of the Lu family from Phoenix City, the older brother of Lu Mang and Lu Jiao. I heard from a friend that you have Dragon Lingji here? Lu Long asked directly upon entering the first building. Hearing this, Song Chen almost laughed out loud. The Dragon Lingji he sold was actually stolen from the Lu family. However, after planting it on the farm for a while, the Dragon Lingji had changed significantly. Moreover, he had left behind seeds. We have it, sir, this way please, the staff member said at that moment. Song Chen had initially planned to leave, but upon seeing Lu Long, he decided to stay. To be honest, although Song Chen's own strength was not very strong, he no longer regarded the Lu family as a threat. However, he sent a message to the staff member. Double the price for the Dragon Lingji. The staff member glanced at the phone with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he didn't know why Song Chen wanted to say that, as an employee, obedience was the first priority. When Lu Long arrived in front of the Dragon Lingji, his eyes widened. The Dragon Lingji he saw was incredibly vibrant, full of life. With this Dragon Lingji, his grandfather would surely be able to break through to the king realm. How much is this dragon Lingji? Lu Long asked the staff member. 3,200,000. The staff member replied with a smile. From a distance, Song Chen's eyes widened upon hearing the price announced by the staff member. Previously, the dragon Lingji in the first building sold for only 800,000 spirit stones. He had just messaged the staff member to double the price. His intention was to sell it for 1,600,000. But he did not expect the staff member to quadruple the price instead. Ultimately, he had underestimated the situation. Lu Long was also taken aback by the price quoted by the staff member. Why is your dragon Lingji so expensive? Lu Long asked. His psychological price ceiling was 1 million spirit stones. Dragon Lingji has always been priced but rarely available. Looking across the entire capital, apart from our first building, even the Four Seas Pavilion might not have it. Moreover, our first building emphasizes quality. Such a dragon Ganoderma of this quality is rarely seen in 100 years. Using this dragon Ganoderma, the chances of breaking through from the diamond realm to the king realm have increased significantly. You should understand that even a slight increase in certainty is worth a fortune, the shop assistant said, appealing to reason and emotion. The dragon Ganoderma, cultivated on the farm, indeed had a much higher quality than before, and the vitality it contained was even more intense. Lu Long had to admit that the shop assistant's words made sense. To break through from the diamond realm to the king realm, even a slight increase in certainty was invaluable. For instance, a success rate of 98% and a success rate of 99% are completely different. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Lu Long asked, unwilling to give up. I can see that you are genuinely interested in buying, so how about this, a firm price of 3 million spirit stones. This is the last dragon Ganoderma in our first building. If you don't buy it today, it may not be here next time you come, the shop assistant said. Hearing this, Lu Long fell into deep thought. 3 million spirit stones might not be much for families like the Jin and Chen clans, but for the Lu family, it was a significant portion of their wealth. Using it to buy the dragon Ganoderma would be enough to severely wound the Lu family's finances. If it can help my grandfather break through to the king realm, then it will all be worth it, Lu Long silently thought. In the end, he made up his mind. 3 million, I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me, Lu Long said. Alright, please wait a moment. The shop assistant replied with a smile. Soon, the dragon Ganoderma was wrapped up, and Lu Long paid without hesitation. This time, he was carrying almost all of the Lu family's assets, searching for dragon Ganoderma across the country. In order to help his grandfather break through, the Lu family was indeed going all in. By the way, what is the name of the owner of your first building? Lu Long suddenly asked the shop assistant as he reached the door. He had just thought of the first building in Phoenix City and felt there might be some connection between the two. Our owner's name is Song Chen, the shop assistant said without hesitation. This startled Song Chen, who was hidden nearby. He had been careless and forgot the most basic rule of wandering the world, to use an alias. It seems I need to remind myself that the owner of the first building cannot be called Song Chen anymore. Let's call myself Song Li instead, Song Chen thought to himself. This name fully expressed his wish. He hoped everyone would give him gifts, preferably spirit stones. Song Chen. Lu Long's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light upon hearing this name. He had heard it more than once. While investigating the causes of Lu Mang and Lu Zhao's deaths, he had found that Song Chen had had a conflict with his brother Lu Mang. However, at that time, Song Chen was very weak, so he did not connect him to the murderer of his brother. But now, seeing the first building's scale so large, and with dragon Ganoderma being sold there, he couldn't help but think of Song Chen. He had no evidence, just a sixth sense. It seems necessary to investigate Song Chen thoroughly. I wonder if this Song Chen is the one I know. If so, it would mean this person is definitely not as simple as I imagined. A perfect score of 2000 in the college entrance examination, the owner of the first building, and dragon Ganoderma, there must be a connection among these three. Song Chen is indeed very suspicious, Lu Long silently thought. Soon, he left. After Lu Long departed, Song Chen stepped out from his hiding place. What is your name? Song Chen asked the shop assistant from earlier. My name is Xue Menglan, the shop assistant replied. Starting today, you are the deputy manager of the first building. Every month, I will give you 500 spirit stones. From now on, all the trivial matters of the first building will be handled by you. Do you think you can manage it? Song Chen said to Xue Menglan. From what had just happened, it was clear that Xue Menglan was a talent. Just right, the first building needed someone to manage things, and he was willing to give her a chance. As for Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang, neither of them was cut out for business and had no interest in managing. I can do it, thank you, boss, Xue Menglan said excitedly. She never expected that just a few days after arriving, she would become the deputy manager. "The dragon spirit mushroom we just sold is gone, but I have another one here," Song Chen said, taking out another dragon spirit mushroom and handing it to Shui Menglan. After harvesting the dragon spirit mushrooms on the farm, he had kept the seeds. The maturation time for the seeds was 10 days. This meant that every 10 days, Song Chen could obtain a dragon spirit mushroom. Today was exactly the 10th day since the last harvest. When Shui Menglan saw the dragon spirit mushroom in Song Chen's hand, she was instantly stunned. She had just told Lu Long that the one they sold was the last dragon spirit mushroom in their store. She didn't expect that just after Lu Long left, Song Chen would take out another one. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely think that the first building was trying to deceive people. However, she was also puzzled about when dragon spirit mushrooms had become so common. As the deputy manager, you are to instruct everyone that starting today, if anyone asks for my name, you all need to have a unified response. Say my name is Song Li. Li as in gift, Song Chen reminded her. Understood, boss. Although Shui Menglan didn't know why Song Chen wanted to say this, as an employee, she understood that whatever the boss said was final. No need to ask too many questions. After giving these instructions, Song Chen left the first building. He had to deal with some minor troubles. The reason Song Chen was in such a hurry to leave was naturally to follow Lu Long. Initially, when he saw Lu Long, he only thought about conning him out of some spirit stones. However, when Lu Long left, he asked for his name. His name was too distinctive and easy to remember. Although he had left no evidence when he killed Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, for those with abilities, sometimes evidence was unnecessary. They were not judges and did not require various proofs. For some ability users, just a reason to suspect was enough. After all, although Long Country had laws, it was ultimately a survival of the fittest. Song Chen concealed his figure and followed Lu Long from a distance. He had previously checked Lu Long's attributes and knew he was at the Platinum 4th realm. Such strength was something Song Chen could only look up to in the past. But for the current Song Chen, it was no match. Following Lu Long, Song Chen noticed that Lu Long took a taxi, heading for the airport. He was eager to bring the dragon spirit mushroom back to Phoenix City for his grandfather to consume, hoping to break through to the King Realm in one go. He understood the risks involved, so he did not linger. At this moment, Song Chen also shrank his body and got into the taxi with Lu Long. The car was in a bustling area, and if he were to kill him here in mist, Lu Long could escape. Moreover, fighting in a crowded area could easily harm others. Although Song Chen was not a saint, he was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. Since Lu Long was heading to the airport, he would definitely leave the bustling area and head to the suburbs. Therefore, the best time to act would be after the car reached the suburbs. As a hunter, patience was the most essential quality. Thus, as time passed, the car moved further away from the bustling area. "It's time," Song Chen silently said to himself. At this moment, Lu Long sat in the back of the car, his arms crossed. Beneath his palms, he held a Qiankuan bag. Inside the Qiankuan bag were some of his belongings, as well as the dragon lingji he had purchased on the first floor. In the next moment, he suddenly felt the surroundings turn pitch black, and the car seemed to have come to a stop. He sensed a crisis, and the energy within him instinctively shielded his body. After breaking through to the Platinum Realm, not only had his physical strength significantly increased, making him impervious to blades and bullets, but most importantly, the energy within him could automatically protect its master. Thus, while ability users below the Gold Realm could be ambushed and killed, it was very difficult for a Platinum Realm ability user to be killed in such a manner. Unless, of course, the ambusher was significantly stronger than the ambushed. But if that were the case, there would be no need for an ambush, a direct confrontation would suffice. Song Chen's intention was to force Lu Long out of the car. The space inside the car was too small for a proper fight. Soon, Lu Long, who had been ambushed by Song Chen, was sent flying out of the car, damaging the car door in the process. Cell isolation. Song Chen did not use his power ability but instead employed the capabilities he had gained after upgrading his basic software. He remembered clearly that during his battle with Dongfang Sueki, she had shattered the cell space with a single punch. Now, he wanted to see if the upgraded cell could withstand the attack of a Platinum Realm ability user. Water Dragon Surround. Although Lu Long could not see, he did not sit idly by. He immediately launched an attack. A water dragon roared out from his body, spreading outwards. Bang! Soon, the water dragon collided with the cell's spatial wall, producing a loud crash. The spatial wall of the cell trembled violently but did not shatter. Not broken, very nice. In that case, let's get started. Insert central vertical line. In the next moment, a large number of black spears appeared above the cell, descending towards Lu Long. Water Dragon Roar. Sensing the danger, Lu Long hurriedly controlled the water dragons around him to rush upwards towards the spears. Clear the cell. Song Chen initially intended to use this move to end the battle. However, he stopped in the next moment. He suddenly remembered that Lu Long had the dragon Lingji in his arms. That was worth millions of spirit stones, it couldn't be wasted. Cho Cho, go and get me what's in his arms. At that moment, Song Chen summoned Cho Cho. However, Cho Cho did not act immediately. Instead, it wrote a crooked number 2 on the ground. Cho Cho's intelligence had increased significantly, it had even learned numbers. Its meaning was clear, 2 packs of spicy dried fish. Cho Cho, I'm not the same as I used to be. In the future, I'll expand my horizons, I'll give you 5 packs. Song Chen said to Cho Cho. As soon as he finished speaking, Cho Cho's body instantly disappeared from the spot. It was afraid that Song Chen would suddenly change his mind, so it didn't give him a chance to say anything else. Soon, Cho Cho returned, holding a Qianquan bag. Song Chen opened it and found 2 spirit stone exchange cards, over 100,000 spirit stones, and some miscellaneous items. Of course, the dragon Lingji was among them. Song Chen took out the dragon Lingji and the 100,000 spirit stones, deleting everything else. Although those items could be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones, Song Chen did not want to take that risk. He couldn't guarantee that there were no special marks on Lu Long's belongings. Just like when he obtained the War God order, he had been sensed by the Eastern War God. If there were any such marks, leaving those items in the Qianquan bag would be a disaster. Although Song Chen liked spirit stones, he would never take such risks for them. Caution brings no great mistakes. Therefore, he had never had the habit of looting corpses. P.S. Another day of 3 chapters, I'm really happy for myself. If calculated carefully, up to now, Song Chen had only killed 5 people. The seniors in the Shumi mirror didn't count, as killing them only meant elimination. Coincidentally, all 5 were from the Lu family. The 3 Lu brothers and 2 servants of the Lu family. For the first 4 people he killed, he hadn't looted their corpses, so no one suspected him. In Museo Rue, I'm fated to be in conflict with the Lu family, Song Chen thought to himself. He then turned his gaze to Lu Long, who was still fending off the black spear. The item is in hand, you can be on your way. Cell cleared. Soon, Lu Long had been stuck in the cell for more than 10 seconds before disappearing without a trace. Killing Lu Long in this way left no evidence. No one would discover that Lu Long had been taken out by him. Because from start to finish, he had never approached Lu Long, and it was impossible for him to be tainted by his aura. Of course, to prevent any accidental exposure, he also used a computer assistant to check himself, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities in his body, he left with ease. After Song Chen left, the taxi driver was finally able to see again. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, looking as if he had survived a disaster. He knew what he had just encountered, but he had no idea what exactly had happened. He only noticed that one of the doors of his car was completely damaged. However, he soon discovered that there were 10 spirit stones placed on the back seat of his car. These 10 spirit stones were more than enough to repair the car door. Thank you, the driver shouted to those around him. Song Chen considered himself not a good person, but he was definitely not an irredeemably bad person. He had damaged someone's car door to kill Lu Long, and he should compensate for it. One should have certain principles in life. He remembered watching a movie once about a group of superheroes. One superhero, in order to deal with a so-called villain, lifted a car just purchased by an ordinary person and smashed it towards the enemy. As a result, the car was dodged by the villain, and the flying car smashed the ordinary person's house, which he hadn't finished paying off the mortgage for. Perhaps that superhero would defeat the villain, but the ordinary person who lost his house and car suffered a devastating blow. Song Chen had never thought he would become a superhero, but he didn't want ordinary people to suffer unwarranted disasters because of him. After taking out Lu Long, Song Chen didn't return to the first building but went to the Spirit Stone Exchange office to withdraw all the Spirit Stones from the exchange card, a total of 6,220,000. Among them, Lu Long contributed 3 million, Xian Shutao contributed 1,080,000, and the middle-aged man who bought the Blue Flame Windbird contributed 1,080,000. Yesterday's turnover was 1,060,000. In total, 6,220,000. With money in his pocket, Song Chen's confidence instantly soared, and he walked with his head held high. Not long after coming out of the exchange office, Song Chen suddenly received a call from Huang Tianba. Boss, I have a way to earn 2 to 3 million spirit stones, and I need your cooperation. This was what Huang Tianba said on the phone. If it were about something else, Song Chen might not be interested. But when it came to earning spirit stones, he would definitely not miss out. So, he hurried back to the Imperial Capital Academy as fast as he could and found Huang Tianba. What's your idea for earning spirit stones? Just say it directly, Songchen said to Huang Tianba. This idea is what I came up with. It's like a technical investment. After earning the spirit stones, we'll split it 50-50. Huang Tianba said hurriedly. You tell me what the idea is first. If it's really feasible, splitting it 50-50 with you is fine. Songchen replied. It's like this, the school has issued a new rule today. Lower grade students can challenge upperclassmen, and upperclassmen cannot refuse. If the challenge is lost, the lower grade students will face no punishment. Of course, getting beaten up by the upperclassmen doesn't count. But if the upperclassmen lose, they will lose 20 credits, which will be awarded to the challenger. Huang Tianba said excitedly. Hearing this, Songchen was initially skeptical. But suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his eyes gradually brightened. 1 credit can be sold for 100 spirit stones in the school's black market. 20 credits would be 2,000 spirit stones. Boss, if you challenge the upperclassmen, you just need to negotiate with them and pay 10 credits to avoid the challenge. This way, you can earn 10 credits, equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. If one person earns 1,000 spirit stones, and there are over 2,000 upperclassmen in the second year, that's over 2 million spirit stones. Huang Tianba said. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the spirit stones flying into his pocket. Have you lost your mind? Everything you said has a premise, which is that you can defeat the upperclassman or upperclasswoman you challenge. If you can't defeat them, you'll just get beaten up for nothing. Songchen looked at Huang Tianba and said, Boss, I think you can do it. Back then, you killed quite a few upperclassmen in the Shumi mirror. Huang Tianba said. In the Shumi mirror, being able to kill them was because I disguised myself and became their accomplice, catching them off guard. But challenging them means facing them head-on. Do you think I'm their match in a head-on confrontation? Songchen asked Huang Tianba. I hadn't thought of that. Is this brilliant plan I came up with to earn spirit stones going to fall through? Huang Tianba frowned, looking pained. He wasn't upset about his own intelligence, but rather about the spirit stones that were about to fly into his pocket, just slipping away. Nothing at all. Next time, think through the feasibility before saying such things to me. I'm very busy, making hundreds of thousands a minute. As Songchen spoke, he turned and left. What Huang Tianba didn't notice was that after Songchen turned around, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be fair, Huang Tianba's idea was actually feasible, because he knew very well that with his current strength, he could defeat those second-year upperclassmen. However, he would never admit it in front of Huang Tianba, because once he admitted it, he would have to share the spirit stones with him. Why should he share half of the spirit stones he worked hard to earn? Based on his small brain? Or because he looked like a big black bear? Moreover, after Huang Tianba proposed this idea, he was inspired. He thought of an even better plan. Since he was going to play, he might as well play big. A mere 2 million spirit stones could never satisfy him. After returning to the villa, Songchen carefully recalled the new plan he had just thought of. At the same time, he improved it. After ensuring that no other problems would arise, he made a decision. He would go for it. Take a gamble, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Take a chance, a motorcycle turns into a Land Rover. This time, he aimed to earn at least 10 million spirit stones. Thinking of this, Songchen was overjoyed. Early the next morning, after absorbing the first ray of sunlight, Songchen opened his eyes. He discovered that his absorption of sunlight had increased again. Now, he could enhance his physical strength by 0.1 points per minute. This meant that in 1 hour, he could increase his physical strength by 6 points. Calculating based on 10 hours of sunlight exposure each day, he could increase his physical strength by 60 points in a day. Over the course of a year, that would amount to more than 20,000 points of physical strength. This was already a terrifying number. However, at this moment, Songchen had neither the time nor the inclination to think about these things, because he was about to do something significant. With that, Songchen left the villa and headed straight to the martial arts field for the second-year students. Every morning, the second-year students would practice in the martial arts field. This was a requirement set by the school. Without a valid reason, no one could be absent. When Songchen arrived at the second-year martial arts field, he found many students already engaged in their morning exercises. Their routine was quite simple, consisting of running and exchanging moves with each other. This practice did not enhance their strength in any way, but it helped them adjust their state of mind, reminding them that a new day had begun. As a result, their overall condition for the day would be much better. Whether it was for studying theoretical knowledge or training, they would achieve twice the result with half the effort. At least, that was what the school's teachers believed. After observing this scene, Songchen was not in a hurry. Instead, he casually found a spot to sit down and took out a bag of sunflower seeds to eat. Time passed second by second, and soon, the second-year morning practice came to an end. At that moment, all the second-year students gathered together. A certain counselor from the second year gave an extremely brief speech, simply stating that they were dismissed. Just as the second-year students were preparing to leave, a loud voice suddenly boomed out. "Everyone, don't move. You are surrounded by me." This voice came from a loudspeaker. Hearing this sudden voice, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction it came from. "Song Chen, what kind of nonsense are you up to?" At that moment, a person whom Song Chen did not recognize shouted loudly. Although Song Chen was always elusive in school, he was well known among the second-year students. This was because everyone in the second year knew that their previous defeat in the Shumi mirror was due to Song Chen. His photo had been sent to every second-year student's phone. Therefore, everyone in the second year recognized Song Chen. "Unfortunately, you have been chosen by me. Now I declare, the robbery begins. Everyone hand over 2,000 spirit stones," Song Chen said to the many second-year students. "Are you crazy? Has your brain been damaged? What an idiot. Sweki, your grandpa's disciple is a bit off, huh?" In an instant, all the second-year students scoffed. They all thought that Song Chen had lost his mind. What the hell? Song Chen is awesome, daring to say such things. I declare that from today on, Song Chen is my idol. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten for being so arrogant? Meanwhile, several first-year students also witnessed this scene, all wide-eyed in shock. Soon, someone hurriedly sent a message in the group. Shocked. Song Chen, single-handedly challenging the entire second-year class, location, second-year martial arts field. Attached was a photo of Song Chen holding a loudspeaker, looking at the second-year students. Those who saw the message rushed to the second-year martial arts field as fast as they could. They were afraid of being late and missing such a spectacle. Previously, when they were in the Shumi mirror, they had been tormented by the seasoned second-year students. If they could have fought back, they would have found a way to take revenge long ago. But unfortunately, now they could only endure. If others were to trouble the second-year veterans, they would scoff. However, if it were Song Chen, it would be different. After all, it was Song Chen who led them to defeat the second-year veterans back then. If it weren't for the teachers at the school later abandoning martial ethics and sending out platinum-level ability users, they would have been the ultimate victors. Nevertheless, despite that, Song Chen did not suffer any losses. Therefore, they were willing to believe that Song Chen could once again take down these second-year veterans. Thus, more and more first-year students gathered around the second-year training ground. Song Chen naturally heard what the second-year students were saying, but he didn't care, because this was the effect he wanted. I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it, so don't blame me. According to the new regulations from the academy, lower-year students can challenge upper-year students, and upper-year students cannot refuse for any reason. Song Chen said loudly with a megaphone. Song Chen, are you planning to challenge us? At this moment, a long-haired second-year student looked at Song Chen and said, You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. Since you took the bait, I'll start with you. Now, first-year Song Chen challenges this senior. I hope for your guidance, senior. Song Chen said to the long-haired man. Nye Chu, your junior is challenging you, you can't refuse. Old Nya, later, just make Song Chen smoke. It was because of him that we second years collectively lost face and became the disgrace of the Imperial Capital Academy. Song Chen's ability is camouflage, good at taking advantage of chaos, but a challenge is one-on-one, he can't possibly be your opponent. Old Nya, the chance for revenge has come, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, the second-year students were all excited. Because in their view, Song Chen actively challenging their second-year students was asking for trouble. Just right, they could take this opportunity to teach Song Chen a good lesson. As long as they taught this thorny first year a lesson, no one from the first year would dare to act up again. Since the junior sincerely seeks guidance, as a senior, it is my duty to teach him. Junior, let's go to the arena. Nya Chu said to Song Chen with a smile. Senior, please. Song Chen also smiled at this moment. However, the smiles of both seemed to hide daggers, a bit malicious. Soon, Song Chen and Nya Chu arrived at the school's arena. According to the rules of the Imperial Capital Academy, students are not allowed to fight privately. All challenges must take place on the arena under the witness of teachers. At this moment, besides Song Chen and Nya Chu, the second-year and first-year students were also skipping class. They divided into two groups, standing behind Song Chen and Nya Chu, cheering them on. Because this battle was not just about the victory or defeat of Song Chen and Nya Chu, but also concerned the honor of the first and second years. If Nietzsche won, it would mean that first-year students would never have a chance to rise in front of second-year students and would only be suppressed. If Songchen won, it would mean that second-year students were nothing special. In the future, second-year students would find it even harder to hold their heads high in school. This matter not only attracted the attention of first and second-year students but also brought the counselors and vice principal from both years. Even the Eastern War God appeared. He also wanted to see what confidence Songchen had to dare to rob the entire second-year group by himself. "Boss, this is too ungrateful, denying my idea and taking the stage yourself," Huang Tianba said from below the arena. "If you are not convinced, you can also challenge the second-year seniors. As long as you can be like the boss, then the spirit stones will be at your fingertips," Jin Zizai said from the side. "Then forget it, I may be confident, but I'm not arrogant. Boss, go for it, beat him up," Huang Tianba shouted loudly. "Song Chen, go for it." After Huang Tianba's words fell, the freshmen shouted in unison. The only thing they could do now was to support Song Chen mentally. "Senior Dongfeng, do you think Song Chen can win?" Vice President Shen Bo of the Imperial Capital Academy asked the war god Dongfeng. "Based on my understanding of this brat, he never does anything without confidence," Dongfeng smiled and said. "Then I really look forward to it," Shen Bo said, looking at Song Chen on the stage. At this moment, on the stage, Song Chen and Nie Chu stood facing each other. "Senior, I advise you, it's not too late to regret now. At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you, I plan to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and you, senior, are that chicken. Once the battle starts, losing won't just be about 20 credits, the consequences will be severe. I'm not exaggerating, this consequence is something you might not be able to bear, senior," Song Chen said with a smile. What he said were heartfelt words. "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? You talk so big, aren't you afraid of breaking your knife?" Nie Chu said disdainfully. "There's a saying, listen to advice and you'll have enough to eat. Since you don't listen to advice, you probably haven't had many meals in your life. As your junior, I'll give you a lesson today," Song Chen said, looking at Nie Chu. "Coincidentally, I also want to give my junior a lesson, and that lesson is called respect for seniors. You're the junior, so you go first," Nie Chu said. "In that case, be careful, senior," Song Chen said, and his figure seemed to vanish from the stage. "I know your disguise ability can mimic light to achieve invisibility, but unfortunately, you're up against me, because my ability is gale. Wind rise," Nie Chu shouted. Instantly, a fierce wind swept across the stage, blowing through every corner. However, the next moment, Nie Chu found himself surrounded by utter darkness. The gale he had just summoned dissipated completely. How is this possible? What kind of space is this? Nie Chu thought in shock. You see, wind is different from other substances. As long as there is a tiny gap, wind can penetrate. But now, he couldn't feel any presence of wind at all. When wind gathers, it can destroy everything, but when dispersed, it is easily defeated. Song Chen spread the wind on the stage into countless small spaces. Just as Nie Chu fell into a brief confusion, Song Chen used the hyperlink to appear right in front of him, then simply threw a punch. Bang! Puff! In a hurry, Nie Chu set up a wind shield in front of him, but it was instantly shattered by Song Chen's punch. Then, his fist landed on Nie Chu's chest. Nie Chu flew out directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Am I being a bit too much? Seeing Nie Chu thrown out, Song Chen muttered to himself. Nie Chu only had the strength of the Golden Fourth Realm, while he was already at the Golden Third Realm, a whole small realm higher than his opponent. Yet, in the previous battle, he had also used the powers of the Cell and Hyperlink, these golden fingers. He felt that he was a bit too much. However, this feeling was really exhilarating. Soon, Song Chen closed the word space. The people below the stage finally saw the situation on the stage. When they realized that the person lying on the stage was Nie Chu, they were all stunned. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. It was over before it even began. Boss, awesome. Huang Tianba shouted loudly from below the stage. Song Chen, awesome. The second-year veteran, trash. Soon, all the freshmen from the first year began to shout. Their cheers were filled with excitement. This was a form of revenge for the encounters they had in the Shumi Mirror. Among the first-year students, there was only one person, clenching his fists with a pained expression. This person was Feng Xiaoxiao, because he had once claimed he would defeat Song Chen within 6 months. Yet, just 10 days into the semester, Song Chen was already able to defeat the second-year senior. Meanwhile, he had just broken through to the Silver Fifth Realm. At that moment, Song Chen's words from earlier suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Song Chen had said, perhaps the college entrance exam is the closest you will ever be to me. After this, you won't even see my back. He suddenly felt that this statement might become a reality. If he lost to Song Chen in the challenge 6 months later, he would have to massage Song Chen's shoulders, scrub toilets, and be a lackey. This was something he found hard to accept. How is this possible? Old Nya actually lost, and so thoroughly. Old Nya wouldn't have just taken benefits from Song Chen and acted with him, would he? Impossible, Old Nya is not that kind of person. Moreover, this concerns our second-year collective honor. Old Nya wouldn't be unaware of the stakes. The second-year students were all discussing, unable to accept Nya Chu's defeat. Senior Dongfang, your disciple is remarkable. Just a few days into the semester, and he can defeat second-year students. At this moment, Shen Bo said with a look of admiration. This was all expected. Dongfang smiled lightly. With his keen insight, he could see that Nya Chu was merely at the golden fourth realm. If Song Chen, with his golden third realm strength, couldn't defeat him, then he would have to consider whether to expel Song Chen from the sect. He came today to see how far Song Chen could take this. Meanwhile, the instructors from both the first and second years were stunned by this scene. Among them, the happiest was Eugene. As Song Chen's instructor, his achievements were his honor. In contrast, the faces of the second-year instructors were quite grim. They had already lost face once in the Xiumi mirror. Now, with Nya Chu being defeated by Song Chen, their loss was even greater. Senior, as the saying goes, good advice is hard to give to a doomed ghost. If it were a life and death duel, you would already be dead by now. Song Chen looked down at the fallen Nya Chu and said, I am not as skilled, it's just 20 credits, I can afford to lose, Nya Chu replied. After losing to Song Chen, he showed no signs of resentment. Song Chen had defeated him fairly, without using any despicable means. Being able to accept defeat was also a valuable virtue. Senior, you think you can settle this with just 20 credits? Aren't you thinking too simply? I told you before the battle that you were the chicken meant to scare the monkey. I said back then that losing wouldn't just be about 20 credits, the consequences would be severe. As Song Chen spoke, he even revealed a devilish smile. This sent a chill down Nya Chu's back, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. So what do you want? Are you going to kill me? Despite the bad feeling, Nya Chu did not show fear. This is the school, he can't be in any life-threatening danger. Moreover, with challenges like this, once Song Chen wins, he can't continue to challenge. He isn't afraid of Song Chen using him to earn credits. What the senior said is nonsense. My wish is world peace, how could I kill someone? The senior will soon understand how serious the consequences of this matter are. After saying these few words, Song Chen turned his body and looked at the many second-year students below the arena. What I said this morning at the training ground, I will say again, you have been robbed by me. At this point, I won't hide it from you. I have now broken through to the golden third realm, and a large portion of you will not be my opponents. So it is destined that many of you will end up like this senior, defeated by me. However, to show my care for all the seniors, I will lower some of my demands. From now on, the first person to voluntarily give me spirit stones will only need to provide 10 spirit stones. The second will need to give 20 spirit stones, the third 30 spirit stones, and so on. Each subsequent person will need to give 10 more spirit stones than the one before. I have a roster of the second-year students, and I will keep track one by one. There is only one opportunity, seniors, don't miss it, Song Chen said with a smile. His words shocked many. Who would have thought that just a few days after entering the school, Song Chen had already broken through to the golden third realm? What the hell, did he eat some special food? At the same time, many were furious, because Song Chen asking them to voluntarily give spirit stones was an insult to them. However, some students at the golden fifth and fourth realms felt shaken. If Song Chen could defeat Nya Chu, he could naturally defeat them as well. Once they were defeated, they would lose 20 credits. Those 20 credits were equivalent to 2,000 spirit stones. If they voluntarily gave spirit stones, the first person would only need to give a few dozen spirit stones. They could still afford that. But now, no one was willing to take the lead. Whoever stepped up first would likely become the target of the second-year group. I know many of you haven't made up your minds. I will give you some time. During this period, pay close attention to the senior Nya Chu. See if you can bear the consequences. Song Chen pointed at Nya Chu, who had already stood up from the arena and was preparing to leave. This made Nya Chu quicken his pace, as he represented shame at that moment. Seeing Nya Chu jump off the arena, Song Chen revealed a brilliant smile. Then, he also jumped off the stage and walked towards Huang Tianba and the others. Boss, you are too inconsiderate. You actually abandoned me and are eating alone. Seeing Song Chen, Huang Tianba said angrily, don't talk nonsense, help me with something first, and you won't miss out on the benefits. Song Chen said, what is it? Huang Tianba instinctively asked. For a while, don't speak, because next, You will be playing my role, don't give yourself away. As Song Chen spoke, he opened a Word document, enveloping himself and Huang Tianba within it. In less than 3 seconds, he closed the Word document. At this moment, Huang Tianba had transformed into Song Chen, and Song Chen disguised himself as Huang Tianba. The next moment, Song Chen, looking like Huang Tianba, ran in the direction where Nie Chu had left. Soon, he caught up with Nie Chu. Senior Nie Chu, first-year student Huang Tianba, here to challenge you. I hope for your guidance, Song Chen said, mimicking Huang Tianba's manner towards Nie Chu. As soon as he said this, the first and second-year students who had not yet left were all stunned. Who would have thought that just after Song Chen challenged Nie Chu, Huang Tianba came again? Song Chen had studied the new regulations released by the school and found no mention that the same person could only accept one challenge. Therefore, 2 students had challenged Nie Chu one after the other, completely in line with the rules. What, do you think just because I lost to Song Chen, you can treat me, Nie Chu, like a soft persimmon that anyone can challenge? Nie Chu said coldly. Losing to Song Chen was one thing, he couldn't believe that every freshman was so abnormal that they could all defeat him. Senior, please give me guidance, Huang Tianba said, unfazed. Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll grant you that. I accept your challenge, Nie Chu shouted loudly. He was still feeling frustrated from losing to Song Chen, and Huang Tianba was just the right person to vent his anger on. Soon, the two were back on the arena. Once again, the area around the stage was filled with first and second-year students. In the distance, on a tall building, Chen Bo and Dongfang Zhanshan stood together, watching the arena. Senior Dongfang, do you think Huang Tianba has a chance? Chen Bo asked. He should win, Dongfang said with a faint smile. This little brat almost fooled me too. I have to say, this disguise ability is indeed powerful, even I couldn't see through it. Dongfang thought to himself. The reason Dongfang could recognize Huang Tianba as Song Chen in disguise was not because he saw through the disguise. On the surface, he found no flaws. He recognized him at a glance because he had spent time with Song Chen while guiding him in his training. He could tell from Song Chen's demeanor and tone of voice. Although the words were the same, they didn't carry the same annoying tone when spoken by others. Senior Dongfang thinks so highly of Huang Tianba? Chen Bo asked, a bit surprised. He had only met Song Chen once, so he hadn't seen through Song Chen's disguise. You'll understand when you see it, Dongfang said, not exposing Song Chen's disguise in front of Chen Bo. On the arena, Song Chen and Nie Chu stood facing each other once more. Senior, I won't be polite. I, Huang Tianba, am never weaker than anyone, invincible under heaven. Song Chen shouted Huang Tianba's signature slogan, and at the same time, his aura soared. At that moment, the power of belief was manifested. This made the real Huang Tianba below the stage widen his eyes in shock. He never expected that Song Chen could not only disguise himself as him but could even mimic his abilities. This was simply outrageous. Howling winds, Nie Chu shouted, and the surrounding winds howled, forming countless blades. Seeing Song Chen's actions, Nie Chu controlled those wind blades and sent them howling towards him. Countless wind blades sliced through the air and reached in front of Song Chen. This time, he intended to strike first. I have a punch that can be called invincible, capable of defeating all beings. Song Chen roared again and charged towards Nie Chu. At the same time, he raised his fist and swung it at the countless wind blades. He was currently playing the role of Huang Tianba, so he had to use Huang Tianba's abilities as much as possible. His punch carried a destructive momentum, and before the wind blades could reach him, they were shattered by the force of his punch. Then, in an extremely brutal manner, he shattered the protective shield in front of Nie Chu. Finally, he punched Nie Chu in the chest. Puff! Nie Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Ultimately, he fell off the stage. Who else? Then, with a domineering aura that looked down on the world, Song Chen shouted loudly at the surrounding second-year students. At that moment, his prestige reached its peak. I've never felt this handsome before. If this were really me, that would be great. One day, I will be this handsome too. I also want to shout loudly in front of everyone. Who else is there? Huang Tianba thought silently as he watched this scene from below the stage. I didn't expect this kid to really do it, Chen Bo murmured to himself as he looked at Song Chen on the stage. The instructors from the first and second years all widened their eyes. In just a short time, the second-year students had lost twice. Senior Nie Chu, I concede, Huang Tianba said to Nie Chu, who had fallen off the stage. After saying this, he jumped off the stage gracefully and walked towards Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. Without any hesitation, he opened Word again and exchanged identities with Jin Zizai. This matter, for him, was not over. So, in Jin Zizai's appearance, he walked again towards Nie Chu's direction. Here it comes, the familiar formula again. the onlookers silently said to themselves upon seeing Jeans' eyes actions. At this moment, Nietzsche looked utterly dejected. His confidence had taken a huge hit. He never expected to be defeated by a junior twice in one day. Senior Nietzsche, first-year student Jeans' eye challenges you, please guide me. Song Chen said to Nietzsche. Don't go too far. Nietzsche glared at Song Chen, suddenly furious. This was too obvious. Couldn't they challenge someone else? Senior, my boss Song Chen asked me to convey a message to you. Back then, in the Shumi Mirror, you bullied our first-year students, and we can't forget that. We're just here to seek a bit of justice. May I ask, Senior, do you regret your actions in the Shumi Mirror now? Song Chen said. Regret your grandmother's bow legs. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Am I afraid of you? Nietzsche replied. He didn't believe that every first-year student was so powerful that they could defeat him. Soon, the two were back on the stage again. However, the outcome of the battle ended the same way as before, with Nietzsche's defeat. The only difference was the manner of his defeat, which was slightly different this time. At this moment, Nietzsche lay on the ground in a big letter T shape, looking utterly despondent and incredulous. His expression was as if he had been scrubbed by 3 wealthy women with steel wool. He still couldn't believe that he had lost 3 times in a row in such a short time. Many other second-year students looked at him with sympathy. If they were in Nietzsche's shoes, they would probably feel like dying at this moment. I announce that from now on, each senior student cannot be challenged more than 3 times a day, the great director of the Imperial Capital Academy said at this time. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. If this continued, Nietzsche would definitely break down mentally. They needed to leave some time for recovery. The intention behind such a rule was to instill a sense of crisis in the senior students, urging them to practice diligently and not be surpassed by the juniors. It was not meant to break their mentality. However, he had just deliberately asked the vice president whether to intervene. The vice president had clearly stated that there was no need to stop it. If senior students were defeated by juniors, it was because they were not as skilled. They had no one to blame but themselves. Only by knowing shame could they gain courage. Sometimes, enduring a bit of humiliation could lead to harder training. Being bullied by juniors was still better than being humiliated by enemies in the future. Dear seniors, we will be back tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. You still have 3 years until graduation. There's plenty of time for us to play. Song Chen stepped forward and said. At this moment, he had already returned to his original appearance. Hearing Song Chen say this, many second-year students felt a shiver in their hearts. To kill with words. Song Chen's actions were a bit too harsh. If it was just losing 60 credits, it could still be accepted. But being repeatedly placed on the pillar of shame and whipped was too damaging to one's self-esteem. Immediately, many second-year students made a decision. It was just spirit stones. Couldn't they just give them? P.S. The holiday is over, and I'm back with 5 chapters. Dear seniors, I will be reading at the entrance of my villa all day today. If anyone has made up their mind, hurry and come find me. Let me repeat the rules. The first person to find me only needs to give me 10 spirit stones. The following people will increase by 10 each. As for those seniors who don't want to come, don't blame me later. After Song Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Second-year-old birds, trash. Then, many first-year students shouted at the second-year students and quickly left. Only the second-year students were left looking at each other. For a moment, no one among the second-year students spoke. Are you going to go? Finally, a student at the golden 5th stage looked at the others and asked, how can we go? As second-year seniors, how can we submit to first-year students who have just entered school for a few days? We are already a disgrace. Do we have to carry that disgrace to the end? Damn it, why are we so unlucky this year? When we were in first year, we were bullied by second-year-old birds. Now that we have finally become second years, we are actually being bullied by first-year freshmen. What is this about? We must come up with a way. We can't let the first-year freshmen continue to be arrogant. For a moment, many second-year students spoke with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. Dongfang Sueki, Qin Mo, Yi Baiyun, and Tang Feihong, the 4 platinum-level students, exchanged glances, shook their heads, and then turned to leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to do something for the second-year students. It was just that they felt powerless. According to the school's rules, only lower-grade students could challenge higher-grade students. Higher-grade students could not take the initiative to challenge lower-grade students. After all, higher-grade students had cultivated for a year longer than lower-grade students. If higher-grade students took the initiative to challenge lower-grade students, it would be considered bullying. They had no reason to take action against Song Chen. Since that was the case, they simply chose to turn a blind eye. Being defeated by first-year juniors was indeed due to their lack of skill, they couldn't blame anyone else. In fact, this was a good thing for them. Experiencing some setbacks would make them realize their shame and strive harder in their cultivation in the future. Boss, are you sure someone will come to give you spirit stones? On the way back, Huang Tianba looked at Song Chen and asked, "Don't worry, someone will definitely come." Today, they all saw what happened to Nie Chu. If they are smart enough, they will all come. Even if they don't come, we will continue tomorrow. I don't believe they won't be afraid, Song Chen said confidently. His previous actions were actually inspired by a similar incident that happened on Earth. A group of people encountered a robber who said, "I have rules for robbing. The first person pays 100, the second pays 150, the third pays 200, and so on. The earlier you pay, the better the deal." So, after the first person paid, he said to the others, "Look, I paid less than you all, I only lost 100. Hearing this, the others rushed to line up to pay, pushing each other, fearing that the later they paid, the more they would lose. The robber collected money while maintaining order. "Boss, since you've already started, why not ask for more money? The first person only gave 10 spirit stones?" Huang Tianba said, puzzled. "Do you know what an arithmetic sequence is?" Song Chen suddenly asked. "Arithmetic sequence? What is that? Is it some kind of powerful ability?" Huang Tianba asked innocently. "With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain. There are over 2,000 second-year students, so let's calculate it as 2,000. The first person receives 10 spirit stones, the second person receives 20 spirit stones, and so on, with each person receiving 10 more than the last. So, the 2,000th person would have to give me 20,000 spirit stones. Do you know how many spirit stones that adds up to in total?" Song Chen looked at Huang Tianba again and asked. "It doesn't seem like a lot." Huang Tianba frowned. He found it a bit hard to calculate that number. This is called an arithmetic sequence, and the calculation method is quite simple. You add the first and last terms, multiply by the number of terms, and divide by 2. So, 10 plus 20,000, multiplied by 2,000 divided by 2 equals 21 million. Song Chen finished calculating and said, "What? 21 million? That's so much." Huang Tianba was shocked by this number. He had previously told Song Chen that earning 200,000 would be very satisfying. Who would have thought that Song Chen would multiply that number by 10? It was faster than robbing money. "Boss, isn't that too much? Many students might not be able to come up with that many spirit stones. On average, that's 10,000 spirit stones per person." Huang Tianba thought for a moment and said, 10,000 spirit stones for a second-year student is equivalent to 100 credits, which is no small number. Earning 100 credits at the Imperial Capital Academy is not an easy task. That's why I used this method of incrementally increasing spirit stones. The first people who rush to give me spirit stones definitely have low strength, and the spirit stones they earn are limited. So, they have to pay fewer spirit stones. The later people, however, are stronger and more confident in their abilities. Stronger people find it easier to earn spirit stones in credits. So, it's only right to collect a bit more spirit stones from them, Song Chen said with a smile. He believed that those who actively came to pay spirit stones were just a small part. There was still a portion, especially those with strength above the Golden Three Realms, who probably wouldn't come, because they don't think their strength can surpass theirs. So, this matter hasn't ended. On the contrary, it has just begun. "Boss, I feel like you have 8,000 eyes, you're too calculating," Huang Tianba said sincerely. He didn't expect that Song Chen had thought of all this. "I have 8,000 eyes, but the two of us together only have 7,999, do you know why?" Song Chen looked at Huang Tianba and asked. "Boss, I know this. Because the big stupid bear lacks eyes, ha ha ha." At that moment, Jean Zizai suddenly said, "Old Jean, do you want to fight me?" Huang Tianba looked at Jean Zizai and said, "Let's talk after you complete your eyes. I can't bully the disabled." "Of course, the premise is that brain-dead people can also be considered disabled," Jean Zizai said. "Little Jean, you've grown, you can come up with your own jokes now," Song Chen said, looking at Jean Zizai with some surprise. "With the boss's influence, growth is a must," Jean Zizai said proudly. Just like that, the three of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the villa. Song Chen had Huang Tianba move a table out of the villa and place it at the entrance. Then, he took out a book, placed it on the table, and began to read. At the same time, he was waiting for the arrival of the second-year seniors. Reading can make one stronger, and basking in the sun can also make one stronger. So, whenever Song Chen had time, he would start reading and soaking up the sun. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 3465, gold 3, soul strength, 3798, gold 3, ability attribute, strength, potential plus infinity, combat power? Song Chen read books to enhance his soul strength. Sunbathing, he absorbed the sun's energy to increase his physical strength. Coupled with some other training, as well as taking the essence liquid and body refining liquid, he could normally increase his physical strength by 240 points and soul strength by 260 points each day. In 3 more days, he would break through to Gold 2. When he awakened his abilities, he had jumped from Gold 4 to Gold 3, and now, just 3 days later, he was about to break through again. If others knew how easily Songchen was breaking through, they would probably be consumed by jealousy. His seemingly laid-back life was, in reality, as steady as an old dog. Soon, an hour passed, but still no seniors from the second year came to find Songchen. He wasn't anxious about it, flipping through one book after another on the table. Just then, a head suddenly peeked out from behind the wall on the right side of Songchen's villa, looking at him. When he saw that there were no other people around Songchen, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he hurried over to Songchen. At the same time, another person was also running towards Songchen from the other side of the villa. The two met right in front of the table where Songchen was sitting. "Chen Ergu, what are you doing here?" asked the man who appeared from the left. "I just came to see if you were trying to sneak in some spirit stones," replied the man who appeared from the right. "Who's trying to sneak in spirit stones? I just came to take a look." At this moment, neither of them wanted to admit they were there to pay spirit stones. After all, it wasn't exactly a glorious matter. Ding ding ding, at that moment, Songchen tapped his fingers on the table, drawing the attention of the two. "You two are the first to arrive. If you don't hurry, you might end up at the back of the line later. When that time comes, who knows how many spirit stones you'll have to pay," Songchen said, looking at the two. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. "We'll keep it a secret." "Secret," they both said simultaneously. Seeing them say the same thing at the same time, they both smiled. "How about this? We each pay 15 spirit stones, and no one has to fight for first place, okay?" said the man called Chen Ergu. "Sounds good." Thus, after they reached an agreement, they came to the table, each taking out 15 spirit stones. "Ah Huang, write down their names," Songchen said, putting away the spirit stones on the table and turning to Huang Tianba, who was holding the roster. Huang Tianba, with the second-year roster, asked for their names and began searching. Soon, under their watchful eyes, he crossed out their names. This made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss, someone really came," Huang Tianba said, a bit surprised after the two left. "This is just the beginning. Today is destined to be a day of counting spirit stones until our hands cramp," Songchen said. Sure enough, not long after he spoke, 3 people came together. "Are we the earliest?" one person asked Songchen. "Not really, there are already 2 people ahead of you," Songchen replied. "Those guys, saying they wouldn't come, but they ran faster than anyone. We 3 should hurry too. For 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, that's a total of 120 spirit stones, 40 each. Fortunately, we're not too late, 40 spirit stones is still acceptable." And so, those few people happily left after handing over their spirit stones. At that moment, they not only felt they hadn't lost but rather that they had gained. After all, each of them had only contributed 40 spirit stones. If they were to lose, they would only lose 20 credits, which equates to 2,000 spirit stones. Thus, for a while, more and more people came to hand over their spirit stones. When the 200th person arrived, the total number of spirit stones handed over had already reached 2,000. "Why do I have to pay 2,000? If I lose, it's only 20 credits, that person said, unwilling to accept it. "Are you sure it's only 20 credits? Songchen asked him. I'll pay." The person had wanted to say more, but when he saw Huang Tianba beside him, he suddenly remembered that Niachu had been challenged 3 times and had lost a total of 60 credits, which was 6,000 spirit stones. Thus, during the process of handing over spirit stones, many second-year students, despite various small incidents, ultimately paid their spirit stones. "Boss, so far, 800 people have handed over their spirit stones, and about 1,400 have not," Huang Tianba said while checking the roster. 800 people had brought in a total of 3,200,004 spirit stones. The ones who came today are all of average strength, the truly wealthy and powerful are still observing. They are confident in their own strength and believe they won't lose to me. "So, tomorrow, we'll play again," Songchen said. "Boss, look, I've helped you all day. I deserve at least some credit for my hard work, right? You've brought in over 3 million, can't you spare me a little?" Huang Tianba looked at Songchen and said. "You have a point. Here, take these 4,000 spirit stones." Songchen thought for a moment and handed Huang Tianba 4,000 spirit stones. "To make the horse run, it must eat more grass." "Boss, you've brought in over 3 million and only give me 4,000? Huang Tianba said. "I brought in over 3 million, that's my ability. If you think you can do it too, go challenge the seniors, and I'll keep track for you, Song Chen replied. Boss, aren't you making it hard for me? Huang Tianba muttered quietly. Seeing so many spirit stones, you don't even value 4,000? Tell me, is 4,000 spirit stones really that little? If you relied on yourself, how long would it take you to earn 4,000 spirit stones? You've already brought in 4,000 spirit stones in just half a day. Aren't you satisfied? Song Chen asked Huang Tianba. Hearing this, Huang Tianba suddenly fell silent. In real life, Huang Tianba's mindset at that moment was one that many people share. Working with capable individuals, seeing them earn vast amounts while he could only earn a fraction, even a thousandth, made him feel psychologically unbalanced. However, he forgot that the 1% or thousandth he earned was already many times more than what he could usually earn. Yet, in comparison, the gap between them was immense. Thus, resentment and jealousy arose in his heart. Little did he know that without those people, he might not even earn that 1% or thousandth. One should not mistake the platform for ability. This saying holds some truth. Boss, I understand now, Huang Tianba said earnestly. He realized that during this time, following Song Chen and Jin Zizai, he had become a bit complacent. Because these two often squandered tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, he unconsciously began to regard tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of spirit stones as small change. Little did he know that even taking out 100 spirit stones was a struggle for him. In the past, he would have been thrilled to earn 4,000 spirit stones in half a day, let alone just 40 spirit stones. In life, the most important thing is to recognize one's own position. When buying and selling blue and white porcelain, to prevent it from breaking due to collisions, people would stuff some newspapers or foam into the box. Over time, those newspapers and foam began to think they were worth as much as the blue and white porcelain. Little did they know, once separated from the porcelain, the blue and white porcelain remained blue and white porcelain, while the newspapers and foam became worthless. The same goes for crabs and the hemp ropes that bind them. Many people believe they are blue and white porcelain or crabs, but in reality, they are merely newspapers and hemp ropes. Therefore, only by being strong within oneself can one truly be considered strong. Ah Huang, if you can truly understand this point, your future is limitless. If you can't understand and keep getting stuck in your own thoughts, even if you possess SSS level potential abilities, your life will remain like this. Perhaps you will live better than most, but you will never reach the peak. Song Chen suddenly spoke earnestly. He genuinely regarded Huang Tianba as a friend, which is why he said these things. Although Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai did not hold the same status in his heart as Yinda and Tang Qiqi, they were already very close. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother saying this. After all, whether the other person is good or bad has nothing to do with him. Despite Song Chen trying every means to earn spirit stones, he truly did not value them. His efforts to earn spirit stones were merely a necessity for his golden finger. It was unavoidable. Thank you, boss, Huang Tianba said sincerely. He was no longer a child and naturally understood a principle. There are many people in this world who flatter you, but very few who can truly give you advice. When you encounter such a person, do not hate them, on the contrary, cherish them. Alright, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow, Song Chen said as he turned and walked towards the villa. Huang Tianba moved the table back. The next day, after finishing his training with the sunflower scripture, Song Chen once again went to the martial arts arena for the second-year students. After the second-year students finished their morning exercises, he took a loudspeaker and blocked their way. What happened yesterday was just an appetizer. Today was the time for the main course. Dear seniors, I'm very sorry, but you've been stopped by me again. I'm here today mainly for one thing. Only 800 people voluntarily handed in spirit stones yesterday. That means there are still over 1,400 people who haven't submitted. I thought about it and felt that those who haven't submitted might not agree with my method from yesterday. So, I've specially changed my approach today. From now on, the first 500 people will each need to pay me 10,000 spirit stones. The next 500 will need to pay me 20,000 spirit stones. And the last 400 or so will need to pay me 30,000 spirit stones each. There are limited spots, first come, first served, Song Chen said to the crowd of second-year students. This way, he could collect 27 million spirit stones from the remaining 1,400 people. This was significantly more than the 20 million he had calculated before. Song Chen, do you really think you're invincible? With just the strength of the Golden Third Realm, do you really think we can't defeat you? A student from the Golden Second Realm said. My strength may not be invincible, but it's more than enough to deal with you. By the way, I'm not just targeting you, I'm saying that all of you here are trash, Song Chen said in an extremely arrogant tone. Damn, how arrogant. Song Chen, awesome. So satisfying, I want to be this arrogant too. Hearing this, many first-year students erupted in excitement. Although what Song Chen did before was a bit domineering, he was still quite polite in his speech. But today, he was truly at the peak of arrogance. "Song Chen, do you dare to fight me?" At this moment, a sophomore student spoke loudly. "Your strength is too weak, you don't have the qualifications to fight me." "What, among the sophomores, is there no stronger student? Step forward, let me challenge you," Song Chen said loudly. Arrogant. Sophomore student Tu Tian is willing to teach the junior a lesson. A man in a black tracksuit stepped forward and looked at Song Chen. Tu Tian was a standout among the sophomore students. Although he couldn't compare to the 4 platinum-level students like Dongfang Sueki, he was definitely one of the top in the gold level. Sophomore student Qin Mo is willing to teach the junior a lesson. Another person stepped forward in front of Song Chen. His appearance made all the freshmen and sophomores widen their eyes, because Qin Mo was a platinum-level ability user. If he made a move, it would be a bit of bullying, just like the overwhelming victory in the Shumi Mirror back then. "Senior Qin Mo, your platinum-level students are in a different league. You can't mix them together." "Don't worry, I'll come to you," Song Chen said to Qin Mo. Previously, he couldn't defeat Qin Mo and the others, so when they appeared, he could only retreat and hide. But now, everything was different. The matters from the Shumi Mirror should be settled. "Alright, I'll be waiting for you." Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Qin Mo glanced at him and stepped back. Seeing Qin Mo retreat, Song Chen turned his gaze to Tu Tian. At this moment, Tu Tian's aura was soaring, and his fighting spirit was high. Seeing Tu Tian's demeanor, Song Chen smiled. "Senior Tu Tian, I need to make something clear. Right now, I am the one challenging you, not the other way around. If you lose, 20 credits will be mine," Song Chen said. "Who challenges whom doesn't matter. Now, let's fight," Tu Tian said nonchalantly. "In that case, please step onto the stage," Song Chen said. Soon, the two stood on the stage. Just like yesterday, the sides of the stage were filled with freshmen and sophomores, as well as instructors. Dongfang Xiao and Shen Bo also stood on a nearby tall building, watching the stage. "Senior Tu Tian, yesterday before I fought with Senior Nie Chu, I advised him a few words, but unfortunately, he didn't listen. Today, I advise you to admit defeat now. Because if you lose, the consequences will be even more serious than for Senior Nie Chu," Song Chen said kindly. "You talk too much. Darkness descends," Tu Tian shouted. Instantly, a large amount of black light was released from his body, centered around him. This black light was like the mouth of a giant beast, devouring the light. Soon, darkness engulfed Song Chen. "The darkness ability is quite interesting. Just in time to see if I can illuminate your darkness," Song Chen said. He didn't plan to fill the surrounding space with blackness, nor did he intend to use his golden finger. Instead, he planned to use other abilities to defeat Tu Tian. "Sunshine shines," Song Chen said, raising both hands. In the next moment, blinding golden light erupted from his hands. All along, Song Chen had been practicing the Kuhua Sutra, absorbing a large amount of solar energy. However, he had never used this energy against an enemy. At most, he had just frightened someone. But today, he planned to give it a try. Purely relying on the power of a martial artist, he wanted to see how strong he could become. When a dazzling light erupted from his hand, as bright as the sun, the darkness displayed by Tu Tian's darkness ability began to slowly retreat. "How is this possible?" Tu Tian exclaimed in disbelief at this scene. His ability had been restrained before. After all, there were light-type ability users among the second-year students. However, never had any ability made his manifested darkness retreat so quickly. It felt like a mouse encountering a cat. "What kind of ability is this?" Tu Tian couldn't help but ask Song Chen. "This is not an ability, this is martial arts. When sunlight appears, darkness disperses. This is the law of all things. No matter how extreme the darkness, how could it possibly withstand the rays of the sun?" Solar Fist. As Song Chen spoke, he summoned the power of the sun within him and then punched out. A beam of light, like a laser cannon, shot towards Tu Tian. Darkness Shield. Faced with such an attack, Tu Tian hurriedly set up layer upon layer of black protective shields in front of him. However, when the solar fist struck the black shields, those layers shattered instantly. Then, the solar fist hit Tu Tian's body. Puff! Tu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Immediately after, his head tilted, and he fainted. At this moment, not only was he injured, but more importantly, the wounds on his body looked as if they had been burned by flames, turning charred black. At this time, Song Chen looked at his fist, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Many people had previously said that the upper limit of martial artists was too low compared to ability users. He had been pondering why that was. Because when he was on Earth, he had heard too many stories of martial artists achieving enlightenment. Those deities in myths and legends also practiced a form of martial arts. But why was the upper limit of martial artists so low on Blue Star? If Blue Star had no path for martial artists, it could be attributed to the rules of each world. However, since Blue Star had a path for martial artists, but the upper limit was so low, it shouldn't be the case. In other words, it was unscientific. So, this was one of the reasons why he had persisted in practicing the Sunflower Manual for so long. He wanted to understand why the upper limit of martial artists was low. Yet, since he began practicing the Sunflower Manual, it seemed he had not encountered any bottlenecks. Moreover, to this day, he had not felt the upper limit of martial artists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Tu Tian, who was at the Golden One realm, with a single punch today. Why did others feel that the upper limit of martial artists was low during their training? Was it a problem with the techniques or the physique? Song Chen currently did not understand this. Senior, do you understand what kind of ability Song Chen just used? On a distant high-rise, Chen Bo looked at Dongfang Xiao and asked with a smile, "Did you not hear what he just said?" "This is not an ability, this is martial arts," Dongfang Xiao said, his face filled with shock. To be honest, at this moment, a storm was raging in his heart. He loved to study strange and unusual things, such as treasures, cultivation methods, and rare materials. As long as it existed in the Dragon Kingdom, he had researched it all. This naturally included the martial arts techniques practiced by martial artists. However, he found that with his strength as a war god, his vision, and his understanding of combat and energy application techniques, practicing martial arts was still extremely difficult. Because, during the cultivation process, he could never find the correct path. It was like a person standing in an endless desert, completely unaware of which direction to move forward. Or, he was like someone standing on a cliff surrounded by sheer drops, unable to advance. Because the path forward was blocked. If he wanted to move ahead, he could only build the road bit by himself. However, constructing a road on the cliff was simply too slow. This is why many people say that the upper limit of martial artists is too low. Because, under such circumstances with no way forward, the progress of cultivation is naturally slow. On the other hand, cultivating supernatural abilities feels more like walking on a road that has already been paved. The speed of these two paths cannot be compared. Dongfang Xiao never expected that this rule did not apply to Song Chen. Is your physique really that special? Dongfang Xiao silently thought to himself. The only possibility he could think of was that Song Chen had told him his physique was different from others. Or perhaps this was the important reason he could cultivate martial arts. It might even be the only reason. If Song Chen knew Dongfang Xiao's thoughts, he would surely feel a bit embarrassed. Because everything about his physique was something he had made up. At this moment, Song Chen retracted the solar energy within him and turned his gaze to the already faded Tu Tian. Senior Tu Tian, I'm sorry. Next, it's time for you to bear the consequences. As Song Chen spoke, he opened the PS. About a minute later, he revealed a smile and turned to look at the other second-year students. Just like yesterday, I'll be waiting for you at the villa entrance. To reiterate, the first 500 only need to pay 10,000 spirit stones. The next 500 need to pay 20,000 spirit stones. And the remaining ones will have to pay 30,000 spirit stones. See you all in a bit. After Song Chen finished speaking, he jumped off the stage and walked into the distance. At this moment, several second-year students jumped onto the stage, wanting to see what Song Chen had just done to Tu Tian. Tu Tian has turned into a girl, one person said, somewhat incredulously. What? Are you saying Song Chen castrated Tu Tian? Someone couldn't help but say. If that were the case, then Song Chen had gone too far. How important is a man's lifeline? That goes without saying. If Song Chen really did such a thing, then both sides would be at odds for life and death. Tu Tian wasn't castrated, he turned into a girl. A girl who looks like a woman. Someone explained. Hearing this, more people jumped onto the stage to look at Tu Tian. They found that at this moment, Tu Tian had pink hair, exquisite makeup, and was wearing a very sexy outfit. Most importantly, his chest was bulging, an astonishing size. Is there still hope for me? Why do I suddenly think Tu Tian looks delicate and pretty? Me too. Do you think Tu Tian's lower part has changed? What the hell, bro, you found the blind spot. Can you focus on something normal? Did you not realize how terrifying Song Chen's move is? He can actually turn a man into a woman. Hiss. At this moment, the second-year students finally came to their senses and all gasped in shock. Tu Tian turning into a woman was even worse than Nie Chu's fate before. Just think about it, a big man, after a battle, turned into a woman. Who could bear that? Fortunately, at this time, Tu Tian had already fallen into a coma. Otherwise, he would have surely vomited blood from anger. This Song Chen is so strong, he actually defeated Tu Tian. At this moment, Yi Baiyun, standing beside Dongfang Sueki, Qin Mo, and Tang Feihong, said, "Yeah, he's only at Gold 3, yet he can fight above his level. If he breaks through to Gold 1, wouldn't he be able to battle against someone at Platinum level? By then, I'm afraid none of us will be his match." Tang Feiyu said, "Among us, our talents are considered top-notch in the Imperial Capital University. But compared to Song Chen, we're just too far behind. To be honest, I've never seen an ability user progress so rapidly in strength." Qin Mo said, astonished. Among the four, only Dongfang Sueki remained silent, because she suddenly recalled that the last time she fought Song Chen, she felt a sense of crisis. At that time, Song Chen's strength was not as strong as it is now, yet he still gave her a strong sense of danger. Now that Song Chen's strength has increased, so has his combat power. She didn't know how much chance she would have if she fought him again. No wonder he's someone Grandpa values, Dongfang Sueki thought to herself. Song Chen and Huang Tianba returned to the villa and had just moved a table outside the door when they noticed many second-year students had gathered at the entrance. "Song Chen, here's 10,000 spirit stones. I admit defeat, you can't challenge me anymore. This is mine, 10,000 spirit stones. And mine." In an instant, the second-year students were pushing and shoving, making a ruckus at the door. They were genuinely scared. Song Chen's ability to turn the defeated into women was too ruthless. They had no choice but to admit defeat. It's just 10,000 spirit stones, they could work a bit harder to earn it back. It was better than facing such humiliation. Among the second-year students, those who had paid their spirit stones early were all secretly laughing, thinking they had made a great deal. Many of them had only paid a few dozen spirit stones. Compared to now having to pay 10,000, they saved a lot. At this moment, they had already forgotten that this situation was caused by Song Chen. This was also Song Chen's brilliance, using this method to shift the conflict. People tend to compare themselves to those who are worse off rather than looking for the most direct external cause. Just like during exams, some people feel unhappy about scoring 50, but when they see their deskmates scoring only 40, they instantly feel better. And when they look back and see the person behind them scoring only 30, they smile even brighter. This is a classic case of as long as I'm not the worst, I'm happy. For a long time afterward, Song Chen and Huang Tianba sat at the villa entrance collecting money. They truly experienced what it meant to count money until their hands cramped. However, their gains were extremely substantial. Among the second-year students, except for the 4 platinum students including Dongfang Sueki, everyone else paid their spirit stones. After all, Song Chen had almost instantaneously defeated Tu Tian. Others simply had no confidence in defeating Song Chen. A total of over 27 million spirit stones. Adding the 3 million collected yesterday, the total exceeded 30 million. That's an astronomical figure. Boss, I finally understand that counting money until my hands cramp isn't a good thing. Especially when it's not even my own money. Huang Tianba leaned back in his chair, looking utterly disheartened. "Here, Huang, this is 1 million spirit stones, go spend it." "No other meaning, just got money." Song Chen handed Huang Tianba a bag of holding. This instantly revived Huang Tianba, who had been looking so disheartened, and he hurriedly took the bag from Song Chen. "Boss, you really gave me 1,000,000? Huang Tianba asked in disbelief. "How could it be fake? Consider it for your hard work these past 2 days. Song Chen said with a smile. If he eats meat, he should let his brothers drink some soup. Moreover, this idea was indeed thought up by Huang Tianba. He just refined and expanded upon it. Therefore, giving Huang Tianba a little hardship money is only right. "Boss, I love you. Come here, let me give you a kiss." As Huang Tianba said this, he turned his head and leaned in to kiss Song Chen. Without any hesitation, Song Chen delivered a sidekick, sending Huang Tianba flying out. Huang Tianba was not angry at all. He stood up and gently brushed the dirt off his clothes. The next moment, taking advantage of Song Chen's momentary distraction, he lunged at him again. Just then, Eugene suddenly appeared in front of the villa. When he saw Huang Tianba's actions, his face instantly showed shock. "P.S. Brothers, I need help. If this book changes its name, what do you think would be appropriate?" Song Chen had been on guard against Huang Tianba and saw him lunging at him again. Without any hesitation, he twisted his body. Following that, with a move like a rabbit kicking an eagle, Huang Tianba was sent flying once more. Cough cough. At this moment, Eugene coughed twice. "Instructor, you're here." Song Chen turned around and smiled at Eugene. However, he was wondering why his instructor had suddenly appeared here. Could it be because he had charged too much spirit stones from the second-year students? Although he had a slight suspicion of extortion, it was all within the rules. Moreover, he was a lower-year student. If he fought with a senior student, it could only be blamed on the senior's lack of skill. After all, when this rule was established, it was a kind of stimulation for the senior students. Otherwise, the senior students would be living too comfortably. Furthermore, second-year students could also challenge third-year students. Although the school does not prohibit certain abnormal relationships, you too should pay attention to your influence in broad daylight. If you really want to have any intimate actions or special preferences, it's better to go back to your room and close the door. Eugene looked at Song Chen and then at Huang Tianba as he spoke. Hearing Eugene say this, both Song Chen and Huang Tianba were stunned. Huang Tianba, you pervert, you've ruined my reputation. Without saying a word, Song Chen kicked Huang Tianba away again. This time, he showed no mercy, sending Huang Tianba flying over 10 meters away. Instructor, it's not what you think. I have nothing to do with that pervert, he's just out of his mind. Song Chen quickly turned to Eugene to explain. You don't need to explain this to me, it's fine as long as you two are happy. Eugene said. Hearing this, Song Chen felt like killing Huang Tianba. At that moment, he truly felt like falling into a pit of yellow mud, neither good nor bad. It was hard to explain. I came to find you mainly to inform you about the trip to the secret realm in 3 days. Eugene continued. Secret realm? Instructor, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that one of the rewards for winning first place in the freshman competition is a spot in a secret realm. Is this the secret realm that is about to open? Song Chen said excitedly. It was said that there were countless treasures and opportunities in the secret realm. A trip inside would definitely yield unimaginable gains. The secret realm I'm talking about is not the same as the one you mentioned. The one you mentioned is a secret realm controlled by our Imperial Capital Academy, suitable for first-year students to enter for training. The secret realm I'm referring to is located in the Sea of Death. Eugene said. The Sea of Death's secret realm? Upon hearing these words, Song Chen's brows furrowed. He had not heard of this place, but just by the name, he knew it was not a simple location and would definitely be fraught with danger. The Sea of Death is not within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather a place over 1,000 kilometers away from the Dragon Kingdom. There is an endless expanse of desert, filled with all kinds of crises. In the very center of the desert lies a unique secret realm of blue star, known as the Yellow Sand Mound. The Yellow Sand Mound opens once every 3 years, and this year happens to be the 3rd year, Eugene explained. What does this have to do with me? Instructor, you can't be thinking of sending me to the Yellow Sand Mound, right? Song Chen asked tentatively. Yes. Eugene nodded affirmatively. I'm not going, absolutely not. Instructor, you should find someone else, Song Chen hurriedly said. He had just heard Eugene mention the numerous dangers in the desert, let alone the secret realm within it. He had no ambitions, just wanted to run a shop, earn some spirit stones, bask in the sun, and read books. That was enough for him. There was no need to risk his life going to such a place. Just listen to me first, Eugene said. Not listening, the turtle recites scriptures. Not looking, the turtle lays eggs. Oh no, I think I ate something bad for lunch, I need to go to the bathroom, Song Chen said, preparing to run away. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. You must go to the Yellow Sand Mound, the person said, looking at Song Chen. Song Chen looked up and realized the speaker was his master. Why? Song Chen asked. Because the Yellow Sand Mound is not just a personal matter, it concerns the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Eastern War God said. What do you mean? Be clearer, Song Chen replied, looking at the Eastern War God. Within the Yellow Sand Mound, there is something called the National Fortune Stone. The so-called National Fortune Stone is a stone that can enhance a country's fortune. Therefore, every time the Yellow Sand Mound opens, countries across Blue Star will fight fiercely over it, the Eastern War God explained. The Dragon Kingdom has many powerful ability users, like the 4 Great Saints and the 8 War Gods. Can't they go instead? If a nobody like me from the Golden Third Realm goes, won't I just become cannon fodder? Song Chen said. There are significant restrictions on entering the Yellow Sand Mound. Not all ability users can enter. Ability users entering the Yellow Sand Mound must be under 19 years old. Generally, those who meet this age requirement are first-year students. With your current strength, you can already compete with second-year students. So, you must go, the Eastern War God said. Am I going alone? Song Chen asked. Not at all. Our Dragon Kingdom has 10 slots to enter the Yellow Sand Mound. Our Imperial Academy, being the strongest comprehensive academy, will send 4 people. The other 2 academies will send 3 each. At that time, the strong ones from our 3 academies will escort you to the entrance of the Yellow Sand Mound, the Eastern War God explained. So, my real opponents will be ability users from other countries who are of similar age, right? Song Chen asked. Yes, the Eastern War God confirmed. Upon hearing the Eastern War God's affirmation, Song Chen let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't fighting those old monsters, he wasn't afraid. He had no fear of ability users of the same age. Don't be complacent. We've received news that several countries are preparing to send their seed players this time. It is said that some of them have awakened abilities ranked in the top 10, the Eastern War God reminded Song Chen, noticing his relaxed demeanor. Master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Song Chen replied. You should prepare well over the next few days. We will depart in 3 days, the Eastern War God said. Understood, Song Chen replied. Seeing Song Chen nod, the Eastern War God and Eugene left. Ah Huang, go call Xiao Jin over. We need to discuss the matter of the Yellow Sand Ridge. After the Eastern War God left, Song Chen said. Boss, but why don't we just give old Jin a call? Huang Tianba looked at Song Chen and asked tentatively. I told you to go, so just go, why so much nonsense? Song Chen raised his voice. According to research, suddenly raising your voice indicates a guilty conscience. Boss, you're getting angry out of shame, Huang Tianba said as he ran off into the distance. Seeing Huang Tianba leave, Song Chen's face turned red. He had indeed forgotten about making a call while thinking about the Yellow Sand Ridge. Soon, Huang Tianba returned with Jin Zizai to the villa. Boss, did you ask the big bear to find me because you want us to go to the Yellow Sand Ridge too? Jin Zizai asked straightforwardly upon seeing Song Chen. Yes, it seems you know quite a bit about the Yellow Sand Ridge, Song Chen replied. I know a bit. I have information about the Yellow Sand Ridge at home. The Yellow Sand Ridge is fraught with danger. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts, harsh environments, and traps that catch people off guard. Of course, that's secondary. The most dangerous part comes from members of other countries. Because the national fortune stone is too important, this is destined to be a competition accompanied by death. Human hearts are the most treacherous. Those contestants will use any dirty means to obtain the national fortune stone, and no one can say for sure. Statistics show that every time members go to the Yellow Sand Ridge, less than 1 in 10 come out alive, Jin Zizai said. So that means we can also kill? Song Chen asked. Of course. Anyone entering the Yellow Sand Ridge must have the awareness to kill or be killed. For members entering the Yellow Sand Ridge, everyone from other countries is an opponent, except for their own countrymen. When they meet, even without the national fortune stone as bait, it will be a fight to the death, Jin Zizai said. Since that's the case, whether to go to the Yellow Sand Ridge is up to you two to decide. If you don't go, do whatever you want. If you go, you'll have to compete for a spot. Song Chen said to the two. Boss, I'm definitely going. Although the Yellow Sand Ridge is dangerous, it's said to be like a fairyland inside. I've wanted to see it for a long time, and this time it's just right. Jin Zizai said excitedly. If even old Jin, this little young master, dares to go, how can I back down? I'm not worse than him, Huang Tianba said. In that case, the Imperial Capital Academy has 3 spots left. You two take 2 of them. Song Chen said. Doesn't the Imperial Capital Academy have a total of 4 spots? Jin Zizai asked curiously. Sorry, I got a direct admission, Song Chen said with a smile. You can get direct admission for this? Is there no law? We're all human. Why is the gap so big? Jin Zizai said with a face full of jealousy. However, he thought for a moment and felt that Song Chen's direct admission was reasonable. After all, he had already defeated the sophomore Tu Tian. Competing for spots with those 18-year-old freshmen would be bullying. Song Chen, get out here. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out outside the villa. Sounds like Senior Tu Tian, Huang Tianba said. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Tu Tian must be here to thank me. After all, I let him experience what it's like to be with a big sculpture cute girl. After saying that, Song Chen walked towards the villa's entrance. When he stepped outside, he found a person wrapped up tightly standing at the villa's door. It was indeed Tu Tian. After he woke up from his coma and saw his appearance, he felt like dying. He heard someone nearby say that his current state was entirely thanks to Song Chen. He knew this was the consequence that Song Chen had mentioned. To be honest, he had thought about the possible outcomes of his defeat, losing credits and such. He didn't care. But he never expected to turn into a big, cute girl. What he couldn't tolerate the most was that he noticed the way the male classmates around him looked at him was a bit off. That kind of gaze sent chills down his spine. So, even though his injuries hadn't fully healed, he went to find Song Chen. Since Song Chen could turn him into this, he could surely turn him back. He was also prepared for Song Chen to ask for a hefty price. Oh, who is this beautiful senior? Did the senior come to confess to me today after being conquered by my previous heroics? Song Chen said, looking at Tu Tian. Song Chen, stop being so sarcastic. Just turn me back, tell me how many spirit stones you want, and I'll pay. Tu Tian said straightforwardly. Senior, you should listen to advice in the future. Listen to advice, and you'll have enough to eat. Song Chen said, using PS to turn Tu Tian back to his original appearance. There was no animosity between him and Tu Tian, so there was no need for a life and death struggle. Now that he had the spirit stones in hand, he naturally couldn't let Tu Tian stay like this forever. As for the spirit stones, it wasn't necessary. He wasn't short on those trifles. Seeing himself back to his original form, Tu Tian frowned at Song Chen. Aren't you going to set some conditions? Tu Tian asked. He had been prepared for a big expense, but Song Chen turned him back without saying a word. This left him momentarily stunned. Senior Tu Tian, your injuries aren't healed yet, you should go back and rest, Song Chen said before turning and heading back to the villa. This made Tu Tian feel quite unreal, but he had indeed turned back. People are like that, they can be a bit masochistic. It's like if someone slaps you every day, you would hate that person to the core. If one day they slap you twice, you might think it's reasonable, but suddenly, one day, that person doesn't slap you at all and instead gives you a piece of candy. You would think that person must be plotting something else. In reality, that person might just be in a good mood today and gave you a piece of candy without any ulterior motives. This reflects the different expectations people have of others, which leads to different attitudes. If someone does good deeds their whole life and then does one bad thing, many would say that person has been pretending all along, their true nature revealed. Conversely, if someone does bad deeds their whole life and then does one good deed, many would say that the prodigal son has returned, and it's priceless. This is due to the differing expectations that lead to different attitudes. Many people have low expectations of bad people. They think that if a bad person doesn't do bad things, it's already a good deed. Therefore, in life, one must be a bad person who does good deeds, rather than a good person who can never do bad deeds. Next, the first-year students at the Imperial Capital Academy began the selection process for those going to the Yellow Sand Ridge. Of course, the notification wasn't phrased that way. It was announced as a small internal test for the first-year students, followed by rankings. This allowed the first-year students to have a clear understanding of their own and their classmates' strengths. The small test was a pairwise competition, where strengths and weaknesses could be immediately discerned. Song Chen naturally didn't need to participate in the selection, but he still went to the competition venue. While other students were nervously competing, he was eating sunflower seeds, reading a book, and soaking up the sun, cheering for the many participants. That one in white, attack a bit faster, haven't you eaten? Do you know what it means that in the world of martial arts, only speed can break through? Also, that one in black, can you stop being a coward and just go for it? Do you know what it means to overpower 10 with 1? Song Chen was eating sunflower seeds while shouting at the students competing on the stage. His expression looked serious, as if he was frustrated that they weren't performing better. Song Chen, what are you doing? Eugene asked him at that moment. Instructor, can't you tell? I'm motivating my classmates and pointing out their shortcomings, Song Chen replied. Go on, go do what you need to do, stop causing trouble here, Eugene said irritably. If Song Chen weren't such a nuisance, he would be willing to admit that Song Chen was the best student he had ever taught. However, every time he saw Song Chen acting like this, he found it hard to say those words. Where's the trouble? I'm just showing concern for my classmates, Song Chen retorted. Although he said that, he still left. After all, he was just there to take a look and had no intention of staying. With 3 days left, he could make another breakthrough in that time. In 3 days, they would head to the Yellow Sand Ridge, so the stronger he was, the better. Thus, Song Chen began a retreat. He went to the gravity chamber of the Imperial Capital Academy, which was the same as the one in the Veterans Building. The difference was that he had to spend spirit stones to use the one in the Veterans Building. However, he could use the training facilities at the Imperial Capital Academy for free within a year. Just like that, Song Chen immersed himself in training, and soon, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the members heading to the Yellow Sand Ridge had also been decided: Jin Zizai, Huang Tianba, and Nangong Xiaomei. Without exception, they were all students with SSS level potential. From this, one could see the gap between students with SSS level potential and those without. In this world, there aren't that many underdogs who can turn the tables. Many times, talent has already determined everything. Hard work and unwillingness alone are not enough. $50 won't attract people as much as $100, no matter how hard you try. The reason the ugly duckling can turn into a swan is that it was a swan all along. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the young when they are poor. Many times, it's just a slogan. Don't underestimate the young when they are poor, Don't underestimate the middle-aged when they are poor, don't underestimate the old when they are poor. Ordinary people just live out their plain and simple lives like this. Song Chen went to the first floor to give a brief report before heading to the school playground. They were about to set off. When Song Chen arrived at the school playground from the first floor, he found everyone waiting for him. Sorry, I'm late, Song Chen said apologetically. It wasn't intentional, he had been held up by Nangong Weiyang on the first floor, who had told him many things. Nangong Weiyang had the ability of prophecy, and this time she had given him a prophecy. This prophecy was mainly divided into two parts. The first part was a prediction about the outcome of what he was about to do. For example, predicting that he would return safely. Such a prophecy might seem useless, but sometimes it can have unimaginable effects. It's hard to understand from a positive perspective, but an example can be drawn from the negative. If Nangong Weiyang predicted that someone would not return from the Yellow Sand Ridge, then as long as that person's strength wasn't extraordinarily strong, it would be easy to trigger a butterfly effect in the Yellow Sand Ridge. During this period, the forces acting on things due to the power of prophecy are minimal, but the outcomes are often terrifying. For instance, if Nangong Weiyang predicted a bad outcome for Song Chen, then in the Yellow Sand Ridge, if he sneezed, it could potentially trigger an avalanche. Throwing a stone could hit a beast, leading to a beast tide and an untimely death. The power of prophecy, when it comes to direct confrontation, doesn't enhance combat strength. However, one can kill using the butterfly effect, which is the most unpredictable method. The second type of prophecy is to see what will happen in the future at a location a person is heading to through the power of prophecy. Thus, it reminds the person how to respond. Since everyone is here, let's set off, said the Eastern War God at that moment. After he finished speaking, he turned and entered a flying boat parked on the playground. Song Chen didn't say anything more and hurriedly followed behind the Eastern War God. Soon, the flying boat took off. Once on board, Song Chen realized that, besides Jin Zizai and the other two, there were actually more than 30 people traveling together. He could sense that the weakest among them were all at the 5th realm of the king level. Master, is it too extravagant to have so many teachers going together? Song Chen asked the Eastern War God. The 4 of them actually needed so many teachers to escort them. Only more than 30? Is that too much? Huadu Academy and Modu Academy will also send more than 30 teachers this time. If it weren't for the need for strong individuals to guard the 9 heavy pass, there would be even more people heading to the Sea of Death. Perhaps even the Holy Venerable will personally go, the Eastern War God said. Hearing this, Song Chen suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. He had originally thought this was just a small event. He didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to take it so seriously. Over 100 king-level ability users were being mobilized, and it was his master, the War God, who was leading the team personally. The importance of the National Fortune Stone is far greater than you can imagine. However, the most dangerous part is not within the Yellow Sand Ridge but after coming out of the Yellow Sand Ridge. Because once you come out of the Yellow Sand Ridge, all countries will make a move to seize the National Fortune Stone. That will be the real battle, the Eastern War God explained. We keep the National Fortune Stone in the Chenkuan bag. How would they know whether we have obtained the National Fortune Stone? Song Chen said, puzzled. Did you not read at all the introduction about the Yellow Sand Ridge I gave you a couple of days ago? The Eastern War God suddenly looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Song Chen was taken aback. I've been busy these past 2 days and didn't pay attention. He then smiled and said, look at it right now. Before entering the Yellow Sand Ridge, remember every word on it. This relates to whether you can survive coming out of the Yellow Sand Ridge, the Eastern War God said with a serious expression. Seeing the Eastern War God's serious demeanor, Song Chen flipped his hand and took out a small booklet of about 20 pages, flipping through it. The first few sentences of the booklet answered his earlier question. The Yellow Sand Ridge is a very special secret realm. During the process of entering this secret realm, all items on one's body will disappear. Whether it's clothing or storage items, it's the same. In other words, after entering the secret realm, one will be completely bare, with nothing. Thus, after finding the National Fortune Stone, there would naturally be no way to store it in any storage item. Because of this, many people choose to bring nothing when entering the Yellow Sand Ridge. Then won't I be exposed? Song Chen said softly. Shut up, the girls aren't complaining, why are you so fussy? The Eastern War God couldn't help but say. Hearing his master say this, Song Chen turned his gaze to Nangong Xiaomei. Nangong Xiaomei had a hot figure, and if she entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, she would definitely be a beautiful sight. If possible, Song Chen would be very willing to appreciate it. He considered himself not to be a virtuous gentleman. At that moment, Nangong Xiaomei seemed to sense Song Chen's gaze and knew what he was thinking, glaring at him fiercely. You will be randomly transported to a certain place when you enter the Yellow Sand Ridge. So, the first thing you need to do after entering the Yellow Sand Ridge is to find a way to gather together. In the Yellow Sand Ridge, unity is the most important. Relying solely on oneself will never accomplish anything. Song Chen, this is what I'm saying to you. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can do as you please, the Eastern War God advised. Rest assured, Master, I know what I'm doing, Song Chen nodded and replied. Seeing Song Chen nod, the Eastern War God didn't say anything more. He understood Song Chen quite well, although this brat usually didn't take things seriously, he never hesitated when it came to important matters and had a good sense of proportion. Master, what is the ninefold pass you mentioned earlier? At this moment, Song Chen suddenly looked at the Eastern War God and asked. He had heard the security personnel named Old Han from the Imperial Capital Academy mention it before, but he never quite understood what the ninefold pass was. It's not something you should know, don't ask foolish questions. When your strength reaches the King Realm, you will naturally know, the Eastern War God said. Hearing this, Song Chen didn't press further. He knew that even if he asked, his master wouldn't tell him. However, his master inadvertently revealed a piece of information. Once one's strength reached the King Realm, one would be qualified to know about it. Soon, the group from the Imperial Capital Academy arrived at the airport in the flying boat. Haven't the people from Huadu and Modu arrived yet? After stepping off the flying boat, the Eastern War God asked a burly man. I've seen the Eastern War God. They are on their way, they should arrive in no more than 5 minutes, the burly man replied. How are your preparations? The Eastern War God asked. Everything is ready. Once we detect your distress signal, the Dragon Guard will mobilize immediately. The Thunder War God said he would personally lead the support, the burly man said. That's good. How has Thunder been lately? Is everything alright? The Eastern War God asked. Pretty good, the ninefold pass has been much more stable recently, the burly man replied. While the two were chatting, suddenly 2 cars drove in from a distance. Those are the cars from the Jin and Nangong families, the burly man said upon seeing the 2 vehicles. Soon, the cars arrived in front of everyone. At this moment, a portly middle-aged man and a woman who looked to be in her late 20s stepped out from the 2 cars. Jin Zun, Wu Yinin, what are they here for? The burly man frowned and said upon seeing the 2. They probably came to see you off, the Eastern War God said. Under their watch, the 2 who got out of the car walked towards where Song Chen and the others were. Dad! Mom! At this moment, Jin Zizai and Nangong Xiaomei both exclaimed in surprise. Jin Zun is Jin Zizai's father, while Wu Yinin is Nangong Xiaomei's mother. Dad, why are you here? Jin Zizai looked at his father and asked. How can I not come? If you little brat go and don't come back, I won't even get to see you one last time. How can I face your dead mother? Jin Zun said, while slapping Jin Zizai on the head. Dad, don't worry, I'll be fine. I will take good care of myself, Jin Zizai said. You've grown up and have your own pursuits. You're heading to the Yellow Sand Ridge, and Dad won't stop you. Dad has only one request of you, if you encounter the little brat from the Sun Country, give him a good beating. Did you hear that? Jin Zun said loudly. I remember. Jin Zizai nodded obediently. Then, Jin Zun turned his gaze to Song Chen. Nephew, I am your Uncle Jin. Back then, your dad and I were classmates. I didn't expect you to be classmates with my little rascal as well. It's all fate, Jin Zun said with a smile at Song Chen. Hello, Uncle Jin. Song Chen replied politely. Uncle Jin knows you're a capable person. This time, going to the Yellow Sand Ridge, I'll trouble you to take good care of this little rascal. When you all return, Uncle will throw a grand celebration feast for you. From now on, you are my dear nephew. In this imperial capital, as long as the Jin family can do it, just ask. Jin Zun said to Song Chen. The Jin family deals in information, so they naturally knew about Song Chen's activities with the Shumi mirror 3 days ago. That's why he said that. Don't worry, Uncle Jin. Little Jin and I are good friends. If he needs help, I won't stand by, Song Chen said. He understood the implication behind Jin Zun's words. When Jin Zun mentioned the celebration feast upon their return, you referred to him in Jin Zizai. The following statement felt more like a transaction. If he helped Jin Zizai survive in the Yellow Sand Ridge and return safely, then the Jin family would owe him a favor. As long as he asked, the Jin family would not refuse anything they could do. As the richest family in Long Country, a favor from the Jin family is quite valuable. P.S. It rained heavily here today, almost flooding us. After a busy day, there are only 4 chapters today. Both parties were clever and instantly understood each other's meaning. With your words, Uncle can rest assured, Jin Zun said with a smile at Song Chen. Little Song, come here, let Auntie give you a hug. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from beside Song Chen. Before he could turn to see where the voice came from, he felt himself being pulled into a soft embrace. Although this soft embrace was quite enjoyable, being held like this in public was a bit embarrassing. "Auntie, please let me go." Songchen struggled a bit, realizing the other person's strength was immense, and he couldn't break free, so he hurriedly said. The person holding him was none other than Nangong Xiaomei's mother, the one who made his big dad and second dad fearful, the aunt he had been curious about for a long time. "Wu Yining, you little guy are shy? You're completely different from your crazy dog of a dad," Wu Yining said after releasing Songchen. Although the Nangong family doesn't deal in information, they have their own sources. So, Wu Yining was aware of Songchen's existence. Moreover, Songchen's mother had called Wu Yining, asking her to look after Songchen more in the imperial capital. "Auntie, this greeting is a bit suffocating. Isn't there any other greeting?" Songchen said, extending his hand. "You want a greeting from me? No problem, here you go," Wu Yining said, suddenly taking Nangong Xiaomei's hand and placing it in Songchen's hand. This unexpected scene startled both Songchen and Nangong Xiaomei, and they quickly let go of each other's hands. "You two little rascals are shy. I had a deal with your mother that if we had the same gender, they would be brothers or sisters. If we had a different gender, they would be a couple. So, how about it? Are you satisfied with your future wife?" Wu Yining said. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Nangong Xiaomei couldn't help but speak up. Although she admitted that Songchen was actually quite outstanding, he was too much of a dog, not her type. "Auntie, if you could bring a few billion spirit stones as a dowry, I would be quite willing. This little amount of money, the Nangong family should be able to come up with, right?" Songchen said with a smile. Nangong Xiaomei was indeed very beautiful, her appearance was the type Songchen liked. But her personality was too fiery, he preferred someone a bit gentler. He liked girls who were more like little cats. You are even more shameless than your crazy dog of a father. Wanting a few billion spirit stones as a dowry is no problem, the Nangong family can manage that. However, you have to give at least 10 billion spirit stones as a bride price, right? Wu Yining said. "The doctor said my stomach isn't good, so I can only eat soft rice. How about I go to the Nangong family and become a live-in son-in-law?" Songchen said with a laugh. "As long as you can convince your crazy dog of a father to let you become a live-in son-in-law at the Nangong family, the bride price is nothing, and I'll even throw in a few billion spirit stones," Wu Yining said. While the two were joking with each other, the airships from Huadu Academy and Daito Academy landed. Everyone's attention was drawn over. "Dog brother." At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Little slut." Upon hearing this voice, Songchen exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Yunde squeezed through the crowd and gave Songchen a big hug. "Dog brother, long time no see, I missed you to death," Yunde said excitedly. "I was just thinking, would you be selected to go to Huansha Jimong? I didn't expect you really came," Songchen said excitedly. Yunde possessed the sequence 16 ability of morality, and it was only natural for him to have a place among the freshmen in Magic City. So, it was reasonable that he was selected. "Dog brother, little slut." Soon, another voice came. Hearing this voice, Songchen and Yunde turned their heads simultaneously. They found Tang Chichi standing in front of them. "Chichi, seventh brother!" the two exclaimed in surprise at the same time. At this moment, the three swordsmen of Phoenix 6 reunited. "Chichi, you've become much prettier, come let dog brother give you a kiss," Songchen said as he walked towards Tang Chichi. He wasn't lying, Tang Chichi had indeed become much more beautiful. Although she was originally a school beauty, her dressing had been slightly lacking in high school. Now that she had become a college student, her fashion sense had greatly improved. Moreover, she had put on light makeup today, making her even more stunning. "Get lost." Tang Chichi raised her leg in annoyance. However, although her leg was raised, she didn't kick out, it was just to scare Songchen. "Ha ha ha. This time, with the three swordsmen gathered, we will definitely kill gods if they block us, and kill Buddhas if they block us." Songchen laughed heartily. Jin's eye watched this scene with a hint of envy in his eyes. Due to his status, many people flattered him. However, he had no real friends at all. He previously thought that his relationship with Songchen was already very good, enough to be considered friends. But seeing the way Songchen interacted with Yunde and Tang Chichi, he knew he couldn't compare. "Come, little slut, Chichi, this is my mother's elder sister. Although not by blood, she is closer than family. At the same time, she is also a friend of my big dad and second dad. You can just call her Aunt Wu." Songchen introduced Tang Chichi and Yunde. "Hello, Aunt Wu," Tang Chichi and Yunde said respectfully at the same time. Although they were the three swordsmen, they still respected their elders. "Auntie, this is my big dad's son, Yunde. This is my second dad's daughter, Tang Chichi." Song Chen introduced Wu Yining again. Yun Dashan's son? Just like his dad, looks honest on the outside but has a belly full of bad intentions, Wu Yining said. Aunt Wu, you really have a keen eye for people. Yun De replied, not angry but rather smiling. He understood Song Chen, since Song Chen took the initiative to introduce him and Tang Chi-Chi, it indicated that the elders had a special relationship. I take back what I said earlier, you're even more despicable than Yun Dashan, truly a little rascal. Wu Yining then turned her gaze to Tang Chi-Chi. That Tang Zio, with his sharp features and a face that screams refined scoundrel, how could he have such a beautiful daughter? That guy really is lucky. You all must come to my house for a visit when you return from the Yellow Sand Ridge. Aunt will host a welcome feast for you. Wu Yining looked at the group. Although she seemed unfriendly towards Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi earlier, her eyes were filled with concern. After all, the Yellow Sand Ridge was too dangerous. No matter what, they were the children of her friends, and she didn't want anything to happen to anyone. Aunt, don't worry, we will definitely visit your house when we come back, Tang Chi-Chi said. Little Chi-Chi, when you return, Aunt wants to adopt you as my goddaughter. These little brats look too punchable, girls are better. Aunt just loves daughters. Just then, the Eastern War God called everyone, preparing to set off. Little Song, take good care of my little sister. And you all must come back alive, absolutely. At this moment, Wu Yining hurriedly said to Song Chen. She was genuinely worried, her eyes filled with concern for the group. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Aunt, Uncle Jean, get ready for the victory banquet. Wait for our triumphant return. Song Chen said to Wu Yining and Jean Zun before turning to leave. Dad, the boss is right, wait for our triumphant return. Jean Zizai said, turning to follow behind Song Chen. Thus, under the worried gazes of Jean Zun and Wu Yining, Song Chen and the others boarded the airship. The airship was a more advanced flying vehicle than the flying boat, with significantly higher safety levels and speed. At this moment, everyone sat on the airship, appearing a bit gloomy. This time, as the Eastern War God said, both Huadu Academy and Modu Academy had over 30 king-level ability users following them. I won't say unnecessary things, I believe you all know the precautions. Now, you need to choose a captain among you. In the Yellow Sand Ridge, everyone must unconditionally obey the captain's orders. Even if the order is foolish, you can express different opinions, but when it's time to execute, it must be executed. Once your team gathers, you absolutely cannot split up, the Eastern War God said. He had been to the Yellow Sand Ridge before and knew the situation inside very well. He understood that only by uniting and working together could they maximize their chances of survival. I choose Dog Brother. Yunde was the first to speak. Me too. Tang Chi-Chi quickly followed. We also choose. I choose Song Chen. At this moment, Huang Tianba, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Xiaomei also expressed their choices. Nangong Xiaomei chose Song Chen because, back in the Xiumi Mirror, Song Chen had many clever ideas and was an excellent commander. What about you four? The Eastern War God asked the other four who had not yet expressed their choices. As soon as he said this, the four looked at each other. They didn't know Song Chen at all and had no understanding of him. Dajiang, Lanyo, trust me, choosing Dog Brother is the right choice, Yunde said to the two students from Modu Academy. We have no objections. Upon hearing Yunde say this, the two students from Magic City exchanged glances, indicating their stance. We both agree too, said the two students from Flower City Academy. The others supported Song Chen, knowing they had no choice but to agree. In that case, Song Chen, from now on, you are the captain of this Yellow Sand team. I hope you can bring them all back alive. Seeing his master's serious expression, Song Chen nodded. Now, get to know each other, the Eastern War God said and left, giving the time to Song Chen and the others. Now we need to do two things. First, state your abilities and names. Song Chen looked at everyone and said. Yunde, ability, morality, sequence 16. Tang Chi-Chi, ability, reincarnation, sequence 10. Jin Zizai, ability, freedom, sequence 37. Huang Tianba, ability, belief, sequence 57. Nangong Xiaomei, ability, bloodthirst, sequence 33. Jiang Shan, ability, illusory moon, sequence 38. Niuzhan, ability, irritable, sequence 82. Zhao Yuan, ability, Kuanping, sequence 20. Hua Zhishao, ability, ice, sequence 80. Hearing the introductions from others, everyone widened their eyes. All were abilities within the top 100 sequences. Nangong Xiaomei stared intently at Tang Chi-Chi. Not only was Tang Chi-Chi as beautiful as her, but her ability sequence was also ahead of hers. Moreover, it was in the top 10. She suddenly felt crushed. Captain, what is your ability? Zhao Yuan asked Song Chen. My ability is, disguise. Disguise? That doesn't seem to be in the top 100 sequences? Zhao Yuan frowned. He had thought Song Chen would have a top 10 ability. It's indeed not in the top 100. Is there a problem? Song Chen looked at Zhao Yuan and asked. If you're not even in the top 100, why should you be our captain? Zhao Yuan said, feeling dissatisfied. If it were Tang Chi with the reincarnation ability as their captain, he wouldn't have any objections. Maybe it's based on looks. I always win with my looks. It's not that I look down on you. Ask yourselves, who can surpass me in terms of looks? Song Chen said with a smile. He wasn't angry at Zhao Yuan's doubts. Having doubts is a good thing. If there were none, it would mean these people had no opinions. Those who could go to Yellow Sand were all extraordinary talents, and having pride was perfectly normal. Hearing Song Chen say this, Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched. There were 10 people going to Yellow Sand, 7 males and 3 females. Judging solely by looks, Song Chen was definitely the top among the 7 boys. My boss is ranked first in combat power among the freshmen in our imperial capital, and this is recognized by everyone. Whether in combat power or strategy, my boss is the best. Jin Zizai spoke up. Song Chen, are you the one who scored a perfect 2000 in the college entrance examination? At that moment, a student from Magic City Academy named Niuzhan suddenly asked. That's right, it's him. Then I have no objections. Zhao Yuan stopped speaking. The existence ranked first in combat power among the freshmen in the imperial capital must have considerable strength. Now, let's talk about the second thing. Each of you tear off a corner of your clothing and give it to me. Song Chen continued. Boss, what are you going to do? Jin Zizai asked. Hiss, hiss. Just as Jin Zizai asked this, Yundi and Tang Chi unhesitatingly tore off a corner of their clothes and handed it to Song Chen. Their expressions were filled with trust in Song Chen. Scene to scene, Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba exchanged glances filled with a hint of peculiarity. At that moment, Jin Zizai finally understood why his relationship with Song Chen could not compare to that of Yunde and Tang Chi. It was because he would instinctively question what Song Chen said. Although he would act, he always wanted to understand the reasoning behind it. However, Yunde and Tang Chi would follow Song Chen's words without hesitation, which was the biggest gap between them. Yunde and Tang Chi would never think about why Song Chen did things a certain way. They knew that since Song Chen said so, there must be a reason for it. What they needed to do was to trust him unconditionally. I want the corners of your clothes to remember the scent on you. When we enter the Yellow Sand Ridge, I will rely on your scent to find you. In response, Song Chen provided a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. Dog brother, have you really turned into a dog? Do you have a dog's nose now? Yunde asked in surprise, looking at Song Chen. Just a little skill. In fact, Song Chen did not have the ability to find people by scent, but Xiao did. This was something he had discovered by accident before. When they were at the villa, he had casually placed some snacks in various locations. Each time, Xiao was able to find these snacks with remarkable accuracy using its sense of smell. This could be considered another skill of Xiao, finding people and objects. Hiss, hiss. Soon, the other few people also tore off a corner of their clothes and handed it to Song Chen. He placed these fabric pieces in the pasture, allowing Xiao to remember their scents first. He was worried that if, for some reason, these strips were damaged in the Yellow Sand Ridge, they would be unprepared. So, he wanted to get the preparations done in advance. Senior Dongfang, I heard that this Song Chen is your disciple? At this moment, an old man with a beard beside the Eastern War God asked him. Yes, I just took him as a disciple this year. The Eastern War God nodded. His mentality is much more mature than his peers. I was worried that since this team had just come together, there would be a lack of coordination among the members. I didn't expect him to consider all the issues in such a short time. Rare, very rare, the bearded man said. He's just a bit clever, the Eastern War God said, but a brilliant smile appeared on his face. It was only natural for him, as a master, to feel proud when his disciple was praised by others. Amidst the casual chatter, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was not an ocean, but a desert. At this moment, they noticed that ahead of them, the yellow sand was billowing, and fierce winds were raging, forming spectacular sandstorms. These sandstorms were overwhelming, creating a strong sense of oppression. Eastern War God, should we wait here for the sandstorm to stop, or continue moving forward? At this moment, the airship pilot asked the Eastern War God. The opening time of the Yellow Sand Ridge is not fixed, it fluctuates. No one knows how long this sandstorm will last. If we miss the opening time of the Yellow Sand Ridge, it would be disastrous. Leave 10 people to protect these little ones, and the rest follow me to clear a path for the airship, the Eastern War God commanded. The king-level ability users on the airship followed closely behind the Eastern War God as they left the airship. Soon, they appeared outside the airship. In the face of nature's might, humanity seemed a bit insignificant. However, the Eastern War God and the more than 90 king-level ability users behind him showed no fear at all. They formed a conical formation, with the Eastern War God at the front and the others following in pairs behind him. In the next moment, over 90 king-level ability users launched their attacks simultaneously. A shockwave, sharp as a sword, shot out from the conical formation. As this sword-like wave flew out, it grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the sword's body exceeded a kilometer. Boom! Then, the sword struck the sandstorm. The once raging sandstorm was carved out into a vacuum zone. At first glance, it looked as if the sky had been torn open. Seizing this opportunity, the airship and the Eastern War God flew forward at the fastest speed through the opening created. Thus, the numerous king-level ability users cleared the path while the airship followed them. This continued for over an hour until they finally burst out of the vast sandstorm. At this point, even the Eastern War God was exhausted. They were still far from matching the power of nature, even with the combined strength of over 90 king-level ability users. If it were just one person, they would likely be drained to death. To contend against the forces of nature alone, only a saint could achieve that. "Let's take a short break here and then continue," said the Eastern War God. 10 minutes later, the team set off again. Half an hour later, Song Chen and the others saw through the airship's glass that a lush oasis had appeared in the center of the desert. At this moment, 2 airships similar to theirs were parked outside the oasis. "That's the Maple Leaf Nation and the Big Stick Nation. I didn't expect them to arrive so early," said the bearded man on the airship to the Eastern War God. "Ignore them, we'll land on the other side." Upon reaching the oasis, a teacher from the Flower City Academy waved his hand. Instantly, countless tree trunks appeared on the ground. These trunks quickly formed several tree houses. "Wow, the 3 rooms in 1 hall technique." Song Chen silently thought to himself upon seeing this scene. He was quite envious of this ability. After all, this skill was very practical. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to stay when going out. "Oh my, it's all mine," was the voice in Song Chen's heart. He had already decided that once his computer upgraded to the 2nd generation, he would definitely copy this ability over. The Maple Leaf Nation and the Big Stick Nation merely glanced at the arrival of the Dragon Nation from a distance, without any further actions. Before long, the Beautiful Nation, the Sun Nation, the Bear Nation, the Never-Setting Sun, and the Hexagon Nation all arrived at the oasis in succession. Each country, except for the contestants entering the Yellow Sand Abyss, had dozens to hundreds of king-level ability users. It seemed that everyone was well prepared. There were no pleasantries exchanged among the crowd. Everyone found a spot and quietly waited. Time passed second by second, and soon, the sun began to set, ushering in dusk. This time, the opening of the Yellow Sand Abyss is much later than before, the Eastern War God said to the bearded man. Based on past experience, the later the Yellow Sand Abyss opens, the more complicated the situation inside will be. Just as the bearded man's words fell, the setting sun in the sky slowly began to condense. Eventually, it transformed into a beam of red light that fell into the oasis's lake. "Attention, the Yellow Sand Abyss is about to open," the Eastern War God stood up and announced. At the same time, people from other countries also stood up and walked toward the lake in the center of the oasis. When the red light landed on the lake's surface, the water began to ripple. Soon, the lake surged as if a pot was boiling. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the water. This beam soared into the sky, slowly unfolding in the air, forming something akin to a mirror surface. "The entrance to the Yellow Sand Mound has appeared. You few, prepare to enter," the Eastern War God said urgently, his expression serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chen and the others clearly felt their bodies being grabbed and thrown out. Subsequently, they were uncontrollably propelled towards the mirror. Members from other countries experienced the same thing. Those who entered the Yellow Sand Mound were tossed into the mirror one after another, like dumplings being dropped into water. When Song Chen and the others made contact with the mirror, it was as if a small stone had fallen onto a calm lake, creating a ripple before disappearing without a trace. Seeing that Song Chen and the others had all entered the Yellow Sand Mound, the Eastern War God and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They then sat down in the tree houses to recuperate. Now was the time to gather their strength, as they would need to fight once Song Chen and the others emerged from the Yellow Sand Mound. The people from other countries were doing the same. After being thrown into the mirror, Song Chen and the others felt a powerful force tearing at their bodies. At that moment, they couldn't think of anything else and could only use the energy of their abilities to protect themselves. However, their clothes were not so fortunate and were all torn to shreds, including some of the artifacts they wore. Logically, some artifacts worn by people below the king level should not be shattered. Yet, they still broke apart. Even though their bodies were protected by the energy of their abilities, they were not as sturdy as the artifacts. However, in reality, their bodies suffered no harm. This was quite strange. Of course, at that moment, Song Chen and the others had no time to ponder this. They felt as if they were inside a washing machine, being spun around wildly. After an unknown amount of time, Song Chen suddenly felt himself being flung out of the washing machine and began to fall freely. Before he could react, he felt himself hit the ground. The ground was hard and a bit cold. This was Song Chen's first impression. Fortunately, he had fallen from a low height, so it only hurt a little and he wasn't injured. After lying on the ground for about 10 seconds, Song Chen slowly got up and opened his eyes. He discovered that he was in a world of ice and snow. Looking around, he saw that it was not only desolate and empty, but there wasn't even a hint of vegetation. As Song Chen stood up, a cold wind blew, and he suddenly felt a chill. It was at that moment he realized he was completely naked. He had known this would happen before entering the yellow sand mound, so he didn't find it strange. He tentatively opened his cloud storage and found that there were no restrictions. He quickly took out a set of clothes and a pair of shoes from the storage. Since the cloud storage was very convenient for storing items, he had backups of many of his daily necessities. I wonder where Xiao Jianjian and Chi-Chi have fallen. Then, Song Chen copied and pasted the clothes and shoes. After consuming less than one spirit stone, he had 2 sets of clothes identical to the ones he was wearing and 2 pairs of identical shoes in his hands. He then opened the interface for Penguin Chat. As before, the interface still showed 4 people. He first clicked on Tang Chi-Chi's chat box. Chi-Chi, don't be surprised to hear my voice, it's me, your dear dog brother. I will send you a set of clothes and a pair of shoes, please check your messages. After saying this, Song Chen clicked on file transfer and selected the set of clothes and shoes in his hands. Soon, the selected items disappeared. Immediately after, Song Chen followed suit and sent warmth to Yunda. At this moment, Tang Chi-Chi found herself in a forest. After getting up, her first thought was to use the leaves and vines in the woods to make a chest cover and a short skirt. This way, she wouldn't be completely bare. It was fine for boys to be bare, but for girls, it was rather unseemly. Tang Chi-Chi did not have a penchant for exposure. Just as she was about to take action, Song Chen's voice echoed in her mind. This left her momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that after entering the Yellow Sand Ridge, Song Chen would possess a capability similar to long-distance communication. Before she could finish her astonishment, a wave of spatial fluctuation suddenly came from above her head. Following that, a set of clothes and a pair of shoes appeared in front of her. Dog brother, I love you. Once we get out, I'll definitely give you a kiss. Tang Chi-Chi exclaimed in delight. As she spoke, she quickly put on the clothes and shoes that had fallen. Although they were a bit large, it was better than being completely bare. After putting on the clothes, an inexplicable sense of security surged within her. I am currently in a snowy area, if you are nearby, please pay attention to your surroundings. Soon after, Song Chen's voice echoed in her mind again. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Chi-Chi's eyes. She was surrounded by a forest, not snow, so it was destined that she wouldn't be able to meet up with Song Chen in the short term. But it didn't matter, as long as she worked hard to survive in the Yellow Sand Ridge, reuniting with Song Chen was only a matter of time. Thus, Tang Chi-Chi began to weave through the woods. She moved at a slow pace, carefully observing everything around her. Because the Yellow Sand Ridge was filled with dangers, she had to be cautious, and more cautious. Meanwhile, in a valley, Yundi also received the clothes sent by Song Chen. Dog brother, you're the best. After that, he began to move through the valley. After just a few steps, he saw a golden stone on a branch ahead of him. This is the National Fortune Stone. Upon seeing the golden stone, Yundi exclaimed in surprise. His luck was truly remarkable. He had just arrived in the Yellow Sand Ridge and found the National Fortune Stone. However, he did not act recklessly. According to the information provided by the Magic City Academy, every National Fortune Stone was guarded by a protective beast. To obtain the National Fortune Stone, one must first defeat the guardian beast. After careful observation, Yundi discovered that a green giant python was coiled around the trunk beneath the National Fortune Stone. If he hadn't looked closely, he might have mistaken the green giant python for a vine growing on the tree. Had it not been for the information he had previously read about the Yellow Sand Ridge, Yundi might have rushed in recklessly at this moment. Green python, let's see how your grandpa Yundi subdues you, Yundi said as he began to circle the trunk from a distance. He was looking for the green python's weaknesses while also thinking of ways to take it down. After hanging out with Song Chen for so long, he had learned that impulsiveness was the devil. To take down a person or a beast, it wasn't always necessary to confront them head-on. Hiding and launching a surprise attack when they least expected it was also a very good strategy. On the snowy mountain, after sending clothes to Tang Chi-Chi and Yunda, Songchen summoned Chochio. As for the others from the Dragon Country who were not on his friend list, he could only say sorry. Songchen felt that in such an icy and snowy world, Chochio, as a penguin, would surely love it. Your pet enjoys the current environment, affection +10, current affection 70. Seeing the sudden prompt, a smile appeared on Songchen's face. His guess was correct. Chochio indeed liked this environment. At that moment, Chochio began to roll around in the snow at the mountain's peak, having the time of his life. Songchen did not stop Chochio, allowing him to play for a while. After all, such opportunities were rare. Taking this time, Songchen observed his surroundings. He discovered that he was on top of a snow-capped mountain, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. If one were to speak of scenery, the snow view here was breathtaking. Such beauty could hardly be found anywhere else in the Dragon Country. After admiring the snow scenery for a while, Songchen looked down at his clothes. His black outfit stood out starkly against the white snow. So, he hurriedly transformed his clothes into white. He became dressed in a snow camouflage outfit. This way, at least visually, it wouldn't be so easy to spot him. Chochio, have you had enough fun? We should get down to business, Songchen said, shaping a nearby stone into the form of a sled. Back on Earth, he used to gather a few friends to go skiing every winter. Therefore, his skiing skills were quite good. With a movement, he donned the sled and leaped down from the mountain peak. Then, he sped down the snow like a sprite in the winter wonderland. Seeing Songchen like this, Chochio also jumped, using his belly as a sled and following closely behind. Although it had been a long time since Songchen had skied, his current physical condition was far superior to what it had been on Earth. Thus, he felt no awkwardness while skiing. Songchen and Chochio twisted left and right, racing down the snowy mountain. Snow lotus. While sliding down, Songchen spotted a brilliantly blooming white flower. He recognized it at a glance. It was the legendary snow lotus. This snow lotus was the size of a soccer ball, with an orange-yellow center. The age and size of the snow lotus were proportional. A soccer ball-sized snow lotus was at least 400 to 500 years old. Legend had it that an aged snow lotus could not only revive the dead and restore bones but, more importantly, could enhance one's strength. Faced with such a treasure, Songchen naturally did not want to miss out. However, at that moment, he was sliding down the slope on his sled, unable to stop. Chochio, go and pick that snow lotus for me, and I'll give you 10 packs of spicy fish jerky. Songchen hurriedly communicated with Chochio in his mind. Upon hearing the words 10 packs of fish jerky, Chochio wasted no time, twisted his body, and vanished into thin air. 10 packs of spicy fish jerky. Songchen had never been this generous before. In the past, he would give a maximum of 5 packs. Giving so much was a sign of disrespect to himself if he hesitated even for a second. When Chochio reappeared, it was right in front of the snow lotus. Just as he reached out to grab the snow lotus, an ice arrow suddenly flew in from the side. This startled Chochio, who quickly dodged and hid. However, the next second, a small black and white paw emerged from the stem of the snow lotus, grabbing it firmly. Then, with a strong tug, the snow lotus was uprooted and disappeared into thin air along with Chochio. Roar! After the snow lotus vanished, an angry roar echoed from nearby. With the sound of the roar, the entire snow mountain trembled. Boom boom boom. As Songchen was gliding forward, he heard a tremendous roar coming from behind. He turned his head to take a look and found that the snow on the mountain was surging up. Not good, it's an avalanche. Songchen's heart sank. If he got buried under such a massive avalanche, it would be the end for him. The power of belief. I am the fastest man in the world. As the power of belief coursed through his body, Songchen's skiing speed suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if a booster had been added behind him. Roar! Seeing Songchen's speed suddenly increase, another furious roar echoed from the mountain. This roar was even angrier than before and quickly spread across the entire snow mountain. This time, the mountain did not tremble, but snow monsters kept emerging from the snow. Moreover, the rolling snow gradually transformed into the shapes of these snow monsters. These snow monsters, riding equally white steeds, frantically chased after Songchen. At this moment, Songchen realized that there were numerous snow monsters blocking his path in front, behind, and on both sides. He had nowhere to escape. What did that fool do again to provoke the snow monsters on the mountain? Songchen thought to himself. However, this was not the time to ponder what Chochio had done. Instead, he needed to think about how to escape the encirclement of the snow monsters. As he saw the snow monsters getting closer, Songchen still couldn't come up with a solution. There's no way out now. At this point, I can only charge through. The power of belief. Solar Fist. In order to break through the encirclement of the snow monsters, Song Chen used two types of power, the power of belief and solar energy. He raised his fist and punched forward at the snow monster blocking his path. Instantly, a fist imprint, resembling an energy cannon, shot out from his fist. The snow monsters intercepting Song Chen's path melted away like snow under the blazing sun upon contact with this massive fist imprint. With this punch, he created an opening in the encirclement of the many snow monsters in front of him. Song Chen glided through the gap he had just created. Roar! Seeing this, another furious roar echoed from the mountain. Accompanying this roar were countless massive ice spikes. These ice spikes continuously spread down the mountain from above. Soon, they caught up with Song Chen. At the top level, faced with such an attack, Song Chen hurriedly activated this skill. So, when the ice spikes emerged from the snow and stabbed towards him, his entire body shot up instantly. Ultimately, he stood atop one of the ice spikes. This forced his gliding body to come to a halt. At the same time, he saw the snow in front of him churning. Before long, a gigantic snowman appeared before him. Behind this snowman followed a large number of snow monsters. The snowman was about 3 meters tall, round-bodied, wearing an ice blue crown, and holding a blue and white staff. Song Chen immediately checked the attributes of this snowman. Object name, Snow King, age, 124, physical strength, 24381, platinumite, soul strength, 23896, platinumite, ability type, ice and snow, combat power, 48,277 plus 20%. When Song Chen saw the attributes of the Snow King, his eyes widened in shock. He discovered that the Snow King's strength had actually reached Platinum I. Most importantly, he noticed that there was a plus 20% mark in the combat power section. This was the first time he had seen such a situation in a long time. Xiaoyi, what does the 20% behind this combat power mean? Song Chen hurriedly asked Xiaoyi. This is the world of ice and snow, and this 20% is the Snow King's combat power boost. Hearing Xiaoyi's answer, Song Chen's expression turned grim. He knew that different attribute ability users could exert different combat powers in different environments. For example, water attribute ability users would see a significant increase in combat power in a water-filled area. Fire attribute ability users would experience a similar boost in a sea of flames. The Snow King, at Platinum Level 1, was already very powerful. Now, due to environmental factors, with an additional 20% combat power boost, his combat power had reached the Diamond level. They say the Yellow Sand Ridge is fraught with danger, but this is just too perilous, Song Chen thought. We just entered the Yellow Sand Ridge and encountered such a freakish opponent. If others were to face this situation, wouldn't they be doomed? What he didn't realize was that this situation was of his own making. If he hadn't let Xiao pick the Snow Lotus from the Snow Mountain, the Snow King wouldn't have been enraged. The Snow King, now at Platinum Level 1, could break through to Diamond level as long as he continuously consumed the Snow Lotus. But now, the Snow Lotus had been taken by Xiao. How could he not be furious? The Snowman clan's growth was already exceptionally slow. The Snow King was 124 years old and had just reached Platinum Level 1. After finally being on the verge of breaking through to Diamond level, the key item, the Snow Lotus, had been snatched away. Unable to find Xiao, the Snow King could only target Song Chen. After all, he had been with Xiao. Roar! At that moment, the Snow King opened his mouth and let out a roar. Accompanying it were countless winds and snow rushing towards Song Chen. At this point, I can only fight back. Speaking of which, I've never fought with all my strength. Today is just the right time to test my limits, Song Chen said as he began to counterattack. He threw a punch, dispersing the ice and snow that were howling towards him. Seeing this, the Snow King raised his staff. In the next moment, he swung the staff rapidly. Instantly, countless dense ice arrows, ice spikes, and ice shards came crashing down towards Song Chen. Insert frame. Insert cell. Facing such an attack, Song Chen first inserted a frame around his body, then filled the outside of the frame with countless cells. Bang 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 bang. As the Snow King's attacks struck the spatial walls of the cells, they produced continuous booming sounds. During this time, the ice arrows and ice spikes kept disappearing. However, the spatial walls of the cells were also continuously shattering. The number of cells surrounding Song Chen was visibly decreasing. Seeing this, the Snow King swung his staff again. This time, a layer of white light appeared on his staff. Wherever the white light touched, everything was frozen. It's just like absolute freezing, Song Chen exclaimed, channeling the solar energy within him, mixed with the energy of his will, and swung his fist. A massive fist imprint surged towards the white light. However, when the fist imprint made contact with the white light, it only held for less than 2 seconds before being frozen. This was something Song Chen hadn't anticipated. The Snow King could freeze even an attack composed of such energy. He didn't have time to evade, and the white light swiftly swept over his body. Song Chen felt a strong chill envelop him. In the next moment, he realized that his body had been frozen, rendering him completely immobile. What powerful freezing force! Song Chen marveled. At that moment, the Snow King raised his staff, and the ice and snow from the mountain gathered above Song Chen's head, forming a towering ice mountain 34 meters high. Then it smashed down towards Song Chen. If it hit, Song Chen would surely be crushed, just like a block of ice shattering. At this critical moment, Song Chen hurriedly shrank his body, creating enough space. Immediately after, he used the skill, placed at the top. So, when the iceberg fell, his body automatically passed through it and appeared on top of the iceberg. Phew! Song Chen, now on top of the iceberg, let out a long sigh of relief. It's no exaggeration to say that he had just brushed past death. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have been done for. This was the closest he had come to death in a long time. You've been attacking for a while, now it's my turn, Song Chen said as he opened word. Instantly, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was under his control. Next, it was time for his counterattack. After opening word, the first thing Song Chen did was to establish as many hyperlinks as possible within the 1,000-meter radius, because hyperlinks are the most effective for both attacking and dodging. Subsequently, Song Chen set up tens of thousands of cells around the Snow King. Although these cells couldn't withstand the Snow King's attacks indefinitely, they could prevent him from escaping. Insert table. Insert center vertical line. Delete. While using some flashy skills to harass the Snow King, Song Chen also used the delete skill on him. Delete target. Remaining time 149 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. As expected of a Platinum 1 powerhouse, forcibly deleting takes 150 hours, Song Chen thought to himself upon seeing the prompt. 150 hours is just over 6 days. If Song Chen did nothing and just waited quietly for 6 days, it was clearly impossible. Because once the Snow King escaped the 1,000-meter radius covered by his word, the delete skill would lose its effect. However, Song Chen was not worried about this. The 150 hours referred to the time needed for the Snow King to be deleted without external force. If attacked by external force, the time required for deletion would continuously shorten. His attack had just begun. Next, he used his special ability. Question: if a person commits suicide, does that mean there is one more person who has committed suicide in this world, or one less? This is the power of knowledge. Delete target. Remaining time 138 hours 46 minutes 52 seconds. As the power of knowledge fell upon the Snow King, the deletion time instantly decreased by 11 hours. You have sores on your head, pus on your feet, and you trip and fall like a dog. This is the power of language. At the same time, Song Chen also used the power of his gaze. Delete target. Remaining time 115 hours 50 minutes 47 seconds. Solar Fist. Power of belief. Power of anger. Power of irritability. Power of jealousy. Power of greed. Power of kindness. Next, Song Chen gathered all the powers he had used into one. However, these powers were still accumulating within him. He hadn't unleashed them yet, because he was holding back for a big move. A big move that isn't held back for a while doesn't deserve to be called a big move. Finally, when nearly 20 powers had gathered within Song Chen's body, he could barely contain it. Unity is strength. At that moment, Song Chen let out a loud roar and threw a punch. The powers he had used before were all singular. Although they could stack, each individual power was not strong. But after uniting, these forces merged together, and the power they could unleash increased geometrically. It's like this: if one person's strength is 1 and he punches another person 20 times, that person might not suffer very serious damage, because each of those 20 punches is something he can withstand. However, if a person with a strength of 20 throws a single punch, that person might not be able to endure it. In simple terms, a person with a strength of 20 can break through defenses. Boom! When the united punch landed on the Snow King, it instantly shattered his body. Delete this target. Remaining time 10 minutes 51 seconds. He's not dead yet. When Song Chen saw the prompt, he was a bit surprised. His earlier powerful punch had only heavily injured the Snow King. After that punch, the energy within Song Chen was completely depleted. Without any hesitation, he immediately spent 7,500 spirit stones for an extraordinary repair. Previously, when he was at Golden Level 3, he only needed to spend 5,000 spirit stones to replenish energy. He had closed himself off for 3 days upon arriving at the Yellow Sand Cliff and broke through to Golden Level 2. He didn't expect that replenishing energy would now cost 7,500 spirit stones. Fortunately, Song Chen was not short on money now. At this moment, the Snow King, dragging his damaged body, wanted to leave. He never imagined he would be beaten to this extent by an inconspicuous ant. Because Song Chen was still using deletion on him, he could still feel a strong sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't hurry to escape, he might die here today. However, Song Chen naturally wouldn't let him leave so easily. Insert columnar graph. In the next moment, several stone pillars rose from the ground, lifting the Snow King up. Immediately after, countless black spears descended from the sky. The Snow King, already heavily injured, had no time to dodge this time. In the next moment, over a dozen black spears pierced into his massive body. Delete this target, remaining time 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, deletion successful. With the prompt of successful deletion appearing, the Snow King's massive body vanished without a trace. That was indeed powerful. Song Chen said this while letting out a long sigh of relief. Killing a Platinum Level 1 Snow King with all his might was still quite difficult. At this moment, Song Chen suddenly noticed that his honor bracelet showed an increase of 50,000 in battle merit. Adding to his original 100,000 battle merit, along with the snow monsters he had just killed, his total battle merit was now nearly 160,000. Killing a Platinum Level 1 beast can earn 50,000 battle merit. So, to earn 1 million battle merit isn't that hard, just need to kill 20 Platinum Level 1 beasts. After the Snow King died, the surrounding snow monsters immediately lost their leader and fled in panic. For them, Song Chen did not pursue them to the end. It wasn't out of mercy, it was simply unnecessary. Cho Cho, come out. Seeing the snow monsters fleeing, Song Chen called out for Cho Cho. Soon, Cho Cho appeared, holding 4 snow lotuses in his hands. One of them was as big as a wash basin. This is a 1,000-year snow lotus. As soon as Song Chen saw the 4 snow lotuses in Cho Cho's hands, his eyes widened in surprise. No wonder the Snow King was so irritable. It turned out Cho Cho had raided a home. These 4 snow lotuses were probably all the snow lotuses on this snowy mountain. Cho Cho placed 1 snow lotus in front of Song Chen and then wrote a number 10 on the ground. His meaning was clear: 1 snow lotus in exchange for 10 packs of spicy fish snacks. Give them all to me, and I'll give you 40 packs of spicy fish snacks, Song Chen said. Hearing Song Chen say this, Cho Cho did not hand over the snow lotus to him. Instead, he looked at Song Chen, as if pondering something. Seeing Cho Cho in thought, Song Chen took out 10 packs of spicy dried fish and placed them in front of him. Forget it, let's do it one by one. Anything above 10 in addition or multiplication is too difficult for you. After putting away the 10 packs of spicy dry fish, Cho Cho took out another snow lotus and placed it in front of Song Chen. This happened a total of 4 times. The reason he hesitated earlier was that he couldn't figure it out. 1 snow lotus could be exchanged for 10 packs of spicy dry fish, so how many packs could 4 snow lotuses be exchanged for? Have you found anything else on this snow mountain? Upon hearing Song Chen's question, Cho Cho fell into deep thought again. After about 3 seconds, he suddenly vanished into thin air. After a dozen seconds, Cho Cho reappeared, holding a golden stone in his hand. This is the National Fortune Stone, Song Chen exclaimed when he saw what Cho Cho was holding. He didn't expect to obtain a National Fortune Stone so easily. He hurriedly took the National Fortune Stone from Cho Cho's hand. Wow! The moment he received the National Fortune Stone, Song Chen stumbled and almost fell. He had thought that a stone the size of a fist would weigh only a couple of pounds. Who would have thought that this National Fortune Stone weighed over 100 pounds? Such a small stone, yet so heavy, what must its density be? As Song Chen thought this, he selected the National Fortune Stone and clicked on copy. This copy will take 100 years, requiring 100 million spirit stones. Do you wish to continue? When Song Chen saw this prompt, he was left dumbfounded. This was the longest copy time he had ever encountered for an item. The required spirit stones were also the most. No wonder it's called the National Fortune Stone, it contains such immense energy. But how does this thing increase national fortune? Song Chen was full of curiosity. He observed it back and forth for a while, then decided to upload the National Fortune Stone to the cloud for safekeeping. This upload is expected to take 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiaoyi, can you speed up the upload on the cloud? Every 5,000 spirit stones consumed can shorten it by 1 minute, Xiaoyi replied. Damn, I knew it, just like those software on Earth, you have to pay for VIP. 5,000 spirit stones for 1 minute, for 60 minutes, that's a total of 300,000 spirit stones. I'm spending it, Song Chen said with some frustration. Right now, he had over 30 million spirit stones stored in his C drive, so he wasn't short on money. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. After putting away the National Fortune Stone, Song Chen slid on the sled and continued to speed forward. Cho Cho followed behind him, munching on the dried fish. After more than 20 minutes, Song Chen finally arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. One sword style, Lion's Elegy. At that moment, Song Chen suddenly heard a voice coming from afar. He quickly concealed his figure, placing himself at the top level to avoid leaving footprints. Then he walked toward the direction of the sound. Soon, he discovered a man, barely 170 centimeters tall, completely naked, fighting with a snow fox. At this moment, the man had the upper hand. Song Chen immediately checked the opponent's attributes. Object name, Butuan Naiku, age, 18, physical strength, 780, silver 3, soul strength, 764, silver 3, ability type, airflow, SSS level potential, combat power, 1544 Auntie's little 8 bastard. When Song Chen saw the opponent's name, he silently thought. Although the other party was called the Sun Country, to him, it was just Auntie's country. Meeting me, you must be unlucky. Song Chen did not show himself, still hiding in the shadows. At this moment, he fixed his gaze tightly on Butuan Naiku. Put. The next moment, Butuan Naiku spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. The power of Song Chen's gaze fell upon him. His strength was too weak to withstand the force of Song Chen's eyes. How could this be? Butuan Naiku exclaimed. He did not understand why he was suddenly under attack. At that moment, the snow fox, which had been fighting Butuan Naiku, seized the opportunity to pounce on him. Butuan Naiku was caught off guard and was bitten on the neck by the snow fox. At the same time, its sharp claws pierced into Butuan Naiku's body, crushing his heart. Just like that, Butuan Naiku was dead beyond recovery. Seeing this, Song Chen smiled slightly and floated away. After the matter was settled, he left quietly, concealing his achievements and name. He had no enmity with Butuan Naiku, but since Butuan Naiku was from the Ant Country, he deserved to die. Some hatreds, even after Song Chen had crossed from Earth to Blue Star, he would still not forget. He did not want to, but it was etched in his DNA. Come, Xiao, smell these strips of cloth and find the person closest to us. At this moment, Song Chen took out the torn pieces of clothing that Tang Chichi and the others had ripped off from the cloud disk and waved them in front of Xiao. Xiao was happily munching on fish jerky at this time, so he did not propose any conditions to Song Chen. He sniffed the strips of cloth, then spun around twice in place before dashing off in a certain direction. Seeing this, Song Chen hurriedly followed behind. Thus, the two of them rushed forward for nearly 10 kilometers, finally exiting the range of the snow-capped mountains and arriving at a grassland. Roar! A whoa! The grassland was fraught with danger, and from a distance, Song Chen could hear the roars of strange beasts. In addition, he saw a red light sphere appear not far away, accompanied by a faint smell of blood. At this moment, Xiao pointed to the location of the red light sphere. Without any hesitation, Song Chen moved swiftly towards the direction of the red light sphere. After advancing about a kilometer, Song Chen saw Nangong Xiaomei fighting against a dozen strange beasts. She was wearing clothes made of woven grass, covering her important parts. However, as she moved vigorously, the grass began to fall apart. Song Chen could already see some significant outlines. This young lady seems to be having a good time, actually playing with strange beasts. Song Chen appeared behind Nangong Xiaomei, eating sunflower seeds as he spoke. Song Chen. Hearing the familiar voice, Nangong Xiaomei turned around in surprise. However, seeing Song Chen's nonchalant demeanor, she became angry. Why aren't you helping? Nangong Xiaomei said irritably. You beg me, and I'll help, Song Chen said, sitting down behind Nangong Xiaomei. Song Chen could tell that although Nangong Xiaomei was a bit flustered, she was not in any life-threatening danger. So, teasing her was quite amusing. After all, such opportunities were rare. It was quite a unique experience to sit on the grass, munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the sight of Nangong Xiaomei battling the strange beasts. I beg you to get lost, Nangong Xiaomei said, quickly pushing back the strange beast she was fighting and running towards Song Chen. She wanted to lure the beasts to attack Song Chen, thus relieving her own pressure. Seeing Nangong Xiaomei's actions, Song Chen naturally understood her intentions. At this moment, he stopped playing and stood up, ready to take action. He naturally couldn't just watch as Nangong Xiaomei got into trouble. However, just as Nangong Xiaomei approached him, her clothes made of woven grass suddenly fell apart. This made Nangong Xiaomei scream and hurriedly cover her chest with her arms. Song Chen did not take advantage of the situation. He immediately closed his eyes. He understood the principle of not looking at indecency. Although he often talked big, in reality, he only talked. Because, whether in his past life on Earth or in this life on Blue Star, he had never had a girlfriend. He was a pure person. Here, put this on, Song Chen said, tossing a set of clothes to Nangong Xiaomei, then he moved and charged towards those strange beasts. After catching the clothes, Nangong Xiaomei quickly put them on. Then, she looked at Song Chen. She found that at this moment, Song Chen was like a tiger among sheep. The strange beasts that had previously made her flustered could not withstand a single blow from him. With every punch Song Chen threw, a strange beast died. In less than 20 seconds, all the strange beasts were taken down. Is this the gap between him and me? Nangong Xiaomei silently thought as she watched this scene. She had always wanted to compete with Song Chen but had never found the opportunity. Later, when Song Chen challenged the second-year students, she realized that the gap between her and Song Chen was already very large. At this moment, in the face of real life and death, the combat power Song Chen displayed was beyond her reach. Where did you get the clothes? Nangong Xiaomei asked curiously when Song Chen returned. Items could not be brought into the Yellow Sand Ridge. Did you forget my ability? My disguise ability can disguise many things. These clothes were disguised from other materials. Oh, and here are some shoes, Song Chen said, tossing a pair of shoes to Nangong Xiaomei. Is your disguise ability really that powerful? Can it turn into anything? Although Nangong Xiaomei had seen Song Chen's ability in the Shumi mirror, it was just changing one person into another's appearance. She didn't expect it could conjure clothes out of thin air. Disguise ability isn't as powerful as you think. It can only disguise items that do not contain energy, Song Chen explained. Hearing this, Nangong Xiaomei suddenly understood. Gulyolu. At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from Nangong Xiaomei's stomach. It had been several hours since they entered the Yellow Sand Ridge. Plus, she had just gone through a battle, and her physical strength was quite depleted. She was indeed a bit hungry. You go find some firewood, and I'll get some roasted meat, Song Chen said, heading towards the strange beasts he had just killed. These strange beasts were real, and most of the meat on them was very delicious. Soon, Song Chen cut off some strange beast meat and began to clean it. Song Chen, I looked around, but there's no firewood on this grassland, just grass. Once these grasses catch fire, they burn out quickly and can't roast meat. Besides, neither of us are fire-type ability users, so we can't start a fire at all, Nangong Xiaomei said. Xiao, go help me pick up some thicker branches. Song Chen glanced at Nangong Xiaomei and then spoke to the void. You. Who are you talking to? Nangong Xiaomei turned around but found no one else around them. My pet. Pet? When did you get a pet? Did you find it in the Yellow Sand Ridge? Yes. Song Chen said this to explain Xiao's origin. After all, Xiao would definitely follow him in the future, and such a sudden appearance would be too abrupt. In the midst of the yellow sand dunes, Xiao's help was indispensable. He couldn't keep hiding it. It was time for him to appear in the public eye. Soon, Xiao returned, directly carrying a tree that looked freshly cut. What kind of strange beast is this? Nangong Xiaomei asked, her face filled with confusion after seeing Xiao. It resembled a bird, yet it had no wings. It looked like a fish, but it could come ashore. If it lived on land, its legs were too short to run at all. She had never seen such a peculiar creature before. Don't you know what a penguin is? Song Chen asked, puzzled. Penguin? It doesn't look like a goose at all, Nangong Xiaomei replied. Hearing her say this, Song Chen suddenly furrowed his brows. At that moment, he searched his mind for the comprehensive guide to strange beasts he had once imported. He realized that there was no record of penguins in that guide. This meant that there were no penguins on Blue Star. This is a unique strange beast from the yellow sand dunes. It resonated with me, so it followed me, Song Chen explained without elaborating further. However, he kept the fact that there were no penguins on Blue Star in his heart. For a while, they began to roast meat. Although neither he nor Nangong Xiaomei had fire-related abilities, with a single move of his sun fist, the large tree Qiu had brought back instantly caught fire. Song Chen also didn't have any seasoning stored for roasting meat in his cloud drive, but fortunately, the strange beast meat was delicious on its own, and even without seasoning, it tasted great. Nangong Xiaomei and Qiu enjoyed their meal happily. Taking advantage of Nangong Xiaomei's inattention, Song Chen also sent a portion of the roasted meat to Tang Qiqi and Yunde. Why is the sky getting dark? Suddenly, while eating, Nangong Xiaomei looked up at the sky and said. Hearing her, Song Chen quickly looked up as well. He discovered that a large amount of yellow sandstorm had appeared in the sky directly in front of them. This yellow sand was swallowing the light ahead of them. Not good, the night sand is coming. I didn't expect it to start from our side. Let's go. Song Chen stood up and said to Nangong Xiaomei. Without any hesitation, the two hurriedly dashed away in the opposite direction of the night sand as fast as they could. In the information provided by the Imperial Capital Academy about the yellow sand dunes, there was a record of the night sand. The name night sand was coined by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They did not know its actual name. The so-called night sand was not sand at all, but a mass of yellow mist. From a distance, it looked like a yellow dust storm in the desert. When the night sand descended, it not only swallowed light but also consumed the lives of all outsiders. This meant that the night sand primarily targeted people like Song Chen who had come to the yellow sand dunes in search of the national fortune stone. According to the information, there were some extremely terrifying strange beasts within the night sand. They were elusive, and once an outsider appeared in the night sand, they would be attacked by these beasts. Generally, a person could only last a maximum of 10 seconds in the night sand. Exceeding 10 seconds meant certain death. Fortunately, the night sand did not move quickly. If one ran with all their might, it was possible to escape before the night sand descended. After running for over an hour and seeing that the night sand had not pursued them, Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei finally stopped. The arrival of the night sand is not necessarily a bad thing. At least, we know the direction we should be heading. If we rush forward in the opposite direction of the dark night sand, we will definitely meet up with the others, Nangong Xiaomei analyzed at that moment. In response, Song Chen remained silent, his brow furrowed. He always felt that this dark night sand gave him a sense of déjà vu. It seemed he had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where. Song Chen, I'm talking to you. Ha? What did you just say? I said, should we rush to the center position in one go, searching for the national fortune stone while looking for our teammates? Upon hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Song Chen suddenly realized something. She had mentioned several key phrases: center position, search, teammates. This is just like a real-life version of Battle Royale. Isn't this dark night sand just the poison circle? Song Chen muttered to himself. Let's go find our teammates first. When we encounter buildings or caves, we should search for supplies as quickly as possible. Song Chen immediately made a decision. In his previous life, as a programmer, Battle Royale was a game he often played. At that moment, he suddenly felt like a fish in water. It had been a long time since he experienced such a thrilling game. He didn't expect to encounter a real-life version this time. What is most important in Battle Royale? First, cooperation among teammates. Second, gunplay skills. Third, learning to be a sly player. As for supplies, they weren't the most important thing. A great person once said, without guns and cannons, the enemy will provide them for us. If you want to get rich, robbing others' supplies is the fastest way. After rushing forward for a while, Song Chen and the others discovered a red box in a small pond. There really are supplies. This is too much like Battle Royale. When he saw the box, Song Chen felt no excitement. Instead, his frown deepened. The secret realm they were in was definitely not what a normal secret realm should look like. Generally, a normal secret realm is an independent space. The things that exist within the secret realm are either taken away by people or remain unchanged. Aside from the traps set up, there usually wouldn't be any changes. However, this secret realm felt to Song Chen like a computer program, with various settings. Just like in Battle Royale, after a certain amount of time, the poison circle would shrink. After all, in the past, people from various countries on Blue Star had entered the Yellow Sand Ridge. Presumably, the things that could be found inside had been searched through more than once. Yet, after they entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, treasure chests appeared. Treasure chests do not disappear without reason, nor do they appear without reason. Thus, there are only two possibilities. First, there is a manager within the Yellow Sand Ridge. He would periodically drop some objects, just like a zookeeper feeds animals regularly. Second, the Yellow Sand Ridge is similar to a designed game. Every time someone enters, it refreshes. Therefore, whether it was the people who entered before or them, the things they encountered in the Yellow Sand Ridge would be quite similar. This is also why the information compiled by the Imperial Capital Academy has records of many things inside. If it's the first possibility, then that's fine. After all, having someone manage it isn't too surprising. But if it's the second possibility, then that would be too crazy. If the Yellow Sand Ridge is a design game, who is the designer behind it? What do these living people count as? For a moment, Song Chen suddenly felt his mind was in chaos. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiaomei, seeing the box, was full of excitement, completely unconcerned with these worries. How rare it is to be muddled. Song Chen silently thought to himself. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. The more one knows, the more one's incompetence and ignorance become apparent. Xiao Qiu, go help us bring the box up from the water pool. Xiao Qiu had eaten Song Chen's roasted meat and was now very obedient. In a flash, he appeared above the water pool. The next moment, he stretched out his little hand and swung it forcefully. He directly slapped the box above the water pool, sending it flying. The box traced a parabolic arc as it flew towards Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei. Splash! At that moment, a huge bloody mouth in the water pool lunged at Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu vanished in a flash. The bloody mouth snapped at nothing. Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei saw that the owner of the bloody mouth was a crocodile over 5 meters long. The crocodile, missing its target, fell back into the water pool and then twisted its body, pouncing towards Song Chen and the others. It has at least the strength of a platinum realm. We need to get out of here. Nangong Xiaomei hurriedly said to Song Chen while picking up the box. It's fine, just a little crocodile, Song Chen said, showing no signs of tension. A Silver Realm crocodile was truly not worth his concern. When the crocodile lunged at him, he raised his arm and threw a punch. The next moment, the crocodile flew back at an even faster speed. A large hole appeared in its body. Song Chen's merciless punch was too much for the Silver Realm crocodile to withstand. Seeing this, Nangong Xiaomei suddenly remembered that Song Chen's combat power could not be measured by common standards. She ignored him and excitedly opened the red box. At that moment, Song Chen seemed to have thought of something and turned on the Bluetooth on his computer, searching for connections. Ding! Bluetooth connection successful. Soon, a prompt popped up on the computer screen in Song Chen's mind. When he saw this prompt, his eyes widened in shock. Bluetooth doesn't connect successfully for no reason. He must have a device to connect to. This indicated that there was another computer or phone present in the Yellow Sand secret realm. All of Nangong Xiaomei's belongings had disappeared when they entered. Although he had a phone, it was stored in the cloud. Therefore, the device that successfully connected to the computer in his mind was not his phone, but another electronic device. It really worked. It actually worked. How is this possible? How is this possible? Despite the successful Bluetooth connection, Song Chen was not happy at all. On the contrary, he suddenly looked as if he had lost his soul, becoming despondent. The reason he had randomly tried scanning with Bluetooth was that he was merely testing it without any expectation of success. Many people had previously said that the Yellow Sand secret realm was an extremely special secret realm. After observing, Song Chen felt that this secret realm resembled a game program. So, he wanted to see if there were other devices present in this secret realm, and it really connected successfully. At that moment, he recalled a previous question. If this secret realm was a game program, then were they, these living people, truly real? Or were they just a bunch of data? And he was a bug that appeared among this data, which is why there was a computer in his mind. In that instant, he thought of many things. For example, he felt that the world they were in was actually virtual. They were all just virtual characters created by game players. Similar to the game life, where everyone has different tasks. Then, according to some settings, it continued on. In this way, everyone's specific fate was actually already predetermined. The reason he thought of these things was merely because his pile of data had generated a bug, giving birth to its own intelligence. Just like those AL robots portrayed in movies, one of them was different from the others. Thinking of this, Song Chen felt as if his worldview had collapsed. Were the more than 20 years he lived on Earth in his previous life real? Did Earth truly exist? Or was it just a memory imposed on him? In fact, he hadn't crossed over, he had merely been implanted with a memory different from others. Or perhaps he was just an experiment, or a puppet. Therefore, he needed to enhance his physical strength and soul strength, which meant upgrading his hardware and software. At that moment, the more Song Chen thought, the more terrifying it became. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Song Chen, look quickly, I found something in the box. At that moment, Nangong Xiaomei's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Instantly, it pulled Song Chen's thoughts back to reality. He looked towards Nangong Xiaomei and found her holding a black crossbow. Under Song Chen's gaze, Nangong Xiaomei pulled the trigger. The next moment, a black arrow shot out from the crossbow. Boom! When the arrow hit the ground, it made a loud noise. Immediately, dust and smoke rose from the ground, as if it had been struck by a missile. What powerful force! Nangong Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly. However, Song Chen felt nothing about it. Because in his view, since this secret realm was a game program, no matter how bizarre the items appeared, it was normal. It all depended on the creator's imagination. He had once been a programmer and had developed quite a few games. So, he could understand such items. Song Chen, what's wrong with you? Nangong Xiaomei turned to look at him and noticed that there was not a trace of a smile on his face, but rather a bit pale, so she asked with concern. To this, Song Chen just shook his head. Because he didn't know how to tell Nangong Xiaomei about his earlier speculation. If he said it out loud, she would probably think he was crazy. At that moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented loneliness. When he was the only one awake in this world, it was not a happy thing. On the contrary, it was particularly painful. What's wrong with you? Did you discover something? Are there members from other countries appearing? Or is there a fierce beast showing up? Nangong Xiaomei spoke while cautiously looking around. Can you slap me? The harder, the better. Hearing Song Chen say this, Nangong Xiaomei frowned and asked, Are you sick? I said, Can you slap me? The harder, the better. Song Chen repeated. Seeing that Song Chen didn't seem to be joking, Nangong Xiaomei raised her hand. Then I'll hit you? Go ahead. Slap. Nangong Xiaomei really slapped Song Chen hard across the face. Song Chen took a step back and then closed his eyes. because he felt the pain. What is the greatest benefit of pain? It proves that a person is still alive, still has a flesh and blood body, because the dead cannot feel pain. With his eyes closed, Song-Chen carefully felt the pain on his face. This pain was very real. Under this pain, he could feel that he was a living person. No matter what I am, whether human, AL, program, or something else, the path that should be taken must continue. Now that it has come to this point, it is impossible to stop, Song-Chen said to himself in his heart. After clarifying these thoughts, he opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with vitality again, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Many times, people like to get stuck in a rut, pushing themselves to the brink. Once everything was understood, he realized that many things didn't need to be so tangled. Because, no matter what the situation was, life had to go on. There's a saying, life has its ups and downs, and one must face it with a smile. Let's go, dog brother will take you to eat chicken. I'm definitely getting the MVP this round, Song-Chen said with a smile to Nangong Xiaomei. The change in Song-Chen's attitude left Nangong Xiaomei bewildered. She really couldn't understand what had happened to him just now. Did she slap him back to his senses? When did she become so powerful? Totally baffling. Although Nangong Xiaomei said this, she still followed behind Song-Chen. Next, the real battle was about to begin. Song-Chen led Nangong Xiaomei toward the center. At that moment, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the computer screen in his mind. At 1 o'clock, 2 kilometers away, there is a treasure chest. Did the computer get a hack because of the Bluetooth connection? Then, Song-Chen looked in another direction. At 11 o'clock, 5 kilometers away, there are 2 humans. Seeing these 2 prompts, Song-Chen felt a bit conflicted. Should he go for the items in the treasure chest or go kill someone? It was a tough choice. Ultimately, Song-Chen chose to go kill. Because the 2 people at 11 o'clock could be members of other countries, but they could also be from Long Country. The most important thing for Song-Chen now was to find other members of Long Country. To put it another way, even if the 2 people at 11 o'clock were not members of Long Country, he could still eliminate them. This way, the safety of other members from Long Country would be better assured. Xiaoqiu, if you find the person I asked you to look for, tell me immediately. To be safe, Song-Chen reminded Xiaoqiu. At this moment, in a valley, Yunde was holding a golden stone, running forward with all his might. Behind him were 2 men and a woman. However, Yunde was not very good at speed to begin with, and with the golden stone weighing over 100 pounds in his hands, he was not running fast at all. It didn't take long for the 3 behind him to catch up. Why are you chasing your grandpa Song-Chen? Your grandpa Song-Chen doesn't like men. This sister, do you like your brother because you're chasing him? If you like your brother, just say it. Your brother is willing to explore the origins of life with you. Having been caught, Yunde simply stopped running and turned to look at the 3. He didn't give his own name but instead used Song-Chen's name. When out in the world, it's best not to reveal your real name. The 3 chasing him were not wearing clothes. They had woven skirts from leaves found everywhere to cover their important parts. Hand over the national fortune stone. One of the blonde men said to Yunde. It's just a national fortune stone. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were trying to rob me of my looks. Here you go. Yunde said, and really threw the national fortune stone at the 3. Yunde's straightforwardness in handing over the national fortune stone was something the 3 hadn't expected. So, they watched as the national fortune stone fell to the ground. Bang! When the national fortune stone hit the ground, it created a pit and embedded itself into the earth. You wanted the national fortune stone, I've given it to you. Why don't you go pick it up? Yunde asked the 3. Hearing Yunde say this, the 3 of them fell silent. They had always thought that to seize the national fortune stone from Yunde, they would inevitably have to engage in a fierce battle with him. Now, Yunde had straightforwardly handed over the national fortune stone, leaving them with a surreal feeling. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no traps around the stone, the blonde man slowly approached it. Be careful of traps, the only woman warned. However, after the blonde man picked up the national fortune stone, nothing happened. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, I didn't expect the 3 of you to have such a preference for being naked. Barbarians are indeed barbarians, truly indecent. Yunde did not leave. Instead, he looked at the 3 and said. Hearing this, the 3 finally noticed that Yunde was actually wearing clothes. This made them widen their eyes. It was a consensus that clothes could not be brought in from the outside. Why did Yunde have clothes? Where did your clothes come from? At that moment, the woman asked. In such an environment, for a woman, clothes were more important than the national fortune stone. Want to know? If you have a deep conversation with your brother, he'll tell you. Or I could give you a piece as well, Yunde said, revealing a lecherous grin. If I kill you, the clothes will naturally be mine, the woman said coldly. Saying this, she charged directly at Yunda. I've never met such an active girl before. Come on, as long as you catch up to me, I'll let you have your way, Yunda said, turning and running ahead. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly chased after him. Let's follow too. At that moment, the black-haired man said to the blonde man, okay. The blonde man replied, speeding ahead. However, he was holding the heavy national fortune stone, so his speed was not very fast. The black-haired man squinted his eyes as he watched the blonde man. He suddenly found himself in a dilemma. If he chased after Yunde and the woman, that would leave only the blonde man behind. What if, during this time, the blonde man took the national fortune stone and left? They were not teammates, they had only decided to ally temporarily due to a chance encounter. Deep down, none of them trusted each other. Thinking of this, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, with the woman gone, if he killed the blonde man, the national fortune stone would be his. He could then leave with it, unnoticed. You need to hurry a bit, Vivian is already gone. She is our ally, we can't let her suffer, the black-haired man said to the blonde man, his words filled with concern for the woman. His tone was as sincere as it could be. This national fortune stone is too heavy, you help me carry it, the blonde man said, handing the stone to the black-haired man. When the black-haired man saw the national fortune stone, his eyes widened. With this national fortune stone, the strength of my Great Bang Kingdom will surely see a tremendous boost. Before long, my Great Bang Kingdom could become one of the 5 great nations of Blue Star. Perhaps there's even a chance to become the strongest nation on Blue Star. The black-haired man thought silently to himself. At that moment, his breathing became heavier. Then I'll help you carry it, the black-haired man said. He had already decided that once he got the national fortune stone, he would ambush the blonde man. However, just as he grabbed the national fortune stone, the blonde man's attack had already landed on him. Put! In the next moment, the black-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. The national fortune stone he had just obtained also fell to the ground. Why did you ambush me? We are allies, the black-haired man said. He had only been thinking about ambushing others and had not considered that he could also be ambushed. In response to the black-haired man's question, the blonde man sneered. Naive. After saying this, he continued to attack the black-haired man. The black-haired man wanted to dodge, but he had been ambushed and was too severely injured. He could only endure the pain and fight back, but it was of no use. In less than 10 seconds, the black-haired man was taken down by the blonde man. Subsequently, the blonde man picked up the national fortune stone that had fallen to the ground and chased after the direction in which Yunda had left. He wanted to see if he could play the role of a fisherman. It would be best if Yunda and Vivian both suffered injuries, allowing him to secretly ambush and kill both of them. This way, their competitors in the Sunless Land would be reduced by 2. Meanwhile, Yunda was racing forward. The woman named Vivian was relentlessly pursuing him, wanting to take him down and get his clothes. Thus, the two of them ran for a long time, and Yunda, exhausted, had no choice but to stop. This is the first time in my life that a woman has chased me for so long. You really have deep feelings for your brother, Yunda said, looking at Vivian. Hand over your clothes, and I can let you go, Vivian said. The reason she dared to chase him was not without thought. She had been observing Yunda and found that his strength was not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly handed over the national fortune stone. Moreover, during the chase, she continued to observe him. In the end, she concluded that her strength was above Yunda's. That was why she kept pursuing him. It's just a couple of pieces of clothing, it's nothing. Even if you wanted to take my essence, I would agree. So, how about we have a deep exchange, warm brother? Yunda said with a smile. Seeking death. Vivian stopped wasting words and directly launched an attack on Yunda. You are guilty, you should wash away your sins with your blood, Vivian shouted loudly. As her voice fell, a peculiar energy enveloped Yunda. In an instant, Yunda felt a sense of extreme guilt surge within him. He thought that stealing a lollipop from the neighbor's child when he was young was a grave sin. Not to mention, he had also stolen a large pear from the neighbor's house, which was even more sinful. Unconsciously, he wanted to atone for his sins with his death. The sin ability of Sequence 50 is quite interesting. Unfortunately, morality cannot restrain me. What can sin do to me? Moral judgment. Eat my first moral style, patriotism. Yunda shouted, and an arrow-like attack shot towards Vivian. Vivian hurriedly used her sin ability to counterattack. Boom! After a loud explosion, Vivian took 2 steps back. You awaken the morality ability of Sequence 16? Vivian asked in shock. Yunda ignored her and launched another attack. Moral second style, dedication. Moral third style, prosperity. Moral fourth style, democracy. 3 arrow-like attacks flew towards Vivian in a triangular formation. Yoonda's attacks were quite interesting. He used these moral standards against Vivian, and if she lacked any one of them, she would suffer multiplied damage. Faced with Yoonda's attacks, Vivian became exceptionally serious. She could feel the immense pressure Yoonda was exerting on her. I am stained by sin in this mortal world. Sin is boundless. At that moment, a series of red shockwaves erupted from Vivian, sweeping outwards. When the shockwaves collided with the 3 sharp arrows arranged in a triangle, 2 of the arrows were instantly shattered. However, one arrow pierced through the shockwave and struck Vivian. Boom! At that moment, the arrow exploded upon hitting Vivian. Yet, Vivian was unharmed. But Yoonda was quite pleased. Roar, there's no democracy in your morality. Moral constraints, democracy. As Yoonda spoke, a massive arrow appeared above his head. He then waved his hand, and the giant arrow flew towards Vivian. To seek justice, Vivian summoned all her energy and launched a counterattack. In the next second, a red shockwave, like a laser beam, met the incoming giant arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, making it hard to see. Moral deprivation. With this shout, countless arrows shot out from the dust. Vivian hurriedly retreated, trying to summon the evil energy within her, but she found her body bound by a tremendous force. Yoonda had deprived Vivian of her morality, so she was utterly unable to resist the attack of the moral ability. Faced with this situation, although a hint of panic flashed in Vivian's eyes, she did not sit idly by. What crime is there? Puff! Vivian forcibly broke through the moral constraints and launched a counterattack. Boom boom boom! Another series of deafening collisions erupted. Puff! Originally, Vivian had already been hit by the shockwave due to breaking through the moral constraints, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. This collision left her severely injured. However, Vivian could not care less about her injuries. She remained vigilant, watching her surroundings to prevent Yoonda from launching a sneak attack. Just then, she suddenly realized that Yoonda seemed to have vanished into thin air. She looked around, but Yoonda was nowhere in her line of sight. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a crisis from below her. She hurriedly looked down and found that Yoonda had appeared beneath her feet without her noticing. Before she could dodge, Yoonda's fist had already landed on her. Puff! She spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Yoonda quickly mounted Vivian. He showed no mercy, raising his fist and smashing it towards Vivian's temple. Vivian quickly raised her arm to block her temple, stopping Yoonda's punch. Yoonda swung his fists rapidly, but Vivian managed to block each one. Although her injuries worsened during this time, Yoonda never struck her vital points. Faced with this situation, Yoonda directly tore off the leaf-woven garment covering Vivian's upper body. Instantly, 2 snow-capped mountains were exposed to the air. In response, Vivian instinctively tried to cover her chest. Her arm moved towards her chest. However, she soon realized that this was a life-and-death duel, and she shouldn't care about whether her body was exposed. Unfortunately, by the time she realized this, it was already too late. From the moment the leaves on Vivian's body were torn away to her arm moving downwards, and then realizing she was in a life-and-death duel, the entire process took only a second. Vivian's actions were entirely instinctive. But for Yoonda, that was more than enough time. He raised his fist and swung it again towards Vivian's temple. At the critical moment of life and death, Vivian erupted with astonishing speed, hurriedly protecting her temple once more. However, just as Yoonda's fist was about to collide with Vivian's arm again, it suddenly changed direction. Ultimately, Yoonda's fist landed on Vivian's throat. Her throat had no protection at all. Crack! A crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. Vivian's throat was crushed by Yoonda, blood spilling everywhere. Yoonda's arm and clothes were covered in blood. At that moment, the life signs within Vivian had completely vanished. Her eyes bulged out, resembling a fish eye. Ha! Seeing that Vivian was dead, Yoonda let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he threw a few more punches before finally getting off Vivian's body, lying on the ground with his legs in the air. This was, in a true sense, his first time killing someone. The Magic City Academy had places similar to the Mirror of Shumi, where Yoonda had killed before, but this was his first time in reality. During previous life and death battles, he had felt nothing, but now, he felt a bit nauseous and wanted to vomit. However, he didn't throw up, it was just that his body seemed a bit weak. In fact, it wasn't physical weakness but a form of psychological self-protection. After resting for about 2 minutes, Yoonda sat up and looked at the already dead Vivian beside him. A bit nauseous, Yoonda said as he stood up. At that moment, he felt a slight pain in his fist. He raised his fist to take a look and found a wound on it caused by the bones of Vivian's throat. Ouch, I'm hurt, so scared, is there anyone? Quickly call me an ambulance, Yoonda suddenly said in a terrified tone, pinching his nose. At that moment, he seemed to be possessed by the phrase eating peaches, so cool. If Song Chen were here, he would definitely kick him a couple of times. After saying those two sentences, Yoonda turned and ran back in the direction he had come from. He needed to see if he could retrieve the National Fortune Stone he had previously discarded. In fact, since he was being chased by 3 ability users, he had been contemplating various plans. He knew very well that he alone was definitely no match for the 3 of them. However, he was somewhat reluctant to just abandon the National Fortune Stone and run away. So, he threw the National Fortune Stone out. He could tell that the 3 people chasing him were not from the same country. Therefore, he thought of using the National Fortune Stone as bait to incite infighting among the 3. This way, he could reap the benefits as a bystander. However, he did not expect that after he threw out the National Fortune Stone, the 3 did not engage in a scramble for it. Thus, he devised another plan and flaunted his clothes. He knew that in such an environment, the allure of clothing for a woman could potentially surpass that of the National Fortune Stone. Sure enough, when Vivian saw the clothes he was wearing, she was moved. He had previously feigned weakness, making Vivian think that his strength was merely so, that she could easily take him down. Therefore, when he fled, Vivian chased after him. Yoonda was not worried about the issue of the 3 people chasing him simultaneously because he knew very well that they could not manage that. The National Fortune Stone weighed hundreds of pounds, carrying it would be equivalent to being burdened, and their speed would definitely decrease. Thus, the person carrying the National Fortune Stone would definitely not be able to catch up with him. Besides Vivian, the remaining person had 2 choices. First, like Vivian, to chase after him together. Yoonda had also anticipated the consequences of this choice. The worst outcome would be him facing 2 opponents alone. However, this outcome is much better than facing 3 opponents alone. He has a slight chance of turning the tables. Nevertheless, he feels that the likelihood of that person making such a choice is low. If that person were to pursue him alongside Vivian, then the one holding the National Fortune Stone would be acting alone, and he might have a chance to escape. Since these 3 are not from the same country, there must not be a high level of trust among them. They might appear harmonious on the surface, but internally, they are wary of each other. This could lead to the second possibility, Vivian pursuing him alone. This possibility is quite high, so Yoonda pretends to flee while glancing back to observe his pursuers. After a long period of observation, he is convinced that only Vivian is chasing him. So, he stops, because he plans to counterattack. Like Vivian, Yoonda has enough confidence in his own strength. He may not be a match for 3 opponents, but one-on-one, he is unafraid. The final outcome proves that Yoonda's plan is successful. He single-handedly kills Vivian. When Yoonda returns along the path he came from, he only finds the corpse of the black-haired man. As for the whereabouts of the blonde man, he does not see him. He actually had another plan. If the 3 of them did not separate no matter what, he would run away first. After finding Song Chen and the others, he would come back for revenge. As expected, infighting has occurred, but unfortunately, only one died, Yoonda silently says while looking at the black-haired man's body. What Yoonda does not know is that the blonde man had chased after him earlier. However, when the blonde man caught up to him and Vivian, he happened to see Yoonda punch through Vivian's throat. The blonde man had previously fought with Vivian and knew that her strength was not much different from his own. Since Yoonda could kill Vivian, he could naturally kill him as well. Thus, he immediately chose to flee. After all, the National Fortune Stone was already in hand, he had no need to fight Yoonda to the death. The priority is to find Dog Brother. Dog Brother, I've been bullied, you have to help me take revenge. Yoonda suddenly shouted, his voice cracking as he rushed forward. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, something fell from above and hit him squarely on the head. This made him spit out a mouthful of blood. However, soon after, Song Chen's voice echoed in his mind again. Little brat, this crossbow is extremely powerful, keep it for self-defense. Make sure to stay alive, don't die. Hearing Song Chen's voice, Yoonda hurriedly picked up the crossbow that had fallen to the ground. He instinctively pulled the trigger. Boom! A crossbow bolt shot out, creating a large pit with a diameter of several meters 50 meters ahead. This power is amazing. If I had this thing earlier, I wouldn't have been afraid of those 3. Ha ha ha. I want to take on 10. Yoonda laughed heartily as he ran forward. Those who did not know him would think a madman had been released from the asylum upon seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Song Chen also sent a crossbow to Tang Chichi. This was something he had recently obtained after following a hint to a place with 2 humans and killing 2 enemies, taking it from their hands. He didn't need it for himself, so he gave it to the 2 of them along with the crossbow that Nangong Xiaomei had opened from a treasure chest. At this moment, besides the crossbow sent by Song Chen, Tang Chichi also had a piece of the National Fortune Stone. She was hiding in the woods, completely still. because she had just seen others moving about in the forest. Compared to the caution of others, Jean Zizai was much more carefree. Relying on his ability of freedom, he traversed the light, achieving invisibility, and began to act recklessly. He seemed to act without any scruples, glancing left and right, and when he encountered someone, he would strike first. If his attack missed, he would turn and run. He knew very well that those who could enter the Yellow Sand Ridge were all the pride of their respective countries, possessing extraordinary talents. Among them were not a few with special abilities ahead of him. Therefore, regardless of the opponent he faced, he would only attack once. So far, he had only managed to injure one person. Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan had not encountered any enemies. The two were slowly advancing while observing their surroundings. Zhao Yuan relied on his Kunping ability, possessing speed far beyond others, even more so than Jean Zizai. He directly engaged in guerrilla warfare. Hua Zhixia was currently being chased by two people, constantly fleeing. However, her luck was good, and she soon spotted a lake. She hurriedly used her ice ability to freeze the surface of the lake into ice, then ran onto it. Afterwards, she smashed the ice behind her. This left her pursuers with no way to follow. Sure enough, when the two chasing Hua Zhixia reached the lake's edge, they stopped. Because neither of them were water-type or earth-type ability users, they couldn't step onto the lake's surface. After Song Chen dealt with the two from other countries, he continued to advance with Nangong Xiaomei. As they walked, suddenly a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. This beam was visible clearly within 100 miles. Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei naturally turned their gazes toward the golden light. There is a supply station 15 kilometers ahead, containing several treasure chests. The computer provided this prompt. Let's go, we need to hurry. Song Chen said to Nangong Xiaomei, then rushed forward at the fastest speed. The golden light soared into the sky, visible within 100 miles. Therefore, Song Chen concluded that many people would head to this supply station. If he could occupy this supply station, he could fish for lawbreakers. At that time, he would eliminate everyone who came to the supply station. Moreover, it was possible that others from the Dragon Country might also come here. Nangong Xiaomei understood this as well, so she pushed her speed to the limit. Unfortunately, her speed was still a bit too slow compared to Song Chen. Sister, I'll go ahead. Qiuqiu, protect my sister well, and I'll give you 10 packs of dried fish, Song Chen said to Qiuqiu. However, Qiuqiu shook his head and made a gesture as if skewering meat. Then, he wrote the number 3 on the ground. Alright, 3 barbecues. But I'll say this up front, if my sister gets even a scratch, there will be no barbecues or dried fish in the future. Hearing Song Chen say this, Qiuqiu quickly nodded and patted his chest with his little hands. You hurry up, I'm not as weak as you think, I can protect myself, Nangong Xiaomei said to Song Chen at that moment. Once I occupy the supply station, I'll have Qiuqiu notify you. Song Chen said, then rushed forward. I am the fastest person in the world. He unleashed the power of belief. I run like the wind, with wings sprouting from my back. He then used the power of words. The two powers combined, and Song Chen's speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. He covered the 15 kilometers to the supply station in less than 5 minutes. He found that this supply station was not very large, about the size of an ordinary elementary school. Inside, there were no tall buildings, but a vast maze. To reach the innermost supply station, one must first navigate through the maze. Inside the supply station, there are 2 humans, several exotic beasts, and various supplies. Looking at the prompt, Song Chen furrowed his brows. His speed was already fast enough, yet there were others faster than him. It was possible that these 2 had arrived here before him. Moreover, there were exotic beasts within this maze. To pass through the maze, please turn left at the entrance ahead. After turning left and walking a few dozen meters, you will see a bald man and 2 golden 5th-tier cave scorpions. After reading the prompts on the computer, Song Chen did not immediately follow the instructions. What he intended to do was not to enter the maze at the fastest speed, but to take control of this supply station. Song Chen directly opened Word. Instantly, the scope of Word encompassed the entire maze. The 3-dimensional maze unfolded like a flat plane on the computer screen in Song Chen's mind. This allowed him to see the route into the maze at a glance. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important aspect was that Song Chen had a complete view of everything within the maze. It was as if he had activated a god's perspective. Whether it was the 2 people navigating the maze or the exotic beasts within, he knew their locations entirely. He discovered that there were 4 entrances to the supply station's surroundings. This meant there were 4 routes to enter the supply station. Anyone arriving here, regardless of their direction, would need to navigate through the maze. He also found that at each exit after navigating the maze, there was a box and a piece of national fortune stone. This was a reward given to those who successfully entered the maze. In the center of these 4 boxes, there was a massive round platform on which sat a gigantic golden box. At that moment, the golden box emitted a faint golden glow. Songchen had reason to suspect that the previous burst of golden light had come from this large golden box. "Sorry, but from now on, all of this belongs to me," Songchen said with a smile. After saying this, he immediately established a hyperlink in front of the golden box. Then, the hyperlink activated, and Songchen's body vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the golden box. However, he did not immediately open the boxes in the supply station, nor did he collect the national fortune stones. "The game has begun. This time, I am the gatekeeper." Songchen smiled slightly and then opened the penguin ranch. "Come out, my little treasures," he said in a villainous tone. As his voice fell, a large number of army ants emerged from the ranch. These army ants began to scurry through the maze. Previously, Songchen had collected about 50 million army ants in the Bermuda forest. During this time, the army ants had bred in the ranch, and their numbers had already exceeded 100 million. Moreover, influenced by the ranch, Songchen could fully command these army ants. At this moment, under Songchen's command, these army ants spread to every corner of the maze. As for the exotic beasts that originally existed in the maze, they were no match for the billions of army ants. Soon, all the exotic beasts in the maze, including the 2 members from other countries, perished under the army ants' onslaught. They left not even a bone fragment. In just a few minutes, Songchen had used the army ants to control the entire maze. Next, it's time to wait for the prey to walk right into the trap. Then, he sent a message to Chiu, asking him to bring Nangong Xiaomei into the maze. After doing all this, Songchen turned his gaze to the boxes in the supply station. At that moment, it was like a lottery draw. Naturally, the draw started with the smallest prizes. He first collected 4 pieces of national fortune stones, and then, just in case, spent 1.2 million spirit stones to store them in the cloud drive. After that, he opened the first box. It was a red box containing a set of green clothing, just like polar gear. After putting it on, Songchen found that this polar gear could achieve a perfect invisibility effect, not just visually, but also sensorially, because this polar gear could even conceal his breath. "A must-have for the 6th brother," Songchen said with a smile. Besides this item, there were also 3 flying knives. Songchen grasped one of the flying knives and threw it at the wall of the maze. Instantly, the flying knife pierced through the wall of the maze. Moreover, the entire process was exceptionally smooth, making not a single sound. Combined with the polar gear, it's invincible. Unfortunately, the quantity is a bit low, only 3. Now there are only 2 left. Songchen observed that the flying knife he threw disappeared after penetrating 1 layer of the maze's wall. From this point, it seemed that this item was a one-time consumable. Then, Songchen opened 4 more boxes. 1 was a glider, and 3 were immobilization beads. As the name suggests, the immobilization beads, when thrown, rendered all objects within a 10-meter radius immobile. That small space felt as if time had stopped. In addition, there were 3 thunder bombs, which functioned similarly to grenades commonly found in games. Besides these items, there were 2 things that Songchen found very interesting. One was something resembling a rope, the specific function of which Songchen was still unclear about. The last item was a gold coin the size of a coin. On this gold coin, 2 large characters were inscribed, "Revive." "What the hell, could this be a resurrection coin?" Songchen said in an incredulous tone. If it really was this item, then the person who possessed it would have an extra life. He never expected that such a thing could be found in a treasure chest. Considering others, since he could draw a resurrection coin from the treasure chest, others could do the same. It seems that after taking down others in the future, I must observe carefully. I can't let the 6th brother trick me, Songchen reminded himself. He could already imagine how intense it would be during the final circle. By then, all sorts of bizarre items would probably appear. To be honest, Songchen previously thought that with his strength at the Golden Second Realm, he could easily sweep through personnel from other countries. However, after seeing these items, he no longer had such confidence. Then, Songchen turned his gaze to the largest box on the round platform. "I hope you won't disappoint me. Amitba, may the luck of the European king be with me, amen." Songchen prayed for a second and then walked towards the round platform. At that moment, he noticed that there was actually a layer of barrier surrounding the platform. Without thinking much, he threw a punch. He intended to use brute force to break through. When Songchen's fist struck the transparent barrier, it made no sound. The barrier only rippled slightly, like a grain of sand falling into a calm lake. However, soon, 4 pillars rose around the barrier. Each pillar was inscribed with some text. The first pillar read, "The program is the algorithm plus." The rest were 4 blank spaces. Why would such a question appear? Song Chen wore a puzzled expression. However, he stepped forward and began to write the answer on it. For a programmer, this was an easy question. A program is just algorithms plus data structures. Anyone who has studied programming knows this phrase. When he was on Earth, one person won the Turing Award based on this statement. The Turing Award is the highest honor in the field of computer science. Song Chen didn't understand why this phrase appeared here. Could it be the twisted humor of the person who designed this secret realm? Song Chen muttered to himself. He suddenly recalled that the Yellow Sand Ridge was a secret realm created by someone. After Song Chen completed the phrase, the pillar descended once more. He then walked towards the second pillar. It read, "There are kinds of people in the world, one kind understands binary, and the other does not." Without hesitation, Song Chen wrote 10 in the parentheses. Soon after, this pillar also fell down. Song Chen approached the third pillar, which stated, "Programmer's Curse, 1024. He wrote, 1 megabyte behind it. Quickly, the third pillar sank as well. When Song Chen reached the fourth pillar, his eyes widened in shock. The fourth pillar read, "Pangu opened the sky, Nuwa created humans, Tai governed the world." Looking at the words on the fourth pillar, Song Chen's frown deepened. It wasn't that he didn't know the answer, but rather that he knew it too well, making it hard to comprehend. The questions on the fourth pillar were something every Earthling would know. However, people from Blue Star wouldn't know these questions. Of course, even if they did know, it would only be this year. Because when he promoted the first floor, he used Earth's mythological stories as a gimmick. However, such questions shouldn't appear in the Yellow Sand Ridge. After all, the Yellow Sand Ridge had existed for many years. Could it be that the person who designed this secret realm is also from Earth? A thought suddenly emerged in Song Chen's mind. Besides that, he had a puzzled expression regarding the questions on the other three pillars as well. Why were they asking about programming knowledge? Twisted humor? Was there a deeper meaning? Taking a deep breath, Song Chen raised his hand and began to write on the fourth pillar. Pangu opened the sky, Nuwa created humans, Tai governed the world. As these words fell, the fourth pillar slowly descended. In the next moment, the barrier on the round platform vanished instantly. "Welcome home." At that moment, a somewhat aged voice echoed in the supply station. His voice carried a hint of excitement and a touch of anticipation. However, after looking around for a long time, Song Chen couldn't find where the voice came from. After the voice finished speaking, there were no other sounds. What does welcome home mean? Is it a slogan designed? Or is it really directed at me? Song Chen was confused at this moment. Not seeing anyone else, he turned his gaze to the golden box on the round platform. He was somewhat eager to see what would emerge from this large golden box. Soon, he opened the box. What appeared before him was a golden barret. What the hell, this is a golden barret, amazing. Upon seeing the item in the box, Song Chen immediately performed a traditional 3-hit combo. He had previously speculated about the contents of the golden box but hadn't thought it would be a firearm. Because although the secret realm resembled a battle royale, the items he had opened from other boxes were all cold weapons. For example, bows, crossbows, and flying daggers. Who would have thought that this golden box would give him such a huge surprise? Song Chen took the golden barret out of the box and weighed it in his hands. This thing is very heavy, weighing over 100 pounds. After playing with it for a while, Song Chen lay on the ground and began to aim. At that moment, he transformed into a sniper. If this shot goes off, will it be like a nuclear bomb? Song Chen thought to himself. After a while, he stored it in the cloud drive. The energy contained in the golden barret wasn't much, so in just a second, he had saved the barret to the cloud drive. Then, Song Chen turned his gaze back to the box. He had just seen that there were other items inside the box. A magazine for the barret, containing 10 bullets. In addition, there was a box the size of a basketball. When Song Chen opened this box, he found a piece of what looked like very pure fragment inside. This fragment appeared to be made of jade, but it had some extremely profound and ancient engravings on it. What is this thing? Song Chen silently said to himself. He wanted to check the properties of this item. However, he found that he couldn't select it with the mouse, as if it didn't exist. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Forget it, I'll just store it first. At that moment, he noticed that someone had already entered the maze. So, he planned to save the fragment to the cloud drive. But then, he fell into a dilemma. This item couldn't be selected with the mouse, so it couldn't be uploaded to the cloud drive. Just as Song Chen was pondering how to deal with this item, suddenly, the fragment moved on its own. It transformed into a stream of light and directly entered Song Chen's mind. Song Chen clearly felt that after the fragment entered his mind, it merged into his computer. The next moment, a fragment-shaped pattern appeared on his computer screen. Besides that, nothing else happened. Logically, after obtaining a treasure, shouldn't my strength increase dramatically? Why hasn't my physical strength increased, nor my spiritual strength? Song Chen muttered to himself. No matter how he observed, he still found nothing different. Forget it, let it be. Song Chen didn't force it and instead focused on the people entering the maze. He noticed that there were quite a few people entering the maze, from all 4 directions. A total of 7 people. One of them was Huang Tianba. So, Song Chen controlled the army ants, instructing them not to disturb Huang Tianba. As for the others, Song Chen was not polite. After these people had walked a certain distance into the maze, Song Chen commanded the army ants to launch an attack on them. Entering the maze from the front was a fat man with long hair. He had a big belly, small eyes, and swayed as he walked. This is the supply station. I declare that everything inside belongs to me, and no one can take it away. The fat man said this with a greedy glint in his eyes. Although he was overweight, he moved quickly. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the items inside the supply station. Just then, he suddenly noticed a group of white ants appearing in front of him. A bunch of ants think they can block my way? He said, opening his mouth wide. Instantly, all the ants that appeared in front of him were swallowed into his belly. Since there are strange beasts appearing here, it means that my path forward is correct, the fat man muttered. Song Chen squinted at this scene. Ability, Devour, of Sequence 17. Then let me see where the limit of your devouring ability lies. Song Chen said, directing the numerous army ants to rush madly towards the fat man. The fat man didn't expect that after just swallowing hundreds of ants, another large group would appear so quickly. He looked around and found that he was surrounded by a dense swarm of ants. This is a marching ant. Suddenly, the fat boy seemed to recognize the marching ants and was instantly horrified. Marching ants are endless. This is a consensus among all ability users on Blue Star. When encountering marching ants, one must turn and run. Because once entangled by marching ants, the only outcome is exhaustion and death. The fat boy naturally knew this, so while attacking the marching ants, he planned to retrace his steps. However, when he tried to go back, he suddenly found that the way back was gone. The path back for the fat boy was blocked by Song Chen. He had inserted several stone pillars, altering the original route. Break for me! At that moment, the fat boy suddenly raised his fist and smashed it against the maze wall ahead. Since the way out was gone, he would carve out a new path. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The maze wall trembled slightly, dust falling, but there was no damage at all. Break for me, devour all. Seeing this, the fat boy was not discouraged and continued to attack the maze wall. Unfortunately, his attack still failed to shake the wall. At this point, he had to face the numerous marching ants. So, he once again used his previous technique, starting to devour the marching ants rushing towards him. Time passed second by second. The fat boy's belly grew larger, resembling a huge round ball. Burp! Burp! He let out 2 loud belches. Having devoured tens of thousands of marching ants, he was already stuffed. Although the ability to devour could consume everything, the fat boy had not yet matured, so what he could devour was limited. At this moment, he had completely reached his limit. If he continued to devour, the only outcome awaiting him would be to explode and die. At this point, the fat boy could only use his body to attack the marching ants. However, he could only hold on for less than 10 minutes before he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. At that moment, the numerous marching ants surged forward. Soon, the fat boy was completely devoured by the marching ants. Who would have thought that an ability user with the Devour ability would end up being devoured? Thus, a rare genius who awakened Sequence 17 in the outside world fell. If he had not died, he would surely have become one of the top powerhouses on Blue Star in the future. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Meanwhile, in the other 3 directions of the maze, all the intruders, except for Huang Tianba, became food for the marching ants. At this moment, Huang Tianba was cautiously advancing through the maze. Suddenly, several stone pillars rose around him, trapping him in a square space. This is truth or dare. Serious responders will be rewarded. Those who are perfunctory will be punished. Do you choose truth or dare? Just as Huang Tianba was warily surveying his surroundings, an old voice rang out. Do I have to choose? Huang Tianba asked. If you don't choose, you die. Then I choose truth. Huang Tianba had his own calculations. If he chose dare, he might be asked to do something dangerous, which could put his life at risk. After all, this was a dare, not a game. Who did you give your first time to? The voice asked from the shadows. Hearing this question, Huang Tianba's eyes widened. He did not expect the other party to ask such a question. Do I have to answer? Huang Tianba looked around and asked. If you don't answer, you die. My first time is still intact. No girl has liked me from childhood to now. They all think I look like a big bear. Who would like a big bear dog? Huang Tianba said with a face full of gloom. The answer is not accurate enough. I'll give you another chance to answer. If you answer incorrectly again, you'll die. The voice suddenly turned much colder, sending a chill down one's spine. Huang Tianba wanted to say that what he said was all true, but this answer was clearly wrong. I remember, my first time was with my 5th miss. I started at 12, accidentally discovering some adult films, and often watched them secretly in bed. Every time, I would rely on 5th miss to solve it. Sometimes, I could do it 3 times a day. So far, it has lasted for more than 6 years. Huang Tianba decided to spill everything to save his life. This is the truth. Reward him with a set of polar gear. The voice in the dark rang out. However, it seemed to carry a hint of amusement. After the voice fell, a set of polar gear dropped down from above Huang Tianba. There really is a reward, Huang Tianba said excitedly. He hurriedly put on the polar gear because at that moment, he was only wrapped in a few layers of leaves. When Huang Tianba discovered that the polar gear could conceal his presence and allow him to become invisible, he was overjoyed. Are there any other questions? Go ahead and ask, Huang Tianba said. If there are benefits, then awkward questions are just awkward. After all, no one here knows him. Do you have someone you like right now? Song Chen asked, suppressing a laugh. He was the one who had orchestrated the previous series of events. His voice was also disguised. I like Nangong Xiaomei. Her long legs are so tempting, Huang Tianba said. Upon hearing this, Song Chen's eyes widened. Then he turned to look at Nangong Xiaomei beside him. Earlier, Qiuqiu had already brought Nangong Xiaomei to meet him. This revelation was quite a bombshell. I also like Dai Ruoro, although she's just a little over 1 meter 50, she's a little lowly. They say lolas have 3 good traits: light, flexible, and easy to topple. Seeing her soft and cute appearance makes me want to hold her in my arms. And I also like Dongfang Sueki, she's very aloof, Huang Tianba said with a lovesick expression. Damn, Huang is such a fickle big carrot. How did I not notice before that he had his eyes on so many people? Beast, Song Chen muttered to himself. He remembered Dai Ruoro, they were classmates. She had awakened the strength ability, had dimples on her face, and looked very cute. If Huang Tianba only liked one person, whether it was Nangong Xiaomei, Dai Ruoro, or Dongfang Sueki, Song Chen would think it was normal. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. But he didn't expect Huang Tianba to be interested in 3 people. However, Song Chen still handed Huang Tianba a stabilizing pearl. Come on, continue. Huang Tianba was extremely happy to receive the benefit. Who is the person you most want to see right now? If I have to say who I most want to see right now, it must be my boss, Song Chen. It's too dangerous here. If the boss is around, I can relax and be a little transparent. All these fighting and killing matters can be left to him, Huang Tianba said matter-of-factly. So, in your eyes, Song Chen is just a tool? Pretty much, anyway, with him around, I don't have to worry about anything. Who told him to be the boss? The capable take on more work, Huang Tianba said nonchalantly. Having answered such questions earlier, he didn't care about this one. Your wish will come true. At that moment, all the stone pillars around Huang Tianba disappeared. Several arrows appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Huang Tianba followed the arrow and walked straight ahead. Soon, he exited the maze and arrived at an open area. At that moment, he noticed Song Chen eating sunflower seeds, smiling at him. Most importantly, besides Song Chen, Nangong Xiaomei was glaring at him fiercely. Scumbag, disgrace, pervert. Nangong Xiaomei looked at him and said coldly, Boss, it's you guys. So what I just said, you all heard it? Huang Tianba looked at Song Chen, asking a bit incoherently. Don't worry, we didn't hear it very clearly. Just heard someone say they like 3 girls. Upon hearing Song Chen say this, Huang Tianba glanced at Nangong Xiaomei, and his face instantly turned bright red. He then ran to the side, burying his head in his polar suit. He had never felt so socially dead in his life, especially in front of Nangong Xiaomei. If there had been a crack in the ground, he would have dived right in. This couldn't be blamed on Song Chen, he just wanted to ask casually. Who would have thought that Huang Tianba would spill all his thoughts? Tianba is really an easily shy boy. A big silly bear being shy, you've never seen that, right? How cute. Song Chen turned to Nangong Xiaomei and said, Pa, there's not a good man among them. You hang out with him all day, you must be 2 of a kind. Nangong Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Song Chen. You go ask around, I've been called a pure young gentleman since I was little. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my purity. If you keep this up, I'll sue you for defamation, Song Chen said with righteous indignation. If you ask me, the reason Huang Tianba is so shameless and brazen is because he learned it from you. Right. I learned all this from the boss. When it comes to shamelessness and perversion, even if I studied for another 10,000 years, I wouldn't compare to 1% of the boss. Back when I first entered school, I was such a pure and graceful young lad. But after just a few days living with the boss, I've turned into this. Honestly, I can't even stand looking at myself now. It's simply disgusting. At that moment, Huang Tianba stood up and suddenly shouted loudly. He looked so wronged, it was pitiful. Those who didn't know would think Song Chen had done something to him. All he could do now was to wash away the dirt on him. Otherwise, he would never be able to face Nangong Xiaomei again. Ah Huang, in life, you can't be too reckless. And you can't be too clever for your own good. Because usually, those who are too clever end up not so well. I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake to me, and I'll let you off the hook. Hearing Song Chen say this, Huang Tianba frowned. He was thinking if he had any dirt that could be used against him by Song Chen. But after thinking for a long time, it seemed there was none. What wrong have I, Huang Tianba, done? With someone like you, I'm ashamed to associate with you. From now on, we go our separate ways. Don't even think about using your filthy thoughts to tarnish my pure soul, Huang Tianba said with righteous indignation. Seeing him like this, Song Chen smiled. Why is it that some people just don't listen to advice? After saying this, Song Chen suddenly took out his phone and started playing the recording of what Huang Tianba had just said during the Truth or Dare game. He had asked Huang Tianba so many questions earlier just to grasp some leverage over him. So, he had recorded everything Huang Tianba had said. In that instant, Huang Tianba felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body froze in place. How do you have a phone? In the midst of the yellow sand, nothing could be brought in. But how did Song Chen have a phone? None of your business. Song Chen continued to play the video on his phone. Smack! At that moment, Huang Tianba gently slapped his own face. Then, with a flattering expression, he looked at Song Chen and smiled, saying, Boss, I overestimated myself. What can I possibly compete with you for? Isn't this like looking for death, in a toilet with a lantern? I've deeply recognized my mistakes. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. You're great. You haven't done anything wrong. You're particularly noble and pure. To you, I'm just a tool. As a tool, you don't need to think so much, Song Chen said. He never held grudges because he took revenge on the spot. Boss, what are you talking about? No matter when or where, you are my dearest boss. Boss, after all this hard work, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders, Huang Tianba said as he moved behind Song Chen and began to knead his shoulders. I'll save this video for now and see how you perform next. If your performance isn't good enough, then after we get out, this video will appear in every group at the Imperial Capital Academy. I guarantee that within a day, everyone at the Imperial Capital Academy will see this video. Especially Dai Ruoro and Dongfang Sueki. Don't even think about snatching the phone from me. Let's not even talk about whether you can do it. Even if you manage to delete the video, I can disguise myself as you and record it again. You can explain to others that I recorded it while disguised as you. Let's see if anyone believes you. Song Chen seemed to see through Huang Tianba's intentions at a glance and smiled. Boss, how could that be? Don't worry, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Just don't treat me like a person, use me however you want. This made Huang Tianba's mouth twitch because that was indeed his plan just now. Alright, then you take off my pants and let one rip. As soon as Song Chen said this, Huang Tianba's mouth twitched again. He wished he could slap himself. Someone as dog-like as Song Chen could come up with such bizarre ideas. Making a promise now was just digging a pit for himself. Okay, you two stop joking around. Let's talk about what we need to do next, Nangong Xiaomei said at that moment. She didn't want to see Huang Tianba take off his pants and fart. That would be a real eyesore. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Huang Tianba shot her a grateful look. However, Nangong Xiaomei ignored him. What we need to do now is just one thing. Wait for what? Upon hearing Song Chen say this, both Huang Tianbai and Nangong Xiaomei looked at him with puzzled expressions. We can wait here in the maze for others to walk into the trap. This way, we can eliminate some people. Moreover, we don't know much about the situation outside. If we rashly go out, we could easily fall into an ambush. Once the night sand descends, we will follow it. This way, our safety will be greatly improved, Song Chen explained. To win, one must run with the poison circle. But we still have teammates outside, Nangong Xiaomei said. We also don't know where they are, so we can't meet up with them. What we can do now is to ensure our own safety first. Upon hearing Song Chen say this, Nangong Xiaomei didn't say anything further. Just then, Xiao suddenly ran out, pointing in a direction in the maze. Are you saying you found the person I asked you to look for? Xiao nodded. You two stay in the maze for now, I'll go take a look. Song Chen said a word and ran outside with Chiu Chiu. When they reached outside the maze, Chiu Chiu pointed ahead again. There are 4 humans 8 kilometers ahead of you. At this moment, the computer provided this prompt. Chiu Chiu, how many people did you find? Song Chen asked. Chiu Chiu wrote the number 1 on the ground. If there's only one person, then the other 3 might be chasing him. While he pondered, he inserted several stone pillars. Then, he took out the Barrett, crouched on the stone pillar, concealed his figure, and activated the scope. He used the scope as a telescope, searching for his teammates. He started with an 8 times magnification but saw nothing. Then he switched to a 16 times magnification. Fortunately, the Barrett scope was adjustable. At this moment, he could see the figure clearly, but not the face. So he continued to adjust and used a 24 times magnification. This time, he finally saw the figure 8,000 meters away. It's Hua Zijiao. Song Chen immediately identified the person. At this moment, Hua Zijiao was being chased by 3 men. Song Chen did not rush to rescue her. Instead, he aimed at the 3 men with the Barrett. He had previously checked the Barrett's attributes. Its effective range was 10 kilometers. Now, Hua Zijiao was only 8 kilometers away, within effective range. However, it was his first time using this thing, and he wasn't sure if he could shoot accurately. At this moment, Hua Zijiao's expression was particularly grim because the 3 men chasing her were not just trying to kill her. More terrifyingly, they had ulterior motives. She wasn't afraid of dying, as she had already come to terms with death before entering the Yellow Sand Ridge. However, she was unwilling to be humiliated. In fact, according to the aesthetic standards of the Dragon Kingdom, Hua Zijiao was not particularly beautiful, merely average. However, her features were very three-dimensional, which might appeal to some people in Western countries. Moreover, Hua Zijiao's figure was exceptionally hot. You can't escape. In this Yellow Sand Ridge, there is no morality, no law, only strength is king. If you serve us well, maybe we will show mercy and let you go. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Even if you die, your corpse won't find peace, said a bald man looking at Hua Zijiao. I might die, but I will definitely take one of you with me. You can try and see if I have that ability, Hua Zijiao said coldly. Ha ha ha, threatening us? You think too highly of yourself. Let me introduce myself. I am Gray, and my awakened ability is Sequence 11, Seal. I will seal all your ability energy. You want to perish together with us? You're dreaming. Hexagram, Seal. As Gray spoke, he moved, and suddenly, a large number of hexagrams appeared around Hua Zijiao. These hexagrams converged towards her. Hua Zijiao knew very well that she absolutely could not let these hexagrams land on her, otherwise, she would be completely sealed. At that point, she would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. So, she moved to escape from the hexagrams. However, as soon as she started to act, Gray's 2 companions pushed her back. I seal the world. At that moment, she hurriedly unleashed her most powerful attack. Heavenly fire scorches the plains. One of Gray's companions also launched an attack. Countless flames rained down from the sky, surrounding Hua Zijiao and clashing with the ice she emitted. The 2 were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand over each other. However, the hexagram surrounding Hua Zijiao was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Hua Zijiao's heart sank deeper into despair. She knew that today, she was likely doomed to die. Death was acceptable, but she absolutely could not be humiliated. Not even her corpse. She began to mobilize the energy within her, planning to self-destruct before being sealed. Bang! Just then, Gray's head suddenly exploded. It was like a watermelon hit by a bullet, blood, brain matter, and flesh splattering everywhere. With Gray's death, the hexagram around Hua Zijiao also vanished. This sudden scene stunned everyone around. They had no idea how Gray had died, and it was so gruesome. After seeing Gray's death, Hua Zijiao quickly stopped her self-destruction. Even with her slow reaction, she realized someone was secretly helping her. So, she hurriedly intensified her attack. In an instant, the blue ice froze the flames. Puff! Immediately, the person who had used the fire attack spat out a mouthful of blood. He was caught off guard by Gray's death and Hua Zijiao seized the opportunity to counterattack. Another of Gray's companions, at this moment, pushed his speed to the limit, weaving in and out like a snake while searching for the person who had attacked from the shadows. No matter what, they could not have imagined that the one who killed Gray was now 8 kilometers away. First time using it, and I got a one-shot kill. I knew I had the potential to be a sniper. Back when I played PUBG, I was a god at sniping, and now it's no different. Song Chen said with a smug expression. The first shot was unexpected, hitting a stationary target, which wasn't much of a skill. Now that the target was moving, it was a test of whether he could hit it. Song Chen calmed down and carefully observed the target's movement patterns. However, he found that the target was quite clever, moving in an irregular manner. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Bang! The next moment, Song Chen pulled the trigger. P.S. See you tomorrow. Because the two sides were too far apart, a full 8,000 meters away, it took 5 seconds for the bullet to travel from the Barrett to hit the target. For a constantly moving ability user, 5 seconds was enough time to run a considerable distance. Although Song Chen was a sniper god in the game, reality was different from the game. Therefore, his shot clearly missed. There are only 10 bullets in total, and now there are only 8 left. Should I not use the Barrett for now? At this distance, it's really a bit of a waste of bullets. Song Chen weighed the pros and cons. He had killed Gray, already helping Hua Zhixiu escape. Moreover, Hua Zhixiu had also managed to injure an enemy, while the other enemy, like a startled bird, posed little threat. With his speed, he could reach Hua Zhixiu's location in time. Bang! Just as Song Chen was conflicted about whether to continue using the Barrett, the ability user who was weaving like a snake suddenly had his head explode. He followed in Gray's footsteps. This left Song Chen, who was observing the group through a scope, completely bewildered. He was certain that his previous shot had indeed missed. Could it be auto-aim? Song Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. After thinking it over, it seemed to be the only explanation. If that were the case, then this golden Barrett would be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, the only downside was that there were too few bullets. How did I suddenly become so foolish? I have fewer bullets, but I can replicate them. Song Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly began the replication process. This replication will take 10 minutes and consume 10,000 spirit stones. Do you wish to replicate? What the hell, this is too outrageous. One bullet costs 10,000 spirit stones. Faster than me robbing money, Song Chen cursed. However, he still chose to replicate. From another perspective, 10,000 spirit stones for one bullet was actually very cheap. Just think about it, a single bullet could take down a peerless genius with SSS level potential, who was ranked in the top 100 before awakening their powers. If this were in the outside world, many people would rush to pay spirit stones. Forget about 10,000 spirit stones, even if it were 10 million or even 100 million spirit stones, there would still be plenty of people eager to pay. With this thought, Song Chen suddenly felt enlightened. After realizing this, he no longer held back on bullets. He pulled the trigger again, preparing to kill the person injured by Hua Zhixiu. But soon, he stopped again. Wouldn't this accidentally hit a teammate? As he pondered this question, he began to study the Barrett. Before long, he discovered a locking function on the scope. After locking onto the target, he fired a shot into the sky. He needed to verify whether the Barrett had auto-aiming capabilities. Bang! The target, 8,000 meters away, had its head blown apart a few seconds later. Indeed, it has auto-aim. Cho, go bring Hua Zhixiu over. Hearing Song Chen's voice, Cho vanished in a flash. Ever since Song Chen treated him to a barbecue, he had been completely obedient to Song Chen's words. When Hua Zhixiu arrived at the front of the maze with Cho and saw Song Chen, she immediately understood. It was Song Chen who had saved her just now. Thank you, Hua Zhixiu said gratefully. If it weren't for Song Chen, her fate would have likely been dire. You're welcome, we're all on the same side. Song Chen smiled at Hua Zhixiu. Seeing Song Chen smile, Hua Zhixiu suddenly felt an intense sense of security. The trope of a hero saving a beauty may be cliché, but for the person involved, it is the most effective way to gain affection. Regardless, you saved me. If you come to Huadu in the future, you must tell me. I'll treat you to a meal to show my gratitude, Hua Zhixiu said, looking at Song Chen. Sure thing. Alright, let's go in. Huang Tianba and Nangong Xiaomei are still waiting for us. After Song Chen finished speaking, he walked into the maze. Hua Zhixiu hurriedly followed behind him, a smile appearing on her face as she looked at his back. Meanwhile, in the Yellow Sand Ridge, in 3 other directions, there were 3 mazes almost identical to this one. Others didn't have marching ants, so the competition for the maze was exceptionally fierce. In one of the mazes, Jin Zizai used his freedom ability to directly pass through the walls and entered the maze. In the blink of an eye, he opened 4 red boxes and swept the items inside clean. The items in these boxes were roughly the same as those Song Chen had opened before. However, there were some small items that were different. What the hell? Why is this National Fortune Stone so heavy? When Jin Zizai picked up the National Fortune Stone, his eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he had encountered a National Fortune Stone since entering the Yellow Sand Ridge. If he held all 4 National Fortune Stones, it would be equivalent to an extra 400 pounds of weight. Once he had that weight, it would be a bit difficult to use his freedom ability to move undetected like before. but he couldn't bear to give up the national fortune stones he had just obtained. In an instant, he found himself in a dilemma. When he found himself in a dilemma, he heard footsteps and voices coming from the exit of the maze. Judging by the sounds, there was more than one person approaching. "I won't take these 3 pieces of the national fortune stones," said Jean Zizai. "You help me keep them for now, I'll come back for them later." As he spoke, he picked up only 1 piece of the national fortune stone. With a weight limit of 100 pounds, his speed wouldn't be greatly affected. At that moment, he noticed a huge golden box at the very back of the supply station. He hurriedly made his way towards the golden box as fast as he could. Unlike Song Chen, he didn't encounter any barriers. He quickly arrived in front of the golden box. However, when his hand touched the golden box, he suddenly found that his hand passed right through it. In the next moment, the golden box vanished completely. An illusion? Jean Zizai muttered to himself in confusion. Hearing the footsteps at the maze's exit getting closer, he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he swiftly left with 1 piece of the national fortune stone, quietly slipping away. There were too many people here, it wasn't suitable to linger, so he chose to retreat respectfully. The other 2 golden boxes within the maze, when touched by others, also behaved like the one Jean Zizai encountered, with hands passing right through them, just like a moon reflected in water. Soon after, the boxes disappeared without a trace. This meant that among all the golden boxes in the Yellow Sand Ridge, only Song Chen had obtained something from the golden box. Once all the items from the 4 supply stations were collected, the dark night sand descended once more. Thus, Song Chen and the others had to leave the maze and start running from the poison. To prevent being ambushed by the hidden Old Six, Song Chen released a dozen fast-moving exotic beasts from the ranch to race ahead a kilometer. This way, if any problems arose ahead, Song Chen would be the first to know. His caution proved to be useful. They had barely traveled 20 kilometers after leaving the supply station when Song Chen sensed that an exotic beast at their 1 o'clock position had already died. "Be careful!" Immediately, Song Chen signaled the 3 people beside him to stop. "What's wrong, boss? Did you spot an enemy?" Huang Tianba asked. "Yes, there's someone at 1 o'clock. You all move slowly, I'll go ahead and take a look first," Song Chen said, then concealed his figure and headed towards 1 o'clock. At that moment, he released a large number of army ants to scout the way while he hid among them. Soon, he discovered a man engaged in battle with the army ants. He concealed himself in the shadows and checked the opponent's attributes. Object name, Carl, age, 18, physical strength, 1258, gold 5, soul strength, 1112, gold 5, ability type, space, SSS level potential, combat power, 2370. When Song Chen saw Carl's ability type, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't regard other types of abilities as a threat, but a 4th-tier, space, ability user had to die. Because among all abilities, only space-type ability users could come and go without a trace. Every country had a few holy lords, but only the Space Holy Lord of the Dragon Country gave all nations a headache. The combat power of the Space Holy Lord wasn't the strongest among many holy lords, but he was the hardest to guard against. If Carl were to grow, he would undoubtedly become the next Space Holy Lord. By then, it would be the Dragon Country that would have a headache. Song Chen wasn't a great figure worried about the country and its people, but since he encountered this yet-to-mature space ability user, it was just his bad luck. "Xiao Qiu, if a battle breaks out later, do your best to stop that person for me. Don't let him escape, but if you can't do it, don't force it," Song Chen advised. Xiao Qiu nodded. To ensure nothing went wrong, Song Chen immediately opened the word space. This way, he could use hyperlinks to transfer within a space of 1,000 meters. Moreover, he could employ other means to restrict Carl's movements. However, as soon as Song Chen opened the word space, Carl seemed to sense a great crisis. In an instant, he tore through the space, intending to escape. This sudden turn of events caught Song Chen off guard. He hadn't even had the chance to use his methods before Carl was about to flee. He hurriedly set up numerous cells around Carl. The cells were small spaces that could suppress spatial abilities to a certain extent. However, what Song Chen didn't expect was that these cells did not stop Carl. Carl easily passed through the cells without causing any damage to them. In the next moment, Carl tore through the space. In desperation, Song Chen quickly pulled out a Barrett and shot at him. Because the Barrett had a self-targeting function, he placed his hopes on its targeting ability. When the bullet reached Carl, his body had already vanished, entering the space he had torn apart. The bullet disappeared along with him. At that moment, Xiao Qiu peeked out from the void and shook his head at Song Chen. Although he could traverse the void, his speed was too slow, and he couldn't catch up. Song Chen glanced at his honor bracelet and noticed that the battle achievements section showed no changes. This meant that Carl had not died under the Barrett's bullet. What a pity, what a pity. If I had just 3 more seconds, I could have definitely taken him down, Songchen said with a look of regret. With 3 more seconds, he could have set up many more traps. By then, even if Carl had spatial abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape. Speaking of which, this was the first time Songchen had faced a setback in a long time. In the past, he had always dominated his peers. Even when facing the Platinum Realm Snow King, he ultimately emerged victorious. If we meet again, I will kill you, Songchen silently vowed. Next, he repeated the same tactic, letting the beasts clear the way while he and Nangong Xiaomei followed behind. Soon, an hour passed, and they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, covered in lush trees. During this time, Songchen had eliminated 4 people. Songchen, have you noticed that the number of people we encounter is increasing? Nangong Xiaomei said, looking at him. Yes, it has increased. You all need to be extra careful. I have a feeling that our final battle will likely take place on this mountain. Upon hearing Song Chen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. So, they concealed their figures and slowly began to ascend the mountain. At this point, their pace was slow, as they had to remain vigilant of their surroundings to prevent an ambush from the hidden 6th member. After walking a distance up the mountain, Xiao Qiu suddenly appeared. He pointed in a direction and wrote the number 2 on the ground. This meant that in the direction Xiao Qiu pointed, there were 2 people from the Dragon Kingdom. 11 humans are located 2 kilometers ahead. When Song Chen looked in the direction Xiao Qiu indicated, this prompt appeared. Our teammates are in danger, let's go. Song Chen turned to Huang Tianba and the others and said, then rushed forward. After they crested a small hill, they saw 9 people attacking Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan in a hollow below. These 2 were from the Magic City Academy. At this moment, the 2 were battered and bruised under the siege of many people. They leaned back to back, their sharp gazes fixed on those surrounding them. Old Niu, I'm afraid we might meet our end here? Regret it? Jiang Shan asked softly. There's nothing to regret, we fight for the Dragon Kingdom. It's just that these scoundrels have actually banded together against us. If they want to kill me, they will surely pay a heavy price. I, Niu Zhan, will never yield. Good, let these scoundrels pay the price. Kill! Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan roared in unison and launched their attacks on the people around them. Raging flames to the sky. Niu Zhan shouted, red steam erupting from his body. Though this red steam was vapor, it possessed the property to burn everything. Ultimately, it transformed into fiery flames that spread outward. From a high vantage point, one could see a red lotus of fire forming around Niu Zhan. Moonlight without trace. On the other side, Jiang Shan also launched his attack. His eyes instantly turned red. Soon, the red within his eyes coalesced into a red moon. What was most incredible was that this red moon leaped from his eyes and slowly ascended into the sky. This is sequence 38's illusory moon. Everyone be careful of the illusion, one of the encircling people warned. Snow covers the world. At that moment, a white-haired woman stepped forward to counterattack. She spread her hands, and instantly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Beneath this snowfall, the light emitted by the red moon gradually dimmed. At the same time, the red flames around Niu Zhan seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. She awakened the sequence 79 ability, Snowfall. Vacuum! Soon, another man made his move. He waved his hands, and the air around Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan quickly thinned. In just a few seconds, the space within 10 meters of the 2 turned into a vacuum zone. He awakened the sequence 90 ability, Gas. Shadow over the world. Immediately, a massive shadow enveloped Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan. Following that, numerous small black figures emerged from the shadow, launching attacks at the 2. He awakened the sequence 55 ability, Shadow. Thus, everyone around them began to attack the 2. Bang! At that moment, the person who had suddenly awakened the Shadow ability had his head explode. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. Bang! After another thunderous sound, another person's head burst. At this, everyone panicked and hurriedly ran away. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Huang Tianba. He held 2 beads in his hands and threw them at the crowd. When the beads touched the ground, everyone within a 10-meter radius became completely motionless. This was the effect of the immobilization beads. Bang! Another thunderous sound rang out, and one person's head exploded. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. After throwing the immobilization beads, Huang Tianba did not flee but attacked the person closest to him. He swung a punch, and a massive fist imprint flew from his fist, landing on that person. The person felt the danger, but unfortunately, he could not move at all and could only watch helplessly as the fist imprint struck him. Ice seal the world. At the same time, Hua Zhixiao also launched an attack. Instantly, a layer of blue chill appeared. Soon, the ground was covered with ice, freezing those immobilized by the beads. In the next moment, a large number of ice spikes emerged from the cold ice. Those who were frozen were directly pierced by the ice spikes, feeling a chilling sensation. However, the woman who had awakened the ability of snowfall was not pierced by the ice. When the cold ice touched her, it simply vanished. Most importantly, the others did not attack her. It wasn't because she was special, but because their side had too many people. They needed to kill one after another, and she just happened to be the last. At that moment, the immobilization orb's effect wore off, and she waved her hands, causing a flurry of snowflakes to appear in the sky once again. Her figure flickered and disappeared beneath the snowflakes. However, at that moment, a bloody red light flashed. The head of the woman flew up, tracing a parabolic arc before landing on the ground, rolling twice. At this time, Nan Gong's younger sister appeared in everyone's sight. Earlier, when Song Chen and the others saw Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan being besieged by multiple people, they quickly devised a countermeasure. Huang Tianba, Nan Gong's younger sister, and Hua Jixiao took advantage of the chaos to approach the crowd. Song Chen stood at a high point, using a barret to attack. After his attack landed, Huang Tianba, dressed in polar gear, threw the immobilization orb, and then Hua Jixiao launched a wide-area attack. Nan Gong's younger sister hid in the shadows to prevent anyone from escaping. This way, they could eliminate those besieging Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan with minimal losses. It turned out that Song Chen's plan was effective. There were a total of 9 people besieging Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan, and not a single one escaped. Are you all right? At this moment, Huang Tianba and Hua Jixiao stepped forward to support Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan, asking, "We were saved, luckily you came in time. If you had come a little later, we would have been done for," Jiang Shan said, looking at Huang Tianba and Hua Jixiao. "A great favor is not to be thanked. If you need our help in the future, just say so," Niu Zhan followed up. "I see they are both seriously injured. They need to rest for a while." Unfortunately, Song Chen and his group had no healer among them. "You should eat some snow lotus, it should help you feel better," Song Chen said, taking out a 100-year-old snow lotus and handing it to the two. As for the 500-year and 1,000-year snow lotuses, he was reluctant to take them out. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he felt that the 100-year snow lotus was sufficient for their healing. Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan were not polite. They took the snow lotus, split it in half, and ate it. Although the injuries of the two did not heal immediately after consuming the snow lotus, they could feel a warm current within their bodies, repairing them. In no more than an hour, their bodies would return to normal. "Have you seen the others from the Dragon Country?" Song Chen asked the two. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition. "No." Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan shook their heads. "We can't wait here, we must find the others in the shortest time possible." "Song Chen, this national fortune stone is too heavy. We can't carry it easily." At that moment, Nan Gong's younger sister, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield, said. Among the 9 people they had just killed, 2 had national fortune stones, and 3 had bows and flying knives. Unfortunately, they hadn't had the chance to use these items before Song Chen and the others took them down. "Leave the national fortune stones to me. As for the other items, you all can divide them. If we encounter enemies later, don't hesitate, use these items at the first opportunity." Song Chen took the 2 national fortune stones, pretending to place them in a crocodile leather backpack he was carrying. In reality, he stored them in his cloud storage space. When Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei encountered the first treasure chest, they were attacked by a crocodile. After killing the crocodile, he stored it in his cloud drive. On one hand, it was for the meat, and on the other, to skin it. Crocodile skin is excellent material for making backpacks, leather shoes, and other items. While waiting in the maze, Song Chen had crafted a crocodile skin backpack. This was used to confuse others. In this way, whether storing or retrieving items, he had an excuse. Even for the massive barret, he had thought of an excuse. The barret in the yellow sand ridge was quite unique, possessing the ability to grow larger or smaller. Anyway, this was something others did not have, and he could decide what abilities it truly possessed. Moreover, his excuse would not be exposed because he himself had the skill to enlarge and shrink. "Let's hurry up the mountain, the night sand is coming." At that moment, Huang Tianba said to everyone, climbing the mountain was always a bit more difficult, but the night sand's shrinking was horizontal movement. Therefore, everyone pushed their speed to the limit, not daring to slack off for a moment. "Little Baka, stop right there. I want to take down 10. Just as Song Chen and the others rushed forward for a distance, they suddenly heard an arrogant voice. No need to ask, the only person who would speak in such a tone was Jin Zizai. "You trash, your grandpa Song Chen is challenging you." Immediately after, another voice rang out. Hearing this voice made Song Chen's face darken, because such a despicable person could only be Xiao Jianji and Yunda. So, everyone looked up and found Jin Zizai and Yunda together, chasing after 7 or 8 people. Damn, these two are too fierce, Huang Tianba said in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Two people chasing 7 or 8, he suddenly found it hard to understand. Did you not see? The equipment on these two was armed to the teeth. To be honest, Song Chen was also quite surprised, because he had only sent Yunda a crossbow, 2 flying knives, and 2 immobilization beads before. After only opening flying knives and immobilization beads from the treasure chest, he tried to replicate them. It was completely feasible. Thus, he spent a large amount of spirit stones and replicated quite a few. During this time, he had not stopped replicating. At this moment, the number of various props in his cloud drive had become quite considerable. He monopolized all the supplies of a supply station to have so many props. He was very curious where Jin Zizai and Yunda got so many props. Let's go help, Songchen said to a few people and began to intercept those being chased by Yunda and Jin Zizai. He had just noticed that those being chased were all from the anti-nation. Jin Zizai truly remembered his father's advice. Jin Zizai's father had told him that after entering the Yellow Sand Ridge, if he encountered Little Baka, he should go all out. Jin Zizai really did this. Die for me. Jin Zizai, holding a crossbow, shot wildly. Boom boom boom. Subsequently, countless crossbow bolts rained down on the people ahead. Immediately, 2 people were injured. Watch me, Thunder Bomb. At this moment, Yunda threw out 2 black spheres. Boom. Boom. Again, 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded. The 2 injured people could not dodge and were blown to smithereens. Baka, once you run out of props, you 2 are definitely dead. At this time, a little Baka turned back and said to Jin Zizai, bang! However, as soon as he finished speaking, his head suddenly exploded. This startled Jin Zizai and Yunda. Damn, there's a sniper. Old Jin, quickly dodge. Yunda reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly starting to maneuver like a snake while searching for various cover. At the same time, Jin Zizai immediately penetrated the light, concealing his figure. Meanwhile, 2 immobilization beads fell into the crowd of the little bastards. I, Huang Tianba, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Following that, Huang Tianba, Nangong Xiaomei, Huajixiao, Niuzhan, and Zhangshan simultaneously launched their attacks. Little brat, stop running, we're one of your own. Let's kill. Jin Zizai shouted loudly at Yunde. He then charged towards those little bastards. Hearing Jin Zizai's shout, Yunde followed closely behind. Soon, under the pincer attack from both sides and Song Chen's ambush, that group of people was taken down. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Jin Zizai shouted loudly. Dog brother, finally found you guys. Yunde exclaimed upon seeing Song Chen and the others. Boss. Jin Zizai also stepped forward to speak. You 2 are really wild. Old Jin, where did you get so much gear? Huang Tianba asked in confusion. Some of it was opened from boxes, and some was taken from others. Jin Zizai quickly recounted his previous experiences. After he opened those boxes at the supply station, he hurriedly left. Coincidentally, not long after he exited the maze, he encountered Yunde. He shared some of the gear with Yunde, and the 2 became partners in crime. Yunde would come up with ideas and act as bait, while Jin Zizai used his abilities to launch sneak attacks. Thus, the 2 engaged in phishing law enforcement, taking down quite a few people. As a result, they accumulated more and more gear. By the end, even when facing enemies several times their number, they could rely on their heavily armed equipment to confront them head-on. Gradually, their courage grew. 20 minutes ago, after encountering the little bastards from the Sun Country, they suddenly received some mysterious buff, and after a discussion, they directly began to chase down the numerous little bastards. Awesome! After hearing Jin Zizai's story, Huang Tianba couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dog brother, haven't you encountered 7th brother? Yunde asked at that moment. Not yet. Just as Song Chen finished speaking, suddenly Cho Chio appeared in front of him, pointed in a direction, and then wrote the number 1 on the ground. Let's go. Seeing Cho Chio like this, Song Chen hurriedly sped forward. At this moment, their group had already gathered 8 members. Only Tang Qiqi and Zhao Yuan had not yet joined them. Now Cho Chio had discovered another team member, likely Tang Qiqi. To be honest, Song Chen had always been very worried about Tang Qiqi. As they crossed over a hill and reached the mountainside, they spotted a group of people. At this moment, this group was chasing after Tang Qiqi. Tang Qiqi appeared to be seriously injured, her clothes tattered. Her body swayed as she rushed forward, looking as if she might fall at any moment. Damn it, who dares to touch my 7th brother? Damn it, who dares to touch my Qiqi? Upon seeing this scene, both Song Chen and Yunde shouted in unison and rushed forward at full speed. P.S. There's a bit going on today, so just 4 chapters. When Song Chen saw Niuzhan and Zhang Shan being besieged, he had briefly laid out a plan. However, now seeing Tang Chi being attacked, he charged out without a second thought. In comparison, there was a slight difference in their reactions. At this moment, both Song Chen and Yunda were filled with thunderous rage. They had grown up with Tang Chi since childhood, and their bond was incomparable to anyone else. Now seeing Tang Chi injured like this, how could they endure it? Both of them pushed their speed to the limit, heading towards Tang Chi. However, Song Chen still felt it was too slow. I am the fastest man. The wind rises beneath my feet, wings sprout from my back. With one step, I am 1,000 meters away. Soon, Song Chen's speed increased several times. Behind Tang Chi, the people chasing her were getting closer. At that moment, Song Chen forcefully stomped his feet on the ground and then leaped into the air. The power of belief. The power of anger. The power of friendship. Sun Fist. Unity is strength. While in the air, Song Chen merged all the various powers that appeared around him. Just as he was about to land, he swung a punch infused with multiple powers. This punch landed right in front of those pursuing Tang Chi. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the ground collapsed. At the same time, an extremely violent shockwave surged toward those chasing Tang Chi. Puff! Puff! Immediately, some of the people at the front were directly blown away by the massive shockwave. Their bodies spewed blood into the air. A few weaker individuals, after being thrown out, tilted their heads and fell lifeless. This sudden scene terrified those pursuing Tang Chi. They not only halted their advance but began to retreat. However, at that moment, with dust and smoke rising, they had no idea what the attack had been. When the dust cleared a little, they finally saw clearly. In front of them stood a man. At that moment, Tang Chi was lying in his arms. Dog brother, you came? Tang Chi looked at Song Chen, stammering. As she spoke, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chi, don't talk. With dog brother here, you won't be in danger. Song Chen flipped his palm and quickly took out a Millennium Snow Lotus. Without any hesitation, he tore off the heart of the Snow Lotus and stuffed it into Tang Chi's mouth. The heart of the Snow Lotus is the most precious part, and given Tang Chi's current condition, it would provide the quickest healing. Sure enough, after taking the heart of the Snow Lotus, Tang Chi's breathing became much smoother. Dog brother, here. At that moment, Tang Chi handed a small token, 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide, to Song Chen. Yellow Sand Order. Seeing what was in Tang Chi's hand, a flicker of shock passed through Song Chen's eyes. The so-called Yellow Sand Order is a token needed to leave the Yellow Sand Ridge. Without the token, even if one obtained a large amount of national fortune stones, they could not leave the Yellow Sand Ridge. No wonder so many people were chasing Tang Chi. It must be because of this Yellow Sand Order. Dog brother, how is Seven brother? At that moment, Yun Ditsai approached Song Chen and asked. Although he had exerted all his strength, he was still much slower than Song Chen. There's no danger to her life. Take good care of Chi. After entrusting Tang Chi and the remaining Millennium Snow Lotus in his hand to Yun Ditsai, Song Chen stood up. At this moment, he coldly looked at the more than 20 people who had just chased Tang Chi. You all deserve to die, Song Chen said in an extremely cold voice. After all these years, he had never been as angry as he was today. If he had come even a moment later, he might not have seen Tang Chi for the last time. After his words fell, he opened the word space. Then, he immediately created countless cells. At the same time, countless black borders and stone pillars were inserted outside these cells. Finally, he thickened the borders of these cells, filling the entire space with black. He completed this series of actions in the blink of an eye. He did this not to use these means to kill those pursuing Tang Chi, but simply because he did not want them to escape easily. Those who harmed Tang Chi should not expect to leave alive. After finishing all this, Song Chen moved and charged directly at those people. Once they were plunged into darkness, they panicked instantly. They tried various means to escape. However, they found that their surroundings were filled with all kinds of walls. No matter which direction they tried to flee, they would crash into a wall. In desperation, they had no choice but to use various means to attack these walls. Some used tools, while others used their own abilities. When they smashed through one wall, they had barely moved a few meters forward before they hit another wall. Just as they wanted to continue attacking, they suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. At that moment, Song Chen had already appeared before them using hyperlinks. His attack at that time was simple and brutal. He raised his fist and struck one of them. This punch contained solar energy, the power of belief, and the power of anger. He already possessed the strength of a golden level 2, and with the addition of these powers, the person he attacked was instantly obliterated. The first person had their head exploded. The second person had their heart burst. The third person's body was completely shattered. The anger and power of belief within Song Chen did not diminish with his attacks, instead, they grew stronger. This meant that his attack power was also increasing. Therefore, as he continued to attack, those he eliminated had their entire bodies vanish. It seemed that this was the only way for Song Chen to vent the fury within him. In less than 20 seconds, all those who were pursuing Tang Chi-Chi were dead. After making an effort to calm his emotions, Song Chen turned off the word space and reappeared in front of everyone. However, now he was covered in blood, both on his clothes and face, making him look particularly ferocious. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was the chilling killing intent emanating from him and his cold, emotionless gaze. Seeing Song Chen like this, Nangong Xiaomei and the others felt a surge of fear from deep within. Nangong Xiaomei, Jin Zizai, and Huang Tianba had known Song Chen for some time. Usually, he was always joking around, enjoying teasing people and playing childish pranks, but he had never been angry with anyone. He had never had a falling out with anyone. No matter what jokes were made, he seemed completely unfazed. Even if you called him shameless or brazen, he accepted it calmly. But today, Song Chen's demeanor completely overturned their perception of him. At that moment, they realized that Song Chen was not without temper, it was just that nothing had ever crossed his bottom line. A dragon has its reverse scales, touch them and you die. When they saw the scene behind Song Chen, another wave of fear surged within them. Song Chen was too brutal. There was not a single complete corpse among those he had killed. At the same time, they were also shocked by Song Chen's strength. It should be noted that those who had just pursued Tang Chi-Chi were the top talents among the 18-year-olds from various countries. Each of them was not much weaker than the people they were. However, in less than 30 seconds, more than 20 talented individuals were all killed by Song Chen. With such strength, who among their age group could rival him? Dog brother, it's fine now, I'm okay. At this moment, Tang Chi-Chi noticed something was off with Song Chen and hurriedly said. Although her face was still a bit pale and she looked very weak, her breathing had become very steady. After taking the heart of the 1,000-year snow lotus, it wouldn't be long before she could fully recover. After all, a 500-year snow lotus could bring the dead back to life. Not to mention, a 1,000-year snow lotus. Hearing Tang Chi-Chi's voice, Song Chen seemed to come back to his senses. He let out a long sigh of relief, and the terrifying killing intent around him slowly faded away. He returned to his usual self. Chi-Chi, you should eat the rest of these snow lotuses too, Song Chen said to Tang Chi-Chi as he took the remaining 1,000-year snow lotuses from Yunda's hands. Dog brother, no need. I know my own body. With the effect of the 1,000-year snow lotus heart, plus my abilities, she continued, in at most an hour, I can recover completely. Eating too much at once would be counterproductive, Tang Chi-Chi said. In that case, let's rest here for an hour. The others had no objections to Song Chen's decision. Not to mention that Song Chen was the captain of their small team. After witnessing his strength, they didn't dare to voice any dissent. After all, for ability users, the strong are king, and strength is respected. While Song Chen and the others were resting, on the other side of the mountain, Zhao Yuan and Carl were engaged in battle. Zhao Yuan had awakened the sequence 20 ability, Kuanpeng. Among all abilities, in terms of speed, Kuanpeng was undoubtedly the best. However, Carl possessed the space ability. In terms of speed, he indeed couldn't match Zhao Yuan, but he could perform spatial jumps. This was akin to taking shortcuts while running. So, when Zhao Yuan fought against Carl, he found that his proud speed was utterly ineffective before Carl. Space lock. After blocking Zhao Yuan, Carl directly sealed the space around him. At that moment, Zhao Yuan realized that no matter which direction he tried to escape, he would hit a spatial barrier. Carl's attack method was very similar to Song Chen's cell technique. With no other choice, Zhao Yuan had to unleash his most powerful attack. He twisted his body, and a small Kuanpeng appeared around him. This Kuanpeng twisted its tail and charged at the spatial barrier. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The Kuanpeng was left dizzy, but the spatial barrier showed no signs of cracking. Only when speed increased could power be enhanced. Zhao Yuan was trapped in a tiny space by the spatial barrier, and his speed couldn't increase at all. With his speed unable to rise, the attacks he could unleash were extremely limited. Space cutting. At that moment, Carl launched another attack. In the next instant, a spatial blade appeared within the barrier, slicing toward Zhao Yuan's body. Faced with such a situation, Zhao Yuan hurriedly gathered all his energy to resist the spatial blade. However, this kind of attack was not easy to withstand. He only held out for 3 seconds before the spatial blade sliced through his body. At that moment, Zhao Yuan's gaze was blank, filled with disbelief. Ultimately, his body slowly fell to the ground. When he collapsed, his body was directly split in half. The cut on his body was remarkably smooth, perhaps the sharpest treasure in the world couldn't achieve such a result. Unbearably weak. Carl looked at the fallen Zhao Yuan and said disdainfully, "The ones who ambushed me before, and the son of time, I look forward to our confrontation." After saying this lightly, Carl turned and left, heading towards the mountain peak. Song Chen and his group were unaware of Zhao Yuan's death. At this moment, they had dug out a cave in the mountain wall and were resting inside. Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan had not fully recovered from their previous injuries, and with Tang Qiqi severely wounded, it was indeed necessary for them to rest for a while. Song Chen did not stay in the cave but was moving back and forth on the mountain. In his hand, he held a notebook. The notebook was filled with many markings that only he could understand. These were rough annotations based on the hints he had seen, indicating the positions of the people on the mountain. Since people were constantly moving, Song Chen could only make rough judgments about their next course of action based on the information he had. It might not be entirely accurate, but at least it provided a general idea. Soon, over an hour passed. During this time, Tang Qiqi and the others had fully healed from their injuries. In fact, Tang Qiqi had even made a breakthrough in strength due to consuming the 1,000-year Snow Lotus Heart. Now, she was at the 5th level of the Golden Realm, the strongest member of the Dragon Kingdom team aside from Song Chen. The others were all hovering around the 2nd or 1st level of the Silver Realm. It wasn't that they were weak, rather, their strength was considered normal among their peers. Song Chen's strength at the 2nd level of the Golden Realm was truly abnormal. Not long after Tang Qiqi and the others had healed, Song Chen returned. Thus, they once again rushed towards the mountain peak. After a while, Xiao Qiu jumped out again. "Our last team member has been found," Song Chen said with some excitement. About 10 minutes later, Song Chen and his group looked at Zhao Yuan, who lay on the ground, his body severed in two, eyes wide open in death, and their faces turned particularly grim. No one had expected Zhao Yuan to die like this. How could this happen? Even if Zhao Yuan couldn't win, with his Kunping ability, he should have been able to escape without anyone being able to stop him. Why was he killed? Hua Zhixiao said incredulously at this moment. She and Hua Zhixiao came from the same academy and were well aware of each other's strength, especially each other's speed. In the Yellow Sand Ridge, she had never worried about Zhao Yuan's safety. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yuan had died like this. There's a residual spatial fluctuation on his body. If I'm not mistaken, he must have been killed by a spatial ability user, Nangong Xiaomei said as she crouched down to examine Zhao Yuan's corpse. A spatial ability user? Carl! We should have done everything possible to eliminate him back then, Song Chen muttered to himself. After saying this, he collected Zhao Yuan's body. No matter what, Zhao Yuan had entered the Yellow Sand Ridge to fight for the Dragon Kingdom, and he could be considered a hero. The body of a hero should be brought back, as a way to account for the Academy of Huadu and Zhao Yuan's family. "Let's go, there is still much to do," Song Chen turned to the others and said, then continued forward. The battle was not over, so it was not the time for sorrow. The people following Song Chen did not speak. At this moment, their mood suddenly became very heavy. Although Nangong Xiaomei and the others were not very familiar with Zhao Yuan, they had entered the Yellow Sand Ridge together, and that made them comrades. They were all still young and had never experienced the pain of life and death before. This was, after all, their first time encountering such a scene. At that moment, each of them realized that they seemed to have truly grown. Perhaps this is the cruelty of battle. For those with abilities, it is indeed a survival of the fittest. Nangong and the others had been too well protected, completely unaware of the harshness of war. With heavy hearts, they finally reached the mountaintop. At this time, they discovered that there were at least 700 or 800 people at the summit. The previous strategy was in vain, Song Chen thought to himself. At this moment, these 700 or 800 people were not in a chaotic fight. They had formed several small groups, each on guard against the others. They were all waiting for the appearance of the Heavenly Ladder. The so-called Heavenly Ladder was actually the exit to the outside world. When the Heavenly Ladder descended, several yellow sand tokens would appear. There were two ways to obtain a yellow sand token. First, by luck, whether one could find it in other places. Second, by seizing it when the Heavenly Ladder descended. Only those who possessed a yellow sand token would be teleported to the outside world after ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Those without a yellow sand token would find it useless to ascend the Heavenly Ladder. Therefore, when the yellow sand tokens descended, that was when the real battle began. "Let's find a place to stay," Song Chen said to the others. So, they walked towards a spot at the edge of the mountain top. Along the way, everyone they encountered looked at them. Some people, noticing the crocodile skin bag on Song Chen's back, showed a glimmer of greed in their eyes. They knew very well that if Song Chen and his group obtained the National Fortune Stone, it would definitely be placed in that bag. After all, holding it in hand would attract too much attention. It could be said that everyone staying at the mountaintop had ulterior motives. Boss, look at that red-haired person at our 2 o'clock direction. His name is Frank, and he is known as the Son of Time. He awakened the third sequence ability, Time. At this moment, Jin Zizai stepped forward to Song Chen's side and said, the Jin family sold information, not just about the Dragon Kingdom. They had plenty of information about other countries as well. Time, ability? The others widened their eyes upon hearing Jin Zizai's words. So, is this Frank the most powerful ability user among the younger generation? Huang Tianba asked. Not exactly, he can only be said to be among the most powerful group. There are a few others with similar strength. For example, the person at our 11 o'clock direction, Carl, who awakened the fourth sequence, Space, ability. He is known as the Son of Space. And the black-haired person at our 3 o'clock direction, at the edge of the mountaintop, Orenda, who awakened the sixth sequence, Destruction, ability. He is known as the Destroyer, Jin Zizai explained. Why isn't Orenda called the Son of Destruction? Huang Tianba asked curiously. How would I know? Jin Zizai replied irritably. These titles were not given by him, he was merely stating the information he knew. So, does our Dragon Kingdom not have any awakened ability users in the top 10 sequences? The highest sequence among us is 7th Brothers, Reincarnation, ability. Reincarnation ranks 10th, which is a bit behind the 3rd, 4th, and 6th, Yinde said. He had originally thought that awakening the 16th sequence, Morality, ability was quite impressive. However, when these prodigies gathered together, he realized that he seemed quite ordinary. The person who awakened the first sequence is in our Dragon Kingdom. It's just that our Dragon Kingdom wasn't very lucky. 3 years ago, when the Yellow Sand Tide opened, he hadn't awakened his ability yet. Now that it has opened again, he is already over 18 years old, Jin Zizai said. Are you talking about Tianqing? At that moment, Nangong Xiaomei suddenly asked, Tianqing? I've never heard of it. Song Chen and his group were very unfamiliar with this name. That's right, it's him. His real name isn't Tianqing. That's a name he adopted later. Heavenly Chessboard, stars as pieces, who dares to play? He chose this name to mean that the heavenly chessboard has stars as pieces, and he is the chess player. It is said that he once said, people are arranged by fate, while he arranges fate. What an arrogant person! Niuzhan couldn't help but exclaim. Arrogant? Perhaps. But he indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. He's only 20 this year, yet he has already broken through to the King Realm. As for how many levels he has broken through in the King Realm, no one knows. If you can break through to the King Realm at 20, you might be even more arrogant than him, Jin Zizai said, glancing at Niuzhan. As soon as he said this, Niuzhan was instantly speechless. His talent was decent, having awakened the Furious ability of Sequence 82. However, he had no confidence in breaking through to the King Realm by the age of 20. Let alone the King Realm. If he could break through to the Diamond Realm, he would probably be quite pleased with himself. Many people say that Tianqing will surely become a saint in the future. Once he becomes a saint, he will definitely be the strongest among the saints. At that time, he might become the strongest in Blue Star, Jin Zizai said. His words were filled with a hint of admiration for Tianqing. Tianqing, I will remember this name. If I have the chance in the future, I will meet him, Song Chen said softly. It was indeed impressive that Tianqing could break through to the King Realm at 20. However, he had previously made predictions about his own strength. According to his previous training methods, he could break through to the King Realm at 19. In comparison, he was at least as strong as Tianqing, if not stronger. Boss, I believe in you, you will definitely be able to defeat this Tianqing in the future. Huang Tianba expressed his loyalty to Song Chen at that moment. Why should I defeat him? As fellow citizens of Longhua, can't we be friends? Song Chen felt nothing but admiration for Tianqing and held no hostility. After all, the other party had done nothing wrong. Just because he had good talent, it would be unreasonable for him to be filled with hostility, which would only make him seem a bit unwell. Are there any other praised talents from other countries? Jiang Shan asked Jin Zizai at that moment. Besides the few I just mentioned, there is another person named Mario. By the way, he is the same age as Tianqing and has awakened the second sequence ability. As of now, he is Tianqing's only rival among the younger generation. Mario? Is that name for real? Song Chen said, surprised. What's wrong with that name? Jin Zizai looked puzzled. He didn't think there was anything special about the name. It's nothing. Song Chen quickly waved his hand. The joke about Mario was probably something only he understood. It's better to know than not to know. Comparing ourselves, we are all trash, Niuzhan said. There's no such thing as trash or not. This world has never lacked geniuses. If there are no grown geniuses, then they are stepping stones. Only when standing at the peak of the mountain can one be considered a true victor, Song Chen said to the others. What Dog Brother said is right, only those who laugh last can laugh the sweetest. Manhwa has countless talents over the years, but so far, there are only 4 saints and 8 war gods. The other talents are all dim and lackluster, Yunde added immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, the entire mountaintop began to tremble. The heavenly ladder is about to appear, we need to pay attention to snatch the yellow sand orders, Song Chen said to the crowd. Each yellow sand order must be held by one person, so everyone needs to have one. After saying this, Song Chen whispered something in Tang Chi-Chi's ear, then his figure flickered and disappeared. The crowd was attracted by the commotion at the mountaintop, so apart from Hua Ji and Tang Chi-Chi, no one noticed Song Chen's sudden disappearance. This included Jin Zizai and his group. Under their watch, a massive vortex appeared in the sky. Soon, over 100 golden streams shot out from the vortex. Each golden stream was a yellow sand order. Boss, should we act now? Huang Tianba asked. Everyone stay still, Dog Brother just told me to stay put and not move around. We should follow his lead, Tang Chi-Chi hurriedly said. Ha? Where's Dog Brother? Upon hearing Tang Chi-Chi, everyone turned to where Song Chen had been standing. It was only then they realized that Song Chen had vanished without them noticing. When the hundreds of streams flew out from the vortex and landed on the mountaintop, it did not erupt into the battle many had imagined. On the contrary, everyone regarded each other coldly, allowing the yellow sand orders to fall to the ground. Because those who could enter the yellow sand ridge were all exceptional talents. Not only were they gifted, but their mental acuity also surpassed others. Almost everyone understood that if anyone among them made a move to snatch, they would surely become the target of all. After all, there were nearly 1,000 of them, while there were only a few hundred yellow sand orders. At that point, they would inevitably be besieged. In such a case, the besieged might not even know how they ended up dead. Even if a few reckless ones didn't grasp this, their companions would hold them back, just like how Tang Chi-Chi stopped Huang Tianba earlier. Thus, an extremely strange scene emerged at the mountaintop. The yellow sand orders fell to the ground, and no one took the initiative to snatch them. They only watched the others around them warily, preventing themselves from being ambushed. At that moment, the entire mountaintop fell into a deathly silence. If you all won't take it, then I will, a voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was none other than the son of space, Carl. With a flicker, he vanished from his spot. Others feared being besieged, but he did not, because he could use his spatial abilities to traverse space. Being besieged? Not a chance. However, just as Carl disappeared, the entire mountaintop was suddenly engulfed in darkness. This made everyone go on high alert, mobilizing the energy within them. If they sensed anything amiss, they would strike at the first opportunity. When it's dark, please close your eyes. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed. This voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Damn! That familiar voice again. Huang Tianba couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, in the maze, it was this voice that led to him being caught by Song Chen. He never expected that in such a situation, this voice would appear again. With Huang Tianba's pea-sized brain, he still hadn't realized that the voice in the maze was disguised by Song Chen. He thought Song Chen had just happened to witness his embarrassing moment in the maze. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Ha! What's going on? Suddenly, someone screamed in terror. With that scream, the mountaintop erupted into chaos. More and more people felt something around them starting to attack. Naturally, these people would not sit idly by. Thus, they began to fight back. Because they couldn't see and couldn't sense the presence of others, everyone could only rely on their own perception to attack. As a result, it was inevitable that they would hit each other. Those who were attacked quickly began to fight back. Boom! Bang bang bang! Tat tat tat! Precisely because they couldn't see, the attacks from the people on the mountaintop included not only each other's abilities but also various items that emerged from the treasure chests of yellow sand. Once items were introduced into the fray, the battle intensified. All of this was naturally the work of Song Chen. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the heavenly ladder, he hurriedly left the mountaintop. After leaving, he did 3 things in total. First, he quickly circled the mountaintop and released a large number of army ants. Second, he opened the word space, filling the entire area of the mountaintop with darkness, while directing the army ants to attack the people on the mountaintop. Third, using the search skill, he picked up all the yellow sand tokens that had fallen to the ground. When the army ants launched their attacks on these people, a chaotic battle naturally began. No one expected that, besides themselves, there were actually other beasts on the mountaintop. After all, they had been on the mountaintop for a long time without seeing any beasts. Of course, during this time, Song Chen was not idle. He continuously threw various items he had previously copied, such as thunder bombs, flying daggers, and immobilizing pearls, towards the mountaintop. With so many people on the mountaintop, he didn't even need to aim. As long as he could throw these things out, someone would definitely get hit. As the saying goes, when poor, strike precisely, when rich, cover with firepower. At this moment, Song Chen was playing with firepower coverage. While circling the mountaintop and continuously releasing army ants, he kept throwing out various items. He could clearly see the battle achievement value on his honor bracelet continuously rising. This meant that he had killed quite a few people. Moreover, to prevent everyone from escaping, he set up a large number of barriers and cell walls on the outermost side of the mountaintop. This made it not an easy task to run away from the mountaintop. In this way, Song Chen threw out all the items he had previously copied and stored in his cloud drive. Coupled with the chaos of others, it was destined that countless people on the mountaintop would be injured or killed. As for Tang Chichi and the others, they were isolated by Song Chen using cells, so they would not be attacked. Now is the hunting moment. Song Chen smiled as he took out his barret. After the firepower coverage, it was time for precise strikes. In the darkness, others couldn't see, but Song Chen could see clearly. The first person he locked onto was Frank, who had awakened the time ability. Bang! Without any hesitation, he locked onto him in less than a second and pulled the trigger. After a thunderous sound, a bullet appeared before Frank in the blink of an eye. This sniper shot was different from the one when he saved Hua Zhijiao. Previously, when he saved Hua Zhijiao, they were a full 8,000 meters apart. The bullet had to fly through the air for a while. But now, he was only a few hundred meters away from Frank. At most, it would take half a second for the bullet to reach him. In the darkness, Frank sensed a deadly crisis, and his expression instantly became serious. Time stop. He immediately stopped time in a 1-meter radius around him. The Barrett bullet thus stopped right in front of him. He reached out and took it in his hand. At that moment, the time that had been stopped within a 1-meter radius around him resumed. The threat of a bullet comes from its high-speed movement. When it is held in a person's hand, it becomes less fearsome. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Chen's expression turned serious. As expected of the Son of Time, trying to kill him with such means is truly not an easy task. Song Chen did not attack Frank again but instead turned the gun towards others. Since he could not kill the opponent with this method, there was no need to waste time. After all, a single bullet costs 10,000 spirit stones. Most importantly, replicating a bullet takes 10 minutes. Earlier, 10 minutes was not a significant amount of time. But now, 10 minutes was crucial and could potentially sway the outcome of the battle. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, Song Chen aimed the gun at Orenda, who had awakened the ability of destruction. In the midst of the chaos, Orenda sensed the danger approaching from behind. He waved his hand, and a black light flashed. A black shield appeared behind him. When the Barrett bullet struck the black shield, it began to melt rapidly, as if a piece of wood had encountered a grinder, disappearing bit by bit. When the Barrett bullet completely vanished, the shield Orenda had raised also disappeared. If one shot won't do, then 2 shots. Bang! Bang! Song Chen fired 2 shots in quick succession, just a second apart. As the bullet was about to reach Orenda again, another black shield appeared. Just like before, the first bullet quickly disappeared. However, when the second bullet hit the shield, it lasted only a second before shattering. After the bullet shattered the shield, it continued towards Orenda. At this moment, it was too late for Orenda to evade. When the bullet struck him, he did not die but was severely injured. In such circumstances, once injured, death was not far behind. Song Chen commanded numerous army ants to surge towards Orenda. Sensing the crisis, Orenda hurriedly maximized his speed and dashed away into the distance. At that moment, he had only one thought: to leave the mountain first. Soon, he reached the edge of the word space, blocked by the borders and cell barriers. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful attack. However, Song Chen fired again. Bang! At the sound of the gun, Orenda managed to create a large hole in the border. However, the Barrett had a self-targeting feature, and as he burst out of the word space, the Barrett bullet also struck him. Orenda's body did not explode like those previously hit by the Barrett. He only had a large hole in his heart. His body remained intact, but his heart shattered. With his last breath, he glanced at the bright world around him and then closed his eyes. Thus, the awakened ability user of Sequence 6 met his end. However, to prevent him from reviving with any resurrection coins he might possess, Song Chen immediately chose to delete his corpse. He did not believe that someone without a body could still revive, even if they had resurrection coins. If that were the case, it would be absurd. At this moment, Song Chen turned his gaze towards the word space. Under the relentless biting of the army ants and the firepower from numerous props, nearly everyone on the mountaintop was dead. Now, only Frank, the son of time, and Carl, the son of space, remained. Both of them were not easy to deal with. Nevertheless, he had made up his mind to eliminate these two here today. Of course, Song Chen did not plan to strike immediately. He planned to be a fisherman, watching the tigers fight from the mountain. So, he took Tang Chi-Chi and a few others, left the mountaintop, and hid. Then, he closed the word space. At that moment, the scene at the mountaintop appeared in Frank and Carl's view. The two frowned simultaneously at the sight. They did not expect the battle to be so brutal. Everywhere were severed limbs and broken bodies, and the mountaintop was a river of blood, filled with a strong smell of gore. Moreover, apart from the two of them, there was not a single survivor. "Good tactics, no wonder you can be my opponent," Frank said to Carl. Just before the space turned dark, only Carl had been active. Moreover, he was a space ability user, and only he had the means to make the space lose its light. "I didn't do this," Carl explained. Although he had no obligation to explain, he also didn't want to be blamed for something he didn't do. In such a short time, to collect all the yellow sand tokens on the ground, besides you, the space ability user, no one else could do it. And some of the national fortune stones in the hands of others have also disappeared. You can't bring storage items into the yellow sand area, only you could effortlessly store these national fortune stones in the space you created. On the mountaintop, there are also some beast corpses. Again, only you could have moved them here without any warning. Then use the knife to kill. Frank said to Carl word by word. "I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. Whether you believe it or not, that's the way it is." This wasn't a trial, so Carl didn't need to explain in detail. Now on the mountaintop, it's just the two of us. I'm sure I didn't deploy any plans, so who else could it be besides you? Hand over a yellow sand token, and I won't pursue this matter, Frank said. He said this after careful consideration. He knew Carl's abilities, although he never thought the other was stronger than himself. However, he acknowledged that Carl's strength was not weak. If the two fought, even if he could win, it would likely come at a cost. Now that the incident had occurred, even if he killed Carl, his companions and others wouldn't survive. There were over 100 yellow sand tokens. Asking for one to leave the yellow sand area wasn't unreasonable. I'll say it again, the matter on the mountaintop has nothing to do with me. I don't have a yellow sand token either. And one thing you got wrong, there are indeed only the two of us on the mountaintop. But below the mountaintop, there are other people. Hearing Carl say this, Song Chen was taken aback. His first reaction was that they had been discovered. This made him feel a bit incredulous. When he was hiding, even his father, Song Huangquan, didn't notice. How could Carl have found him? Was it because space ability users had a more subtle perception of space? Get out here! Spatial shock. Carl waved his hands. Immediately, centered around Carl's body, ripples appeared in the space. Then they quickly surged away into the distance. It felt like a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. On the water's surface, circles of ripples appeared. Soon, Frank felt the presence of more than a dozen people below the mountaintop. Of course, among these people, there were none from Song Chen and the others. Because when the spatial turbulence occurred, Song Chen reinforced the spatial barrier of the cell. The large-scale turbulence from Carl did not reveal their presence. Frank's figure flickered as he arrived at the edge of the mountain, looking down at the dozen or so people hidden below. He noticed that each of them held a yellow sand order in their hands. Moreover, some of them also had a national fortune stone. "So it was you who did this," Frank said, his anger boiling. His words left the dozen or so people dumbfounded. The yellow sand orders in their hands, like Tang Chi-Chi's, were found in other places of the yellow sand ridge. After arriving here, they immediately hid away. They no longer needed to snatch the yellow sand orders, they just had to wait for the heavenly ladder to descend and then leave. "Are there so many people around me?" At that moment, a short man said in shock. He had been hiding here, afraid to act, completely unaware that so many others were concealed around him. The others were similarly astonished. Some knew that others were hiding nearby but did not expect there to be so many. Song Chen was the same. He had focused his attention on Carl and Frank, forgetting to observe his surroundings. He had always considered himself a hidden player, not realizing that there were far more hidden players than he had imagined. To prevent any other hidden players, Song Chen hurriedly used a hint to check. It was a grave mistake to look. He discovered that, over 500 meters away from their hiding spot, there was indeed another person concealed. Just now, Carl's spatial turbulence had not revealed him either. "Hand over the yellow sand order, and I will spare your life," Frank said to one of them. He was now alone, so just one yellow sand order was enough for him. Therefore, he did not target everyone but focused on just one person. This way, he would not be surrounded. No way, that person replied. If you don't hand it over, you will die, Frank said, moving towards that person. Quicksand vortex. Seeing Frank approaching, that person immediately placed his palm on the ground. Instantly, yellow sand surged up from the ground. The sand rolled towards Frank like a giant beast. Time stop. When the yellow sand spread to Frank's feet, it instantly froze. From Song Chen's perspective, the yellow sand looked as if it had been turned into a floating artwork. It resembled a large pot of fried rice, suspended in the air. At that moment, Frank moved and appeared right in front of that person, throwing a punch. The person struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the constraints of time. However, everything he did was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Frank's fist landed on his heart. Puff! The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Then, his head tilted, and he lost all signs of life. Seeing this scene, everyone around gasped in shock. Time manipulation ability, terrifying indeed. Even though they were all ability users, that person's ability was utterly ineffective against Frank. At this moment, even Song Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, and Carl furrowed their brows. Both were contemplating what means they should use to defend against such an attack. Frank approached the now dead man and took the yellow sand order from his hand. At the same time, he unfastened a leather backpack from his back. Inside was a national fortune stone. Seeing the national fortune stone in Frank's hand, a glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the others. However, after witnessing Frank's strength, they did not dare to act rashly. At that moment, Carl moved, his body disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, it was behind a man with triangular eyes. Space lock. Space cut. His series of moves directly sliced the triangular-eyed man's body in half. Song Chen's gaze sharpened at this scene. He had previously suspected that Zhao Yuan was killed by Carl. Now, seeing the same killing technique, he could be 100% sure it was him. Like Frank, Carl picked up the yellow sand order and a piece of national fortune stone from the triangular-eyed man. The others could only watch helplessly, none daring to act rashly. The disparity in strength was too great, they lacked the courage to resist. I originally wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits. But given the current situation, I can only take action myself. After formulating a plan, Song Chen found Yunde and handed him the golden barret. Little brat, you'll use the barret later, teaming up with Chi Chi and the others to take out the remaining people. I need to find a way to deal with Carl and Frank. Brother dog, this is too risky, right? These two are not easy to handle, Yunde said with some concern. If it were other ability users, Yunde wouldn't worry at all. After all, Song Chen had previously killed over 20 ability users by himself. But Frank and Carl's abilities, one of time and the other of space, were not easy to deal with. Don't worry, I have a plan. If I really can't kill them, I also have the ability to protect myself. To be honest, Song Chen wasn't 100% sure he could take down Frank and Carl. This was his first time facing ability users of time and space. He wasn't particularly clear about their methods. However, his many skills were enough to keep him in an invincible position. Brother dog, let me hold Carl back. If you can kill Frank, then come help me. Tang Chi Chi stepped forward at this moment. She wasn't sure if she could defeat Carl, but she had awakened the sequence 10 ability of reincarnation, so holding him back shouldn't be a problem. Boss, I'm here too. My freedom ability can traverse spatial barriers. If I team up with Tang Chi Chi, you can rest assured that we can hold him back. Hearing Jin Zizai and Tang Chi Chi say this, Song Chen thought for a moment and agreed. Facing two people alone would indeed be quite stressful. With Tang Chi Chi and Jin Zizai sharing the burden, his chances of winning increased significantly. Alright, if I don't take down Frank, I'll send you a message. At that time, you all head to the heavenly ladder first. We'll use the yellow sand order to leave the yellow sand mound. Upon hearing Song Chen say this, everyone nodded. Song Chen also didn't forget about the sixth one still hiding in the shadows. That would be left to Yunda. That sixth one was not Frank or Carl, he wouldn't have the ability to dodge the barret. Dealing with him would just take one shot. At this moment, Song Chen and the others saw that Carl and Frank were not preparing to attack the others but were instead walking towards the heavenly ladder. The remaining people could only dare to follow behind them from a distance. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot drew everyone's attention. Immediately after, countless items were thrown towards Frank and his group. Song Chen had run out of items, but Nangong Xiaomei and the others still had some left. Time stop. Space transfer. Frank and Carl simultaneously used their abilities, escaping the range of the items. However, the others were not so lucky. They had never expected that even at this point, there were still people hiding in the shadows. They were caught completely off guard. Immediately after, Nangong Xiaomei and the others unleashed a barrage of attacks like raindrops falling down. In just a few seconds, those more than 10 people were taken out. This time, only Song Chen and his group remained, along with Frank and Carl. There are still people, Carl muttered in shock to himself. He hadn't expected that his previous spatial shock hadn't forced all the hidden people out. At that moment, 3 pillars slowly rose in front of Carl and Frank. On top of these pillars stood Song Chen, Tang Qiqi, and Jin Zizai. Welcome to my world, brave warriors. May I borrow your heads? Song Chen stood atop the stone pillar, looking down at Carl and Frank. Regardless of his attack power, at this moment, his presence was at its peak. Dragon Kingdom people? If you want my head, come and get it, Frank said, looking up at Song Chen. It's you! You were the one who ambushed me back then, right? Carl said, looking at Song Chen. No more nonsense, the game ends here. Please, make your way. The power of belief. With a leap, Song Chen charged towards Frank. At that moment, he gave the impression of a close combat ability user, as a terrifying power flowed through his body. Of course, this was a deliberate illusion to make Frank misjudge his own strength. Tang Qiqi and Jin Zizai followed Song Chen's lead, heading towards Carl. Wait, we are the 3 musketeers, Dog Brother and 7 Brother have already gone up. The other person should be me. How did it become old Jean? No, I have to go up and help. You guys are too low in the ability sequence, don't rush forward, it's easy to get killed. Yun De frowned upon seeing this scene. He then turned to Nangong Xiaomei and the others. After saying that, he charged forward on his own. His words left Nangong Xiaomei and the others speechless. Although Yun De was stating a fact, it sounded particularly harsh. The harm was minimal, but the insult was strong. All they could do now was focus their attention on Song Chen and the others, hoping for the battle's outcome. If Song Chen and the others could win, then this trip to the Yellow Sand would be a great victory for the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, a great battle unfolded. Song Chen vs. Frank, Tang Qiqi, Jin Zizai, Yun De vs. Carl. Song Chen raised his fist and attacked Frank. Wasting time. Seeing Song Chen's move, Frank scoffed. Close combat attacks could not possibly harm him. Time stop. With a wave of his hands, a peculiar energy spread through the space, enveloping Song Chen. However, at that moment, Song Chen suddenly vanished. Just as he was about to be immobilized, he executed a hyperlink jump. The next moment, countless black spears descended from the sky. Time stop. Unsurprisingly, Frank used this move again. Song Chen noticed that Frank had used this move countless times before, each time relying solely on it. One trick, eat all. Then let's play. The power of vision. The power of language. Since Frank could use time stop to evade visible attacks, how would he avoid these invisible powers? Sure enough, as Frank moved, he suddenly felt 2 extremely peculiar forces descending upon him. This power caused injuries to his body. Although not particularly severe, the wounds would worsen over time. Time reversal. This time, Frank used a different method. In an instant, the time around him began to flow backward. The injuries on his body quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his peak condition. As expected, it's difficult. It's too hard to kill Frank with ordinary means. Song Chen noticed that after the time reversal, Frank's injuries not only improved, but more importantly, the energy he had already consumed was completely restored. In a sense, this time manipulation ability had a bit of a bug. In that case, I can only use my only method. Delete. After selecting Frank, Song Chen initiated the deletion. This deletion will take 9 minutes and 59 seconds. As soon as this skill was activated, Frank suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. However, he couldn't pinpoint where this sense of crisis was coming from. Time reversal. He immediately performed a time reversal. Because once time flowed backward, his body would return to its previous peak state. This included any curses or toxins he had unknowingly suffered, which would also disappear. However, after this time reversal, the sense of crisis he felt did not vanish. At that moment, Frank panicked. This was the first time in his life he had felt such a crisis. The most critical part was that he had no idea how he had fallen into this predicament. The unknown is what makes things dangerous. I must leave here. This thought sprang up in Frank's mind. Once he thought of it, he acted on it, deciding not to entangle with Song Chen any longer. Now that the heavenly ladder had descended, he had also obtained the yellow sand, allowing him to leave the yellow sand shore. Thus, he flashed and headed towards the heavenly ladder. You can't leave. Song Chen flashed and used a hyperlink to teleport, blocking Frank's path. In the next moment, he gathered a dozen types of power in his fist and swung it at Frank. He wanted to see if, in the face of absolute power, the time manipulation ability could still be effective. Time stop. Seeing Song Chen's attack, Frank once again used Time Stop. However, this time, the Time Stop did not completely freeze Song Chen's fist. With the support of numerous powers, Song Chen's fist continued to swing toward Frank. It was just that the speed was extremely slow, as if it had been slowed down several times. Although the time manipulation ability was powerful, it ultimately had its limits. After all, Frank's realm was not very high. It was like if Song Huanquan came to kill Frank, his time manipulation ability would not be able to withstand such a strong attack. He would still be killed in an instant. However, with Song Chen's movements slowed down several times, it was enough for Frank to escape. He swiftly dodged Song Chen's fist and continued to rush toward the heavenly ladder. The time manipulation ability is nothing more than this. This time, not hitting Frank did not bring any regret to Song Chen's face. Instead, a slight smile appeared, because he had just thought of a way to deal with Frank's time stop. He once again used the hyperlink to jump in front of Frank and threw a punch at him. Just like last time, Frank used time stop again. However, this time, he did not rush forward. He planned to directly eliminate Song Chen. After all, at this moment, Song Chen appeared to him as if in slow motion. As long as he killed Song Chen, he believed that the deadly crisis he felt would surely disappear. So, he raised his fist and swung it toward Song Chen's heart. As long as he hit Song Chen's heart, Song Chen would undoubtedly die. However, at that moment, Song Chen, who had originally moved in slow motion, instantly regained his original speed and threw a punch at Frank. This punch landed on Frank's body amidst his incredulous gaze. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion echoed, and Frank was sent flying. Most of his body was shattered. Time reversal. With his last breath, Frank wanted to use time reversal to completely restore his body. However, before he could unleash his ability, countless black spears suddenly fell from the sky, pinning his arms to the ground, rendering his hands immobile. Without the ability to move his hands, he could not use his powers. Die for me! In the next moment, Song Chen leaped high into the air, raised his fist, and with all his strength, smashed it down onto Frank's body. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. This time, Frank's body was directly crushed into a pulp. Immediately after, his corpse was erased. So weak, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed, Song Chen said, looking at the spot where Frank had disappeared. The reason he was able to hit Frank directly amidst his incredulous gaze was that he had only used one skill, undo. The so-called undo means to restore the data in a document to the previous step. When Frank used time stop on Song Chen used the undo skill. As a result, the time stop that Frank had cast on him vanished. This was equivalent to Frank's time ability losing its effect in front of Song Chen. When Frank's time ability had no effect on Song Chen, he became weak and vulnerable. Thus, after Song Chen realized this, it took just one round for Frank to be killed. Following that, Song Chen turned his attention to the battle between Tang Qiqi and the others. The fight between Tang Qiqi and Carl had reached a stalemate. The three stood in a triangular formation. Whenever one was attacked, the other two would rush to help immediately. Therefore, Carl's attacks could not inflict any damage on Tang Qiqi and the others. Of course, Tang Qiqi and the others could not attack Carl either. Every time Carl was about to be hit, he would immediately perform a spatial shift. With Tang Qiqi and the others' speed, they simply could not keep up with Carl. However, for Tang Qiqi and the others, their goal had already been achieved. After all, the reason they were fighting Carl was to buy time for Song Chen. When they saw Song Chen kill Frank, a flicker of joy crossed their hearts. Frank was dead, and next, it was Carl's turn. Carl naturally saw the scene of Frank being killed, and at that moment, his heart was shocked to the extreme. To be honest, he had no guarantee of victory if he fought Frank. After all, he could not find a way to counter Frank's time ability. He never expected that Frank would die at Song Chen's hands. I can't delay any longer, I must leave, Carl thought silently to himself. Then, he flashed and headed towards the celestial ladder. Song Chen had previously fought Carl, resulting in Carl's escape. This time, Song Chen had already begun to set up. The same thing could not happen in front of him again. He had previously speculated that Carl would definitely find a way to reach the celestial ladder. Therefore, he had set up a large number of cells around the celestial ladder. These cells were reinforced, and the spatial barriers were very thick. Even if Carl had spatial abilities, he could not instantly pass through these spatial barriers. In addition, he had also constructed multiple PPTs in the space in front of the celestial ladder. Each PPT was an independent space, and it was a large-scale space. Its spatial barrier is much thicker than that of the cell. Even if Carl were to miraculously tear through a PPT space's barrier, he would simply appear in another PPT space, like a nesting doll. Thus, even if Song Chen did nothing, it wouldn't be easy for Carl to escape. Of course, if he had fled directly down the mountain from the start, Song Chen would have had no way to stop him. After all, his word space only encompassed a radius of 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, Song Chen had calculated that he would head for the heavenly ladder. Soon, Carl found himself in a PPT space. At that moment, Song Chen also followed him through a hyperlink, appearing right in front of him. "Since you're here, don't leave. A good master won't let guests leave," Song Chen said, looking at Carl. "How is that possible?" Seeing Song Chen appear before him, Carl's face was one of disbelief. He had used spatial jumping to get here. How could Song Chen appear so quickly? Without any hesitation, he continued to tear through space and attempted to escape. However, he soon found that Song Chen had once again appeared in front of him, smiling. At the same time, he was munching on some sunflower seeds. "Continue." Song Chen was in no hurry to act against Carl. Instead, he looked at him with a teasing expression. Carl was all too familiar with this expression. In the past, when he encountered those skilled in speed, he would treat them with the same attitude. He often held a cat-and-mouse mentality, allowing those adept at speed to run freely while he leisurely followed behind using his spatial jumping ability. He never expected that one day he would find himself in such a situation. "You have awakened spatial abilities too? This is impossible?" Carl shouted frantically, as if stimulated. The fortune of Blue Star is limited. Within a certain time frame, the number of ability seeds it nurtures is also limited. The abilities of ability users do not arise from thin air but are nurtured by the fortune of Blue Star. Ordinary abilities, like F and E potential abilities, can yield countless ability seeds in a year. These ability seeds randomly scatter among the population of Blue Star. That is why they awaken these potential abilities. The greater the potential of an ability seed, the fewer the number nurtured. For example, an ability seed in the top 100 sequences might take a year to nurture just one. These ability users obtain these ability seeds due to various factors, such as bloodlines, opportunities, or other reasons, thus awakening these powerful abilities. As for abilities in the top 10 sequences, it might take 5 or 10 years to nurture a single ability seed. This means that within 5 or even 10 years, it is unlikely for two people on Blue Star to simultaneously awaken a certain ability from the top 10 sequences. This is also why Carl was shocked that Song Chen had awakened spatial abilities. Is it impossible? How do you know that some things are definitely impossible? Did you dream it? Or did the abilities tell you after they became sentient? Song Chen asked with a smile. Hearing Song Chen say this, Carl was momentarily speechless. These conclusions were drawn by experts on Blue Star through centuries of research. No one could guarantee with absolute certainty that it was true. Many experts' conclusions were based on big data guesses and had not been proven. It wasn't that they didn't want to prove it, they simply lacked the ability to do so. Spatial blockade. At this moment, Carl stopped wasting words with Song Chen. Since he couldn't escape, he would confront him head-on. Soon, the space around Song Chen was completely sealed off. Spatial cut. Carl used the same move that killed Zhao Yuan once again. However, in the next second, Song Chen vanished from his spot. Thus, Carl's attack missed. "Is this all the strength you have? It seems like it's nothing special," Song Chen said. He realized that when these people's most relied upon abilities failed, they became utterly vulnerable. Frank was like this, and so was Carl. Spatial exile. Carl launched another attack at Song Chen. The space around Song Chen rapidly collapsed. If he didn't move, he would be exiled into the void. And in the void, there were no coordinates and chaotic currents, making it impossible to return. Although the spatial exile move didn't directly kill the enemy, exiling them into the void was an indirect way of killing them. It was like not directly murdering someone, you just threw them into a den of wolves, and the result was the same. Facing Carl's attack, Song Chen once again performed a spatial jump through the hyperlink. "If this is all you can do, then the battle ends here," Song Chen said as he launched his attack. This time, he didn't even use the delete skill because it was completely unnecessary. When Song Chen's powerful fist reached Carl, Carl immediately performed a spatial transfer. Song Chen followed closely behind. At that moment, Song Chen was like a maggot clinging to bone, like a shadow following him. No matter how many times Carl used spatial transfer, Song Chen was always able to follow him. Spatial shield. Seeing that he couldn't escape no matter what, Carl had no choice but to start defending. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the space where Song Chen was. In an instant, the spatial shield that Carl had formed shattered. The shattered energy dissipated into the air. Puff! Carl was hit by the residual energy, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. Song Chen used the hyperlink again and appeared in front of him. He didn't give Carl any chance to catch his breath, his fists raining down continuously. Soon, Carl was reduced to a pile of mush. At this moment, Songchen used the delete skill. It's over. Time ability users and spatial ability users have gained some combat experience. After doing all this, Songchen let out a long sigh of relief. The reason he had been somewhat reckless earlier, not immediately resorting to any means to kill the two, was not because he was unaware of the dangers. It was because he had resurrection coins, so even if he accidentally got overwhelmed, he would have a chance to start over. He let Frank and Carl use some attack methods to enhance his combat experience. After all, although only those two possessed time and spatial abilities among the younger generation, there were others in the entire Blue Star with such abilities. No one knew if he would battle those people in the future. It was always good to accumulate a bit more experience now. This trip to the Yellow Sand Ridge could be considered over. For now, the Dragon Kingdom was the victor. As for why it was said to be temporary, it was because outside the Yellow Sand Ridge, there were powerful King Realm experts from various countries watching closely. If they went out like this, they would definitely become the target of everyone. You all come here, we are preparing to leave, Songchen said to Tang Qiqi and the others. Soon, Nangong Xiaomei and her group appeared in front of Songchen. You should know that outside the Yellow Sand Ridge, there are many King Realm experts waiting. If we just go out like this, we are very likely to be attacked by them, Songchen said, looking at the group. Dog brother, if you have any ideas, just say them, we will all listen to you, Yunde said. He understood Songchen. Since Songchen said this, it meant he already had a plan. Now everyone listen to my orders, go to the blood-soaked ground at the top of the mountain, roll around until you're dirty, the messier you look, the better. Also, take off all your clothes and change into animal skins. Then, attack each other and injure one another. But be careful, don't affect your movements, just make the injuries look a bit serious, Songchen said loudly. Why do we have to do this? Niuzhan asked, confused. Just do as I say first, I'll explain later, Songchen replied, looking at Niuzhan. Yunde and Tang Qiqi showed no hesitation and went to change their clothes. Then they lay on the ground and started rolling. Many people had died at the top of the mountain before, blood flowing like a river, and after rolling around, they were already soaked in blood. After that, they began to attack each other. In just a few minutes, everyone looked particularly miserable, as if they had been chased for a long time. While Tang Qiqi and the others were busy, Songchen took Zhao Yuan's corpse out from the cloud disk. Then, he took out a resurrection coin and placed it on Zhao Yuan's body. Originally, this resurrection coin was meant for himself, just in case. Now that everyone else was dead, he had no use for it. To be honest, he didn't even know if this resurrection coin could bring others back to life. But since he was about to go out, he had to give it a try. If it succeeded, Zhao Yuan could be revived. Even if it didn't work, it didn't matter, there was no loss anyway. This was truly a case of treating a dead horse as a live one. Tang Qiqi and the others realized that Songchen was trying to save Zhao Yuan. However, a question arose in their minds, can a dead person really be brought back to life? But since Songchen had created so many miracles in the Yellow Sand Ridge, they were also looking forward to another miracle happening. Under everyone's gaze, the resurrection coin slowly merged into Zhao Yuan's body. Then, a blinding light erupted from Zhao Yuan's body. About 5 seconds later, the light faded, and Zhao Yuan opened his eyes. Welcome to hell. Songchen looked at Zhao Yuan and said in a hoarse voice. You all died too? Zhao Yuan slowly sat up, looked around, and then asked Tang Qiqi. We're alive, really alive. Boss, awesome. Dog brother, awesome class. Seeing Zhao Yuan revived, everyone shouted loudly. To die and come back to life, what an incredible ability. Songchen, are you still human? You can do such a heavenly thing, Zhang Shan said in shock. That sounds like you're cursing me. It's not me being heavenly, I got a heavenly item before. I just tried it out, and I didn't expect to really bring him back to life, Songchen hurriedly explained. He didn't want these people to spread the word that he had the ability to resurrect others. Such an ability was too extraordinary, it would bring him no benefit if it got out. To obtain such an item is already very strong, Zhang Shan said. Among so many people in the Yellow Sand Ridge, only Songchen had obtained a resurrection item. Hearing the conversation, Zhao Yuan finally understood what had happened. He didn't say anything, just clasped his fists towards Songchen. A great favor doesn't need words of thanks. This was no longer just a life-saving grace, but a grace of rebirth. Such a kindness would seem pale and powerless no matter what was said. Alright, now I'll talk about my plan. Songchen waved his hand to the crowd and began to explain his plan. Everyone listened and nodded. Once everyone understood Songchen's plan, they took the Yellow Sand Order and headed towards the Heavenly Ladder. At this moment, by the lake of the Sea of Death, the powerful beings of various countries at the King Realm still sat as they had at the beginning. However, some people occasionally glanced at the mirror-like surface above the lake. They were all waiting for the return of the pride of their respective nations. At that moment, suddenly a ripple appeared on the surface. They've come out. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly stood up and turned their gaze towards the mirror. Just then, a figure clad in animal skins and covered in blood fell out from the mirror and landed on the ground. Following him, there were 9 more figures. All these people shared a common trait: they were all drenched in blood. Their faces were so dirty that their features were unrecognizable. Moreover, they were empty-handed, not holding the national fortune stones. "Master, save me, there's a terrifying beast." At this moment, a desperate voice echoed from the ground. The speaker was Song Chen. He was the first to fall, and he was quickly searching for the direction where the people of the Dragon Kingdom were. "Help, there's a strange beast." Behind Song Chen, Tang Chichi and the others were shouting like madmen while running towards the location of the Dragon Kingdom. Their voices sounded as terrified as one could imagine, as if they had been scared out of their wits. Hearing this voice, Dongfang Xiao immediately deduced that it was Song Chen and the others. His expression changed, and with a swift movement, he hurried towards them. At the same time, outside the mirror, figures continued to fall down. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. It was like dumplings being dropped. When they hit the ground, there were over 100 people in total. Besides these individuals, there was also a huge beast, black and white, looking extremely ferocious. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the massive beast. All of this, of course, was the work of Song Chen. He had used stones, wood, and some other materials from the yellow sand ridge to create dummies resembling other people. Then, he rolled these dummies around in the blood on the mountaintop several times, making it impossible to discern their features. He also placed the remaining yellow sand on these dummies and then released a few beasts from the ranch. When he left the yellow sand ridge, he commanded these beasts to throw the dummies into the exit above the heavenly ladder. Among them was a beast several dozen meters long. This beast was black and white, with long tusks. If someone from Earth saw it, they would immediately recognize its identity: a giant panda. However, this panda did not look cute and clumsy. Instead, it appeared fierce and menacing. Of course, this was all intentional on Song Chen's part. This was a man-made, terrifying beast. His plan was simple: to pretend to be chased by a terrifying beast and flee in a panic. Thus, he was covered in dirt and filled with wounds. In this way, he could create a temporary confusion. After all, those who emerged from the yellow sand ridge were not just the few of them, but also many dummies. These dummies could momentarily divert the attention of others. Sure enough, when people from other countries saw the beast several dozen meters long, their expressions changed, and they quickly launched an attack. They had never seen a beast of such size before, and instinctively felt that this beast was extraordinarily powerful. However, when their attacks landed on the beast, it suddenly shattered into a pile of stones. This left everyone looking bewildered. Why was such a ferocious-looking beast so easily defeated? Could it be that the beasts from the yellow sand ridge cannot come to the outside world? Are they erased by the rules? This was the first thought of many people. However, they only paused for a moment before looking at the others who had fallen to the ground. They saw that, just like before, only about 1/10 of those who emerged from the yellow sand ridge were still alive. They were eager to see who had obtained the national fortune stone. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. They discovered that at least 1/3 of the people were holding golden national fortune stones. Without a word, these individuals began to snatch the stones. Just 3 seconds after Song Chen's miserable voice rang out, Dongfang Xiao appeared before him. "Warmth, master is here, don't be afraid," Dongfang Xiao said hurriedly. Seeing Song Chen in such a state, he thought he had been traumatized. "Master, don't ask anything, just take us 10 away quickly, and leave this place as fast as you can with the others," Song Chen whispered to Dongfang Xiao. He specifically emphasized the words 10. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xiao was momentarily stunned. However, his reaction was exceptionally swift. He immediately lifted Song Chen and the others behind him, including Nangong Xiaomei, and headed towards the location of the many strong warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. "Dongfang War God, how are they doing?" a bearded man from the Dragon Kingdom asked. "Don't ask about that now, let's hurry," Dongfang Xiao replied. Although he didn't know what had happened, he chose to trust Song Chen. Thus, they boarded the Dragon Kingdom's airship at the fastest speed and left. As they departed, the battles among the people from other countries intensified. However, when someone managed to grab a national fortune stone, they found that these stones weighed the same as ordinary rocks, not hundreds of pounds. When they exerted force, the national fortune stones shattered. This was because Song Chen had used ordinary stones to create the appearance of national fortune stones. This is not a national fortune stone at all. These are all fakes. At that moment, others also realized that those who had fallen to the ground showed no signs of life. With a casual strike, these fakes turned to dust. The crowd was not foolish, they quickly understood that someone was pulling a fast one. It's the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Someone couldn't help but shout, because some had seen that the people from the Dragon Kingdom had already boarded the airship and left. This was a classic case of not a single silver piece hidden here. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom's actions, why would they be in such a hurry to leave? The others didn't even consider whether their own country's prodigies were still alive. They immediately boarded their respective airships and pursued the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's airship. Although it seemed like a long time, from the moment Song Chen and the others fell until the people from other countries began to chase the Dragon Kingdom's people, only a little over 2 minutes had passed. In other words, after all that Song Chen had arranged, excluding the time spent by Dongfang Xiao and the others, he had only bought a minute and a half for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. A minute and a half can sometimes seem insignificant, but at times, it can determine the advantage in a battle. After Song Chen and the others boarded the airship, its speed was pushed to the limit, heading towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. On the airship, Song Chen and the others, who had originally appeared half dead, sat up after the airship took off. You guys weren't hurt? At that moment, the bearded man looked at Song Chen and Nangong Xiaomei in surprise. I was hurt, but it's not serious. Master, this time things have escalated. I don't know if the Dragon Kingdom can withstand it, Song Chen said, looking at Dongfang Xiao. How serious is it? Of the more than 1,000 people who entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, except for the 10 of us, everyone else is dead. Upon hearing this, everyone on the airship was instantly stunned. Several seconds after Song Chen's words fell, the people on the airship finally came to their senses. What did you all do? Oriental smiled and asked. Song Chen nodded. Did Frank and Carl also die? The bearded man asked at that moment. Yes. Song Chen nodded again. Good kid. You actually managed to kill Frank and Carl. Seeing Song Chen nod, the bearded man said excitedly. We killed all the prodigies from other countries. They definitely won't let it go easily. This time, those countries might unite against the Dragon Kingdom. So I asked, can the Dragon Kingdom withstand it? It couldn't be said that Song Chen was being hindsight, he only thought of this now. Given another chance, he would still do the same. Killing one more prodigy from other countries meant one less strong opponent for them in the future. The balance shifted, effectively strengthening the Dragon Kingdom. However, the aftermath work would have to be left to Oriental and the others. After killing so many of them, how many pieces of the National Fortune Stone did we get? Oriental asked. They hadn't seen the existence of the National Fortune Stone on Song Chen and the others. Haven't had the chance to count carefully, it could be over 20 pieces, or maybe over 30 pieces, Song Chen replied. What? Over 20 pieces? Are you really saying over 20 pieces? Hearing this, the bearded man was stunned. In the past, when people from the Dragon Kingdom entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, getting 2 pieces of the National Fortune Stone was already considered an incredible harvest. Unexpectedly, Song Chen and the others had obtained over 20 pieces. This was too hard to believe. Luo Yon immediately informed the Thunder War God and have him lead the Dragon Guard to come for support. At the same time, pass on my War God order. Let all the king-level members of the old General Tower come to assist us. Also, send messages to the other war gods and the 24 9-star war generals. If they have time, they should come too. The Dragon Kingdom has been low-key for so long, it's time to be high-profile once, Oriental said to the bearded man. Yes, the bearded man replied and turned to leave. As expected of my disciple, well done. Then, Oriental turned to Song Chen and said, Master, seeing you so confident makes me feel much more at ease. Song Chen sighed in relief. Our Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom of the past. The current Dragon Kingdom fears no country. From now on, do whatever is beneficial for the Dragon Kingdom without hesitation. Even if you poke a hole in the heavens, the Dragon Kingdom can be your strong backing. Oriental instructed. So domineering. Song Chen gave a thumbs up. Alright, you little ones have worked hard this time. Go wash up, change your clothes, and then rest. As for the remaining matters, leave them to us. Hearing Oriental say this, Song Chen and the others nodded. They were covered in blood and had injuries, they indeed needed to rest. Thus, Song Chen and the others walked into a small compartment. Reporting to the war god, there are foreign airships pursuing us 20 kilometers behind. Ignore them, proceed at full speed. Our primary task now is to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. For a while, the airships from various countries launched a pursuit against the Dragon Kingdom's airship. Although they were only about 20 kilometers apart, usually, that distance could be covered in less than a minute. However, when both sides' airships were moving at full speed, it was as if they were relatively stationary. The motion of objects is relative, so this 20-kilometer distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to catch up. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's airship was one of the top airships in Blue Star. Of course, many other countries' airships were the same. That was why they couldn't catch up. Reporting to the war god, there are small airships attempting to intercept us 50 kilometers ahead. Luo Yon, show no mercy, shoot them down. Yes. You lot, follow me. The bearded man said, leading 10 king-level ability users to appear on top of the airship. Since they were moving forward, the 50-kilometer distance was covered in less than a minute. The bearded man and his team had already spotted the small airships ahead. On the small airships stood several king-level ability users. In the world of ability users, all flying vehicles were merely for transportation and had no offensive capabilities. All attacks would come from the ability users themselves. Explosive flame technique. Lightning arrow. At that moment, 2 attacks were launched towards Song Chen's airship. The bearded man and his team quickly countered. Chaotic fire rain. Sword of celestial light. Silver shield. Icebound for miles. Dozens of attacks rained down from the airship, not only neutralizing the enemy's attacks but also continuing towards the small airships with unyielding momentum. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, the 2 small airships were blown apart. The king-level ability users on the airships could only abandon ship and flee. Subsequently, they could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Kingdom's airship flew away. Although the king-level ability users could fly, their speed was no match for the airships. After eliminating the small airships attempting to intercept them, the Dragon Kingdom's airship continued forward, completely unaffected. However, soon, another intercepting airship appeared ahead. Everyone knew that it was difficult to stop the Dragon Kingdom's airship with small airships. But at this moment, they had no choice. They could not just watch the Dragon Kingdom's airship return home, so even if it meant risking their lives to intercept, they had to try to stop it. Because if they could delay it for a minute or even half a minute, the following airships could catch up. Unfortunately, in their haste, it was hard for other countries to mobilize a large number of personnel to intercept the Dragon Kingdom's airship. Their actions at this time were akin to the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, one after another sent to their doom. Thus, after more than an hour, the Dragon Kingdom's airship finally reached the border of the Dragon Kingdom. At the border, a square-faced man led tens of thousands of soldiers clad in red armor, standing ready. When the people at the border saw the Dragon Kingdom's airship appear, the square-faced man spoke. All personnel, prepare for battle. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from everyone. This aura coalesced into a sharp sword. As the Dragon Kingdom's airship flew overhead, this sword suddenly shot into the sky, blocking the incoming airships behind. Accompanying this was a commanding voice. Ahead lies the Dragon Kingdom, all of you are forbidden to proceed. As this voice rang out, the square-faced man soared into the air, standing atop the sword formed by the collective aura of the people, coldly watching the approaching airships. He was the Thunder War God mentioned earlier by Dongfang Xiao. The soldiers in red armor were the Dragon Guard army. Although the Dragon Guard army's individual strength was not very strong, they had trained together for years, developing an extraordinary synergy, forming a unique combat style. This combat style was somewhat similar to Song Chen's unity as strength. The tens of thousands of Dragon Guard soldiers, not yet at the king level, could cooperate to resist thousands of king-level ability users. Coupled with the Thunder War God as their leader, with outstanding command and leadership abilities, the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Guard army could be maximized. The Thunder War God is called the Thunder War God not because he awakened lightning-related abilities, but because he commands the Dragon Guard army in battle, striking like thunder and capable of shattering everything. The Thunder War God, along with the Dragon Guard army, is known as the National Divine Sword of the Dragon Kingdom. The airships from other countries did not stop their advance just because the Thunder War God shouted. They continued to move forward quickly, riding their airships as before. Slash! Seeing that the other side had no intention of stopping, the Thunder War God wasted no words. He controlled the sword beneath his feet and directly slashed at the approaching airship. At that moment, a protective shield appeared around the airship, attempting to block the incoming strike. Boom! When the massive sword struck the outside of the airship, it produced a deafening roar. Crack! The protective shield on the airship's exterior held for only a moment before shattering completely. The sword's momentum did not diminish and struck directly onto the airship. The enormous airship was split in two under that one strike. At that moment, the personnel inside the airship flew out like bees from a hive, floating in midair and confronting the Thunder War God. Soon after, the king-level ability users from other countries also flew out one by one from the airship, hovering in the air and staring at the Thunder War God. What brings you all to my Dragon Kingdom? The Thunder War God asked the crowd. We want an explanation. Our country's prodigies entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, and none returned. In contrast, the 10 from the Dragon Kingdom who entered the Yellow Sand Ridge all came back unscathed. We have reason to suspect that our prodigies were killed by people from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, a man with a golden mustache from the beautiful country stepped forward and said, Our country's prodigies are the same, none survived. There were thousands of prodigies who entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, and only people from the Dragon Kingdom came out. The Dragon Kingdom must give us an explanation. Otherwise, we will never let this go. In an instant, the king-level ability users from various countries shouted loudly. Their demand for an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom was not genuinely about seeking answers. They believed that the national fortune stones of the Yellow Sand Ridge might have been obtained by the Dragon Kingdom. If that were the case, then with the enhancement of these national fortune stones, the Dragon Kingdom's future strength would surely surge. This would not be good news for the other countries. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is already one of the 5 great powers of Blue Star. If its strength were to skyrocket, the future outcome could very well be that the Dragon Kingdom would dominate alone. This was something they absolutely could not allow. This point was clear to the people of other countries as well. Therefore, without any prior discussion, they came to the Dragon Kingdom in perfect unison. Their only goal was to force the Dragon Kingdom to hand over the national fortune stones it had obtained. If that was not possible, they aimed to kill as many king-level powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom as possible during this opportunity. This way, the Dragon Kingdom would surely suffer a great loss. As for whether they were wronging the Dragon Kingdom, that was of no concern to them. They simply did not care. Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom's strength had grown too rapidly, and they had long been displeased. It was just that, in normal times, they had no excuse to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, if only one country went to war with the Dragon Kingdom, it would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. This time, with so many countries joining forces, they believed they could severely damage the Dragon Kingdom. Ridiculous, once you enter the Yellow Sand Ridge, life and death are fated. If your country's prodigies died, it only shows they were outmatched. How can you say it was done by people from the Dragon Kingdom? If we follow your logic, in the past, our prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom also died in the Yellow Sand Ridge. Shouldn't we also demand an explanation from you? The Thunder War God said disdainfully. He had only received a request for support from Dongfang Xiao and did not know what had happened. Now, hearing what these people said, he was shocked. Thousands had entered the Yellow Sand Ridge, yet only those from the Dragon Kingdom had come out alive. This was the first time such a thing had happened in many years. He could only say, well done. The little ones from the Dragon Kingdom had done a great job. They certainly could not be easily subdued. Therefore, his attitude was very firm. To be honest, he did not wish for both sides to go to war. After all, war would inevitably lead to heavy losses. However, if war was unavoidable, the Dragon Kingdom was not afraid at all. Many years ago, the Dragon Kingdom had already prepared to go to war with any country at any time. The Dragon Kingdom was no longer the same as before. Our Dragon Kingdom's pride is being hunted by alien beasts, and now we are in a state of confusion. If you want an explanation, go find those alien beasts at the Yellow Sand Ridge. At this moment, Dongfang Xiao, accompanied by hundreds of king-level ability users from the airship, arrived beside the Thunder War God. He had sent a few people to escort Song Chen and the others to the imperial capital. Naturally, they had to stay behind to fight alongside the Thunder War God against the king-level ability users from other countries. Why is it that our pride has died, while the pride of the Dragon Kingdom is still alive? Since you cannot give us an explanation, we will seek one ourselves. If one wanted to start a war, there had to be an excuse. No matter how flimsy that excuse was, it did not matter. What mattered was that there was one. Just like a certain little fool on earth, who claimed that a soldier from his country had gone missing. Subsequently, he used that excuse to start a war. Our Dragon Kingdom does not wish for war, but when war comes, the billions of people in our Dragon Kingdom are not afraid at all. If you want an explanation, come and get it. I say this, if you dare to step 1 foot over the border of the Dragon Kingdom, it is an invasion of our Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom will fight you to the death. Dragon Guard, obey orders, prepare for battle. The Thunder War God said powerfully. Yes, tens of thousands of Dragon Guard members shouted in unison. Their voices broke through the clouds, echoing along the border. We only want to seek an explanation for our country's pride, since you are so unreasonable. Then do not blame us. Kill! Golden Beard shouted and charged towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, arguing about who was right or wrong was meaningless, because the battle had already begun. Dragon Guard, follow me to kill the enemy. The Thunder War God shouted. Instantly, the sword beneath his feet surged dozens of times, its length exceeding 1,000 meters. This sword transformed into a cold light, slashing down at those king-level ability users. Kill! Dongfang Xiao and the others also moved at this time. A halo emerged from Dongfang Xiao's body. This halo enveloped all the king-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom's people surged significantly. This was a skill of Dongfang Xiao's war ability, called the War Halo. Any companion covered by the War Halo would have their strength increased by at least 10%. The maximum increase could reach 20%. The Dragon Guard could confront thousands of king-level opponents with the strength of tens of thousands below king level thanks to the reference of Dongfang Zhao's War Halo. Thus, a great battle began. Normally, battles between two king-level beings were earth-shattering. Now, with thousands of king-level fighters, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. Various incredibly powerful attacks flickered continuously in the air. Heavenly Fire Rain, Thunder Curse, Cross Slash, Boom Boom Boom. When these attacks landed on the ground, the earth churned, and cracks appeared. In less than a minute, all objects within a 100-mile radius were destroyed. The ground was a mess, pockmarked everywhere. In some places, flames blazed incessantly, in others, thick smoke billowed, and in yet others, debris flew about. However, this was just the beginning of the battle. No one knew what this place would become when the fighting came to an end. As time passed, the people of the Dragon Kingdom gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, they were significantly outnumbered. Yet, even so, neither the Eastern War God nor the Thunder War God showed any signs of retreat. At this moment, the two were in a frenzy of killing. Each one fought 10 opponents. The number of king-level ability users who died at their hands had already reached double digits. Those who could become war gods might not have the highest levels, but they certainly had the most kills. Each war god was a testament to the honor built upon countless piles of bones. Eastern Xiao, I have long wanted to fight you. Today, I will kill you. At this moment, a small-framed man approached Eastern Xiao. The Dragon Kingdom had its war gods, and naturally, other countries also had ability users of the same caliber. This man was named Mick, and his ability sequence was even ahead of Eastern Xiao's in the war category. He awakened the ability of sequence 52, Disaster. In some ways, disaster and war were quite similar. Thus, Mick and Eastern Xiao had always been imagined rivals to each other. However, neither side had ever truly fought to the death. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Eastern Xiao showed no fear in response. Suddenly, the sound of a war horn echoed from his body. Immediately, his aura surged, and a massive amount of killing intent poured out from him. In the next moment, he moved and launched an attack at Mick. Every blade of grass is an enemy. The stones, trees, and fallen corpses around him seemed to be given new life as they surged toward Mick. Catastrophic Flood Deluge. Mick also launched a counterattack simultaneously. A river over 100 meters wide surged forth behind him, crashing toward the stones and trees that were coming at him. Those stones and wood directly collided with the river, giving the impression that they had initiated the attack. When the river came crashing down, the stones and wood were utterly destroyed. However, the river was also split apart, beginning to divert. In this round, the battle between the two sides ended in a stalemate. Wrap my body in horsehide. Disaster approaches, heavens collapse. Thus, a new round of battle began between the two. In the fight of the strong, especially when both sides were nearly equal in strength, it was nearly impossible to determine a victor in a short time. It was destined that the battle between Eastern Xiao and Mick would last a long time. On the other side, the Thunder War God was also entangled with an opponent. In the sky, meteors fall. A starry sky rose behind the Thunder War God. His ability was sequence 45, Sky. The sky included all phenomena. Soon, a large number of meteors appeared in the sky behind him, crashing down toward his opponent. Spatial Chaos. The Thunder War God's opponent immediately launched a counterattack. In front of him, within a distance of several dozen kilometers, objects were turned upside down. The meteors falling from the sky were redirected to the ground. His ability was not sequence 4, Space, but sequence 49, Chaos. The so-called Chaos ability allowed for the random repositioning of objects within a certain range, including ability users. However, the Thunder War God was not just fighting for himself. In the next moment, he wielded the sword formed by the Dragon Guard army and struck down at the chaotic space ahead. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the chaotic space was completely shattered. Puff! His opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, their face turning pale. Under the vast sky, all things wither. In the next moment, the Thunder War God launched another attack. Behind him, a beam of light shot out from the space, landing on his opponent. Immediately, his opponent's body began to shrink at a visible speed. It was not the shrinking of bones, but the shrinking of flesh and blood. It was as if a brilliantly blooming flower had suddenly wilted. The Thunder War God did not spare a glance at his opponent but instead looked towards the battles of others. He noticed that among the hundreds of superhumans accompanying Dongfang Xiao, only 2/3 remained. The remaining half was continuously retreating. The Dragon Guard army had also suffered a loss of 1/10. P.S. Only 4 chapters today. Even the Thunder War God felt helpless about the losses in battle. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but the enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. Kill. At that moment, hundreds of foreign superhumans at the king level suddenly charged towards the Eastern War God. They intended to surround and eliminate the Eastern War God. The fall of a war god would be a tremendous loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, as long as they took down the Eastern War God, the remaining Thunder War God would be left alone, unable to make a sound. At that time, the Thunder War God would undoubtedly perish. At this moment, the Eastern War God was entangled with Mick, completely unable to spare any attention. Dongfang, be careful! The Thunder War God urgently shouted. He wanted to rush forward to assist, but he found that the remaining foreign king-level superhumans were actually coming towards him and the Dragon Guard army. Clearly, they were not going to give him a chance to rescue. As he watched, the attacks of those people were about to land on Dongfang Xiao. Just at this critical moment, a massive yellow wave suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of Dongfang Xiao. Judgment Day. Accompanied by a cold voice. After the massive yellow wave descended, it suddenly exploded, transforming into countless yellow lightning bolts that swept towards the hundreds of king-level superhumans. Faced with this sudden attack, the hundreds of king-level superhumans barely managed to work together to dissipate the yellow lightning. At this time, they hurriedly turned their gazes towards the direction from which the yellow wave had fallen. They saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, looking at them with cold eyes. Song Huangquan. Upon seeing the newcomer, one person couldn't help but exclaim, "The shadow of the tree," the name of the person. Without mentioning Song Huangquan's previous achievements, just recalling how he had recently gone alone to the beautiful country, killing dozens of king-level superhumans from that nation before leaving gracefully. Not everyone could accomplish that. Song Huangquan, do you think you can stop this battle with just yourself? What, do you think my Dragon Kingdom has no one? Song Huangquan looked at the hundreds of king-level superhumans who had just attacked the Eastern War God. Who dares to say my Dragon Kingdom has no one? You little scoundrels, on the land of my Dragon Kingdom, killing my compatriots, today I will make you regret it. Those who offend my Dragon Kingdom, even if far away, must be punished. Today, I will definitely chop you up, you bunch of scum. Since you have come, don't think about leaving. As Song Huangquan's words fell, one voice after another rang out. With each voice, a person appeared. Bai Zhan, Nangong Che, Xiang Feiyu, Chen Baipao, Jin Sihai. The 8 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom have all arrived? Seeing the figures appearing one after another, the foreign king-level ability users were all stunned. The war gods who had emerged from the Sea of Blood were enough to instill fear in anyone. Who would have thought that this time, the 8 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom would all arrive together? Kill! 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 Soon, behind these people, one figure after another appeared. These are the 24 9-star war generals of the Dragon Kingdom, and they have all come too. Although the 9-star war generals were not as powerful as the war gods, they were the next strongest beings. Unexpectedly, they had all shown up. Fight! 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 Soon, on their other side, a series of imposing roars echoed. The crowd looked up and saw hundreds of king-level ability users in armor, lined up in neat rows, rushing towards them. The war generals from the old general's tower of the Dragon Kingdom. The war generals from the old general's tower had all been through countless battles. They were a group of ability users who had to retire from the battlefield due to injuries or other reasons. Although they had physical disabilities, anyone who underestimated their combat power would be the biggest fool in the world. Each war general from the old general's tower could deal with ability users of the same level as if they were cutting melons. The reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom, although still fewer in number than those from abroad, could crush them in individual combat power. At this moment, the battle between Dongfang Xiao and Mick also had to come to a halt. You finally made it. He looked at the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom and let out a long sigh of relief. They had previously been outnumbered, and if the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom hadn't arrived, they would likely have perished here. Weren't you supposed to be guarding the Ninefold Pass? At this moment, Mick asked the 8 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. The reason they dared to attack the Dragon Kingdom so brazenly was that they were certain the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't have many strong fighters coming to their aid. because the strong of the Dragon Kingdom were needed to guard the Ninefold Pass. Who would have thought that this time, more than half of those guarding the Ninefold Pass had actually come? This has nothing to do with you scum. You bastards dare to slaughter my people from the Dragon Kingdom, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The white-cut war god stepped forward and shouted. Although he had read many books, he still preferred to curse. Aren't you being irresponsible? How can you leave your post at the Ninefold Pass? Mick said to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Irresponsible my ass, you big toe. When you were slaughtering my people from the Dragon Kingdom, why didn't you say anything? Upon hearing this, Whitecut exploded on the spot, spewing out national essence. In the next moment, he moved and charged directly at Mick. With Whitecut's action, the battle that had just stopped was once again set in motion. The others from the Dragon Kingdom also launched their attacks. Seeing the movements of the Dragon Kingdom's people, the many king-level ability users from abroad all changed their expressions. They knew very well that although they still held a numerical advantage, if a real fight broke out, they would gain nothing. They might even meet their end here. Thinking of this, most of them began to feel a sense of retreat. They had come to the Dragon Kingdom this time only to weaken its strength, not to leave their lives behind. However, many had not yet made a decision when the people from the Dragon Kingdom had already charged in front of them. With no choice, they could only brace for battle. Soon, an astonishingly epic battle began. As the fight just started, the expressions of the foreign king-level ability users changed dramatically, because they clearly felt how powerful the ability users from the Dragon Kingdom were. They faced the supernatural beings of the Dragon Kingdom, and a chill unexpectedly surged from the depths of their hearts. This was because every supernatural being from the Dragon Kingdom carried an almost tangible aura of killing intent, a result of having taken countless lives. Under the shadow of this killing intent, their combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. In that brief span, the number of foreign supernatural beings at the king level who had died reached 200. In contrast, no one from the Dragon Kingdom had died, only a small number had been injured. Everyone was acutely aware that if this continued, they would likely remain here forever. Thus, they lost the will to fight and turned to flee. Want to run? Do you think you can escape? Seeing the crowd turn to flee, the Dragon Kingdom immediately pursued them. For a while, the conflict could no longer be called a battle, it should be termed a grand escape operation. He chased, they fled, and there was no way to escape. Soon, another hour passed. At this point, the people of the Dragon Kingdom stopped their pursuit. The number of foreign king-level supernatural beings killed had exceeded half, no less than 800. If they hadn't run fast enough, the number left behind would have been even greater. These bastards, their combat power isn't impressive, but they sure can run fast. If it weren't for the urgency of this situation, I would have chased them all the way to their grandmother's house, Bai Zhan muttered as he flew back. Old Bai, why are you all here? What about the Ninefold Pass after you leave? At this moment, the Eastern War God stepped forward to ask. The four great saints of the Ninefold Pass are temporarily guarding it for us, but they have other matters to attend to and can't stay there forever. So, we have to return immediately, Shen Bai Pao said. At this time, several other war gods also approached Dongfang Xiao. In that case, we won't keep you any longer. When we return to the Ninefold Pass, we'll bring you a few bottles of good wine, the Thunder War God said. Until we meet again. The war gods said their farewells and left one after another with the 24 nine-star warriors. They came and went in a hurry. In just a few breaths, the reinforcements had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the over 800 corpses of king-level supernatural beings left on the scene, many would have thought it was all a dream. Dragon Guard Army, clean up and restore the battlefield, and send our comrades home, the Thunder War God shouted. In the next moment, tens of thousands of Dragon Guard soldiers sprang into action. They had two main tasks: first, to find the bodies of their fallen comrades, collect them, and take them back for burial. Second, to repair the ground and forests that had been damaged during the battle. After all, this was the land of the Dragon Kingdom and could not be allowed to be destroyed like this. Subsequently, the Dragon Guard buried the bodies of those who had been slain, using them as fertilizer. Soon, the ground, which had been pockmarked from the battle, was restored to a smooth surface. After completing all this, the Dragon Guard and Dongfang Xiao turned to leave. Song Chen and the others had been traveling by airship and returned to the imperial capital University. When they stepped off the airship, each of them let out a long sigh of relief. Although they had only been away for a few days, they all felt as if they had returned from another world. Especially Zhao Yuan. Having experienced life and death, he had gained profound insights. It truly felt like a rebirth. Tang Qiqi, Niu Zhan, and Zhang Shan, although they had not died like Zhao Yuan, also felt the weight of their experiences. But they also experienced life and death. If it weren't for Song Chen and the others appearing in time, they would have undoubtedly perished. Therefore, their state of mind was elevated. After Song Chen and the others returned to the Imperial Capital Academy, they were invited to the office by the Vice President, Chen Bo. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Bo said, looking at them. "Old Chen, what's the use of just saying hard work? How about something practical?" Song Chen replied, looking at Chen Bo. "Of course, there will be rewards. What do you all want? As long as it's not too excessive, the country can fulfill your wishes." Hearing Chen Bo say this, everyone fell into thought. They couldn't immediately think of what they desired. "My wish is for world peace." At this moment, Song Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Chen Bo's forehead. Saying world peace is easy. If the Dragon Kingdom could achieve that, it would have long unified the Blue Star. On Blue Star, there are over 200 countries, big and small. Almost every moment, there are countries engaged in battles. Not to mention, just recently, the Dragon Kingdom had finished a major war with other countries. "Speak properly, or your reward will be cancelled," Chen Bo said to Song Chen with annoyance. "Alright, if that medium wish can't be fulfilled, then forget it. I'll change to a smaller wish, just casually reward us with 8 or 10 billion spirit stones. Whatever we want, we can buy ourselves." As soon as Song Chen said this, Tang Chi-Chi and the others' eyes lit up. If they were rewarded with more spirit stones, they felt it was feasible. "No problem, I'll directly reward you with 8 billion spirit stones." "Old Chen, are you joking with me?" Song Chen couldn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom could reward him with 8 billion spirit stones. "You were the one who joked with me first. 10 or 8 billion spirit stones, why don't you go rob them?" Chen Bo glared at Song Chen and said, "Is 10 or 8 billion a lot? If I sell the national fortune stones I obtained to other countries, let alone 10 or 8 billion, even if I multiplied it tenfold, they would be willing to buy. If this were to be heard by Elder Dongfang, just wait for him to slap you." Although Chen Bo said this, he knew that Song Chen was speaking the truth. "How about we don't want anything, and you just give each of us a banner and 20 dragon coins?" Upon hearing Song Chen say this, Chen Bo's eyes brightened, and he was about to nod in agreement. But seeing the slightly teasing look in Song Chen's eyes, he knew that Song Chen must have said it on purpose. "Ahem. You all are meritorious ministers this time, the Dragon Kingdom won't be so stingy. How about this, I'll reward each of you with 100,000 spirit stones. That's not too little, right?" Chen Bo pretended to cough and said, 100,000. Yunde and the others flashed a hint of excitement at this number. For them, this was already an astronomical figure. Only Jin Zizai and Song Chen remained expressionless. "Vice President, there are many ways to insult me, but you chose to do it with spirit stones. How about I give you 100,000 spirit stones, and we pretend this never happened?" Jin Zizai said. 100,000 spirit stones, for him, the young master of the Jin family, would be gone after a few foot baths or visits to the estate. Receiving a reward of 100,000 spirit stones was indeed a great insult to him. "So what do you two want?" Chen Bo also realized that the others were easier to deal with, but Jin Zizai and Song Chen were the most difficult, especially Song Chen. "My request is very simple. I want to not attend theory classes like the boss. I want to participate in the school's combat training whenever I want, and if I don't want to participate, I shouldn't be punished for skipping class." Jin Zizai stated his wish. He awakened the ability of freedom, but every day at school, he was troubled by these matters, feeling anything but free. "It can be done, but you must meet the standards for all your exams at the end of the term. If you don't meet the standards, you'll have to repeat the year," Chen Bo said. "Sure," Jin Zizai replied without a second thought. "What about you? Any requirements?" Chen Bo turned to Song Chen. "I don't have high demands, just 2 million spirit stones." Hearing this, Chen Bo looked at him with slight surprise. To be honest, he was prepared for Song Chen to ask for a lot more. From what he knew of Song Chen, he was someone who was obsessed with money. He didn't expect Song Chen to only ask for 2 million spirit stones. "No problem," Chen Bo agreed without hesitation, fearing that Song Chen might suddenly backtrack. "Oh, by the way, I meant 1 national fortune stone for 2 million spirit stones." Song Chen pretended to just think of this. "Sure." Chen Bo glanced at Song Chen. He could tell that since Song Chen dared to say that, it meant he had obtained more than 1 national fortune stone, probably 2. If it was 2, that would be 4 million spirit stones, which was within his psychological expectations. Thinking this way, Chen Bo suddenly felt happy. He thought that Song Chen was trying to outsmart him, but he had managed to get the upper hand. Chen Bo hadn't gone to the Sea of Death this time, so he wasn't clear on how many national fortune stones Song Chen and the others had actually obtained. However, Tang Chi-Chi and the others had heard Song Chen say on the airship that they had gotten at least 20 to 30 national fortune stones this time. each worth 2 million, that would total 40 to 50 million spirit stones. Making money was too easy. Seeing Chen Bo agree, a smile appeared on Song Chen's face. Old Chen just agreed, 1 national fortune stone for 2 million spirit stones, you all have to bear witness for me. Old Chen, if you try to go back on your word, don't blame me for throwing cow dung at your windows. And then I'll come to your house and steal your grandchildren's lollipops. I'll also erase all your grandchildren's homework with an eraser, Song Chen said in a mischievous tone. After saying this, he flipped his hand, and a crocodile skin backpack appeared in his grasp. Old Chen, start counting. 1, 2, 3. Under Chen Bo's watchful gaze, Song Chen continuously took out national fortune stones from the backpack and placed them on the ground. The reason for placing them on the ground was that each national fortune stone weighed over 100 pounds. If all 20 to 30 national fortune stones were taken out, it would weigh 2 to 3,000 pounds. At that point, it would probably crush the table. 21, 22. Seeing Song Chen keep pulling out national fortune stones from the backpack, Chen Bo was dumbfounded. He never expected that Song Chen and the others had obtained so many national fortune stones. Moreover, it seemed that Song Chen was not done yet. 25, 26, 27. Old Chen, a total of 27 national fortune stones, which means you owe me 54 million spirit stones. Please pay me in cash, this is a small business, no credit. Song Chen said, extending his palm towards Chen Bo. In fact, Song Chen's cost price was already over 10 million spirit stones. Initially, storing 1 national fortune stone in the cloud storage cost 300,000 spirit stones. Taking it out also cost 300,000 spirit stones. Now, although time was not of the essence, downloading each national fortune stone from the cloud storage took an hour. He didn't have that much time to wait. Thus, each national fortune stone cost 600,000 spirit stones, totaling 2 million spirit stones for 27 stones. All in all, he would be left with a tearful profit of 8 million spirit stones. A small business, nothing much. Are these all national fortune stones? Chen Bo stepped forward and began to weigh them. Guaranteed, no deception for young or old. Old Chen, as the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, you should be a man of your word, right? What you just said will definitely count, right? Song Chen stared intently at Chen Bo. If the other party went back on their word, he would lose 2 million spirit stones. Thinking about it, the risk of this deal was quite high. If he had known earlier, he would have traded piece by piece. This was something he should learn from Chiu. Don't worry, my word is my bond. 54 million spirit stones, not a single piece less, Chen Bo said firmly. Compared to the 27 pieces of national fortune stones, 54 million spirit stones were nothing at all. With these 27 pieces of national fortune stones, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom would soon soar. After collecting these national fortune stones, Chen Bo hurriedly left. He instructed others from the Imperial Capital Academy to take Song Chen and the others to collect their rewards. Song Chen received a total of 54 million spirit stones, while Tang Qiqi and the others each got 5 million spirit stones. Speaking of which, Tang Qiqi and the others also benefited from being with Song Chen. In this way, nearly 100 million spirit stones served as rewards. However, Chen Bo didn't care at all. It's less. After receiving the 54 million spirit stones, this was Song Chen's first thought. The Imperial Capital Academy was far wealthier than he had imagined. 100 million spirit stones, just like that, without even blinking. Let's go, we return victorious. Let's celebrate. Today, I'm treating. Order whatever you want. After all, he had earned 8 million spirit stones, so Song Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Let's go, we'll have a blast, turning day into night. So, everyone excitedly walked towards the outside of the Imperial Capital Academy. The news of Song Chen and their safe return spread among many in the Imperial Capital. For example, Jin Zizai's father, Jin Zun, Nangong Xiumei's mother, Wu Yinin, and the little princess of the Qian family, the enchanting Qian Shutao. Among those who were happiest to hear of Song Chen's safe return, it wasn't Jin Zun or Wu Yinin, but Qian Shutao. The reason she was so happy was not because of her deep love for Song Chen. Rather, it was because after being taken advantage of by Song Chen at the first floor last time, she had someone investigate all the information about Song Chen in the first floor. Song Chen's background goes without saying, their Chen family wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. They simply couldn't afford the consequences. So, they could only target the first floor. However, through the Chen family's information channels, they couldn't uncover the source of the first floor's goods at all. Everything about the first floor seemed to have appeared out of thin air. This left Qian Shutao quite distressed. However, after thinking for a long time, she finally came up with a way to deal with Song Chen. But then, she suddenly learned that Song Chen and the others had gone to the Yellow Sand Ridge. She was somewhat familiar with the Yellow Sand Ridge. Those who entered had a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. For Chen Shutao, the most she wanted to see was the first floor closing down under Song Chen's helplessness. If Song Chen died in the Yellow Sand Ridge, her plan would be meaningless, because Song Chen wouldn't know at all. Now, hearing that Song Chen had returned safely, Chen Shutao couldn't be happier, because this way, she could implement her plan. P.S. I was busy all day today and only had time to write at night, so just 3 chapters. More updates tomorrow. Although Song Chen said he would treat, in the end, he didn't. Of course, this wasn't because Song Chen was stingy, but because Jin Zizai's father invited everyone to the Jin family for a visit. Before they went to the Yellow Sand Ridge, when Jin Zizai's father came to see him off, he had mentioned it. Once they returned victorious, he would throw a grand celebration feast for them. He naturally kept his word. Jin Zizai also strongly invited everyone to the Jin family. To this, no one refused. Soon, the Jin family sent a convoy to take Song Chen and the other 10 away. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the Jin family estate. The Jin family's land wasn't very large, just over 400 acres. In Long Country, this wasn't considered the biggest. However, in the imperial capital, where every inch of land is precious, owning such a large private residence isn't something that can be achieved just with money. This was also the first time Nangong Xiaomei had come to the Jin family, and the architecture, design, and arrangement of items here left her in awe. The reason only Nangong Xiaomei was amazed was that Song Chen and the others were a bunch of country bumpkins who couldn't recognize good things at all. To them, these items just looked quite nice. Isn't the Jin family the richest in Long Country? Why are they using this gray floor tile? Huang Tianba couldn't help but comment while looking at the floor tiles. This kind of tile isn't even used much in our village. This is called spirit gathering tile. It not only keeps warm in winter and cool in summer. The most important thing is that it can absorb the spiritual energy from the world. The market price for a piece of spirit gathering tile is around 100 spirit stones, Nangong Xiaomei explained. What? 100 spirit stones? Upon hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, everyone was stunned. This piece of spirit gathering tile covered about 0.25 square meters, and there are 4 pieces in 1 square meter. The Jin family occupies over 400 acres, so calculating with 400 acres, 1 acre is about 667 square meters. The Jin family covers a total of 266,800 square meters. With 4 pieces of spirit gathering tile per square meter and each piece costing 100 spirit stones, it means the Jin family spent about 1,060,000,000 spirit stones just on the flooring. I can't believe it. When did this happen? When everyone figured out this calculation, they were all left speechless. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior, and comparing goods makes one want to throw them away. Song Chen's speed of making money was already very fast, but he had yet to earn even 100 million spirit stones, not to mention the others. Who would have thought that the Jin family spent over 100 million spirit stones just on flooring? Is there any law in this world? No wonder Jin Zizai never treats spirit stones as valuable. With such a rich family background, spirit stones are just a burden to him. When Song Chen first met Jin Zizai gave him 1,000 spirit stones every day to learn how to retort. At that time, Song Chen thought it was an astronomical amount. But now, thinking back, that 1,000 spirit stones was probably insignificant in Jin Zizai's eyes. Giving Song Chen 1,000 spirit stones a day would only amount to 365,000 spirit stones a year. Even if he did this for 300 years, it would barely be enough for the Jin family to cover their flooring. This is what luxury means. Looking across the entire Long Country, how many families can afford such extravagance? Boss, when we leave, let's take a few tiles with us, Huang Tianba whispered to Song Chen. I say, can't you have a bit of ambition? You are now someone with a few million spirit stones, Song Chen replied, distancing himself from Huang Tianba. However, he was secretly planning something else. Since the Jin family used such precious materials just for flooring, the items inside the house must be even more expensive. After having a drink later, he would pretend to be drunk and sneak into Jin Zizai's room to take some treasures. The thought made Song Chen almost laugh out loud. While everyone was talking, suddenly a big-bellied man walked out of the house. It was Jin Zizai's father, Jin Zun. Ha ha ha. Nephew, you finally made it. Uncle Jin has been waiting for you for quite a while, Jin Zun said with a hearty laugh to Song Chen. Uncle Jin, sorry for the trouble. Ah, we are all family, there's no need to say trouble. Zizai, quickly welcome your friends inside. Jin Zun appeared very warm and hospitable. You don't have to be polite when you come to my house. Just say what you want to eat or drink. It's just like being at home. Jin Zizai said as he welcomed Song Chen and the others into the Jin family's villa. At that moment, Song Chen and the others felt a bit like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with curiosity about everything in the Jean family. This is the starry herb. And there's the boy's vine, the immovable spirit mushroom. Once inside the villa, everyone saw the potted plants. Without exception, they were all extremely precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, these treasures had a common feature: long-term contact could improve eyesight, awaken the mind, and draw closer to spiritual energy. In short, they would greatly benefit cultivation. Staying in such an environment in the Jean family, even without actively cultivating, one's strength would improve every day. Such a situation was something ordinary people could only envy, because, generally speaking, ordinary families simply did not have such resources. The celebration banquet naturally involved eating and drinking, and the food the Jean family used to entertain Song Chen and the others was not ordinary fare. A jar of 9 curves brew worth 100,000 spirit stones and the meat of a king-level exotic beast. These two items were not something that could be bought just with money. They were often priced but unavailable. Song Chen and the others ate to their heart's content. At that moment, they realized where the gap lay between them and truly wealthy people. They continued to eat and drink until late into the night, finally ending the celebration banquet. During this time, Jin Zun only spoke a few words at the beginning and then left. When there are elders present, gatherings of the younger generation are always a bit uncomfortable. That night, Song Chen and the others stayed at the Jin family. At this time, Song Chen lay in bed, playing with a golden stone in his hand. It was the National Fortune Stone. Previously, he had obtained a total of 28 National Fortune Stones in the Yellow Sand Ruins, but he only handed over 27 to Chen Bo, keeping one for himself. He wanted to study what was so special about this National Fortune Stone. How could a stone enhance a country's fortune? What was its principle? As a programmer, exploring the unknown was his occupational habit. However, after studying for half a day, he still couldn't figure out what was so special about the National Fortune Stone. So, he checked the attributes of the National Fortune Stone. But nothing was displayed. Xiaoyi, do you know what this is? Xiaoyi doesn't recognize things without viewable attributes. Hearing Xiaoyi's response, Song Chen felt helpless. He possessed a treasure but didn't know how to use it. That feeling was quite frustrating. It was like having a stunning beauty at your side but only being able to look at her, unable to find the entrance. So, Song Chen began to derive thoughts. When you want to understand something thoroughly, you just need to keep asking why, what, and how. In this way, you can infinitely approach the answer. What is national fortune? The fortune of a nation. What enhances national fortune? Enhancing the strength of that nation. How to increase it? By enhancing the strength of the people of that nation, you can increase the strength of the nation. In other words, ultimately, what the National Fortune Stone enhances is actually the strength of people. As for why it could enhance people's strength, Song Chen was still unclear. However, that wasn't important. It was like owning a computer, you just need to know how to use it without needing to understand how it works. Since it could enhance strength, that was good enough. With that thought, Song Chen sat up from the bed, placed the National Fortune Stone in his hands, and began to run the energy within his body. He wanted to see if he could absorb it this way. Soon, 10 minutes passed. He found that no matter how he operated the energy within his body, he couldn't absorb it. Should I try blood to recognize the master? Suddenly, Song Chen had such an idea. Once he thought of it, he acted immediately, pulling out a dagger and cutting his finger. However, when Song Chen's blood dripped onto the National Fortune Stone, nothing happened. I don't believe it. There's no way you can resist me, Song Chen said, opening his mouth and biting down on the National Fortune Stone. If he couldn't absorb it with energy, then he would absorb it with his body. But when his teeth clashed against the National Fortune Stone, he nearly broke a tooth. I should have asked my master, he should know how to use the National Fortune Stone. Or should I call him now? No, if I ask now, he might guess that I still have the National Fortune Stone. If he tells me to hand it over, that would be troublesome. Song Chen dismissed his own thoughts. After saying this, he slowly lay down again, continuing to think. At that moment, suddenly, there was a faint sound at his door. This startled Song Chen, and he hurriedly stuffed the National Fortune Stone under his pillow. He didn't want anyone to know that he still had the National Fortune Stone on him. Storing the National Fortune Stone instantly in the cloud storage would cost 300,000 spirit stones, which Song Chen couldn't bear to part with. After hiding the National Fortune Stone, he quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. However, his heart remained vigilant. He wanted to see who it was that sneaked into his room in the middle of the night. Were they plotting against him, or was there some other secret? Soon, the door to Song Chen's room opened, and a figure quietly walked in, approaching the side of his bed. Hua Zixia? What does she want? At that moment, Song Chen caught a glimpse of the person entering and was a bit surprised. Under Song Chen's peripheral gaze, Hua Zhixiao suddenly removed her outer clothing and walked towards him. Seeing this, Song Chen quickly twisted his body to avoid her. Hua Zhixiao, what are you doing? Song Chen questioned loudly. Hua Zhixiao didn't expect that Song Chen would wake up, which caused a flicker of panic on her face. However, soon her eyes filled with determination. Song Chen, I like you. I fell for you the moment you saved me in the yellow sand. You are the only person I've ever liked since I was young. But I know I'm not very pretty. I can't compare to Tang Qiqi or Nangong Xiaomei. I don't expect you to like me. I'm going back to Huadu tomorrow, and I just hope to leave you with an unforgettable night before I go. I don't want you to take responsibility, nor will I disturb your future life, and I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Just this once, okay? Hua Zhixiao looked at Song Chen and said, but I don't like women. As soon as Song Chen said this, Hua Zhixiao was instantly stunned. She had thought about the possibility of Song Chen rejecting her, but she never expected him to say such a thing. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. You're lying to me, right? After a few seconds, Hua Zhixiao asked, do I need to lie to you? Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Haven't you heard the saying? If there are no women in the heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine. Hearing Song Chen say this again, Hua Zhixiao fell into silence. I don't care, whether you like women or not, I just hope we can spend an unforgettable night together. After a moment of hesitation, Hua Zhixiao said this. But I care, I can't accept that barrier in my heart. You should put your clothes back on and go. I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. May you find that special someone you like and who likes you back soon, Song Chen said. This time, Hua Zhixiao didn't say anything further, silently getting off Song Chen's bed and picking up her outerwear to put it on. Then, she cast a deeply resentful glance at Song Chen. Today, she had mustered the courage to take such a bold action, and heaven knew how many times she had encouraged herself and how many decisions she had made in her heart. She never expected it would end up like this. After Hua Zhixiao left, Song Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Boys must protect themselves when they are out, he thought. There are too many female rascals nowadays, trying to tempt me. Song Chen certainly didn't dislike women, he just didn't like Hua Zhixiao. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. He wouldn't engage with someone he had just met. Although Hua Zhixiao had made it clear that he didn't have to take responsibility, it was likely they wouldn't meet again. Still, he wouldn't do such a thing. He didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue, there was a rogue living in his heart. However, he would only act like a rogue towards his future partner. Sigh, this damn charm of mine. Being too handsome isn't necessarily a good thing. If looks could be turned into food, I alone could support the entire Blue Star. As he spoke, Song Chen lay back down and closed his eyes. Hua Zhixiao's sudden appearance had made him forget that he had placed the National Fortune Stone under his pillow. He fell asleep with the National Fortune Stone as his pillow. The next morning, Song Chen remembered that he had put the National Fortune Stone under his pillow. However, when he lifted the pillow, he found that the National Fortune Stone was missing. How could this be? I clearly put it under the pillow last night. He was extremely certain of this. Could someone have taken it secretly last night? To take the National Fortune Stone from under my pillow so quietly, they must at least be at the king level. Could it be the Jin family? But the Jin family couldn't possibly know I had the National Fortune Stone. Could it be Hua Zhixiao? Did she deliberately act that way last night to take the National Fortune Stone? That seems unlikely. With her strength, she couldn't have taken the National Fortune Stone right under my nose. For a moment, Song Chen made various guesses. But no matter how he speculated, he couldn't find an accurate answer. Just then, he suddenly noticed a golden stone appearing on the computer screen in his mind. No way, did the National Fortune Stone get into my mind? Song Chen exclaimed in shock. He then focused all his attention on the computer screen in his mind. He saw that the golden stone was slowly moving towards the fragment he had obtained from the Yellow Sand Ruins. Both were taken from the Yellow Sand Ruins. There must be some connection between them. Song Chen suddenly recalled that in the maze of the Yellow Sand Ruins, this fragment and the National Fortune Stone had been in the same place, one inside a box and the other outside. Under Song Chen's gaze, the golden stone and the fragment finally came into contact. At that moment, the golden stone began to melt rapidly. Soon, the stone, which was originally the size of a fist, shrank quickly like a snowball being scorched. A few seconds later, the fist-sized stone disappeared. What appeared before Song Chen was a fragment even smaller than a fingernail. The material of this newly appeared fragment was exactly the same as that of the larger fragment. In the next moment, the two fragments of different sizes actually fused together. Immediately after, the fragment erupted with a blinding light. Song Chen felt a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupting within his body. This energy was strengthening both his body and soul. He could clearly sense that the strength of his physical form was continuously increasing. This situation lasted for more than a minute. However, Song Chen discovered that his physical strength had significantly improved. He hurriedly checked his attributes. Object name, Song Chen, age, 18, physical strength, 8664, Platinum 5, soul strength, 9527, Platinum 5, ability type, strength, potential is limitless, combat power? When Song Chen saw that his physical and soul strength had reached these levels, his eyes widened in shock. He never expected to jump from Gold 2 to Platinum 5 in an instant. Moreover, he was not far from Platinum 4. The progress he made in just over a minute was equivalent to a year of hard training for an average person. In terms of realm, he was now on par with Dongfang Sueki. If they were to fight again now, he could easily defeat Dongfang Sueki in an instant. However, Song Chen did not pay much attention to this. He once again focused on the fragments of the computer screen in his mind. He noticed that the fragments were flickering like stars, shining and dimming. As he directed his attention to the fragments, they suddenly changed. They transformed into an arrow shape, pointing to the right. What does this mean? Song Chen asked, puzzled. As he spoke, he got off the bed and began to walk in circles around the room. He found that as he turned, the arrow was also constantly changing. However, soon Song Chen noticed a common point. No matter how he turned, the arrow always pointed in the same direction. Is this telling me to go in this direction? It seems there is something in that direction. Song Chen was not sure what exactly it was, but his sixth sense told him that this thing was related to the fragments. Moreover, it was particularly important to him, or rather, to his golden finger. Therefore, he had to find this thing. However, it was not the right time. If I had known that the National Fortune Stone could activate this fragment, I would have kept a few more. Song Chen said with a hint of regret. He truly did not know that the National Fortune Stone had such an effect. It was a bit late to regret now. Chen Bo had already left with the National Fortune Stone. Song Chen did not know where he had gone. When Song Chen walked out of his room, Tang Chichi and the others were already up. Dog brother, good morning. Tang Chichi smiled slightly at Song Chen and greeted him. Are you all going back today? Yes, the school notified us yesterday that the secret realm of Huadu Academy is about to open. They want us to hurry back. If we miss it this time, we will have to wait until next year. Hearing Tang Chichi say this, Song Chen suddenly remembered that he had won first place in the freshman competition and was rewarded with a spot to enter the secret realm. However, the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy had not opened until now. Each of the three major academies controlled a secret realm to train their first-year students, and the opening times of each academy's secret realm were different. This time, it was Huadu Academy's secret realm that was opening first. I was planning to take you all to have some fun in the Imperial Capital for a few days, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to leave. Well, let's plan to meet again next time. As he said this, Hua Zhixia walked out from another room. When she saw Song Chen, she shot him a deeply resentful glance. Those who didn't know would think that Song Chen had done something to her. Dog brother, we should head back too. At this moment, Yunde spoke up. In that case, I'll see you off. Following that, Song Chen had the Jin family drive them to the playground of the Imperial Capital Academy. The airships from Huadu Academy and Modu Academy were waiting there. Little Jeja, I heard that every year at the end of the term, the three major academies hold friendly exchanges. You should seize the opportunity. Just as Yunde was about to leave, Song Chen suddenly looked at him and said, "Seize what opportunity?" Yunde looked confused, not understanding what Song Chen was talking about. Back in Phoenix City, I told you that as long as you can defeat me within a year, I would gladly call you Brother Yun or Brother De. The friendly exchange between the three major academies is a great opportunity. I'm giving you the chance to challenge me. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yunde's mouth twitched. They indeed had that agreement back then, but after witnessing Song Chen's strength in the Yellow Sand Ridge, he had long since discarded that thought. He was a bit mischievous, but not foolish, and had no inclination for self-harm. Knowing full well how strong Song Chen was, he naturally wouldn't seek out trouble. We'll talk about it then. Take care, dog brother, and you too, seventh brother. Yunde said, turning to board the airship. Take care, dog brother. Tang Chichi also said to Song Chen, aren't you going to give me a farewell hug? Song Chen said in a joking tone. Tang Chichi didn't hesitate and confidently walked up to Song Chen, giving him a hug. If anyone bullies you at Huadu Academy, just let me know. I'll get revenge for you. Song Chen said after releasing Tang Chichi. Tang Chichi nodded and turned to board the airship. Soon, the airships from Modu Academy and Huadu Academy disappeared from everyone's sight. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. As they grew up, it became much harder for friends to meet than when they were children. This was inevitable, no one was an exception. We should return to our normal lives now. Song Chen turned to Jin Zizai and the others and said. When they returned to their class, they happened to hear their instructor, Eugene, talking about the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy. The annual secret realm will open in 2 days, and this time, there are a total of 50 spots to enter the secret realm. Huang Tianba, Nangong Xiaomei, Jin Zizai, your spots are confirmed. The others will need to compete for their spots. Eugene looked at the class and said. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Song Chen, because Song Chen was the strongest among them. However, the confirmed spots did not include Song Chen. Instructor, are you sure I'm not included? Song Chen was also puzzled and asked. His reward for winning first place in the freshman competition was a spot in the secret realm. Now that the secret realm was about to open, there was no reason not to confirm him. It's like this, after discussions among many instructors in the school, you cannot enter the secret realm this time. Because your strength exceeds that of others by too much, if you enter, it would be one-sided. This way, the participation of other students would be very low. The main purpose of the secret realm is to train and enhance strength. We believe that with your current strength, entering the secret realm wouldn't be very beneficial. So, it's better if you don't go in, Eugene explained. Is being too outstanding a mistake? What about the reward spot I earned in the freshman competition? It can't just go to waste, right? If I'm really not allowed to go in, I think the academy should provide me with some compensation. Otherwise, I will protest. Advisor, you know me. If I protest, I might do something I'm not even sure about. Not entering the secret realm is not impossible, but there has to be some benefit. The academy can compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones, Eugene said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You think you can take my spot for just 100,000 spirit stones? I fought tooth and nail to get it. If you want to take my spot, you need to offer more. Song Chen said with righteous indignation. 100,000 spirit stones is already a lot, be a little content. Advisor, I've heard that the secret realm is filled with spiritual herbs and countless exotic beasts. If I go in, my gains will definitely exceed 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones is not enough to make me give up my spot. I can't make that decision, my authority only allows me to offer you 100,000 spirit stones. However, I can report this to the school. After Eugene's report and considering that Song Chen was quite a tough nut, the school decided to increase the offer. In the end, they compensated Song Chen with 500,000 spirit stones. To be honest, 500,000 spirit stones is still not a lot. But Song Chen was satisfied and didn't pursue the matter further. At noon, when he returned to the villa, Song Chen smiled at Huang Tianba. Boss, just say what you need to say. Don't look at me like that. It scares me. Huang Tianba felt that Song Chen was acting a bit strange today. Little Huang, look at you, your worth has already exceeded 6 million, right? Song Chen said with a grin. He had previously given Huang Tianba 1 million spirit stones, and this time, after returning from the Yellow Sand Ridge, the Dragon Kingdom rewarded Huang Tianba with 5 million spirit stones. So now, Huang Tianba could be considered a small wealthy man. Boss, I beg you, can you act normal? Talking to me like this makes me uneasy. What are you saying? We're good brothers. You know me, I value loyalty above all. I have a spot that allows free access to all the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for 1 year. You know this is worth 10 million spirit stones. You only need to spend 5 million spirit stones, and I'll transfer it to you. What do you think? Song Chen stated his purpose. Hearing this, Huang Tianba frowned. If he could really spend 5 million spirit stones to get a year of free access to all the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy, it would indeed be a good deal. However, hearing it from Song Chen, he felt there was a catch. After all, based on his understanding of Song Chen, he never made a losing deal. Boss, are you serious? No other conditions? Huang Tianba asked tentatively. Boss, are you planning to leave the Imperial Capital Academy? At that moment, Jin Zizai suddenly asked. Surprised by Jin Zizai's question, Song Chen glanced at him. He hadn't revealed this news to anyone, and he didn't expect Jin Zizai to notice. Yes. Since Jin Zizai had figured it out, Song Chen didn't hide it anymore. Boss, why do you want to leave the Imperial Capital Academy? Is it because of the secret realm spot? Huang Tianba asked, confused. It has nothing to do with the secret realm. With my current strength, staying at the Imperial Capital Academy doesn't hold much value anymore. I've learned all the theoretical knowledge I need. So, I've decided to go out and train. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Song Chen expressed his thoughts. The thoughts that Song Chen expressed were not the only reasons for his departure. Besides the reasons mentioned earlier, the most important one was that he wanted to travel to the place indicated by the arrow in his mind. When Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba heard Song Chen say this, they fell into silence. Both of them were already considered rare geniuses, and their progress in strength was not slow. However, compared to Song Chen, they felt like they were standing still. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that the gap between them and Song Chen was widening. This was something that, although unspoken, they could all feel. "Boss, it would be so boring without you at the Imperial Capital Academy," Jin Zizai said nostalgically. Although he hadn't known Song Chen for long, they had experienced many interesting things together. If Song Chen were to leave, he feared he would feel empty and lonely. "I'm just going to train, not to leave and never return," Song Chen replied. "When I want to come back, I will. You two should train hard. We will have plenty of time to fight side by side in the future. Although I still don't know what the Ninefold Pass is, but I have a feeling that we will all go to the Ninefold Pass in the future. When that time comes, don't embarrass yourselves," Song Chen said with a smile. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely train hard," Jin Zizai replied. "Although I might not catch up to you, I will definitely be stronger than old Jin." "You wish. If you want to surpass me, maybe in your next life." Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai unknowingly began to bicker again. Their banter had become a daily occurrence, and Song Chen was already used to it. In the end, Song Chen gifted Huang Tianba a year of free training at the Imperial Capital Academy. Moved, Huang Tianba, under Song Chen's urging gaze, took out 5 million spirit stones as a return gift. After that, Song Chen went to find his master. He told him about his plans for training. Dongfang Xiao did not oppose this, he just gave him a few reminders and then gifted him some items. Once everything was settled, Song Chen headed to the first tower. He was about to leave the imperial capital, and naturally, the first tower could not continue operating. Once he left, the supply chain for the first tower would be cut off. Without a source of goods, the first tower could not continue. Fortunately, the spirit stones he had stored now exceeded 80 million. This amount was enough for him to use for half a year. Moreover, Jin Zizai had given him a supreme black card from the Four Seas Pavilion. If Song Chen ran low on spirit stones, he could advance his needs at the Four Seas Pavilion. This black card had a limit of 100 million spirit stones, which would be enough to solve Song Chen's urgent needs. It could be said that Song Chen was fully prepared. He also planned to temporarily close the first tower in the imperial capital. "What are your plans?" Song Chen asked Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin. "I haven't been home in a long time, I plan to go back and stay for a while," Nangong Weiyang said. Her home was in the imperial capital, so she didn't need to worry Song Chen. "I'm going back to Phoenix City," Dao Wuxin said. "Although the first tower in Phoenix City is closed, the property rights are still intact. If Senior Wuxin doesn't mind, we can reopen the first tower in Phoenix City. However, there's no need to sell spirit herbs or exotic beasts anymore. I published quite a few novels and comics before, Senior Wuxin can sell books. What do you think?" The novels and comics Song Chen referred to were those he published back when he was in Phoenix City, creating a buzz with stories about Pangu opening the heavens and the many mythological tales that followed. He still had a lot of stock that hadn't been sold, which would be perfect for Dao Wuxin to find something to do. Not expecting him to make money, passing the time is quite good too. After all, during this period, Dao Wuxin has been following him, and he has been diligent and uncomplaining. Sure, Dao Wuxin did not refuse. Having something to do is better than being idle. By the way, is there really no way to lift the curse on you? I know quite a few strong people in the imperial capital. If you think someone can help you lift the curse, I can help you make connections. After interacting with Dao Wuxin, Song Chen has gained a certain understanding of him. In the past, Dao Wuxin was very powerful, but a few years ago, he suffered a curse, and his soul has been continuously weakening. Now, his soul strength is only at the platinum level. My curse cannot be lifted by anyone, not even the 8 war gods. Dao Wuxin shook his head and said, "What kind of curse is this? Why is it so terrifying?" Song Chen asked, frowning. In the past, he was weak and knew very few strong people, so he always thought that once his strength improved, helping Dao Wuxin lift the curse would be easy. But he didn't expect the curse on Dao Wuxin to be so dreadful. If one day you ascend to the Ninefold Barrier, you will naturally know. You know about the Ninefold Barrier? What exactly is the Ninefold Barrier? Song Chen widened his eyes and asked this question again. He remembered his master saying that to understand the Ninefold Barrier, one must possess the strength of a king. Back when he was in Phoenix City, he heard people say that Dao Wuxin at his strongest was only at the diamond level. But now it seems that this is not the case. When it's time for you to know, you will naturally know. When you break through to the king level, if I'm still alive then, remember to find me. There are some things I need to tell you, Dao Wuxin said very seriously. Okay. Song Chen nodded. After that, the few of them tidied up the things in the first floor and then left separately. Nangong Weiyan went to the Nangong family. Dao Wuxin headed to Phoenix City, and Song Chen traveled westward, because he was going to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to seek the true scriptures. Not long after Song Chen and the others closed the first floor, Shen Shutao arrived at the first floor with two people. One of them was a woman around 20 years old. Judging solely by her appearance, she could definitely be considered a stunning beauty, especially her pair of eyes, which seemed to speak, captivating and enchanting. On the surface, she appeared delicate and weak, easily stirring a person's protective instincts. Any man who saw her would be unable to resist taking a second glance. This was Chen Shutao's plan using the beauty trap. She couldn't find the source of goods for the first floor, so she couldn't impose commercial sanctions on it. Ultimately, after much thought, she decided to use the beauty trap on Song Chen. Of course, she wouldn't do it herself. After careful selection, she found such an extraordinary beauty. She believed that as long as the beauty trap succeeded, whether it was the first floor or Song Chen, they would be under her control. The beauty trap is a science. It's not just about any beautiful woman actively using her body to seduce a man. That would just be selling herself. The real beauty trap involves creating various coincidences, such as chance encounters, heroes saving beauties, just like the natural process of a couple getting to know each other. This way, the man would fall deeply in love with this beauty, unable to extricate himself. Only then could she control the man through this beauty. Of course, it can work the other way around too. Attracting women with handsome men can also be considered a beauty trap. Love makes people blind. Many people are very clever in their daily lives, but once they encounter love, their intelligence can plummet. This is also a major reason why the beauty trap can be successfully executed. Shen Shutao investigated Song Chen and found that he had never been in a relationship his entire life. For a man like this, the beauty trap is the easiest to execute successfully. It can be said that Shen Shutao is full of confidence in her plan. Soon, Shen Shutao brought the carefully selected beauty to a spot not far from the first building. She hid in the shadows, watching the beauty she had chosen walk towards the first building. What she wanted to create was a chance encounter between the beauty and Song Chen. However, before long, the beauty returned. You said the first building is closed? And they even took down the sign? Upon hearing the beauty's report, Shen Shutao's eyes widened. Yes. The beauty nodded. What is Song Chen doing? How could the first building just close like that? As Chen Shutao spoke, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Can you check what happened between Song Chen and the first building in the past couple of days? The news about Song Chen taking a leave of absence from the Imperial Capital Academy was not a secret, so it didn't take long for Chen Shutao to find out. Ah, Song Chen, you bastard, scoundrel, shameless, disgrace, scum. After receiving this news, Shen Shutao was so furious that she spewed curses. It's no wonder she was so angry. She had tried every possible method to deal with Song Chen during this time. After much effort, she had come up with an excellent plan, believing she could manipulate Song Chen and even cause the first building to close for good. But she never expected that before she could execute her plan, Song Chen had already closed the first building himself. He even left the Imperial Capital Academy. This made her feel like her punch had landed on cotton, driving her crazy. Song Chen, just you wait. If one day you fall into my hands, I will definitely. Shen Shutao said for a long time without specifying what she would make Song Chen do. I will make you kneel before me and lick my toes, she added. After venting her frustrations, Shen Shutao kicked the door of the first building hard and turned to leave. After leaving the first building, Song Chen headed west. He didn't know how far the place indicated by the arrow was from the capital. The arrow only pointed in a direction without showing the distance. Therefore, he couldn't take a plane or any other means of transportation. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and bought a bicycle. The reason he didn't buy a car was not that he couldn't afford one, but because he didn't have a driver's license. The place he was going to this time was special, and he couldn't hire a driver. Hiring a driver would easily expose his location. Moreover, he thought riding a bicycle was quite nice. He could see a lot of scenery along the way. Most importantly, it was very free, with no restrictions on some country roads. At this moment, Song Chen, with the appearance of another person, rode his bicycle through the city streets. Even someone very familiar with Song Chen would not recognize him even if they brushed past him. The training begins. Song Chen whispered, pedaling his bicycle and speeding forward. The Dragon Country is vast, covering nearly 10 million square kilometers. However, in his life, Song Chen had only been to Phoenix City and the capital. The sea of death was abroad and didn't count. He planned to take this opportunity for training to traverse every inch of the dragon country. Just as he had said before, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Song Chen had read many books. After all, he could import 200 to 300 books a day before. Over this period, he had read thousands of books. So, it was time for him to travel thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles not only increases knowledge but, more importantly, enhances one's state of mind. This state of mind may seem useless when one's strength is weak. However, when one becomes powerful, the state of mind becomes crucial. Song Chen considered this a time of weakness, beginning to cultivate his state of mind. Moreover, with Song Chen like this, he could also train his power ability. Language is a form of power, and similarly, action is also a form of power. Ride on my beloved little motorcycle, I will never be stuck in traffic. At this moment, Song Chen was in a great mood. Without the pressure of cultivation, he felt like the Monkey King without the tightening spell. In just a few days, Song Chen rode his bicycle to Jinling City. Jinling City is a place with a rich history and cultural background in the Dragon Country. Throughout the history of the Dragon Country, many tragic events have occurred in Jinling City. Not to mention the distant past, just think back 85 years. At that time, the Dragon Country was weak due to internal and external troubles. Many countries were eyeing a piece of the Dragon Country. Among them, the most blatant was the Ant Country. A huge human tragedy occurred in Jinling City at that time. This is also why, when Jin Zizai's father mentioned the little 8 bastards, he was so furious. Such humiliation, such bloody hatred, should not be forgotten with the passage of time. Every person from the Dragon Country should remember history and never forget national humiliation. As Song Chen rode his bicycle through the streets of Jinling City, he couldn't help but marvel at the bustling city. Jinling has been prosperous since ancient times, and this is no exaggeration. Although it has gone through hardships, after years of cultivation and development, today's Jinling City is not much worse than the imperial capital. Song Chen crossed a street and arrived at the entrance of a convention center in Jinling. At this moment, he discovered that an event was actually being held inside this convention center. Of course, if it were just an ordinary event, Song Chen wouldn't be surprised. However, he found that this event was actually a festival of the Ant Country. This was a humiliation, a tremendous humiliation. Thinking of this, Song Chen put away his bicycle and strode into the convention center. He had already decided to medal today. This paragraph is an insertion by Old Tang after seeing news online, feeling extremely angry. If you don't like it, you can skip it. When Song Chen walked into the convention center, he found that most of the people inside were wearing little 8 bastard clothes, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Song Chen, who was already a bit of a hothead, instantly erupted with anger upon seeing this. To hold such an event on the land of the Dragon Country, especially in a city like Jinling, was one thing, but to have so many people come to participate was another. This was a humiliation, a tremendous humiliation. Song Chen arrived at the central position of the convention center, looking at the various little 8 bastard items displayed there. Without any hesitation, he swung his fist. In an instant, those items scattered all over the ground. Who is it? Immediately, someone shouted loudly, looking around. It's me! Song Chen stepped forward without any hesitation. Who are you? Just an ordinary person from the Dragon Country. But I want to ask you, are you Dragon Country people? As Song Chen said this, a stone pillar suddenly rose beneath his feet, and he looked down at the crowd in the convention center. Do you know that forgetting history means betrayal? The Dragon Country has stood up for decades, yet I didn't expect that in a city like Jinling, filled with tragedy, there are still such obsequious people like you. You all wear little 8 bastard clothes, smiling brightly. Are you not afraid that your ancestors, who once died, will dig up their graves and come out to slap you? You are the closest group of people to the memorial hall of the massacre in the Dragon Country, and many of you pass by the entrance of the memorial hall every day. Isn't this reminder enough for you to remember that tragic chapter of human history? If that's really the case, then what is the meaning of the memorial's existence? You should tear down the memorial now, because its existence is just a decoration for you. None of you deserve to be called people of the Dragon Nation. Your existence is a great shame for the Dragon Nation. Song Chunyua became increasingly agitated, with too much anger in his heart that he wanted to express. That's just history, the past is the past. We should let go of the hatred we once had. At that moment, a woman dressed in a Zaya Bega outfit stepped forward and looked at Song Chen. Hearing her say this, Song Chen flashed and instantly appeared in front of her. Without any hesitation, he slapped her hard. In an instant, the woman was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She got up from the ground, looking at Song Chen with fiery eyes. What right do you have to hit me? The woman shouted angrily. What right do you have to be angry? I slapped you just now, why do you look at me with such eyes? Tell me, why can't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Speak up, tell me, why can't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Song Chen questioned loudly. The woman was clearly frightened by Song Chen and didn't dare to speak. I just slapped you, and you want to kill me. The Xia Bega slaughtered hundreds of thousands of our citizens, and you treat it this way? Is this your backbone? Hatred is hatred. It shouldn't be forgotten with the passage of time, whether it has been a year, 10 years, or 100 years. I truly feel it is unjust for those who died fighting to defend Jinling. None of you deserve what they did. I have never hesitated to assume the worst malice towards my fellow countrymen, but seeing you like this, I can only say, you are all a bunch of trash, a group of spineless wimps. As Song Chen spoke, he scanned the crowd at the exhibition center. What right do you have to say that about us? At that moment, a man stepped forward, looking at Song Chen with anger. Did I say something wrong? Not only can I say it, every person from the Dragon Nation can say it. Since you have done such a shameful thing, you should accept the scolding. What right do you have to refute? Because you spineless trash have brought shame to the entire Jinling. In the future, when people mention it, they will say, Jinling people are trash. Song Chen raised his voice for the last sentence. I'll fight you, we Jinling people are not trash. The man who had just spoken shouted and charged at Song Chen. However, his strength was far inferior to Song Chen's. With just one move, Song Chen knocked him down. Song Chen actually appreciated the man who charged at him, as he had a bit of spirit. So, he only knocked him down and didn't use excessive force. You still have a bit of spirit. As for you all, are you still going to say you're not spineless trash? When someone points at you and scolds you, I haven't seen anyone dare to come forward and argue with me. If you really had spirit, you would come forward to fight me, then I might look at you with a bit more respect. If the Dragon Nation were filled with people like you, it would have perished long ago. A million sons unbuttoning their coats, not a single one is a man. A bunch of trash. After saying this, Song Chen strode out of the exhibition center. The reason he mentioned a million sons was that, as far as he knew, the local registered population of Jinling was over 7 million, with a floating population of over 3 million. Adding them together, it totals over 10 million people. So, what he said was completely justified. Although Song Chen had scolded those dressed in Xia Bega outfits at the exhibition center, his anger had not subsided. He still felt quite displeased and wanted to find a place to vent. So, he took out his phone and continued to check on matters related to Jinling and Xia Bega. Soon, he discovered that at the Sanzang Temple in Jinling City, there was actually a tablet dedicated to Xia Bega. It was hard to imagine that in the Dragon Country, especially in a city like Jinling that should have the deepest disdain for Xia Bega, not only was there the existence of Xia Bega, but there were also people who worshipped a tablet of Xia Bega. There are more sycophants in the Dragon Country than I imagined. Song Chen put away his phone and set off alone for Sanzang Temple. He wanted to see what kind of demons and monsters were hidden within the temple. When Song Chen left the imperial capital, he jokingly said he was going to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to pray for the true scriptures. He didn't expect to encounter a temple so soon. If Hua Tuo were alive, the worship of foreign cultures would be cured. Since there is no Hua Tuo in Blue Star, then I will be Hua Tuo for once. Some tumors must be cut out by someone. Next, Song Chen rode his bicycle towards Sanzang Temple. What he didn't know was that the scene of him cursing the people of Jinling at the exhibition center had been recorded by someone on their phone and posted online. Chapter 199, The Damned One. The person's intention was to let everyone in Jinling City see that someone was cursing them. He wanted all the people of Jinling to unite and denounce Song Chen. However, when others in the Dragon Country saw this scene, they were all enraged. They did not curse Song Chen, instead, they began to scold the people of Jinling. This is Jinling, how dare you? If today is Xiaoyuri, there will be no men in Jinling for 100 years. Every Dragon Country citizen should not forget that the stable life we have now was bought with the blood of our ancestors. This is a silent cultural infiltration that we should resist. Do not forget national humiliation, we must strengthen ourselves. No one has the right to choose forgiveness for our ancestors. A tattered, bloodied elder looked at the streets adorned with the attire of the anti-nation and asked those around him, "Where is this? Jinling." He froze for a moment, knelt on the ground, and kept repeating, "We didn't hold the line, we still didn't hold the line." In no time, the matter of Xiaoyuri in Jinling quickly fermented online. A sentiment of resistance against foreign culture began to spread inexplicably. Many joked, "It's time for our soldiers to get lost too." With the current strength of the Dragon Country, defeating Xia Bega would be a piece of cake. The Dragon Country was no longer the same as before. The Eastern Dragon had begun to soar. Song Chen was unaware of all this. Upon arriving at the temple, he put away his bicycle and walked towards the temple. The temple was impressively built, exuding a sense of historical weight. The temple, nestled among the green trees, with its apricot-yellow courtyard walls, bluish-gray roof ridges, and towering ancient trees bathed in rosy dawn, was indeed a place worth visiting from an architectural perspective. When Song Chen reached the back courtyard of the temple, he was stopped by someone. "Amatba, this back courtyard is not open to visitors, please leave," a monk in the temple said to Song Chen. Hearing this, Song Chen did not argue and turned to leave. However, after turning the corner, he concealed his figure and returned. Normally, the more strictly guarded a place is, the more secrets it hides. Song Chen came to the temple this time to see what kind of demons and monsters were hidden inside. The hidden Song Chen was not discovered by the monk at the back gate. He easily entered the backyard. Thus, he began his exploration in the backyard. Soon, he arrived at the door of a room and heard voices coming from inside. "The outside world already knows about us. What should we do next? So what if they know? I have my ways to deal with it. I have a clear conscience." After hearing these two lines of dialogue, Song Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked the door open and walked in. "A clear conscience? How can you say that? How is it a clear conscience? Or are you a spy sent here by the Ant Country?" Song Chen asked the person who had just spoken. He was not blinded by anger. Before entering, he had assessed the strength of the two people inside. The strongest among them was only at the first level of gold. With his current strength, dealing with them was a piece of cake. "Who are you?" Wu something asked, looking at the suddenly appearing Song Chen. "Who I am is not important. What matters is, how do you have a clear conscience? This has nothing to do with you. The backyard of the temple is off limits to outsiders. Get out of here." Wu something shouted loudly. "I've given you a chance to explain, but if you refuse, I can only treat you as a spy for the little brat. As a spy, who gave you the courage to act recklessly on the land of my dragon country?" As Song Chen said this, he opened the word space and established a hyperlink. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Something and threw a punch at her. Wu Something reacted quickly to Song Chen's sudden attack and rushed to meet it. Boom! Bang! After the clash of their attacks, Wu Something was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Puff! The next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood. When Song Chen was at the second level of gold, he could defeat the first level of platinum, the Snow King. Now, he was at the fifth level of platinum, and his strength had increased tremendously. Not to mention that Wu Something was only at the first level of gold. Even if she had the same strength as the Snow King back then, at the first level of platinum, she would still not be his match. So, with just one move, Wu Something became Song Chen's defeated opponent. Just as Wu Something struggled to get up, suddenly, several black spears fell from the sky. However, these spears did not land on Wu Something. Instead, they crossed and landed on either side of her neck, pinning her head. The remaining spears pinned her body. One spear fell in front of Song Chen. He pulled it up and approached Wu Something, pressing it above her heart. This frightened Wu Something. What do you want to do? Killing someone casually in Dragon Country is against the law. If you kill me, you won't have it easy either. Although Wu Something's head was pinned, she could still speak. You're right, killing someone casually in Dragon Country is indeed against the law. But if I kill a spy from the Ant Country, not only will it not be against the law, but I will also be rewarded. Song Chen did not take Wu Something's threat to heart at all. I am not a spy from the Ant Country, I am a native of Dragon Country. A native of Dragon Country? Then tell me, what exactly are you doing this for? At this moment, Song Chen's tone was extremely cold. To be honest, if Wu Something were a spy sent by the Ant Country years ago, he wouldn't think much of it. Because as a person from the Ant Country, treating their own people in any way is understandable. However, the most despicable thing is being a Dragon Country person yet not doing what a Dragon Country person should do. This is 1,000 times more despicable than the people from the Ant Country themselves. Absolutely unforgivable. To do such a thing in this place is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. A rough estimate shows that in just 1 year, it would likely cost 30 to 40,000 spirit stones. Over the years, the total expenditure on spirit stones should not be less than 400,000. To say that this Wu person has no connection to Antigua is absolutely impossible. Moreover, the most important thing is that he calls himself a friend. The term friend is not something that can be used lightly.